Upon opening her eyes, Xie Liuyin found herself back before her apprenticeship. Little did she know that her sister Xie Mingzhu had also been reborn and had taken away her master from her previous life. Very well, then, I shall relinquish that blind and oblivious master along with the unworthy disciples to you. Xie Liuyin turned to seek the guidance of her great uncle, Master Xianyue, and chose to cultivate the path of indifference. She embraced a fulfilling life of sword practice by day and body refinement by night, determined to outshine the multitude of sword cultivators within her sect. Chapter 1. After rebirth, my sister and I exchange masters. Xie Liuyin, have you truly been listening to me? A thunderous reprimand jolted Xie Liuyin from her muddled thoughts, causing her to shudder and regain her composure. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, only to meet the exasperated expressions of the couple before her, alongside the barely concealed disdain in the eyes of the girl clad in pink beside them. The familiar scenery instantly transported Xie Liuyin back to the Xie family estate, where she had resided for over a decade, and the couple was none other than her biological parents. Strange. Had she not perished amidst the beast tide? How could she have returned to the Xie household? Her momentary daze was perceived as disdain by her parents. Xie father's expression darkened. Are you showing us your displeasure? It is merely a matter of swapping masters with your sister, yet you wear such a reluctant countenance. In the days to come, as your mother and I grow old, can we still rely on you? Do not be upset, father. My sister may just be momentarily confused. I shall persuade her further, came the voice of the girl, instantly capturing Xie Liyin's attention. She cast a faint smile towards Xie Liuyin, her tone laced with a barely perceptible disdain. Sister, why must you resist so vehemently? I have graciously relinquished the esteemed Master Xianyue to you. Xie's father chimed in. To become a disciple of Master Xianyue, one can only wonder how many lifetimes of merit you have accrued. If it weren't for Mingzhu's desire to learn swordplay, opting instead to join the esteemed sect of Master Xiaoyan, do you truly believe such a fortune would have been bestowed upon you? Upon hearing these words, Xie Liuyin could hardly remain oblivious. She had indeed returned to the time before she joined the Qingxiao sect. Reflecting on the bias of this couple in the past, Xie Liuyin could not help but inwardly scoff. It was indeed not her turn, for throughout her life, any semblance of good fortune invariably fell into the hands of her beloved sister, Xie Mingzhu. Even this time, the Qingxiao sect, recognizing the contributions of the Xie family's ancestors, had specially granted 2 admission slots to the sect, both of which were chosen by Xie Mingzhu. First, only the remaining slot was left for her. Yet, Xie Liuyin found herself perplexed, for in her previous life, it was clearly Master Xianyue that Xie Mingzhu had chosen. She had favored the master's esteemed lineage within the Qingxiao sect and, without a glance at Master Xiaoyan, had pushed this mentor upon Xie Liuyin. Little did she know that Master Xianyue was but a languid recluse within the sect, idling away most of his days atop his peak, reputedly spending the majority of his time in slumber. In contrast, Xie Liyin's master, Master Xiaoyan, though of a lower generation, had already attained the nascent soul stage at a tender age and was the disciple most favored by the sect leader, poised to potentially inherit the position of sect leader in the future. Upon realizing this, Xie Mingzhu felt a pang of regret and turned to cultivate a closer relationship with the esteemed Xiaoyan. In a short span of time, this master, whom Xie Liuyin had presumed to be inherently aloof, began to cherish Xie Mingzhu as if she were a precious gem. Gradually, the monthly allowance that rightfully belonged to Xie Liuyin was appropriated by Xianyue, transforming into the exquisite garments adorning Xie Mingzhu. The rare spiritual herbs and treasures Xie Liuyin painstakingly procured from the secret realm were relinquished at the mere utterance of Xie Mingzhu's fondness. The companions she had so arduously befriended turned their attention to Xie Mingzhu, even accusing Xie Liuyin of harboring malicious intentions and plotting against her own sister. Helplessly, Xie Liuyin threw herself into rigorous training, yearning to reach the stage of golden core cultivation swiftly, so she might depart from the jurisdiction of Xianyue at Yunshuang Peak and distance herself from these individuals. Little did she anticipate that upon finally achieving her flawless golden core, with brighter days within reach, Xie Mingzhu would unexpectedly fall gravely ill, revealing her identity as the reincarnation of a divine maiden. In a cruel twist, Xianyue personally extracted Xie Liyin's perfected golden core, utilizing it as a vital ingredient to restore the divine maiden's spiritual essence. Only then did she grasp the profound truth. Her relationship with Xie Mingzhu extended far beyond mere avoidance from the moment of their inception. They were destined to be eternal adversaries. Xie Liuyin closed her eyes, striving to suppress the tempest of fury within her. Seeing Xie Liuyin's persistent silence, Xie father grew irate. If you insist on continuing this uproar, then forego your cultivation at Xianyue altogether, remain at home, and wait until you're of age to find a suitable match and marry. Isn't it simply a matter of changing masters? I shall agree to it. Before Xie's father could finalize the decision regarding Xie Liuyin, she finally spoke up. Before the Xie couple could exhibit any semblance of satisfaction, Xie Liuyin continued, "However, I demand double the amount of spirit stones and elixirs that you have prepared for Xie Mingzhu." The corner of Xie father's mouth, which had just begun to lift, instantly fell, his countenance darkening to a shade of charcoal. "Are you envious of your sister?" Unable to hold her tongue any longer, Xie mother chimed in, "It is precisely because you deprived your sister of nourishment while in the womb that she now suffers from frailty. You have previously neglected to care for her, and now you dare to contest with her. How could you be so?" Having heard such remarks countless times over her 2 lifetimes, Xie Liuyin impatiently interrupted, "Whether her poor health is a result of whom is not something I wish to debate with you. In any case, whatever she receives, I shall have in double. If you refuse to acquiesce, prepare yourselves for the news of your illicit trade of Qingxiao Sect's spirit rice reaching the ears of the sect master." Her words struck the couple like a thunderclap. Indeed, they had taken advantage of their family's position in managing the spirit fields of Qingxiao Sect to secretly sell a batch of premium spirit rice. Yet, they had always conducted such dealings discreetly, and even their youngest daughter was unaware. How had Xie Liuyin come by this information? In disbelief, they turned to their eldest daughter. "How do you know this?" "You need not concern yourselves with this matter, however. The items I demand must be provided. Should I fail to receive them by tomorrow, our entire family shall face dire consequences." Xie Liuyin declared coldly, "Do not entertain the notion of confining me. To suppress the truth, I have contingencies in place. If anything befalls me, the entire Xie family shall find no respite." With that ominous warning, Xie Liuyin turned and exited the hall. Yet, after only a few steps, she was intercepted by Xie Mingzhu, who was clad in a pink dress. Xie Mingzhu scrutinized her elder sister from head to toe and inquired, "Sister, why the sudden display of temper today?" "It is of no concern to you," Xie Liuyin replied curtly, attempting to bypass her without further conversation. "By the way, sister, I have heard that Master Xianyue resides atop Yunshuang Peak, a place perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. Should you choose to become his disciple, it would be wise to prepare several warm garments." The younger girl remarked abruptly, her words seemingly disjointed. However, Xie Liuyin's pupils constricted, and a flash of insight illuminated her mind. She instantly grasped the implication. Continuing her pace, she nonchalantly responded, "Understood. I shall bring along extra clothing." Not detecting any unusual reaction from Xie Liuyin, Xie Mingzhu's inquisitive gaze remained fixed on her sister's back. Yet, Xie Liuyin, under the scrutiny, felt her heart race tumultuously. In their previous lives, they were oblivious to the very location of the Xianyue's entrance. How could Xie Mingzhu possibly know where Master Xianyue resided? It became clear why Xie Mingzhu had suddenly pressured her to swap mentors. She had been reborn. Chapter 2. Spatial treasures. Xie Liuyin's chamber was situated in the most secluded corner of the Xie residence, a diminutive room cast in perpetual shadow, where the winter chill seeped in, rendering sleep elusive. In contrast, Xie Mingzhu's quarters were in close proximity to the main house of the Xie couple, who had benevolently constructed a garden for their daughter, filled with ever-blooming spiritual plants, as Xie Mingzhu had a fondness for flora. In truth, Xie Liuyin shared a similar affection for these blossoms and greenery. After the garden was completed, she had once requested her parents for the most unremarkable little flower within it, only to be reprimanded by her mother for coveting what belonged to Xie Mingzhu. Since that incident, Xie Liuyin refrained from touching anything associated with her sister, avoiding even the slightest connection. Not long after returning to her room, she heard a commotion outside. A maid had brought her the storage pouch she had requested. Upon receiving it, Xie Liuyin immediately discerned its inferior quality, a stark contrast to Xie Mingzhu's pouch. As she emptied its contents, she found merely a few spiritual fruits and some spirit stones. A cold laugh escaped her lips. The couple continued to play their little games. Though the items were few, Xie Liuyin harbored no disdain. In her previous life, no one had prepared a storage pouch for her. Xie Liuyin showed no concern for what her apprentice might need. The pouch she ultimately used was one she had painstakingly purchased with her meager monthly allowance after several months of saving, and it served her until her untimely demise. At that time, she had left the Xie family with scarcely anything, and later, When she refused to relinquish the spiritual medicine she had fought so hard to obtain for Xie Mingzhu, she was cast out by the Xie couple. Despite their careful preparations of numerous spirit stones and spirit fruits for their frail younger daughter, fearing she might face hardships within the sect, they continued to demand from her. A person who had received nothing. In this lifetime, Xie Liuyin had at least acquired a few possessions. She sought no more. Stowing away her storage pouch, Xie Liuyin surveyed the room that had held over a decade of her memories. Her chamber was modest, and over the years, her parents seldom provided her with new garments. Most of her clothing consisted of hand-me-downs from Xie Mingzhu. She selected 2 relatively vibrant pieces to tuck into her storage pouch, deciding against taking anything else. After all, upon her arrival at Xingxiao sect, they would be issued disciple robes, which would be more practical for life within the sect. Having completed this task, Xie Liuyin rummaged beneath her pillow to retrieve a small cloth pouch, from which she extracted a dark wooden bracelet. This item had been a gift from her parents during the first month of her and Xie Mingzhu's lives. However, while Xie Mingzhu received a jade bracelet, Xie Liuyin was bestowed with this seemingly cheap and unattractive wooden one. This disparity mirrored their parents' attitudes towards their 2 daughters. One was precious like gold and jade, while the other was akin to mere wood and stone, not to be equated. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this wooden bracelet, acquired from a street vendor, was, in truth, a spatial treasure that could only be forged by a transcendent being at the tribulation stage. Regrettably, in her previous life, Xie Liuyin had not had the chance to uncover the bracelet's uniqueness before Xie Mingzhu forcibly snatched it away, insisting on trading it for her jade bracelet. Xie Liuyin, of course, refused. She cherished her bracelet, regardless of its unappealing appearance, for it had been her companion for many years. As Xie Mingzhu wept openly before the crowd, both Yi Chaoyun and the assembled disciples turned their reproachful gazes towards Xie Liuyin. In the end, the wooden bracelet was returned to Xie Mingzhu, while the spiritual jade bracelet remained firmly in her possession. Xie Liuyin gained nothing. When Xie Mingzhu eventually recognized the wooden bracelet's uniqueness and pledged her blood to claim it, she feigned an apology to Xie Liuyin. Yi Chaoyun, instead of lamenting her disciple's lost fortune, took the opportunity to belittle Xie Liuyin, asserting that such luck was simply not meant for her, as the opportunity was inherently destined for Xie Mingzhu. Reflecting on these past events, the emotions within Xie Liuyin intensified. With a derisive snort, she bit her fingertip, coaxing a drop of blood to smear upon the bracelet. In the next moment, the dull wooden bracelet radiated a gentle light. Xie Liuyin felt an entity surge into her mind, forming a bond with her very soul. Upon shutting her eyes tightly and reopening them, she found herself standing upon a dark, unfamiliar terrain, with a shimmering spring glimmering in the distance. The spatial artifact had been successfully contracted. Xie Liuyin gazed at the strange realm before her, nearly moved to tears. Behold, what were these so-called natural fortunes, if not rewards for the capable? Simultaneously, Xie Mingzhu, clutching a significant compensation bestowed by her parents, was about to return to her courtyard when she suddenly stumbled, causing the spiritual jade bracelet on her wrist to crash against the stone slab and shatter. The maidservants trailing behind her hurried forward to offer their support, while only Xie Mingzhu, clutching the shattered spiritual jade bracelet, furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable surge of anxiety within her. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin wandered through the space, ensuring there were no living beings present, before investigating the spring water. Unfortunately, the water did not possess the ethereal qualities described in tales, but was merely ordinary. Xie Liuyin felt little disappointment. She turned and grasped the black soil beneath her feet. Since this space allowed her entry, it should also be capable of accommodating other living entities, perhaps even enabling her to cultivate crops within. After a brief exploration, she grew concerned that her prolonged absence might attract notice and thus retreated. It was then that she realized the formerly black wooden bracelet had transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, adorned with exquisite and beautiful patterns that had emerged on its once smooth surface. The entire artifact radiated a gentle glow, unmistakably signifying its exceptional nature. Xie Liuyin frowned, feeling uneasy about donning such an item. She was not yet powerful enough and lacked the protection that Xie Mingzhu had from Yi Chaoyun. If discovered to possess such a treasure, it could certainly bring her trouble. If only this artifact could transform into something inconspicuous, how convenient it would be. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the bracelet, beautiful as red jade, instantly dimmed its brilliance and morphed into an ordinary wooden hairpin, devoid of any traces of its former grandeur. A surge of excitement welled up within Xie Liuyin. She examined the hairpin closely, ensuring it bore no special markings before finally feeling at ease. Now, she need not worry about Xie Mingzhu discovering the bracelet, since Xie Mingzhu has also been reborn. It is certain that she will devise ways to reclaim the bracelet from me. I must prepare in advance. However, I do not intend to confront Xie Mingzhu so soon. She has been reborn earlier than I, and it is possible that she has some hidden strategies. I cannot afford a direct conflict at this moment. Once my cultivation improves and I establish a foothold in the Qingxiao sect, even if Xie Mingzhu were to expose the secret of the bracelet, the sect would protect me, Xie Liuyin, to uphold the integrity of its disciples. Complex thoughts raced through Xie Liuyin's mind as she inserted a wooden hairpin into her hair. The following morning, Xie Liuyin was summoned by her maid to the main hall, where the disciples from the Qingxiao sect awaited her arrival. However, the moment she encountered Xie Mingzhu, she keenly sensed the other's gaze sweeping over her wrist. "Sister, where is the bracelet that our parents gifted you? Why did I not see you wearing it?" This brief inquiry caused Xie Liuyin's heart to tremble. "Why do you ask about my bracelet?" Xie Liuyin replied with a puzzled look directed at Xie Mingzhu. Countering her question, Xie Mingzhu forced a smile, her tone laced with feigned affection. "It's just that the bracelet our parents gave me was accidentally broken yesterday. So I thought I would check on my sister's bracelet. Sister, do be careful not to be as careless as I was and damage your bracelet." At this point, Xie Mingzhu's tone grew slightly more intense. Xie Liuyin subtly touched the storage pouch at her waist, hinting to Xie Mingzhu that her wooden bracelet was safely tucked inside. "There is no need for you to worry about my belongings. You should take care of yourself and refrain from breaking anything further." With that reminder, Xie Liuyin strode directly into the front hall. These subtle actions did not escape the keen eyes of Xie Mingzhu. Yesterday, her bracelet had been unexpectedly damaged, instilling a sense of unease within her, and she suspected that something had gone awry with Xie Liuyin. Naturally, she began to fret over the wooden bracelet that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, today, Xie Mingzhu deliberately attempted to probe the situation, but judging by Xie Liuyin's recent demeanor, the wooden bracelet appeared to be intact, and she likely remained unaware of its secret. She would devise a plan to reclaim that wooden bracelet once they arrived at the Qingxiao sect. This exchange between the sisters did not go unnoticed by the Xie couple. Xie mother had never held a fondness for her eldest daughter, and witnessing Xie Liuyin's attitude towards her younger sister only deepened her dissatisfaction. However, with the two immortal beings from the Qingxiao sect present, she refrained from expressing her ire openly and chose to suppress her anger for the time being. Taking pity on her younger daughter, Xie mother gently patted Xie Mingzhu's hand before introducing the two young cultivators. The two immortals exchanged glances. Initially believing Xie mother's words to be mere pleasantries, they responded casually without giving it much thought. Yet, Xie Liuyin comprehended well that this was a warning from her mother to refrain from speaking carelessly in front of the Qingxiao sect's members. She cast a cold glance at the couple, her heart filled only with derision. As the individuals had already arrived, the two cultivators naturally took the sisters back to their sect to report. Mr. and Mrs. Xie were reluctant to part with their youngest daughter, showering her with numerous instructions and promising to send spirit stones each month, urging Xie Mingzhu to take good care of herself. When it came to Xie Liuyin, however, her father merely uttered coldly, "If you still possess a shred of conscience, do take better care of your sister. Do not forget. Her frail health is a consequence of your actions." Xie Liuyin had heard this admonition countless times. In her previous life, she might have felt a pang of guilt. But now all that remained was annoyance. She impatiently retorted, "If you wish to retain your position of authority, refrain from delivering such drivel to me in the future. I have no desire to listen." Her father was instantly consumed by anger. Were it not for the two disciples of Qingxiao sect standing nearby, he might have acted against his ungrateful eldest daughter. But seeing that she was not merely attempting to intimidate him, he felt an unfamiliar tension rising within himself. He fell silent, yet Mrs. Xie could not restrain herself and interjected, "How can you speak to your father in such a manner? You have utterly disappointed me. Leave now. Do not return even on your days off." Xie Liuyin, uninterested in further discourse with her biased parents, turned and followed the two young cultivators out of the Xie residence. She had long understood that no matter how well she performed, she would never satisfy this couple. Fortunately, she had learned to temper her expectations of her parents. From now on, she would live solely for herself. A small, boat-shaped flying artifact awaited her at the entrance of the Xie family home. And as soon as she stepped outside, she noticed a young man adorned with a jade crown waving at her. "Sister Liuyin, please come up quickly. We are about to return to the sect." Following his suggestion, Xie Liuyin boarded the small boat, and the young man adorned with a jade crown smiled at her. "I am Song Ming, and this is Lin Qi. You may address us as Brother Song and Brother Lin." Hearing this introduction reminiscent of her previous life, Xie Liuyin nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. Both brothers were disciples of the inner sect, but had yet to be accepted under the elder's tutelage. In her past life, they were among the few who did not harbor animosity towards her due to Xie Mingzhu. Xie Liuyin had never understood why, as it seemed that overnight, she had become the most unpopular person in the entire Qingxiao sect. The elder sisters who had shared laughter with her just the day before turned cold and accusatory, claiming she bullied Xie Mingzhu and championing her cause. During the period of her most severe ostracism, only Song Ming and Lin Ji remained untouched by the rumors, quietly offering her solace. This kindness had lingered in Xie Liuyin's heart until now. Brother Song, let us set forth quickly. I can hardly wait to see what the Qingxiao sect is like. Xie Mingzhu interjected, urging them onward. The two brothers ceased their chatter and propelled the small boat into the air, heading towards the nearby mountain range. Sister, I am truly delighted that we will be cultivating together in the Qingxiao sect. We must support each other and look out for one another, Xie Mingzhu said as she stepped closer, attempting to grasp Xie Liuyin's hand. However, Xie Liuyin evaded her touch, choosing not to comment further in the presence of Song Ming and Lin Ji. As the small boat soared steadily through the air, the more vivacious Song Ming took the initiative to share information regarding the Qingxiao sect with Xie Liuyin and the others. The Qingxiao sect boasts 100 peaks, where any cultivator who reaches the golden core stage may establish their own peak and reside independently. Within the sect, there are a total of 12 main peaks. Apart from the Qixao peak, where the sect leader resides, and the fledgling peak reserved for new disciples, the remaining 10 are allocated to the elders. Additionally, there are 2 miscellaneous peaks. One oversees the disciplinary actions of the disciples, while the other manages internal affairs. Henceforth, your monthly allowances will be administered by the internal affairs peak. The Qingxiao sect recruits new disciples once every decade, and you are fortunate to coincide with this recruitment, enabling you to cultivate alongside the newly arrived cohort of disciples. Even though Xie Liuyin was already well aware of this information, she listened intently. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu observed her sister's demeanor, her eyes flickering slightly. Yesterday, she had witnessed Xie Liuyin's sudden outburst, even threatening their parents, leading her to momentarily believe that her dear sister had indeed been reborn. However, having noted her attitude towards the wooden bracelet and now observing her unfamiliarity with Song Ming and the Qingxiao sect, Xie Mingzhu began to doubt her initial assumptions. She silently resolved to pay closer attention to Xie Liuyin once they successfully became disciples of the Qingxiao sect. First, she would reclaim the bracelet, and then seek to discern whether her sister had truly returned. Should she discover that this person had also been granted the opportunity of rebirth, a cold glimmer crossed Xie Mingzhu's eyes, a hint of danger lurking beneath. Chapter 4. The examination of entry into the sect. The small vessel traversed the clouds for a considerable duration, revealing a world transformed into an entirely new visage. Hundreds of mountains, both grand and diminutive, lay concealed within the mist, yet 12 towering peaks stood resolutely amidst them, resembling ink blots on a canvas of white silk. Not far off, a majestic mountain gate radiated a golden luminescence, and beyond this awe-inspiring entrance lay a vast translucent dome, enveloping the entirety of the Qingxiao sect. This was the protective array of the sect. Observing this, Song Ming cast a jade tablet towards the array, causing it to yield a small aperture, allowing the vessel to glide through. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy, intensified manifold, assailed them, accompanied by the distant, ethereal call of a crane. As they passed through the protective array and the towering mountain gate, the small boat soared towards the main peak of Qingxiao sect, ultimately landing before an interminably long stone staircase. The sisters, Xie Liuyin, disembarked with a sense of awareness, as Song Ming on the boat began to elucidate, esteemed junior sisters. The path of heartfelt inquiry is a trial that every disciple of Qingxiao sect must undergo. There are no exceptions. Today, we can only accompany you to this point. The path of heartfelt inquiry, colloquially referred to by the disciples of Qingxiao sect as the path of trials, was a long staircase established by a former master of formations to temper the resolve of the sect's disciples. It is customary for every disciple of Qingxiao sect to traverse this path upon entry, to walk it again upon erring, and ideally, to undertake it once more when nearing advancement. According to the customs of Qingxiao sect, a newly initiated disciple is deemed qualified upon successfully ascending 1,000 stairs along the path of heartfelt inquiry. Although Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu, the sisters, enjoyed the favor of their ancestral lineage, which granted them 2 coveted spots as inner disciples, they understood that to fully secure these positions, they must traverse the path of reflection. In her previous life, Xie Liuyin had also undergone this trial. However, at that time, she had been deceived by the words of the Xie family couple, genuinely believing that Xie Mingzhu's frail constitution was her own fault, which led her to carry her sister up nearly 1,000 steps. Just as they were on the brink of passing the assessment, Xie Mingzhu struggled to leap off her back, declaring her intent to rely solely on her own abilities to complete the challenge. She resolutely ascended another 1,000 steps and emerged as a standout among the new disciples. Conversely, Xie Liuyin, having expended too much energy in the earlier stages, nearly failed the assessment altogether. In her desperation, Xie Liuyin had implored Xie Mingzhu for a spirit fruit, believing that it would at least restore some of her stamina. Yet, Xie Mingzhu firmly declined her request, admonishing her not to seek shortcuts. This remark about shortcuts displeased the elder, secretly observing them from behind the water mirror, which ultimately led to Xie Liuyin being wronged by Yi Chaoyun, leaving no one to believe she was a diligent and obedient disciple. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, but reality had only elapsed in an instant. Song Ming clarified the sect's rules and did not forget to reassure the two junior sisters, do not fear. Expend all your strength to ascend the long staircase. If danger arises, the formation will safeguard you. Xie Liuyin gratefully nodded, while Xie Mingzhu beside her sweetly smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Song, for your guidance. My sister and I will certainly strive earnestly. With that, Song Ming and the small boat swiftly ascended into the clouds, disappearing from sight. Having departed from the Song Ming era, Xie Liuyin chose not to engage further with Xie Mingzhu and ascended the stone steps in silence. Noticing that Xie Liuyin did not, as in her previous life, proactively offer assistance, Xie Mingzhu's eyes clouded with uncertainty. Tentatively, she ventured, Sister, given my frail constitution, do you think I might fail to pass the sect's examination? Xie Liuyin feigned ignorance of her ambiguous words and replied earnestly, Not at all. Did not the elder brother just say that the path of the heart is safeguarded by formations? You need only to continue your ascent. Xie Mingzhu narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering, what if I truly do not pass the examination and am sent back home? Would not our parents be heartbroken? I truly envy you, sister. If only my health were as robust as yours, I would not have to worry about being hindered by this trial. Suddenly, Xie Liuyin halted her steps and regarded Xie Mingzhu with calm resolve. Are you insinuating that I should assist you in deceit? Of course not. Sister, how could you misinterpret my intentions so? Then that as well. As Xie Mingzhu's eyes began to glisten with tears, Xie Liuyin swiftly interrupted her. For this was an entrance examination that ought to be completed independently. Moreover, did not our parents provide you with ample spirit fruits? I have faith that with those, you will be able to ascend 1,000 steps without difficulty. With that, she chose to disregard Xie Mingzhu further. 2 steps behind, Xie Mingzhu gazed at the figure ahead, momentarily uncertain whether that person had also been reborn as she had. After all, she was acutely aware of the misfortune Xie Liuyin had suffered due to her own actions in their past life. If she were to endure such treatment, the first thing upon her rebirth would be to eliminate those who had conspired against her. However, aside from the sudden emotional outburst she experienced yesterday when she demanded a storage pouch from her parents, Xie Liuyin exhibited no other signs of peculiarity. Could it be that this was merely a consequence of her change in master? Xie Mingzhu found herself perplexed. Realizing that she could not rely on this foolish sister for assistance as she had in her previous life, she extracted a spirit fruit and took a few bites, quickening her pace to catch up. Although she could not count on Xie Liuyin's help this time, Xie Mingzhu felt no trepidation. In this life, she had prepared well in advance, having her parents stockpile an abundance of spirit fruits for her. Xie Mingzhu was confident that even without Xie Liuyin, she could still excel in the assessment, perhaps even surpassing her previous accomplishments. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin was destined to merely gaze at her retreating figure, desperately chasing after her. After consuming a spirit fruit, Xie Mingzhu felt invigorated, swiftly surpassing the sluggish Xie Liuyin. As she passed by her sister, Xie Mingzhu offered a subtle smile and waved the high-quality spirit fruit in her hand. Sister, you were right. One must rely on oneself to succeed in the assessment. I shall proceed ahead. Take your time. Within mere moments, the distance between Xie Mingzhu and Xie Liuyin widened significantly. As the gap threatened to expand further, Xie Liuyin remained entirely unfazed, unperturbed by anxiety or fear. Let me see just how far you can climb without my assistance, and I shall observe for myself how high I can ascend, free from your encumbrance. The entanglement between the two sisters did not go unnoticed by several elders within the main hall of the peak. Within the grand projection cast by the crystalline stone, 2 figures, one clad in pink and the other in azure, moved along the long staircase with a pace reminiscent of snails. I have a fondness for this younger sister. Although she is naturally frail, she embodies an unwavering spirit, her temperament gentle and amiable, truly to my taste. An elder with a long white beard could not help but express his admiration, stroking his snowy whiskers. Indeed, in comparison, the older sister appeared rather mundane. She struggled even with the first 100 steps, and it seemed unlikely that, even if she passed the assessment, she would progress far beyond that. The sect leader, Kunshan, seated among the elders, inquired of his disciple below, Chaoyun, what is your perspective? The young true monarch named Chaoyun's expression remained aloof. Yet his gaze softened slightly upon observing the ascending pink figure. Naturally, I support my own disciple. The bias in his words was unmistakable. Who did not know that Yuchaoyan's disciple was none other than Xie Mingzhu? Upon hearing this, the first elder to speak chuckled. It seems that among these sister blossoms, everyone favors the younger sister, Mingzhu. Not necessarily. A voice, slightly hoarse, interjected, prompting the crowd to glance upward. They beheld a young man reclining languidly in a chair, his posture unruly. With sleepy eyes, he yawned and remarked, I find that the older sister is far more intriguing. This youth, with ink-black hair cascading carelessly over his shoulders, donned a flowing white robe imbued with an ethereal aura, yet it hung loosely, lending him an air of irreverence. Among the assembly of solemn leaders and elders, he was the sole individual audacious enough to bring a recliner into the grand hall of the main peak. Had it been anyone else daring to exhibit such a lack of decorum before the leader, they would undoubtedly have been swiftly expelled from the hall and condemned to a period of penance on the path of self-reflection. Yet, in this moment, none possessed the courage to voice their reproach, for the young man before them was none other than the sole surviving disciple of the esteemed elder who had ascended, a figure whom even the leader referred to as Little Uncle Master. The elder who had previously been slighted curled his lip in displeasure, yet dared not reveal his discontent. Was Little Uncle Master intending to bolster his disciple's reputation? Just as Xie Mingzhu was the disciple of Yuchaoyan, Xie Liuyin was the disciple that the sect intended to bestow upon this indolent Little Uncle Master. What? Do you not believe my words? Little Uncle Master, noticing the dissatisfaction in the other's countenance, inquired intentionally. The sixth elder, Qin Tian, hastily replied, What do you mean by that, Little Uncle Master? How could I, as a disciple, dare to think otherwise? I observe that you all have great confidence in that Xie Mingzhu. Conversely, I believe that Xie Liuyin may surpass her in the long run. How about we make a wager? Xianyue disregarded Qin Tian's perfunctory apology and instead proposed this challenge. The elders exchanged glances, and Qin Tian instinctively turned to look at the leader, Kunshan. Upon seeing Kunshan nod in approval, Qin Tian felt reassured. How does Little Uncle Master wish to wager? Xianyue stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us do this. We shall wager on which of the sisters can ascend more steps before being expelled by the formation. The loser must surrender half a year's salary to the victor. Are you willing to take this bet? Half a year's salary? The monthly remuneration for the elders differs significantly from that of ordinary disciples. After 6 months, it amounts to a considerable sum. Qin Tian and the others felt a surge of anxiety, hesitant to accept the proposition too readily. What if Xie Mingzhu, despite her current impressive momentum, proved to be lacking in the long run? Their confidence in Xie Mingzhu wavered, yet Yuchaoyan was of a different disposition. Before the elders could voice their opinions, he boldly accepted the wager. Since my esteemed senior uncle has taken an interest, why not engage in a game of chance? With his crescent moon-like peach blossom eyes fixed upon Yuchaoyan's aloof expression, he smiled and nodded. Very well, as long as you are unafraid of defeat. Yuchaoyan pursed his lips, his demeanor modest, yet his words bore an unmistakable arrogance. You need not worry, esteemed senior uncle. My disciple shall undoubtedly prevail. As if to validate Yuchaoyan's assertion, the spiritual fruits in Xie Mingzhu's storage pouch vanished one by one, while her ascent up the steps continued to escalate. Initially, only a mere 10 or so steps separated her from Xie Liuyin, but soon that gap transformed into dozens, then hundreds. As Xie Mingzhu approached the final 200 steps of the 1,000-step trial, Xie Liuyin struggled laboriously at the 500-step mark, each movement appearing to be a monumental challenge. Witnessing this scene, the elders who had previously hesitated to partake in the wager began to reconsider. Qin Tian spoke up, Little Master Uncle, is it still possible for us to join in on the wager you mentioned? The smile gracing the lips of Xie Mingzhu remained gentle. Of course. Who do you wish to place your bets on? Our esteemed junior master possesses a discerning eye that we cannot rival. I merely wish to lend some support to our junior disciple, Xianyue, so let us place our bets on his apprentice instead. Qin Tian spoke on behalf of the 3 elders who wished to partake in the wager. Xianyue replied, Very well, it is settled then. You shall wager on Xie Mingzhu, and I shall bet on Xie Liuyin. Xiao Gufan, be swift in recording this matter. We must ensure that no one can deny the outcome later. The elder known as Xiao Gufan, with hair and beard as white as snow, bore the title without offense, merely sighing in resignation as he proceeded to document the agreement. Qin Tian and the others paid little heed, for they had already discerned the victor and vanquished from the current projection. Should Xie Liuyin only lag behind by a few tiers, there might still be a chance for her to catch up. However, with a deficit of several hundred tiers, surpassing Xie Mingzhu was utterly implausible. The elders had effectively condemned Xie Liuyin, yet she remained blissfully unaware of her grim fate. She focused intently on regulating her breath, each step carefully placed upon the azure stone steps beneath her. After traversing several hundred steps, she could distinctly feel a sudden heaviness in her body. Her once light footfalls now burdened. Logically, Xie Mingzhu, who had been frail since childhood, should not be able to outpace her so significantly, even with the nourishment of spiritual fruits. Yet, Xie Liuyin understood that Xie Mingzhu, perceived as delicate and pitiful, had benefited from the considerable resources extracted by the Xie couple from Qingxiao sect over the years, all converted into medicinal pills and spiritual sustenance for their youngest daughter. In contrast, Xie Liuyin had grown up without the luxury of fine delicacies, often subjected to the harsh scrutiny of Madame Xie, who would penalize her for trivial matters by forbidding her from meals. Thus, while Xie Liuyin may appear healthier than Xie Mingzhu, the true strength within remains uncertain. Having swiftly traversed the 1,000 stone steps, Xie Mingzhu initially felt a surge of joy upon reaching the 1,000th step. However, this was swiftly overshadowed by the overwhelming weight that burdened her once more. Biting her lip, she realized that her supply of spirit fruits from her storage pouch was nearly exhausted. Without Xie Liuyin's assistance, she had already expended a significant portion of her energy to complete the assessment, making it improbable for her to achieve the remarkable feat of 2,000 steps as in her previous life. Yet, Xie Mingzhu was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. She had meticulously prepared for this assessment, determined to surpass her past self and capture greater attention. Leaving with merely 1,000 steps would not satisfy her aspirations. Glancing at the last 5 spirit fruits in her storage pouch, she resolved to push herself further. Consequently, Xie Mingzhu retrieved another spirit fruit, took a gentle bite, and gradually moved onward. Upon reaching the 1,100th step, she began to gasp for breath. As she entered the 1,300th step, beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Crossing the 1,500th step, her feet felt nearly numb. Her ordinary garments were drenched in perspiration, and by the time she stepped into the 1,800th step, she felt as though she might topple over. Observing from beyond the projection, several elders praised Xie Mingzhu's perseverance and congratulated Xianyue, commenting on his good fortune in acquiring such a promising disciple. Qin Tian, unabashed, addressed Xianyue, saying, "Little master uncle, it might still be time for you to concede." To which she retorted, "Concede? Clearly, you are the ones who celebrate too soon." The smile lingering at the corners of Xianyue's lips remained unchanged, even as she shifted to a more comfortable position to continue watching the grand projection. Qin Tian secretly chuckled at Xianyue's stubbornness, convinced that she had secured the monthly stipend for the next 6 months. Just then, Xie Mingzhu, who had painstakingly climbed to the 1900th step, finally succumbed and was directly transported out by the formation. The elders in the hall did not feel regret upon witnessing this. Rather, they thought to themselves that for such a young girl, clearly in poor health, achieving such a result was commendable. As they pondered whether to bring her into the main hall for an assessment of her spiritual route, someone suddenly pointed at the projection and exclaimed, "Look, when did that young lady climb up here?" Qin Tian and the others immediately looked up, only to see that Xie Liuyin, whom they had scarcely noticed, had quietly ascended to the 1,700th step. How did she get up here?" Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had seen incorrectly. Chapter 6, Epiphany. No matter how hard Qin Tian tried to accept the reality, the young girl in the projection had indeed climbed to the 1,700th step. At this moment, she showed no sign of stopping, gritting her teeth as she continued her ascent. The same Qin Tian who had previously mocked Xianyue for her poor judgment now felt a flutter of anxiety within her. As the results of the two sisters were so closely matched, what if Xie Liuyin truly surpassed Xie Mingzhu? I knew it. She would definitely win. Unbeknownst to Xianyue, who remained oblivious to her niece's calculations, a satisfied smile crept onto her face as she observed the indomitable spirit of the young girl in the projection. Hearing this, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming discomfort. "Little master uncle, do not rejoice too early. Xie Liuyin appears to be at the end of her tether. She still has a daunting 200 stone steps to ascend compared to Xie Mingzhu." Meanwhile, the smile on Xianyue's face remained undiminished. "No worries, we shall observe patiently." Qin Tian ground his molars in response, his gaze towards the projection of Xie Liuyin growing increasingly unfriendly. The elder's wager had no bearing on Xie Liuyin. She wiped the sweat from her brow and, disregarding the towering steps that vanished into the clouds above, focused intently on her ascent. She had not counted the steps she had climbed, but she was certain she had passed the entrance examination. Now, Xie Liuyin sought only to challenge herself upon these steps, to discern her limits. Time slipped away as she climbed, and she fell into a state of complete immersion. It was as if the entire world beyond herself and the stone steps beneath her had ceased to exist. The only sounds she perceived were her own labored breaths and the quickening rhythm of her heartbeat. Finally, as Xie Liuyin ascended another step, she felt a sudden lightness envelop her, as though a barrier that had constrained her for years had been shattered. A surge of spiritual energy rushed into her being, bringing her immense comfort. Is this enlightenment? In the grand hall, one elder gasped in astonishment. The expressions of the others present mirrored his surprise. For the once underestimated young girl had silently ascended 1,900 steps, and, upon reaching the 2,000th step, experienced a moment of profound realization. The elders could only witness the golden aura that had quietly enveloped Xie Liuyin, as if it had finally found its sanctuary, surging fervently into her being. This young girl, who had yet to formally embark on her journey, astonishingly drew energy into her body under such circumstances. Indeed, it was a moment of enlightenment. The sect leader of Kunshan could not help but nod and smile, recognizing the exceptional talent that flowed through the Xie family bloodline. This pair of sisters exhibited remarkable abilities. With proper guidance, it seemed that our Qingxiao sect would soon gain two outstanding disciples. Upon hearing the sect leader's remarks, the elders promptly offered their congratulations, praising the Xie sisters in the process. However, despite the smiles adorning their faces, those elders who had previously wagered against Xianyue now found themselves steeped in regret. Particularly, Qin Tian, who was quite vain and had always looked down upon the laid-back and unruly Xianyue, now faced the humiliation of having lost the bet. Not only had he lost to her, but he was also obliged to pay her half a year's salary. Qin Tian seethed inwardly. Yet outwardly he wore a mask of feigned respect, just as he pretended to be obedient before Xianyue. He secretly gathered a strand of spiritual power and directed it toward the image of Xie Liuyin. Consequently, just as she should have been immersed in her moment of enlightenment and continued her ascent, Xie Liuyin suddenly stumbled, as if tripped by an unseen force, and fell heavily onto the stone steps. Had it not been for the recent infusion of energy that helped her regain much of her strength, Xie Liuyin's swift reflexes in grasping the stone steps would likely have resulted in a tumble down the lengthy staircase. This harrowing episode drenched her in cold sweat and stripped her of the profound epiphany she had earlier experienced. She bit her lip. Though a sense of regret lingered in her heart, she felt no sorrow. Today, her gains upon the staircase were already considerable, especially when one considers that in her past life, Xie Liuyin had taken 3 days to achieve the same infusion of energy. Gradually, she rose and moved her limbs, ensuring that no injury had befallen her before continuing her ascent. Yet, Xie Liuyin could not discern the reason for her present misfortune. Meanwhile, the moon-embracing figure in the main hall narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Tian. Although her countenance still bore a smile, the mirth did not reach her eyes. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, who lamented the missed opportunity of seeing Xie Liuyin tumble down the stairs, the thought crossed his mind that it would be splendid if the young girl could roll all the way down the 1,900 steps. However, the more he wished to avoid witnessing Xie Liuyin's triumph, the greater the number of steps the girl in the projection ascended. By the time she reached the summit, all her strength was exhausted, leaving her to crawl painfully inch by inch upon the staircase, even as her legs and hands were marked with blood. And her appearance was utterly disheveled. Xie Liuyin showed no intention of pausing. Upon witnessing this, the elders no longer harbored their initial disdain for the young girl. Even those among them, aside from Qin Tian, who had suffered a reduction in their monthly stipend due to Xie Liuyin's loss, could not help but exclaim, if this child can grow up smoothly, her future achievements will undoubtedly rival those of Chao Yun. Hearing this remark, Yi Chaoyun's fingers twitched slightly, and his cold gaze fell upon Xie Liuyin's eyes, which sparkled with vibrant life, only to be suddenly pierced by an inexplicable discomfort. Furrowing his brows, he found himself inexplicably disliking the child. As for Xie Liuyin, she remained unaware of how many steps she had climbed. All she felt was the intense ache in her hands and legs, as if they had been filled with lead. Ultimately, when she could no longer muster any strength, she collapsed in exhaustion upon the long staircase. In that fleeting moment as the girl closed her eyes, the formation automatically transported her away from the stairs. Once her figure vanished from the projection, the hall erupted once more into a fervent cheer. Splendid. 6,000 steps, an entire 6,000. The esteemed elder, who once astounded the entire realm of cultivation by achieving the feat of ascension after a millennium, had only ascended 5,000 steps in his time. This girl's future is boundless. Amidst the chorus of praise, a few rather jarring comments surfaced, but do not rejoice too soon. Xie Liuyin has merely begun to draw energy into her body, and what her future holds remains uncertain. It is worth noting that the cultivation world is rife with fallen prodigies. The words fell upon the heated atmosphere like a splash of cold water, instantly altering the mood within the hall. Meeting the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Qin Tian stubbornly retorted, "What's the matter? I haven't team has spoken. Whether I can cultivate a genius disciple is my concern. It seems my esteemed cousin is overly meddlesome." Amidst the palpable silence, Xianyue slowly began to speak. Chapter 7. A lesson for him. With Xianyue's words, no matter how much discontent Qin Tian harbored, he could only comply and fall silent. As the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly awkward, the leader of Kunshan's sect remarked, The Xie sisters have successfully passed their entry examination. From today onward, they shall be disciples of our Qishao sect. Junior uncle, Xie Liuyin bears injuries and appears quite fatigued from this ordeal. Might you consider visiting your future disciple first? In an effort to prevent further discord between Xianyue and Qin Tian, the Kunshin sect leader proactively suggested. Xianyue discerned the underlying intent for peace in his words and let out a discontented huff, yet still chose to honor the leader's request, turning to gather his reclining chair and departing from the grand hall. However, before his exit, a trace of spiritual energy quietly descended upon Qin Tian, unnoticed by all except Xianyue himself. After Xianyue's departure, many within the hall exhaled in relief. The young uncle was known for his indolent yet domineering nature, often unyielding in the face of reason. Had he chosen to confront Qin Tian, it would have surely resulted in a tumultuous day for all present. Yet, it was indeed unreasonable to place the blame solely on the young uncle. For anyone's heart would be unsettled upon hearing their newly admitted disciple labeled as a genius on the verge of decline. In response, Elder Wu Xiao could not help but complain. Sixth, you would do well to keep your mouth in check. His intentions were noble, aimed at the benefit of the young master's disciple. Since the latter had rejected his goodwill, he resolved to remain silent henceforth. Qin Tian let out a cold snort, flicked his sleeve, and strode purposefully toward the hall's exit. However, just as he stepped outside, he felt his foot slip before he could react. He tumbled down the long steps, rolling all the way to the bottom, where his head struck the stone pavement with a resounding thud. The onlookers within the hall were taken aback, rushing to assist him. As a Yuaning practitioner, Qin Tian was unscathed, yet he felt utterly humiliated. By the time a few familiar elders helped him to his feet, his expression was as dark as a stormy sea. He was acutely aware that this embarrassment was orchestrated by Xianyue, who likely surmised that his earlier incident involving Xie Liuyin's sudden fall was his doing. Although he refrained from voicing his grievances, knowing that he was indeed at fault, he could not swallow his pride so easily, holding back his ire. He resolved to place the blame on Xie Liuyin, for she was but a soft target and a disciple of Xianyue. Grinding his teeth, Qin Tian silently plotted how to teach this newly initiated disciple a lesson. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, having disengaged from the heart-seeking array, remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that her petty master had inadvertently offended a shameless scoundrel who was now intent on venting his frustrations upon her. At this moment, Xie Liuyin was settled in the disciples' quarters on the main peak, a designated space for new disciples who had successfully passed their assessments to recuperate. The room was inscribed with a restorative array, allowing even the most grievous injuries to mend after a brief period of repose. Xie Mingzhu, who had entered the room slightly earlier to rest, had already been taken away by a disciple dispatched from Yichaoan Peak. When Xie Liuyin regained consciousness, she found herself alone in the room. As she instinctively attempted to move, pain coursed through her limbs and body, particularly in her battered hands and knees, prompting her to stifle a grimace. Fortunately, these were merely superficial wounds, most of which had already healed significantly, rendering them less alarming than at first glance. Beside the bed lay a clean garment, and upon inspecting its colors, Xie Liuyin recognized it as the disciples' attire of the Qingxiao sect. The Qingxiao sect, with its millennia-long legacy, boasted over 10 spirit stone mines, thus providing its disciples with exceptional treatment. Even the most ordinary garments were crafted with enchantments. Although she was unaware of who had provided the clothing, upon seeing her own tattered attire, Xie Liuyin promptly changed into the fresh outfit. Just as she finished dressing, a knock resonated from outside. Assuming it was her senior brother Song Ming and the others come to find her, she hastily tidied her hair and rushed to the door. To her surprise, however, it was not Song Ming awaiting her, but rather a peculiar wooden puppet. It was unclear what sort of whimsical imagination had inspired its creator, as the puppet bore a doll-like visage with rosy cheeks, resembling a traditional New Year's painting. Adorned in a beautiful pale yellow dress, the puppet's facial expressions were startlingly animated. As soon as the other party locked eyes with Xie Liuyin, they greeted her with a gentle smile, which piqued her curiosity even further. The young master has finally awakened. My master has sent me to deliver medicine to you. The wooden puppet spoke, its voice remarkably sweet. Xie Liuyin paused in surprise and inquired, "May I ask if the master you refer to is the esteemed Xianyue Shizu?" The puppet, who identified itself as a Lu, squinted its eyes in delight. "The young master is truly astute. You guessed correctly. When a Lu arrived just now, my master mentioned that you might be frightened by me. But I confidently asserted that it would be impossible. How could someone as beautiful as a Lu ever frighten you?" The wooden puppet, a Lu, then proceeded to step into the room, and Xie Liuyin did not stop her, instead choosing to listen with curiosity as she continued to chatter. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself to the young master yet. I am called a Lu, a puppet responsible for miscellaneous tasks at the Daylight Peak. Since I am ranked 6th, I am named a Lu. You may refer to me as such in the future. My master mentioned that you are young and in need of care. which is why I have been assigned to you. From now on, I will be responsible for all your daily needs, clothing, food, shelter, and so forth. Once we return to Daylight Peak, feel free to ask me for anything you may require. Xie Liuyin was aware of Daylight Peak. Its master was indeed Xianyue. Rumors suggested that this grandmaster had a peculiar temperament and preferred to avoid contact with outsiders, leaving Daylight Peak devoid of any other living soul. Initially, when Xie Liuyin learned that he was willing to accept disciples, she felt a mix of surprise and curiosity about what kind of master he would be. However, after Xie Mingzhu became his disciple, Xianyue had not engaged further with the outside world. Xie Mingzhu daily frequented Yu Xiaoyun's residence, and Xie Liuyin's curiosity about this matter quickly waned. Alu, as a puppet, displayed remarkable agility. She first presented Xie Liuyin with a healing elixir, and after ensuring she consumed it, she brought clean water for her to wash her hands. Even the hair that Xie Liuyin had carelessly tied up was meticulously arranged by Alu. When Xie Liuyin finally caught sight of her reflection in the water mirror, adorned with a complex yet beautiful double bun, she couldn't help but feel a surge of fondness for her elusive master. The mere fact that he entrusted Alu with her care already rendered him far more qualified than Yi Xiaoyun. All right, my little master, since you are all tidied up, let us hasten to meet the master, who has been waiting for you for quite some time. Alu pushed open the door, gesturing for Xie Liuyin to proceed. Without hesitation, Xie Liuyin followed Alu out of the room, making her way to the side hall where Xianyue resided. As the grand door swung open, a languid figure draped in loose azure robes reclined in a rocking chair, exuding an indescribable charm and nonchalance. Compared to the practitioners of Qishao Sect, Xie Liuyin inexplicably felt that this man resembled a dashing young noble from the mortal realm. Chapter 8. Does your sister often bully you? The young noble seemed to have heard the commotion of the duo, turning his head to glance in their direction. That gaze made Xie Liuyin feel as though she were being scrutinized by some formidable entity, causing every hair on her body to stand on end and a cold sweat to trickle down her spine. Fortunately, the intimidating aura dissipated almost instantly, and the young man's expression softened. Little Liuyin, is it? Come forth and let your master take a look at you. Xianyue raised her hand in a beckoning gesture, an action that Xie Liuyin could not help but perceive as summoning a dog. She held her breath, feeling a mix of indignation and trepidation at the thought of opposing someone whose status and cultivation far surpassed her own. Satisfied with her obedient disciple, Xianyue seized the young girl's wrist, offering her no time to prepare before probing her with a thread of spiritual energy. Though Xie Liuyin had yet to embark on her true cultivation journey, barely managing to draw qi into her body, she instinctively sensed something amiss. Just as she contemplated struggling, Xianyue released her grip, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Excellent, just as I suspected, you possess a singular golden spiritual root. Taken aback, Xie Liuyin realized that Xianyue had merely been assessing her spiritual root. Yet, wasn't the examination of one's spiritual root typically conducted with a spirit testing stone? Why had Xianyue employed such an unconventional method? Naturally, Xianyue offered no explanation. After confirming her disciple's spiritual root, she guided Xie Liuyin away from the Qishao Peak under the sect leader's jurisdiction, leading them towards the Riyao Peak. The distance between the two peaks was considerable, and understanding her disciple's limitations, Xianyue took her aboard her flying artifact. However, as Xie Liuyin sat upon the artifact, her voice faltering, she inquired, Master, why is your artifact a rocking chair? She found herself perched upon the armrest of a grand rocking chair. Xianyue, unfazed, replied with curiosity, What's wrong? Can a rocking chair not serve as a magical artifact? This was not the issue. Xie Liuyin pursed her lips, gaining a more tangible understanding of her master's eccentricities. The rocking chair artifact soared smoothly across the expanse of the Qishao Sect, drawing the attention of many disciples along the way. Astonishment registered on the faces of those present, as they appeared taken aback by the singularity of one's vision. Even though Xie Liuyin believed that her spirit had become as resolute as adamantine after having faced death once, she still felt a slight flush from the gaze of her peers. Fortunately, the rocking chair artifact was swift, and soon the master and disciple safely alighted upon the summit of the Sun and Moon Peak. The only living souls upon this peak were the two of them. All other tasks, such as cleaning, were entrusted to wooden puppets. Should you find yourself in need of anything, henceforth, consult Alu, who will guide you in familiarizing yourself with the entirety of Sun and Moon Peak. Upon disembarking from the rocking chair, Xie Liuyin followed Xianyue, who elucidated as they made their way to the Soul Palace within the peak. This palace was even more magnificent and opulent than the grand hall of the sect leader that Xie Liuyin had previously observed on Qishao Peak. She could hardly count the number of chambers within at a glance. I detest the presence of outsiders. Should you wish to gather with friends or family, remember to seek a place outside of Sun and Moon Peak. If I discover you have brought outsiders within, you shall be punished by cultivating the spiritual fields on the back mountain, Xianyue stated coldly. Xie Liuyin quickly nodded in acquiescence, having experienced the coldness of Yichaoan. Now, she merely hoped for Xianyue's sanity, harboring no further expectations. Suddenly, Xianyue halted her steps, pointing towards a grand door. I reside there. Select any place you desire. I require 10 hours of sleep daily and am only available during the hour of Shin. If you wish to seek me, choose that time. As she spoke, Xianyue stifled a yawn. For now, I shall impart this much. You may inquire about the other rules with the Lu. Oh, and by the way, your talent is commendable. What cultivation method do you intend to pursue? This statement left Xie Liuyin momentarily speechless. In her previous life, she had no exposure to any martial arts techniques and had relied solely on her own exploration for cultivation. Even the process of condensing the golden core was achieved through sheer accumulation of spiritual energy. Noticing her frown and silence, Xianyue understood her predicament. If you are unfamiliar with these concepts, I suggest you visit the library. Your ancestral master has left behind numerous volumes of martial arts techniques there. Peruse them at your leisure, and should you find something appealing, return to me. With that, Xianyue turned and strode back to his quarters, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wished to relinquish responsibility. Xie Liuyin hurriedly called after him, "But master, am I truly allowed to choose freely? What if I accidentally damage something inside? Moreover, can you teach me any martial arts techniques?" Xianyue chuckled lightly. As though he had heard something amusing, the library is fortified with numerous protective formations. If you were to truly break something, I would commend you for your remarkable skill. His tone then shifted to one of exasperation. As for the techniques, during my youth, out of sheer boredom, I learned all the martial arts in the library. Teaching them to a disciple should pose no challenge. With that remark, Xianyue paid no heed to the tumultuous thoughts brewing within his apprentice and yawned before retreating to his room for a much-needed nap. He had already sacrificed considerable sleep to assess his disciple's aptitude, and if he continued to endure, he would soon reach his limit. The heavy red wooden door closed with a dull thud. Xie Liuyin blinked twice, uncertainly glancing at Alu. Did Master just say he has mastered all the techniques in the library? It seems that way, my lord, Alu replied. In response to her, the gentle and sweet voice of Alu resonated. Her calm demeanor rendered Xie Liuyin somewhat astonished. At this moment, Xie Liuyin couldn't help but ponder. If Xianyue were indeed as formidable as he claimed, what affliction had befallen her past incarnation, Xie Mingzhu? That led her to abandon all for Yichaoan? Could it be that Xianyue harbored some hidden secret? Unable to fathom this, Xie Liuyin chose to accompany Alu on a tour of the Daylight Hall, while also selecting her residence. Meanwhile, on Yunshuang Peak, Xie Mingzhu and Yichaoan enjoyed a harmony far surpassing that of the master and disciple pair. Xie Mingzhu was personally escorted to Yunshuang Peak by Yichaoan, who was already quite fond of this resilient and gentle disciple. The moment he met the young girl's adoring gaze, even the coldest heart would inevitably soften. Towering into the clouds, Yunshuang Peak was perpetually adorned with snow. Fearing that the harsh winds and snow might harm his little disciple, he meticulously crafted a protective spell to shield her. Deeply touched by this gesture, Xie Mingzhu presented Yichaoan with a pouch she had painstakingly crafted as a token of gratitude to her master. My master treats me so well, yet I possess nothing worthy to repay him. This small token is merely a humble expression of my appreciation, she said, her cheeks flushed. Yichaoan accepted it, feeling that this gift surpassed any artifact he had ever received. This gift is wonderful. I cherish it deeply. Really? As long as my master likes it, that's enough. I once made a pouch for my sister, but she didn't particularly care for it and ended up discarding it. Previously, I was concerned that my master might deem the pouch I crafted as unsightly. As she recounted her thoughts, Xie Mingzhu's tone was laden with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Yichaoan could not help but furrow his brow and remarked, "Does your sister often bully you?" Chapter 9. Cultivation Techniques. Master, please do not misunderstand. In a bid to alleviate any potential ire her master might harbor towards her sister, Xie Mingzhu hastily clarified, "It's not that she bullies me much. It's just that due to my frail constitution since childhood, my parents have been overly protective, which has perhaps led to her mild disdain for me." The melancholic expression on Xie Mingzhu's face tightened Yichaoan's features even further, prompting him to voice his discontent. "I noticed that Xie Liuyin seemed to harbor ill intentions towards you during our time on the Asking Heart path. Now that she has become a disciple of the moon-holding ancestor, I can only wonder how she might target you in the future, especially since you possess such a tender heart and still speak on her behalf." Yichaoan had never held a favorable view of Xie Liuyin, who had overshadowed his disciple, and learning that she might be troubling his student only deepened his disdain. Xie Mingzhu, her head bowed and voice pitiful, responded, "It's all right, master. After all, my sister and I have both chosen our own masters, and we likely have many opportunities to meet in the future. Moreover, I have faith that you will protect me. You?" Listening to his disciple's unwavering trust, Yi Chaoan solemnly nodded in affirmation. Achu. Just as Xie Liuyin had selected her room and was being escorted by Alu to her other areas of the palace, she suddenly sneezed. Upon witnessing the scene, Alu hurriedly inquired, "Is the young master unwell? I have healing elixirs here." "It's nothing." Xie Liuyin waved her hand dismissively. "Perhaps someone has been speaking of me." This small interlude did not faze Xie Liuyin in the slightest. Alu, observing her lack of discomfort, chose to trust her words. The Daylight Palace was originally constructed by the esteemed elder, occupying a significant portion of the summit of Daylight Peak. Within the palace, there were not only 300 chambers for habitation, but also dedicated rooms for alchemy, artifact forging, martial training, and dining. At the heart of the palace lay a specially designated area for a medicinal herb garden and a spirit beast enclosure. The herb garden was entrusted to a air and a sand, as it had flourished abundantly, necessitating 3 expansions. Conversely, the spirit beast enclosure fell into neglect after the first batch of spirit beast eggs hatched. Xianyue, discontented with the noise, promptly gifted them to the sect, leading to the garden's decline. To prevent Xie Liuyin from losing her way within the Daylight Palace, the chief steward, Ada, presented her with a living map. This artifact, once imbued with a spirit stone, indicated Xie Liuyin's location. With the aid of this map, she swiftly familiarized herself with several key areas of the palace. The master has instructed that the young master, now at the onset of her cultivation, requires sustenance. Henceforth, a Xie will oversee your meals. You need only to dine in the dining hall each day, Alu casually added. The meals at the dining hall were certainly not of ordinary fare, being prepared from the spirit rice and spirit vegetables cultivated by Air and his companions. Though the spiritual essence contained within was rather scant, it was perfectly suitable for the novice, Xie Liuyin, and could even aid in enhancing her constitution. At this moment, Xie Liuyin began to comprehend why Xianyue preferred to remain asleep atop the sunlight peak rather than engage in social interactions. The wooden automatons were exceedingly considerate, anticipating her needs without her uttering a word. With this thought, Xie Liuyin could not help but inquire again. Why, after all, did Xie Mingzhu choose to forsake being Xianyue's disciple? Having explored the sunlight hall for quite a while, Xie Liuyin finally stumbled upon the library that Xianyue had previously mentioned. She had initially envisioned it as a modest study, sufficient to house a few hundred volumes of techniques. However, upon pushing the door open, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the immense library, towering over 10 meters high and extending across 3 levels. The majority of the collection belonged to the old master, her revered ancestor, with the topmost level displaying the techniques that her master had gathered from various locales in recent years. During the old master's active years in the realm of cultivation, he delighted in forging friendships, often receiving gifts of techniques or insights from others. As Alu spoke, he guided the somewhat dazed Xie Liuyin upwards. The master had a penchant for collecting various techniques, and nearly all the inner sect doctrines from major sects were represented. Anything that piqued the young mistress's interest could be retrieved for her to consult with the master. Alu gestured towards a distant row of towering bookshelves. Xie Liuyin looked up to see a multitude of jade slips, each meticulously labeled with terms such as sword, spear, saber, and halberd. Beside the bookshelf lay an array of elixirs, artifacts, and talismans, which left Xie Liuyin both astounded and somewhat envious. She placed a hand over her heart, feeling a flicker of admiration for Xie Mingzhu for the first time. Had it not been for her insistence on exchanging masters at the last moment, Xie Liuyin would never have access to such exquisite resources for cultivation. However, this fleeting thought was soon cast aside as Xie Liuyin plunged into the ocean of jade slips, resolved to find a suitable cultivation method for herself. In the realm of cultivation, methods are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow tier techniques are the most accessible, and it was what Xie Liuyin had practiced in her previous life. Yet, the heart method designated for inner disciples of the Qinshao sect could barely be classified as yellow tier. The profound and earth tier techniques might be discovered if fortune favored her in the secret realms. However, the heaven tier techniques are exceedingly rare. Based on Xie Liuyin's recollections from 2 lifetimes, she had never heard of anyone practicing a method of that caliber. The collection of Xianyue was undoubtedly impressive, and upon her perusal, Xie Liuyin found that most of the texts were of the profound tier, with several of the earth tier as well. She meticulously examined each volume. Although her current cultivation level permitted her to read only the first page, the wisdom of those who came before her left her in awe. "Have you considered what kind of magical artifacts you might use in the future, my young master?" Alu inquired, noticing Xie Liuyin's relentless searching without finding anything to her liking. Xie Liuyin pondered for a moment. In her past life, she had devoted herself to mastering the sword. For Yi Chaoyan was revered as a genius of the sword path. She believed that if she excelled in swordsmanship, she might earn her master's favor and at least cease to be treated as invisible. although this wish ultimately remained unfulfilled. Xie Liuyin gradually developed a genuine affection for the sword through her daily practice. In this lifetime, she had no intention of changing her course. This time, she would learn the sword for herself. As soon as this thought took root in her heart, it began to flourish. After sharing her plans with Lu, the wooden puppet led Xie Liuyin directly to the wooden rack displaying the sword techniques. The rack was composed of 4 tiers, and Xie Liuyin quickly spotted several jade slips marked with the words Earth Level. She examined each one meticulously, yet none resonated with her. It is said that when a practitioner encounters a martial art truly suited to them, they will experience an inexplicable sensation. As of now, Xie Liuyin had not felt such a connection. After surveying the selection, she ultimately reached for a volume titled Flowing Cloud Sword Technique to try practicing. However, just as she retrieved the jade slip, an old, dusty booklet unexpectedly fell from the shelf. Instinctively, Xie Liuyin bent down to pick it up, only to be taken aback upon reading the title on the cover, Heartless Sword Art. Chapter 10, The So-Called Path of Heartlessness, Heartless Sword Art? The name was quite trite. After enduring a long night, Xie Liuyin rushed to her master the next day at the hour of shun, clutching the martial art she had stumbled upon. To her surprise, as soon as Xianyue laid eyes on the title, he could not help but scoff. Xie Liuyin was displeased, although she too felt the name lacked grandeur. It was this particular volume that captivated her amidst the myriad of techniques available. At that moment, when she picked up the fallen manual from the ground, it felt as though she had been struck by an unseen force, and a thought immediately surged into her mind. This was it. Although Xie Liuyin could not discern the rank of this technique, she sensed that this sword technique was perfectly suited for her and chose it without a second thought. Subsequently, Lu explained that such texts, lacking explicit rank annotations, were ancient tomes collected during the era of the Grand Elders. These time-honored techniques were notoriously difficult to master. So Lu suggested that Xie Liuyin refrain from aimless exploration and instead seek guidance from Xianyue for a safer learning experience. Xie Liuyin concurred. And as soon as her esteemed master awoke, she hurried over to seek his counsel. Your discernment is commendable. You have unearthed the only celestial-grade technique in the entire library, Xianyue remarked while reclining in his rocking chair, casually leafing through the sword manual. His nonchalant words nearly caused Xie Liuyin's jaw to drop. Master, is this truly a celestial-grade technique? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xianyue scoffed lightly. Do you think I would deceive you? However, I must caution you that this technique is exceedingly challenging to learn. Since its inception, I have yet to witness a swordsman successfully mastering this sword technique. He gazed at the young woman, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you understand that the term heartless in the title of this technique refers to the path of detachment? Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow. Must one first embrace the path of detachment in order to master this sword technique? If I enter the path of detachment, will I become cold and unfeeling, no longer bound by emotions? As she spoke, a flicker of eagerness ignited within her. If she could sever her emotions and dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the path of cultivation, it would not necessarily be a misfortune for her. However, Xianyue let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, unceremoniously rolling up the sword manual and striking it firmly against Xie Liuyin's head. Where did you hear such nonsense? Surely, you have not read too many tales of killing one's wife to attain enlightenment. A legitimate path of Tao has, in your words, become something sinister. He rolled his eyes without regard for his image. His treatment of his soul disciple was indeed lacking in moderation, and though Xie Liuyin rubbed her head, she dared not retaliate. In her previous life, she had indeed heard of cultivators who, in pursuit of the emotionless path, had slain their beloved on their wedding night. It was said that the cultivator's prowess had immediately ascended by a minor realm, filling him with delight, proclaiming that his partner had not died in vain. Regrettably, the tale ended there, and no one knew the fate of that cultivator. At that time, Xie Liuyin had felt a tinge of regret, wishing she had known the name of that cultivator. Otherwise, she would have ensured he learned a valuable lesson upon their meeting. Unbeknownst to Xianyue, in the brief span of a conversation, his impudent disciple had conjured such myriad thoughts. Seeing the young girl bowing her head in silence, he mistakenly believed that Xie Liuyin recognized her error, and thus, he spoke with renewed enthusiasm. The so-called emotionless path does not entail the complete obliteration of emotional ties. Rather, it is precisely because of love that one can cultivate the emotionless path. The emotionless path is the renunciation of trivial affections, embracing a profound love for all beings without bias. When you can truly treat all creatures with equality, you will have comprehended the essence of the emotionless path. To harbor no personal feelings is to avoid partiality. Lacking favoritism towards any existence is akin to being devoid of emotion. Xianyue spoke with a hint of melancholy, as if reminiscing about a long-lost acquaintance, instilling in Xie Liuyin an inexplicable heaviness. Achieving this was exceedingly difficult, which elucidated the challenges associated with cultivating the emotionless path. Xianyue continued to explain that the rumored detachment and the so-called emotionless path, which involved slaying one's spouse to attain enlightenment, were merely a descent into the demonic path. While it might initially facilitate rapid advancement in cultivation, it ultimately gave rise to inner demons, yielding no favorable outcomes. Upon concluding, Xianyue returned the tome of techniques to Xie Liuyin. If you truly wish to practice the emotionless sword technique, refrain from pondering the emotionless path for now. Instead, go to Sunrise Cliff and wield your sword 10,000 times each day. Only after mastering the foundational sword techniques of Qin Shao Sect should you contemplate this sword technique. He gestured to indicate his desire for rest. Understanding his cue, Xie Liuyin gracefully exited Xianyue's chamber and requested a Lu to assist her in procuring a wooden sword, obediently heading to Sunrise Cliff to practice her swordsmanship. Once Xie Liuyin had distanced herself, Xianyue, who was meant to continue his slumber, suddenly opened his eyes and cast a glance in the direction of his little disciple's lingering aura. What a discerning choice, he mused. Not only did she select the most challenging technique to cultivate, but it is also a fragmented scroll. With a resigned shake of his head, Xianyue recalled that he had already perused all the texts in the library, including this legendary celestial-level technique. He had once contemplated learning it, only to discover it was a partial scroll, leaving one unable to progress once the initial portion was mastered. He raised his hand to pat his forehead, sighing softly. Well, after all, she is my disciple. I shall find a way to help her complete this technique. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Liuyin had been fervently practicing her swordplay atop the Sunrise Cliff for several hours. By the time she finally managed to execute the movements correctly after countless attempts, her right arm felt utterly foreign to her. Drenched in sweat and devoid of any strength, she was dragged back to her room by a Lu. Fortunately, her chamber was equipped with a recuperation array, and after a brief slumber, she awoke the next day feeling rejuvenated. However, Xie Liuyin dared not indulge in idleness. Upon waking, she hastily consumed a morsel of breakfast brought by a Lu and seized her wooden sword, rushing back to the Sunrise Cliff. Her fervor did not escape her master. Xianyue, who, with his consciousness spread across the entire Daybreak Peak, was acutely aware of his little disciple's daily endeavors. Observing that this young girl had nearly collapsed from exhaustion the previous day, yet returned resolutely to practice her swordplay today, Xianyue could not help but feel a surge of tolerance and patience towards this tenacious disciple. Thus, even before officially commencing her training, Xie Liuyin had spent 3 days practicing swordplay atop Daybreak Peak. On the 4th day, Xianyue, unusually rising early, called out to Xie Liuyin as she was about to practice her sword. He informed her that he would take her down the mountain to attend the disciple initiation ceremony. At this revelation, Xie Liuyin smacked her forehead. It dawned on her that a Lu had previously reminded her of this event. In 3 days, the new disciples would gather for the ceremony, and both she and Xie Mingzhu were expected to attend. Unfortunately, she had squandered the days immersed in her sword practice. Entirely forgetting such a significant occasion, Xie Liuyin sheathed her wooden sword and was about to descend the mountain with Xianyue, but just as she took a step, her master called out disdainfully, "Is this how you intend to present yourself?" Xie Liuyin glanced down at her pristine disciple's robe, finding no fault in her appearance. Xianyue, suppressing her urge to roll her eyes, coldly instructed a Lu, "Take her to change. She shall wear the gold-threaded 100 butterfly gown." Chapter 11. Return to me the wooden bracelet you borrowed ultimately. Xie Liuyin not only changed her attire but also replaced the shoes issued by the sect with ones embroidered in jade spider silk with cloud patterns. Xianyue seemed determined that her sole disciple would shine brightly, insisting that she adorn her hair with 2 large spirit pearl hairpins. The size of the pearls was astonishing, and even Xie Liuyin, who had only recently embarked on her journey, could distinctly feel the potent spiritual energy emanating from them. She shook her slightly heavy head and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "It's merely a master-apprentice ceremony. Must we be so ostentatious, master?" "Humph, what do you know? This concerns my reputation. My disciple must surpass all others in every regard." Xianyue left no room for Xie Liuyin to refuse. As they made their way to the ceremony, Xianyue did not forget to impart some advice. There are many disciples of the Qin Shao sect, and inevitably, a few may lack decorum. Now that you have taken me as your master, your standing within the sect is on par with that of the sect leader and elders. Should anyone be disrespectful during the ceremony, do not hesitate to confront them. I shall be your support. Hearing this, Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that perhaps there were those who bore her ill will. Xie Liuyin obediently responded, resolutely deciding that if anyone dared to approach her with unwarranted remarks, she would return their words without hesitation. The master and disciple were momentarily delayed by the change of attire, yet they arrived at the venue on time. Although Xianyue held little power within the sect, his status warranted a seat to the left of the conscience sect leader, with the other elders arranged accordingly. Xie Liuyin cast a deliberate glance and noticed that Xianyue was seated beside the ninth elder. Meanwhile, the long-absent Xie Mingzhu stood demurely behind Xianyue. The moment her sister appeared, Xie Mingzhu subtly directed a gaze towards Xie Liuyin, harboring a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama, for in her previous life, Xie Mingzhu had not fared well under the tutelage of this Xianyue, who proved to be notoriously difficult to please. The methods she had employed with her parents and the Xie family had been unfailingly effective, yet when applied to Xianyue, they invariably met with failure. Several times, Xie Mingzhu attempted to ingratiate herself with the master by preparing delectable pastries for him, only to be thwarted by the wooden puppet assigned to attend to him, which insisted that Xianyue was resting and advised her not to disturb him. Initially, she believed this excuse, but after multiple attempts, whether in the morning or evenings, the puppet always claimed he was asleep. Who, after all, sleeps for more than 10 hours a day? Consequently, Xie Mingzhu concluded that Xianyue was deliberately antagonizing her. Furthermore, despite his seniority, this master was utterly indifferent to affairs, far less involved than the widely acknowledged next sect leader, Xianyue. Now, having chosen the more promising Xianyue as her master, she had successfully garnered his attention in a way that set her apart. Xie Mingzhu felt that her sister, Xie Liuyin, who had taken her master away from her, would undoubtedly have a miserable existence. With her foolish sister's dull disposition, she would likely incur even more disdain from Xianyue than she herself had. However, when Xie Mingzhu glanced over, she was taken aback. Instead of witnessing the despondent and sorrowful figure she had anticipated, Xie Liuyin appeared resplendently adorned in exquisite robes, her hairpin shimmering brilliantly. Xie Mingzhu understood all too well that such finery could not have been brought by Xie Liuyin herself. The only plausible explanation was that it had been a gift from Xianyue. As this thought crossed her mind, a deep-seated jealousy welled up within her. Why should Xianyue bestow such splendid garments and jewelry upon Xie Liuyin when he had previously shown no willingness to even meet her? Xie Mingzhu's emotional turmoil was too evident, and naturally, Xianyue, who was closest to her, took notice. He cast a glance at his disciple and followed her gaze. Realizing that she was observing the female cultivator named Xie Liuyin, his expression instantly grew colder. Do not be afraid, Mingzhu. Master will not allow her to bully you again. Assuming that his disciple was recalling the past instances of being tormented by Xie Liuyin, Xianyue hurriedly spoke to reassure her. Only then did Xie Mingzhu regain her composure and gently smile at Xianyue, saying, Master, do not worry. Those matters are all in the past. Yet, the more she feigned magnanimity and gentleness, the deeper Xianyue's disdain for Xie Liuyin grew. He furrowed his brows and cast another glance at Xie Liuyin, silently contemplating the need to seek out his master-uncle at an opportune moment, so that he might properly discipline this wayward disciple in the future. Today's ceremony for apprenticeship is held for 200 newly selected disciples. Once everyone is gathered, the grand event will commence. Xie Liuyin and her sister Xie Mingzhu are unable to remain on the observation platform any longer. They must join the other new disciples to partake in the ceremony and receive blessings from the sect leader, just as Xie Liuyin has found her place in the line. She hears her sister's voice from behind. Sister, it has been a while. How have you fared on Daylight Peak? Thanks to you, I have been quite well. Xie Liuyin replies with a smile. Do you not see what I wear and what adorns my head? These are bestowed by my master, who claims I am his only disciple and must present myself handsomely so as not to bring him shame. However, this smile strikes Xie Mingzhu as deeply ironic, causing her eyes to ache. She wishes to inquire further, but the steward ahead has already announced the beginning of the ceremony, urging all new disciples to maintain silence. Xie Mingzhu can only swallow her indignation, planning to confront Xie Liuyin after the ceremony concludes. The apprenticeship ceremony of Qingxiao sect consists of several steps: lighting the soul lamp, receiving the jade talisman, and listening to admonitions. The new disciples must offer a drop of their heart's blood to the soul lamp provided by the sect. In times of peril, the sect can discern their plight through the lamp and render assistance. The jade talismans of Qingxiao sect are categorized into 3 ranks: white for outer disciples, blue for inner disciples, and red for the direct disciples of the elders. Xie Liuyin's red talisman is further adorned with a golden thread, distinguishing her from the other direct disciples. After all, her master is none other than the esteemed Xianyue, the highest-ranking member of the Qingxiao sect. Disciples like Xie Mingzhu will eventually address her as Shizu ancestor. Upon completing the initial 2 tasks, the sect leader positioned himself at the center of the observation platform and addressed the 100 spirited young disciples below. Since you have pledged yourselves to the Qingxiao sect, you must adhere to our regulations, respect your elders, foster camaraderie among peers, and diligently cultivate your skills, eradicating all malevolence. Should anyone dare to commit acts of treachery against their masters or tarnish the reputation of our sect, they shall be cast aside by both heaven and humanity. Meeting a dismal end. Following this admonition, the sect leader casually performed a hand gesture, unleashing a cascade of golden light that descended upon the new disciples like rain. Those touched by the golden radiance felt an immediate lightness in their bodies, as if the previously sluggish flow of their spiritual energy had become unimpeded. This was the sect leader's blessing bestowed upon the new disciples, while within the Qinshao sect, they would find it easier to absorb spiritual energy and enhance their cultivation. Such a unique method is exclusive to grand sects, and is one of the reasons why young cultivators strive fervently to enter these prestigious establishments. As the ceremony concluded, Xie Liuyin was about to return to the observation platform to seek out Xianyue. However, before she could make a move, Xie Mingzhu called out to her, "Sister, please do not leave just yet. Can you return the wooden bracelet you borrowed from me earlier?" Chapter 12, The Madman and the Madwoman. What did you say? Xie Liuyin found herself questioning her own hearing, stealing several glances at Xie Mingzhu's face, hoping to discern whether it bore any semblance of flesh. For how could one utter such shameless words? However, it is evident that Xie Mingzhu had meticulously prepared for this moment to strike back. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, her eyes suddenly turned red, her countenance pale and fragile, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. I have long been aware that my sister has never harbored affection for me. Yet that wooden bracelet was a gift from our parents for my first birthday. I have cherished it for many years and cannot bear to part with it. Previously, my sister expressed her admiration for it and, without hesitation, took it away, but it is time for her to return it, is it not? Xie Liuyin let out a cold laugh, about to retort, when unexpectedly, Xianyue descended from the observation platform like a guardian, positioning herself protectively in front of Xie Mingzhu. You are Xie Liuyin, are you not? I have heard that during your time in the Xie family, you consistently bullied Mingzhu. In the past, Mingzhu, being magnanimous and valuing sisterly affection, chose not to hold grudges against you, allowing those bygone events to fade away. However, Mingzhu is now my disciple, and I will not permit you to continue tormenting her as you once did. Return her belongings immediately, or I shall summon my master to intervene, Xianyue declared coldly. At this juncture, Xie Liuyin found herself at a loss for words. She had heard that in some regions, the term for going mad was going crazy. It now appeared that this master-disciple duo was indeed fitting of that description, a true pair of eccentric individuals. How absurd. I bully her. If you were to visit the Xie family, you would know that it was never I who bullied her, but rather she and the Xie family who conspired against me. Xie Liuyin had not intended to confront Xie Mingzhu so prematurely, but since the latter insisted on seeking discord, she was more than willing to engage fully. Throughout our lives, while she indulged in exquisite delicacies, I was left with mere scraps. While she donned luxurious silks, I could only wear her cast-offs that she had grown tired of. She resides in the largest, most spacious, and brightest yard of the household, while my room is adjacent to the servants' quarters, shrouded in shadow and perpetually damp. Over the years, I have nearly grown accustomed to falling asleep accompanied by the oppressive humidity. At this moment, Xie Mingzhu's expression suddenly stiffened, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked towards Xie Liuyin, unable to believe that this person would truly reveal her scars without hesitation. The others present wore similar expressions of disbelief. How could two sisters born on the same day receive such disparate treatment at home? The things she cherished were effortlessly presented to her by our parents, while my possessions were snatched away at a mere glance from her. Is this what they call me bullying her? Xie Liuyin scoffed. Xianyue furrowed his brow, glancing back at Xie Mingzhu, who appeared on the verge of tears. A visage of helplessness and sorrow. The flicker of doubt that had lingered in his heart dissipated instantly. He turned to Xie Liuyin and remarked, "These are merely your words." Utterly untrustworthy, Xie Mingzhu declared that I was the one bullying her. When I speak the truth, it becomes nothing more than a one-sided narrative, untrustworthy? Xianyue, you truly have a knack for judging character. Xie Liuyin, unrestrained in her disdain for this former master, now comprehended that in her past life, she had been overly concerned with appearances, suffering in silence while allowing those two to tarnish her reputation, ultimately leading to her downfall. This time, Xie Liuyin resolved to speak out, ensuring that her grievances would be known to all. She abruptly tore off the storage pouch from her waist and addressed the crowd, saying, "This is the storage pouch I painstakingly begged my parents for before my departure. However, as you can see, it is of the most inferior quality, containing merely a few shriveled spiritual fruits and a single spirit stone." As she spoke, Xie Liuyin emptied the contents of the pouch for all to see. Then she pointed to the storage pouch at Xie Mingzhu's waist. "Now observe her pouch, which is so vastly superior to mine. It is evident where the favoritism of the Xie couple truly lies. I ask you, can a mere 12-year-old child truly bully a beloved younger sister under the watchful eyes of such biased parents?" The crowd, prompted by her words, turned their gazes towards Xie Mingzhu. Indeed, they noticed the pouch at her waist, prominently embroidered with the character for Xie. Such a pouch required individual refinement. and the spirit stones needed to create it far surpassed the cost of Xie Liuyin's by dozens of times. With such compelling evidence before them, it was clear to everyone who was speaking the truth. Feeling the peculiar glances directed her way, Xie Mingzhu bit her lip, realizing that she would undoubtedly not obtain the wooden bracelet this time. Perhaps she might even lose face over this incident, making her future at Qingxiao Sect exceedingly difficult. Quickly, she altered her expression. I had no idea that my elder sister endured so much hardship at home. It is all my fault. Had I not been so weak and frail from insufficient nourishment in the womb, my parents would not have had to favor me so much to preserve my life. It is entirely my fault. Moving forward, I shall certainly write to my parents, informing them that my sister did not usurp my vitality. It is my own lack of ambition that has rendered me so feeble. Upon finishing her words, a series of coughs erupted from her throat. Her already pallid face appeared even more haggard, and her lips had lost some of their color. Many disciples around her, witnessing this, found that their nascent dissatisfaction with Xie Mingzhu dissipated entirely. Xie Liuyin even overheard someone whispering, "No wonder this Taoist Mingzhu appears to be in poor health. It turns out it is due to her sister. How can the sister still have the audacity to blame their parents? Shouldn't they show her more affection since her sister is unwell?" Following the sound, Xie Liuyin encountered a face that seemed quite familiar. In the brief moment of distraction, she recalled the identity of this person. His name was Xianyue, a newly admitted disciple of Qingxiao Sect this year, who, due to his dual spiritual roots, had been taken as a disciple by Elder Qin Tian. In a previous life, he was a mere lackey to Xie Mingzhu, often scheming to marginalize Xie Liuyin in order to avenge his beloved. To her surprise, he had so quickly succumbed this time. Indeed, he possessed the potential to be someone's dog. Do not cast aspersions upon me. Xie Mingzhu's frailty stems from the fact that when Madame Xie was with child, she insisted on confronting her husband's infidelity and was subsequently pushed down by her own spouse, which harmed the fetus. My healthy birth is merely a stroke of luck, not a result of having usurped anyone's vitality. If you doubt this, you may investigate for yourselves. It was quite the scandal, and the families surrounding the Xie clan are well aware of it. Xie Liuyin fixed her gaze upon the speaker, articulating each word with precision. Her tone was remarkably frigid. I have clarified everything that needs explaining. From now on, should anyone dare to vex me with accusations regarding my supposed indebtedness to Xie Mingzhu, they shall not find me accommodating. Chapter 13. Apologizing to your master, uncle. Xie Liuyin's words were delivered with such finality that they felt like a resounding slap upon Xianyue's face. His complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and ultimately, he remained silent, retreating into the crowd, no longer daring to utter a word. Xie Mingzhu was taken aback to discover that Xie Liuyin was aware of such intricate details, and that she had openly disclosed them in front of so many. She felt utterly humiliated, and at that moment, the wooden bracelet became inconsequential. All she wished for was to escape from this place. However, Xianyue, oblivious to her disciple's sentiments, was determined to seek justice on her behalf. Even if the Xie family has treated you poorly, what does that have to do with Mingzhu? She is merely a child. Can she truly rebel against her parents? Xianyue countered, adding, moreover, we are currently discussing the wooden bracelet. Since it belongs to Mingzhu, it ought to be returned to her. Before Xianyue could finish her statement, Xie Mingzhu interjected, Master, please stop. I no longer wish to keep this bracelet. If my sister desires it, let it serve as my apology to her. Clarify your words. What do you mean you no longer want it? This is undeniably my possession, and you have deliberately come to claim it. How can this possibly be construed as my fault? Xie Liuyin erupted with fury upon hearing this. Feeling as though she was being unjustly sullied, Xie Mingzhu wore a face of grievance, declaring, whatever my sister says shall be accepted, as long as she is happy. I am willing to give her anything. Xie Liuyin's expression turned cold. If Xie Mingzhu were to be let off the hook today, the ownership of the wooden bracelet would indeed become muddled in the future. Just as she prepared to offer an explanation, an unfamiliar voice interjected amidst their quarrel. Oh, we are all sisters. Why must we quibble to such an extent? Since Mingzhu is willing to apologize, Liuyin, perhaps you should let go of your insistence. A middle-aged cultivator, who had also descended from the observation platform, spoke up, seemingly attempting to mediate the dispute, yet his words clearly favored Xie Liuyin. She looked up and recognized him as Elder Qin Tian, the master of Xianyue, who had been the subject of her previous private ridicule. This elder had a history of using his status to undermine Xie Liuyin due to his disciples' actions. Evidently, this lifetime was no different, as he brazenly sided against her. The elder chuckled, it is not that I am unwilling to let go. From the very beginning, it was they who instigated the trouble. I merely state the facts. Xie Liuyin respectfully bowed to him, yet she showed no intention of letting the matter slide. Qin Tian's expression stiffened slightly. Although he maintained a smile, it was evident that it did not reach his eyes. Liuyin, regardless of the circumstances, Xianyue and I are your elders. As a disciple of Qishao sect, you ought to understand the importance of respecting your teachers. Such defiance against your elders may not bode well. Who exactly is the elder? Please repeat that. This time, there was no need for Xie Liuyin to speak. Xianyue was already displeased. He had been enjoying the performance from the viewing platform when unexpectedly, that petty Qin Tian shamelessly descended onto the stage. As the man's words grew increasingly outrageous, Xianyue could no longer remain seated. Pray tell, who is the elder of my disciple? Is it you, or is it that Xie Liuyin? Xianyue's face was cold and stern, a rare display of displeasure before so many people. Qin Tian was taken aback, but soon realized the implication. The apprenticeship ceremony had concluded, and Xie Liuyin had officially become Xianyue's disciple. Thus, by the hierarchy of generations. This young girl was not only their junior, but also of the same generation. It was Xie Liuyin who was her elder. At this revelation, Qin Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. He forced a smile and said, "Little Shirshu, please do not be angry. I was merely joking with Liuyin. I am not jesting with you." Xie Liuyin, unable to manage his own disciple, still dares to defy his elder and speak ill of my disciple. Where has his respect for his teachers and elders gone after all these years? Xianyue retorted, using Qin Tian's earlier words against him. This time, not only did Qin Tian's expression sour, but a layer of frost also settled on Xie Liuyin's face. As the situation escalated, the sect leader, witnessing even Xianyue's involvement, could no longer remain a passive observer. He stepped forward and cleared his throat, stating, "This matter is indeed a fault of Xie Liuyin. He acted without understanding the circumstances and has offended Sister Xie. Perhaps he should apologize to her and let this matter be resolved." Xianyue, however, paid no heed and turned his gaze towards Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin understood that Xianyue signified taking control of one's own destiny, and thus remarked, "Since the sect leader has intervened to mediate, it would seem unjust for me to persist in holding a grudge. Although I have committed no fault from the beginning to the end, for the tranquility of our Qingshao sect, I am willing to take a step back. Alas, your thoughtfulness truly pains me as your master. It is my own inadequacy that, after finally taking on a disciple, I find myself beset by troubles I cannot resolve on your behalf," Xianyue lamented, her voice trembling with emotion, as if on the verge of tears. Qin Tian, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to reconcile the image of this seemingly innocent Xianyue with the unruly little master he once knew. The sect leader, left with no alternative, delivered a swift kick to Xie Liuyin's knee, urging him, "Apologize to your esteemed senior disciple at once, and vow to properly discipline your own disciples henceforth to prevent further disturbances." Xie Liuyin gazed at the sect leader in utter astonishment. How could his master, who had always favored him, suddenly adopt such a stringent stance? Though unwilling to bow to Xie Liuyin, he could not disregard the warning in the sect leader's eyes. Despite his lingering resentment, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Ultimately, the onlookers beheld Xie Liuyin, the most illustrious member of the Qingshao sect and the presumed next sect leader, slowly bowing his head to the new disciple, Xie Liuyin, and solemnly offering an apology. "Since my junior has offered an apology, I can only accept it. I hope you will diligently guide your disciples in the future and refrain from burdening me with their misdeeds." Reluctantly, Xie Liuyin accepted the apology, albeit with visible reluctance, out of respect for the sect leader's authority. As the farce drew to a close, the sect leader, wary of Qin Tian's potential to cause further trouble, positioned himself before the latter and addressed Xianyue and Xie Liuyin. "In that case, let us consider this matter settled for the time being. From this point forward, discussions regarding it shall be strictly prohibited within the sect. Should I discover anyone spreading rumors, I shall not show mercy." Following the leader's stern warning, the assembled crowd nodded in agreement. The new disciples, thoroughly intimidated, refrained from uttering a word, eager to distance themselves from Xie Liuyin and her companions. "All right. The apprenticeship ceremony has concluded. We must return to the daylight peak. This child has only just commenced her cultivation, and today's tasks remain uncompleted." Xianyue, disinterested in further entanglements with the group, decisively took Xie Liuyin by the hand and departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, before leaving, Xianyue discreetly sprinkled something onto Qin Tian. Oblivious to this act, Qin Tian only expressed his displeasure with a soft huff once the pair had exited. The sect leader, however, showed no leniency. "If you continue to babble incessantly, do not expect to involve yourself in sect affairs, simply retreat and reflect in solitude." With no choice but to remain silent, Qin Tian, along with his disciple Feng Yilei, slinked away in defeat. Chapter 14. The challenge of ascending ranks is not a dream. Upon returning to Daylight Peak, Xie Liuyin was eager to change out of her beautiful yet uncomfortable attire. The weight of the 2 hairpins on her head was particularly burdensome, causing her neck to ache. Yet, Xianyue halted her, saying, "Do not rush off. Let us await news from your sect leader and senior brother." Xie Liuyin was taken aback, unable to fathom the thought of addressing the sect leader as her senior brother. Will the leader truly seek us out? Hasn't the matter been resolved? She pondered, bewildered. As Xianyue extended his hand, a folding fan mysteriously landed in his palm. Humph. How could it be acceptable for my disciple and grand-disciple to bully my apprentice without any form of recompense from him? Almost as if to affirm Xianyue's words. Before Xie Liuyin could voice a rebuttal, a paper crane carrying a message flew through the barrier of the Ryu Peak, making its way towards them. With a casual flick of his fan, the paper crane began to speak. Great uncle, this disciple, Xianyue, has come at my master's behest to present a welcome gift to Uncle Xie. Xie Liuyin thought to himself, indeed, my master has accurately anticipated this. Given that a gift had been offered, it would be illogical to refuse it. Xianyue casually formed a hand seal, and a passageway in the barrier of Ryu Peak opened. The disciple named Xianyue, upon witnessing this, confidently ascended the peak bearing his gift. Upon meeting his great-uncle and junior uncle, he respectfully bowed deeply. This is a gift from my master, meant specifically for you, junior uncle Xie. I humbly ask you to accept it. As soon as Xianyue laid eyes on the two, he performed the gesture of utmost respect. Xie Liuyin glanced at Xianyue, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to accept the brocade box that Xianyue presented. We appreciate your master's kind intentions, but Ryu Peak does not entertain guests, so I shall not keep you. Xianyue's words were clearly dismissive. Xie Liuyin harbored some concern that Xianyue might feel disheartened, but to his surprise, the young man appeared visibly relieved, hastily expressing his farewells and darting away with a swiftness rivaling that of a hare. By the time Xie Liuyin regained his composure, Xianyue had already vanished without a trace. Goodness, what sort of grievous deeds has Xianyue committed to instill such fear in others? Stop looking. He has already fled from Ryu Peak. You may want to examine the parting gift from Kunshin and see if it meets your satisfaction. If it does not, I shall accompany you in a couple of days to procure something more suitable. The tone with which this was delivered made it seem as though the master regarded Kunshin as an easy mark, causing Xie Liuyin to shed a tear for the master's plight. She swiftly opened the ornate box and was immediately captivated by the exquisite storage ring within. Xie Liuyin raised the clearly feminine ring for Xianyue to see, who remarked with a dismissive hum, that old fellow is somewhat perceptive. He has gifted you a 4th-grade magical artifact, sufficient for your needs until the golden core stage. Should the grade be any higher, it would be ill-suited for a Qi refining practitioner like yourself. Xie Liuyin was aware of this herself, yet she greatly appreciated Xianyue's deliberate guidance. Thank you, master. For your counsel, I shall accept it now. As she slipped the ring onto the index finger of her left hand, it fit perfectly, snugly encircling her finger. Xianyue advised. First, you must acknowledge its ownership. Otherwise, if someone were to steal it, both the artifact and the treasures within would belong to them. He then instructed Xie Liuyin on a method to bind the spirit to the ring, a technique accessible even to those of lower cultivation, requiring merely a touch of spiritual energy to firmly connect the artifact to the practitioner. In the future, even if faced with someone of greater cultivation, it would not be easily taken from her. This method, albeit simple, proved exceedingly useful, leading Xie Liuyin to suspect it might be a secret technique of the Daylight Peak, intensifying her curiosity about the peak and Xianyue himself. She felt that someone like Xianyue ought not to remain obscure within the realm of cultivation. Well then, all matters are settled. I must now take my rest. Xianyue stifled a yawn and instructed, you may practice your swordplay alone. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Yes, master. After watching the individual depart into the distance, Xie Liuyin sought out a lute to retrieve her wooden sword. The ceremony of apprenticeship had delayed her practice for quite some time, and by the time she completed her 10,000 sword swings, the night had enveloped the sky, covered in sweat and feeling utterly exhausted. She longed to return to her chamber for a restful slumber. However, midway through her journey, she was intercepted by Ada. The master has observed that the young mistress has been quite diligent in her sword training these past few days and wishes to bestow upon her a reward. Ada smiled warmly. Upon hearing the word reward, Xie Liuyin felt a surge of energy course through her. She followed Ada to the alchemy room, eager to inquire if Xianyue intended to grant her some elixir of spiritual essence. To her surprise, she found a large vat within the chamber. The dark greenish liquid emitted a strong, foul odor, with unsightly substances bobbing ominously to the surface. Xie Liuyin instinctively pinched her nose and asked, what is this abomination? This is a medicinal bath specifically prepared by the master to suit the young mistress's constitution, Alu interjected. Though you have demonstrated commendable diligence, your physical condition leaves much to be desired. To truly excel in your swordsmanship, it is imperative to first nurture your body. Thus, from now on, after each sword practice, you must partake in this medicinal bath. Xie Liuyin was not a naive 12-year-old. She discerned the merits of the situation. She turned to the 2 wooden puppets and inquired, will this concoction be beneficial to me? Ada smiled reassuringly. If the young mistress can fully absorb its medicinal properties, Ascending to greater challenges in the future shall not be but a dream. Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are we waiting for? I shall immerse myself right away. Without waiting for Alu's assistance, she swiftly shed her outer robe and kicked off her shoes, nimbly leaping into the large vat. However, as her body submerged in the medicinal liquid, an overwhelming wave of sharp pain engulfed her, rendering her complexion pale. The young mistress was indeed impatient. Alu had yet to finish her explanation. The elixirs used within were of the highest quality, aged for thousands of years, ensuring remarkable efficacy, but correspondingly, the agony endured would be greater. The mistress had previously instructed a gradual acclimatization for the young lady, urging a slow approach. Alu lamented. Now, however, Xie Liuyin, without needing her reminder, understood the potency of the concoction all too well. The pain was so intense that tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Yet, having already entered, she resolutely refused to abandon her endeavor, no matter the discomfort. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "It's nothing. The sooner I adapt to this essence, the sooner I shall experience improvement. I shall endure." Observing Xie Liuyin's determination to remain, Ada had no choice but to report the matter to Xianyue, who was supposed to be resting. The blue-clad cultivator, upon hearing this news, expressed no surprise. I anticipated she would react this way. It is fine. As long as she can endure, let her soak. There are only beneficial substances within, and they cannot harm her. Having received such counsel, Ada ceased to dwell on the matter, focusing solely on ensuring that Xie Liuyin would not lose consciousness in the medicinal solution. Within the confines of the chamber, the crescent moon severed the connection with Ada. He cast forth several copper coins, glimmering with a verdant hue, and once the omens materialized, he softly murmured while manipulating the coins, "What a fated master-disciple bond this is. I am eager to witness what achievements this child, destined to be my disciple, will attain. Do not disappoint me, Xie Liuyin." Chapter 15. Qin Tian faces adversity again. At this very moment, Xie Liuyin of the Qinshao sect was in anguish. And merely a few peaks away, Qin Tian writhed in agony upon the ground. The distinction lay in the fact that Xie Liuyin's suffering was a self-imposed trial for strength, while Qin Tian was inexplicably afflicted by a bizarre ailment. Uncertain of the cause, he had previously been well. But shortly after returning to his designated peak and exchanging a few words with his disciple, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain. Initially, Qin Tian suspected he had inadvertently consumed poison. However, after ingesting numerous detoxifying pills to no avail, he began to suspect a curse had been placed upon him. He hastily summoned his most accomplished disciple to assist in breaking the curse. Yet, after a protracted struggle, not only did Qin Tian fail to improve, but his condition worsened. Ultimately, the pain became so overwhelming that he found himself rolling on the ground, a most pitiable sight, just as his disciples, stricken with fear, contemplated seeking help from the Kunshan sect leader. Qin Tian finally experienced a reprieve from his torment. Once several disciples assisted him to his feet, he gasped for breath, gradually regaining his composure. His eldest disciple, still shaken, suggested, "Master, perhaps we should summon the sect leader to examine you. Your earlier state truly caused great concern among us." Qin Tian's expression was one of dark foreboding. "There is no need to go. It is undoubtedly the work of that old scoundrel, Xianyue. Even if you were to summon the sect master, it would be of no use. The sect master is currently enamored with that old rogue for the sake of reputation. Upon learning the truth, he is unlikely to assist me and may even compel me to apologize to that old villain." His disciple, upon hearing this, felt perplexed. "Why has Master Xianyue suddenly turned against our master? He has no conflict with us, does he?" Qin Tian hesitated, unable to admit that it was his own antagonism towards the old rogue's disciple that had led to his repeated defeats. He could only feign ignorance and casually dismiss the matter, cautioning his disciples that old scoundrel and his disciple are not to be trusted. Should you encounter Xie Liuyin in the future, avoid her company. The disciples nodded in agreement, especially Feng Yilei, who had already regarded Xie Liuyin as an adversary. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Liuyin was completely oblivious to their sentiments. At that moment, she was gritting her teeth, desperately absorbing the medicinal essence from the herbal bath, enduring the excruciating pain that felt akin to being pricked by countless needles. As the dark, murky potion gradually transformed into a clear liquid, finally becoming pure water, Ada finally declared that it was complete. Alu swiftly carried his young mistress out, casting a spell that instantly dried her garments. From now on, after every sword practice, she will come seeking me. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall accompany her through the medicinal bath each time. Ada smiled gently at Xie Liuyin. At this point, Xie Liuyin was utterly drained of strength. She simply nodded in acknowledgement to Ada, allowing Alu to carry her back to her chamber. The following morning, Xie Liuyin awoke with a sense of anticipation. She instinctively moved her body, expecting to feel the familiar ache that followed her previous sword training. To her surprise, not only was there no discomfort, but she felt remarkably more relaxed than before. This newfound ease brought her joy, and even her steps felt lighter as she headed to practice her swordplay. After a fortnight of alternating between sword training and medicinal baths, she managed to have her practice time and had grown accustomed to the discomfort of the baths, just as she began to feel a sense of mastery. The long-absent Xianyue reappeared. He snatched the wooden sword from her grasp and demonstrated a brief sword technique before tossing the weapon back to her, instructing, "Practice what I just showed you." Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood that Xianyue intended to teach her the art of swordplay. Undaunted, she took the sword and began. With her excellent memory and enhanced consciousness following her rebirth, recalling the sword techniques came with ease. Having trained in swordsmanship in her past life, she was familiar with the fundamental movements, though she had not mastered them. After she completed her practice, Xianyue nodded in approval. "Not bad. While you only possess a fraction of my grace, it is sufficient for you." Xie Liuyin regarded him with curiosity, wondering how he could utter such words with such confidence. He then declared that henceforth, she was to practice this one technique relentlessly 10,000 repetitions, before she was allowed to rest. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Xianyue yawned and departed once more. Xie Liuyin did not protest. She was not one to be astute, for otherwise she would not have fallen victim to Xie Mingzhu's schemes that led to her demise. Yet she possessed discernment. Although the sword technique appeared simplistic, it encompassed fundamental thrusts, slashes, and flicks. Should Xie Liuyin master these foundational skills to perfection, her subsequent endeavors in more intricate swordplay would undoubtedly become more manageable. Once Xie Liuyin diligently commenced her practice, the hidden Xianyue nodded in satisfaction from her corner. Ada, who accompanied her, remarked with contentment, "Our young master is so diligent and eager to learn. It seems our lineage shall not falter." Humph, she was still far from it. Xianyue lifted her chin, unwilling to admit that she harbored a slight fondness for this unorthodox disciple. Today's medicinal bath was intensified. She could now endure a greater dosage. Ada obediently agreed, his smile persisting until Xie Liuyin submerged herself in the medicinal bath, crying out in agony, nearly springing out before the pain subsided. As Xie Liuyin was on the verge of escaping the large vat, Ada and Lu swiftly intervened, urging her to remain submerged. "Young master, you must soak a little longer." Xie Liuyin wept bitterly. "You never informed me it would hurt this much today." What had previously felt like mere pinpricks now felt as though a hand were tearing at her flesh. This torment was more intense than before, compelling Xie Liuyin to shed tears. Due to the increased dosage, she endured the bath for a full 2 hours before finally absorbing the medicinal properties completely. Once again, she was carried back to her chamber by Lu. As she was laid upon the bed, Xie Liuyin could still feel her skin throbbing with pain. "Do not worry, young master. In a few days, you will acclimate, and the pain shall lessen." Lu blinked her large eyes, striving to console Xie Liuyin. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Liuyin replied, "I understand this is beneficial for me. Rest assured, I will persevere. Oh, by the way, have you found the seeds I asked you to help me locate?" Lu nodded, and without revealing the details of her actions, a small box emerged from the heart of the wooden puppet, containing a tiny pouch. Lu presented the pouch to Xie Liuyin. "The spiritual seeds required by the young master are of a low grade, and we do not have them at Sunlight Peak. I exchanged some with other peaks, all of which are what you need." A couple of days ago, Xie Liuyin had provided Lu with a list, requesting her assistance in procuring some spiritual seeds. Among them were hemostatic grass and rejuvenating grass, which are relatively easy to cultivate low-grade spiritual seeds. Xie Liuyin intended to plant them within her spatial treasure, having observed that the soil inside was suitable for cultivation. Such a vast space should not be left unused. She thought it would be advantageous to grow some healing herbs. Should she encounter peril during her future expeditions, she could gather a handful to staunch any bleeding. Chapter 16. The Moon Fox Prince. After delivering the seeds to Xie Liuyin, Lu voluntarily exited the young master's chamber, allowing her the tranquility to rest. As soon as Lu stepped out, Xie Liuyin entered the spatial treasure with the spiritual seeds. The space appeared unchanged from her previous visit, the only distinction being the presence of several spiritual fruit trees. These had been cultivated from the seeds of spiritual fruits that Ada had given her shortly after her arrival at Sunlight Peak, which she had planted after consuming the fruits. At that moment, Xie Liuyin merely intended to practice her skills. Yet she was unprepared for the abundant spiritual energy within this space. Not only did her efforts yield immediate results, but the growth was astonishingly rapid. After just a few days of absence, she returned to find that the spirit fruit tree had not only grown significantly taller, but had also begun to blossom. Unfamiliar with the varieties of spirit fruits, she planned to inquire with Ada at a later opportunity. However, before that, she needed to complete her task of planting spiritual herbs for the day. Following the formation of a soul contract with the spatial treasure, Xie Liuyin could alter everything within the space with merely a thought. Without lifting a finger, small pits emerged from the dark soil beneath her feet. After scattering the spirit seeds into the pits, she envisioned them filled, and they were instantly covered over. Streams of water surged forth from a nearby spring, diligently watering each pit in turn. Upon finishing these tasks, Xie Liuyin quickly exited the spatial treasure, collapsing her weary body onto the bed, where she succumbed to a deep slumber. Fortunately, by the next day, her fatigue had dissipated entirely. However, before she could revel in her relief, a new round of tribulations descended upon her. A slight consolation for Xie Liuyin was that, having prepared herself this time, she refrained from crying out in pain. After another medicinal bath, she was carried back to her room by Alu, and without hesitation, she burrowed into her blankets, blissfully unaware that golden spiritual energy was eagerly infiltrating her dantian. The Qixiao sect was enveloped in silence under the night sky, while the winds and snows continued to rage upon Yunchuang Peak. A figure, shielding themselves with an umbrella, trudged against the tempestuous elements toward the back mountain, taking uncertain steps through the snow. After what felt like an eternity, the individual finally halted before a concealed cave. With the oiled paper umbrella retracted, the enchanting and ethereal visage of Xie Mingzhu emerged from beneath its cover. She cautiously stepped inside, softly calling out, "Xiaobai, Xiaobai, are you still here? I brought you something to eat." After a few calls, a fluffy white little fox leapt a few times and emerged from the darkness. The little fox was pure white, without a trace of any other color, and appeared both adorable and charming. Upon seeing the little fox, a look of delight immediately spread across Xie Mingzhu's face. She hurriedly offered the food she had brought. "Eat quickly. This is a spiritual fruit given to me by my master," said to nourish the body. "I saved it especially for you." The last sentence was uttered with intention, yet the little fox felt nothing but gratitude, meticulously consuming the few spiritual fruits it had previously deemed unworthy. Noticing the little fox's obedience, Xie Mingzhu's face broke into a satisfied smile. She cradled the little fox in her arms and, half in complaint and half in reflection, said, "How is it that you are always smiling? I truly envy your ability to be carefree and live so freely. Unlike me, who wishes to bond with my sister but is constantly misunderstood, dragging my master into the fray and forcing me to apologize to her." As she spoke, Xie Mingzhu sighed. "I wonder when my sister will be willing to return the wooden bracelet to me. It was a gift from my parents, specially sought for me. Though I cherish my sister, I can give her other things, but this is something I wish to keep. Alas, after the previous incident, I fear I may never reclaim the bracelet. How I wish someone could assist me in retrieving it from my sister." At last, Xie Mingzhu cradled the small fox in her arms and led it to the cave entrance. She pointed towards a towering peak in the distance, saying, "Do you see that? That is where my sister resides. She has taken Master Xianyue as her mentor and seldom wishes to see me now." Xie Mingzhu's eyes gradually reddened, tears cascading down onto the small fox. The little fox, having narrowed its elongated eyes in displeasure when Xie Mingzhu began to voice her grievances, now extended a paw in a futile attempt to wipe away her tears, feeling increasingly discontented with the so-called sister. It seemed that the fox's comforting presence brought a flicker of joy back to Xie Mingzhu, who gently expressed, "Thank you for your comfort. Having you by my side alleviates my sorrow." After conversing for a while longer with the small fox in the cave, Xie Mingzhu finally stood up, preparing to leave. Since she had unexpectedly found the injured little fox 2 days ago on the back mountain of Yunchuang Peak, she had been stealthily avoiding Yi Chaoyan to spend time with it. Noticing that it was already quite late, she quietly slipped back into her room. The moment the door closed behind her, the gentle and harmless expression on her face vanished entirely. Indeed, heaven had shown me favor. How else could I have so effortlessly stumbled upon the little prince of the Fox clan? A triumphant smile graced Xie Mingzhu's lips. The small fox in the cave was far from an ordinary creature. It was the most cherished little prince of the Fox clan. However, this little prince was mischievous and, disregarding the advice of his elders, had ventured out of the demon city, only to become injured and seek refuge in the Qingxiao sect. The Moon Fox clan possesses the innate ability to disregard barriers, and this young prince has inherited the unique talents of his ancestors, rendering him more powerful than his peers. The Moon Fox thrives in frigid environments, and serendipitously, Yunchuang Peak suits his needs perfectly. Thus, this little fox sought refuge there to recuperate. In his previous life, it was Xie Liuyin who had saved the little fox, but at that time, the creature was gravely injured and remained unconscious. Xie Mingzhu, who frequently visited Yunchuang Peak, noticed her sister's peculiar behavior and decided to follow her, ultimately discovering the little fox. At that time, Xie Liuyin had limited understanding of the cultivation world and failed to recognize the extraordinary nature of the little fox that had stealthily entered the Qingxiao sect. However, Xie Mingzhu was acutely aware of its significance. After Xie Liuyin departed, she discreetly took away the still unconscious little fox, thereby assuming the role of its savior. Reflecting on how the little fox, upon recovery, obediently listened to her while displaying animosity towards the true benefactor, Xie Liuyin, filled Xie Mingzhu with immense satisfaction. In her past life, she had managed to make Xie Liuyin suffer greatly by seizing accolades, and in this life, she was undeniably the genuine benefactor of the little prince, rendering Xie Liuyin's fate unnecessary to elaborate upon. With a light chuckle of delight, Xie Mingzhu mused, "Dear sister, let me see if you possess the capability to cultivate a golden core amidst such malice." Meanwhile, the little fox, having listened to Xie Mingzhu's grievances, unwittingly fell into her trap. Shortly after her departure, he followed the path she had indicated, making his way towards the daylight peak. He was determined to retrieve Mingzhu's wooden bracelet. Chapter 17. Raising a spiritual pet, Xianyue abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the presence of an unwelcome guest within his Xianyue peak. The unfamiliar aura was unmistakably pronounced, accompanied by a foul stench that repulsed him, rendering any attempt to ignore it futile. He sat up and waved his hand gently, causing a water mirror to materialize. Within this mirror appeared a snow-white fox, laboriously climbing towards the summit of Xianyue Peak. Xianyue immediately recognized the creature's origin, his brows knitting together in concern. A youngling of the Moon Fox clan, what business does it have at Qingxiao Sect? Why is it here in the dead of night? The more he observed, the stranger it seemed. He summoned a modicum of spiritual energy to send into the water mirror, and soon a voice emanated from it. Why are there so many barriers on Xianyue Peak? One layer after another. Humph. Once I reach the top, I shall find that Xie Liuyin and retrieve Mingzhu's wooden bracelet. That detestable Xie Liuyin had the audacity to steal Mingzhu's belongings. I will ensure she learns a harsh lesson, so she never dares to bully Mingzhu again. As the little fox continued its arduous ascent, grumbling about Xie Liuyin with evident frustration, Xianyue's initial curiosity about its sudden intrusion swiftly morphed into a frigid demeanor. With a mere thought, he summoned a Da, a Si, and a Wu, who were patrolling within the Xianyue Hall. Before long, the little fox, which had been singularly focused on reaching the peak to stealthily enter Xie Liuyin's dwelling in search of the wooden bracelet, found itself captured by several wooden puppets. The little fox never anticipated that he would be so effortlessly discovered. He struggled desperately, even issuing threats, warning them that if they did not release him, he would report to his father, causing chaos throughout the entire Daybreak Peak. However, Ada and his companions paid no heed to the little fox's words. Dragging him before Xianyue, they unceremoniously tossed the little fox to the ground and without uttering a single unnecessary word, obediently exited the room. Infuriated, the little fox sprang up from the floor and bared his teeth at Xianyue, demanding, "Do you know who I am to dare capture me? Release me at once, or when my father arrives, you shall all face dire consequences." Despite the little fox's brazen declaration, Xianyue merely scoffed in disdain. "When did the Moon Fox clan produce such a fool as you? You've fallen into my grasp and yet still dare to threaten?" He lifted his hand and lightly tapped the little fox's forehead. The little fox attempted to evade the touch, but was unexpectedly seized by an unseen force, rendering him unable to escape. As Xianyue's spiritual energy coursed through his fingertips into the little fox's body, he suddenly realized that he was rendered speechless. The little fox was engulfed in terror. He yearned to flee the room, yet to his astonishment, he lacked even the strength to push open the door. Xianyue took a moment to relish the myriad expressions playing across the fox's face before reaching out to grasp the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. The little fox flailed his paws in the air, wishing to mar Xianyue's insufferable visage with scars, yet each attempt was deftly evaded. "Considering you haven't caused significant trouble for Daybreak Peak," Xianyue declared, "I shall only impose a month of punishment on you. For this past month, you shall obediently serve as my disciple's spirit pet. Should you dare to act out of line, the duration of your punishment shall be extended," Xianyue coldly proclaimed. The little fox let out a few dissatisfied cries, clearly not resembling a creature willing to comply with Xie Liuyin's wishes. "Humph, do not be so eager to protest. I shall inform your father about this matter. Besides, serving as my disciple's spirit pet is an opportunity that other demon clans can only dream of. So do not take advantage of the situation and then feign innocence." Xianyue paid no heed to the little fox's thoughts. Once he had made a decision, no one could alter it. However, considering that his apprentice had only recently begun to cultivate, Xianyue was concerned that the little fox might resort to tricks that could harm her. After some contemplation, he inscribed a spiritual incantation upon the little fox. Should it dare to harm Xie Liuyin, the incantation would ensure it faced some consequences. Having completed these measures, Xianyue swiftly rendered the little fox unconscious. He then handed the little creature to a Da, who was waiting outside the door, instructing him to deliver it to Xie Liuyin the following day, allowing her to keep it as a source of amusement. Ada did not inquire further and obediently took the little fox away. Thus, early the next morning, Xie Liuyin rose from her bed, preparing to practice her swordplay when Ada called out to her. He presented a fluffy, snow-white little fox before her, saying, "My lady, this is the spirit pet that the master has caught for you, to keep you entertained." Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed by Huanyu's intentions. However, upon observing the little fox more closely, she found it undeniably beautiful and thought there was no harm in keeping it. She accepted it with ease. "I understand. But won't such a small fox run away on its own?" Xie Liuyin felt a twinge of concern. In 2 lifetimes, she had never cared for anything, not even an ant, and was thus at a loss regarding the care of a spirit pet. "Do not worry, my lady. The barrier on Yaori Peak ensures that the spirit pet cannot wander far. Alu will take responsibility for it. You need only to play with it occasionally," Ado assured her. As he spoke, the little fox nestled in Xie Liuyin's arms glared at him fiercely, yet Ado remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to its ire. In a fit of frustration, the little fox extended its claws, attempting to strike at Xie Liuyin. However, as it swiped, its claws broke against her, leaving her unscathed. Initially, it was indignant, but after exhausting its claws and seeing that Xie Liuyin remained completely unaware of the commotion, the little fox finally surrendered its struggle. It resorted to grinding its teeth while silently cursing in Xie Liuyin's embrace, oblivious to the torment the little fox had endured the previous night. Xie Liuyin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Ada's assurance that she need not tend to it personally. She promptly entrusted the little fox to Alu and set off to Yaori Cliff with her sword. Alu followed closely behind, inquiring, "My lady, shall you give this fox a name?" After a moment's contemplation, Xie Liuyin replied, "Let us call it Snowball. It is easy to remember." "Very well, from now on. This fox shall be known as Snowball," Alu promptly affirmed. As she squinted her eyes, she swiftly pinched the little fox's mouth shut when it attempted to bite her. Being a wooden puppet, Alu had naturally learned from Ada about the little fox's true identity and understood that it had come to Yaori Peak with intentions of pilfering from her. Although wooden puppets are not meant to possess emotions, nor should they exhibit temper, this marked the first occasion in many years that she had a master. No one should dare to harm her master. With tears welling in his eyes, the fox prince, whose mouth had been forcefully constrained, began to regret his impulsive decision from the previous day. He had hastily rushed to Sunlight Peak after merely hearing a few words of lament from Xie Mingzhu. The thought of enduring a whole month of such humiliation rendered the little fox despondent, feeling that his existence was devoid of hope. Meanwhile, far away on Cloud Frost Peak, Xie Mingzhu remained blissfully unaware of these events. This morning, she had quietly visited the back mountain and discovered that the little fox was absent. She surmised he must have gone to aid her in stealing the wooden bracelet. A smile crept upon Xie Mingzhu's lips as she awaited the little fox to fetch her the desired item. Chapter 18. Ascending to the first layer of Qi cultivation, perhaps due to the effects of the medicinal bath today, Xie Liuyin felt a noticeable enhancement in her stamina while practicing swordplay. Not only that, but as she wielded the wooden sword, she sensed a subtle flow of spiritual energy coursing through the blade. Uncertain of its nature, Xie Liuyin nonetheless recognized that this phenomenon was undoubtedly beneficial to her. Eager to grasp the essence of this energy more distinctly, she persisted in her movements, continuously executing the same technique. Once, twice, thrice. The wooden sword in her grasp seemed to blur with speed, and she gradually lost awareness of her surroundings, her focus narrowing solely on the sword. The spiritual energy from the Sunlight Cliff was instinctively drawn to her, surging into her being as if it had finally found its rightful home. Meanwhile, Alu stepped back, wary of disrupting his young master's practice. The small fox, forcibly held in her embrace, widened its eyes as it gazed at the girl lost in a trance not far away. Could it be that she has attained enlightenment? As if to validate the fox's speculation, Xie Liuyin's aura gradually intensified. The once unremarkable wooden sword, when wielded, conjured a wave of energy. This surge was exceedingly fierce, sweeping through the air and appearing to sever the blades of grass below with an invisible force. Suddenly, Xie Liuyin halted her movements. She stood still, sword in hand. And in that instant, it felt as though the world itself had fallen into a profound silence alongside her. Observing from the shadows, Ado expressed his sentiments to Xianyue, who stood before him. To comprehend sword energy at such a tender age, our young master is indeed a natural swordsman. Do not praise her too much. She is still inexperienced. To master the heartless sword technique, mere talent is far from sufficient, Xianyue retorted. Yet, when her gaze fell upon her sole disciple, there was an unmistakable glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Ada interjected, "Master, do not be overly harsh on the young master." Xianyue gently shook her head. "I am not being harsh. I merely know she is capable of achieving even greater heights." Xie Liuyin felt as though she had drifted into slumber. Although the notion of falling asleep while practicing swordplay seems peculiar, it was the undeniable truth she could not deny. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find that night had enveloped the sky. She distinctly recalled that it was morning when she had shut her eyes. As she moved once more, a wave of hunger surged within her, accompanied by an inexplicable foul odor that relentlessly invaded her nostrils, causing Xie Liuyin to feel a wave of nausea. Fortunately, Alu had remained by her side, patiently awaiting her return from enlightenment. Upon witnessing her awakening, Alu rushed to her side, exclaiming, "My lady, you have finally awakened. I did not dare to disturb you during your moment of insight. I feared you might remain in that state for an entire day." Xie Liuyin was taken aback. I attained enlightenment? As a cultivator, she understood the rarity of such an experience. Yet, she had never anticipated that such a fortuitous opportunity would one day grace her. Moreover, Alu joyfully informed her that her cultivation had advanced to the first level of Qi refinement. Reminded by Alu, Xie Liuyin instinctively summoned the spiritual energy from her dantian. Upon inspecting herself with her spiritual consciousness, she indeed discovered that she had reached the first level of Qi refinement. Glancing down, she observed a layer of sticky filth on her body, the impurities expelled after commencing her formal cultivation. "My lady, do not linger here. The medicinal bath is ready. It is said to wait until you have soaked before dining," Alu urged, noticing the advancing hour. Elated by her newfound progress, Xie Liuyin obediently followed Alu to the medicinal bath, requesting a for a few cleansing spells. As for the little fox, it had long succumbed to slumber, having been placed in Xie Liuyin's room by Alu before she awakened. Before departing, Alu specifically cautioned the little fox, instructing him not to ascend to the young master's bed. Whether the little fox heeded this warning, however, remained uncertain. After indulging in the medicinal bath, perhaps due to a rise in his cultivation, Xie Liuyin felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body, alleviating the pain he had previously endured. After merely half an hour, the concoction had become remarkably clear. Xie Liuyin, lost in his own thoughts, emerged from the large tub, changed into a fresh set of garments, and retreated to his chamber. Prior to his departure, Ada delivered some grim news. The master had decreed that although the young master had been delayed in his sword practice due to a moment of enlightenment, he was still expected to make up for it the following day. Upon hearing this, a look of sorrow clouded Xie Liuyin's face. Aware of his inability to contend with Xianyue, he could only obediently acquiesce. Once back in his room, Xie Liuyin initially intended to collapse into slumber, planning to rise early for sword practice the next day. However, upon turning his head, he was met with the sight of a snowy white little fox nestled on his bed, the neatly arranged quilt in disarray, and the pillow in tatters. The entire bed appeared as if it had endured some calamity, a pitiful sight indeed. "Snowball!" Xie Liuyin exclaimed in frustration. The little fox, perceiving the expression on his face, immediately grew anxious. Lacking any demonic power, he posed no threat to Xie Liuyin, should the latter become enraged and act against him. The little fox could only brace for the consequences. Regret welled up within him. He should not have provoked the other in such a precarious situation. As Xie Liuyin's hand reached toward him, the little fox curled into a tight ball, too frightened to move. Unexpectedly, despite the anticipation of anger and violence, there was only a pair of warm, calloused hands that gently lifted him from the bed. The little fox cautiously opened his eyes to steal a glance at the female cultivator, who let out a resigned sigh before silently replacing the torn bedding and pillow. She fashioned a nest from these items in the corner, disregarding the little fox's protests as she cradled him inside. "From now on, this shall be your nest. You are forbidden to climb onto my bed," Xie Liuyin commanded with an affected gravitas. The little fox desired to stubbornly rend the bedding once more. Yet the thought of the female cultivator's current cultivation level, now at the first layer of Qi training, instilled a sense of self-preservation, compelling him to obediently nestle back into his makeshift abode. What he was loath to admit was that this Xie Liuyin was rather gentle. The little fox nuzzled into his nest and promptly fell asleep, unbeknownst to himself that he felt an unparalleled sense of security in this place. Observing that the little fox had finally settled down, Xie Liuyin breathed a sigh of relief. She returned to the freshly arranged bedding, and an invisible stream of spiritual energy began to flow into both her and the little fox. In a concealed realm, Xie Liuyin's cultivation subtly advanced, while the little fox's lingering internal injuries gradually mended. That night, the Qingxiao sect remained tranquil and undisturbed. However, not far from the Qingxiao sect, atop another mountain, two malevolent cultivators fixated their gaze upon the imposing sect gate, yet the long-awaited moon fox remained elusive. "Brother, how much longer must we wait here?" grumbled one of the gaunt dark cultivators in discontent. The man referred to his elder brother cast a cold glance at his younger sibling, stating, "No matter how long it takes, we must remain vigilant. That is the moon fox. Once we capture it, our fortunes will change." Chapter 19. The sinister cultivator waiting for an opportunity. The gaunt cultivator was acutely aware of this, for their initial intent had been to capture the moon fox and sell it for a handsome price, which had compelled them to take the perilous risk of targeting the small creature. However, the cunning little fox proved to be too astute. It sensed the trap before they could ensnare it and fled. The brothers were left to pursue desperately, managing to injure the little fox. But it found refuge within the protective barriers of the Qingxiao sect. The defenses of the Qingxiao sect were formidable, and it was evident that the little fox possessed extraordinary talent, as it could elude such formidable barriers with ease. Realizing this, the brothers felt no fear. Rather, their excitement intensified. It was well known that those offering a bounty on the moon fox sought its unique abilities, and with such remarkable talent, the little fox could fetch an even higher price. Yet, after so many days of concealment within the Qingxiao sect, the brothers grew increasingly restless from their prolonged vigil outside. The younger, leaner cultivator was not particularly patient. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken the righteous path for the quicker gains of the dark arts. The elder brother, though more composed, shared in the anxiety. They feared that others might claim the bounty, leaving their efforts in vain. Do not worry, the elder brother reassured. Let us wait a couple more days. If the little fox does not emerge, we shall devise a plan to enter. The emaciated figure of the rogue practitioner was momentarily taken aback, harboring an innate reluctance towards entering the Qingxiao sect. Yet, restrained by the unwavering disposition of his elder brother, he dared not voice his dissent, merely nodding in silence. That night, Xie Liuyin enjoyed an exceptionally restful slumber, although her health was somewhat compromised. The prolonged medicinal bath had restored a portion of her vitality, and her cultivation had seen a rise. The lingering ailments from her childhood had vanished, leaving her in a state of health that evoked envy. As she rose, the little fox, Snowball, nestled in its cozy corner, began to stir. Having shared a night in close quarters, the little fox was no longer as resistant to Xie Liuyin as before. However, recalling the life-saving grace bestowed by Xie Mingzhu and pondering the wooden bracelet that weighed heavily on her mind, Snowball resolved to assist his benefactor in the search. He instinctively believed that Xie Mingzhu, who had rescued him, was undoubtedly a good person. Through their recent interaction, he discerned that Xie Liuyin was not the cold-hearted villain she was presumed to be. The little fox speculated that a misunderstanding must exist between the two sisters. Thus he intended to mediate and restore their bond. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware of the innocent fox's contemplation on how to reconcile her with Xie Mingzhu. She busied herself catching up on the lessons she had neglected the previous day, for she had barely practiced her swordplay before sudden enlightenment had struck her. This meant she was burdened with double the assignments today, and if she did not hasten her pace, she would likely find herself toiling late into the night. Fortunately, Alu had been waiting at the door from the early hours to deliver breakfast to Xie Liuyin, which was prepared by Ah Wu, renowned for his culinary skills. My dear, come and savor today's meal, prepared from the spirit wheat we cultivated on the hillside. We have chosen the tender shoots of the jade bamboo, complemented by the finest meat from the spirit pig. Alu cheerfully handed a meat bun to Xie Liuyin, encouraging her to indulge in several. The young mistress's cultivation level is still modest, not yet at the stage of fasting. Additionally, the food produced on their peak is imbued with spiritual energy, and consuming more is beneficial for the body. After a night's rest, Xie Liuyin was already quite hungry, and the aroma of the meat buns only heightened her appetite. She picked one up and took a bite. The bun skin was thin while the filling was generous, offering a delightful taste of both the bamboo shoots and the meat with each mouthful. Just as she was savoring the bun, her gaze fell upon a small fox crouched in the corner. It wiggled its tiny nose, its eyes fixed on the meat bun in her hand, seemingly on the verge of drooling. This amusing sight brought a smile to Xie Liuyin's face, and she casually picked up another meat bun, offering it to the little fox. Initially startled by her sudden approach, the fox hesitated when the bun was brought near its mouth, unsure of how to react. Go ahead, Awu made plenty. Do not hold back, Xie Liuyin encouraged with a smile. The little fox tilted its head, scrutinizing her expression. Upon confirming her sincerity, it took the meat bun eagerly and began to eat joyfully. Seeing it relish the food, she offered another, while she herself devoured the remainder. Recently, as she had been practicing swordplay for extended periods, her appetite had grown, and she needed to consume more to gather the strength required for honing her skills. The entire morning was devoted by Xie Liuyin to catching up on the homework she had neglected the previous day. She discovered that after her recent advancement in cultivation, practicing her swordsmanship had become considerably easier, and her movements were notably more agile. By noon, Alu arrived once again to deliver lunch, this time presenting a fragrant chicken soup, enriched with a tender, flavorful spirit chicken. As soon as the soup was served, a little fox, lazily napping on a nearby tree, was roused by the enticing aroma. However, recalling that he had already indulged in meat buns that morning, he hesitated, uncertain whether Xie Liuyin would be willing to share the chicken soup with him. Oblivious to his dilemma, Xie Liuyin beckoned to the little fox, calling, "Come and eat." The fox's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly leapt down from the tree, his pure white fur billowing in the wind. reflecting his eagerness. The meal left both master and pet thoroughly satisfied. The little fox, with a round belly, lay basking in the sun on the grass. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin took only a brief respite before resuming her sword practice. This scene inadvertently filled the little fox with a sense of shame. Although he possessed considerable talent among the Moon Fox clan and had access to abundant cultivation resources, he had previously only indulged in carefree eating and playing, never contemplating diligent training. Witnessing Xie Liuyin's fervent dedication to her practice stirred something within him. Unbeknownst to Xie Liuyin, the little fox was deep in thought. After diligently practicing swordsmanship for over 10 days, she was summoned by Xianyue once more. This time, instead of requiring her to learn the fundamentals, Xianyue instructed Xie Liuyin to search the library for several advanced techniques of body movement and footwork to practice. To master the art of swordsmanship to perfection cannot be achieved in just a few days. However, prior to that, it is indeed possible to equip oneself with some means of self-preservation, as Xianyue remarked. Given Xie Liyuin's current level of cultivation, it is utterly impractical for her to confront danger head-on. Yet, if she were to master formidable techniques of movement and footwork, her chances of escape would undoubtedly increase. This realization dawned upon Xianyue only after the little fox's nocturnal foray into Riyao Peak. Undoubtedly, Xie Liuyin is a prodigy. However, Qin Tian's assertion holds true as well. Talents require nurturing to be of any worth. If they perish prematurely, the matter becomes moot. Nonetheless, Xie Liuyin discerned something more from Xianyue's words and curiously inquired, "Master, do you have some task you wish to entrust to your disciple?" Xianyue raised an eyebrow slightly, taken aback by Xie Liyuin's perceptiveness. "Indeed, I was just about to tell you. In a month, Qingshao Sect will hold a grand competition for the new disciples, and I want you to seize the top position in this contest." Chapter 20. The Grand Competition for New Disciples. The Grand Competition for newly inducted disciples is a cherished tradition of Qingshao Sect. While it is true that all who gain entry into the sect have passed rigorous assessments and possess commendable talent and resilience, it remains uncertain whether they can carve out a name for themselves within the sect. To prevent new disciples from falling into complacency, mistakenly believing that their admission guarantees a life of ease and thus neglecting their cultivation, the former sect master instituted this competition. The aim was to instill a sense of urgency in these newcomers, ensuring they do not squander their innate gifts. The successor to the position of the leader of the Qingshao sect found this method quite commendable and chose to continue its application, a practice that has endured to this day. Furthermore, this grand tournament is no mere frivolity. The outcome of the contest directly influences the future allocations for entry into the Nanshan Secret Realm. The Nanshan Secret Realm stands as the largest mystical domain within the Bishu realm, which is under the aegis of the Qingshao sect. However, the restrictions imposed on cultivators wishing to enter the Nanshan Secret Realm are exceedingly stringent, permitting only those at the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages to gain entry. And it opens its gates but once every decade, owing to the Qingshao sect's significant contributions to the discovery of the Nanshan Secret Realm. The sect was granted 20% of the initial 1,000 entry slots. Yet, within the sect, the number of disciples is vast, with nearly 1,000 qualified cultivators at the appropriate stages. The disparity between the abundance of candidates and the scarcity of opportunities inevitably breeds discord, jeopardizing the harmony within the sect. In a bid to ensure fairness, the sect has intertwined this opportunity with the grand tournament. The top 100 new disciples in this competition will earn the right to enter the Nanshan Secret Realm. However, should they fail to advance to the Foundation Establishment stage by the time the realm opens, their slots will be redistributed to other eligible disciples. To gain entry into the Nanshan Secret Realm thereafter, one must wait another decade, competing alongside other disciples in the selection process, where they must vie for the limited slots available. Thus, it can be said that this grand tournament offers new disciples not merely transient glory, but also access to abundant cultivation resources in the future. It is essential to recognize that while the realm of cultivation is currently replete with myriad sects and thriving clans, the resources for cultivation are far from plentiful. Should one miss the opportunity to enter the Nanshan Secret Realm ahead of others, even if a slot is secured later, it will always be a step behind their peers. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of setbacks. In order to avoid being perpetually left behind, the new disciples, fully aware of the significance of this grand competition, exerted themselves to secure a commendable rank. Xie Liuyin, possessing commendable talent and demonstrating diligent practice, found herself amidst a cohort of equally promising peers, all of whom were equally earnest in their training. If Xie Liuyin truly aspired to attain the position of champion, she would undoubtedly need to exert considerable effort. Upon learning of Xianyue's expectations, Xie Liuyin earnestly pledged to secure first place, aiming to bring joy to her master. However, Xianyue let out a scoff, remarking on her confidence. Are you aware of the rewards bestowed upon the champion of this competition? The prizes were undoubtedly enticing, for the Qingxiao sect was not known for its meager offerings. This was information that Xie Liuyin was entirely oblivious to. In her previous life, she too had participated in grand competitions, yet at that time, Xie Mingzhu had unexpectedly fallen gravely ill due to some unknown ailment. Yichaoan had insisted that she remain behind to care for her sister, forbidding her participation in the contest. By the time Xie Mingzhu recovered, the competition had long since passed, and due to her strained relationships with the other new disciples, Xie Liuyin had no connections to inquire about the champion's rewards. Xianyue then revealed, this year, the sect leader has announced that the reward is entry into the sword cleansing pool, where one may seek a spirit sword. At this revelation, Xie Liuyin straightened with immediate attention, leaning closer to Xianyue. However, in the next moment, her master gently pushed her back with a fan, admonishing her to maintain a respectful distance while seated. Xie Liuyin promptly adjusted her posture, sitting up with newfound decorum. Master, is it truly so? The champion's reward is indeed entry into the sword cleansing pool to seek a sword? The words from the esteemed leader cannot be taken lightly. Xianyue raised an eyebrow slightly, yet she cautioned against premature elation, setting aside whether one possesses the capability to claim the first prize. It must be noted that the spiritual swords within the sword washing pool have already developed their own consciousness and possess quite the temperament. Should you fail to earn their acknowledgement, even if you manage to enter the sword washing pool, you shall not be able to take a single sword out. This statement rang true, yet Xie Liuyin did not feel disheartened by it. From the moment she became aware of the existence of the sword washing pool, she understood its rules. Qingxiao sect is a prominent sect, and its founding ancestor was a sword cultivator. Although the sect has since welcomed numerous talents and broadened its focus beyond solely training sword cultivators, the tradition of collecting spiritual swords has persisted. To this day, the number of spiritual swords within the sect is astonishing, prompting the designation of a specific area in the back mountain as the sword washing pool. Overseen by the second elder, who is a sword cultivator, the sword washing pool is a place rich in spiritual energy, where spiritual swords have continuously manifested their consciousness over the years. Every cultivator understands that once a spiritual sword develops consciousness, it is highly likely to nurture a sword spirit in the future. Such spiritual swords are exceedingly precious, not merely available for anyone to wield. Throughout the years of the sword washing pool's existence, many disciples of Qingxiao sect have been granted the privilege to seek a spiritual sword that suits them. However, 9 out of 10 who enter emerge empty-handed, as these discerning spiritual swords are reluctant to readily choose their master. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge that gaining the recognition of a spiritual sword is exceedingly challenging, Xie Liuyin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, which sword cultivator in this world does not yearn to encounter a sword that has developed its own consciousness? Observing the eager glimmer in Xie Liuyin's eyes, Xianyue ceased her discouragement. If you are so determined to possess your own spirit sword, then continue to strive in your cultivation. The opportunity lies before you. Whether you seize it rests solely in your hands. The disciple responded, I understand, and I am grateful for your guidance, master. Suppressing her inner excitement, Xie Liuyin bowed respectfully to Xianyue before hastily departing from his chamber. However, this time she did not rush to practice her swordplay. Instead, she followed Xianyue's advice and headed to the library in search of suitable techniques for body movement and footwork. Although there were numerous techniques in these categories, their quality was generally lacking. After rummaging for a considerable time, Xie Liuyin finally discovered 2 appropriate earth-level techniques. One was a footwork technique called Ghostly Shadows in Pursuit, and the other, a body technique named Wind Without Trace. While the names may seem somewhat antiquated, their rank indicated their worth. Returning to seek Xianyue's opinion, she learned that these 2 techniques imposed minimal restrictions on practitioners, and if cultivated diligently, they could be beneficial at least until the transformation of spirit stage. With Xianyue's affirmation, Xie Liuyin wasted no further time. She had merely 1 month to prepare for the grand competition. Should she fail to enhance her cultivation and master these 2 techniques before then, her chances of victory would dwindle significantly. For the sake of her dream spirit sword, she could not afford to lose. While Xie Liuyin was fervently preparing for the impending grand competition, on the other hand, Xie Mingzhu, under the careful tutelage of Yichaoan, appeared to be preoccupied with anything but cultivation. On yet another tranquil night, Xie Mingzhu stealthily made her way to the back mountain, only to find the familiar figure absent from the cave. She couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wasn't it said that someone would assist her in retrieving the wooden bracelet? Why, then, had that little fox vanished for so many days after darting away? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease blossomed within Xie Mingzhu. She furrowed her brow, already contemplating the opportunity to visit the Daylight Peak and investigate the matter herself. Chapter 21. Have you obtained the wooden bracelet? At that moment, the little fox, sprawled comfortably in Xie Liuyin's room, was blissfully unaware that its benefactor was planning to personally track it down at daylight peak. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, noticing the little fox was in deep slumber, quietly tiptoed to the small training room within the house. Once the door was securely locked, she plunged into her spatial treasure. Inside the space, the spiritual herbs she had planted earlier had begun to sprout, indicating that it wouldn't be long before they could be harvested for medicinal purposes. However, Xie Liuyin had no immediate use for them. These spiritual herbs were resilient and could thrive in this environment. Leaving them to grow would only enhance their potency over time. In contrast, the tall spirit fruit tree nearby bore fruits that were nearly ripe. If they were not picked soon, they would surely overripen. Xie Liuyin hurriedly gathered the fruits one by one, planning to construct a house within the space that evening. This idea had long been in her mind. With such a vast area available, it would indeed be a pity not to build a few rooms. Previously, Xie Liuyin had been preoccupied with sword training and, lacking cultivation, the notion of constructing a house had seemed far-fetched. Now that she could harness spiritual energy, the task of building a house was considerably more feasible. Without further ado, she focused her thoughts, locating several fine trees, and promptly felled them to serve as materials for her construction. After several hours of busy preparation, Xie Liuyin watered the spiritual herb field once more before exiting the space to continue her cultivation. As night passed, the spiritual energy consumed within the spatial artifact was entirely replenished. Almost at the break of dawn, Xie Liuyin concluded her practice and rose to practice her swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to her, the little fox continued to slumber for over an hour before lazily emerging from its cozy nest. Instinctively seeking Xie Liuyin, it hoped to enjoy another meal at her expense, only to find the room devoid of any presence, leaving it as the sole occupant, breathing heavily. Enraged, the little fox promptly leaped from its nest, determined to seek her out. Outside, Alu awaited as usual, and upon seeing the little fox, she presented a prepared bun. "Young master, you rose early today. She has already gone to practice her sword. She thought you might want to sleep a little longer, which is why she didn't wake you." Naturally, Xie Liuyin's original words were far less tactful, yet the little fox remained blissfully unaware, believing her intentions were considerate. Today's bun was equally delectable. The little fox devoured one within a few bites and, carrying the remaining buns, made its way to the daylight cliff, where it spotted the familiar silhouette gracefully wielding a long sword against the rising sun. Despite having witnessed the scene numerous times, the little fox could never tire of it. Not daring to interrupt Xie Liuyin, it quietly climbed a tree to watch her practice in silence. However, today's Xie Liuyin appeared disinclined to linger there for long. After sharing lunch with the little fox, she proceeded to the back mountain to refine her agility and footwork. Due to the tedious nature of this cultivation, coupled with Xie Liuyin's current obsession that rendered him oblivious to the little fox, the latter, feeling neglected, contemplated frolicking beneath the daylight peak. Such matters were not to be trifled with by Ada, who relayed the information to Xianyue. Xianyue's gaze, light yet piercing, fell upon the little fox, causing it to shiver involuntarily, as if its innermost thoughts had been laid bare before him. He provided the fox with a pass, instructing it to return before nightfall. Xianyue then withdrew his gaze and cautioned Ada that should the fox attempt to sneak away, the spiritual curse upon him would be extended for another 5 months. Before the little fox could revel in its newfound freedom, it heard Xianyue's half-threatening words. With a frustrated huff, it ultimately acquiesced with a nod. The little fox was acutely aware that the most formidable presence atop Daylight Peak was none other than the man before him. Ada complied with Xianyue's directives, procuring a pass for the little fox while reminding it that this pass was only valid for 6 hours. Failure to return before its expiration would result in being brought back at the next day's patrol. The little fox, shrinking its neck, nodded in understanding. With its demonic powers and talents sealed by Xianyue, the dangers of wandering alone were ominous. Although the little fox initially harbored a strong aversion to Daylight Peak, after enduring a stretch of pleasant days, it had gradually grown accustomed to its surroundings and had no intention of escaping lightly. To prevent losing the token around its neck, the little fox tightened it further with its claws and teeth. After completing these tasks, he joyfully dashed down the mountain. Meanwhile, standing atop the cliff at the rear mountain, Xie Liuyin slowly summoned the spiritual energy within her body, recalling and silently reciting the incantation for her movement technique. After repeating it several times, to everyone's astonishment, Xie Liuyin leapt off the cliff right before Alu's eyes. In that moment, Alu was so frightened that she felt her very soul was about to escape her body. She hurriedly soared into the air, attempting to rescue her audacious young master. However, as she plunged into the abyss, she saw from a distance that her young master had managed to grasp a branch with one hand, desperately striving to ascend inch by inch. Gathering a bit of spiritual energy beneath her feet, Alu quickly descended beside Xie Liuyin. "Do not fear, young master. I shall assist you in rising." "Stop. There is no need to worry about me. I can climb up by myself." Xie Liuyin promptly refused. Alu tilted her head. Perplexed by Xie Liuyin's determination, take it slow and steady. The technique can be mastered in due course. Why must you gamble with your life? If I were merely an ordinary cultivator, I could afford to take my time. Yet, I'm not. She not only could not afford to be slow, she had to be swifter, faster than all her peers. This urgency stemmed not only from the imminent grand tournament but also from the memories of her past life, where Xie Mingzhu's distinguished acquaintances were about to make their appearances one by one. Each of them held remarkable status and formidable strength. Should Xie Liuyin lack sufficient power, any conflict with Xie Mingzhu would undoubtedly lead to her own misfortune. Xie Liuyin resolutely refused to live in the same repressed manner as in her previous life. She was determined to eliminate both the so-called blue-eyed men accompanying Xie Mingzhu and all that they represented. The spiritual energy within her surged once more, as the technique known as wind without trace transformed this energy into a gentle breeze, lifting Xie Liuyin's entire being. With a powerful push of her right leg, she soared effortlessly into the air. In that moment, Xie Liuyin clearly realized that she had mastered the first level of this technique. The little fox stealthily traversed the vast expanse of Qingxiao Sect, skillfully evading the gazes of numerous onlookers, and quietly ascended Yunshuang Peak. It was fortunate that the token around its neck could dismantle most formations. Otherwise, it would likely still be stranded at the foot of the mountain. Anxiously pacing back and forth, following a path etched in memory, the little fox dashed along until it finally discovered Xie Mingzhu's residence, where fate led them to encounter one another right at the doorstep. However, just as a smile began to grace the little fox's face, it was met with Xie Mingzhu's eager inquiry. So, did you obtain the wooden bracelet? Chapter 22. The little fox has disappeared. Wait, what wooden bracelet? Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's question, the smile that had just formed on the little fox's face suddenly froze. She realized that she had indeed gone to assist her in stealing the bracelet, and that Xie Mingzhu had intentionally spoken of it in her presence. In that fleeting moment, the little fox was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, as though a bucket of cold water had doused her fervor. The seemingly innocent girl was far from the naive and harmless figure she had imagined. With this realization, the little fox felt a heavy weight in her chest, yet inexplicably, she also let out a silent sigh of relief. Xie Mingzhu became aware that her attitude was inappropriate, and she hurriedly attempted to shift the conversation. Where have you been all these days? I hope you haven't been injured. Had she spoken these words upon their first encounter, the little fox would undoubtedly have been elated. However, upon hearing them now, the little fox felt not a flicker of joy, but rather an increasing sense of frustration. He struggled to articulate a response to Xie Mingzhu, yet the enchantment of the moon's spell still held sway over him, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. All he could do was shake his head gloomily, hoping that Xie Mingzhu would comprehend his unspoken sentiments. Noticing the little fox's silence, Xie Mingzhu presumed he was upset with her. She promptly retrieved a spirit fruit from her storage pouch and endeavored to coax him with it. However, even after the little fox consumed the spirit fruit, he remained unresponsive. Moreover, whether it was merely her imagination or not, Xie Mingzhu felt that the little fox seemed to have lost some of his previous vivacity. With a slight frown, she tentatively inquired, "Little fox, have I done something wrong? Are you angry with me, which is why you refuse to acknowledge me?" The little fox, who had previously engaged in conversation with her, albeit with simple affirmations, was clearly capable of human speech. Oblivious to Xie Mingzhu's thoughts, the little fox felt a pang of bitterness within. He was not foolish. Moon foxes were inherently astute. Perhaps he had once been blinded by the debt of gratitude, but now, with Xie Mingzhu's blatant demeanor, he could hardly be unaware that she had been scheming against him all along. Resentful, the little fox continued to nibble on the spirit fruit. Yet it felt as though his taste buds had suddenly lost their sensitivity. The once delightful fruit now bore a tinge of bitterness. The buns from Yuri Peak are undeniably more delectable, the little fox mused quietly. However, his demeanor led Xie Mingzhu to believe he had completely misunderstood her words. Remaining indifferent to her sentiments, doubt began to creep into Xie Mingzhu's mind. Could this merely be an ordinary fox resembling the young prince of the Fox clan? Once that thought surfaced, it proved impossible to suppress. Yet, after some contemplation, she dismissed the notion as improbable. After all, Yunshuang Peak was safeguarded by a barrier. If this were merely a common fox, how could it have traversed the barrier to appear at the peak's summit? Just as Xie Mingzhu managed to convince herself of this, her gaze fell upon the token hanging from the little fox's neck. The token was not large, but it bore an indistinct inscription of the character for pass. Xie Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Little fox, that token is quite exquisite. May I have a closer look?" As she spoke, she reached out to touch the token around the little fox's neck. Instinctively, the little fox attempted to evade her grasp, yet he could not escape. Xie Mingzhu swiftly snatched the token away, thereby confirming her suspicions. It truly was just an ordinary fox. How mundane. Upon sensing the formidable spiritual energy emanating from the token, Xie Mingzhu comprehended that the fox had relied entirely on the token to breach Yunchuang Peak. The realization that she had been deceived. Engaging in idle chatter with this ignorant creature for so long filled her with shame. In her displeasure, she kicked the little fox, who let out a pitiful yelp as he tumbled down the stone steps. Stunned by the unexpected kick, the little fox could scarcely fathom what had just transpired. The one he had regarded as his savior had, in fact, delivered a blow to him. In a fit of rage, he longed to rise and strike Xie Mingzhu. However, the force of her previous kick rendered him momentarily immobile. Just then, a servant disciple happened to pass by, and Xie Mingzhu called him over, pointing at the white fox on the ground. I don't know where this wild fox came from. Dispose of it quickly. We don't want it dying here on Yunchuang Peak and bringing us misfortune. Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's command, the servant disciple immediately seized the little fox by the scruff of its neck, intending to cast it down the back mountain. After all, Sister Xie was the only and most cherished disciple of their peak leader, and incurring her wrath would yield dire consequences. Thus, amidst the little fox's desperate cries, the servant disciple callously hurled it off the cliff of Yunchuang Peak. The token that Ade had given him became a new treasure for Xie Mingzhu. As the sun descended in the west, the Qishao sect gradually succumbed to the thickening night. After a day of arduous cultivation, Xie Liuyin returned to her dwelling, having finally finished an enhanced medicinal bath, only to find that the little fox, which should have been sprawled out sleeping soundly in her room, was nowhere to be seen. Earlier, during her cultivation, Alu had mentioned that the little fox would venture out for a little while today. However, Alu also warned that Ade had set a return time for the fox, should it fail to return before dusk. It would undoubtedly be obstructed by the formations of the Eryo Peak. Recalling the little fox's exceedingly delicate demeanor, Xie Liuyin's concern deepened. Without hesitation, she sought out Ade, imploring him to accompany her in search of Xianyue. Seeing the worry etched on Xie Liuyin's face, Ada hurried to comfort her, saying, "Do not fret, my young mistress. I have just dispatched AC and Awu to trace the whereabouts of Xianyue." Although Ada had previously informed Xianyue about the token's time limit when he was released, since Xianyue was nurtured by their young mistress, he was an integral part of the Ryu Peak. Thus, in the evening, Ada had instructed AC and Awu to keep an eye out for Xianyue during their patrol. However, despite several hours of searching, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the little fox. Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow, pondering, Xianyue is merely an ordinary little fox. Could it be that he inadvertently offended someone and has been detained? The disciples of Qishao sect were notoriously proud, and Xie Liuyin feared that Xianyue's rather irksome nature might have led him to inadvertently slight someone. The more she considered the situation, the more anxious she became, her mind conjuring images of the little fox in a pitiful state. After a moment's contemplation, she turned to Ada and inquired, "Do we possess any artifacts for locating individuals or items? I wish to find Xianyue swiftly." Indeed, such artifacts existed. "Follow me, young mistress," Ada replied. Noting the encroaching darkness and the potential for trouble, he acquiesced to Xie Liuyin's request. The two quickly retrieved a low-tier tracking artifact from the treasury. The usage of this artifact was not overly complex. One merely needed to find something imbued with the essence of the person or item sought. Xie Liuyin hurried back to her chamber and collected a few strands of fur that Xianyue had shed from his nest. With the assistance of the fur, the compass-like artifact swiftly began to whirl, its needle unwaveringly pointing towards a particular direction. Xie Liuyin, disregarding any lingering thoughts, immediately followed the compass's guidance alongside Alu. Meanwhile, beneath a certain cliff near Yunchuang Peak, a bloodied little fox lay shivering beneath a massive stone. His initial injuries had not yet healed, and today's ordeal had exacerbated his condition, even resulting in a broken leg. Were it not for his identity as a moon fox, he likely would have already lost his life. He regretted venturing to Yunchuang Peak and placing his trust in Xie Mingzhu. In his heart, he vowed that if he could survive this calamity, he would ensure that Xie Mingzhu faced dire consequences. Chapter 23. Rescued by her, it was September, and while the daytime temperatures were quite pleasant, the nights grew increasingly chilly. Although the little fox was a natural moon fox, who not only feared not the cold but preferred to dwell in icy realms, he found himself sealed of demonic power and severely injured. As the temperature continued to drop, he felt his body gradually succumbing to the cold, akin to the blood seeping from his wounds. The little fox curled up tightly, turning to lick his injury in hopes of hastening the scabbing process. At that moment, he could not help but harbor resentment towards the waning moon. Had he not placed a spiritual curse upon himself, he would not have fallen to such a pitiful state. As his body grew colder, the little fox felt his limbs beginning to stiffen. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he sensed that he was on the verge of slipping into unconsciousness. He felt a pang of regret within. Had he not taken the reckless gamble to venture out today, he would still be nestled in the warm embrace of his cozy den on the daylight peak, blissfully unaware of the trials he now faced. Perhaps Wu would have prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, and Xie Liuyin, noticing his generally obedient demeanor, might have even granted him an extra chicken leg. As his consciousness began to fade, the cold and the specter of death encroached upon the little fox. Just when he truly believed he would perish in this desolate place, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the silence. Snowball. The sound seemed to penetrate his very soul, instantly reviving his senses. The little fox strained to lift his head. Scanning his surroundings, he heard Xie Liuyin calling for him. Indeed, it was her voice. Yet, the oppressive darkness enveloped him, and despite his searching, he could not discern her figure. Had he misheard? The flicker of hope that had ignited within him began to extinguish, and he sorrowfully emitted a soft whimper. However, in the next moment, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the thick darkness and entered the little fox's eyes. Accompanying it was the long-awaited voice. Snowball, where are you? Tears streamed down the little fox's face, and he cried out loudly, disregarding all semblance of dignity. In the past, he would never have called out to Xie Liuyin with such earnest expectation. Yet, in that moment, the little fox cared not for appearances. He only yearned to return to her side. His plaintive cries echoed through the silent valley, immediately capturing Xie Liuyin's attention. She hurriedly followed the sound, and soon, guided by the compass, she discovered the little fox, cautiously hidden in the crevice of a rock. Just as Xie Liuyin had not yet had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed the little fox's visibly injured leg and the crimson stain on its belly. Do not worry, my little master. Allow me to move the stone first, Alu said, stepping forward and effortlessly lifting the massive rock aside. Xie Liuyin hurriedly cradled the little fox in her arms, thankful that she carried a healing elixir, which she promptly administered. Instantly, the wounds on the creature began to mend, ceasing the flow of blood. Yet, despite this, Xie Liyuin's heart felt heavy with sorrow. This was her first experience caring for a spirit pet, and seeing the little fox in such a state made her feel woefully inadequate. Noticing that the little fox's condition had stabilized, Xie Liuyin quickly embraced it and, along with Alu, departed the valley. This area fell within the territory of Yunshuang Peak, and she was eager to leave. Observing the troubled expression on his young master's face, Alu gently touched the little fox, reassuring her, Do not fret, my little master. The wounds on Xianyue have mostly healed thanks to the elixir. However, for the broken leg to mend, it will require a few more days of care. In the realm of cultivation, injuries that did not affect the soul healed swiftly. Fortunately, the little fox had not been struck fatally. Had it suffered a blow to the neck, even the arrival of the moon would not have saved it. That is good to hear. Once we return, I shall take Xianyue to seek Air's assistance, Xie Liuyin remarked, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The 6 wooden puppets active on Ryu Peak each possessed unique abilities. Ada served as the steward, overseeing all matters. Air was skilled in medicine and alchemy. Awu was the finest chef, and since Xie Liuyin had arrived at Ryu Peak, her daily meals had been entrusted to Awu, without alarming anyone. The duo and their puppet companion swiftly returned to Ryu Peak. Xie Liuyin, accompanied by the snowball, sought out Air, while Liu proceeded to inform Ada of the entire sequence of events regarding their discovery of the snowball. Ada nodded and remarked, This matter will be handled by our master. You may reassure the young mistress that there is no cause for concern. Our master has always been fiercely protective. Liu readily concurred with this sentiment. Meanwhile, Air, who had not rested, swiftly administered new medicine to the little fox and assisted in stabilizing its fractured leg. In approximately 3 days, the leg would return to its former condition, but until then, it was imperative to avoid any movement, especially contact with the injured limb. After offering a few more cautions, Air refrained from prescribing additional medicine. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin let out a deep sigh of relief. She expressed her gratitude to Air before returning to her quarters with the little fox. Liu had been waiting at the door, holding a large bowl of bone broth. This is a delivery from Awe. He mentioned that the snowball would benefit from consuming more of it, Liu said with a cheerful smile. The little fox, having been famished, could hardly contain its excitement upon seeing food, wriggling restlessly in Xie Liyuin's arms. Fearing that it might inadvertently disturb its injured leg, she playfully swatted its rear, saying, Settle down. Once we are inside, I will prepare a small table for you to rest your injured leg before you eat. The little fox, having never experienced such treatment before, flushed a deep crimson. Were it not for its abundant fur, Xie Liuyin might have been greeted by a vividly red fox. It grumbled in mild discontent but refrained from displaying its claws as it had upon their initial encounter. Soon enough, Xie Liuyin made certain the little fox was comfortably settled in its nest, ensuring that even the broken leg was securely positioned. Xie Liuyin thoughtfully placed the bone broth before the little fox, who, having starved throughout the day, immediately began to devour it with fervor. It was at this moment that Xie Liuyin felt the weariness wash over her, she had significantly increased her training regimen that day, spending the entire afternoon at the base of the cliff, diligently honing her agility. Although she should have indulged in a well-deserved rest after her medicinal bath, she had been occupied for an additional hour due to the little fox's needs. Now, as she finally settled down, the fatigue fully enveloped her. However, she did not succumb to rest immediately. Instead, she waited until the little fox had finished his meal, wiped his paws clean, and placed the empty bowl outside the door, intending for Liu to collect it the following morning. After completing these tasks, Xie Liuyin finally returned to her bed and fell asleep. The little fox closely observed her movements, and upon seeing Xie Liuyin drift into slumber, he hopped clumsily to the edge of the bed, eager to take some action. Yet, before he could proceed, in the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed abruptly. He scarcely had time to feel anxious before he realized that he had been mysteriously transported from Xie Liuyin's room by a secretive force. However, the little fox quickly recognized that he was now in the abode of Xianyue. "Speak," came Xianyue's voice from behind him. "What foolishness did you engage in today to find yourself in such a predicament?" As Xianyue's words echoed, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the little fox. Instantly, he felt all discomfort within him dissipate. The sensation akin to having his throat constricted vanished. The little fox attempted to articulate, "I merely wished to meet my savior. I had no inkling that matters would unfold in this manner." Indeed, he has begun to speak. Does this mean the enchantment upon him has been lifted? The little fox, momentarily filled with joy, was swiftly disillusioned by Xianyue's words. "Considering your injuries, I shall temporarily restore a portion of your demonic power, but only for tonight. Until you have repaid the debt for trespassing on the daylight peak and attempting to harm my disciple, you shall obediently serve Liuyin as a spiritual companion." Sensing the veiled threat in Xianyue's tone, the little fox huffed in discontent, but surprisingly refrained from retorting. Yet, he quickly added, "How dare someone from your sect lay hands on this prince? Were it not for my good fortune, I would have perished today at your Qishao sect." Xianyue gently waved the folding fan in his hand, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." With Xianyue's assurance, the little fox finally settled down, and after a dismissive wave from Xianyue, he was sent back. The following morning, an uninvited guest arrived at Yunshuang Peak. Just as Xie Mingzhu awakened, a servant disciple summoned her to Yi Chaoyun's quarters. She thought perhaps Yu Chaoyun had acquired some delightful treasure to present to her. Upon entering Yi Chaoyun's cave dwelling, filled with cheer, she was halted by the cold glare he cast upon her. Following his gaze, Xie Mingzhu was taken aback to see the sect leader, whom she had not encountered for many days, seated at the head of the room. A sudden tension gripped her heart, compelling her to bow respectfully. Yet, this time, the sect leader showed no signs of goodwill. He did not permit her to rise and coldly inquired, "Did you injure a white fox yesterday and instruct the servant disciple from your peak to cast it into the depths of the cliff?" Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Nevertheless, she feigned a smile and said, "Indeed, a wild fox ventured to Yunshuang Peak yesterday. I was concerned it might cause disturbances, so I instructed the servants to drive it away. Could it be that the servants actually cast the fox down the cliff?" Her expression appeared convincingly genuine, and Yi Chaoyun believed her with a mere glance. However, the sect leader was not so easily deceived. "Humph, this trick will only fool Chaoyun." Suddenly, the Kunshan sect leader waved his wide sleeves, and a water mirror materialized before them. In an instant, Xie Mingzhu's face and that of the pure white fox emerged within the reflection. It truly was an ordinary fox. How dull. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock. She gazed at the water mirror, trembling uncontrollably. "No, it's not like this." The scenes continued to unfold in the mirror, showcasing the moment when Xie Mingzhu kicked the little fox, as well as instructing the servants to dispose of it. Her sharp, unkind demeanor was clear to all present. Even though Yu Chaoyun had always perceived his disciple as well-behaved, gentle, and pitiful, at this moment, he found himself questioning whether he truly understood the young woman before him. "Do you see clearly? This is the spirit pet nurtured by your great-uncle." The token hanging from its neck was also crafted by the Ryu Peak. Kunshan sternly addressed his most valued disciple, gesturing toward the pitiful little fox in the water mirror. The little fox had been discovered with injuries all over its body. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Ryu Peak members, it would have surely perished. "Xiaoyun, you have taken on a remarkable disciple." The words of the Kunshan sect master resonated in Xie Mingzhu's ears like a thunderclap. With a pale countenance, she imploringly looked towards Yi Xiaoyun, seeking his protection. Yi Xiaoyun felt a tremor in his heart at her gaze, and could not help but step forward to address the Kunshan sect master. "Master." Mingzhu did not act with intention, she merely. "You may convey your explanations to your grandmaster instead," the Kunshan sect master interjected, raising a hand to halt Yu Xiaoyun's words. The water mirror in the air had vanished, yet the chill on the sect master's face was more pronounced than before. Your disciple has unjustly injured the spirit pet of Master Xianyue and has seized its passage token. This matter, your Grandmaster shall certainly seek an explanation from you. The Kunshan Sect Master rose. However, your disciple has displayed a lack of decorum and respect for her elders, violating the sect's regulations. As the sect master, I must impose punishment upon her. Xie Mingzhu quickly hid behind Xie Liuyin, tugging at his sleeve, softly pleading, Master, please save your disciple. Master, I take full responsibility for not noticing the presence of an extra fox on Yunshuang Peak in time. I am willing to accept punishment on Mingzhu's behalf. Xie Liuyin silently shielded Xie Mingzhu and resolutely addressed the Kunshan Sect Master. Upon hearing this, the Kunshan Sect Master's gaze towards his young disciple grew increasingly disillusioned. Very well, since you insist on stepping forward as a hero, I shall oblige. The Kunshan Sect Master coldly declared, from this day forth, you shall proceed to Frostblade Windsword Cliff, where you are forbidden to step beyond its bounds for 10 years. Xie Liuyin was taken aback by the severity of the punishment, and recalling the terrors of Frostblade Windsword Cliff, he hesitated momentarily. Yet at that moment, Xie Mingzhu emitted a pitiful sound of weeping. Yichaoan, unable to bear the suffering of his only disciple, merely responded affirmatively to the master of Kunshan Sect. The Kunshan Sect Master cast a cold glance at Xie Mingzhu, thereafter refusing to spare Yichaoan another look. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed from the cave, leaving behind the words, since you are to be punished, it would be best to set off promptly, preferably before today, to the Frost Blade and Windsword Cliff. As the figure of the Kunshan Sect Master transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Cloud Frost Peak, Xie Mingzhu immediately burst into tears. I am truly sorry. Master, I had no idea that the fox was a spirit pet raised by my great-uncle. I was merely concerned that its fierce nature would lead it to wreak havoc among the flowers and plants you had cultivated, which is why I had the errand boy cast it out. Her eyes, now swollen from crying, rendered her originally pure and delicate appearance even more heart-wrenching. The questions Yichaoan had prepared faltered on his lips as he reached out to gently pat Xie Mingzhu's head. It matters not. Just remember to exercise caution in all matters going forward. Do not provoke those from the Daybreak Peak. Your sister is not an adversary to be trifled with. For the next decade, I shall remain at the Frost Blade and Windsword Cliff, so this Cloud Frost Peak shall be entrusted to you. I have always maintained a close relationship with your Aunt Miaoyu. Should you encounter any trouble, do seek her out. She will undoubtedly assist you. Fearing that his absence might lead to his disciple facing hardships, Yichaoan not only left all his accumulated spirit stones to Xie Mingzhu but also meticulously paved a path for her future. At the mere mention of Miaoyu's name, Xie Mingzhu's eyelashes quivered ever so slightly. She obediently acquiesced to Yichaoan's words. Yet her mind lingered on the impending day in 3 months when the young master knew he would face peril. As she observed that the prince of the Fox clan had ventured out without returning, Yichaoan found himself penalized by the sect leader. It was high time for her to seek a new pillar of support for herself. Chapter 25, The Stone Forest Sword Formation. The esteemed Jun of Chaoan Peak, having inadvertently injured the spirit companion of the venerable master Xianyue and seized the passage token of the Daylight Peak, was condemned by the sect leader to endure 10 years of arduous training at Frostblade Windsword Cliff. This news, upon its dissemination, stirred considerable commotion within the Qishao sect. Not only because Jun Chaoan was the designated successor to the sect's leadership, holding a distinguished position, but also due to the presence of a natural formation at Frostblade Windsword Cliff, which suppressed the cultivation of any practitioner who ascended its heights to the Qi training stage. The bitter winds and frost atop the cliff assailed practitioners like the sharpest blades, inflicting a constant sensation akin to being pierced by daggers. However, this natural formation, while discomforting, would not inflict genuine harm upon the practitioners' bodies. Thus, the sect employed Frostblade Windsword Cliff as a means of disciplining errant disciples. Any who committed grave transgressions would be sentenced to ascend the cliff for rigorous training. Yet, traditionally, the penalties imposed by the sect rarely exceeded a duration of 1 or 2 months, making the unprecedented 10-year sentence a remarkable deviation. Curious about the underlying circumstances, those who inquired discreetly discovered that the true culprit was not Jun Chaoan, but rather his disciple, Xie Mingzhu. Out of deep affection for his student, Jun Chaoan had shouldered all the blame, inciting the sect leader's wrath and resulting in a severe punishment for the disciple he held most dear. These tidings naturally reached Xie Liuyin's ears, as she was presently engaged in tending to the little fox, carefully removing the wooden board that had been affixed to his leg. Ordinarily, the little fox's injury would have healed after regaining some of his demonic power. However, to prevent his unique identity from being revealed, he feigned his wounds, allowing Xie Liuyin to care for him for several days. Upon hearing of Yichaoan's fate, the little fox snorted in displeasure. It was clearly Xie Mingzhu who had harmed him. Why should that woman escape unscathed without any punishment? The little fox had completely forgotten how much he once cherished this seemingly innocent and beautiful girl. His most vivid memory of Xie Mingzhu was the kick she had delivered to his abdomen. Xie Liuyin too felt dissatisfaction with the outcome in her past life. It had always been the case that whenever Xie Mingzhu erred, someone would intervene to smooth things over for her. "Do not be upset, my little master," Liu gently consoled. "Although Xie Mingzhu has not faced any substantial repercussions, Master Yi will soon endure a decade of arduous cultivation without the protection of his mentor. And Xie Mingzhu's life will undoubtedly become challenging as well." Xie Liuyin shook her head, saying, "I am not angry. After all, Xie Mingzhu and her master have thoroughly offended me. While I may not be able to take action against Xianyue at present, I will certainly find an opportunity to teach Xie Mingzhu a lesson." This declaration sent a shiver through the little fox's heart. As he had thought, Xie Liuyin had resolved to confront Xie Mingzhu out of concern for him. Bashfully, he brushed his long, delicate snout against Xie Liuyin's face, as if to kiss the maiden before him. In this moment, the little fox felt a twinge of gratitude towards Xie Mingzhu. If he had not been swayed by the other's sweet words, how could he have encountered Xie Liuyin atop the daylight peak? The little fox's thoughts were completely opaque to Xie Liuyin. Once the snowball had fully recovered, she returned to her usual diligent and rigorous training regimen. As the date of the new Disciples' Grand Competition drew near, Xie Liuyin found herself compelled to intensify her training even further. Not only did she refine her skills with the sword in her right hand, but she also began to practice with her left. By the end of each day's training, she was left so exhausted that she lacked the strength even to grasp chopsticks, her hands trembling as she struggled to lift a teacup, ultimately requiring assistance from Liu to be fed. The two local tier techniques became her relentless focus, as she poured every ounce of effort into practicing them daily, draining the spiritual energy from her dantian repeatedly. The sensation of exhausting her entire strength, then gathering it anew only to deplete it once more, was a daily ordeal for Xie Liuyin. Amidst such grueling training, her cultivation level continued to ascend. With merely 3 days remaining until the grand competition, Xie Liuyin had already achieved the 4th level of Qi refinement. This rapid advancement astonished even the self-proclaimed genius, Xianyue, let alone the usually indolent little fox, who vigilantly watched Xie Liuyin each day, fearing that she might inadvertently exhaust herself through her relentless practice. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin's efforts bore fruit. Witnessing her mastery of the fundamental sword techniques, Xianyue finally permitted her to begin training in the first layer of the ruthless sword technique. The ruthless sword technique consists of 9 layers, divided into both mental and sword techniques. Xianyue did not allow his fortunate disciple to dive directly into the sword techniques. Instead, he instructed her to first commit the mental techniques to memory. Xie Liuyin possessed an exceptional memory, and the ruthless sword technique resonated profoundly with her. She effortlessly memorized the first layer of the mental cultivation method in no time. As she delved into the swordplay, only a few days remained before the grand competition. Xie Liuyin aspired to master the first layer beforehand, intending to wield this sword technique as her secret weapon. Upon learning of her intentions, Xianyue summoned her and reassured her, "Your current cultivation has already surpassed that of all the new disciples. Even if others encounter fortuitous events, your solid swordsmanship will render them unable to contend with you. The ruthless sword technique is not easily learned, so do not push yourself too hard." Such words would have been unthinkable for Xianyue to utter in the past. However, given that this unconventional disciple trained with relentless fervor, Xianyue feared that her quest for strength might give rise to inner demons. Unaware of the underlying concern in Xianyue's words, Xie Liuyin confidently assured him, "Master need not worry. I am aware of my own limits. I will surely return victorious from this grand competition and bring honor to you." With that, she grasped her wooden sword and turned to continue her training. Left behind, Xianyue felt a mix of anxiety and dread. Was it not alarming that a lazy disciple could stir concern, while a diligent one instilled fear? To prevent Xie Liuyin from clashing with the ruthless sword technique and to ensure her mastery of the fundamental swordplay, Xianyue took her to a secluded stone forest on Daybreak Peak, just a day and a night before the grand competition. The stone forest was expansive, filled with pillars of various shapes. Within lies a 33-layered sword formation left by your ancestral master. Today, I will grant you access to the first layer. As long as you can successfully pass through the first sword formation, you shall face no rivals in this grand competition, Xianyue stated earnestly, pointing towards the stone forest. This was the first time Xie Liuyin discovered such a place atop the Daylight Peak. Despite having roamed the peak numerous times before, she had never noticed it until now. "Master, please assist me in activating the sword formation. There is still time, and I must hasten to refine my swordsmanship," Xie Liuyin urged. Xianyue did not respond. Instead, he withdrew the wooden sword from her grasp. "Your ancestral master is a true sword deity. A mere wooden sword is far from sufficient to navigate his sword formation." With that, Xianyue deftly transformed the folding fan he held into a pristine white longsword. The blade, forged from an unknown material, featured a snow-white hilt adorned with subtle scales, exuding an exquisite beauty. This is the first sword I wielded, and I shall lend it to you for the time being. Go forth, and do not disappoint me. After handing the longsword to Xie Liuyin, Xianyue tilted his chin toward the stone forest, eagerly anticipating her performance. Chapter 26, A Chance to Avenge My Master. Xie Liuyin firmly grasped the longsword, nodded to the few individuals behind her, and decisively plunged into the stone forest. The surrounding barrier of the stone forest shimmered slightly, quickly engulfing the young maiden's figure. The little fox nestled in Alu's embrace could not resist peeking out, eager to see more, but was met only with towering stone pillars. Do not bother. The sword formation is shrouded by a barrier, and you will not be able to witness what transpires within. The moon-hued creature cast a sidelong glance at the little fox, its tone tinged with a hint of disdain. This fox cub had become increasingly pampered under Xie Liuyin's care, despite having healed from its injuries long ago. It still demanded to be carried and refused to descend to the ground on its own. Nevertheless, it seemed that the enchantment binding this creature was nearing its dissolution. Perhaps within a couple of days, it would revert to its true form as the Moon Fox Prince. As soon as Xie Liuyin stepped into the sword array, she was met with an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon her without mercy. It felt as though iron rings had suddenly clamped down on her limbs, making even the slightest movement of her wrists several times more arduous than usual. One could only imagine how much more challenging it would be to wield a sword in such conditions. At last, Xie Liuyin began to comprehend why the moon-hued creature had dared to proclaim that this stone forest sword array was the most formidable array in the realm of cultivation. Having quickly adapted to the oppressive weight of the formation, Xie Liuyin gripped her pristine white sword tightly and advanced toward the imposing gate before her. Upon pushing the gate open, she found her surroundings shifting once more. She had returned to the stone forest, yet now only a solitary stone pillar stood before her. Intrigued, Xie Liuyin took a few steps closer, but the moment she moved, the solitary pillar instantaneously disassembled and reformed, morphing into a stone figure wielding a sword within mere blinks of an eye. The stone figure towered over her, its stature grand and robust, and it gripped a stone longsword, exuding an air of superiority. Xie Liuyin had previously glimpsed the illusion left by her venerable ancestor in the library. Thus, she recognized this unrelated gray stone figure as a manifestation of her ancestor's likeness. Hence, the so-called stone forest sword array was designed to pit her against her own ancestor? Upon contemplating the renowned reputation of the sword god that echoed across the lands, Xie Liuyin felt not an ounce of fear. Rather, she trembled with exhilaration. The stone figure abruptly opened its hollow eyes, brandishing a sword towards Xie Liuyin, coldly commanding, "Come." Xie Liuyin, her spirit ignited with martial fervor, fixed her gaze with astonishing intensity and charged forward, grasping her longsword. The clash between her gleaming white blade and the stone sword erupted in a shower of sparks. The stone being possessed formidable strength. Had Xie Liuyin not attained the 4th level of Qi training, she likely would have been flung several meters back upon their initial encounter. Realizing her strength paled in comparison to that of her opponent, Xie Liuyin swiftly retreated, embarking on a cunning search for the stone figure's vulnerabilities. She understood well that, despite the exceptional sharpness of the sword bestowed upon her by Xianyue, the stone creature's formidable, armored exterior rendered it nearly impervious to harm. In contrast, she exhibited greater agility than the stone giant. Although her swordsmanship could not rival that of her adversary, her foundational skills were robust. By employing the simplest of sword techniques aimed precisely at the stone being's weaknesses, she believed that vanquishing it would not pose a significant challenge. With a surge of strategic insight, Xie Liuyin began to circle the stone figure, testing her attacks. Discovering a weakness proved elusive, as the entirety of the creature was encased in stone armor. After several hours of engaging in a tactical dance, she finally struck the stone giant beneath its arm, only to witness its movements abruptly falter. A glimmer of realization illuminated Xie Liuyin's mind. She recognized this spot as the stone giant's Achilles heel. Just as she prepared to deliver a decisive thrust, the stone figure suddenly unleashed a surge of power far exceeding its previous might, delivering a devastating blow to her chest. Xie Liuyin was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from her lips as she succumbed to the fatal strike. As she opened her eyes once more, she found herself back in the ethereal, pristine white space of the formation's entrance. The imposing first door remained before her, as if she were destined to never pass through it. Xie Liuyin raised her hand to tenderly rub her chest, although she had not sustained any real injuries. The lingering pain from earlier still reverberated through her, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Her initial attempt at the sword formation had ended in failure, yet she had at last discerned the stone figure's weakness, rendering her subsequent efforts considerably simpler. Quickly regaining her composure, Xie Liuyin charged once more into the first layer of the sword formation. However, half an hour later, after once again striking the stone figure beneath its arm, she was met with another devastating blow, resulting in her untimely demise. Awakening anew in the pure white space, Xie Liuyin felt a surge of frustration coursing through her veins. Wasn't this a sword formation? Why had the stone figure suddenly resorted to using its fists against her? Gritting her teeth in determination, she seized her longsword and plunged back into the fray, resolute in her belief that she would conquer this first trial today. Meanwhile, outside the sword formation, Xie Mingzhu gazed at the darkened sky, her heart heavy with concern. She had anticipated that without Xie Liuyin by her side, she would merely be bereft of a mentor guiding her cultivation. After all, the Qinshao sect boasted a disciples' lecture hall, where elders appointed by the sect would periodically offer guidance to the disciples. Attending those sessions would suffice for her learning. Yet, who could have foreseen that after Xie Liuyin's departure to Frostblade Windsword Cliff, the once vibrant Yunshuang Peak would fall silent? The uncles who used to visit frequently had vanished without a trace. Initially, Xie Mingzhu paid little heed to this change, reassured by the thought that as long as Xie Liuyin was alive, no one would dare mistreat her. However, she soon sensed something amiss. For such a significant event as the new Disciples' Grand Competition had gone unnoticed by any informant. In her past life, shortly after entering the sect, Xie Mingzhu had surreptitiously consumed a spiritual elixir hidden by the moon-holding sect, which resulted in her suddenly falling gravely ill and consequently missing the grand competition. Yet in this life, she was evidently in good health, yet no one had deemed it necessary to inform her of the event. Had it not been for her accidental eavesdropping on the discussions of other new disciples, she might have once again missed such a crucial contest. Xie Mingzhu was infuriated by this oversight and confronted the servant disciples of Yunshuang Peak, demanding answers. However, these servant disciples were primarily engaged in menial tasks and exhibited little interest in the significant affairs of the sect, lacking any channels of information. With the competition merely days away and no preparations made, Xie Mingzhu could only resign herself to her misfortune, simmering with pent-up frustration. She had heard that during this period, Xie Liuyin had been tirelessly cultivating on the Daylight Peak, with several elders admonishing their own disciples to learn from her. Each of these instances stirred a tempest of jealousy within Xie Mingzhu, a tumult that she found impossible to quell. While she could accept the possibility of not succeeding in the competition, she could not bear the thought of Xie Liuyin outshining her. Reflecting on the imminent grand competition scheduled for the following day, Xie Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately activated the sound jade left to her by Yi Chaoan. Reaching out to someone. After the sound jade flickered a few times, a somewhat aloof, female voice responded. Xie Mingzhu's voice trembled with suppressed emotion as she plaintively spoke. Master Xianyue, after much contemplation, I cannot help but feel resentful for my master. Yet, you are the only one in the entire sect who seems to care for our master, so I have come to seek your assistance. Opposite the sound measuring device, a female cultivator named Xianyue wore a stern expression. Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu mention their master, her brows immediately knitted together. What exactly has happened to your master? She inquired. It is Master Xianyue, our esteemed ancestor. He has deliberately ensnared my master using spiritual pets to curry favor with his own disciple. Xianyue, you must help my master avenge this grievance. Chapter 27. I thought you were afraid of me outside the Stone Forest Sword Array. The little fox and Alu had been waiting for a full day and night, as the dawn's first light began to shine in the east. Only half an hour remained before the grand competition commenced, yet there was no sign of activity within the sword array. Had the little fox not witnessed Xie Liuyin enter, he would have doubted her presence inside. Recalling Xie Liuyin's eagerness for the competition, he felt an increasing sense of unease. If she were to miss it due to being trapped in the formation, he could only imagine how heartbroken she would be. The more he pondered, the more restless he grew. Were it not for Alu's embrace, he would have charged into the array in search of Xie Liuyin. Unbeknownst to the little fox, Xie Liuyin was entirely unaware of his concerns. Throughout that day and night, she had exhausted her spiritual energy countless times, perishing at the hands of the stone guardian more times than she could count. In the end, she had grown accustomed to the pain, her only thought being the urgency to rise and defeat that stone creature, regardless of whether it was a manifestation of her ancestors' power. Her resolve remained. She would conquer it. With this determination, Xie Liuyin pushed herself to the brink. At the moment the stone guardian revealed a flaw, she astonishingly executed the first layer of the heartless sword technique, piercing through its armpit and directly through its head. The stone figure instantaneously lost its vitality, dissolving into ashes. A voice resonated from the surroundings of the formation, imbued with an air of authority yet tinged with admiration. Well done, continue to strive. In the next moment, Xie Liuyin found herself back in the pristine white space, her fatigue swept away entirely, and even the spiritual energy she had previously exhausted was completely restored. The symbols on the door before her transformed from 1 to 2. she had successfully passed the first level of the sword array. After reveling in her achievement for a brief moment, Xie Liuyin rose and exited the stone forest sword array. The little fox waiting outside burst into joyous excitement upon seeing her, promptly leaping from Alu's embrace and darting to Xie Liuyin's feet. Alu hastily urged, "My lady, prepare quickly. The competition for new disciples has already commenced." To be precise, the competition had begun an hour prior. Fortunately, this grand event was a significant occasion for Qishao's sect, which had been preparing for it a month in advance. The arena for the competition had been swiftly erected in the past few days, and the formation inscribed upon it had been meticulously crafted by an elder who specialized in such arts. It was reported that in a bid to ensure the fairness of the event, the traditionally stern and upright Miao Yuzhenjuan had volunteered to serve as the judge for the competition. Anyone daring to play tricks under her watchful gaze would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The significance of the competition was well understood by the new disciples, hence, all but two with special circumstances were required to participate. The competition spanned 3 days, with the first day designated for drawing lots to determine matchups. From among the 600 participants, including outer sect disciples, half would be chosen. On the second day, the remaining 300 would compete to select the final 100. On the third day, 100 newly admitted disciples who had secured spots in the secret realm were to be ushered into the sect's trial formation. The one who amassed the highest score within this trial formation would be crowned the champion of this year's grand competition. Among this cohort of new disciples, there were several with exceptional talents akin to Xie Liuyin, with a few even having become apprentices to the elders, swiftly advancing in their cultivation. Notably, Qin Tian's disciple, Feng Yele, and Elder Wu's apprentice, Xianyue, stood out remarkably, both having reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement and poised to ascend to the 4th level imminently. Their formidable prowess overshadowed their peers, and many, upon realizing their levels of cultivation, fervently hoped to avoid facing them in the first round of the competition. Fortunately, their prayers were answered. When the draw for opponents took place, Xianyue drew another disciple with a single fire root, whose abilities countered her single water root perfectly. In an even more fortuitous turn of events, Feng Yele drew Xie Liuyin. At the mere sight of her name, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Feng Yele's eyes. Ever since he had been humiliated by Xie Liuyin in front of so many witnesses, he had longed to reclaim his honor. Thus, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to enhance his cultivation with the singular aim of defeating Xie Liuyin soundly today. He desired for Xie Liuyin to falter in the first round, denying her even the qualification to secure a position in the secret realm. This way, the gap between them would only widen. Regardless of her being the disciple of a revered elder, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. He, being stronger than Xie Liuyin, would no longer need to heed her gaze. Such thoughts flitted through Feng Yele's mind as he eagerly handed over his name card to the elder brother responsible for this matter. The individual noted the names of the 2 combatants, preparing to schedule them for the 50th match, when an unexpected voice interjected, "I kindly ask for this junior brother's understanding. My young master is currently in seclusion, so I must request that her match be postponed." Both individuals turned to see the gentle and benevolent wooden face of a Da. Feng Yele was startled by a Da's presence, although he was already aware that his master, Xianyue, harbored a disdain for living beings residing on his peak, thus crafting numerous wooden puppets to serve him. Encountering such a lifelike puppet at such proximity sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, this trepidation was swiftly suppressed. And recalling a Da's words, he retorted with displeasure, "Why must it be postponed just because she wishes it? If you are unwilling, perhaps you should select another opponent. I could also assist in arranging for our young master to take the final stage." A Da replied with a cheerful smile. This was also a form of compensation from the sect leader for their sunlight peak. After all, it was his disciple and grand disciple who had provoked their own master. However, the young master could only adjust her match time once throughout the entire event. Having utilized this opportunity, there would be no further chances. Feng Yele was quite irate. Yet he realized that if he truly refused, he would lose the opportunity to personally defeat Xie Liuyin. Thus, he could only nod in acceptance, momentarily swallowing his anger. Intending to confront Xie Liuyin earnestly once they were on the arena, with Da's assistance, Xie Liuyin, having broken through the first layer of the sword formation, dangerously caught up to the first round of matches, when she, accompanied by Alu and the little fox, arrived at the venue. The referee was loudly announcing, "In this match, Feng Yele versus Xie Liuyin." Feng Yele lightly tapped his toes and gracefully leaped onto the arena. He tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Xie Liuyin, who was gazing back at him. "You finally decided to show up, Master Xie, after such a long absence. I almost thought you were afraid of me and had fled the scene," Feng Yele taunted deliberately. Xie Liuyin stepped onto the stage, retorting, "You are quite audacious to utter such shameless words." Without a glance at the immediate change in Feng Yele's expression, she stood firmly on the opposite side of the arena. "Master Xie, your sharp tongue is impressive, I wonder, when you find yourself defeated by me, will you still have the audacity to speak so boldly? Feng Yele lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on Xie Liuyin with an unkind glare. In response, Xie Liuyin boldly shot back, likewise. With the sound of a gong resonating from below the stage, the combatants' fighting spirit erupted instantaneously. Their swords were drawn, and in an instant, their figures intertwined in a fierce entanglement. Chapter 28. Surprise attack. Feng Yele was also a practitioner of swordsmanship, having studied the Qishao sword technique. Honed over many years by his master, Qin Tian. This technique was known for its formidable offensive power, characterized by a ruthless approach that sought to incapacitate opponents decisively. However, the Qishao sword technique bore significant drawbacks. Being a fire-based technique, it was best suited for disciples with a fire spiritual root. Yet, disciples with a fire spiritual root tended to be impulsive, and this technique often led its practitioners into a state of agitation. Under such dual influences, a cultivator wielding the Qishao sword technique could excel in favorable circumstances, but once at a disadvantage, they could easily resort to reckless moves, leading to their downfall. Feng Yele was well aware of the technique's shortcomings, yet he believed himself to possess superior cultivation and swordsmanship compared to Xie Liuyin. He believed that relying solely on his strength would enable him to swiftly defeat Xie Liuyin in the grand competition. However, he underestimated her and overestimated himself. As their two swords clashed, a jarring sound of friction erupted. Xie Liuyin's formidable power left Feng Yele's hands numb, making him acutely aware that the female cultivator before him was far from ordinary. Both of them ranked among the most skilled of their peers, and their confrontation was far more riveting than that occurring on the other platforms. Before long, many new disciples were drawn to the scene, quickly recognizing the combatants above. Xie Liuyin had gained fame during the earlier apprenticeship ceremony, compelling Yi Chao to bow to her publicly, a moment that lingered in the memories of many. Even Feng Yele, who had previously defended Xie Mingzhu, was recognized by onlookers. Observing the spirited exchange between the two, the new disciples could not resist placing bets. I know the female cultivator. Her name is Xie Liuyin, and she is a disciple of Master Xianyue. It is said she has been cultivating at the daylight peak and has rarely interacted with us, one person remarked. Another added, the male cultivator is also familiar. He is Feng Yele, the junior disciple of our sixth elder. It is said he possesses both fire and with spiritual roots, predominantly fire. My master mentioned his diligence in cultivation, and he recently broke through to the third layer of Qi refinement, making him one of the most talented disciples among us. As for Xie Liuyin's cultivation level, none present could discern it, and those senior disciples who would not easily reveal it. A male disciple, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Doesn't that mean senior brother Feng is guaranteed to win this match?" It is not necessarily the case, for it is said that Master Xie possesses a single spiritual root, thus I believe she has a greater chance of winning. A female disciple spoke up, her tone brimming with defiance. The male disciple, with a slight scoff, retorted, "Very well, let us wager. I shall bet on brother Feng, and you shall bet on Master Xie." Undeterred, the female disciple readily agreed. "Let us wager then. I stake my allowance for next month against yours." The male disciple hesitated, as his allowance dissipated swiftly, often spent on elixirs or magical artifacts. If he were to lose the bet, he would find himself gnawing on a fasting pill come next month. "What, are you afraid?" The female disciple raised an eyebrow slightly, provoked by her taunt. The male disciple declared, "Who says I am afraid? We shall wager." Afterward, he sought out the other onlookers among the new disciples to bear witness, insisting that the bet must proceed. Meanwhile, the two competitors on the stage were nearing a resolution of their contest. Feng Yele, lacking the cultivation of Xie Liuyin, found his internal spiritual energy insufficient. Had he managed to eliminate Xie Liuyin promptly upon entering the stage, it would have been a different story. However, the prolonged battle had nearly drained his advantages. The spiritual energy of a Qi refinement disciple is inherently limited, and the formidable Qishao sword technique demands a greater expenditure of energy. Given Feng Yele's capabilities, he would not typically find himself unable to sustain his efforts against others. Yet, in his desire to teach Xie Liuyin a lesson, he had manipulated the draw, thereby facing her in the first round, ultimately leading to his downfall. As he became aware of his dwindling spiritual energy, the sword in his hand increasingly felt like a burden. Feng Yele yearned to raise his hand to block the long sword that Xie Liuyin wielded, yet his movements were ultimately a beat too slow. By the time the new disciples beneath the arena discerned the actions of the two, they beheld Xie Liuyin pressing her sword against Feng Yele's throat. While the latter's face turned pale, his eyes filled with defiance. The outcome had been determined. The senior responsible for this arena swiftly struck the bronze gongs, proclaiming Xie Liyuin's victory. Only then did she slowly retract her sword, casting not a single glance at the disgruntled Feng Yele as she turned to descend from the stage. However, Feng Yele could scarcely endure such a provocation. He had never envisioned himself defeated, let alone so effortlessly. What infuriated him further was Xie Liuyin's refusal to utter a single word to him, as if mocking him for his defeat. His eyes blazed with crimson fury, obliterating his reason, compelling him to raise his sword and lunge at Xie Liuyin's back. The spectators below gasped in shock, and the responsible senior swiftly formed a seal, intending to disarm Feng Yele, yet it was already too late. Just as everyone assumed that Xie Liuyin was destined to perish on the stage, she seemed to possess eyes at her back, pivoting sharply to sever Feng Yele's tendons with a decisive stroke. Feng Yele let out a shriek, the sword slipping from his grasp. He could no longer attend to anything else, clutching his wrist and wailing in agony. This scene startled the new disciples, and the seniors below hastily dismantled the formation to rush forward, first administering hemostatic powder to Feng Yele before inquiring of Xie Liuyin. Are you unharmed, junior sister? I am unscathed, senior brother. Please rest assured, Xie Liuyin replied with a gentle demeanor. The new disciples below erupted into laughter, teasing the senior brother. You cannot refer to her as junior sister. She is our little master Xie. The senior brother was taken aback, but upon noticing the distinctive red jade talisman at Xie Liuyin's waist, he immediately recognized her identity. She was, after all, a disciple of the revered master Xianyue. Realizing his disrespect, he quickly bowed his hands to Xie Liuyin, apologizing for his impudence. Xie Liuyin nonchalantly waved her hand, saying, "Do not be anxious, senior brother. It is merely a title, nothing more." With that reassurance, the senior brother relaxed and signaled to the medical practitioner waiting nearby to carry Feng Yele away for treatment. However, the judge had already taken note of the senior brother's earlier attempt to ambush Xie Liuyin, and once the injuries were treated, the matter would be referred to the sect for further action. This scene did not escape the attention of the esteemed Master Miaoyu on the high platform. She furrowed her brow, her already stern face adopting an even more severe expression. Recalling the ruthless strikes Xie Liuyin had delivered to Feng Yele's wrist, she became increasingly convinced that this new disciple was, as Xie Mingzhu had described, cruel and merciless. The thought of her junior brother, Xianyue, having been wronged by that little girl due to her connection with Master Xianyue filled her with discontent towards Xie Liuyin. It seemed inappropriate to her that such a person should lead their current cohort of new disciples in the Qishao sect. Chapter 29. Punishing my disciple? Feng Yele's wrist injury was serious, and the incident stirred considerable commotion, inevitably reaching the ears of Elder Qin Tian, displeased with Xie Liuyin from the outset. Upon learning that she had harmed his disciple, Qin Tian wasted no time in seeking her out. Upon realizing that Feng Yele had his right hand tendon severed, an uproar ensued, with cries for the sect leader to deliver justice for their master-disciple pair and to impose severe punishment upon Xie Liuyin. No sooner had these words left his lips than Xianyue's voice echoed through the air. Punish my disciple? How fortuitous, for I too have come seeking reparation. Qin Tian turned to see Xianyue enter gracefully, an ornate folding fan in hand, accompanied by a wooden puppet. Dear junior martial uncle, what are you saying? The injured party is my disciple. It is your disciple who, after the competition, refused to relent and harmed my student. I have yet to demand an explanation from you. And yet you come seeking justice? Qin Tian scoffed coldly, his tone far from polite. However, the expressions of those present in the room turned peculiar at his words. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Qin Tian intended to continue his dispute with Xianyue, but fortunately, the master of Kunshan sect had received news and arrived in a timely manner. Before Qin Tian could utter any further reckless remarks, the sect leader strode into the room, commanding with a thunderous voice, "Silence." Startled, Qin Tian, upon recognizing who it was, rushed to lodge his complaint. Sect leader, you must arbitrate for our master-disciple pair. Look at the state of my disciple, who has been grievously harmed by that Xie Liuyin. The Kunshan sect leader glanced at Feng Yele, lying on the bed in a seemingly lifeless state, and felt no pity. Rather, he believed the young man had brought this upon himself. Humph. Do you still have the audacity to speak of this? Before questioning my junior martial uncle, did you ever consider what your disciple has done? The Kunshan sect leader retorted angrily. Qin Tian was taken aback. What could he possibly do? It was evidently that Xie Liuyin, observing his obstinate demeanor. The sect leader helplessly addressed the other disciples in the room. Quickly, have a word with your sixth elder about what his precious disciple has done on the arena. As for the sixth elder, Feng Yele, having been unwilling to accept defeat against junior uncle Xie, intended to launch a surprise attack after the gong had sounded, solidifying the outcome. Fortunately, junior uncle was astute and managed to evade his ambush, resulting in Feng Yele being injured instead. This incident was witnessed by numerous new disciples. And if the sixth elder was skeptical, we possess recorded evidence of the event. A young disciple, stepping forward to speak, sought to show Qin Tian the recording of that perilous moment. Given that the grand tournament pertained to the Nanshan secret realm, in order to prevent cheating or malicious harm, Qishao sect had installed recording artifacts at each arena to verify circumstances promptly in case of unforeseen incidents. It was initially thought that these devices would be needed later. But surprisingly, in the very first round of competition, someone had already acted recklessly. Upon hearing that they even had recordings, Qin Tian could hardly deny that his disciple was indeed at fault. His face shifted from green to white, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Nevertheless, he insisted on defending his disciple. My apprentice acted impulsively and inadvertently struck Xie Liuyin, which is indeed wrong. However, Xie Liuyin should have simply evaded the attack. Why did he have to injure my disciple so severely? He is a swordsman, and having had his tendons severed, even if they can be reattached, he will never regain the same agility he once possessed. This could affect the entirety of his future. After Qin Tian had finished his complaint, Xianyue, who had been watching the spectacle, finally spoke up. This is quite amusing. I have yet to blame you for failing to teach your disciple well, yet here you are, quick to accuse my disciple of being ruthless in such a significant competition. He let out a cold laugh. If you ask me, Liuyin is still too soft-hearted. Had I been the one nearly ambushed today, I would not merely have severed that boy's tendons. I would have shattered his entire hand. As Qin Tian met Xianyue's icy gaze, a chill crept into his heart, causing much of his earlier bravado to dissipate. Nevertheless, the fact remained that it was my disciple who had suffered a loss. Surely, Xie Liuyin could not be left without any consequence? In the end, Qin Tian remained obstinate. The sect leader of Kunshan discreetly rolled his eyes. How had he never noticed so many fools within his sect? First, his disciple had acted foolishly. And now Qin Tian, who once appeared astute, revealed himself to be equally muddled. Xianyue, upon hearing this, decisively stated, "Very well. Let us handle this according to sect regulations. My disciple has accidentally harmed yours. He shall be punished as deemed appropriate." As Qin Tian's heart swelled with a fleeting sense of joy, he soon heard Xianyue continue, "As for your disciple, having intentionally harmed a fellow sect member, according to our rules, he is to be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Qin Shao sect, correct? When do you intend to cast him out?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's expression darkened considerably. How could he have forgotten that Xianyue was not a benevolent figure? For every slight he endured, he was capable of inflicting 100-fold retribution. Thus, it was settled. Feng Yilei was narrow-minded and had acted with malice. Although one has brought this upon oneself, after recovery, one must endure punishment at Frostblade Windsword Cliff for 3 years. As for junior sister Xie, considering her actions were merely for self-preservation, this matter shall be left in the past. Observing the impasse between the two, the leader of Kunshan Sect stepped forward to mediate the situation. Neither Xianyue nor Qin Tian were satisfied with this outcome, yet they both understood that prolonging the dispute would yield no better resolution. Xianyue felt content that his disciple had not suffered a loss. In a few days, he would ensure the tale spread, leaving Qin Tian and his disciple in a precarious position. As for Qin Tian, he dared not escalate the matter further, especially since Xianyue had clearly shown his support for Xie Liuyin. He feared that should he persistently provoke, the other party might retaliate harshly. Previously, he had experienced inexplicable pain, and Qin Tian had long suspected it was the doing of Xianyue. What if this time the other party took a disliking to him and decided to strike again? Qin Tian was genuinely reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. Thus, Feng Yilei, still in a state of unconsciousness, found himself in dire straits, facing not only the tarnishing of his reputation but also 3 years of confinement at Frostblade Windsword Cliff. However, none of this concerned Xie Liuyin, who had already returned to Daybreak Peak, where she sat cross-legged, gradually restoring her spiritual energy. Her master had just sought out Feng Yilei's master to demand an explanation, so it wouldn't be long before the punishment was announced. And the young mistress need not worry excessively. Observing her in tranquil meditation, Alu initiated a conversation regarding Feng Yilei. Xie Liuyin responded with unwavering composure, "I am not concerned. He cannot even pass the first round of the grand competition. The gap between us will only widen from here on. What is there for me to worry about?" While it is true, both Alu and the little fox were taken aback when Feng Yilei suddenly made his move, especially the little fox, who nearly leaped onto the stage to confront Feng Yilei directly. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin's remarkable prowess ensured that Feng Yilei never had the opportunity to harm her. There were still 2 more matches to come, leaving Alu curious about whom the young master would face next. Xie Liuyin was uncertain as well. Yet an inexplicable premonition stirred within her, suggesting that her upcoming opponent would not be a mere triviality. In Chapter 30, the second round unfolds with Xie Liuyin victorious. Perhaps it was due to the ancestral crow bloodline of the Xie family that Xie Luyin's intuition proved accurate. Early the next morning, Alu presented her with the new competition roster. Xie Liuyin glanced down, feeling a mix of emotions as she realized she was once again pitted against a formidable adversary. This individual was a disciple of the 9th Elder, Zhong Haoqi, inheriting the singular wind spirit root. This particular root is renowned for its agility and subtlety, perfectly complementing the unique cultivation method practiced by Zhong Haoqi. Once this technique is activated, the user becomes nearly undetectable, making it exceedingly challenging to strike them. This posed a significant counter to Xie Liuyin's swordsmanship. If she could not locate her opponent while they could easily reach her, it would be a simple matter for them to eliminate her from the competition. Contemplating this, Xie Liuyin could not help but furrow her brow. Even before stepping onto the stage, she already sensed the impending difficulty. Zhong Haoqi's newly accepted disciple, Xie Liuyin, was merely a year older than Xie Liuyin. By his age, he should have already commenced his cultivation, but alas, Xie Liuyin was born into a mundane world, where the concept of a spiritual root was entirely foreign to him. Had it not been for this year's Qishao Sect's recruitment of disciples from the mundane villages, one might have easily overlooked such a promising talent. Xie Liyuin's family has enjoyed a better life due to his exceptional spiritual roots, which has motivated him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to cultivation after joining the Qishao Sect, striving not to squander his innate gifts. Upon encountering each other on the arena, Xie Liuyin realized that Xie Liuyin was merely a step away from advancing to the 4th level of Qi training. Xie Liuyin was taken aback. Her own rapid progression was partly due to her second chance at life. In her previous incarnation, she had achieved the status of a Golden Core Master, which endowed her with invaluable insights into the absorption of spiritual energy and the path of advancement. Furthermore, in this life, the resources provided by the Xianyue sect have been exceptional, and Xie Liuyin has never once faltered in her efforts. The confluence of these factors has resulted in her swift ascendance in cultivation. In contrast, Xie Liyuin's progress was primarily self-driven, yet he managed to keep pace with her. This sparked within Xie Liuyin a desire to forge a connection with him. Xie Liuyin, on his part, held a favorable view of this junior martial ant. Coming from a less privileged background than other disciples, he knew he must continually elevate his cultivation to establish himself within the Qishao sect. Thus, upon learning that junior martial ant Xie was also fervently dedicated to her training, he found himself greatly admiring her. With the knowledge that today marked their duel, Xie Liuyin felt not a trace of dismay, but rather a sense of joy. He clasped his hands in salute towards Xie Liuyin and expressed, "I have long heard of your extraordinary talent in the sword path, and I am fortunate to face you today. I hope you will kindly impart your wisdom to me." Xie Liuyin discerned the sincerity in his voice and nodded in agreement, replying, "I too am delighted to have this match with you. Rest assured, I shall not hold back." Upon hearing the words, Xie Liuyin felt an increasing anticipation for the impending battle. As soon as the gong sounded, a protective barrier swiftly rose around the arena, and the two combatants commenced their duel without uttering a single word. Xie Liuyin, having witnessed Xie Liyuin's prowess in previous matches, was acutely aware that engaging her directly would likely result in his defeat. Thus, he promptly unleashed his technique, transforming himself into a wisp of breeze and vanishing from the stage in an instant. The moment this technique manifested, the onlooking new disciples gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing with concern for Xie Liuyin. Observing Xie Liyuin's disappearance, Xie Liuyin initially felt a surge of panic, as she had yet to encounter such a technique and was uncertain how to respond. However, she soon sensed a gust of wind approaching her side and instinctively dodged, narrowly evading Xie Liyuin's attack. It dawned on her that Xie Liuyin had not truly vanished, he simply remained unseen to her. Realizing he had not genuinely transformed into a mere wisp of wind, the situation became considerably more manageable. With resolve, Xie Liuyin swiftly drew her sword and severed a corner of her garment, using it to blindfold her eyes. The surrounding disciples erupted in chatter, questioning her actions. What is junior martial uncle doing? Does she believe senior martial brother is too formidable and is conceding the match? They speculated. Absolutely not, retorted a disciple who had won a bet the previous day against a female cultivator. Junior martial uncle must have devised a strategy, which is why she has covered her eyes. Yet, her assertions fell on deaf ears, as Xie Liyuin's formidable cultivation and the peculiarity of his technique led many to believe that even the most skilled sword cultivators could scarcely unravel it. Although Master Xie possesses considerable talent in the art of swordsmanship, she has only been practicing for a few months and, one might assume, has yet to master an entire set of sword techniques. How could she possibly compare to Xie Liuyin? Observing the skepticism etched on the faces of the new disciples, the female cultivator scoffed and boldly proposed, "Dare you wager against me?" Those who supported Xie Liuyin shook their heads in unison. Just the day before, one disciple had wept for an entire night after losing to him, and this morning they had encountered him with swollen eyes, a testament to his sorrow. With such a cautionary tale before them, they dared not gamble against the female cultivator, fearful that Master Xie might fortuitously evade danger once more. Casting a disdainful glance at her companions, the female cultivator quickly redirected her focus to the arena. At this moment, Xie Liuyin had entirely abandoned reliance on sight. She no longer depended on her eyes, but instead heightened her auditory senses to their fullest extent. Simultaneously, She began to disperse the spiritual energy from her dantian across the arena like a gentle rain. As this energy enveloped the space like a pervasive mist, Xie Liuyin finally discerned Su Wuyin's presence. Just then, Su Wuyin lunged at her, attempting to strike her off the stage with a powerful palm. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin reacted swiftly, allowing Su Wuyin's attack to merely graze her clothing before crashing onto the stage. The specially crafted platform bore the mark of the impact, and the spectators below instantly realized that Master Xie had evaded Su Wuyin's strike with her eyes closed. Su Wuyin, too, recognized this feat, though he was not overly astonished. Having witnessed Xie Liuyin's battle with Feng Yele the previous day, he was well aware that Master Xie was far from ordinary. Indeed, in the next moment, Su Wuyin beheld Xie Liuyin casting aside her pristine longsword, which seemed to spring to life, pursuing him with deadly intent. Su Wuyin hastily evaded, yet the blade relentlessly followed, as if it had singled him out. As time dragged on, Xie Liuyin, eager for a swift resolution, subtly moved her fingers in a delicate gesture. The longsword, which had been trailing closely behind Su Wuyin, suddenly quivered, adjusting its angle with remarkable precision, encircling him before striking directly at his head. Had Su Wuyin not been sufficiently alert, he would have surely met his end at Xie Liuyin's blade. He gazed at the sword's edge, mere inches from his throat, his heart racing uncontrollably. It was evident that she had unraveled his technique, prompting Su Wuyin to cease his concealment and gradually reveal himself. His junior martial ant's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. He conceded defeat with a grin directed at Xie Liuyin. She returned the gesture with a respectful nod, acknowledging his surrender. The officiating elder swiftly struck the gong, and amidst the cheers, announced Xie Liuyin's triumph in the second match, thereby securing her place in the coveted Nanshan secret realm. Chapter 31. His fate-sealed Su Wuyin's defeat to Xie Liuyin did not spell the end of his aspirations for the Nanshan secret realm. The second round featured an alternative match for the defeated disciples. Those who could triumph in consecutive bouts would earn the privilege to advance to the third round. However, individuals like Xie Liuyin, who had emerged victorious in the first match, were naturally exempt from further competition. Fully aware of this rule, Xie Liuyin encouraged Su Wuyin after stepping down from the arena, saying, "Keep it up. I shall await you in tomorrow's trial formation." "Indeed, I will not disappoint my little master uncle," Su Wuyin cheerfully assured her, having successfully secured victory in this match. Xie Liuyin was preparing to return to the Daylight Peak with Lu and the little fox when unexpectedly she caught sight of Xie Mingzhu's arena. It was uncertain whether Xie Mingzhu was particularly fortunate, but in the first round, she faced an outer sect disciple who had only reached the first level of Qi training. The opponent had barely grasped the fundamentals of cultivation and was no match for Xie Mingzhu, who easily defeated her. As for the second round, her opponent had suffered a leg injury the previous night and still participated in the arena today despite being wounded. Consequently, it was without doubt that Xie Mingzhu, with her second level of Qi training, effortlessly secured one of the 100 exceedingly precious spots. Xie Liuyin was not at all surprised by this. She had witnessed her sister's remarkable fortune in her previous life. Anything she desired seemed to come to her through an array of bizarre circumstances, and her participation in competitions invariably led to countless unexpected events that ensured her victory. Xie Liuyin had once believed this to be a blessing bestowed upon her younger sister due to her reincarnation as a goddess. Yet now, reflecting upon their inexplicable rebirth, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt that if Xie Mingzhu were indeed a goddess, then she herself must be the goddess's great uncle. This time, she was determined to observe how much impact that so-called luck could have in the face of absolute strength. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind, Xie Liuyin merely cast a deep glance at Xie Mingzhu before turning back to her cultivation. Fresh from her victory in the second round of the competition, Xie Mingzhu had scarcely savored her triumph when her gaze caught a glimpse of Xie Liuyin's retreating figure. Over the past 2 days, the latter had garnered immense attention within the sect. Having ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement merely months after her initiation, a prodigy outshining even the once illustrious Xianyue, even without actively inquiring, Xie Mingzhu was inundated with praises for Xie Liuyin's exceptional talents, words that pricked her ears painfully. She couldn't shake the feeling that it should be her, not Xie Liuyin, who was the object of admiration. Moreover, hadn't Master Xianyue assured her that she would ensure Xie Liuyin would falter in the competition and thus not ascend to the position of champion? Yet, Xie Liuyin had already achieved victory in 2 consecutive matches, poised to secure enough points in the final round to rightfully claim the title of new disciples champion. With a slight bite of her lip, Xie Mingzhu contemplated her next move before seeking a secluded spot. She retrieved her sound once more to contact Master Xianyue. "Master Xianyue, I have heard that Xie Liuyin has successfully passed the second round. If she continues on this path unimpeded, it seems she will undoubtedly become the champion of this year's new disciples." On the other end of the sound, a cold and stern female voice responded, "Why do you share this with me? Master, please do not misunderstand. I simply feel a sense of regret that among the numerous new disciples we have welcomed into Qinshao Sect, none seem to rival the shameless and cunning Xie Liuyin. It is indeed disheartening. Xie Mingzhu sighed, her tone laden with helplessness. She paused, noting the silence from Xianyue, and continued. I wonder how my master would feel if he were to learn that Xie Liuyin, who has resorted to underhanded tactics, is reaping such significant rewards from the sect. Xie Mingzhu, it would be wise for you to refrain from displaying your little schemes in my presence. The female cultivator scoffed coldly, remarking on Xie Liuyin's cunningness. Implying that as her sister, you are hardly in a better position. Xie Mingzhu's voice faltered, and upon hearing the reprimand, a glimmer of shame and indignation flickered in her eyes. I will address the matters concerning Xie Liuyin. But you would do well to remain obedient and await the return of our junior brother. Should I discover that you have acted in secret to tarnish his reputation, I shall ensure you regret it. With that stern warning, she severed the communication, as the communication device reverted to its original azure hue. Xie Mingzhu's expression momentarily twisted with anger. She gritted her teeth, cursing at the device. How dare an old woman covet our junior brother and speak to me in such a manner? Just wait. When Xianyue returns, I will ensure he teaches you a proper lesson. Recalling the past life when Miao and Xinjuan, relying on her status as Yu Xiaoyan senior, had schemed against her more than once, resentment welled up within Xie Mingzhu. Initially, she had considered that if Miaoyin were to obediently assist her in dealing with Xie Liuyin, she might afford Miaoyin a more comfortable demise in this lifetime, sparing Yu Xiaoyan from taking matters into his own hands. Yet, it appears that even across lifetimes, loathed individuals remain persistently detestable. Humph. Let her relish once again the sensation of being pierced through by the beloved junior brother's sword. A sardonic smile curled upon her lips as she turned to exit the competition venue. Meanwhile, Feng Yele, finally regaining consciousness, was overwhelmed by a persistent pain radiating from his right hand, causing him considerable discomfort. Instinctively, he attempted to move his wrist, only to find that his entire right hand felt unresponsive. Feng Yile felt an unsettling sensation as he raised his hand, only to discover a grotesque and formidable scar stretching across his wrist, rendering it exceedingly unsightly. Junior apprentice, you have finally awakened. A figure entered the room, and upon seeing Feng Yile with his eyes wide open, exclaimed with delight. Feng Yile turned to meet the surprised gaze of his senior brother, yet within him, there resided not a trace of joy. He lifted his feeble right hand and inquired, Brother, what has happened to my hand? It seems incapable of movement. His senior brother sighed, Your hand has sustained damage to its meridians. It shall require some time to heal. However, fret not, for this hand will still wield a sword in the future, albeit with less dexterity than that of a normal right hand. Feng Yilei's pupils constricted sharply as memories flooded back. It was that wretched Xie Liuyin who had inflicted the injury upon him. He immediately exclaimed, It was Xie Liuyin who harmed me. Brother, you must inform master and seek justice on my behalf. Junior apprentice, the deed has been done. You should focus on your recovery for now and not concern yourself with these matters, his senior brother replied, looking somewhat troubled. Feng Yilei, upon hearing this, became enraged. What do you mean? I have been grievously harmed by Xie Liuyin, and you do not seek justice for me? Are you all afraid of Master Xianyue? Seeing Feng Yilei's increasingly obstinate demeanor, his senior brother could only explain, Do not speak recklessly. Master also wishes to aid you. But you must remember, you were the one who ambushed Junior Master Xie, and it was witnessed by others. When Master Xianyue learned of the incident, he personally intervened to demand accountability, and even the sect leader became involved, suppressing any punishment for Junior Master Xie. At present, you have yet to fully recover from your injuries. Once your right hand has healed sufficiently, you shall be sent to Frostblade Windsword Cliff for 3 years of reflection. As Feng Yele listened, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and by the time he heard the final words, he had collapsed back onto the bed, appearing utterly dazed. Having lost his opportunity in the Nanshan secret realm and bearing the stigma of having ambushed a fellow disciple, he was now destined for Frostblade Windsword Cliff. He realized, with piercing clarity, that he had been utterly ruined by Xie Liuyin. Chapter 32, Mind Your Own Affairs. Feng Yele was consumed by regret, while Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware, diligently absorbing the teachings of Xianyue. The trial array of Qinshao Sect is renowned as the foremost array in the Bishu realm, housing numerous demonic beasts and exotic flora. After taking a sip of tea, Xianyue continued elucidating to Xie Liuyin, assuring her that the sect has designated trial zones for its disciples. Given their cultivation levels, they would likely compete only in the Qi refining zone. Xie Liuyin was already aware of this, having previously ventured into the foundation establishment zone of the trial array, and she understood the dangers that lay within. Make sure to review the rules for the 3rd round of trials several times. You wouldn't want to find yourself in a position where the champion holds the advantage, only to be outmaneuvered by the rules and fail to secure a spot in the top 10, Xianyue remarked with a hint of mockery. The intent behind his words unclear. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Xianyue was not one to engage in idle chatter. His deliberate choice to speak to her the day before the third round suggested he had received some crucial information. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Liuyin tentatively inquired, "Master, is there someone who harbors ill will towards me and intends to target me? Do not attempt to extract information from me. Suffice it to say, you should exercise caution," replied Xianyue, who was not easily deceived. He had no intention of disclosing his discoveries to Xie Liuyin. She merely needed to focus on the competition, and he would handle the rest. Although Xie Liuyin had not spent much time with Xianyue, she understood his nature well enough to realize that further inquiries would yield no fruitful leads. Thus, she took her leave to return to her training. Having previously grasped the first layer of the ruthless sword technique within the initial stage of the stone forest sword formation, she recognized the formidable prowess of this technique, which could even allow her to combat opponents of higher ranks. Consequently, Xie Liuyin felt no apprehension. She was confident that her abilities were sufficient to overwhelm the new disciples of her cohort. Once Xie Liuyin departed, Ada, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, voiced his concern. "Master, are you truly not going to inform the young mistress of this matter? If she were aware, she could prepare herself in advance." "There is no need," Xianyue reassured him. "Although that little girl, Miaoyin, can be rather headstrong, she is not of poor character. Her willingness to approach me regarding this matter indicates that she would not intentionally obstruct Liuyin during the competition." Not long ago, after Xie Liuyin had secured victory in her second match, the esteemed Miao Yuzhenjuan had sought out Xianyue. She had heard some unfavorable remarks about Xie Liuyin from an unknown source, claiming that the child exhibited a flawed disposition, and urged Xianyue, as her master, to exercise greater discipline over her. Miao Yu had even gone so far as to suggest, "If possible, I implore you, ancestor master, to rein in the young disciple, Xie. Her innate talent is commendable, as long as she rectifies her disposition and becomes an upright and aspiring disciple. She could indeed manage to become the leader among the new disciples, albeit with some effort." Xianyue found these words somewhat amusing, for he was well aware of his junior's obstinate nature, her adherence to rigid principles, and her serious demeanor, which made her easily manipulated by others. Otherwise, at the mere utterance of Miao Yu, he would have promptly kicked her out of the daylight peak. "My disciple lacks virtue? Who told you such a thing?" Xianyue inquired, raising an eyebrow. Miao Yu shook her head, unwilling to divulge further. "I can discern it without anyone's counsel. Yesterday, during the competition, that disciple Feng's ambush was indeed improper. Yet junior Uncle Xie possesses superior cultivation and could have effortlessly evaded it. She merely needed to dodge that attack, and the referee would have rushed forward to subdue Feng Yele at once. However, she chose not to do so and instead retaliated ruthlessly, severing Feng Yele's tendons with a single strike. How can one not deem such a person as having a poor disposition? If she displays such cruelty when her cultivation is still modest, what will become of her when her power increases?" Xianyue scoffed lightly. "Let us not forget that Feng Yele and my disciple have a prior grievance. He harbored jealousy and harmed my disciple, long forsaking the bonds of brotherhood. My student merely returned the favor in kind." However, Miao Yu frowned, her expression one of disapproval. "Miao Yu, my dear junior," Xianyue interrupted her. "Have you been in seclusion within the sect for so long that you have only learned a plethora of sentimental rules, forgetting even the principle of not being overly generous with others?" He raised his hand, directing the spout of the teapot on the table toward Miao Yu, adopting a gesture that indicated it was time for her to take her leave. "Finally, I offer a word of advice to my disciple. Take care of yourself." With a gentle smile, Xianyue lifted her teacup towards Miao Yu. The stance was clear, leaving Miao Yu with no recourse but to obediently take her leave. However, it was this visit that made Xianyue realize that there were indeed many within the Qingxiao sect harboring ill intentions towards Xie Liuyin. Previously, having encountered the outstanding new disciples Feng Yele and Su Wuyin, Xianyue had presumed it was merely a stroke of luck. Now, it was evident that there were those deliberately orchestrating events to ensure Xie Liuyin's early elimination. Xianyue began to understand why his apprentice had been so fervently dedicated to her cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, possessing strength is undoubtedly advantageous. With this thought, he turned to Ada and instructed, "Increase the dosage for tonight's medicinal bath." Ada, well aware of whom his master referred to, hesitated for a moment, which was rare for him. "But master, the dosage has already been increased twice. The young lady is still in the early stages of qi cultivation, yet to progress to the mid-stage. Such a large dosage, will she be able to endure it? She will be fine. Others may falter, but she will surely prevail." Xianyue held unwavering confidence in Xie Liuyin. Indeed, as Xianyue had predicted, although she knew that the intensified dosage would bring her pain far beyond what she had previously experienced, Xie Liuyin gritted her teeth and immersed herself in the medicinal liquid, determined to grow stronger. The new concoction was no longer merely a relentless sting. It now bore the additional sensation of being seared by fierce flames. Fortunately, the pain was not overly pronounced, and Xie Liuyin had made considerable progress in her cultivation compared to before, allowing her to refrain from vocalizing her discomfort. However, following a medicinal bath, she remained utterly exhausted and was carried back by Alu. During this time, the little fox obediently trailed behind them, its beautiful eyes filled with concern for Xie Liuyin. Once she returned to her chamber, and Alu quietly withdrew, the little fox suddenly leaped onto Xie Liuyin's bed, nestling adorably by her pillow. As Xie Liuyin gradually regained her strength, she noticed the charming sight before her and reached out to gently tousle the soft fur of its head. "Don't worry, Xianyue. I shall recover swiftly." The little fox emitted a soft sound, cautiously nuzzling her face. Observing its intent to stay by her side, Xie Liuyin contemplated for a moment, realizing that Xianyue was not as fierce as it had initially seemed. Thus, she decided to allow it to remain for the night on her bed. The little fox, sensing her indulgence, inched closer to her. Its injuries were nearing full recovery, and Xianyue had contacted the Moon Fox clan. Soon, it would depart from Qingxiao Sect. The little fox felt a profound sense of reluctance, yet it could not oppose the decisions of Xianyue and its father. It resolved to firmly engrave Xie Liuyin's image in its heart, vowing that when it attained sufficient strength, it would transform into human form to reacquaint itself with her. Chapter 33. The famous little master uncle. A night devoid of dreams allowed Xie Liuyin's body to swiftly absorb the remnants of the medicinal properties, restoring her to optimal condition. On the following day, at the break of dawn, without the need for Alu to summon her, Xie Liuyin had already donned her attire and stepped out of her chamber, sword in hand, an elegant weapon temporarily lent to her by Xianyue. This day marked the final event of the grand competition, necessitating the presence of the esteemed Miao Zhenjuan, along with Xianyue and her companions. The duration of their attendance was entirely at the discretion of the elders, with the sect imposing no stringent requirements. By the time Xie Liuyin, Alu, and the little fox approached the vicinity of the trial formation, Xianyue had already convened with the other elders atop the Qingxiao Peak, where the sect leader resided. As Xianyue entered the grand hall, she spotted a familiar figure nestled in a corner. She arched an eyebrow at the sect leader, silently demanding an explanation. With a slight cough, the Kunshan sect leader averted his gaze from Xianyue, stating, "The new disciples competition is indeed a rare festivity for our Qingxiao sect, especially with a disciple from Chaoyuan making it to the finals. That is why I invited Chaoyuan to observe." Having uttered this, he hastily added, as if fearing a misunderstanding from Xianyue, "Rest assured, Master Uncle, once the competition concludes, Chaoyuan will promptly return to Frostblade Windsword Cliff for seclusion. The agreed 10 years will be honored, without a single day's reduction." This was a matter concerning the sect leader's disciple, and thus any punishment would come from him alone, leaving an outsider like her uninvolved. Xianyue stifled a yawn, dismissively gesturing towards her chaise lounge before reclining gracefully, exuding an air of indifference. Observing her lack of further contention, the Kunshan sect leader exhaled in relief and exchanged a reassuring glance with his young disciple. Chaoyuan felt a profound sense of relief upon witnessing the scene before him. Although his cultivation was considerable, the formidable nature of Frostblade Windsword Cliff was undeniable. The period spent confined upon the cliff had been arduous. He endured daily assaults from the icy blades, and even the act of merely sitting there rendered him nearly mad with pain. On several occasions, feelings of regret washed over him. Had he foreseen the torment that awaited him on the cliff, he would have heeded his master's advice and refrained from shouldering blame alone. Having suffered immensely on the cliff, when the sect leader presented the opportunity for him to attend the competition, Chaoyuan readily accepted without a second thought. However, upon encountering Xianyue, he sensed something amiss. Yet, having descended, he was reluctant to return to the cliff so soon, and chose to ignore Xianyue's scornful remarks, opting to remain instead. As the sect leader and elders took their seats, a vast water curtain gradually materialized before the assembly, revealing images of the new disciples preparing for the trial formations. Xianyue swiftly identified her ill-fated disciple among the throng of similarly garbed individuals. As she handed over her storage pouch to the disciple in charge of this matter, the rules of the trial formations were numerous, one of which stipulated that aside from a single weapon, no other items were permitted. This regulation was purportedly designed to test the new disciples' ability to protect themselves in extreme conditions. Thus, they were prohibited from bringing additional magical tools, talismans, or medicinal pills. Should they sustain injuries, they could opt to crush the jade orb provided by the sect, thereby immediately relinquishing their participation and being instantaneously transported out of the formation. Yesterday, Xie Liuyin was subtly reminded by Xianyue that many eyes would be upon her today. Thus, she decisively divested herself of all extraneous items. even relinquishing the storage ring previously bestowed upon her by the sect leader to a junior disciple. However, upon noticing the valuable storage ring in hand, the young disciple broke into a cold sweat, realizing its worth. Should it be lost, the debt incurred would take a decade of hardship to repay. Curiosity piqued. He sought to discover which fortunate individual could afford such an item after merely a few months in the sect. As he looked up, he met Xie Liuyin's piercing gaze. It turned out to be the esteemed junior martial aunt Xie. It was best to keep her belongings organized and labeled to avoid confusion later. The female disciple, upon seeing Xie Liuyin, beamed with a smile. She willingly fetched a cloth bag, carefully gathering Xie Liuyin's possessions and inscribing her name upon it. Xie Liuyin felt a tinge of surprise. She had seldom accepted kindness from others and had never engaged so congenially with her fellow disciples in her past life. Curiously, she inquired, "Do you know me?" "Who in Qin Shao sect does not know junior martial aunt?" replied the disciple with a gentle smile. "Your talent is exceptional, and your diligence is commendable. Within just a few months, you have already reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Most would toil for years to achieve such a level. Cultivators are often drawn to the strong, and although Xie Liuyin has yet to attain a status that inspires awe, her evident potential suggests that her future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of the esteemed Zhao Yunjinjuan." They did not seize the opportunity to foster a good relationship with Xie Liuyin while she was still young. Did they intend to wait until she achieved fame and success, only to approach her then with the intent of adding embellishment to her glory? The female disciple's thoughts were a whirlwind. Yet her smile remained unwavering as she said to Xie Liuyin, "Little martial uncle, please do your best today. I am truly rooting for your victory." Unsure of how to address her, Xie Liuyin graciously accepted the other's goodwill. The female disciple's laughter grew even more exuberant. "My name is Liu Yu. You may call me a Yu." Xie Liuyin did not truly adopt this form of address, as they were not yet well acquainted. She obediently surrendered all items except for the Xianyue sword and then received a jade orb from Liu Yu, securing it firmly at her waist. "Little martial uncle, do take care of your jade orb. If it were to be inadvertently damaged, you may find yourself prematurely transported out of the formation," Liu Yu reiterated. Xie Liuyin nodded, committing her words to memory. Once she had completed these tasks and retreated to a secluded area, she pondered briefly, still feeling a twinge of unease. She drew a golden thread from her robe and wrapped it around the jade orb several times, adding additional ties to her belt. The number of people in her vicinity was considerable, and her discreet actions were thoroughly concealed, preventing the elders before the water screen from noticing. Once the remaining 100 shortlisted disciples had completed their registration, the trial formation located on the back mountain finally activated under the gaze of countless eager eyes. The towering stone door, resembling the head of an ancient beast, rose from the ground with a thunderous roar, causing the earth beneath their feet to tremble. The menacing stone door gaped open like a ferocious beast, revealing the passage into the formation within its maw. Behind the beastly head lies a vast expanse shrouded in a mystical barrier, preventing anyone from peering into the secrets concealed within. "Are you feeling anxious, little martial aunt?" a voice suddenly inquired beside Xie Liuyin. Turning her gaze, Xie Liuyin encountered a visage of pure beauty. The young girl donned a blue disciple's robe, the hem adorned with unique patterns resembling rippling waters. Sensing the unfamiliarity in Xie Liuyin's eyes, the girl smiled warmly. "Little martial aunt Xie, I am Xianyue, a disciple of Feng Hongxiu from Shuqing Peak." "So, this is Xianyue?" Xie Liuyin finally recognized her. Chapter 34, The First Kill emerges. Just as Feng Yilei stands out among the male disciples, Xianyue has captured the attention of all as the most notable female disciple among this new cohort. Xie Liuyin had heard much about her, yet this was their first encounter. Xianyue possesses a single water spiritual root, identical to that of her master, Feng Hongxiu. In contrast to Feng Yilei's previous arrogance, this equally remarkable new disciple exudes a more understated charm. Xie Liuyin felt a genuine fondness for Xianyue. Upon seeing her take the initiative to greet her, she responded eagerly, "I have heard of you before, and indeed, meeting you has proven that your reputation does not do you justice. You are even more impressive than I had imagined." Xianyue's delicate face flushed crimson as she softly replied, "Little martial aunt, you are the remarkable one. You are truly formidable." She had a naturally shy disposition, and had it not been for her admiration for this little martial aunt, she would not have mustered the courage to approach her. Being praised by someone she admired made her cheeks flush even deeper. As the moment approached for them to enter the trial arena, Xianyue hastily uttered her final words to Xie Liuyin, "Little master uncle, may all go smoothly. I await the celebration of your triumph." As the last syllable fell from her lips, their figures vanished within the beast's maw. Both of them, possessing exceptional talent and noble lineage, naturally attracted the attention of several elders. Their exchange was entirely captured by the water screen, and soon reached the ears of those within the hall. Elder Jiu, Zhong Haoqi, could not contain his laughter upon hearing this. "Hongqiu, do listen. What a thing for your disciple to say. Clearly she is no slouch herself. Why should she wish for another to claim the title of champion? He scoffed, my disciple possesses self-awareness. Have you not seen how your apprentice lost? He employed every technique at his disposal, yet Xianyue revealed not a trace of her true strength. Can it be that such a person lacks the capability to seize the title of champion? Feng Hongqiu, unfazed by Zhong Haoqi's jests, readily conceded that her disciple was indeed outmatched. She understood that her apprentice had a gentle disposition, thus she held no further expectations for Hualing Xue, wishing only for her to cultivate diligently. However, Xie Liuyin appeared to possess immense potential, should her disciple forge a friendship with her. It might yield some protection in the future. Feng Hongqiu found this to be perfectly acceptable and chose to ignore the provocations of outsiders. Seeing that Feng Hongqiu did not take the bait, Zhong Haoqi merely scratched his nose and shifted his attention to another target. Qin Tian. I hear your disciple's injuries have nearly healed. When shall you send him to Frostblade Windsword Cliff, so he may accompany our nephew Yi? Qin Tian curled his lip disdainfully, casting a dark glance at Zhong Haoqi. Zhong Haoqi felt a chill run down his spine as he perceived the look in Qin Tian's eyes. What kind of gaze is that? Are you dissatisfied with the leader's decision? He inquired. I never uttered such words. Naturally, I shall heed the leader's impartial judgment, Qin Tian replied, his voice cold, suppressing the anger simmering within him, without even glancing at Zhong Haoqi. Observing that even the most tempestuous Qin Tian was not easily provoked, Zhong Haoqi let out a regretful sigh and refrained from stirring the waters further. With the absence of any spectacle to behold, the crowd redirected their attention to the water screen, eager to witness the performance of the new disciples in the trial formation. Only the seemingly slumbering Xianyue, with eyes shut, secretly lifted one eyelid, her gaze landing on Qin Tian's face, capturing a fleeting glimpse of malevolence in his eyes. It appeared that this old rogue had indeed tampered with the formation. However, Xianyue felt no trepidation, for she had already secured sufficient contingencies for her disciple. All that remained was to observe the extent of Xie Liuyin's capabilities. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. When Xie Liuyin finally opened her eyes again, she found herself transported into the trial formation. She stood amidst a dense forest, devoid of any other living soul. The silence enveloping the woods was profound. Not even a single bird's chirp broke the stillness. Rather than acting impulsively, Xie Liuyin first drew her Xianyue sword, gripping it firmly before tentatively stepping into the thicket. However, reality soon validated her caution. For the moment she took her first step, she seemed to have triggered something. A thick tree root suddenly lashed out, ensnaring her ankle with relentless force. The root yanked Xie Liuyin into the air, poised to hurl her violently to the ground. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin reacted swiftly. With a flick of her wrist, her longsword severed the entangling roots. The section still wrapped around her ankle tightened with intent, as if determined to fracture her foot. This prompted Xie Liuyin to realize that unless she dealt with the main body of the root, she would remain ensnared. Without hesitation, she seized the writhing segment of the root and, with a decisive effort, yanked it from the earth. The earth erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. And amidst the hazy debris, a massive clump of roots emerged before her, having been previously overwhelmed by the monstrous beasts and the plant taxonomy. Xie Liuyin immediately recognized it as a first-tier demonic plant known as the chaos grass. Aware of her exposure, the chaos grass ceased to conceal itself, brandishing its numerous stout tendrils to lash out at Xie Liuyin. Her expression remained unperturbed as her snow-colored sword traced elegant arcs in the air. In the next moment, the fearsome chaos grass was reduced to a heap of severed roots. Xie Liuyin gracefully stepped forward and extracted a verdant stone from the massive root clump. This was the core of the demonic plant. Simultaneously, a cross appeared beside her name on the stele situated outside the trial formation, marking her as the first disciple to earn points. Indeed, it was Xie, the junior sister. Truly, she was a remarkable disciple taught by the esteemed master Xianyue. Her swordsmanship was nothing short of astonishing, remarked Elder Gu Fan, who maintained a cordial relationship with Xianyue. Although Xie Liuyin's recent movement appeared to be merely a casual swing of her sword, the fact that she could slay a demon plant comparable to a cultivator at the first layer of Qi refinement speaks volumes about her prowess. However, Xianyue regarded this with little amusement, remarking that killing a low-tier demon plant was hardly impressive. Any disciple aiming for a spot in the top 100 could achieve that. She thought it best to reserve her praise until Xie Liuyin secured first place. The onlookers were left pondering Xianyue's blunt words. A few elders who were friendly with Qin Tian contemplated dousing her enthusiasm. But upon witnessing Xie Liuyin strike down another demon bird with a single blow, they promptly fell silent, regardless of other considerations. It was evident that Xie Liuyin was truly formidable. Meanwhile, Yi Zhaoyan, who had been quietly observing, furrowed his brow slightly. With Xie Liuyin being so powerful, wouldn't it mean that no one would dare to assist Mingzhu in the future? He realized that to protect Mingzhu, He must find a way to leave Frostblade Windsword Cliff swiftly. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that this sister would bully her mercilessly. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the water screen finally displayed the image of Xie Mingzhu, who was currently walking alongside another new male disciple. To Xie Liuyin's surprise, this male disciple, who was with Xie Mingzhu, generously offered his prey to her, allowing her to deliver the final blow to the nearly defeated beast. Chapter 35. If I am unhappy, you shall suffer. The male disciple in the water screen appeared handsome and rather bashful. It was unclear what had motivated him. But after receiving a few compliments from Xie Mingzhu, he willingly surrendered the exhausted demon beast to her, enabling her to claim the finishing strike. Naturally, the demon cores obtained from the vanquished beast belonged to Xie Mingzhu. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the sect leader and the elders. And Xie Liuyin's brow furrowed deeply. Just at that moment, Xianyue unexpectedly spoke up, saying, "Ah, what fortune your disciple possesses, Yi Shiji. She truly possesses an alluring charm. With just a few casual words, she can persuade others to willingly offer up their demon cores. I wonder if she were placed in the beast forest. Could she entice the beasts there to present their cores voluntarily?" Xie Liuyin cast a cold glance in her direction, but refrained from uttering anything overly harsh due to Xianyue's esteemed status. After a prolonged silence, he managed to respond with a restrained, "You flatter her, Shizuzu." Xianyue let out a soft scoff, her tone dripping with sarcasm, evident to all. Miaoyin, responsible for overseeing the grand competition, also took note of this moment. She had never been particularly fond of Xie Mingzhu, who had a penchant for sowing discord. Witnessing her resort to trickery during such a crucial contest only deepened Miaoyin's discontent. Unbeknownst to Xie Mingzhu, her actions were being displayed for all to see on the water screen, having missed this grand event in her previous life. And with Xie Liuyin facing punishment in this one, she had not even sought clarification on the rules. Consequently, she felt no remorse for her actions and even contemplated enlisting a few others to help her accumulate points. While she was diligently striving for victory outside the water screen, Zhong Haoqi was equally determined to stir trouble. With a sweeping gesture, he divided the water screen before him. On the left, the scene of Xie Liuyin fiercely slaying demon beasts unfolded, drenched in the gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. On the right, Xie Mingzhu was seen deceiving new disciples, coaxing them into handing over their demon cores. It is unclear how Xie Mingzhu managed to elicit such generosity, as not only several male disciples relinquished their demon cores to her, but even some female disciples softened and surrendered a portion of their points. However, her charm was not universally effective. At least when she encountered Xie Liuyin, she found no favor. Upon learning that many of the demon cores in Xie Mingzhu's possession were gifts from others, Xie Liuyin harbored thoughts of seizing them for herself. Fortunately, Xie Mingzhu fled swiftly, and Xie Liuyin ultimately spared her, allowing her to evade a dire fate. Nevertheless, despite the assistance of many, the number of demon cores in Xie Mingzhu's grasp still paled in comparison to those held by Xie Liuyin. The latter, fortunate in her endeavors, followed the trail of the most potent blood aura and discovered a group of low-ranking demon beasts. She tossed her Xianyue's sword into the air, swiftly forming incantations with her hands. Countless sword shadows descended like falling petals, and after a chorus of anguished cries, the ground was strewn with the carcasses of the demon beasts. Xie Liuyin trod upon the blood-soaked earth, collecting the demon cores littered around her. Qin Tian, witnessing this scene, felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. Such a murderous intent could easily lead one astray. Fortunately, Xianyue interjected, asserting that her disciple targeted only those demon beasts deserving of death, unlike your disciple, who favors striking at people, particularly from behind. Qin Tian raised his gaze, meeting Xianyue's unsympathetic smile. Zhong Hao, reveling in the spectacle, remarked, "It seems these two are sisters born of the same mother, on the same day of the same month. How can they be born of the same parents yet possess such contrasting temperaments? Could it be due to differing masters?" Yu Chaowen could no longer contain herself. During the competition for new disciples, as long as one acted within the bounds of the rules, there was no wrongdoing. Although Mingzhu's actions were somewhat suspect of cunning, her ability to make others willingly part with their demon cores was a testament to her skill. At that moment, the blood-soaked Xie Liuyin collided with Xie Mingzhu, who had just escaped from Xie Liuyin. The two sisters found themselves at a crossroads, upon realizing the precarious situation. Xie Mingzhu turned to flee. However, Xie Liuyin swiftly struck the back of her knee, causing Xie Mingzhu to collapse to the ground, unable to escape any longer. "Sister, what are you doing? I am your sister. Are you truly going to harm me?" Xie Mingzhu bit her lip, her pitiful appearance evoking a pained frown from Yi Chaoyan outside the water curtain. Yet, Xie Liuyin remained unfazed, decisively seizing the bag containing the demon cores from her waist. Weighing it in her hand, she noted its considerable heft. Rarely did she offer a smile to her younger sister. "Thank you. Do gather more. I shall seek you out again later." Xie Mingzhu clenched her fists, desperately wanting to resist, but the sight of Xie Liuyin's bloodied sword filled her with fear. She knew she could not overpower her sister. Sister, if you treat me this way, what will mother and father say if they find out? Surely they would be angered. Are you not afraid of their wrath? Xie Mingzhu delivered her words with a measured sting. Xie Liuyin cast her a cold glance. Let them be angry. It concerns me not. Yet, should they dare to come before me with their incessant prattle and provoke my ire, then you, as their daughter, shall bear the consequences. The smile on Xie Mingzhu's face gradually faded. Sister, what does this mean? The literal interpretation is that if they provoke me, I shall deal with you. Should I report them? You can weigh that for yourself. After issuing her a warning, Xie Liuyin had no intention of lingering any longer. She extracted the demon core from Xie Mingzhu, leaving the empty pouch behind, and turned to seek out other areas imbued with malevolent energy. Xie Mingzhu clenched the empty pouch tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Having already lived a life anew, why, as the one who should hold the advantage? Did she continually encounter obstacles? Where had she gone astray? Pursing her lips, Xie Mingzhu found herself at a loss. Yet, whether she understood or not was of no concern to Xie Liuyin, who was focused on accumulating her own points. The malevolent energy she had detected was particularly dense, coalescing into a dark crimson cloud above the nearby forest. Xie Liuyin recognized at once that a considerable number of demon beasts or demonic plants must reside there. Should she acquire those demon cores, her points would undoubtedly surge dramatically, just as Xie Liuyin was about to approach the vicinity of the malevolent energy in the Grand Hall. Xianyue suddenly waved his hand, changing the scene on the water screen to feature other new disciples. Originally entertained by the spectacle of Xie Liuyin, Zhong Haoyi was immediately displeased when her image vanished. Xianyue, what are you doing? That girl was so excited, she must have found numerous demon beasts. I wanted to see how she would act. Uncle Master, this grand competition is not solely for Xie Liuyin. The other disciples also deserve your attention. Xianyue replied in a rather indifferent tone. The sovereign also found this reasoning quite persuasive and supported his disciples' argument. Indeed, we have observed Xie Liuyin for quite some time, and it is now appropriate to assess the performances of the other disciples. I recall that we have yet to witness the progress of Hong Chou's disciple. Let us evaluate her situation. With that, Kunshan effortlessly transitioned to a different scene, completely casting Xie Liuyin from his thoughts. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Xianyue made his move, Qin Tian also raised his hand. However, before he could act, Xianyue executed what he intended to do. Heaven is assisting me, Qin Tian exclaimed with fervor. He was now impatiently eager to behold the moment when Xie Liuyin would meet her demise within the trial formation. Chapter 36, Foundation Stage. Demonic beasts. The forest before her was far more expansive than the one Xie Liuyin had traversed earlier, with trees that appeared both taller and more abundant. The light within the woods was dim, as most of the sunlight was obscured by the foliage, allowing only a few beams to penetrate the canopy, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. Xie Liuyin took a few steps forward, but just as she was about to delve deeper into the woods, she abruptly halted. For reasons unknown, an unsettling premonition surged within her, as if advancing further would lead her into peril. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the forest before her was distinctly out of place compared to the surrounding area, exuding a malevolent aura that was markedly more intense than that of the region designated for nurturing lower-tier demonic beasts. A sudden jolt coursed through Xie Liyuin's heart as she recognized a sense of familiarity emanating from the woods. The instincts of a cultivator are seldom erroneous. She firmly believed that her apprehension toward this forest was not without cause. Recalling her meager cultivation at merely the 4th layer of Qi refining, Xie Liuyin quietly withdrew, choosing not to court danger. Some risks are worth taking, yet the peril before her was evidently unnecessary to confront. All she needed was to diligently hunt demonic beasts and exotic flora to secure her position as the foremost contender. Having resolved this, Xie Liuyin intended to distance herself from the woods. However, she could not have anticipated that the trap meticulously laid by others was not one she could simply evade. The ground beneath her suddenly trembled violently, and she sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching her direction. A surge of goosebumps erupted across her skin, and in that instant, she had no time for further contemplation. She immediately activated her footwork to escape. Yet, she was ultimately a moment too late. A blood-red tongue shot forth with alarming speed from behind, seemingly possessing its own awareness, and it descended with crushing force upon her position. Xie Liuyin instinctively invoked the ghost shadow pursuit, narrowly evading the perilous strike by skirting the edge of the long tongue. Nevertheless, a drop of the foul, viscous saliva splattered onto her, and she watched in dismay as a hole was corroded into the sleeve of her garment fashioned from shark silk. She pursed her lips, acutely aware that she had encountered a formidable adversary. The towering trees in the forest toppled one after another as the colossal creature drew nearer, each crash resonating like thunder. Xie Liuyin pushed the first layer of ghost shadow pursuit to its limits, fleeing while stealing glances at the beast that pursued her. Once the last of the trees collapsed, the true form of the monstrous creature was finally unveiled. Before her stood a marsh toad, its body covered in greenish warts, a creature she had previously studied in detail. These marsh toads typically inhabit swamps, employing their elongated tongues to strike at passing creatures. Their tongues are remarkably sensitive, coated with a venomous slime. The small warts along their backs can also expel toxic fluid, capable of searing through human flesh in mere moments. However, this venom is ineffective against golden core cultivators. For disciples in the Qi refinement stage, it poses a lethal threat. Xie Liuyin clenched her teeth in frustration, perplexed by the presence of a foundation establishment beast within the Qi refinement trial area. She found it baffling that a creature so accustomed to its swampy abode would venture such a distance to attack her. One thing was abundantly clear: she had been ensnared in a trap. Was it Xie Mingzhu or Qin Tian? It seemed unlikely to be Xie Mingzhu, as she too was within the trial formation. This foundation establishment beast was far too unpredictable. A misstep could result in her own injury. Moreover, with her current capabilities, she could not orchestrate such a grand scheme without the assistance of Xianyue. Thus, her thoughts turned to Qin Tian, recalling their initial encounter when he had attempted to sway the odds in his favor, only to see his disciple defeated by her, leaving him in disgrace. She quickly concluded that it was indeed Qin Tian behind the attack. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than a powerful gust of wind surged toward her from behind, catching her off guard and sending her sprawling to the ground. She had already fled a considerable distance, yet a group of unfamiliar fellow disciples stood no more than 20 meters away. Desperate, Xie Liuyin shouted to them, "Run! There is a foundation establishment beast here. Flee the formation at once and alert the senior brothers and sisters stationed outside." The disciples were initially startled by the tremendous commotion, as the strength of a demon beast is often reflected in its size. Typically, a demon beast at the Qi refinement stage would only reach the height of an adult, making such a ruckus implausible. Upon hearing Xie Liuyin's warning, they quickly fled without a second thought. However, displaying a measure of cleverness, they were not remiss in disseminating this alarming news as they ran. One disciple, who had fortuitously ranked within the top 10, gritted his teeth and shattered the jade orb at his waist. He understood that he lacked the ability to survive beneath the claws of the demon beast, so he resolved to seek assistance, hoping to forge some beneficial connections. The uproar had drawn the attention of other disciples within the formation, who sensed the unusual happenings to varying degrees. Xianyue, acutely sensitive to fluctuations in energy, felt the terrifying aura emanating from the foundation establishment stage demon beast, even from a distance. Furrowing her brows, she hurried towards the direction of the beast and Xie Liuyin. What is happening to Xie? The demon beast is on its last breath. Why has she chosen to abandon the fight? Elder Gu Fan, the third elder, voiced his concern as he perceived the situation was amiss. Feng Hongqiu, who prided herself on understanding her disciple well, frowned and remarked, "She must have sensed something amiss and gone to investigate." No sooner had Feng Hongqiu spoken than the ground trembled once more. This time, as Xie drew nearer, the sensation of the tremor became increasingly palpable. The assembled crowd within the hall also recognized the shift in circumstances. Elder Du Luan, well-versed in the study of demon beasts, inquired, "What is happening? Is this commotion caused by the demon beast?" "Impossible." Miaoyin was the first to refute the claim, asserting that she had thoroughly inspected all the demonic beasts in the trial area, eliminating any that possessed such formidable strength. As the person in charge of the grand competition, Miaoyin was known for her meticulousness. When it came to matters concerning the lives of disciples within the sect, she exercised extreme caution. She would never commit such an error. However, just because you have cleared them out does not mean that someone with ill intentions cannot sneak another one in. The vicinity of the Qi refining area was, after all, adjacent to the foundation establishment zone. In the midst of the profound silence, the voice of Xianyue resonated softly. Miaoyin's previously unwavering expression transformed into one of disbelief. Before long, her sound measuring instrument flickered, and she hurriedly picked it up, hearing the frantic voice of her eldest disciple. "Master, a foundation establishment stage swamp toad has appeared in the trial formation, pursuing and attacking the new disciples. Several have been forced to exit the formation. Should we send in personnel to eliminate it?" "Immediately send someone. Wait a moment," Qin Tian said leisurely, halting Miaoyin. "There is no need to rush. While foundation establishment stage demonic beasts are indeed ferocious, the world of cultivation is inherently fraught with peril. Let the new disciples seize this opportunity to experience danger. It will encourage them to devote themselves more earnestly to their training in the future. Moreover, don't the new disciples carry jade beads with them? If they truly encounter a life-threatening situation, they will surely shatter the jade beads to escape." "No." Miaoyu rejected Qin Tian's suggestion without a moment's hesitation. The highest cultivation level among the new disciples was merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. a chasm of difference from the Foundation establishment stage demonic beasts. Furthermore, the marsh toad is exceptionally perilous. A mere brush against its venom could result in severed limbs. These new disciples, having barely entered their training for 6 months, struggled to even wield a sword properly, rendering them utterly ill-equipped to confront such beasts. Should the marsh toad become enraged, they would not only fail to crush the jade orb, but they would scarcely have the opportunity to even touch it. As Xianyue spoke, her expression grew increasingly frigid, her gaze directed at Qin Tian turning decidedly unfriendly. While trials for the disciples could be arranged in the future, if any were to lose their lives, such a loss would be irretrievable. Noticing the grimace on Qin Tian's face, Xianyue wasted no time in commanding her senior disciple on the other side of the sound ruler, enter and rescue them, immediately. Understood. The senior disciple replied without hesitation. Upon hearing the conversation from the other side, he initially harbored concerns when Elder Qin Tian voiced his objections, fearing that his master might acquiesce. After all, his master was known for being stringent with the disciples, and he dreaded the possibility that she might allow a foundational stage beast to roam freely within the formation to stimulate their potential. Fortunately, his master, exhibiting great composure, promptly refuted Elder Qin Tian's arguments. This brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance to the senior disciple. Despite her stern demeanor, his master genuinely cared for her students. In contrast, Elder Qin Tian, who usually appeared gentle and harmless, harbored far more sinister intentions. With Xianyue's command issued, several Golden Core disciples stationed outside the formation promptly entered to hunt down the foundational stage beasts that had escaped. However, the time lost earlier had provided the beasts with ample opportunity to strike at Xie Liuyin. Upon witnessing the new disciples retreating at her reminder, Xie Liuyin felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was not out of a maternal instinct. Rather, she perceived the lurking beast as a consequence of her own actions, and the thought of endangering others weighed heavily on her conscience. Moreover, the presence of others rendered it inconvenient for her to wield her sword. The Unfeeling sword technique was characterized by its grand and expansive movements, and when mastered to perfection, it could evoke profound emotions in those around her. It was said that as long as Xie Liuyin's opponent was alive, they would be susceptible to the emotional sway of her swordplay. This was the terrifying essence of the Unfeeling sword technique. Silently, Xie Liuyin rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her attire while anticipating the moment when help would arrive. Having just learned the first layer of the sword technique, she had yet to truly apply it against a living target. Since the creature relentlessly pursued her, she thought it prudent to test her skills on it. The swamp toad, oblivious to human speech and the concealed peril within Xie Liuyin's words, merely rejoiced at the sight of its quarry finally halting and lunged at her with glee. Drawing a deep breath, Xie Liuyin audaciously absorbed the surrounding gold attribute spiritual energy into her being. All the spiritual power was distributed throughout her meridians and ultimately channeled into the snow-white sword in her grasp, the drink of snow. The blade shimmered with a golden halo, resembling a magnificent work of art. At that moment, no one noticed the golden radiance emanating from the periphery of Xie Liuyin's pupils. In her mind, the ancient verses of her cultivation technique resonated unconsciously. The 3 pure ones of Tai begin with the mundane, the spirit platform shines bright, the body feels light. Cast away the tribulations of the mortal realm, leap into the void of clarity. She felt as though she had transcended into an entirely different realm. Everything around her faded away, leaving only the swamp creature before her. As it drew ever closer to its prey, the swamp toad let out an excited croak. Increasing its speed, its long tongue eagerly extended towards Xie Liuyin, seemingly intent on swallowing her whole. By the time Walling Sui and Miaoyin's disciples hurried to the scene, they witnessed the enormous tongue darting rapidly towards Xie Liuyin, almost ready to engulf her in the next instant. "Be careful, little martial uncle," Walling Sui exclaimed in uncontrolled alarm. The disciples, rushing to save her, swiftly formed hand seals, but both were acutely aware that at such a close range, their speed would likely be insufficient to rescue Xie Liuyin. This scene was equally captured by the onlookers behind the water curtain, their brows furrowed in concern, lamenting the loss of such a talented disciple for the Qingxiao sect, while feeling regret for Xie Liuyin's fate. Only Qin Tian harbored a concealed smile, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Xie Liuyin's demise. Nobody noticed that Xie Liuyin's master, Xianyue, who should have felt the greatest sorrow, exhibited no trace of anxiety. Instead, she appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. In a swift motion, the long tongue reached its target, and the colossal beast leaped into the air, poised to crash down upon Xie Liuyin. However, against all expectations, Xie Liuyin moved at that critical moment, wielding her long sword with vigor. The snow-white spirit sword merely swept through the air, yet a blinding radiance erupted before the onlookers, compelling them to shut their eyes, unable to bear the brilliance. When they finally opened their eyes again, they beheld the long tongue, along with its master, the swamp frog, shattered into countless pieces of flesh. The putrid scent of beast blood and the rain of flesh rained down together, yet only Xie Liuyin remained remarkably pristine. This scene was undeniably gruesome, striking terror into the hearts of those who dared to glance. However, enveloped by the blood rain, Xie Liuyin exuded an aura reminiscent of the Buddha, inexplicably evoking a sense of compassion. Had the creature perished? A foundational stage beast, vanquished so easily? The hastily arrived when he stood in stunned silence, his gaze fixed on the beast's head rolling at Xie Liuyin's feet, disbelief etched across his face. Finally regaining her composure, Xianyue rushed to Xie Liuyin's side, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Little master uncle, are you unharmed? Your swordsmanship is truly formidable." Having expended all her spiritual energy in that single strike, Xie Liuyin staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Xianyue was quick to support her, preventing her fall. In the hall, as the onlookers grasped the magnitude of Xie Liuyin's prowess in slaying the swamp frog with a single sword strike, their expressions varied. While Gu Fan and Zhong Hao marveled at and celebrated Xie Liuyin's strength, Qin Tian's gaze bore a hint of wariness. Yichaoyan furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of repulsion at the sight of Xie Liuyin's brilliance. It was as if she were not meant to shine so radiantly or hold such power. "Excellent! Excellent!" exclaimed one of the onlookers. "With a new disciple of such caliber at Qinshao Sect, we need not worry about the future. If this batch of disciples flourishes, in 10 years at the Five Realms Grand Competition, our Qinshao Sect will undoubtedly gain renown throughout the entire Bishu realm." The master of Kunshan suddenly broke the silence that enveloped the hall, his voice brimming with joy and excitement, which only deepened Yichaoyan's discomfort. It felt as though the attention and brilliance that rightfully belonged to her were gradually being usurped by another. The other elders, perceptive to the atmosphere, began to congratulate Kunshan, repeatedly extolling the fortunes of the Qinshao Sect and the quality of its disciples. No one noticed that Miaoyu, who should have been seated in the hall to observe the competition, had already departed for the trial formation. She was determined to uncover who had sabotaged the grand tournament she had organized. In Chapter 38, I shall complain. Within the trial formation, Wen Yi, as Miaoyu's foremost disciple, hurriedly approached to assess Xie Liuyin's condition. Upon discovering that her garments were merely scorched by venom, leaving her unharmed otherwise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he reassured her, "Rest assured, Junior Marshal Uncle Xie, we shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Then I shall thank you in advance." She replied, though skepticism lingered in her heart regarding their ability to uncover any truth. She had already surmised that this incident was connected to Qin Tian. As an elder of the Qishao sect, he was entrusted with numerous internal affairs and held the deep trust of Master Kunshan, since she had emerged unscathed. And the other new disciples were unharmed, even if the esteemed Junqin Miaoyin were to unearth the truth. The matter would likely be suppressed for the sake of the sect's reputation. Xie Liuyin licked her back teeth. She could not afford to suffer such a significant loss. No, she resolved. She must seek out her master to lodge a complaint. As the upcoming contest approached, Xie Liuyin pondered the situation and finally inquired, "What are your plans for the competition?" The decision regarding whether to proceed with a third match or to conclude based on the current standings would require further discussion. However, it was not Wen Yi who responded, but rather the swiftly arriving Master Miaoyin. Her gaze swept over Xie Liuyin before quickly focusing on the jade orb at her waist. "Might I kindly request that you show me the jade orb at your waist?" Xie Liuyin noted the relatively gentle demeanor and proceeded to untie the golden thread, presenting it to her. Master Miaoyin unfastened the binding golden thread, her expression darkening ominously. "Indeed, this jade orb has been tampered with." Upon her revelation, the others discerned that the cord securing the jade orb had been severed unbeknownst to them. Had it not been for Xie Liyuin's own concerns for safety, who deliberately wrapped it with the golden thread, the jade orb might have long been lost in some obscure corner. "Who provided you with this jade orb?" "It is tainted with beast-attracting powder," Master Miaoyin questioned with a grave countenance. Hearing this, Xie Liuyin furrowed her brows. "I received it from a female disciple named Lu Yu. At the time, I perceived no difference between this jade orb and others." Without further inquiry, Master Miaoyin instructed her apprentice to locate Lu Yu, emphasizing that the jade orb not only bore the beast-attracting powder, but also failed to harmonize with the trial's formation. "Should you encounter danger, shattering the jade orb would not extricate you from the trial's grand array." At this moment, Miaoyu Xinjuan fully comprehended the situation. The appearance of the monstrous beast was unequivocally aligned with the predictions of her esteemed master, the Shirshu. It was evident that someone had deliberately targeted Xie Liuyin, intending her demise. Anger surged within Miaoyu, for although she did not harbor fondness for Xie Liuyin, she could not deny the girl's remarkable talent. With proper guidance and a reformation of her vengeful disposition, she could indeed become a pillar of the Qinshao sect in the future. Yet, such a promising talent was nearly lost due to the selfish machinations of others. Had it not been for her own capabilities, had it been anyone else, they would have awaited rescue in vain, leaving only a lifeless body behind. Rest assured, Xiu, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Miaoyu vowed earnestly. Meanwhile, Liuyu, tasked with distributing the jade orbs, remained near the great array, tending to the newly inducted disciples who had faced peril during the trials. When approached by Wenyi, she was momentarily taken aback. The emergence of a foundational stage beast in the Qi refining area was indeed a rumor she had heard. Yet she never anticipated that she would be embroiled in such a matter. That jade orb? I merely distributed them. I truly had no knowledge of any issues with it. Liu stammered, her composure unraveling. Her distress stemmed not only from being regarded as a suspect, but also from the harrowing news of Xie Liuyin's near demise. Liu was not one to lie, and Wenyi could discern her genuine ignorance. He replied, "Do not be alarmed. This matter is still under investigation. We will uncover the truth. However, do reflect carefully. Might there have been others who came into contact with the jade orb?" Liu endeavored to suppress the turmoil within her heart, recalling the moment when she had handed the jade orb to Xie Liuyin. Suddenly, a seemingly trivial detail surfaced in her mind. I remembered that someone had passed the jade orb to me, and I had casually given it to Master Xie. There had been quite a few individuals present to collect the jade orb, and engrossed in conversation with Xie Liuyin, Liu had not paid much attention to her surroundings. When she needed the jade orb, someone had conveniently offered it to her, and without a second thought, she had directly passed it on to Xie Liuyin. Upon hearing this, Wenyi promptly instructed the resident physician to examine Liyu's hand, and indeed, traces of the beast-attracting powder were discovered. "Do you recall who gave you the jade orb?" Wenyi inquired further. Liu pondered for a moment. "It seems it was a male disciple from my peak. His surname appears to be Gao. I have encountered him a few times and only know his surname, but little else." As Liu was a disciple from the Qingmu Peak, where Gu Fan was, Wenyi immediately dispatched someone to investigate the individuals with the surname Gao on Qingmu Peak, while also ensuring to relay any findings to his master. Soon, a disciple returned with news. There was indeed a disciple named Gao Yuan on Qingmu Peak, but he had just been discovered dead in his quarters, having taken his own life. Upon receiving this news, Liu was taken aback, a chill running down her spine. She contemplated whether, had Wenyi and the others not found her immediately after the incident, she too might have succumbed to despair. With this thought, her loathing for the shadowy mastermind deepened. Had it not been for that person's deliberate scheme against Master Xie, she would never have been ensnared in this predicament. "Do not worry. We shall dispatch disciples to keep a vigilant watch over your circumstances to ensure your safety." Observing Liyu's lingering fear, Wenyi offered words of solace. The information gathered by the disciples swiftly reached Miaoyu, who had already halted the contest. The new disciples were escorted back by their respective masters and the elders of their peaks. Only Xie Liuyin remained, awaiting Xianyue's arrival to convey her grievances. Xianyue did not disappoint her eager disciple. She soon appeared near the trial array and inquired about Miaoyu's situation, asking, "Have any leads been uncovered?" Miaoyu, unwilling to conceal the truth, relayed the findings of her disciples. "This matter stems from the negligence of my disciples. Rest assured, I shall uncover the true instigator. If you lack any leads, I can suggest a candidate," Xianyue offered. Miaoyu was taken aback. "You know who was responsible?" Although lacking concrete evidence, it was evident who within the sect possessed the capability to orchestrate such deeds and who harbored animosity towards both her and her disciples. It could only be Qin Tian. Xianyue, without hesitation, named her suspect. Recalling the incident when the demonic beast wreaked havoc and Qin Tian had obstructed her timely intervention, Miaoyu refrained from rebuttal and responded, "I understand. I shall conduct a thorough investigation. If it is indeed Qin Tian's doing, regardless of his status as an elder, he shall face the consequences." Chapter 39. The departure of the little fox after reporting Qin Tian's misdeeds to Miaoyu. Xianyue finally found the opportunity to seek out Xie Liuyin for a conversation. He was unlike other masters, who would first concern themselves with the safety of their disciples. Instead, he remarked, "Well done, you have not brought shame upon your teacher." Having anticipated that Xianyue would not offer any commendation, Xie Liuyin felt no sorrow upon hearing his words. Rather, she continued in agreement, "Indeed, I have performed admirably. Now it rests upon you, master, to take action." As the only disciple subjected to such machinations, it would be a significant loss of face if her master did not assist her in reclaiming what was rightfully hers. Xianyue huffed, "Rest assured, I, your master, will endure any hardship but will not suffer defeat." With his assurance and having gleaned the desired information from the esteemed Xianyue, Xie Liuyin found no reason to linger further, realizing that such idle time could be better spent honing her swordsmanship for several more hours. However, upon her return to the Daylight Peak, she was met with troubling news. "Snowball is missing. Ada and I have searched every corner of the Daylight Peak. Yet he remains elusive," Alu reported candidly. Furrowing her brow, Xie Liuyin hastened to her quarters, scouring every inch, even turning over her bedding. But Snowball was nowhere to be found. Just as she feared that Snowball had perhaps tumbled into a valley and was injured and unable to escape. A day approached with a revelation. I inquired with the master. He stated that Snowball has been taken by his family and will not be returning for the time being. Xie Liuyin was taken aback. Isn't Snowball a spirit companion? How could he have family to fetch him? The master did not elaborate, only assuring that Snowball is quite safe. And that you need not worry, Ada replied. Xie Liuyin parted her lips, wanting to inquire further, yet ultimately chose to silence herself. There was little to articulate. The Snowball had departed, and from this moment forth, it was no longer her spirit companion. For reasons unknown, a sense of despondency enveloped her heart. She had once believed the Snowball would accompany her for a lifetime. Should my young master desire, perhaps I could seek another fox spirit companion, Ada suggested. Noticing Xie Liuyin's apparent melancholy, Xie Liuyin shook her head gently. No need. Tending to a spirit companion would hinder my sword practice. Let it be. The initial adoption of the Snowball was merely a fulfillment of Xianyue's directive, not a pursuit of her own volition. Now that it had departed, she had no intention of seeking a substitute. Seeing her resolute rejection, Ada made no further attempts to persuade her and quietly withdrew. Xie Liuyin retreated to her training chamber, first entering her spatial artifact to harvest the ripe spirit fruits within and subsequently watering the spirit herbs. Having completed these tasks, she emerged to meditate and restore her spiritual energy. Daily diligence in swordsmanship was essential, and due to her participation in the grand tournament, she had not practiced adequately for several days. To secure her position as the strongest among the new disciples, she understood the necessity of unwavering effort and could not afford to slacken for even a moment. Rather than feeling weary, she found herself invigorated and fulfilled. In her past life, she had harbored a deep passion for cultivation, had it not been for the vile presence of Yichaoan and Xie Mingzhu. She believed she would have eventually made a name for herself in the realm of cultivation. In this life, she had finally distanced herself from those calamities and, thanks to Xianyue, found herself in an exceptionally conducive environment for cultivation. Xie Liuyin pondered, if she were to fail in attaining immortality, it would indeed be a disservice to the resources she now enjoyed. Thus, all the spiritual companions and cunning schemes are but trifles in the face of the grand path. With her mind steadied, Xie Liuyin's spiritual energy swiftly returned to its peak state. She rose with an air of decisiveness, grasping her familiar wooden sword, and set off for the daylight cliff to practice her swordplay. Observing her young master's vibrant spirit, Alu naturally refrained from intruding. Remembering that her young master's attire had been torn upon her return, she sought the key to the storeroom from Ada, intending to procure some precious materials to craft new garments for her. As for the esteemed Xianyue, she had uncovered the reason behind the swamp toad's intrusion into the Qi training zone. It stemmed from a grove previously traversed by Xie Liuyin, a place situated at the intersection of two districts where the barrier had been deliberately breached, leaving a small opening. This breach was ingeniously designed. As soon as a beast passed through, it would gradually heal, returning to its original state. Had it not been for Xianyue's timely discovery, the barrier at the junction would have completely sealed, concealing a fist-sized hole, and they might have missed this crucial lead. The more she investigated, the more Xianyue felt that Xie Liuyin's words rang true. Only one, Qin Tian, possessed the capability to orchestrate such elaborate plots. However, even Qin Tian, no matter how formidable, would inevitably leave behind traces of his deeds. When he and others continued their inquiry along the lead of the deceased Gao Yuan, soon uncovering that this individual's storage bag contained a staggering 50,000 spiritual stones, giving Gao Yuan's ordinary status as an inner disciple. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to amass such a fortune solely through his monthly allowances. When he further examined the records of the individual's outings over the past few years and discovered that Gao Yuan appeared to have an aversion to venturing out, consistently declining any tasks issued by the affairs peak that required his presence outside. With limited opportunities for outings and a scarcity of Sect tasks, coupled with a penchant for acquiring magical artifacts, it is indeed improbable for one to amass such a considerable sum of spirit stones. The origin of Gao Yuan's wealth appears dubious. Regrettably, the spirit stones bore no markings, leaving Wen Yi and his companions with no choice but to investigate the individuals Gao Yuan typically interacted with. At this juncture, a female cultivator approached Wen Yi, revealing a peculiar incident. Just a few days prior, someone from Qian Peak had requested the transfer of Gao Yuan to their domain. This female cultivator, closely associated with Lu Yu, upon learning that her friend had nearly been ensnared in a plot due to Gao Yuan, also commenced her inquiry into the truth of the matter. Being a sociable individual, she gathered various leads and eventually unearthed this particular clue, while others may have dismissed it. She astutely sensed something amiss and promptly informed Wen Yi. Gao Yuan, a disciple of Qingmu Peak, was being drawn into Qiyin Peak, which was ruled by Elder Qin Tian. Armed with this information, subsequent investigations proceeded with greater ease. Miao Yu swiftly located the disciple from Qiyin Peak who had come to facilitate Gao Yuan's transfer and subsequently traced the matter back to Qin Tian's apprentice. Naturally, that apprentice was reluctant to divulge his master's identity, merely claiming that he acted out of a desire for vengeance for his junior, Feng Yele, who had suffered greatly at the hands of Xie Liuyin. However, upon further inquiries with other disciples from Qiyin Peak, it became evident that this individual had little to no connection with Feng Yele and harbored jealousy towards him, often speaking ill of the younger disciple behind his back due to the latter's favored status with their master. The matter is evidently related to Qin Tian. Yet due to the uncooperative nature of his disciple, there was no way to uncover Qin Tian's faults. Miao Yu felt both anger and frustration. She had never imagined that the usually amiable sixth elder could be such a shameless and cunning old fox. Just as Miao Yu found herself at a loss, Qin Tian's disciple chose to sever his own meridians in the dungeon, taking his own life. Chapter 40. This punishment is unsatisfactory. What do you mean, he is dead? How could Kong Gaofei possibly die? Wasn't I clear in instructing you to keep a close watch on him? Upon hearing the news of the death, Miao Yu's already stern expression grew even more severe. She had been contemplating requesting her master, the sect leader, to employ the soul-searching technique, once that method was utilized. No matter how Kong Gaofei tried to conceal the truth, it would be futile. Yet, before she could take action, Kong Gaofei had already met his end. Miao Yu raised her hand to rub her temples, feeling increasingly defeated. I apologize, master, we failed to protect the witness. When he bowed his head in shame, he had previously assured his master that Kong Gaofei would be safe in his custody, yet here they were, faced with his untimely demise. There was also another troubling matter that would likely concern master. After delivering the bad news, when he brought forth yet another piece of distressing information, Miao Yu replied, Speak. Let me see what other news could possibly be worse than this. When he pressed his lips together, there are already rumors circulating within the sect, suggesting that master, you are deliberately targeting Elder Lu. His disciple has been imprisoned for such an extended period, having already confessed, yet no punishment has been administered. It is alleged that you wish to coerce that disciple into implicating the innocent Elder Lu. Under the increasingly piercing gaze of Miao Yu, Wen Yi's voice dwindled. Innocent? When has Qin Tian ever merited such a description? Miao Yu could hardly contain her laughter and exasperation. It was only now that she truly comprehended the depths of Qin Tian's shamelessness. Wen Yi recognized his master's displeasure but felt compelled to continue. This rumor is spreading rapidly. The majority of Qin Shao sect is now aware of the situation, and some disciples, lacking understanding of the truth, have begun to regard you as a great threat. Master, what shall we do? Let these rumors be for now. Regardless of how extravagant their claims may be, my cultivation will not diminish by a fraction. I will seek out the sect leader. We shall address everything upon my return. Miao Yu contemplated briefly before deciding to consult her master regarding Qin Tian's machinations. While the younger disciples may be oblivious to his schemes, the sect leader and the other elders were well aware. As long as she secured her master's support, no matter how convincingly Qin Tian played his part, he would ultimately have to face retribution. Resolving this in her mind, Miao Yu swiftly made her way to Qin Shao Peak. However, upon reaching the residence of the Kuanshan sect leader, a young attendant blocked her path. Senior sister, please hold on. The sect leader is currently hosting guests inside, the attendant informed her, indicating that they must first announce her presence before deciding whether to allow Miao Yu entry. Upon hearing these words, Miao Yu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Who could master be meeting? It couldn't possibly be Elder Lu, could it? No, it is the esteemed Shizuzu, the moon-embracing ancestor. The young attendant replied. Upon hearing this, Miao Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the vengeful Shizuzu present, her matters would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. The young attendant swiftly entered to deliver the message and soon returned to invite Miao Yu inside. In a spacious reception room, the master of Kunshan sat elegantly at a bamboo table, upon which rested a pot of spirit tea. This tea was no ordinary brew. Merely inhaling its aroma filled one with a sense of ethereal energy. Ah, Miao Yu has arrived. Please take a seat, the Kunshan master beckoned, conjuring a chair seemingly out of thin air. Miao Yu expressed her gratitude to her master before sitting down with utmost decorum. The Kunshan master, upon observing her rigid posture, could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. This disciple was exemplary in every regard, yet her demeanor was excessively solemn, at times. He pondered who truly played the role of master. Master, I have come to seek your counsel regarding Elder Lu's affairs. I have discovered that Elder Lu's disciple, Kong Gaofei, is implicated in the treacherous plot against young Master Xie. However, I sense that the situation is far more intricate than it appears. Miao Yu spoke succinctly, refraining from elaborating further. The Kunshin master nodded, acknowledging her words. I am aware of what you have mentioned. Your Shizuzu has also journeyed here for this very purpose. What course of action do you intend to take, master? Although Elder Lu feigns innocence, we all understand the truth of his actions. Although Master Xie Xiao possesses a somewhat proud temperament in daily life, he has not committed any egregious acts during his time at Qingxiao Sect. Elder Lu, driven by personal vendetta, sought to take Master Xie's life, resulting in the unfortunate demise of his own disciple. Such a person, in the opinion of the disciples, is unworthy of holding an elder's position within our esteemed Qingxiao Sect. Xianyue harbors a dislike for Xie Liuyin, and her sentiments remain unchanged to this day. However, despite her aversion, Xianyue acknowledges that Xie Liuyin is innocent in this matter. Kunshin, observe how sensible your disciple is. As a master, one must not be outdone by their own student. Xianyue listened with a smile to the exchange between the master and disciple, ultimately adding a remark that carried more weight than Miaoyu's countless words. Sighing in resignation, Kunshin lamented the situation. Kong Gaofei, having harmed others for personal reasons, was expelled from the sect. He instructed to inform Kong Gaofei's family to retrieve his remains. As for Qin Tian, due to his lack of proper guidance, he was stripped of his position as peak master and elder, ordered to enter seclusion for a century without the possibility of leaving, and his monthly stipend was halted. Miaoyu waited patiently for a considerable time but received no further word from Sect Master Kunshin, which left her displeased. Master, this is clearly not the truth. This is the truth, he replied firmly. If it becomes known that our elders at Qingxiao Sect targeted a new disciple, leading to a loss of life, our sect's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Sect Master Kunshin was resolute in his decision, yet he dared not meet Xianyue's gaze, fearing discontent. What surprised Kunshin was that Xianyue did not contest his decision, simply stating, since this is the master's resolution, let us proceed as you have decreed. The master of Kunshin was momentarily taken aback, filled with deep suspicion that Xianyue had reserved a backup plan. After all, it was a well-known fact among the old men that this little master uncle was not one to suffer losses throughout his life. Anyone bold enough to provoke him ultimately met with disastrous consequences. However, Xianyue merely rose quietly to take his leave, returning to his Yaori Peak with an air of tranquility, seemingly devoid of any dissatisfaction regarding his decision. Observing Xianyue's silence, the master of Kunshin finally felt a sense of relief and instructed his disciple, very well, proceed as I have advised. The dignity of the Qingxiao sect must not be tarnished. Miaoyu gritted her teeth, turning to exit Qingxiao Peak. Previously, she had personally visited Master Uncle Xianyue concerning the affair with Xie Liuyin, and had assumed that the elder would be quite protective of his disciple. Yet, it now appeared that Xie, the little master uncle, likely held little significance in his heart. Contemplating this, Miaoyu felt a twinge of sympathy for the young master uncle. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, still engaged in her sword practice, remained blissfully unaware of Miaoyu's pity. Upon seeing Xianyue's return, she hurriedly approached him to inquire about the outcome. Xianyue replied, there is nothing much to discuss. The sect master has stripped Qin Tian of his position as elder and peak master, ordering him to enter seclusion for a century. Isn't that akin to not punishing him at all? Xie Liuyin frowned, dissatisfied with the leniency of the punishment. Chapter 41. Vengeance must be avenged, compensation must be demanded. Xianyue, a man of keen insight, immediately sensed Xie Liuyin's unexpressed intentions. He nodded and said, I too am dissatisfied with this outcome, therefore, I intend for you to take matters into your own hands and exact revenge. Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, please elaborate further. At this moment, do you realize the importance of addressing your master properly? He has overheard several times as Xie Liuyin disparagingly referred to him as an old man. Xianyue let out a soft snort but chose to guide his disciple nonetheless. The sect leader has sentenced Qin Tian to a century of seclusion. A task far from simple, requiring the dismantling of the spiritual gathering array within his chamber, to be replaced with a spirit sealing formation. This means he shall not cultivate for an entire 100 years, enduring in silence instead. However, you are different. You can cultivate and utilize this century to catch up to Qin Tian's prowess. By the time he emerges from his seclusion, you could challenge him under the guise of a friendly match, and then you could dictate the terms as you wish. This strategy might fail with others, but first, Xie Liuyin possesses a resolute spirit. If she sets her mind to confronting Qin Tian, she will undoubtedly catch up to, if not surpass, him within a century. Second, as Xianyue's disciple, she is of equal standing to Qin Tian. Thus, inviting him to the arena would not be seen as disrespecting an elder. In fact, it would garner admiration for Xie Liuyin as a young talent. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes sparkled, and eventually, she beamed at him, saying, truly, you are a master, your ideas are indeed plentiful. Xianyue feigned ignorance to her veiled insinuation about her own cunning and continued, regarding the grand competition. The sect has reached a consensus. The third round of trials was interrupted, leaving many disciples' true capabilities unassessed, thus necessitating a rematch. Nevertheless, due to your extraordinary feat of defeating a Foundation establishment stage beast and indirectly safeguarding numerous new disciples, you have secured a qualification to enter the sword washing pool. Regardless of whether you claim the top position this time. What a form of recompense this is. Xie Liuyin was dissatisfied. She believed she could secure the top position. Once she entered the sword washing pool, whether she would gain the favor of the spiritual sword was already predetermined. Even if she could enter twice, what difference would it make? Xie Liuyin expressed her discontent. The sect master is rather stingy. Instead of granting me this opportunity, it would be more beneficial to provide me with a greater number of spirit stones. Since her rebirth, she had yet to explore places beyond the sect. Xie Liuyin had originally planned to visit Yinhua town near Qishao sect after the grand competition. However, items in the cultivation world were not inexpensive, and she was somewhat concerned about her limited supply of spirit stones. Fortunately, Yinhua town boasted a grand arena funded by the wealthiest individual in the cultivation realm, Xianyue. The arena was categorized into 3 tiers: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. As long as one could win a match, spirit stones would be awarded. If one possessed sufficient strength to become the arena champion, guarding the arena for a day would yield 500 spirit stones. Xie Liuyin could not guarantee she would become the champion, but she was confident that, with her abilities, winning several matches to earn some spirit stones should not pose a problem. Naturally, Xianyue was unaware of her plans. When she heard her disciple express a desire to request spirit stones from the sect master, she was momentarily taken aback. Did I not inform you? I have prepared some pocket money for you, which is with him. You can simply collect it when you need it. Xie Liuyin was startled. I had no idea. How many spirit stones did master give me? For now, it's 200,000. Once you advance to Foundation Establishment, it will increase to 1 million. And it will triple upon reaching Golden Core. Xianyue spoke of these matters as casually as discussing what to eat for the day, displaying a demeanor that suggested she regarded spirit stones with utter nonchalance. Xie Liuyin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With so many spirit stones, where on earth did he acquire them? What purpose does a master serve, if not to provide a stipend for their disciple? Xianyue found her peculiar demeanor rather unsettling. He continued, stating that the expenses for cultivators are inherently substantial. While those who practice other traditions may engage in alchemy or artifact crafting to earn spirit stones, the avenues for sword cultivators to generate income are rather limited. It is somewhat fortunate for individuals like Xie Liuyin, who have access to abundant sect resources and a sword washing pool that can furnish her with spirit swords. Other cultivators must procure suitable spirit swords from weapon shops. And should they fail to find the appropriate one, or if their requirements are more demanding, they must part with additional spirit stones to solicit a craftsman to forge a sword tailored to their needs. In addition to this, robes and elixirs also necessitate spirit stones. For a sword cultivator to grow stronger, they must engage in continuous battles. Winning incurs a cost in spirit stones, while losing entails further expenses for recuperation. Thus, even when his inexpensive disciple charted her future path, Xianyue was acutely aware of the resources and effort he would invest in her. Yet, he did not feel regret. Rather, he experienced an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. He relished the sensation of a raw gem being meticulously sculpted into form under his guidance. So, if I require something, I can simply ask Ada for spirit stones, correct? Xie Liuyin inquired, genuinely thrilled. Xianyue nodded, affirming that she could request anything she wished from Ada. And should his supply of spirit stones fall short, he would replenish it. However, if she intended to visit places like auctions, she ought to consult him instead. He possessed a black gold seal bestowed by various auction houses, marked with Xianyue's exclusive insignia. When the time comes, Xie Liuyin need only present the seal, and the auction house will deduct the corresponding amount from his pre-deposited spirit stones, sparing him the necessity to part with his own. At that moment, Xie Liuyin finally grasped the extent of his thrifty master's generosity. Since he possessed the spirit stones, it was essential to select something of equal value as compensation. After a fleeting moment of surprise, Xie Liuyin refocused his thoughts on the matter of seeking recompense. Having suffered a significant loss, it was imperative that the sect leader's desire to placate him not come at the expense of his dignity. Xianyue shared this sentiment. Vengeance was to be exacted, and compensation demanded. Xianyue assured, I will oversee this matter. You need not worry about the contest. With Xianyue's assurance, Xie Liuyin ceased to fret over the issue. After inquiring about the rescheduled time for the third contest, he wiped the sweat from his brow and dutifully proceeded to the medicinal bath. With the sect leader's intervention, the esteemed Jiu had no choice but to release Qin Tian. The sect swiftly unveiled the truth, attributing all blame to Kong Gaofei. Upon receiving the news, Kong Gaofei's parents hurriedly brought their younger son to Qinxiao Sect. Both were cultivators, albeit lacking the remarkable talent of their eldest son, thus becoming loose practitioners. Initially, they could scarcely believe that their son could commit such an act and sought an explanation from Qinxiao Sect. However, after spending an hour in conversation with Qin Tian, they fell silent, abandoning their quest for the truth behind Kong Gaofei's demise. They quietly departed from Qinxiao Sect with their eldest son as remains, while the younger son, Kong Pingyuan, chose to stay behind, becoming Qin Tian's disciple. Qin Tian's moment of triumph was fleeting. Soon after, the sect leader issued an edict that stripped him of his position as peak master and elder, mandating his confinement within the Absolute Spirit Array. This abrupt command was accompanied by the enforcement team from the Qinxiao Sect, and thus, Qin Tian was escorted into the array, commencing a century-long seclusion. The series of unforeseen events left the disciples with mixed emotions. However, their attention swiftly shifted as the third round of the grand competition resumed. Chapter 42, The Champion. Xie Liuyin. The rules remained unchanged, yet this time, numerous Foundation establishment disciples were stationed within the array as guardians. Should any disturbances arise during the trial, these disciples would promptly intervene, ensuring that the competition for their junior brothers and sisters would remain unaffected. As the trials restarted, Xie Mingzhu undoubtedly found herself the most elated participant. Previously, Xie Liuyin had seized all the demon cores from her, leaving her with a pitiful 2 by the end of the contest. Had the results been ranked accordingly, she would have likely faced the humiliation of being placed at the bottom. Fortunately, due to the chaos caused by the demon beasts, the previous competition was rendered null and void. Xie Mingzhu felt a mix of joy and regret. She lamented Xie Liuyin's fortuitous survival, managing to evade the clutches of a Foundation establishment demon beast. However, she consoled herself with the thought that there would be ample time ahead. For now, she would allow Xie Liuyin to assist her in cultivating a flawless golden core. Xie Mingzhu envisioned her plan with great optimism, intending to employ her silver tongue once more to persuade others to bestow their demon cores upon her. This time, however, she would be more vigilant, ensuring she did not fall under Xie Liuyin's scrutiny. Little did she know, her previous actions had been closely observed by the sect leader and the elders. After those disciples who had bestowed her with demon cores departed from the grand formation, they were promptly chastised by their master, who seized them by the ear and delivered a thorough reprimand. Particularly, the disciple who had nearly surrendered half of his demon cores to Xie Mingzhu faced an even harsher punishment at the hands of his mentor. Following their respective scoldings, these disciples no longer dared to indulge in such misguided generosity during such a crucial competition. Consequently, when Xie Mingzhu encountered a few familiar faces, hoping to employ her previous tactics, those individuals fled with the swiftness of rabbits at the mere sight of her, appearing thoroughly terrified of being ensnared by her. In both her past and present, Xie Mingzhu had never experienced such disdain from others. Infuriated, she sought assistance elsewhere. However, the new disciples had already become aware of her earlier scheming and paid her no heed. After several fruitless attempts to procure the desired demon cores, she found herself even having a demon core pouch snatched away. This led her to abandon the notion of relying on others for help and, in her vexation, she resolved to hunt demon beasts herself. Yet, Xie Mingzhu had forgotten that she was no longer the divine lady who had once mended her damaged spirit body using Xie Liuyin's golden core in her past life. Her innate talent had always been inferior to that of her elder sister, and after apprenticing under Yi Chaoyun, she had consistently been remiss in her cultivation efforts. Had she been under the tutelage of another master, she might have been encouraged to diligently practice. However, Yi Chaoyun, for reasons unknown, found himself utterly dominated by his own disciple. Not only did he neglect to urge Xie Mingzhu to cultivate, but whenever she expressed any grievances, he would cater to her whims for an extended period, thereby entirely forgetting the concept of rigorous training. With her level of cultivation, Xie Mingzhu was initially expected to advance smoothly to the third round, attributed largely to her fortuitous encounters with opponents of lower cultivation or unforeseen circumstances. However, upon entering the treacherous trial array teeming with ferocious beasts and formidable plants, she soon found herself confronted by a particularly fearsome creature, compelling her to shatter her jade orb and escape the array. To her immense frustration, this time she failed to procure a single demon core, rendering her performance inferior to her previous attempt. While Xie Mingzhu faced numerous obstacles, Xie Liuyin experienced an entirely different fate. No one intentionally obstructed her progress, and coupled with her exceptional state, she surged through the entrance of the array into the depths of the dense forest, nearly breaking through the Qi refinement zone. Every beast and plant she encountered proved insufficient to withstand her prowess. By the end, any creature that detected the scent of blood emanating from her would scatter in panic, while the plants ruthlessly uprooted themselves to clear a path. Fortuitously, Xie Liuyin had amassed a sufficient number of demon cores during the initial stages. Otherwise, she might have narrowly missed securing the position of champion. This grand competition catapulted Xie Liuyin's name to prominence throughout the Qingxiao sect, with both outer disciples and inner disciples recognizing the formidable sword cultivator she had taken under her wing. Consequently, among this cohort of new disciples, the more outstanding individuals found their names etched in the minds of their senior brothers and sisters. Following the competition, Xie Liuyin's position as the champion was firmly established, with the top 3 disciples being Xie Liuyin, Hualing Xue, and Su Wuyin, while the previously favored single fire root disciple, Xiaoqi, ultimately ranked 5th. The 4th disciple, who appeared rather unremarkable, was awarded the honor. Upon inquiry, Xie Liuyin learned that her name was Xingye, a disciple of the 8th elder, Du Wan. It is worth mentioning that with Qin Tian being relieved of his elder position, the esteemed Miao Yuzhenjiwen has been elevated to the rank of the new 6th elder. Given her qualifications and cultivation level, she was indeed due for promotion. However, prior vacancies among the elders had not arisen, and the sect leader of Kunshan favored his younger disciple, Yi Chaoan, prematurely elevating her to the position of the 10th elder. Thus, Miao Yu found herself delayed until this moment, finally attaining the position she rightfully deserved. With Miao Yu taking charge of Qian Peak, the situation for Qin Tian's disciples grew increasingly dire. Meanwhile, Feng Yele, who had been dispatched early to Frost Blade Windsword Cliff, naturally faded from anyone's attention. Currently, the focal point of interest among the disciples is the new leader, Xie Liuyin, in the anticipated moment when she will enter the sword-washing pool in search of a sword. The uniqueness of the sword-washing pool is well known among all disciples of the Qingxiao sect. However, among 100 who have heard of this place, scarcely one has ever set foot inside. While 10 may qualify to enter the pool, none have successfully extracted a sword from within. According to the records in the sect chronicle, the last person to emerge from the sword-washing pool with a spiritual sword was none other than Xie Liuyin's master, Xianyue. Upon learning this from Hualing Xue, Xie Liuyin hurried to her master to inquire, "Master, did you truly obtain a sword from the sword-washing pool? Where is that sword? May I have a glimpse of it?" Taken aback by the question, Xianyue's expression gradually transformed, not out of anger, but rather into a semblance of nostalgia and melancholy. After a moment, Xianyue finally spoke, "You will come to know where your sword is in due time. For now, you should concern yourself with the whereabouts of your own." The snow-drinking sword had long been retrieved by Xianyue after Xie Liuyin claimed the top position. His swiftness suggested a worry that Xie Liuyin might do harm to his sword. Xie Liuyin suppressed her irritation and inquired further. "What trials did Master face when seeking the sword?" "Nothing of great significance. I merely leaped into the sword-washing pool, instantly fixated on a blade that resonated with my spirit, and upon extracting it, we formed a bond, and that was that." Xianyue yawned, seemingly disinterested in elaborating. Xie Liuyin sensed that he was concealing something from her, yet recollecting the melancholy that flickered in his eyes when he mentioned his own faded sword, she chose not to press further. She understood that the events surrounding Xianyue were tied to a significant secret, and she was willing to wait a little longer to uncover it, before she could learn of this deliberately hidden truth. Xie Liuyin was determined to first welcome her own faded sword. 2 days later, Changyu, the disciple of the Kunsan sect master, personally delivered a token granting access to the sword-washing pool to Xie Liuyin. She changed into more suitable attire for the water and made her way directly to the floating cloud island of the Qingxiao sect. Chapter 43. The Spirit Sword's uprising floating cloud island is arguably the most extraordinary location within the entire Qingxiao sect. It is an aerial isle situated atop the Moon Heart Lake at the center of the sect. Most of the island is occupied by the sword-washing pool, which is connected to the lake below, with a waterfall cascading from the island, resembling a silky white ribbon descending from the heavens. This scene, along with the radiant trial formation on the back mountain and several other locations within the Qingxiao sect, is collectively known as the Four Great Beauties of Qingxiao. In her previous life, Xie Liuyin had the fortune to behold the other breathtaking sights, yet the Muhart Lake waterfall was a vision she encountered for the very first time. The location of Muhart Lake is unique. It is said that the entrance to the largest spiritual vein of the Qingxiao sect is concealed beneath its depths. Thus, formidable formations are arrayed around Muhart Lake, and a law enforcement team patrols the vicinity ceaselessly. Should anyone dare to approach recklessly, the enforcement team may execute them without hesitation or inquiry. Therefore, Xie Liuyin had earlier affixed her pass visibly at her waist, anxious that the enforcement team might overlook it and take her life without a second thought. Fortunately, the sect leader had already informed the enforcement team of her intention to enter the sword-washing pool in search of a sword. As she drew near, before she could utter a word, the cultivators of the enforcement team willingly parted to clear her path. Grateful, Xie Liuyin expressed her thanks to the 2 senior sisters who had allowed her passage, and with her heart brimming with excitement, She stepped into the teleportation array leading to Liuyin Island. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. When she regained her composure, the scene before her had shifted from the crescent-shaped lake to a vast pool of water. The second elder, Xie Liuyin, adorned in flowing white garments that exuded an ethereal charm, was seated cross-legged above the water's surface, seemingly engrossed in meditation. Upon witnessing this tranquil tableau, the words that had been poised on Xie Liuyin's lips were swallowed back. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable urge to preserve the serenity of the moment. Fortunately, the second elder, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, discerned the presence of Xie Liuyin early on. After a brief period of calming her mind, she gradually emerged from her meditative state. The statuesque woman suddenly opened her eyes, and in the next instant, she materialized directly before Xie Liuyin from the center of the sword-washing pool. Xie Liuyin's visage, unlike the delicate beauty of the fifth elder, Feng Hongqiu, bore an inherent resoluteness characteristic of a sword cultivator. You are the newly accepted disciple of Master Xianyue. Xie Liuyin? Xie Liuyin scrutinized the young girl before her. Despite being merely a fourth-layer qi refining practitioner, Xie Liuyin perceived a faint trace of sword intent emanating from her. Due to the responsibility of guarding the sword-washing pool, Xie Liuyin had seldom left Liuyin Island since assuming her master's heavy burden. Though she had previously heard of Xianyue taking on disciples, she had never encountered any of them until now. Upon this meeting, Xie Liuyin felt a measure of admiration for Xie Liuyin. The ability to cultivate a strand of sword intent within just a few months indicated that the character of this practitioner must be commendable. This was also Xie Liuyin's first encounter with the legendary sword sovereign of the Qishao sect. She respectfully clasped her hands in greeting and addressed her, "Greetings, second elder. I am Xie Liuyin. I understand your purpose here, but before you enter the sword-washing pool to seek a sword, I must offer you a few words of caution. The swords within possess their own spiritual intelligence. They have their thoughts and will choose their own masters. If they are willing, you may take even the sword of the founding ancestor. However, should they refuse, you must not force the matter." Xie Liuyin discerned the subtle implications in the other's words and obediently acknowledged them. Subsequently, she exhaled a deep breath and resolutely plunged into the serene surface of the lake. Upon entering the water, the magical robes enveloping her swiftly activated, harnessing spiritual energy to form a small air bubble around her. As Xie Liuyin opened her eyes and gazed towards the bottom of the pool, her heart was profoundly stirred. Beneath the tranquil surface lay the expansive depths of the pool, dominated by a towering stone monument standing steadfastly in the center. Xie Liuyin's gaze traversed the rippling waters, and she discerned the inscription sword tomb etched upon the stone. Shifting her focus from the monument, she soon beheld the myriad of spiritual swords densely scattered across the pool's floor. Logically, these swords, submerged for such a duration, should have long succumbed to rust, yet inexplicably, they appeared even more radiant than those upon the shore. Suppressing her exhilaration, Xie Liuyin channeled her spiritual energy and descended towards the bottom. Prior to her arrival, she had already contemplated the type of sword she wished to select. However, upon immersing herself within the sword-washing pool, uncertainty began to cloud her judgment regarding her choices. Just as she pondered which sword to approach first, a short sword unexpectedly darted from a corner, circling around her in excitement. It appeared fervently animated, with its hilt nudging against Xie Liuyin, clearly eager to accompany her. Xie Liuyin was taken aback. She had anticipated a prolonged effort to win the favor of a particular sword, yet to her astonishment, she had been chosen so swiftly. A surge of surprise coursed through her heart as she reached out to grasp the short sword, only for it to be violently knocked aside by a heavy sword before her fingers could make contact. Xie Liuyin paused, taken aback by the striking beauty of the heavy sword, yet it was clearly ill-suited for her. She bit her lip, contemplating how to gracefully decline, but soon found herself besieged by a myriad of swords. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and countless others rushed forth. They seemed enraged that someone they favored had been usurped. And without inquiring about Xie Liuyin's intentions, they began clashing amongst themselves. Particularly fierce was the first short sword that emerged, becoming the target of the majority of the other spiritual swords' hostility. Not only was it soundly beaten, but it was also pushed into a corner, desperately seeking a way to get closer to Xie Liuyin. Among them was a crimson sword, which appeared to be a minor leader among the spiritual swords. Upon entering the fray, it forcefully sent several swords nearest to Xie Liuyin flying, assertively claiming the position by her right hand. From time to time, it would nudge against the back of her hand, making Xie Liuyin feel as if it were urging her, "Human, what are you waiting for? Quickly grasp me." The commotion caused by the spiritual swords clashing was anything but subtle. Standing on the shore, Xie Liuyin observed the once tranquil surface of the water suddenly come alive with rolling waves. Were it not for the protective formations surrounding the sword-washing pool, the waters would likely have spilled over into the outer realms of Liuyin Island. Gratefully, Xie Liuyin was able to sense the movements of the swords within the pool, Otherwise, she might have suspected that Xie Liuyin had entered to cause chaos. However, with so many spiritual swords in simultaneous upheaval, Jing Wenlan realized that something was amiss. Her gaze remained fixated on the pool, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. The choice of a cultivator's destined sword is not a matter of the human selecting the sword, but rather the sword choosing its wielder. The spiritual roots of an individual differ from their foundational essence, and thus their suitable swords vary as well. Generally speaking, no matter how talented someone may be in the art of swordsmanship, they will only have a select few swords that resonate with their essence. The ability to attract such a multitude of swords signifies an adaptability to all forms of blades. Such a person, Jing Wenlan refrained from continuing, suddenly reminded of a figure from Qinshao Sect who once incited a riot among countless spiritual swords. This individual was none other than the revered founder of their sect, the very first in the annals of the cultivation world to possess a natural sword bone. Chapter 44. The Master's Sword Chooses Its Owner. The battle at the bottom of the pool intensified, and despite the dim lighting, Xie Liuyin's extraordinary senses allowed her to discern that a multitude of spiritual swords had joined the fray, while there were certainly a few ruffians merely enjoying the spectacle. The combat was indeed fierce. Xie Liuyin observed several sword hilts being severed, yet the swords continued their fierce duels as if unfazed. She attempted to calm the agitated swords, urging them to cease their tumultuous clashes. However, these capricious spiritual swords paid her no heed. To them, she was merely a young girl favored by a few swords, lacking the authority to command such dignified entities. As the chaos escalated, Xie Liuyin contemplated departing from the pool to seek assistance from the second elder. At that moment, an invisible yet potent pressure suddenly radiated from the heart of the pool. Xie Liuyin felt as though she bore the weight of an immense mountain, struggling to breathe. Not only she, but even the previously tumultuous swords fell silent, obediently returning to their positions in the ground, clearly feigning a state of dormancy. The only red spiritual sword nestled at Xie Liuyin's feet occasionally brushed against her, clearly reluctant to relinquish such a rare master. The pressure intensified, and an invisible sword aura stirred ripples beneath the water. Xie Liuyin faintly discerned emerging cracks on the towering stone tablet. As the tumultuous waves surged increasingly, the fissures multiplied and widened. Finally, with a wave powerful enough to topple Xie Liuyin, the waters of the sword-washing pool erupted skyward, and a terrifying sword cry resonated throughout the entire Qishao sect, inciting a frenzy among countless cultivators' spiritual swords. On Qishao Peak, the Kunchen sect master felt a twitch in his eyelid. He hastily rushed toward the entrance and caught sight of the distant soaring water column. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly made his way toward Liuyin Island. At Qian Peak, where the sword had just found a new master, the true monarch, Miayu, suppressed the tremors of her life-bound sword and raised her gaze toward the water column, softly murmuring, "Today seems to be the day Xie Liuyin selects her sword." Numerous disciples, immersed in their sword training, frantically clutched their trembling spiritual swords, and the training ground was filled with cries of alarm. A male disciple yelled, "Which ancestor is enraged this time?" The entire Qishao sect appeared to be under the influence of the sword's wail, except for the daylight peak, where no spiritual swords showed any signs of agitation. Xianyue, seated beneath the towering Ningguang tree, sighed helplessly, "Alas, it seems I must once again tidy up the mess left by that little girl." The Kunchen sect master, arriving hurriedly at Liuyin Island, questioned Jing Wenlan, breathless, "Sister Jing, what on earth is happening? Why has Liuyin Island experienced such a significant disturbance? Is there an external foe invading?" "That is not the case," Jing Wenlan remarked, her arms crossed as she gazed at the now tranquil surface of the water, her voice light and airy. "It is merely that the sword of our ancestral founder has awakened, seeking a worthy master." The master of Kunsen gasped in astonishment as the stone tablet finally shattered. Before Xie Liuyin's astonished eyes, a black longsword gracefully emerged from within. To Xie Liuyin, the sword appeared utterly flawless. Not only was its hue exquisite, but the intricate patterns adorning it, along with its length, width, and the proportions of its hilt, were all in perfect harmony. It surpassed even the most beautiful spirit sword she had envisioned in her dreams. As the inky sword soared forth, the previously restless crimson spirit sword instantly became obedient. It dared no longer to brush against Xie Liuyin, instead withdrawing and thrusting itself into the ground at a distance, adopting a sulking demeanor. Yet, at that moment, Xie Liuyin could scarcely spare a glance towards the actions of the red sword. All her attention was captivated by the slowly approaching black spirit sword. Ultimately, the spirit sword floated before Xie Liuyin, circling her a few times as if assessing her worthiness to become its master. She dared not move. She sensed that this sword was of extraordinary origin. After a brief pause, as if having reached a decision, the black spirit sword swept towards her hand, its blade stained with her blood, instantly forging a covenant. All of this transpired with such abruptness and swiftness that Xie Liuyin had no time to intervene. and above her, the golden light of heavenly providence descended. Meanwhile, it seemed that something new had emerged in her mind, a pact that bound her soul to the ethereal sword before her, intertwining Xie Liuyin with the weapon. In her consciousness, an unfamiliar youthful voice echoed, "Humph, the notion of an equal contract is mere folly. That old wretch discarded me so easily, this time. I shall bind myself to you with a soul contract." Startled, Xie Liuyin barely had the chance to inquire about the situation when the voice resonated once more. "Hey, little girl, what is your name?" Instinctively, she replied, "I am Xie Liuyin, a junior. May I ask how to address you, esteemed one?" You dare call me esteemed?" The final two syllables seemed to ascend in pitch. Cough. The voice cleared its throat, swiftly regaining composure. Yet Xie Liuyin perceptively noted a significant shift in tone. The entity's demeanor had markedly improved. "Just call me Imo Quebec." Xie Liuyin was taken aback as she gazed at the sword hovering before her and tentatively inquired, "Esteemed one, do you mean this very blade?" "Indeed. I am the spirit of this sword. I have chosen you, and henceforth, you shall be my new servant. You must remember to polish me daily with the softest ice silkworm silk, and my resting place must be crafted from golden phoenix wood aged over a millennium. I require a bath every 3 days, and the water must be sourced from a spiritual spring." Listening to the lengthy list of demands from the sword spirit echoing in her mind, Xie Liuyin raised her hand to massage her temples. She recalled that the founder of the Qishao sect possessed a sword named Imok, which had remained behind after the founder ascended without taking it along. When Xie Liuyin first heard this tale from the past, she found it rather perplexing why her esteemed ancestor would forsake the spirit sword that had accompanied her for many years. Now, she believes she has unraveled the reason. Furthermore, every time you encounter me, you must cleanse yourself with fragrant baths and apply sword nurturing oil to your hands. Moreover, and so on. Xie Liuyin could no longer endure the endless chatter. "Senior, would it not be better to find someone else to form a pact with?" The cheerful voice faltered momentarily before swiftly transforming into a furious outburst. "What do you mean? Do you disdain me? I have not scorned your low cultivation and poor aptitude. Yet you dare to look down upon me?" With the sword spirit's furious roar, the Moke sword erupted with a surge of sword energy. Surrounding spirit swords scurried away, each fleeing with greater speed than a rabbit, entirely devoid of the affection they had previously shown Xie Liuyin. "It is not that I disdain you, but rather that I am quite impoverished and cannot meet your demands. Perhaps you might wait a while longer for someone with higher cultivation, superior talents, and greater wealth?" Xie Liuyin ventured to inquire. The sword spirit, displeased, let out a huff. "I do not care. The pact is already formed. You shall take me out of this wretched place at once, for I have no desire to linger here any longer." The Moke sword offered Xie Liuyin no opportunity for refusal, promptly collapsing into her embrace, adopting a stubborn demeanor. Chapter 45. Know your place. Xie Liuyin, feeling exasperated, realized that this sword was indeed the overlord of the washing sword pool, as long as it remained. She would have no chance of forming a pact with any other spirit sword today that was truly in harmony with her desires. Being the sword left behind by the ancient ancestor, Xie Liuyin felt there was nothing to critique, and she simply embraced the sword as she departed from the cleansing pool. However, in a corner that Xie Liuyin did not perceive, the crimson spirit sword concealed itself behind a large rock, watching her retreat with profound reluctance. Although it had lost its rare natural sword bone as a master, it mattered not. After its departure, it would rightfully assume the title of the leader of the cleansing pool. The little schemes of the crimson spirit sword were unbeknownst to both Xie Liuyin and, as soon as she returned to the shore with the sword in her arms, the head of the Kunshan sect, who had been waiting there, promptly approached her, bowing low in respect to the sword she held. "Ancestors, why have you come out? Did not the revered ancestor instruct you to remain in the cleansing pool? How dare you?" A dark orb of ink suddenly burst forth from the sword, its voice identical to that of the youthful sword spirit. He had clearly stated that he would remain to find a new master for himself, while also overseeing the Qishao sect. This was not the first time the Kunshan sect leader had been reprimanded by this ancestor. Glancing at the perplexed Xie Liuyin, he lowered his voice once more to inquire, "So, you have chosen her? What is wrong with her? What tone is that?" The sword spirit was displeased. Despite referring to Xie Liuyin as his servant, it did not imply that others could mistreat his chosen master. She was the only person he had found agreeable after so many years. The Kunshan sect leader repeatedly apologized, and realizing that the decision made by was unchangeable, he could only sigh in resignation. The Moke sword possesses extraordinary power and is the treasured blade of the ancestral master. In truth, the leader of the Kunshan sect intended for it to remain as a mere ornament in the sword washing pool for eternity. However, to his astonishment, this little ancestor whimsically sought out a master for itself. Yet, given the circumstances, even if the Kunshan sect leader felt discontented with this outcome, he could not intervene. Reluctantly, he spoke, "Since you have made your decision, we, as your juniors, cannot hinder you. There is but one request I must ask of you. As the sword of our ancestral master, you embody his image to the outside world. In future encounters, could you perhaps be mindful of your words? The sword spirit, of course, was reluctant to acquiesce. It had a voice of its own and could express itself as it pleased. Yet, it feared that refusing might lead the elderly gentleman before it to prevent its departure with Xie Liuyin. After a moment of silence, the sword spirit finally relented. Only then did the Kunshan sect leader feel at ease, gesturing for Xie Liuyin to take her leave. Jing Wenlan genuinely seemed to hold great affection for this junior. As she witnessed Xie Liuyin preparing to depart, she presented her with a token. Should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you may come to me for guidance. Thank you. Elder Second, I shall remember this. Xie Liuyin exclaimed, her eyes alight with surprise at such an unexpected boon. Cradling the token emblazoned with Jing Wenlan's insignia and clutching the incessantly chattering moke sword, she returned homeward, laden with treasures. Once Xie Liuyin had left Liuyin Island, Jing Wenlan turned her gaze toward the Kunshan sect leader. Junior brother, it appears you are rather dissatisfied with our little junior sister, are you not? Xie Liuyin was the disciple of the junior master, and according to their ranks, Jing Wenlan ought to address her as junior sister. Upon hearing these words, Kunshan was momentarily taken aback. It was not that he held any dissatisfaction towards her. Rather, this girl had a penchant for causing trouble ever since she entered the sect. First, his disciple had faced punishment, then there was the issue with Qin Tian, and now the death of another disciple. Junior brother, I may not be privy to all matters, but I am aware of the circumstances surrounding Qin Tian's predicament, he began. Jing Wenlan, growing impatient, interjected, before you cast blame upon junior sister Xie. Have you considered that those two encountered misfortune solely because they initiated hostility against her? Jing Wenlan, as a master and elder brother, it is natural for you to exhibit favoritism. However, as the sect leader, impartiality is paramount. Junior brother, you must reassess your position. Hearing his senior sister's admonition, delivered with a measured tone, Kunshan's face flushed with embarrassment. He hastily clasped his hands in acknowledgement of Jing Wenlan's guidance, saying, Sister, your counsel is indeed warranted. At that moment, Kunshan could not help but recall when his own master, the former sect leader, entrusted him with the heavy responsibilities of Qinshao sect. He had been explicitly informed that his master had greater faith in his uncle's disciple, Jing Wenlan, due to her wisdom, decisiveness, and clarity of thought. Had she ascended to the position of sect leader, it was believed she would have steered Qinshao sect towards a more prosperous future. Yet, Jing Wenlan was devoted to the sword path and had taken over the sword cleansing pool from her uncle early on. Ultimately, his master had meticulously selected him from a group of disciples after much deliberation. However, even in his final moments, his master had expressed lingering concerns, summoning him to the bedside to caution, your nature is indecisive, prone to favoritism. Yet, you possess the admirable quality of being able to acknowledge and rectify your mistakes. With a sigh, Kunshan closed his eyes, resolving, from now on, I shall strive to maintain fairness. Xie Liuyin was oblivious to the nature of the exchanges that transpired between Jing Wenlan and the sect leader after her departure. She joyfully cradled the loquacious spirit sword and raced back to Yari Peak, presenting it to Xianyue like a precious treasure. What do you think? My sword is far more formidable than the one you possessed. Not bad, but to surpass your master, you still have a considerable distance to cover, Xianyue replied, casting a disinterested glance and emitting a soft hum of dismissal. The sword spirit, displeased by this remark, materialized from its inky aura. What are you trying to prove in front of me? Have you forgotten how you once pleaded for that spirit sword at the sword washing pool? Xianyue was taken aback that the MOK sword remembered such an old incident. He bit his lip, attempting to suppress the warmth rising to his face. Senior, have you not been in slumber all these years? I sleep when I wish and awaken when I choose. Youngster, from now on, your disciple shall be my contract holder. You must diligently instruct her, ensuring she swiftly reaches the golden core stage. Otherwise, you will bring disgrace upon me. Of course. Xianyue readily agreed, casting a glance at Xie Liuyin that bore a hint of pity. Rest assured, I shall properly guide your contract holder. As the focal point of this discourse between the man and the spirit sword, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. In the realm of the Moon Fox tribe, within the Fox Emperor's palace, a small fox, entirely white and devoid of any blemishes, was surrounded by several exquisitely crafted young men and women, gently placed upon a soft cushion woven from snow moon spider silk. Our little prince has truly suffered this time. That Xianyue was rather overbearing. The little prince merely wandered around his peak, yet he was unjustly detained as a spirit companion for such an extended period. The adoptive mother of the Moon Fox Prince lamented while wiping away her tears, as if their little prince had suffered tremendous indignities on the daylight peak. However, upon hearing her words, the Moon Fox Prince scoffed disdainfully. What indignities has he endured? In my opinion, the celestial master of the crescent moon has been far too lenient, allowing him to be a spirit companion while being well-fed and cared for daily. Were it me, I would have ensured he faced far greater hardships. Listening to his father's merciless remarks, the little fox on the cushion let out a soft whimper but dared not retort. Chapter 46. You can finally withstand my attack. The Moon Fox Prince had always cherished his youngest son, who possessed the highest talent. Yet, the mischievous boy cunningly outsmarted both his adoptive mother and guards, sneaking outside the clan's territory, where he nearly fell prey to wicked cultivators. The Moon Fox Prince felt compelled to teach his son a significant lesson, otherwise, the boy would undoubtedly grow ever more audacious. Do you not realize that the two wicked cultivators who sought you intended to drain your blood and flay you alive? Even if you had hidden within the Xie sect, those two would have brazenly waited at the mountain gate for an entire month, had it not been for the celestial master of the crescent moon, who informed me of your whereabouts and insisted on keeping you at daylight peak to recuperate for a month until I could send someone to retrieve you. Your life would have been forfeit the moment you dared to leave the Xie sect. The Moon Fox Prince's ire intensified with each word. And what of your judgment? How could a mere female disciple coax you into daring to pilfer from the radiant peak? I have warned you countless times not to offend the moonlit immortal, not to provoke the moonlit immortal. Why can't you seem to remember? The little fox accepted the previous scoldings, yet he felt a tinge of grievance. But, father, when you first mentioned the immortal, you never told me he was named Moonlit, nor that he was the master of Radiant Peak in the Xie sect. The Moon Fox Emperor paused, reflecting on his oversight, realizing he indeed had not disclosed the name of the individual to his young son. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he exclaimed, "Even if you were unaware of who the immortal is, that does not grant you the liberty to steal from others. Is that what I taught you?" "Well, I was deceived as well," the little fox mumbled, burying his head in his fluffy tail. The Moon Fox Emperor snorted in response. Finally satisfied upon witnessing his son's guilty demeanor, "For the next few years, you are forbidden from venturing anywhere. We shall discuss your freedom only once you have fully transformed and formed your demon core." The little fox opened his mouth, yearning to plead with his father. He had encountered a wonderful young lady outside and, in his haste to return, had failed to bid her a proper farewell. He longed to see her again. However, the Moon Fox Emperor offered him no opportunity to resist. With a mere wave of his hand, he confined him to the Moon Fox clan's sacred training grounds. This place, where numerous ancestors of the Moon Fox had perished, was a sanctuary for cultivation, promising great returns for effort, to prevent his son from seizing any chance to escape. The Moon Fox Emperor placed a binding restriction upon him, declaring that he would only be permitted to leave once he had successfully formed his golden core. The little fox, imprisoned within an impenetrable barrier, exerted every ounce of its strength in a desperate attempt to break free. After repeatedly crashing against the barrier, leaving itself bruised and battered, it became painfully evident that the barrier remained unyielding, and the Moon Fox Emperor had not appeared to offer solace. The little fox finally comprehended that its father was resolutely intent on imparting a lesson. It curled up silently, tears beginning to glisten in its eyes. Uncertain of how long it would remain trapped in this confinement, it only wished that before it could find its way back, Xie Liuyin would not forget it. As for Xie Liuyin, she was at a loss, pondering whether possessing a fateful sword was a blessing or a curse. "Get up quickly. How can you, in such a feeble state, claim to be worthy of my esteem?" The inky spirit sword hovered before her, the sword spirit incessantly urging her to rise from the ground. Yet, Xie Liuyin had long since exhausted her strength. She had endured hours of being battered by the moke sword, and the familiar wooden sword she usually wielded was reduced to nothing but a mere stump. Her body bore numerous crimson marks inflicted by the sword's blade, and her limbs felt utterly weak and limp. The very thought of standing up to continue the fight seemed insurmountable. She could hardly muster the energy to speak. Nevertheless, the sword spirit continued to chide her. "How can you allow this? That old man could practice for 3 days straight without a moment's rest." With clenched teeth, Xie Liuyin summoned her willpower and finally managed to rise from the ground. She swallowed a recovery pill that Xianyue had prepared for her in advance. And as her empty dantian began to gather spiritual energy once more, she drew a new wooden sword from the nearby weapon rack and charged at the moke sword. However, what awaited Xie Liuyin was a series of relentless defeats, each one sending her flying once more. The moke sword, a remarkable spirit sword, has accompanied the founding master from obscurity to the heights of ascension. Though not a sword cultivator, its wielder demonstrates a mastery of the blade that surpasses that of many dedicated sword practitioners. Xie Liuyin considers her foundational sword techniques to be quite commendable. Otherwise, she would not have thrived in the trial formations. Yet, when faced with the moke sword, she finds herself effortlessly disarmed. Her wooden sword effortlessly sent flying despite employing the most elementary techniques. The sword spirit chastises her sternly. "Are you a sword cultivator or merely a practitioner wielding a sword? For a sword cultivator, the sword is akin to one's own body. If you can so easily relinquish your own essence, what hope do you have of attaining immortality? After once again having her wooden sword knocked aside, Xie Liuyin trembles as she retrieves it. She inhales deeply, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Xie Liuyin is acutely aware that her grip on the sword is sound. The disparity between her and the monk sword lies in their technique and strength. While these differences may lead to her defeat, they should not necessarily result in her losing her sword. Yet, why does she consistently falter? With her eyes closed, Xie Liuyin begins to reflect on the previous encounters. The gap in strength between her and the monk sword is vast, rendering their exchanges brief and infrequent. She focuses intently on the split second when their swords collide, once, twice. In her mind's eye, she sees the monk sword suddenly change direction, darting toward her wrist. In the next instant, her wooden sword is sent flying once more. With this realization, Xie Liuyin's brow furrows slightly, as if she has come to some understanding. As the second duel commences, perhaps influenced by her prior disarmament, she grips her sword with renewed fervor. It was precisely due to her exertion that she found herself increasingly unable to contend with Mok Jin, retreating step by step. At that moment, Mok Jin lunged towards Xie Liuyin's wrist, and although this strike came a second later than the previous ones, her sword was still deftly disarmed. Observing this, Xie Liuyin slowly opened her eyes. I have come to understand that my fear of injury, coupled with my awe of your formidable prowess, has led me to relinquish my sword whenever the threat of harm looms. Ultimately, it is a reflection of my reluctance to engage Mok Jin in earnest combat and my lack of faith in the sword spirit's ability to safeguard me from harm. Thus, the sword became a weapon I willingly abandoned, rather than an extension of my very being. Having realized this, Xie Liuyin silently consumed 2 spirit-replenishing pills, patiently awaiting the restoration of her spiritual energy to about 70 or 80% before resolutely grasping her sword once more. Once more, she called out to Mok Jin. This time, she did not wait for him to strike first. Instead, she boldly charged forward with her wooden sword. At that moment, Xie Liuyin had completely forgotten about techniques and swordplay. Her sole focus was to emerge victorious. Casting aside the constraints of sword techniques, she fought with an unparalleled fervor. Even the sword spirit had never encountered such a reckless style of combat. Several times, the spirit was compelled to yield, fearing that should he engage earnestly, Xie Liuyin would suffer grave consequences. Finally, as the sword spirit pivoted the sword's momentum, poised to collide with Xie Liuyin's wrist, she deftly twisted her wrist, positioning herself in an astonishing manner to parry Mok Jin's attack. Excellent, the sword spirit's tone carried a note of delight. At last, you are capable of withstanding one of my strikes. Chapter 47. The defection of Feng Yilei. This incident unfolded as a consequence of the sword spirit granting Xie Liuyin her freedom. Xie Liuyin was acutely aware of this, and rather than feeling elated, she became increasingly cognizant of the vast chasm that separated her from the sword spirit. For the subsequent 2 months, she did not stray even a step from the daylight peak. Her days were consumed solely by sword practice, meals, and rest, as she engaged in no other activities. Consequently, she missed the tumultuous event within the Qinxiao sect, the defection of Feng Yilei. This event transpired half a month after Elder Qin Tian was confined. A new disciple, who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with Feng Yilei, remembering their past camaraderie, made a special visit to the Frost Blade Windsword Cliff. During this visit, the disciple inadvertently let slip details regarding Elder Qin's predicament. Feng Yilei, ever sensitive, immediately inquired into the circumstances surrounding Qin Tian's punishment. Upon learning that his master had not only lost his position as an elder, but that the Qian Peak was now under the control of the esteemed Miayu Xinjuan, Feng Yilei's heart sank. The prospect of his master enduring a century of confinement, coupled with the demise of the former glory enjoyed by his seniors, was unbearable. Overwhelmed by this disheartening revelation, Feng Yilei, consumed by resentment, not only incapacitated the visiting disciple but also disguised himself in the disciple's attire and stealthily absconded from the Qinxiao sect. By the time the disciple's senior sister sensed something amiss and traced her way to the Frost Blade Windsword Cliff, Feng Yilei had already vanished without a trace. However, Feng Yilei had overlooked one crucial detail. Upon joining the sect, he had left behind a soul lamp. With the aid of this lamp, the sect's investigator, Zhong Haoqi, swiftly located Feng Yilei's whereabouts. Almost all disciples of the Qinxiao sect believed that Elder Zhong would soon capture Feng Yilei. However, no one anticipated that a few days later, Zhong Haoqi returned, but he came back alone and bore wounds upon his body. Shortly after his return, the sect leader announced Feng Yilei's expulsion, placing him on the list of traitors of the Qinxiao sect. From that moment on, any disciple of the sect who encountered Feng Yilei would be compelled to eliminate him, purging the sect of its traitors. Despite Feng Yilei's designation as a traitor, The disciples remained curious about what had transpired, leading to Elder Zong's return not only empty-handed but also injured. This secret, however, was known only to the sect leader and a few elders. "How is it? Is the wound still festering?" Elder Xie Liuyin inquired, gazing intently at the grotesque injury on Zong Haoqi's abdomen, his fist clenching tightly. Elder San Gu Fan, who possessed a pure-wood spirit root and specialized in medical arts, upon hearing this, channeled his last remnant of spiritual energy into the wound and sighed in relief, saying, "It has been temporarily contained, but for complete healing, we will require spirit spring water." The others present leaned in to observe, and indeed, they saw the dark energy within Zong Haoqi's wound clashing against a surge of azure spiritual energy, barely maintaining a fragile equilibrium. What manner of wicked practitioner is this, possessing such profound cultivation and wielding such a dreadful spiritual poison? Elder Ba Du Luan could not help but exclaim. Upon recalling the events, Zong Haoqi felt a torrent of grievances welling within him. He had initially followed Feng Yele's aura with the intent to retrieve the wayward disciple for punishment. The rules of the Qingxiao sect are stringent, and this young man, having injured a fellow disciple and fled without permission, is sure to face substantial punishment upon his return. However, it would not be severe enough to warrant the loss of his life. At worst, he might find himself confined for an extended period, or compelled to undertake arduous tasks for the sect. Who could have anticipated that he would early on ally himself with a nefarious cultivator? When confronted by Zong Haoqi, he resorted to a series of cunning tricks, deceiving Zong Haoqi into falling into the trap set by the malevolent practitioner. The outcome was that Zong Haoqi suffered grave injuries, ultimately escaping back to the sect only after a desperate struggle. To make matters worse, the evil cultivator bore a poison of spiritual nature, rendering Zong Haoqi's abdominal wound irreparable and leading to a festering condition. Fortunately, Gu Fan, a remarkably skilled healer, utilized pure wooden spiritual energy to stabilize his condition. Nevertheless, to entirely eradicate the spiritual poison afflicting Zong Haoqi, the elixir of spiritual spring water is indispensable. This spring water is not merely an ordinary source infused with spiritual energy. It is a liquid formed from an exceptionally dense concentration of such energy. The conditions for the formation of spring water are exceedingly stringent, and even a powerful sect like Qingxiao possesses but a single small gourd of it. Upon hearing Elder Gu Fan's words, the Kunshan sect master dared not delay. Promptly instructing his aides to open the sect's treasury, they retrieved the purple jade gourd containing the spring water, allowing Gu Fan to extract a few precious drops for Zong Haoqi's use. Indeed, the spring water proved miraculous. After just 3 drops, the terrifying spiritual poison was swiftly dissolved. The wound that had previously stumped Elder Gu Fan healed completely within mere moments. However, the vitality that Zong Haoqi had lost due to his injuries would require some time to replenish, leaving his complexion still alarmingly pale. After being helped up from the bed, Zong Haoqi addressed the sect leader, saying, "Master, how do you intend to deal with that malevolent cultivator? This fiend is truly peculiar. His methods are exceedingly ruthless. If we allow him to remain at large, who knows how many cultivators will fall victim to his malice?" The leader of Kunshan sect proved to be quite reliable at this critical moment. He replied, "I shall send word to the leaders of other sects, urging them to exercise caution regarding this elusive malevolent cultivator." Without delay, within a day's time, the remaining 36 sects of the Bishu realm, along with the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, received news concerning the enigmatic fiend. The Kunshan sect leader specifically highlighted the strange shape of the fiend's claws and the terrifying spiritual poison that lingered upon them. Upon receiving this information, the sects promptly relayed messages to their disciples currently on journeys, advising them to be particularly vigilant. After all, Zong Haoqi was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. If someone of his caliber could be harmed by this malevolent entity, their disciples would likely fare no better should they encounter him. The situation within the Rogue Cultivators Alliance was even more intricate. The term alliance merely referred to a selection of individuals from amongst the rogues who possessed a commendable reputation and considerable cultivation, temporarily overseeing the affairs of the scattered practitioners. The number of registered rogue cultivators was far fewer than those unregistered. The alliance's leaders, finding themselves at a loss, could only disseminate the news at hand, while also urging those within to spread the word to as many as possible in hopes of saving a few innocent lives. However, days after the news had spread, several corpses of rogue cultivators were discovered in a certain valley, with the cause of death in each instance being the wounds tainted by spiritual poison. The incident has stirred a tempest within the Baisu realm, yet Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu, residing in the Qingxiao sect, remain oblivious. The former is deeply engrossed in her cultivation, entirely indifferent to external affairs, while the latter, lacking reminders and preoccupied with thoughts of the soon-to-be fallen Su He young master, neglects even her own master, let alone the deceased loose cultivators. Xie Mingzhu meticulously calculates the days and realizes that in 3 days, the young master Sui Jiming will encounter peril. Last century, he was fortuitously rescued by the despicable Princess Luo, resulting in an engagement between them. This unfortunate circumstance led Jiming to develop feelings for her, while he was compelled to uphold his engagement with the princess, causing her considerable distress. In this new life, Xie Mingzhu is determined to rectify this regret. She aspires to become Sui Jiming's savior, ensuring that he belongs to her entirely. Chapter 48. The transformable spatial artifact not far from Yinhua town. In the desolate wilderness, a cloud vessel glides leisurely towards the Qianxiao sect. Adorned with a distinctive emblem, any literate observer would quickly recognize the characters Suhi. Within the vessel's most spacious and luxurious chamber, a youth, wrapped in a third-grade Xian fox fur cloak, possesses a strikingly delicate visage with pale lips. His fingers, exposed from the cloak, are frightfully white, seemingly emanating an icy chill that is dazzling to behold. A guard, attending to the young master, promptly presents a bowl brimming with a dark, viscous concoction, kneeling to beseech him to consume it. However, upon sighting the bowl of medicine, the youth turns his face away in disgust, appearing vehemently averse to the potion. "Quickly remove it. I do not wish to lay eyes upon that abomination," exclaimed the youth, Su He, who had long been the object of Xie Mingzhu's concern. The guard, caught in a dilemma, instinctively glanced towards the middle-aged man beside him for assistance. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the guard to set down the bowl of medicine and to step outside. With a sigh of relief, the guard departed the room, leaving the pair of uncle and nephew in solitude. "Only you truly know the state of your own body. Why persist in this childish resistance to taking your medicine?" the middle-aged man gently lamented. Sui furrowed his brow tightly, responding, "I have consumed this concoction for over a decade, yet my condition remains woefully unchanged. Whether I ingest the medicine or not seems inconsequential to me. This potion was specially crafted by the esteemed physician for you, containing an incalculable amount of precious herbs. To preserve its potency as much as possible, it has not been formed into pills but rather refined into a liquid," the middle-aged man countered disapprovingly. "Without this bowl of medicine, you likely would not have survived to see this day." Sui coughed violently several times, struggling to catch his breath. "To endure such an existence is hardly worth it. I would have preferred to have perished long ago." His body had deteriorated to such a state that after nurturing it for over a decade, there was no sign of improvement. He feared that his life would be forever accompanied by this bitter, unpalatable brew. Sui felt he had suffered enough. Perhaps death would offer a swifter release. "Do not speak such nonsense," the middle-aged man admonished softly. "Our journey to the Qianxiao sect is to procure a life-saving remedy for you. Trust your uncle. Once we obtain the sacred spring water from Qianxiao sect, your ailment shall be cured." However, Sui and Jiming had already heard such words on numerous occasions. Over the years, their uncle had taken them to various places, always claiming that consuming certain miraculous herbs would cure Jiming's ailment. Yet, after several attempts, Jiming's condition showed no signs of improvement, leading him to lose all faith in his uncle's words. Perhaps sensing his nephew's skepticism, Uncle Yuan Tianmen helplessly explained, "I have not deceived you. Although the miraculous herbs you previously consumed seemed ineffective, they have indeed been gradually enhancing your health. Once you ingest the spiritual spring water, the potency of those herbs will be fully awakened, and your body will truly be restored." This was not mere fabrication. It was a painstakingly devised solution that Yuan Tianwen and his sister had labored over for many years. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiming's expression softened gradually. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Uncle, you truly haven't lied to me? Once I obtain the spiritual spring water, I can genuinely become a normal person?" Upon hearing the last 3 words, Yuan Tianwen felt a surge of compassion within him. "Of course, you can. I assure you, you will regain your health." With that assurance, Jiming chose not to speak further, instead swallowing the bowl of medicinal soup in one go despite the revulsion it stirred within him. On the peak of Yaori, having endured yet another day of torment from the MOK sword, Xie Liuyin once again indulged in an hour-long medicinal bath. What had once caused her immense suffering had now become a mere routine for her. Ada had informed her that the medicinal bath would be adjusted once more in a couple of days. Xie Liuyin calmly completed her soak, feeling her strength and spiritual energy restored significantly. Before retiring for the night, she recalled that she had not visited her spatial treasure in several days. Thus, she set the MOK sword aside and quietly slipped away to the training room, subsequently immersing herself within the space. The environment remained unchanged. However, due to Xie Liuyin's prolonged absence from harvesting spirit fruits, many had fallen to the ground. In the medicinal garden that she had deliberately enclosed, several new spirit plant seedlings had sprouted, while the previously planted spirit flora thrived abundantly. Rather than hastily gathering the spirit fruits, Xie Liuyin first summoned the spring water to irrigate the garden. The area she had designated for the garden was considerable, and should the opportunity arise, she intended to cultivate more medicinal herbs within it. To think you have been concealing a spatial treasure. A youthful voice suddenly pierced through the air beside her, startling Xie Liuyin. She widened her eyes and turned to see a dark orb of light soaring towards her garden. How did you get in? Weren't you outside sleeping? She inquired hastily. I do not require sleep. I merely observed that you appeared quite fatigued these past few days, so I afforded you the opportunity to rest. The sword spirit remarked. Although he did not articulate it explicitly, Xie Liuyin discerned that he feigned slumber out of concern that his presence might disturb her, allowing her to enjoy a moment of peace. Unfortunately, the sword spirit's well-intentioned gesture went unnoticed by Xie Liuyin, who stealthily ventured into the training room. The sword spirit assumed she intended to practice in secret, and naturally, he could not permit that. Upon following her, he was astonished to find that she had directly entered another realm. Mok Jin and Xie Liuyin are bound by a soul contract, which has also tethered this spatial treasure to Xie Liuyin's spirit, allowing him to effortlessly enter without her noticing. Do not wander off. How did you manage to come in? Xie Liuyin, perplexed and concerned that the sword spirit might damage the spiritual herbs she had planted, hastened to follow. The sword spirit meandered through the herb garden and the clear spring within the space, eventually expressing with a touch of wonder, "Your fortune is quite remarkable. You've encountered a spatial treasure that can transform. Such an artifact is exceedingly rare. In my long existence, I've only encountered two. What does transformation entail?" Noticing that he refrained from disturbing the plants in the garden, Xie Liuyin felt a sense of relief. After more than a month of companionship, the bond between the sword spirit and Xie Liuyin had deepened, prompting the spirit to share his knowledge openly. Transformation means that if you find the right spiritual objects, your spatial treasure can become even more formidable. Not only will the spiritual plants you cultivate grow at an accelerated pace, but even the spring water could potentially evolve into a spiritual spring. Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without needing her encouragement, the sword spirit continued, however. Locating the appropriate spiritual objects is no simple task. To alter the spatial treasure, you will require the 5 elemental spirit crystals. The formation of these crystals is quite challenging, as they are rarely found even in a top-grade spiritual vein. Moreover, the quality of the spirit crystals must be exceptional and their attributes pure, otherwise, the transformation cannot occur. The sword spirit meticulously detailed the requirements to Xie Liuyin and concluded, given your current abilities and resources, it would take you at least several hundred years to gather the 5 elemental spirit crystals. He spoke earnestly, sending a chill through Xie Liuyin's heart. Chapter 49. I will buy it for you. The 5 element spirit crystals were exceedingly difficult for Xie Liuyin to procure even a single piece, let alone the requisite 5. Thus, she could only gesture dismissively, suggesting they take one step at a time. Spirit crystals were still far from her reach. The sword spirit, aware of the rarity of the 5 element spirit crystals, refrained from pressuring Xie Liuyin. After lingering in the space for a while longer, they realized the hour was growing late and withdrew to rest. The following morning, before the sun had begun its ascent, Xie Liuyin was roused by the call of the Moke sword to practice her swordsmanship. The sword spirit had its own reasoning. Practicing at dawn was meant to absorb a wisp of the morning sun's essence, which could refine her golden spirit root, rendering it ever more pure. Xie Liuyin had no objections. For her, any help in cultivation was worth pursuing. During a brief respite, Xie Liuyin's sound suddenly chimed. Upon answering, she discovered it was Xianyue, who had finally managed to secure a day off and wished to explore Silverflower Town, inviting her to accompany her the next day. Initially inclined to decline, Xie Liuyin recalled her prolonged seclusion on Daylight Peak. Moreover, Xianyue had approached her several times before. It would be rather unkind to refuse again. Thus, she accepted the invitation and informed that Xie Liuyin was somewhat independent under Xianyue's guidance, who seldom inquired about her daily activities. In fact, when Xie Liuyin trained too rigorously, Xianyue would occasionally admonish her, concerned that her apprentice might overexert herself. When he heard that Xie Liuyin intended to take a stroll, he not only did not perceive his disciple as frivolous but instead offered his full support. He generously bestowed upon her 100,000 spirit stones as pocket money, firmly instructing her to return only after spending it all. With no choice but to comply, Xie Liuyin accepted the substantial sum. However, she knew she would hardly exhaust such an amount, as she planned to purchase some spiritual artifacts for her master and to bring back. Having settled the arrangements for her outing, Xie Liuyin plunged back into her arduous training. After enduring the relentless strikes from the Moke sword for so long, she had now reached a point where she could withstand several blows from the sword spirit. Yet, she still found herself unable to last beyond half an hour before being vanquished. Recently, she sensed a nascent breakthrough in her cultivation. Moreover, She had commenced her studies on the second tier of the Heartless Sword technique. She had memorized the fundamental principles thoroughly. Yet her spiritual energy appeared insufficient to unleash this particular strike. Thus, Xie Liuyin diligently practiced each day, eager to elevate her cultivation swiftly. The first tier of the Heartless Sword was already formidable. She was eager to witness the power of the second tier. One monotonous day of training soon came to an end under the veiled night, and Xie Liuyin hastily completed her medicinal bath before retreating to her room for meditation. Alu had prepared her attire for the following day's excursion well in advance, a flowing gown of moonlit blue silk. Although there were matching accessories, Xie Liuyin found them overly cumbersome and requested only a hairpin imbued with defensive properties. When the next day arrived, Xie Liuyin changed out of her disciple robes, which she had worn for several months. After Alu helped her with her appearance, she hurried to the prearranged meeting spot with Xianyue. Xianyue had long been waiting there, adorned in an exquisite gown of pure white, intricately embroidered with silver threads that shimmered subtly, evoking an ethereal beauty. The two exchanged casual pleasantries before setting off towards the outskirts of Qinshao Sect. The bustling atmosphere of Yinhua town was palpable, as its proximity to the Qinshao Sect allowed it to be enveloped within the protective barrier of the Great Sect. Consequently, many seeking refuge had chosen to settle in Yinhua town, which had burgeoned from a modest hamlet into a flourishing town rivaling larger cities. However, the inhabitants had grown accustomed to the name Yinhua town, opting not to rename it as a city. The East District of Yinhua town was lined with various shops and numerous family enterprises. For instance, the renowned Sua clan, famous for their craftsmanship in the art of weapon forging throughout the Bishu realm, had established a Wanshou pavilion in Yinhua town. It was said that the pavilion was a treasure trove of magical artifacts, housing everything one could possibly imagine. Nevertheless, Hua Lingshue's purpose for visiting today was not to procure magical instruments. Rather, she had reserved a ceremonial robe at the Xianyue building, having received word just days prior that it was ready for collection. Thus, she had specifically invited Xie Liuyin to accompany her in inspecting the robe. It must be said that Hua Lingxue possessed an exceptional eye for quality. The robe was indeed stunning and crafted from substantial materials. Upon a cursory glance, Xie Liuyin noticed that the crystalline beads adorning the robe were inscribed with intricate formations. In the event of an attack, these formations would activate instantaneously, safeguarding Hua Lingxue, the wearer, from harm. The sword spirit accompanying Xie Liuyin seized the opportunity to cast several glances at the magical robe, unable to suppress a gasp. Nowadays, the attire of female cultivators is so extravagant. In the past, cultivators' garments were far less elaborate. Xie Liuyin replied through her divine sense, male cultivators' attire is equally refined. Once you achieve your transformation, I shall purchase several extravagant outfits for you. The sword spirit fell silent, and just as Xie Liuyin assumed he disdained such garments, she heard him shyly inquire, "Really? Of course it's true. At that time, I shall procure one of every color for you, allowing you to change daily without repetition for an entire month." Noticing the anticipation in his tone, Xie Liuyin assured him with a smile. Hiki. The sword spirit could not contain his joy and chuckled. The craftsmanship at the Immortal Garment Pavilion was commendable. Both Hua Lingshui and Xie Liuyin found no fault and promptly settled the remaining payment, taking home the ethereal robe. Upon hearing that the attire cost 1,000 spirit stones, the sword spirit hesitated for a moment and quietly suggested to Xie Liuyin, "How about you just buy me 2 pieces instead? The prices here are exorbitant, akin to robbery. Fear not. If you truly like them, we shall acquire more. My master is affluent. We need not skimp." Xie Liuyin responded with grand generosity. Meanwhile, far away at Yaori Peak, Xianyue inexplicably sneezed. After perusing the Immortal Garment Pavilion once more without finding any appealing outfits, the two decided to depart and explore other locales. Xie Liuyin recalled the arena established by the wealthy Qian family in Yinhua town and urged Hua Lingshui to accompany her for a visit. She had long harbored an interest in the arena and had previously contemplated participating in a few matches. However, with the emergence of the Moke Sword, she temporarily set aside that notion. Hua Lingxue was aware that her young master Xie was an ardent cultivator, and she herself had heard tales of that arena. Thus, the two of them merrily decided to join the excitement. Just as Xie Liuyin had heard earlier, the arena was divided into 3 tiers: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. The rule here dictated that as long as one's cultivation level met the requirement, one could ascend to any of the 3 arenas by paying 10 spirit stones. Yet, victories in the Qi Refining arena only awarded 10 spirit stones, and the reigning champion could earn up to 500 in a day, though they must fight for at least 6 hours. Given that Xie Liuyin and Hua Lingxue had limited time to spare on this outing, they resolved to gather some information first and return to challenge the arena another day. Shortly after exiting the arena, Xie Liuyin's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. She quickly turned her gaze to see Xie Mingzhu darting into a narrow alley, seemingly following someone. After a moment's thought, Xie Liuyin urged Xianyue to pursue her. Chapter 50. They all ended up here. Xie Mingzhu did not anticipate her fortuitous luck. After meandering through Yinhua town twice, she fortuitously stumbled upon the incident involving Su He and Ji Ming. The duo was being restrained by two mysterious cultivators, unable to resist as they were taken away. Xie Mingzhu had heard Su He and Ji Ming recount this perilous encounter numerous times in her past life. At that time, Su He and Ji Ming had accompanied her uncle to Qin Shao Sect in search of medicine, but due to his prolonged confinement in a small room, his family forbade him from venturing out freely. Ultimately, Su He could no longer suppress his desire and pleaded with his uncle to allow him to explore Yinhua town. The marks of the Su family were abundantly clear on Su He and Ji Ming, making them easy targets for the malevolent cultivators during their brief outing. This group of nefarious practitioners was not only numerous, but also highly skilled, with one possessing the unsettling ability to manipulate others. Unbeknownst to them, Su He and Ji Ming fell under the sway of this dark force, allowing for their silent escape from the vigilant eyes of their protectors, ultimately leading them into the clutches of the malevolent cultivators. Initially, Xie Mingzhu hesitated to pursue them, fully aware of the ruthless nature of these dark practitioners, who had reportedly captured numerous cultivators in Yinhua town. Ultimately, the only survivors were Su He, Ji Ming, and Princess Luo, while the rest perished at the hands of the malevolent ones. However, upon further reflection, Xie Mingzhu realized that if she did not take the risk to rescue Su He and Ji Ming herself, how could he ever remember her kindness? Moreover, based on her past experiences, she knew that at this moment, Princess Luo had already fallen into the hands of the dark cultivators. The mere thought of Princess Luo using her status to torment her ignited a fierce rage within Xie Mingzhu. This time, she would not afford that wretched woman the opportunity to save Ji Ming. She intended to sever Princess Luo's chances of survival, ensuring that she too would meet her end at the hands of those malevolent cultivators. With such thoughts occupying her mind, Xie Mingzhu clutched tightly the sword talisman given to her by Yu Chaoan and stealthily followed the dark practitioners as they ventured into an alleyway. Yet, as she rounded a corner, the individual she had been trailing suddenly vanished from sight. Xie Mingzhu hurried forward a few steps, but their whereabouts remained elusive. What is happening? How did I lose them? Anxiety swiftly took hold of her. Old third, I told you that was a little mouse chasing after us, yet you refused to believe it. Look, it has followed us all the way here. Suddenly, a strange male voice echoed behind Xie Mingzhu. She swiftly turned around, only to find two malevolent cultivators blocking her path. Xie Mingzhu's complexion turned pale in an instant. She could no longer think of Su and Ji Ming and hastily turned to flee into the depths of the alley, seeking a place to hide. However, after only a few steps, she collided head-on with two more malevolent cultivators. The figures of Su and Ji Ming, whom she had been desperately thinking about, now lay forgotten like a discarded puppet cast aside by the wicked. In that moment, Xie Mingzhu fully comprehended the situation. She had been played by these individuals, who had long since discovered her pursuit. Realizing this, a deeper sense of dread enveloped her. She yearned to escape, to flee from this place. Yet her cultivation was meager, and she had come alone. Confronting these malevolent cultivators was beyond her capabilities. Before she could even muster the incantation for her sword talisman, a sudden emptiness washed over her mind, rendering her entire body uncontrollable. This sensation filled Xie Mingzhu with terror. She wished to plead for mercy, yet she could not even utter the simplest of syllables. What a promising specimen, willingly delivered to us. How rare indeed. The stout cultivator who first blocked her path reached out to caress her delicate face, his gaze unmistakably akin to that of an appraiser inspecting merchandise. Xie Mingzhu's eyes reddened in fear. She desperately attempted to evade the stout man's touch, yet found herself powerless to act due to the control imposed upon her. In that moment, regret overwhelmed her. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have allowed Princess Luo to claim the favor of salvation instead. Regardless of the fact that she had formed an engagement with Ji Ming, he had never cast a glance in her direction. Yet, no amount of regret could alter the present circumstances. A few malevolent cultivators had seized her storage pouch, and even the sword talisman clutched tightly in Xie Mingzhu's hand had not been spared. Upon recognizing the talisman, the expressions of the malevolent cultivators darkened. The third one cursed. This young lady conceals an exceptionally powerful practitioner behind her. We must hasten to remove them from Yinhua town. Should anyone discover her absence, it won't be long before suspicions are cast upon us. Very well, we shall return tonight and deal with them, the plump one readily agreed. After all, the individual in question merely required blood and soul power. The lives of these people mattered little. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu's fear intensified. She understood all too well the implications of their words. Should she be taken away, she might never see the dawn again. Yet, no matter how much despair she felt. She could not escape the grasp of the puppet technique. After the group exited the concealed alley, it was too long before two figures arrived in pursuit. I never imagined there would be such a secluded place in Yinhua town, Xianyue remarked as she and Xie Liuyin navigated the winding paths. Noticing Xie Liuyin suddenly halt, she inquired, "Little master uncle, shall we not pursue them? Those individuals exhibit an unusual aura. We would be recklessly endangering ourselves by chasing after them. It is wiser to inform the city lord and our sect about this matter first," Xie Liuyin replied. Xianyue, initially unable to discern any wrongdoing among the individuals, had merely followed after noticing Xie Mingzhu's furtive behavior. However, her unwavering trust in Xie Liuyin prevailed, and with her junior master's words resonating, she resolved to act accordingly. After a brief consultation, the two decided to split their efforts. The more adept Xie Liuyin would trail the group from a distance, hoping to discern their direction. If that proved unfeasible, so be it. Meanwhile, Xianyue would alert the city lord's mansion and Qishao sect regarding the presence of malevolent cultivators in Silver Flower Town. Though she heeded Xie Liuyin's directives, a sense of unease lingered. Were those individuals truly of the wicked sort? Would her junior master face peril by following them? Indeed. They were all practitioners of malevolence, a certainty that Xie Liuyin could affirm. This intelligence had been bestowed upon her by the spirit of the sword, the Moke Sword, which was entrusted with the mission of vanquishing evil and would not err in such a critical matter. "Do not fret. I shall not pursue too closely and will safeguard myself," Xie Liuyin reassured Xianyue. "If need be, I possess means of self-preservation." With these words, she urged Xianyue to act swiftly. This was not mere deception. Xie Liuyin was indeed protected by the Moke Sword and possessed a spatial artifact for refuge whenever necessary. Xianyue nodded and obediently set off to seek assistance as instructed. Once she departed, Xie Liuyin summoned the spirit of the sword, capable of perceiving the lingering traces left by the malevolent cultivators. "Let us proceed. Guide me to their lair." Chapter 51. They have come. Perhaps it was the formidable sword talisman that instilled fear within them. The several malevolent cultivators, who had initially intended to seize a few suitable practitioners to return with, now found themselves overwhelmed by trepidation. Rather than capturing anyone further, they would have preferred to sprout wings and flee back to their lair. However, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the city guards, they hastily returned to their disguised abode, forcing Su He, Ji Ming, and Xie Mingzhu into the clandestine dungeon. Once thrown inside, Xie Mingzhu was taken aback to discover that the dungeon housed numerous prisoners, several of whom were clad in the attire of Qingxiao sect disciples. The more she observed, the more her heart raced, realizing that this group of malevolent cultivators was far from ordinary. As she was coerced to the far corner of the dungeon, she caught sight of a familiar face, Princess Luo, unlike the proud and stunning figure etched in her memory. The princess lay pale and crumpled on the ground, cradled by a delicate maid who appeared deeply concerned for her well-being. The sight of Princess Luo provided Xie Mingzhu with a modicum of solace. It would be all right. In her past life, both Princess Luo and Su He managed to escape, and she too would surely find a way out in this lifetime. After repeating such reassurances to herself several times, Xie Mingzhu finally regained some composure. Once she and Su He were confined in the innermost cells of the dungeon, the restraints upon them were lifted. Su He immediately collapsed to the ground, his frail constitution, which necessitated support during his daily endeavors, had been further weakened by being controlled and dragged such a considerable distance. He was utterly incapable of enduring any longer. Now, devoid of any medicine, he fears that his days may be numbered. Someone, anyone. Su He and Ji Ming strained their voices, hoping to summon the malevolent cultivators. The maid imprisoned in the adjacent dungeon immediately grasped his intent and replied, "Do not call for them. It is you who will suffer should you succeed. They care not for our lives. If you were to perish, they would bypass those in front and drag you away to bleed out." Her tone was laced with indifference, sending a chill through Su He and Ji Ming. He promptly pressed his lips together, refraining from making any further noise. On the other side, Xie Mingzhu had naturally overheard this exchange. She yearned to retort, particularly since the speaker was a maid of Princess Luo. Yet, contemplating her own precarious situation, she chose to remain silent, fearing that offending Princess Luo might prevent her escape alongside these two. In the courtyard outside the dungeon, 20 malevolent cultivators had finally gathered. The stout man and the third brother, who had captured Xie Mingzhu and Su He, obediently produced the sword talisman and relayed their findings to the leader seated at the head of the assembly. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed cultivator immediately expressed his displeasure. "Third brother, what on earth were you thinking? The boss has long instructed you to be discerning in selecting those to capture. The child from the Su He family can be overlooked as their influence does not extend to Silver Flower Town. However, Possessing such a sword talisman indicates she is undoubtedly a disciple of the inner sect of the Qinxiao sect, likely a close apprentice of one of the peak masters. Bringing her here will only invite trouble. Although these malevolent cultivators were ruthless, they were nonetheless meticulous in their actions. They selected individuals possessing unique bloodlines, yet lacking substantial connections in Silver Flower Town. As for the few disciples from the Qinxiao sect, they were merely inconspicuous outer sect members. Without masters and lacking the prestige of inner disciples, their absence would go unnoticed for days, ensuring that their group's existence remained concealed. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. Given a few more days to gather 100 individuals and collect their blood, they could safely withdraw from Silver Flower Town and proceed to the next vibrant locale to continue their abductions. Unexpectedly, the third brother and the stout one, during their outing, attracted unforeseen trouble. The third brother, feeling somewhat aggrieved, exclaimed, "Second brother, it was not our intention. We never anticipated that girl S identity would be so sensitive. Moreover, it was she who discerned something amiss and stealthily followed us. Had we not brought her back, who knows if that little girl would have exposed our presence?" The third brother and the stout one had indeed contemplated simply eliminating Xie Mingzhu on the spot. However, being outdoors, they were concerned that the scent of blood might alert the patrolling guards. While the news of disappearances in Silver Flower Town had not spread widely, the town lord had sensed something amiss. Consequently, he had arranged for numerous guards to patrol in order to uncover the truth behind the missing cultivators. Thus, the malevolent practitioners grew increasingly cautious, fearful of revealing any telltale signs that might attract the attention of the guard team. The second brother scoffed, eager to voice further objections. But the tall man at the head of the group raised his hand to silence him. The man possessed a formidable physique, with a deep scar slicing across his face, exuding an air of menacing authority. He lifted his gaze to survey the rotund individual and the third brother below, inquiring, "Did you just say that the girl followed you of her own accord?" "Indeed, as we ambled along, we noticed her persistently trailing behind us. So we seized her without a second thought," the third brother replied, nodding obediently. The leader immediately suppressed the corners of his mouth. "Pack your belongings. We must relocate." "Why on earth should we change our location?" the third brother questioned, perplexed. The leader shot him a glare. "We have been discovered, you fool." After delivering this reprimand, he disregarded his brother, promptly designating 5 individuals to gather their belongings and erase all traces of their presence, while the remaining members accompanied him to the dungeon to retrieve the blood of their captives. None dared to voice a single objection. They swiftly complied with the leader's directives. Only the third brother remained in a state of confusion, trailing behind his elder sibling and asking, "Brother, what on earth is happening? Why must we flee? Why? How can you even ask that?" The leader nearly erupted in laughter from exasperation at his brother's naivety. That girl was evidently no ordinary disciple. Her low level of cultivation allowed her to sense something amiss, prompting her to follow us. Clearly, the Qinxiao sect has taken notice of our missteps. Moreover, that girl must have gleaned information from somewhere, leading her to you, in hopes of uncovering our whereabouts through you. The leader articulated his suspicions in a frigid tone, and under the flickering candlelight, his scarred visage appeared even more fearsome. If my conjectures hold true, the Qinxiao sect must have prepared to ally with the Silver Flower Town to eradicate us, the so-called evil cultivators. The tone of the eldest brother dripped with sarcasm, leaving one to wonder whether he was mocking the Qinxiao sect or the term evil cultivators. Upon hearing his brother's remarks, the third brother's complexion paled, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. There was no need for the eldest to elaborate further. As soon as the dozen or so evil cultivators entered the dungeon, they immediately seized their captives, slitting their throats to drain their blood. However, just as one of their blades was poised against a cultivator's neck, a fierce surge of sword energy swept through, instantly severing the evil cultivator's dagger. Chapter 52. Visitors from the Qinxiao sect. The dagger shattered into fragments, with the sharpest tip plunging directly into the evil cultivator's throat. Blood gushed forth violently, startling the drugged and weakened cultivators, who cried out in terror. Not only them, but the remaining evil cultivators were equally taken aback by the horrifying scene. The eldest brother's gaze sharpened in an instant as he scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting a dark-hued spirit sword soaring into the dungeon. The Qinxiao sect has arrived. We must act swiftly. Seeing that spirit sword tightened his chest with apprehension. The founding ancestor of the Qinxiao sect was a sword cultivator. Thus most disciples of the sect had trained in the art of the sword. This spirit sword was evidently no ordinary weapon. It surely indicated the arrival of a figure of peak master caliber. Despite this, the eldest brother still yearned to resist. After all, he had painstakingly gathered such valuable resources, and with their blood, he and his brothers could amass a fortune in spirit stones and live a prosperous life. Let him relinquish his efforts at the final moment. The leader is most unwilling to do so. He swiftly drew the blade concealed at his waist and charged toward the spiritual sword. The other malevolent cultivators, inferior in prowess to the leader, were caught off guard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the second-in-command bellowed, "Why are you hesitating? This is the time our chief has procured for us." Instantly, the wicked cultivators awakened from their stupor and sprang into action. However, to their astonishment, a wooden sword materialized from thin air and pierced the heart of one of their companions. The malevolent cultivators were struck with terror. The second-in-command immediately swung his blade toward the direction of the wooden sword, yet the sword vanished even more swiftly than his movement. Before long, another malevolent cultivator fell victim to an ambush, not even catching a glimpse of the assailant's actions, as the wooden sword had already dealt the fatal blow with ruthless efficiency. Subsequently, the wooden sword appeared as if possessed, continuously manifesting beside different malevolent cultivators and striking from angles they could scarcely fathom. Were it not for a few who vaguely discerned a hand wielding the sword, they would have doubted the weapon's existence and believed it had flown of its own accord. The leader, acutely aware of the unfolding events, was increasingly anxious as he witnessed his brothers fall one by one. He yearned to turn back and render aid. Yet the origins of this peculiar sword remained a mystery. Whenever he attempted to flee, the sword would promptly intervene, forcing him to remain and denying him the opportunity to assist his comrades. As the malevolent cultivators continued to topple, a few of the more powerful ones soon realized that the wielder of the wooden sword appeared to be lacking in strength, barely able to fend off one or two attackers. The elusive movements of the adversaries were so spectral that, despite their earnest efforts to resist, they sustained considerable injuries. The third brother's wrist was pierced, and upon realizing his superior cultivation, the enemy adeptly shifted their focus, consistently targeting his hand in an attempt to render him incapable of wielding his blade. Witnessing the increasingly lopsided situation, the second brother felt an intensifying dread. He too had been struck by a sword on his arm. Although he had swallowed a medicinal pill to staunch the bleeding, the fear in his heart remained inescapable. A glance around revealed the eldest brother ensnared by the dark-hued spiritual sword, and the second brother understood that if he failed to make a choice soon, he might perish alongside them in this dungeon. At last, gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Boss, I will go summon the other brothers for assistance. You all hold on for a moment." He then turned and fled the dungeon. The remaining malevolent cultivators, already terrified, saw the second brother's retreat and, lacking genuine loyalty to one another, began to entertain their own escape plans. They hastily followed the second brother, feigning a desire to flee the dungeon as well. The third brother, witnessing this, urgently interjected, "What are you doing? One person going to gather the brothers is sufficient. The rest of you come with me to capture this swordsman." However, the remaining 6 chose to disregard his plea, quickening their pace instead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the third brother understood that these individuals, clearly unable to contend with the 2 intruders, intended to betray him and the eldest brother in their flight. This scene ignited a fiery rage within the third brother, who was not known for his amiable disposition. With a swift motion of his left hand, he severed the head of the last malevolent cultivator. "Come back. If you dare to flee, I will kill you all this instant." He believed that his threat would instill fear in them, preventing any further attempts at escape. However, to his astonishment, the more ferocious he appeared, the faster they fled, fearing that they would either be impaled by the wooden sword or be slain by him first. The eldest brother, entangled by the MOK sword, witnessed this unfolding drama and shut his eyes tightly in despair. The betrayal of these wicked cultivators filled him with resentment. Yet he had not anticipated that his younger sibling would commit such a foolish act. The cultivators were hardly noble. They had only been coerced into his service due to the allure of spirit stones. Lacking any significant skills, their role was merely to assist. And if they chose to abandon him, so be it. However, the younger brother should never have resorted to violence against them, let alone take a life. The situation was already precarious, and now, with infighting, the likelihood of these malevolent cultivators remaining to aid them had diminished even further. Yet, lamenting these circumstances was futile. The eldest brother could only hope his sibling would lead them out of Silver Flower Town alive. At that moment, the dungeon housed only the eldest and the third brother. The third brother possessed a unique ability to control others, initially intending to apply it to the owner of the wooden sword. However, his probing spiritual energy failed to connect with anything. He could neither seize control nor even brush against the hem of the opponent's garment. Just then, the invisible wielder of the wooden sword began to break down the prison cell, intent on releasing the captives. Old 3 was taken aback and hurriedly moved to intervene. But by the time he acted, it was too late. With a resounding bang, one of the prison cell doors was forcefully breached. It turned out that the imprisoned cultivator had quietly neutralized his poison, but was previously unaware of the external circumstances, which had deterred him from making any rash moves. Now, witnessing someone come to his rescue, particularly as they subdued the most formidable of the evil cultivators, He shed his pretense and promptly broke free from his cell, joining the wielder of the wooden sword to assist in rescuing the others. Coincidentally, he was a healer and concealed a substantial amount of antidote powder on his person. Having prepared an antidote for himself earlier, he wasted no time upon gaining his freedom and scattered the powder liberally. The remaining imprisoned cultivators caught a whiff of the antidote and soon found themselves reinvigorated. Consequently, the dungeon was filled with the sound of commotion as the tortured cultivators began to escape their confines, unhesitatingly turning their aggression towards the two remaining evil cultivators. Although the leader was formidable, he was perpetually restrained by the Mingzhu sword, which consistently thwarted his attempts to strike at other cultivators. After several exchanges, the leader was left battered, while those assailing him grew increasingly emboldened. His unfortunate brother, Old 3, could only control one person at a time. Some of the resilient cultivators willingly stepped in front, and upon being subdued, the other cultivators quickly cast a binding spell. The remaining cultivators swiftly overpowered Old 3. When the members of the Qingxiao sect and the city lord's manor arrived in haste, they were met with the extraordinary sight of a throng of cultivators relentlessly pummeling the two evil cultivators. Chapter 53. The Savior. The dungeon was in utter chaos as two malevolent cultivators fled in a panic, their disheveled appearance a testament to their peril. The head of the guards, dispatched by the city lord for rescue, pointed at the two sinister figures and inquired of Xianyue. "Is this what you refer to as the ruthless cultivators and your suffering junior sister?" Xianyue opened his mouth, poised to articulate a response, but ultimately fell silent, dejectedly closing his lips. He turned to gaze at Xie, who insisted on accompanying him in the rescue, and redirected the question to her. "Is this indeed the ferocious cultivator and the tormented junior uncle Xie you spoke of?" At that moment, Xie Liuyin had already emerged from her spatial artifact, brandishing a wooden sword as she relentlessly pursued the third assailant, her intent to incapacitate him evident. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the guards, the third assailant's hands would have surely met a dire fate. In a state of distress, the third assailant, tears streaming down his face, sought refuge behind the guards, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, these people would have beaten me to death. How dare you complain? Do you not deserve this punishment? Were it not for me and the moke sword, the inhabitants of this dungeon would have perished at your hands. The fact that you can still speak with us is a testament to our mercy." Enraged, Xie Liuyin dragged the third assailant back into view and delivered several forceful kicks. The other captured cultivators, witnessing this, rushed forward to join in the retribution. This scoundrel had exploited his puppetry skills to torment them for days on end. They would not allow him to escape unscathed. The guards feigned an attempt to intervene, yet they refrained from taking any real action, merely offering verbal admonishments without any intention of shielding the third assailant. Fortunately, the disciples exercised restraint in their actions, employing mere brute strength rather than their spiritual powers. Once the third disciple had his jaw dislocated and his limbs utterly incapacitated, they finally relented. The first disciple fared even worse, for he was the leader of the malevolent practitioners, compounded by the overwhelming suppression from the moke sword. When the guards extricated him, every bone in his body was shattered. In a bid to prevent him from taking his own life, a medical practitioner forcefully administered a concoction of sedatives he had prepared. Upon ingesting the drug, the leader succumbed to a state of utter disarray, unable to engage with them, let alone maintain lucidity. As for the other malevolent practitioners, they had been swiftly apprehended as the guards and disciples of the Qingxiao sect surged into the scene. Upon learning that all the malevolent practitioners had been captured, Xie Liuyin felt a sense of relief wash over her. She and Xianyue were subsequently invited by the head of the guards to recount the sequence of events in detail before they were permitted to return to the Qingxiao sect for rest. However, in stark contrast to their situation, Xie Mingzhu found herself in a rather precarious predicament. After all, it was Xie Liuyin and her companion who had followed her trail to uncover the malevolent practitioners. Yet how had Xie Mingzhu discerned that those individuals were amiss? Furthermore, if she had indeed sensed something awry, why did she not seek assistance from the Qingxiao sect? Choosing instead to embark on a perilous journey alone as a mere Qi refinement disciple? A barrage of inquiries left Xie Mingzhu unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. Were it not for her affiliation with the Qingxiao sect and the proof of her non-involvement with the group of malevolent practitioners, she might have faced apprehension and thorough interrogation. Ultimately, it was at the behest of the Lord of Kunshan, considering Yi Chaoyun's standing, that Xianyue was allowed to escort Xie Mingzhu back. However, Kunshan sternly admonished her, forbidding her from leaving the King Xiozong at will and insisting that she diligently cultivate on Yunshuang Peak. Xie Mingzhu felt a profound sense of humiliation, especially since she had been rescued by her most despised rival, Xie Liuyin. In a fit of anger and resentment, she could not restrain herself from informing her parents, Xie Fu and Xie Mu, and vehemently complained about Xie Liuyin. At this moment, Xie Liuyin remained blissfully unaware that her younger sister had gone to tattle. She was currently elated at having discovered a new application for her spatial artifact. While in the dungeon, Xie Liuyin had been entirely focused on rescuing others and had not realized the extraordinary nature of her ability to manipulate the spatial artifact for movement. It was only after she had calmed down that she grasped the significance of this revelation. Initially, Xie Liuyin had not intended to use the spatial artifact for rescue purposes. It was during her pursuit of several malevolent cultivators that the Moke Sword had suddenly remarked that certain spatial artifacts could transport their wielder along with them. As long as the artifact's owner remained concealed within the space, no one could detect her presence. Instantly, Xie Liuyin felt a surge of inspiration and decided to experiment with this newfound capability. Given her relatively low cultivation level and the considerable distance involved, coupled with the concealment talisman affixed to her, she had managed to evade detection by the malevolent cultivators. However, should she venture into their territory, the risk of capture during a rescue attempt loomed large. To avoid jeopardizing her mission and potentially placing herself in peril, Xie Liuyin sought a secluded spot and, together with the Moke Sword, concealed herself within the spatial realm. She channeled all her spiritual energy and consciousness, striving to convey her desire for movement to the space around her. It remains uncertain whether it is due to Xie Liuyin's fortuitous luck or the extraordinary nature of her spatial abilities, but she truly managed to navigate her surroundings in accordance with her desires. Initially, her pace was rather sluggish, however. As she gradually acclimated to the sensation of manipulating the space, the velocity of her movement surged dramatically. It was through this newfound skill that Xie Liuyin was able to follow the Moke Sword all the way to the lair of the malevolent cultivators, seamlessly integrating herself among them as she ventured into the dungeon. Subsequently, leveraging her spatial artifact and the technique of ghost shadow tracking, she adeptly teleported within the confines of the dungeon, vanquishing numerous wicked cultivators. Through this chaotic skirmish, Xie Liuyin fully mastered the use of her spatial treasure and the aforementioned technique. She resolved to employ these newfound skills as her trump card for future encounters with formidable adversaries. With a heart brimming with joy, Xie Liuyin swiftly returned to Yeri Peak. Xianyue had already heard from Ada about his junior disciple's remarkable achievements that day. Upon seeing her return unscathed, his previously veiled concerns dissipated in an instant. "Well done today. You should return and rest adequately," he advised. Noticing that his disciple bore no injuries, Xianyue had no intention of keeping her close. Given that she had likely grown weary from dispatching numerous evil cultivators, it would be best for her to retire early. Xie Liuyin understood that her master was being considerate of her, and she obediently acknowledged his words, turning to head towards her room. However, midway through her departure, a thought struck her, prompting her to pivot back and inquire, "Master, I happened to glance at the arena in Yinhua Town today, where many young cultivators were engaged in sparring. May I join in the festivities?" "Certainly," he replied. Concerning these matters, Xianyue has always been quite open-minded. However, one must engage in cultivation within the sect during the morning and return early in the evening to partake in medicinal baths. The remaining time is at your discretion, though it is advisable to carry an ample supply of elixirs. Xianyue is not particularly concerned about her disciple facing peril, as she is destined only to enter the Qi refining stage of the arena. The arena is arranged in a rather formal manner, with dedicated personnel stationed at one side, and various formations set in place. Should either party resort to lethal techniques, a barrier will automatically rise to separate the two. Having received her master's approval, Xie Liuyin had no further inquiries. As Xie Liuyin settled into her room to rest, a commotion erupted in a courtyard within Yinhua Town. "I have stated unequivocally that I shall not return. I must meet my savior." Chapter 54. Reunion of affectionate souls from a past life in a quaint and elegantly designed mansion. A young lady clad in a gown of Baixia silk, adorned with a pattern of butterflies amidst flowers, resolutely clung to a pillar, refusing to let go. Surrounding her were numerous attendants, both male and female, earnestly imploring her to return home with them. Yet, the young lady remained unmoved, repeatedly declaring, "I will not go back. I refuse to return. I must meet my benefactor." Beside her stood a young maid, donned in servant attire, who, while listening to the young lady's fervent cries, offered her small pieces of spirit fruit with a golden fork. Just as the young lady's throat grew parched from her exclamations, she opened her mouth wide to accept a piece. After swallowing the fruit, she affectionately remarked to the maid, "Alan, you are truly wonderful. You are my favorite." The maid named Alan was filled with helplessness, as her young mistress changed her favorite person several times a day. Just half an hour ago, she had declared that her favorite was the disciple of Qishao's sect who had rescued her. "My lady, the city lord has commanded that you return as soon as possible. If you continue to disobey, the city lord may personally come to fetch you." A middle-aged man spoke with resignation. He had been persuading the young girl for quite some time, yet she remained obstinately silent. The young lady huffed. If she tells me to go back, why should I? That would be utterly humiliating. Besides, with all those charming male companions she has, my return is of no consequence. This young lady, known as Princess Luo, had long been envied by Xie Mingzhu. Recently, after a quarrel with her mother's favored male companion, her own mother had chosen not to side with her. Having been spoiled since childhood, Princess Luo could not withstand the indignity and, in a fit of temper, ran away from Yuxing City with her devoted maid in tow. Fortunately, the steward of the city lord's residence discovered that the young mistress had gone missing and reported it to Lord Luopinga. As Lord Luo was tasked with guarding Yuxing City and unable to venture out personally to retrieve his daughter, he instructed steward Feilin to go in search of Princess Luo. However, Feilin could never have anticipated that they would learn the young lady had fled to Yinhua town, prompting them to pursue her. Before they could even catch a glimpse of her, they were met with the devastating news that she had been captured by a malevolent cultivator. Feilin nearly fainted on the spot. To his immense relief, before he could mobilize a search party throughout Yinhua town for his mistress, someone from the city lord's residence returned with her, unharmed and safe. Heaven knows how exhilarated Feilin felt upon seeing the perfectly well Princess Luo. Now that she had been found and was unharmed, he recalled the lord of Yuxing City, who was anxiously awaiting his daughter's return. Feilin urged his young mistress to hasten their departure, but Princess Luo was reluctant. After all, she had run away from home to explore the realms of cultivation, although the male consort who had quarreled with her had been dealt with by her mother. And Feilin assured her that no other male consort would dare to disturb her upon her return. Princess Luo had yet to fully enjoy her adventures. Moreover, she was still preoccupied with thoughts of the benefactor who had saved her that day. At that time, Princess Luo had been drugged and rendered powerless, lying in the embrace of a maid as she drifted into slumber. However, the ruckus caused by the malevolent cultivators entering the dungeon soon roused her from her sleep. This allowed her to witness the valiant scene of Xie Liuyin wielding a wooden sword, bravely cutting through the ranks of the evil cultivators. Princess Luo felt her heart swell with excitement. Apart from her own mother, she had never encountered such a formidable female cultivator. Thus, she made an immediate decision. She wanted to become friends with that extraordinary woman, regardless of the consequences. She declared her intent to meet her benefactor and to remain by her side. Princess Luo adopted a petulant demeanor. Fully aware that her attendants would not dare to compel her, as long as she refused to leave, they were utterly powerless against her. And indeed, Feilin, seeing his young mistress's unwavering resolve, had no choice but to step aside and relay the entire matter to his lord. In the distant Yuxing City, Luopinga, upon hearing of his daughter's experiences, remained unfazed. As long as she was safe, if she wished to stay there, then let her be. As for the young lady who aided Xiao Luo, a grand gift was to be prepared for her, to be personally delivered by Xiao Luo herself. Since the daughter expressed such a desire to meet the clever female cultivator, Luopinga naturally wished to fulfill her modest wish. Upon hearing the lord of the city's instructions, Feilin promptly set about the task. Meanwhile, upon learning that she could indeed remain, Princess Luo was overjoyed and immediately took her maid, Alan, to visit Xie Liuyin at the Qingxiao Sect. Fortunately, Feilin timely intercepted them. Considering that Xie Xianzi was the young lady's savior, it was only proper that they prepare a gift. It would be somewhat impolite for the young lady to arrive empty-handed at the Qingxiao Sect. In matters such as this, Princess Luo was quite obedient. She readily agreed. And once Feilin had arranged a generous gift, she set off with her entourage to deliver the invitation to the Qingxiao Sect. Similarly, Suhi and Jiming were also on their way to express their gratitude to their savior. Unlike Princess Luo, who idolized Xie Liuyin, Suhi and Jiming genuinely felt indebted for the life-saving intervention. They were acutely aware of the perilous circumstances they had faced. Jiming's health was already frail, and the malevolent cultivators were desperate to drain the captured cultivators of their blood. Had it not been for Xie Liyin's timely arrival, he might have already been a lifeless corpse. Coincidentally, Jiming's visit also served the purpose of seeking medicinal herbs from the Qingxiao Sect. Consequently, 2 invitations were swiftly delivered to the desk of the Lord of Kunshan, who glanced at them casually before instructing his disciple to pass the invitations to Xianyue for further handling. However, the guardian who brought the invitation from the Su family subtly hinted at their intention to procure spiritual spring water for a substantial sum. The Suha clan is a venerable family in the Bishu realm, wielding considerable influence in the cultivation world. Suha Jiming, the heir apparent of the Suha clan, sought medicinal herbs. And despite the Quanshan sect leader's reluctance to part with the dwindling supply of spiritual spring water, he did not outright refuse. Once the Suha family's guards departed, he convened a meeting with the other elders to deliberate on the matter. The consensus was that the decision to provide the spiritual spring water hinged on the quantity the Suha clan requested. If only a few drops were needed, they could indeed sell some at a premium. However, Should the demand be excessive, it would be prudent to find a diplomatic excuse to decline. After all, the spiritual spring water was exceedingly rare, and their Qingxiao sect possessed but a small flask, which they intended to reserve for emergencies, making it impossible to spare any. Upon receiving permission from the Qingxiao sect, 2 teams, laden with gifts, made their grand entrance to the sect. They first paid their respects at King Xiefeng to the sect leader before proceeding to Ryufeng to express their gratitude to Xie Liuyin. However, Suhe Jiming left his uncle, Yuan Tianwen, behind to negotiate the matter concerning the spiritual spring water with the Quanshan sect leader. Due to Jiming's frail health, the Qingxiao sect, recognizing their esteemed guests, specially dispatched several spirit cranes for their transportation. Yet, as the 2 teams descended onto the mountain path of Ryufeng, they unexpectedly encountered a sorrowful maiden clad in white. Upon seeing Suhe Jiming, she was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she mournfully called out, "Jiming." Chapter 55. He fled, she pursued. Jiming. Xie Mingzhu gazed at the familiar visage before her, her heart brimming with countless words she longed to convey. These past few days have been extraordinarily arduous for her. Not only was she taken by the city lord's guards for interrogation, but she also received a severe reprimand from the sect leader. Her misfortune stemmed entirely from her desire to rescue Su He and Ji Ming. Yet, the latter seemed utterly indifferent to her plight, and now he was set to accompany that vile Princess Luo to express gratitude to his arch-nemesis, Xie Liuyin. Xie Mingzhu felt a profound bitterness in her heart, after all. In the previous century, Ji Ming treated her with such kindness, willing to sacrifice his life for her. However, in this lifetime, Ji Ming regarded her as a stranger, even rebuffing her attempts to introduce herself in the dungeon with an air of cold detachment. Nevertheless, for the sake of their precious bond, Xie Mingzhu resolved to seek him out once more. As long as Suhe and Ji Ming were willing to leave with her and vowed to treat Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo with disdain henceforth, she would be prepared to forgive him. Thus, gathering her courage, Xie Mingzhu made her way to the mountain path of Yao Ri Peak to confront her former confidant. Her tone was filled with melancholy, and her gaze towards Suhe and Ji Ming unmistakably conveyed familiarity and closeness. The oblivious Princess Luo, noticing their interaction, curiously inquired, "Do you know this young lady? Would you like to reminisce a bit before we proceed?" This would afford her the opportunity to meet her benefactor first, and perhaps they could indeed forge a friendship. However, upon hearing her words, Suhe and Ji Ming furrowed his brows, for he had no recollection of this female cultivator. She had appeared suddenly yesterday and had been captured in a state of confusion. At that moment, Suhe and Ji Ming found her presence peculiar, and subsequently, he sought out the city lord's guards, expressing his suspicion regarding Xie Mingzhu and urging them to conduct a thorough interrogation. To her astonishment, this individual was unexpectedly released, and now, with unrelenting audacity, continued to approach her. Suhe and Ji Ming recalled the past, when those who had discerned their true identities would invariably gravitate towards them. With a look of disdain, Ji Ming cast a sidelong glance at Xie Mingzhu and coldly declared, "I do not recognize her. There is no need to acknowledge her. Let us proceed up the mountain." With this command from the young master, the guards and attendants accompanying Suhe and Ji Ming immediately stepped forward to obstruct Xie Mingzhu, shielding their young master as they ascended the mountain. Xie Mingzhu yearned to draw closer to Ji Ming, yet the Su family's guards formed an impenetrable barrier, denying her any opportunity to approach. Her heart sank further, convinced that Ji Ming had fallen prey to the deceptions of Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo. She hastily called out to his retreating figure, "Ji Ming, do not leave. Xie Liuyin is not a good person. Do not be fooled by her. Though my words may sound peculiar now, we are truly friends, Ji Ming." On the mountain path, Ji Ming suddenly halted, and Xie Mingzhu, seeing this, mistakenly believed her words had swayed him. However, before she could revel in this fleeting hope, Ji Ming abruptly turned and fled, his speed more than doubled, as if he wished to distance himself from Xie Mingzhu with utmost urgency. Witnessing this scene nearly shattered her heart. She wiped away the tears from her eyes, intending to chase after him to discern what they might say to one another upon this encounter. Yet, shortly after the sun dipped below the horizon, the barrier reemerged, effectively sealing Xie Mingzhu outside. Frustration welled within her, for she recognized this as the handiwork of Xie Liuyin. The narrow-minded sister of mine is determined to prevent any interaction between her and Ji Ming, thus allowing Xie Liuyin to monopolize the life-saving grace bestowed by Ji Ming. Suppressing the anger that simmered within her, Xie Mingzhu gritted her teeth and stationed herself along the mountain path. Although Ji Ming still resisted her during this encounter, Xie Mingzhu firmly believed that those who harbor affection for her would not alter their feelings merely due to the absence of memories from a past life. Just as her master, Xianyue, and the little fox were drawn to her in this life as they had been in the last, she felt the same irresistible pull. This time, however, her impatience had led her astray. She had hastily intervened, without fully grasping the situation, placing herself in peril and inadvertently provoking misunderstandings with Xie Ming. Henceforth, she resolved to allow things to unfold naturally, refraining from overtly seeking the company of her past confidants. Nevertheless, she would not covet the life-saving grace. Instead, there were certain opportunities she might endeavor to seize. As this thought emerged, unwelcome figures began to surface in her mind. Xie Liuyin remained oblivious to the events transpiring along the mountain path. Upon encountering the faces of Su He, Xie Ming, and Princess Luo, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Sui and Xie Ming, Xie Liuyin recalled this individual distinctly. He was the young master of the Su He clan. And prior to her demise, based on the information disclosed by Xie Mingzhu, she knew that his father had already perished. It appeared that Xie Ming was on the verge of assuming the role of clan leader. Among Xie Mingzhu's female confidants, he was arguably the most rational. At the very least, he would not create trouble for her upon witnessing Xie Mingzhu in tears, unlike others. Yet, despite this, Xie Liuyin harbored a decidedly unfavorable impression of him. It was solely because this young man had an affianced wife, who had once saved his life, that the situation unfolded as it did. However, Su He and Xie Ming, having developed feelings for Xie Mingzhu, seized the crucial life-saving medicine meant for his betrothed during a critical moment, administering it to the injured Xie Mingzhu instead. This led to the untimely death of his fiancée, resulting in a bitter enmity between the Su He clan and Yuxing city, a feud that would only end in mutual annihilation. Intriguingly, the ill-fated fiancée, from whom Su He and Xie Ming had usurped the life-saving elixir, was none other than the charming young lady who now gazed at him with an expression of curiosity. Suppressing her thoughts, Xie Liuyin greeted the group with a courteous bow, saying, "Welcome, esteemed friends, to Riyao Peak. Please, allow me to escort you inside for some tea. Oh, I must mention that my master has a tendency to be quite drowsy, and thus is unable to meet with guests. I hope for your understanding. There's no need for concern, dear benefactor sister. I am not here to visit your master, but rather to see you." Princess Luo quickly interjected, eager to clarify her intentions. Behind her, Alan felt a wave of darkness wash over her, unable to fathom Xie Liuyin's potential reaction. Had she known, she would have advised her mistress not to speak so recklessly before entering Qingshao's sect. It seemed all hope was lost. Surely, this Xie Dao friend would not resort to expelling them. However, contrary to Alan's expectations, Xie Liuyin not only remained unperturbed but responded with a smile. "If you do not mind, then I am relieved. Please, come inside and take a seat. Ada and the others have prepared tea and snacks for you. You may rest here." Seeing her amiable demeanor, Alan let out a sigh of relief. At least they had not transformed gratitude into enmity. Yet, her mistress's impulsive tongue was a matter she would need to address upon their return. Princess Luo remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety in her words, repeatedly exclaiming her approval as she followed in the footsteps of Xie Liuyin. Had she not been concerned that her exuberance might intimidate her benefactor, she would have eagerly embraced the woman's arm. In contrast, Su He and Xie Ming maintained a more composed demeanor. Xie Ming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xie Liuyin, stating, "Then we shall comply with your gracious invitation." The atmosphere on Yari Peak was relatively harmonious. Yet a subtle tension lingered between the sect master of Kunshan and Yuan Tian atop Qishao Peak. Chapter 56, Su He and Xie Ming. We are finished. Fully aware of the intentions of the Su He clan, the Kunshan sect master did not decline when Yuan Tian expressed a desire to converse. Both being mature individuals, and given Yuan Tianwen's straightforward nature, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand. Yuan Tian candidly articulated their request for a few drops of spiritual spring water, to which the Kunshan sect master felt an immense weight lift from his heart upon hearing that only a few drops were needed. Such a modest request was well within the capabilities of Qishao sect. With the other party's intentions laid bare, the Kunshan sect master did not hold back. He informed them that the spiritual spring water could indeed be sold, albeit at a steep price. Yuan Tianwen, maintaining a facade of calm, sought to gauge the Kunshan sect master's baseline price, only to find his expression darkening considerably. This was not merely a high price, it was exorbitantly so. Yuan Tianwen attempted to negotiate for a lower rate, yet the figure presented was the result of discussions among the Kunshan sect master and the other elders, who were unwilling to budge. Moreover, the sect master believed his asking price was entirely justifiable, considering the Su He clan had flourished in the realm of cultivation for many years, establishing numerous lucrative enterprises throughout the Bishu realm. The trivial matters of personal desire pale in comparison to the renowned names of Su He and Xiaozhu. However, what the leader of Kunshan fails to comprehend is that, despite Su He and Xie Ming lacking blood siblings, they do possess cousins. Were it not for the secure positions held by their parents, the chief and his wife of the Xie clan, Su He and Xie Ming would stand no chance of being chosen as the heir. given their frail constitutions. As time advances and the age of Xie and Xie Ming increases, their undeniable talent remains futile due to their inability to cultivate. Should this continue, the other children of the Su clan will gradually mature, while Xie and Xie Ming languish as mere mortals. The elders of the clan would surely be disinclined to allow Xie and Xie Ming to persist in claiming the position of heir. Consequently, this time neither the head of the Su family nor his wife made an appearance, opting instead to maintain a stable environment at home for their son. They sent Yuan Tianwen, the uncle, with his nephew to seek a remedy, hoping to cure Xie and Xie Ming's frail condition in one fell swoop. Yuan Tianwen brought forth the accumulated savings of his sister and brother-in-law from many years, which naturally could not satisfy the compensation sought by the Kunshan leader. The atmosphere in the room became tense, and the Kunshan leader discerned something from Yuan Tianwen's displeasing demeanor. After a brief pause, he took the initiative to speak. "Fellow cultivator, please enjoy some tea. I shall step outside to attend to a minor matter and will return shortly." Yuan Tianwen refrained from inquiring about the Kunshan leader's intentions, still simmering with indignation. The Kunshan leader swiftly exited the reception room, hastily locating several elders with his sound measure to explain the stalemate between himself and Yuan Tianwen. The other elders, typically either invested in cultivation or drawn to the excitement, remained intrigued. Yet, no one has sought to comprehend the intricate entanglements within the Sua clan, thus remaining oblivious to the reasons behind Xianyue's perplexed demeanor. A few hot-headed individuals promptly declared, "Since their family exhibits such a lack of sincerity, let us forego this business deal." The preciousness of the spiritual spring water is such that even for their own kin, they would feel reluctant to part with it, let alone sell it. If the Sua clan cannot meet even their most straightforward demands, what purpose does it serve to waste further time? At that moment, Xianyue, who typically refrained from idle chatter with these elders, unexpectedly interjected, "They truly lack funds. The Sua clan is in turmoil, and not everyone is inclined to rescue this feeble young master." This brief statement left the elders utterly astounded. How is it that Xianyue, the esteemed master uncle, is present in this chat domain? They were acutely aware of how they had previously disparaged him in this very space. Did he not witness their unflattering remarks? The elders hastily exited the chat domain, neglecting to even hear what Xianyue had uttered. The leader of Kunshan was similarly taken aback. However, he was known for his restraint while conversing in the chat, always striving to uphold his image as the sect leader and refraining from showing favoritism. Thus, he managed to maintain a conversation with Xianyue. Upon grasping the implications of the young master uncle's words, the Kunshan leader quickly understood his intention. "Thank you, young master uncle, for your guidance. I shall promptly revisit the negotiations regarding the purchase of the spiritual spring water with Xianyue," he replied swiftly. Yet, Xianyue had already set aside his sound device, no longer attending to their messages. Having comprehended the circumstances surrounding Xie and Xie Ming, the leader of Kunshan had no intention of deliberately making things difficult for them. He succinctly eliminated the majority of his demands and instead sought a promise from Xie, the head of the family. Should the Qinshao sect find themselves in need of assistance in the future, he requested that Xie lend them a hand within his means. Yuan Tian, hesitant to make a unilateral decision, sought the opinion of his brother-in-law before consenting. Meanwhile, Xie and Xie Ming, who were enjoying tea with Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo, received the news. His eyelashes trembled slightly as he endeavored to suppress his excitement. Finding a casual excuse, he departed from the Daylight Peak with a few attendants, intending to head to Qishao Peak to take his medicine. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered Xie Mingzhu, who had been waiting for him on the mountain path. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing him, and she approached, eager to converse. However, Xie's disposition was inherently unfriendly, and now, with a pressing need to reach Qishao Peak, he darkened his expression and curtly exclaimed, "Get lost." In an instant, the smile vanished from Xie Mingzhu's face, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had never anticipated that the person she had longed for would treat her in such a manner. Had Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo's influence over him been so profound? Heartbroken, she recalled the many beautiful memories they had shared, and through her sobs, she implored, "Xie Ming, do you truly wish to treat me this way? You have wounded my heart today, and if you do not sincerely apologize, I shall never forgive you again." Xie merely regarded her with an expression of bewilderment, muttering, "Madwoman." Having spoken, he commanded his guards to expel Xie Mingzhu, insisting she not obstruct his path. The group hurriedly departed from Dao Peak, leaving behind the tearful Xie Mingzhu, who collapsed by the roadside, weeping profusely. In her heart, she vowed never to forgive Xie and Xie Ming for their actions. She resolved to make Xie Ming fall in love with her anew, only to offer him no response, thereby ensuring he would forever regret his treatment of her on this day. "Xie Ming, we are finished." Xie Mingzhu quietly wiped away her tears and turned back to her Yunshuang Peak. Meanwhile, Xie Ming remained blissfully unaware that a budding romance, which he had not even acknowledged, had already come to an abrupt end. Whether he would ever develop feelings for Xie Mingzhu was uncertain. After all, his mind was wholly consumed by the spiritual spring water. Upon his hurried arrival at Qinshao Peak, the leader of Kunshan had already procured the spiritual spring water. As soon as Su Hijiming arrived, the two adults instructed him to find a room to settle in and subsequently administered a few drops of the precious liquid. Instantly, the potent effects of the valuable elixirs he had previously consumed surged through his meridians, coursing throughout his entire being. Thanks to the miraculous properties of the spiritual spring water, his long-standing frailty, which had accompanied him since birth, was finally and completely healed. Chapter 57. Mental restraint. Su Hijiming had departed, yet Princess Luo and Xie Liuyin continued their conversation. Princess Luo harbored genuine affection for the female cultivator who had saved her life, while Xie Liuyin, who had previously had little interaction with her, found no aversion towards this somewhat spoiled yet endearing young woman. After a few casual exchanges, the two found themselves remarkably in tune with one another. Princess Luo seized the opportunity to establish a closer rapport with Xie Liuyin, no longer referring to her as sister benefactor, but simply calling her Liuyin. Xie Liuyin did not object. After a delightful repast, Princess Luo sighed and spoke. Alas, I have long yearned for the chivalrous female cultivators who traverse the world with sword in hand as depicted in tales. Initially, I intended to hone my skills while aiding the weak and vanquishing the wicked on this journey. However, to my dismay, scarcely 2 days into my arrival in Yinhua town, I found myself targeted by malevolent cultivators. Fortunately, Liuyin intervened just in time. Otherwise, my life would surely have been forfeit. Such sentiments are unwarranted. The lord of the city has long sensed that something amiss lurks within the town, and the guards are diligently searching for the missing cultivators. Even in my absence, it is likely they would have managed to locate you. This was indeed true, for in her previous life, Princess Luo and Su He had both survived the clutches of the evil cultivators. Yet, Xie Liuyin recalled that subsequently, the maid Alan had vanished from Princess Luo's side. Reflecting on the rumors from her past life, which spoke of a maid who was as dear to Princess Luo as a sister, Xie Liuyin surmised that Alan must have devised a plan to create an opportunity for Princess Luo and Su He to escape, only to meet with misfortune in the process. Contemplating these matters, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt the profound significance of her rebirth. This second chance not only afforded her the opportunity to ascend to greater heights but also provided a pivotal moment to alter the tragic fates of others. Though the identity of the one who granted her rebirth remained unknown, she felt an unwavering resolve not to squander such an extraordinary opportunity. Perhaps she could save more people through this. This thought gradually took root in Xie Liuyin's mind, while Princess Luo continued to chatter incessantly in her ear. Do you think my mother is being unreasonable? It's clearly that pretty boy's fault, so why should I apologize to him? Princess Luo complained, munching on a pastry. She had completely accepted Xie Liuyin as one of her own, even daring to share family matters freely. Standing nearby, Alan wished to silence her mistress. But seeing Xie Liuyin so engrossed, she refrained from intervening. Concerned that the princess might choke, Xie Liuyin poured her a cup of tea. In truth, Xiao Luo, you need not concern yourself so much with those male cultivators. They are merely transient guests in your home, destined to depart within 2 or 3 days. If anyone truly makes you uncomfortable or dares to provoke you, simply inform Lord Luo, and he will have them sent away. It is your own home. Surely you have the authority to dictate such matters? In Xie Liuyin's view, Lord Luo likely did not regard those male cultivators with much seriousness. The insistence on having his daughter apologize was probably a reflection of his belief that Princess Luo was too naive to see through the trivial schemes of those men. He intended to temper her disposition, hoping she might come to understand and take matters into her own hands. However, Lord Luo likely never anticipated that his daughter would not grasp his intent, but instead, that very night, she would elope with her maid. Princess Luo huffed lightly, yet still looked at Xie Liuyin with a glimmer of hope. Really? Will my mother truly support me in driving them away? Indeed, it is only natural. The lord of the city and you are akin to kin, while others are of little significance. Xie Liuyin did not elaborate much, preferring to leave the instruction to the lord of the city, realizing that this topic was not suitable for an in-depth discussion. As it is most unwise to delve deeply into matters with those of a shallow acquaintance, she swiftly changed the subject. Have you noticed the arena on East Street in Silver Flower Town? I hear that one can earn spirit stones by competing there. Little Luo, would you be interested in going to take a look? Such a place exists. I wish to go. Liuyin, do you wish to join? The Princess Luo inquired eagerly. Xie Liuyin nodded. I intend to go with a fellow disciple from the inner sect. If little Luo is intrigued and is not in a hurry to return home, you are welcome to join us for some excitement. The princess, who relished lively gatherings, immediately disregarded Alan's subtle gestures and readily agreed. After finalizing the arrangement, the two continued their conversation for a while longer. The reluctant Princess Luo finally left with Alan's gentle urging. However, before departing, she repeatedly waved at Xie Liuyin, exclaiming, "Sister Liuyin, do not forget our appointment for tomorrow." Xie Liuyin, feeling somewhat helpless, waved back at her, finally seeing her off. No sooner had the princess left than a dark mist began to emanate from the moke's sword. "That little girl is insufferable. How could you converse with her for so long? And now you have arranged to go out with her tomorrow. Are you not afraid of being driven mad by her incessant chatter?" The sword spirit harbored a particular disdain for children, especially those who were excessively loquacious. Particularly with the emergence of Princess Luo, which hindered his cultivation alongside Xie Liuyin, his displeasure intensified. Xie Liuyin, feeling helpless, could only soothe the sword spirit, saying, "Do not be angry. She is, in fact, rather endearing. Rest assured, I shall never allow my friendships to interfere with my training." Upon uttering these words, Xie Liuyin raised his wooden sword once more and engaged in combat with Mok Jin. Ada and Alu were already accustomed to the antics of these two combat enthusiasts and calmly approached to tidy up the fruit platter and teacups, lest their fervor lead to destruction of these items. Meanwhile, the city lord's residence was intensifying its interrogation of the several malevolent cultivators. Due to the swift actions of both parties, these nefarious individuals were captured alive, facilitating the efforts of the city lord's personnel to extract information from them. Regrettably, most of these malevolent cultivators had been lured by their leader through promises of profit, leaving them ignorant of the specifics regarding their leader and the buyers behind the bloodshed of cultivators. Even when the guards employed soul-searching techniques on the malevolent cultivators, they yielded little of value. The interrogation of their leader proved even more challenging, as he was a tough nut to crack. The guards exhausted their methods. Yet the leader remained tight-lipped, forcing them to report the matter to the city lord. The city lord promptly commanded them to employ soul-searching without restraint. Given that these malevolent cultivators had already slain over a dozen cultivators, rendering them devoid of sympathy, the guards complied. Yet they were unprepared for the immediate explosion of the leader's Dante on the moment they initiated the soul-searching technique upon him. Not only did the wicked cultivator perish, but several guards who employed the soul-searching technique also sustained considerable injuries. Upon learning of this incident, the city lord's countenance immediately turned frosty. "Someone has placed a restriction within that leader's mind, concealing memories they dare not reveal to us," she murmured softly. Chapter 58, The Arena. The following day, Xie Liuyin was roused from her slumber by the incessant clamor of Mok Jin. The eastern horizon had just begun to illuminate, and the sword spirit eagerly urged Xie Liuyin to rise, insisting she hasten her morning preparations, for they were destined to compete in the arena. With a sigh of resignation, Xie Liuyin silently pressed the sword energy back onto the bed, saying, "Have you forgotten? Our agreed-upon time is in the afternoon. If you rush over now, there will be no one to spar with you." Having a combative sword spirit indeed left Xie Liuyin feeling weary. However, since she was already awake, she decided to venture outside to absorb the morning sun's essence, refining her spiritual roots. The morning's contest unfolded without surprise, as Xie Liuyin succumbed yet again to Mok Jin's prowess for the umpteenth time. Yet, a glimmer of solace filled her heart, for she had now managed to withstand 3 of Mok Jin's strikes. Moreover, Xie Liuyin sensed that her cultivation was on the verge of advancing. After an hour of sparring, she chose to delve into the second layer of the Heartless Sword technique. Throughout her bouts with Mok Jin, Xie Liuyin had honed her swordplay to an increasingly refined state. Thus, Xianyue had refrained from allowing her to squander time on basic sword techniques, liberating her to pursue the Heartless Sword technique. This particular practice was inherently challenging, and Xie Liuyin had always struggled to grasp the nuances of the second layer, rendering her increasingly vexed. As the appointed hour for the duel approached, Xie Liuyin, urged on by the persistent entreaties of her sword spirit, bid farewell to Ada and his companions before stepping outside. This time, Xianyue awaited Xie Liuyin at the mountain gate. Following their recent collaboration to apprehend an evil cultivator, their bond had grown increasingly intimate, and they could now be considered close friends. "Master Uncle, what is the temperament of the Princess Luo you mentioned?" Xianyue inquired. She was not particularly fond of making new acquaintances, and her initial decision to befriend Xie Liuyin stemmed from her admiration for the young master. Upon hearing that others would accompany them on their outing today, a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind, as if someone were vying for her master's attention. Xie Liuyin, oblivious to the subtle discontent in Xianyue's tone, reassured her. "Do not worry. Although Xiao Luo may possess a somewhat capricious nature, she is not ill-natured. You both are good girls, and once you become familiar with one another, you will surely get along splendidly." Xianyue nodded in agreement, yet an inexplicable sense of urgency welled up within her. Xie Liuyin had known this Luo woman for less than a day and already held her in such high regard. Clenching her fists discreetly, she resolved to make a remarkable impression today. determined not to allow her master to favor anyone exclusively. With this secret ambition in mind, Xianyue finally laid eyes upon the fabled Princess Luo on East Street. Dressed in a flowing pink gown, Princess Luo had chosen a simpler style for the duel, deviating from her usual elaborate attire. Nevertheless, the exquisite embroidery on her outer garment left Xianyue momentarily dazzled. Upon their first encounter, the two female cultivators engaged in a subtle contest of glances. Princess Luo observed as Xianyue embraced Xie Liuyin with one arm, prompting her to swiftly join in, encircling Xie Liuyin with her other arm. This arrangement made Xie Liuyin appear to be a flirtatious figure, caught between two admirers. Perhaps due to Xie Liuyin's emotional naivety regarding such matters, she remained oblivious to any underlying tension and gently introduced the two. Princess Luo and Xianyue exchanged forced smiles, casually greeting one another. Once they were out of Xie Liuyin's sight, their eyes clashed once more in a silent duel. Unaware of the unspoken rivalry, Xie Liuyin approached the tournament supervisor to request a registration form. Clutching the form, she turned to Xianyue and Princess Luo, inquiring, "Will you two give it a try?" Instantly, smiles adorned their faces as they feigned harmony, shaking their heads in unison. "No, let our little junior martial sister compete a few rounds first. I wish to witness her prowess," Xianyue replied softly. Princess Luo chimed in, "Sister Liuyin, hurry and take the stage. I long to see you crowned as the champion." Xie Liuyin shook her head, sensing an oddity in their demeanor, though she could not pinpoint its source, since they were not participating for the time being. She filled out the registration form and submitted it, accompanied by 10 spirit stones as required. After the supervisor reviewed her registration and assessed her cultivation level, he permitted her to compete. However, upon seeing the weapon she wielded, he called out to her, "My dear, are you not considering a different weapon? That wooden sword may not provide you with a competitive edge on the arena." Xie Liuyin flashed a smile at him while gripping her wooden sword. "There's no need for concern, supervisor. I can win even with this wooden sword." Her words were imbued with confidence, and after speaking, she stepped onto the arena, leaving the supervisor momentarily speechless. How impetuous, he mused inwardly. However, he had assigned her an opponent who was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. So he believed that even with a wooden sword, she would not embarrass herself too much. Indeed, the supervisor anticipated her defeat, not solely due to her choice of weapon, but also because it was evident that she was a disciple of a sect. The current major sects cherished their disciples dearly and were reluctant to apply rigorous training methods. Moreover, the girl appeared delicate and frail, not resembling a formidable cultivator. Those who came to the arena were typically loose cultivators eager to earn spirit stones. Although these loose cultivators may not possess the innate talents of sect disciples, they were rich in combat experience. Furthermore, at the Qi refinement stage, the competition was not yet about innate aptitude. The supervisor held firm confidence in his assessment and discreetly placed bets at a nearby gambling den on the victory of the opposing cultivator. Oh, it seemed he would effortlessly pocket 100 spirit stones this time. As he contemplated this, the small gambling den near the arena caught the attention of Xianyue and Princess Luo. Initially indifferent, as neither of them lacked spirit stones, their expressions transformed upon discovering that the betting was set for Xie Liuyin. They rushed forward at once, eager to place their bets on the girl wielding the wooden sword. The surrounding loose cultivators, overhearing this, erupted in laughter. "Little girl, I advise you to choose someone else to back. You cannot possibly fathom that the formidable practitioner known as the Great Strength King is renowned in our midst, having triumphed over many. Indeed, do not be deceived by the seemingly modest cultivation of the Great Strength King. His immense power and exceptional fighting skills have led many at the 5th level of Qi refinement to defeat. Quickly, reclaim the spirit stones." A mere 100 spirit stones would suffice to purchase several bottles of rejuvenating elixirs. The crowd buzzed with chatter, all of which fell upon the ears of the two, displeasing them. Princess Luo, infuriated, rolled up her sleeves and promptly extracted 2 top-grade spirit stones from her storage pouch, slamming them onto the table. Xianyue, not one to be outdone, though lacking in top-grade spirit stones, begrudgingly produced 2 superior-grade spirit stones, tossing them before the onlookers. "I bet on that female cultivator, and no one shall alter my decision today," Princess Luo proclaimed loudly. "Protect the world's finest junior master," Xianyue shouted fervently. Their voices echoed far and wide, reaching the stage where Xie Liuyin, with a sense of resignation, cast a glance in their direction, already regretting the decision to bring them along for this spectacle. Chapter 59, Break My Sword? As the top-grade and superior-grade spirit stones appeared, the crowd gathered at the gambling booth was momentarily taken aback. However, they soon recovered from the dazzling display of spirit stones, and one by one, they frantically pulled out their own spirit stones to wager on the name of the Great Strength King. "We are about to strike it rich." 2 Na'vi girls, unaware of the stakes, have come to place a substantial bet on a certain defeat, This time, victory is assured. Such thoughts flooded the minds of the spectators, even prompting those who merely came to observe to join in, wagering a few spirit stones themselves. Only a handsome youth, clad in ordinary attire, was initially poised to wager on the formidable great strength king with the spirit stones he held aloft. However, unbeknownst to him, someone nudged him from behind. This seemingly trivial push caused his hand, clutching the spirit stones, to inadvertently crash onto the betting table belonging to Xie Liuyin. The youth let out a perplexed sigh, scratching his head before reluctantly placing his 20 superior spirit stones upon the table. Observing this peculiar turn of events, a bystander remarked, "You were merely bumped. It was not intentional. You could have simply bet on the great strength king yourself." The youth, however, shook his head, donning an inscrutable expression. The surrounding crowd, intrigued yet distracted by the resounding gong from the arena, soon lost interest in the youth and surged toward the base of the stage, eager for the great strength king to swiftly vanquish his opponent and secure their bets. The youth followed suit, ready to partake in the excitement. Upon realizing he had wagered on Princess Luo, who supported Xie Liuyin, he was met with the delighted approach of Xianyue. "May I ask your name?" she inquired. "I am Princess Luo, and this is Xianyue, a disciple of the Qishao sect. We have come to accompany Sister Liuyin in her arena battle." With her large, curious eyes fixed on the youth, Princess Luo continued, "Might I inquire as to why you did not choose the evidently powerful great strength king, opting instead to bet on my sister Liuyin?" Xianyue nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued by the youth's reasoning. After all, judging solely by appearances, Xie Liuyin seemed rather fragile, lacking any semblance of victory. The youth, initially shy, offered a bashful smile, scratched his head once more, and replied, "I am called Qian Bucho. You may refer to me as Little Qian." The reason for targeting this female cultivator. Before the youth could articulate his explanation, the two contenders on the arena had already commenced their duel. Princess Luo and Xianyue's attention was entirely drawn away, prompting the youth to silently close his mouth and focus intently on the match. The mighty king had been competing in the arena for half a month. He had dared to step onto the platform since he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and had even held the title of champion for several days. Possessing tremendous strength and a robust physique, he was a formidable individual. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could easily crush other cultivators at the same cultivation stage. However, the mighty king never anticipated that he would face such an opponent today. "Little girl, this is an arena, a place for combat. Are you certain you haven't arrived at the wrong location?" The mighty king chuckled. He often indulged in trivial banter with his opponents during matches, and Xie Liuyin was well aware of these male cultivators' tactics to belittle others. She gazed at him with a cold demeanor and replied with a measured tone, "I am undoubtedly in the right place. It is you, who revels in idle chatter, that should be elsewhere, perhaps on West Street, recounting tales." The smug expression on the mighty king's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of offended displeasure. "Little girl, did your parents not teach you to speak respectfully to your elders? How could they teach me anything if I have no parents? Perhaps it is you who speaks so rudely because you lack proper upbringing." Xie Liuyin was indifferent to such remarks. In her eyes, she indeed had no parents. If others sought to insult her by invoking familial ties, they were gravely mistaken. After exchanging barbs for a while, Xie Liuyin grew weary of wasting time with this individual. She boldly brandished her wooden sword, pointing it at her opponent and declaring, "Will you fight or not? Speak plainly. If you lack the courage to engage with me, you might as well step down early." The expression on the great strength king's face darkened. He had initially assumed that with such youthful appearance, Xie Liuyin was merely an inexperienced girl, someone he could easily intimidate with a few casual words. He had envisioned not only a victory without conflict, but also a reward of spirit stones. However, it became apparent that this strategy was futile. The great strength king, left with no other option, decided to loosen his muscles, intending to go easy on her and simply knock the girl off the stage with a single move. While contemplating this, he outwardly feigned nonchalance, complaining to the spectators below, "Look at this girl. I jest with her slightly, and she becomes upset. I shall hold back a bit so she can lose swiftly and return to her training." A group of onlookers familiar with the great strength king erupted in laughter, their faces alight with the anticipation of imminent winnings. They were all confident that Xie Liuyin would undoubtedly lose. Yet, Xie Liuyin was determined to prove them wrong. The gong had long since sounded, but the great strength king hesitated to strike first, prolonging the encounter. Xie Liuyin had plans to return for her medicinal bath that evening, and she could not afford to linger in the standoff. Thus, she took the initiative, swinging her wooden sword with determination. Her movements were swift and decisive. Initially, the great strength king had underestimated Xie Liuyin, but as their clash commenced, he felt the formidable force behind her strikes, and his demeanor shifted instantly. However, it was not long before the mighty warrior adjusted his mindset, intending to seize Xie Liuyin and hurl her from the arena. denying her any opportunity to continue the battle. Yet, Xie Liuyin would not permit him to have his way. Like a nimble swallow, she deftly maneuvered across the stage, employing the technique ghostly shadow-seeking tracks, while her wooden sword incessantly lunged towards various parts of the mighty warrior's body. This warrior, a mere practitioner of the third layer of Qi refinement, had not cultivated any remarkable prowess. Each thrust of her wooden sword resulted in multiple punctures upon his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Unable to endure any longer, he reached out in an attempt to seize Xie Liuyin's sword, intending to wrest it from her grasp and break it, thereby teaching her a lesson. However, the sword in her hands was no ordinary wooden implement. It was crafted from the rare Xian ironwood, specifically cultivated on the Sunlight Peak. This wood was exceptionally hard, rendering the sword sharper and more resilient than typical spiritual swords. Previously, it had been damaged due to her clashes with the MOK sword. For a clumsy and slow-moving practitioner like the mighty warrior, not only was it futile to attempt breaking Xie Liuyin's sword, but even merely touching it proved to be an arduous task. Those watching from below could only see Xie Liuyin transform into a streak of light, continuously shifting upon the stage, unable to even catch a glimpse of her opponent. Suddenly, this streak of light came to a halt, and the spectators focused their gaze, witnessing the tip of Xie Liuyin's sword poised against the back of the mighty warrior's heart, unmoving. "What are you doing, mighty warrior? Strike her. It's merely a wooden sword. What harm could it possibly inflict?" shouted one spectator who had bet on the mighty warrior's victory. However, Xie Liuyin inquired with great interest of the mighty king, "So, are you truly going to follow his instructions and break my sword?" Chapter 60. Why don't you give it a try? Among sword cultivators, there exists an unwritten rule. Wielding a sword is akin to marrying a wife. Once the sword is broken, it is as sorrowful for the sword cultivator as losing a spouse. The crowd, brazenly allowing the mighty king to mar his own wife, would understandably bring no joy to Xie Liuyin. In a cold tone, she addressed the mighty king. "Go ahead, give it a try. If you dare to touch my sword, in the next moment, it shall pierce your vital point, rendering your physical cultivation utterly useless." At that moment, the mighty king had long lost his initial bravado, wearing a pained expression as he pleaded, "Fairy, what do you mean by that? You've already found my vital point. If I dare to act recklessly, I would be courting my own demise." The mighty king, wise in his own right, after uttering these words, did not require Xie Liuyin to speak again. He voluntarily signaled to the referee that he conceded. It was not a lack of courage, but rather the reality that his vital point lay beneath Xie Liuyin's blade. No matter how he contemplated counterattacking, he could not outpace her sword. Losing this match merely cost him 10 spirit stones, yet if he were to recklessly confront Xie Liuyin, he would risk not only his cultivation but also his very life. Observing that the mighty king was sensible enough to concede, Xie Liuyin sheathed her sword and spared him. Unexpectedly, even after losing the match, he hesitated on stage, unable to resist asking, "May I inquire, Fairy, how did you discover that my vital point was located at my back? Did you think that my initial circling around you, thrusting my sword, was mere aimless stabbing?" Xie Liuyin raised her brow slightly, revealing no hesitation in admitting her initial strategy. From the moment she realized she was pitted against a physical cultivator, she began to contemplate how to triumph over her opponent. Physical cultivators typically commence their training by honing their sinews, bones, and skin, rendering the flesh of the great strength king impervious to ordinary swords. Even if she managed to inflict a wound, it posed little threat to him. However, Xie Liuyin had previously studied the principles of physical cultivation and understood that even the mightiest cultivator harbors a fatal weakness. Once this weakness is identified, subduing a cultivator of lesser skill becomes a relatively effortless endeavor. Thus, after the confrontation commenced, Xie Liuyin deftly maneuvered across the stage, probing the great strength king's body with her wooden sword in search of his vulnerability. When she struck his back, a flicker of tension and fear crossed his face. At that moment, she sensed something amiss and continued to target his back until she inadvertently jabbed at a precise spot, causing the great strength king to freeze, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Such a conspicuous reaction left no room for doubt in Xie Liuyin's mind. Nevertheless, she exercised restraint, choosing not to expose the great strength king's weakness before the multitude of onlookers. Had she done so, future challengers would merely need to exploit that weakness, ensuring his inevitable defeat. It was only at this juncture that the spectators below the arena realized the gravity of the situation. The great strength king had lost, and their spirit stones were gone. By the time these individuals regained their composure and rushed to the betting stall to reclaim their wagered spirit stones, those very stones had long since fallen into the possession of Hualing Xianyue and her companions. They paraded before the wrongly apprehended cultivator, clutching a pile of spirit stones. Had it not been for the vigilant guards from the Lord's mansion nearby, it is likely that someone would have succumbed to the urge to strike them down. "Look, Master Uncle, these are all the spirit stones we've earned by capturing you. Xianyue exclaimed joyfully, presenting the spirit stones to Xie Liuyin on the stage, her tone brimming with excitement. Princess Luo, a step behind, felt her face flush with anger and hurried over to attempt to push Xianyue aside. Sister Liuyin, look at me. I captured an exceptional spirit stone, and now I've doubled my earnings. Xie Liuyin observed the playful scuffle between the two, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward a young man standing nearby. And who might this be? She inquired, her tone slightly hesitant. Princess Luo interjected, this is our newly acquainted friend, Xianbu. He joined us in betting on Sister Liuyin's victory and has also profited handsomely. As she spoke, she playfully nudged the young man's shoulder. Oh, and by the way, we were so engrossed in the arena that you haven't told us why you chose to bet on Sister Liuyin. Did you perceive the formidable strength hidden beneath her delicate exterior? Xianbu's face turned crimson. Oh, well, that's not quite it. I merely tripped over something and ended up making the wrong bet. Noticing the princess's expression darkening, he hastily added, however, I may not possess many talents, but I have always been fortunate. The things I choose are not always correct, yet somehow, whenever I make a mistake, there seems to be an unseen force guiding me to inadvertently select the right option. He concluded with a shy chuckle, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his features. Princess Luo's eyes lit up with excitement as she hastily inquired, have you always been this way since childhood? Do you always choose correctly? Indeed, I always choose correctly. Even when I attempt to deliberately select the wrong option, unforeseen circumstances invariably lead me to the right choice, Xianbu replied with a resigned smile. This revelation stirred Princess Luo's enthusiasm even further. Sister Liuyin, are you still competing? Yes, I have 2 more matches to complete, replied Xie Liuyin. She had already conferred with the supervisor, arranging to compete 3 times every afternoon, regardless of the weather. She would inform the supervisor to withdraw her matches whenever she embarked on an expedition. Upon hearing this, Princess Luo eagerly pulled Xianbu and Hualingxue toward the betting booth, saying, quickly, let us place our bets on Sister Liuyin to secure her 3rd consecutive victory. In the end, Xie Liuyin indeed triumphed in all 3 matches. However, it was not merely the luck brought by Xianbu. The subsequent 2 cultivators were simply attempting their luck, and Xie Liuyin effortlessly defeated them without expending much energy. Consequently, the trio of Hualingxue, Princess Luo, and Xianbu reaped substantial rewards, drawing envious gazes from the onlookers, having never earned spirit stones so effortlessly before. Xianbu later exchanged the spiritual imprints on their sound measuring device with Princess Luo and the others. He urged them to notify him promptly should Xie Liuyin decide to contest in the arena again. Princess Luo readily agreed and reluctantly departed with Alan, who had come to escort her. Xie Liuyin, clutching her wooden sword, bid farewell to Xianbu before returning to the Qinshao sect alongside Hualingxue. Once both parties had left, the arena supervisor, who had been discreetly observing from the shadows, cautiously approached Xianbu. Young master, have you selected your target for sponsorship? The supervisor inquired. Indeed, the wealth in question belongs to the illustrious Qianduoduo, the richest individual in the Bishu realm. Since the time of their great-grandfather's prosperity, the Qian family has established a tradition. When descendants reach the age of 12, a young cultivator is selected to receive their support. Should this cultivator advance to the nascent soul stage with the backing of the Qian family, that descendant gains the right to become the next leader of the Qian clan. Listening to the supervisor's question, Xianbu stroked his chin and remarked, let us observe for now. After all, there are numerous exceptional young cultivators in this generation. Chapter 61. The greater the pressure, the stronger the individual. Upon returning to the Dayue Peak, Xie Liuyin was promptly urged by Ade to partake in a medicinal bath. She felt no aversion to this. On the contrary, she harbored a subtle yearning for it. The recent competitions had elucidated her understanding that she was not only more agile than her peers of similar cultivation, but her swordsmanship was also remarkably refined. Moreover, she possessed greater physical resilience and strength than many of her opponents. Initially, when facing the formidable Wang, a cultivator of physical prowess, Xie Liuyin had doubted her ability to withstand his strikes. However, when their forces collided, she found herself merely stepping back slightly, defying expectations. Wang was taken aback, astonished that the slender Xie Liuyin could match him in strength. It was during this moment that Xie Liuyin recognized the benefits of the medicinal bath. It fortified her body, rendering it as resilient as a physical cultivator's, thereby enhancing her swordsmanship. After finishing her bath and donning her attire, she stepped outside to find the patiently waiting Xianyue. Upon suddenly encountering him, Xie Liuyin felt a twinge of surprise. How peculiar! Why is Master not resting today? Is he here to discuss something with his disciple? Xie Liuyin had come to understand the temperament of Xianyue quite well. He would not seek her out without reason. As expected, upon hearing her inquiry, Xianyue nodded and said, I heard you participated in the arena in Huizhen today. How did it go? Realizing the question pertained to this, Xie Liuyin felt a sense of relief. It was nothing significant. The cultivator I faced today was rather mediocre. If it weren't for the purpose of gaining experience and engaging with a few more practitioners, I would much prefer to remain on the peak, practicing alongside Mok Jin. This was only natural, as most who participated in the arena were scattered cultivators seeking spiritual stones. Such individuals had typically never received formal guidance in cultivation and were generally at the Qi refinement stage, thus they were comparable to ordinary Qi refinement practitioners. However, the disparity becomes apparent when faced with someone of greater skill. Xianyue had already anticipated this. He believed that regardless of the arena's quality, it was essential for his disciple to experience it firsthand. Now, it was evident that the arena was not particularly suited for Xie Liuyin. Noticing the hesitation on her face, Xianyue continued, "You need not develop an aversion to the arena. While you may not encounter suitable opponents at the Qi refinement stage, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, participating in the arena may yield fruitful results. However, if you wish, you may continue to partake in the upcoming arenas in the following days." His tone carried a sense of indulgence. In his eyes, his little disciple had already met the standards of cultivation at the Yeri Peak. If she desired to venture out to experience the arena for a bit of fun, there was no harm in it. Xie Liuyin discerned his meaning and promptly elucidated. "It is not that I possess a particular fascination for the arena. Rather, upon my return today, I made a promise to Hualing Xue and Princess Luo that I would continue to compete tomorrow. A disciple must honor their word." Understanding now, Xianyue nodded slightly. "As long as you are aware of your own intentions, once you have completed your battles in the arena, it will be time for you to advance to the second layer of the sword formation." Upon hearing that final statement, a shiver ran down Xie Liuyin's spine, and an array of subtle pains began to throb throughout her body. She vividly recalled the numerous times she had perished in the first layer of the sword formation, her demise marked by utter humiliation. However, this flicker of trepidation swiftly dissipated, replaced by a surge of combat fervor within her. It is worth noting that guarding the sword formation was none other than her esteemed ancestor, and the prospect of clashing with such a formidable figure left Xie Liuyin utterly unable to conceal her exhilaration. "Indeed, I shall dutifully adhere to my master's instructions." Xie Liuyin replied obediently and was subsequently granted leave by Xianyue to rest. As soon as Xie Liuyin departed, Ada, who had been trailing behind Xianyue, curiously inquired, "Was it not your intention to wait until the young mistress's cultivation advanced further before allowing her to enter the sword formation for the second trial?" "I would prefer to wait, yet certain opportunities do not wait for Xie Liuyin," Xianyue replied with a nonchalant tone. "I have received word that a significant hidden realm has been discovered in the Julan mountain range, a place suffused with rich spiritual energy, evidently harboring immense treasures within. However, this hidden realm is exceedingly fragile, permitting only cultivators at the initial stages of foundation establishment and Qi refinement to enter. Numerous sects have secretly begun training suitable disciples in anticipation of the imminent opening of the secret realm, hoping to send them in to seek treasures in a few months." This information was intercepted by Miaoying Valley, situated near the Julan mountain range. Were it not for the external incarnation of Xianyue wandering in that vicinity, this significant news might have remained undiscovered. However, Miaoying Valley can only hold off the inevitable for so long. Such momentous events as the emergence of a new secret realm will inevitably reach the ears of other sections. The actions of Miaoying Valley are, in essence, to secure more time for their most outstanding disciple, Pei Xianyue. It is said that he is on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon reflecting on this, Xianyue felt a pang of sorrow. Had he known he would have a fated disciple, he would have brought the child to the mountain to teach him the moment Xie Liuyin turned 10. Otherwise, the child would not have languished for so long. Now at 12 years of age, and only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, she has but a few months to grow stronger. While the extent of her potential remains uncertain, he is acutely aware that the greatest characteristic of the heartless sword technique is that the more it is pressured, the stronger the practitioner becomes. Thus, Xianyue intends to employ the sword formation left by his master to test Xie Liuyin, to see if she can elevate her strength. He does not expect her to discover any so-called treasures in the secret realm. Rather, he simply hopes to enhance her chances of survival. It is futile to suggest that keeping her within the sect for training would guarantee her safety. Untrained young eagles cannot soar high. For someone like Xie Liuyin, who is destined to stand among the powerful, Xianyue will never permit his disciple to be nurtured as a fragile flower in a greenhouse. Xie Liuyin is meant to be a towering tree. Beneath the majestic Julan Mountains, a broad waterfall cascaded down into the shadowy river below, accompanied by the thunderous roar of rushing waters. The sound echoed in the ears of all present, while the splashing droplets shimmered like pearls and silver dew in the moonlight. Yet, none of the onlookers could appreciate this magnificent spectacle. Their attention was solely fixated on the mysterious realm concealed behind the waterfall. In a corner unnoticed by the dozen cultivators gathered before the waterfall, an intricate barrier concealed an elderly man and a middle-aged individual. "Are you certain that this secret realm harbors a treasure?" inquired the elderly man with a grizzled beard once more. "Absolutely," replied the middle-aged man, rubbing his hands nervously to suppress the anxiety within. "I have inquired thoroughly. On the day the secret realm emerges, there will be a radiant glow illuminating the surroundings. A truly extraordinary sight, clearly indicative of a treasure's arrival." Upon hearing this, the elderly man nodded thoughtfully. "If that is the case, it is indeed possible. Very well. For now, I shall place my trust in you. I am quite pleased with this information. Here are 1,000 spirit stones for you." The elderly man tossed a storage pouch. The middle-aged man hastily reached out to catch it, fully aware of the considerable risk he was taking. Despite the explicit warning from the Miaoying Valley against sharing such information, he divulged the secret to the elderly man solely for the sake of these spirit stones. However, with this sum in hand, he would need to hasten his departure with his family. Otherwise, should the Miaoying Valley uncover his breach of secrecy, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 62, The Julan Secret Realm. Having procured the information he sought, the elderly man made no further delay in this place. He was originally an elder of the sword-holding sect, which, although somewhat distant from the Julan mountain range, lies in close proximity to the Miaoying Valley. The proximity of the two sects inevitably gives rise to certain frictions, ranging from comparisons of sect strength to the prosperity of their respective towns, and from assessments of financial resources to evaluations of disciples' abilities. Coincidentally, a year ago, both sects initiated the recruitment of new disciples. And among this batch emerged two prodigious talents. Xianyue from Miaoying Valley, having entered the sect for merely a year, had already advanced to the 7th level of Qi refining. The sword-holding sect was not to be outdone, producing Yin Xiujuan, a formidable swordsman capable of contending against higher-level opponents, despite being at only the 6th level of Qi refining. However, the emergence of these two exceptional disciples intensified the rivalry between the two sects, leading to an atmosphere of mutual hostility, even when disciples from both sects encountered each other. Their interactions were laced with sarcasm, and cordial conversation was scarce. Recently, the sword-holding sect noticed something peculiar about their longtime adversary. First, Xianyue, who frequently compared himself with their disciples, suddenly ceased to appear, adopting a demeanor suggestive of seclusion for intensive cultivation. Furthermore, the usually outspoken Miaoying Valley has unexpectedly adopted a more subdued stance. On several occasions, when the sword-holding sect attempted to provoke a confrontation, their opponents, though clearly riled, managed to suppress their ire at critical moments. It is worth noting that while Miaoying Valley is primarily a sect dedicated to the art of sound, the temperaments of those musical cultivators are not notably more temperate than those of their sword-wielding counterparts. Numerous individuals among them would not hesitate to wield their instruments as weapons. Thus, what could have prompted this sudden shift in demeanor, leading them to choose reconciliation over conflict? This subtle change swiftly captured the attention of the sword-holding sect, and their members soon discerned that Miaoying Valley had been dispatching individuals towards the Julan mountain range with increasing frequency. The Julan mountain range is a vast expanse of continuous peaks located near the Miaoying Valley. However, aside from the trees, the mountains scarcely yield any rare cultivation resources, with only a few spiritual herbs flourishing there. In the past, despite the proximity of the Julan mountain range, disciples from Miaoying Valley seldom ventured there. Even during their daily practices, they focused their efforts towards the entrance of the sword-holding sect, creating a commotion that disrupted the sword cultivators within. When their old rival exhibited such a significant change, the sword-holding sect felt compelled to investigate further. Thus, an elder was dispatched to uncover the secrets that Miaoying Valley harbored. This journey led him to encounter a middle-aged man who sought to exchange secrets for spiritual stones. Residing near the waterfall, this individual had learned the truth despite Miaoying Valley's immediate efforts to seal off information regarding the newly discovered secret realm. He managed to acquire such substantial intelligence for merely 1,000 spiritual stones. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried back to inform their sect leader, Fangsheng. Upon hearing the news, Fangsheng sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "I knew that old woman had no reason to suddenly change her demeanor. She must have discovered something more advantageous and intends to keep it to herself." Fangsheng, a tall and robust sword cultivator with a rugged appearance and a bushy beard, stood in stark contrast to the beautiful and fragrant leader of Miaoying Valley. Upon their meeting, the two leaders seized the opportunity to mock one another, with one criticizing the other's unkempt nature and coarse demeanor, while the other retorted by labeling her as overly meticulous and excessively critical. The animosity between the two sect leaders was palpable, reflecting the deep-seated rivalry that existed between their respective disciples. "Master, what shall we do now? Should we expose this matter?" the elder inquired. Indeed, replied Fangxing, the master of the Sword Sect, with a resounding voice. We, the Sword Sect, have always upheld integrity. We cannot stoop to the shameless tactics of the Melody Valley. I shall reach out to the leaders of the other sects and inform them of the discovery of a new secret realm in the Julan mountain range. Upon hearing his master's words, the elder was momentarily at a loss for words. Considering the earlier directive from the master to discreetly investigate the secrets of the Melody Valley, it seemed that the Sword Sect was not entirely blameless either. Moreover, his question was not meant to urge the master to publicly announce their hard-won intelligence, but rather to subtly remind him to learn from their rivals and quietly nurture their own disciples. After all, the secret realm appeared to be several months away from openings, and by that time, the fluctuations in spiritual energy would be quite pronounced. It was likely that the Melody Valley would be unable to conceal it. In such a scenario, the Sword Sect would reap the benefits while remaining in the shadows, allowing the Melody Valley to bear the brunt of the other sect's condemnation. However, Fangxing was not inclined to heed the elder's reservations and promptly took out the communication device to contact the other sect leaders. The elder, witnessing this, sighed helplessly yet felt a flicker of comfort in his heart. Although their master might be somewhat oblivious, he was fundamentally righteous. Unlike certain sects whose leaders harbored ulterior motives, leading to a degradation of their once noble path into something akin to malevolent forces. Indeed, the elder was referring to the Hehuan sect. The recent rumors about the Hehuan sect acquiring a naturally alluring male disciple caused the elder to furrow his brow in concern. He let out a helpless sigh, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the male disciple. Among the myriad useful spiritual bodies in the realm of cultivation, why did he have to awaken that ridiculous innate seductive body? Nevertheless, such thoughts merely flitted through the old man's mind. He had never been one to speak ill of others, and these sentiments would remain silently buried within him. Fangxing was a man of his word. Upon returning to his training chamber, he promptly dispatched messages to the various sections. As the secret realm had yet to officially open, the fluctuations in spiritual energy were not particularly pronounced, and many sects were oblivious to the situation. When Fangxing elucidated the circumstances, the sects were initially skeptical and chose to send their disciples to investigate. Several major sects simultaneously dispatched individuals to the Julan mountain range, and such a considerable stir did not go unnoticed by the Miaoying Valley. Realizing that the hidden secret realm within the mountains might have already been discovered, the sect leader, Rongshi, sighed in regret. It was truly a pity. She had anticipated that the other sects would only become aware of it once the secret realm was entirely opened. It seemed that the schemes of Miaoying Valley would ultimately come to naught. Hearing the sigh of the sect leader, a female cultivator seated opposite her could not contain her indignation. It must be the work of those from the neighboring sect. We have concealed that secret realm so thoroughly that the other sects could not possibly know about it. It is undoubtedly that old wretch who has leaked this information, deliberately causing us trouble. Sect leader Rongshi had her suspicions that Fangxing was indeed behind this, but discussing it further was now futile. She could only attempt to soothe her junior sister, saying, "Do not be angry. After all, we have already entered the realm of sound with our jade. Upon the return of the diligent disciple from the realm of jade, it is certain that they will outshine all others within the secret domain, securing invaluable treasures for our Miaoying Valley. However, several other sects have dispatched individuals to investigate. Therefore, it is imperative that you handle the situation with utmost care to prevent them from uncovering evidence of our concealed information. Should this happen, Miaoying Valley would become the target of scorn, and our disciples might suffer unfortunate consequences." The sect leader meticulously imparted her instructions, and her junior sister, Qing, promptly exited to address the matter. 3 days later, each sect received the news that a new secret realm would soon emerge, and that the grand secret domain would fully open in 3 months. Chapter 63. Let the children experience a few hardships. With merely 3 months remaining before the secret realm's unveiling, it is unfortunate that such a vast domain permits only disciples at the initial stages of foundation establishment and Xi refining to enter. Alas, had we been privy to this news 6 months earlier, we could have undertaken more preparations. Within the council chamber of Kunshin sect, the elders, upon receiving the news, sighed deeply, lamenting their failure to discover the existence of the secret realm sooner. In contrast, the Kunshin sect leader maintained a calm demeanor, gesturing dismissively. Ultimately, all sects have come to this realization at the same time. Our lack of readiness mirrors that of others. Henceforth, we must focus on preparing adequately, rather than dwelling on what has transpired. In the upcoming 3 months, we must negotiate with other sects regarding the number of participants entering the secret realm, and subsequently select suitable disciples from our sect for exploration. These 2 matters are of utmost importance, and the Kunshin sect leader intends to delegate them to a few elders to collaborate on. His disciple, Miaoyu, known for her forthright nature, will be involved in the selection of disciples. As for other decisions, the Kunchen sect leader plans to confer with the elders before reaching a conclusion. Simultaneously, a similar occurrence transpired within other sects, particularly in the Harmony sect, which had previously faced quiet scorn from the elder of the sword-holding sect. The atmosphere in their domain was now abuzz with excitement. They were genuinely pleased to have acquired a natural charmer, a promising disciple adept in the art of harmony, and were merely troubled by the lack of opportunities to utilize her talents. The emergence of the bewildering blue secret realm had brought unbridled joy to the Harmony sect. I have inquired, and among the 6 major sects and 8 principal cities of the Baisu realm, numerous formidable female disciples have made their mark, with the most impressive being a young girl from the Qin Shao sect who, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, had slain a foundational beast. The sect master of the Harmony sect possesses a face imbued with captivating allure. His slender figure and stunning beauty diminished the radiance of the female cultivators surrounding him merely by his presence. It was indeed this enchanting visage that enabled Duan Qing, the sect master, to attract so many exceptional female cultivators, ultimately elevating him from a mere junior disciple to the position of sect master. Although his reputation in the cultivation world has never been particularly favorable, what do those disparagements matter in comparison to the tangible benefits he has reaped? Duan Qing remains unfazed by such criticisms, imparting his philosophy to his newly accepted disciple, the naturally charming Mei Yuyin. With a smile, Duan Qing turned to his young, stunning apprentice and said, "Remember this name, Xie Liuyin. Should you encounter this young lady in the secret realm, make certain to befriend her. Understand that my ascent to the position of sect master was largely due to my many friendships." The implication in Duan Qing's laughter was profound. The handsome youth seated beside him gradually began to harbor a yearning gaze towards his master's chair upon hearing these words. Within the sword-holding sect, a tall youth brandished his long sword amidst the swirling snow. The blade seemed to have melded with his very being, and beneath the flurry of sword shadows lay the fierce essence of his swordsmanship. "Xiujun," a voice echoed from afar. The sword-wielding young man slowly sheathed his long sword and bowed respectfully to his approaching master. Clad in a flowing blue robe and armed with a long sword at his waist, the newcomer exuded an imposing presence. "Xiujun, you must have heard of the matters concerning the Julan mystic realm. This magnificent realm, discovered within the Julan mountain range, has now officially been named the Julan mystic realm." News of such a grand domain had swept through the entire cultivation world, and despite Yin Xiujun's deep immersion in his training, he had inevitably caught wind of it. He nodded. "This disciple is already aware of the news. Master, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. I will certainly bring back the treasures of the mystic realm to our sword-holding sect." The middle-aged cultivator, upon hearing this, swallowed the words he had hesitated to voice. Deep down, he yearned to advise his disciple against the journey. Although Yin Xiujun had achieved remarkable prowess at such a young age, placing him among the elite of his generation as his master, he was acutely aware of his disciple's potential in the path of the sword. Yet, despite possessing both a sword body and sword form, he lacked the most crucial element of swordsmanship, the sword heart. This deficiency meant that while his sword play was powerful, it paled in comparison to true sword cultivators. The middle-aged man originally intended for his disciple to continue honing his skills for a few more years, waiting until he reached the foundation establishment stage before embarking on adventures to temper himself. He had not anticipated that the unexpected would arrive so swiftly. The sect leader had bypassed him entirely and directly issued commands to his disciple. Left with no choice, he could only ruffle his disciple's hair and sigh. Perhaps it was best to allow the child to encounter a few hardships in the outside world. It might facilitate his growth. On a towering mountain shrouded in mist, the resonant sounds of bells and chanting echoed, yet the birds and small creatures of the forest showed no signs of alarm. Instead, they followed the sounds, scurrying to the Grand Vermilion Gate, quietly listening to the recitations emanating from within. Inside the Golden Sutra Pavilion, several young monks, their heads shaven and clad in robes, were reciting scriptures. One of them suddenly turned to observe a youth in a white robe, illuminated by sunlight, seemingly radiating a celestial glow. The young man held a scripture in his hands, exuding an aura of tranquility mingled with divinity. The little monk, witnessing such a serene tableau, found it unbearable to disrupt the moment and thus remained silent. However, the youth, engrossed in his reading, seemed to sense something amiss and spoke. "If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Brother Wudu, are you planning to venture into the Julan secret realm 3 months hence?" The little monk had endured his curiosity for quite some time, but ultimately could no longer restrain himself. Wudu closed the scripture he had finished reading. "Yes, I intend to go." "What of it?" Upon hearing this, the little monk's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Does this mean, as Brother Wui and the others have said, that whichever of you and Brother Wuxin acquires the treasure of the secret realm will become the Buddha's child of our Golden Sutra Pavilion and the next abbot?" With a sense of helplessness, Wudu raised his hand and lightly tapped the head of his foolish junior disciple, admonishing, "Do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of Wuyu. The selection of the Buddha's successor is of utmost importance. How could it be casually determined based on a so-called treasure from the secret realm? Yesterday, why did the abbot suddenly summon you and your senior brother Wuxin for a conversation? Was it not to discuss the matter of the Buddha's successor?" The young monk, cradling his head, pitifully pressed for answers. Wudu remained silent, for indeed, the abbot had addressed them concerning the selection of the Buddha's successor. Though it bore no relation to the Zhulan secret realm, rather, it pertained to their comprehension of the scriptures. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But the abbot seemed to hold a more favorable view of Wuxin as the potential successor. Nonetheless, Wudu was indifferent. He possessed little interest in such matters. Whether he became the Buddha's successor or even a Buddhist practitioner mattered little to him. He simply followed the currents of fate that led him to the Golden Scripture Pavilion, becoming a practitioner here. As for where destiny would ultimately guide him, he himself was uncertain. On this day, countless similar dramas unfolded across the major sects in 8 principal cities as a throng of youthful and spirited disciples gathered together because of the Zhulan secret realm. No one could foresee the tumultuous waves these still naive young disciples would unleash in the future of the Bishu realm. At this moment, however, they were diligently honing their skills under the watchful eyes of their respective masters. Chapter 64, Captured Her Sword. Although the nature of the Zhulan secret realm held no relevance to Xie Liuyin at this moment, when she participated in the second round of the arena, news of the Zhulan secret realm had yet to fully emerge. However, while others remained silent, she, possessing the memories of a previous life, is acutely aware. From the subtle nuances in Xianyue's demeanor, she surmises that the Zhulan secret realm is likely on the verge of re-emerging. In her former life, this very secret realm was discovered around this time, prompting the Qin Sect to select suitable disciples for exploration. At that time, Xie Liuyin had a chance to be chosen. If she could enter the Zhulan secret realm, it might have compensated for the missed opportunity of the Nanshan secret realm. However, Yi Chaoan intervened, seizing her spot and granting it to Xie Mingzhu, who was of inferior cultivation. The latter, having received the opportunity, brazenly flaunted her success before Xie Liuyin, who had been enduring her provocations. In a moment of frustration, Xie Liuyin could no longer restrain herself and took action against her. Yet, just as she did, Yi Chaoan appeared, not only rescuing Xie Mingzhu but also delivering a severe punishment to Xie Liuyin, confining her for 5 months. By the time Xie Liuyin was released, the Zhulan secret realm had long since sealed its gates. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu, having entered the realm, befriended various prodigies from different sects, including Yin Xiujuan of the Holding Sword sect, Pei Xianyue of the Miaoyin Valley, and Mei Yuyin of the Hehuan sect. Ultimately, the coveted treasures of the secret realm became a mystery, with no one knowing to whom they had fallen. In the aftermath, Xie Liuyin speculated that perhaps Xie Mingzhu had acquired the treasures, yet the true nature of these so-called treasures remains an enigma to this day. Upon her release after 5 months, Xie Liuyin found that her former companions had all become friends with Xie Mingzhu. The few female cultivators who had once been on amicable terms with her now greeted her with veiled sarcasm. Xie Liuyin was at a loss as to where she had erred, surrounded by an incessant chorus of accusations. She attempted to clarify her position, yet her words fell on deaf ears. Gradually, she succumbed to silence, ultimately becoming an invisible entity within the Qin sect. Memories from her past life flickered through her mind like fleeting shadows, only to be relegated to the recesses of her memory. The past was the past. Ever since she had changed her master, her current existence had diverged entirely from what it once was. Junior uncle, Sister Liuyin. In the distance, 2 voices harmoniously called out to her, brimming with warmth and familiarity. Xie Liuyin smiled as she approached, for she had found new friends worthy of her trust. Sister Liuyin, hurry over. We're waiting for you to win the arena match and earn spirit stones. Princess Luo eagerly tugged at her, leading her closer to the arena. Xie Liuyin, with a hint of exasperation, mused, "So, you summoned me merely for the sake of making money? Of course not. We believe Sister Liuyin is exceptionally talented and wish to witness you triumph over more opponents." Princess Luo quickly softened her tone, concerned that Xie Liuyin might take offense. Xie Liuyin affectionately ruffled her hair, harboring no doubts about the sincerity of the two. Not only were they waiting for her by the arena today, but the young man named Qian Bucho was also present. Upon her return yesterday, Xie Liuyin had inquired with Adu about Qian Bucho's identity. Adu possessed a wealth of information regarding various sects and powerful factions, a revelation she had only recently discovered. When she learned from Adu that this individual was the son of the wealthiest man in the realm of cultivation, her gaze towards Qian Bucho shifted perceptibly. Although uncertain of the man's intentions in deliberately approaching her, Xie Liuyin chose not to antagonize him for the time being, as he had not yet revealed any malice. Due to a prearranged agreement with her supervisor, Xie Liyuin's competitions today would consist of 3 rounds. Yesterday, in a surprising turn of events, the illustrious king of strength had been defeated by an obscure young girl, a fact that had spread rapidly. Consequently, many sought to catch a glimpse of the girl who had bested the formidable king of strength. Furthermore, numerous cultivators were intrigued by Xie Liuyin, eager to challenge her in combat. Considering Xie Liyuin's youth, her supervisor had refrained from pitting her against opponents of significantly higher caliber. However, even so, the 3 challengers who arrived today were formidable adversaries. One was a body cultivator of a higher realm than the king of strength, thus possessing a cultivation level superior to that of Xie Liuyin. The other 2 were a spell cultivator and another sword cultivator, both of comparable strength to Xie Liuyin, leaving the outcome uncertain. In her first match, Xie Liuyin faced the body cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and the betting stalls quickly reverted to the previous day's one-sided scenario, with nearly everyone wagering on the body cultivator's victory. Observing this, Princess Luo and Xianyue felt as though they had stumbled upon a great opportunity and excitedly placed their bets on Xie Liuyin. This time, they had wised up, wagering only with top-grade spirit stones, and in substantial amounts. The impressive mound of top-grade spirit stones left on display not only astonished the onlookers, but also alarmed the stall owner, who hastily set up an additional defensive formation at his booth, fearing someone might take the risk to seize the spirit stones. As Princess Luo anxiously pulled Qianbucho over to place a bet, she exclaimed, "Hurry! Sister Liuyin is about to make her move. If you don't bet now, you will miss the chance to earn spirit stones." Qianbucho obediently complied, indeed wagering a substantial amount of spirit stones on Xie Liuyin. Meanwhile, the gong on the stage sounded once more. The physique cultivator before them appeared even more imposing and robust than the one they had seen the previous day, his presence exuding a sense of solidity. It is said that one can gauge a physique cultivator's level of mastery by the impression they leave on others. If someone feels light and insubstantial, it indicates that their cultivation is lacking. Conversely, a sense of weight and solidity suggests a well-honed practice. Thus, the moment this physique cultivator stepped onto the stage, it elicited gasps of admiration from the audience. Even though they vividly recalled Xie Liuyin's triumphant 3 victories from the previous day, doubt began to creep in regarding her chances in this first match. Not only the cultivators, but even Xianyue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The physique cultivator seemed to possess a higher level of cultivation than her junior master, leaving her uncertain about the outcome. Hearing this, Princess Luo immediately reacted with displeasure. "What do you mean by that? Sister Liuyin is incredibly strong. That physique cultivator is merely 1 rank higher than her. She will surely bring him down with ease." The strength of Xie Liuyin was something Princess Luo recognized more than anyone else. She firmly believed that as long as her sister Liuyin took to the stage, there was no possibility of defeat. Listening to Princess Luo's unwavering conviction, Qianbucho felt a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Although he had already discerned from his successful wager on Xie Liuyin that she was likely to triumph in this contest, Qianbucho remained curious about the manner of her victory. Thus, amidst a chorus of skepticism and affirmation, Xie Liuyin raised her wooden sword. Unlike her cautious and tentative approach during her initial appearance, this time Xie Liuyin boldly initiated her assault. The moment Phantom Shadow Seeker was activated, the onlookers merely glimpsed Xie Liuyin's figure darting across the stage, followed swiftly by the emergence of numerous crimson-laden wounds upon the body cultivator. Although the cultivator's flesh was robust, and even the minor lacerations scarcely affected him, the relentless harassment from Xie Liuyin became increasingly irksome. However, this body cultivator was remarkably swifter than the mighty Wang, and as Xie Liuyin launched yet another attack, he managed to seize her sword. With her weapon captured, Xie Liuyin found herself unable to escape, her movements abruptly halted. The spectators, witnessing the once win-like Xie Liuyin reveal herself again, assumed her defeat was imminent and erupted into jubilant cheers. The body cultivator, with a smug expression, regarded Xie Liuyin and proclaimed, "Little girl, allow me to teach you a lesson today. This arena is no place for children like you. Perhaps you should return home and practice for a few more years." He laughed heartily, feigning an intention to snap Xie Liuyin's sword. Yet, the resilient blade resisted his efforts, causing him discomfort without yielding a single scratch. Could it truly be a wooden sword? With one's own strength, one would not only break an ordinary spirit sword, but even a mere wooden sword, yet here he was, injured by this very wooden sword. As he felt the sting of his palm, the body cultivator couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of confidence. "Warning Xie Liuyin, little girl, I advise you to concede quickly. Otherwise, I shall shatter your sword." His voice was loud enough for the audience below to hear, inciting those who had wagered on his victory to call out triumphantly. Several who had lost spirit stones to Xie Liuyin the previous day shouted with unabashed glee, "Just admit defeat, little girl. If this continues, you might be going home with a broken sword, crying to your mother. Others, harboring resentment from their losses, urged the body cultivator to hasten in breaking the sword, hoping to see Xie Liuyin suffer. However, unbeknownst to them, it was not that the body cultivator was unwilling to break the sword. He simply could not do so. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, Xianyue and Princess Luo's expressions grew increasingly grim. The two, once at odds with one another, silently grasped each other's hands, as if this gesture could provide them some solace. "My little master uncle will surely win," Xianyue whispered. At her words, Princess Luo nodded emphatically, certain that her benefactor would triumph. As if hearing the unwavering resolve in the girls' voices, Xie Liuyin lowered her gaze, her eyes suddenly sharp. "You wish to break my sword?" The body cultivator, for reasons unknown, felt an instinctive fear at the intensity of her gaze. However, this emotion was swiftly dispelled by him. How could a man be intimidated by a mere girl? "Indeed, if you do not concede, uncle shall break your sword," the body cultivator threatened once more. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin merely curled her lips into a smile. "Very well, let me see if you possess the ability." As her words fell, a surge of spiritual power suddenly infused the wooden sword. In an instant, the sword was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, transforming its wooden form into that of fine steel. Caught unprepared, the body cultivator felt his hands, gripping the sword, sliced open, deep gashes appearing instantly. The searing pain elicited a startled cry, prompting him to relinquish his hold on the long sword. When he glanced down, he found his hands drenched in blood, the wound stubbornly refusing to heal. What manner of sword is this, that it is so sharp? On the arena, where elixirs were forbidden, the body cultivator could only endure the agony and persist. Xie Liuyin smiled slightly, yet gave no indication of providing an explanation. As a practitioner with a singular golden spiritual root, she was innately attuned to sharp instruments. Although the sword was crafted from wood, it was still a sword. By infusing it with pure golden spiritual energy, the wooden sword could indeed transform into a steel blade. What was once merely capable of grazing the body cultivator's skin had now become sharp enough to inflict serious injury. Xie Liuyin was not one to linger in conversation. Seizing the opportunity while her opponent's hands were incapacitated, she struck without hesitation. Rather than employing the ruthless sword technique, she utilized only fundamental sword maneuvers. These techniques were executed with such finesse that even their traces became difficult to discern. The body cultivator, inherently heavy and cumbersome due to his training, found himself outmatched by Xie Liuyin's agility. Upon encountering her tempestuous swordplay, the physical cultivator found himself utterly defenseless, left with no choice but to endure the onslaught. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin had already reined in the golden spiritual energy from her sword. Otherwise, the cultivator would have been left riddled with wounds. I concede. At long last. After enduring such torment for a brief period, the cultivator could no longer withstand the relentless assault and decisively admitted defeat. The crowd erupted in astonishment, as none had anticipated that the physical cultivator they had so fervently supported would succumb in such a disheveled manner. Some, in a fit of rage, hurled insults at him. "You must not concede. How can you give up? Get up and continue fighting. To lose to a mere girl? Do you not care for your pride? Keep fighting. I have staked all my spirit stones on you, and should you lose, you must return every last one." Yet, regardless of the outcry from the audience, the cultivator truly could not continue. He perceived the young woman before him as a veritable enigma, given her age and cultivation level. How could she possibly wield such exquisite swordsmanship? Moreover, her combat techniques were executed with remarkable proficiency, as though she had engaged in battle with hundreds before. Fearing for the integrity of his hands should the fight persist, he resolved to yield, regardless of the potential repercussions awaiting him off the stage. Raising his hand in surrender, he found that Xie Liuyin had no intention of prolonging his suffering, halting her sword in a gesture of mercy. Observing this, the cultivator felt increasingly assured in his decision, his voice declaring his defeat ringing out with newfound conviction. The judges had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences, having witnessed 3 competitors concede defeat just the day before. In that moment, they found themselves at a loss when it came to assessing the young lady before them. To label her as gentle would be misleading, for she had effortlessly subdued 4 opponents, compelling each to call for surrender in succession. Conversely, to deem her ruthless would also be inaccurate, as she ceased her onslaught the moment her adversaries admitted defeat, displaying a remarkably courteous demeanor. Once it was confirmed that the martial artist indeed wished to concede, the judges promptly declared Xie Liuyin the victor of the bout. Following the match, the defeated competitor was swiftly cornered by a group of spectators who delivered a thorough thrashing. Fortunately, they refrained from using any spiritual energy, rendering the assault little more than a mere tickle for someone of his caliber. He endured the beating with a cheerful disposition before scampering home to tend to his injuries. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin remained poised upon the platform, awaiting her next challenger. Below, Princess Luo and Xianyue, upon witnessing her triumph, instantly embraced one another in jubilant celebration. However, once the initial excitement subsided, they exchanged a glance and became acutely aware of the awkwardness of their situation. How had they ended up in such an embrace? Hastily, they released each other, creating distance. Yet the blush on their cheeks was indelible. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin's next opponent ascended the stage without delay, prompting Xianyue and Princess Luo to refocus their attention on the contest. They had already placed bets on Xie Liuyin achieving a 3-match victory. Should they succeed, their winnings would surpass those of the previous day. Many spectators who had suffered losses in the first round had also wised up. Recognizing the peculiar prowess of this female cultivator and contemplating the possibility of her continued success, they hurriedly placed their bets on Xie Liuyin, hoping to recoup some of their losses. Yet, some individuals still fixated on their repeated losses, attributing them solely to Xie Liuyin. Not only did they refrain from wagering on her, but they also increased their bets on her opponents. They found it hard to believe that Xie Liuyin could truly be so formidable as to remain undefeated. In Chapter 66, titled Temporarily Apart, it became evident that Xie Liuyin indeed possessed the remarkable ability to emerge victorious in every match. In the subsequent 2 rounds, she effortlessly claimed victory, without encountering the stalemate that had characterized the previous bout. After exchanging a few blows, Xie Liuyin swiftly discerned her opponent's vulnerabilities, decisively overcoming them and leaving no opportunity for surrender. The audience remained relatively subdued, until one competitor was sent flying from the stage, with the referee announcing Xie Liuyin's triumph. Those who had placed their bets on her rejoiced, some relieved to recover a portion of their losses. In stark contrast, those stubborn individuals who had consistently wagered against her wore expressions of dismay, their frustration palpable enough to be almost tangible. However, they were acutely aware that their misfortunes were not Xie Liuyin's fault. It was merely a matter of their own ill luck compounded by their obstinacy that led to the depletion of their spirit stones. Thus, when Xie Liuyin finally descended from the stage, these individuals lacked the audacity to confront her. Moreover, they clearly recognized that one of Xie Liuyin's companions was clad in the robes of a disciple from the Qingxiao sect. Given that Silver Flower Town was the territory of the Qingxiao sect, they dared not instigate any conflict with its disciples. After the conclusion of the day's tournament, the supervisor specifically approached Xie Liuyin, inquiring whether she wished to participate in future matches. Rest assured, I will ensure that your opponents are of comparable cultivation, and I will not place you in a difficult position, the supervisor assured her. However, Xie Liuyin waved her hand, expressing her gratitude to the supervisor, but stated that she must now enter seclusion for cultivation. She spoke no falsehood. Last night, Xianyue had sought her out, urging her to prepare for the months ahead, which she would spend within the sword array. Even Adele had provided Xie Liuyin with ample spirit pills and various provisions, anticipating her potential hunger within the array. Observing Xianyue's demeanor, it seemed that she intended to keep Xie Liuyin confined until the opening of the secret realm. Xie Liuyin had little to say about this, having already resolved to seize the treasure of that secret realm. After all, in her past life, she had been unable to conceal her envy upon seeing Xie Mingzhu's triumphant return from the Julan secret realm. Yet, Xie Liuyin was acutely aware that, given her current strength, she would likely struggle to contend with the numerous prodigies of the cultivation world. She needed to master the second layer of the Heartless Sword technique to feel assured. Upon hearing Xie Liuyin's declaration, a glimmer of understanding flickered in the supervisor's eyes. The Qian family was well informed, and they had certainly heard whispers regarding the Julan mountain range. It was apparent that this young lady was preparing for that very endeavor, and he would not wish to hinder her future. In that case, let it be. However, should you find yourself with some leisure time, do not hesitate to engage in a few matches, the supervisor continued with a warm smile. Xie Liuyin nodded, affirming her promise. Once she concluded her conversation with the supervisor, Xianyue and Princess Luo promptly approached her. The two, brimming with excitement and clutching a handful of spirit stones, flitted around Xie Liuyin like 2 delighted little birds, showering her with compliments incessantly. Xie Liuyin found the situation amusing and, after a moment, gently patted the heads of the 2 individuals, saying, "It is a pity that your ventures for profit must come to an end today, as I shall be retreating to Yeri Peak to cultivate my skills starting tomorrow." "Ah. So it seems Sister Liuyin will not be able to join us either," Princess Luo replied, her face etched with regret. Xie Liuyin seized upon the key point. "Also?" Princess Luo nodded, her demeanor heavy with disappointment. "My mother sent a message last night, insisting that I must return to Yuxing City tomorrow. Alan is already assisting me in packing my belongings." The playful Princess Luo had a penchant for collecting trinkets wherever she went. And though her stay in Silver Flower Town was brief, Her courtyard was already cluttered with an array of items. Alan had not accompanied her today, as he was busy aiding the steward with the arrangements. Some items would be retained for their journey home, while others were intended to be given to the neighboring residents, thus fostering goodwill. Xie Liuyin immediately discerned the situation. It was likely that City Lord Luo had received news regarding the Julan's secret realm and had summoned her daughter to prepare for it. With understanding, she remarked. Given that City Lord Luo is so eager for your return, it stands to reason that there is an important matter requiring your attention. You should heed her advice and return home promptly. Should Princess Luo also gain entry to the Julan's secret realm, Xie Liuyin naturally wished not to hinder her opportunity. Princess Luo obediently acknowledged her words. In truth, she had begun to miss her mother during her time away. However, her reluctance to depart stemmed from her newfound friendship with Xie Liuyin, making it difficult to leave. Now, faced with her mother's stern insistence, Princess Luo recognized the gravity of the situation and readily acquiesced. As Princess Luo was set to depart the following day, Xie Liuyin chose to spend some additional time with her. She took her to the treasure pavilion, where she purchased a beloved bracelet for her to take along. When it came time to bid farewell, Princess Luo left with teary eyes. Before her departure, she earnestly assured Xie Liuyin, Sister Liuyin, please do not forget me. I will surely return to find you. The addition of the word you felt overly deliberate, prompting a silent scoff from Hualing Xue. After seeing off Princess Luo, Xie Liuyin returned to the Daybreak Peak rather late. Which she had left atop the peak, rushed towards her in a huff, exclaiming, "You are late. This is unacceptable." "My apologies," Xie Liuyin explained sheepishly. "Little Luo is going home tomorrow, so I spent a bit more time with her today." The sword spirit remained unyielded, retorting, "What is so special about that little girl that warrants you sacrificing so much of your cultivation time to accompany her? However, this world encompasses more than mere cultivation." Xie Liuyin replied earnestly, "I strive to cultivate not only to attain the great Tao, but also to forge cherished friendships and seek longevity together. A person who focuses solely on cultivation, with no other pursuits, ultimately cannot reach the true great Tao." The sword spirit appeared taken aback by her words. Remaining silent for an extended period, Xie Liuyin did not rush him. Instead, she embraced her sword and sought out the medicinal bathroom. Ada had been waiting for her for quite some time. Upon seeing her enter, he immediately smiled and said, "Little mistress has returned. Today's medicinal bath formula has been altered. This shall likely be the only medicinal bath for you in the coming months. The effects may be rather intense." As she listened to his words, Xie Liuyin suddenly felt a wave of pain wash over her body. "Very well." Xie Liuyin removed her outer garments and declared, "Let us begin." She set aside the still fuming Jian and stepped into the large vat. The dark medicinal liquid swiftly enveloped her, and the anticipated pain arrived with it. It felt as though every nerve in her body had exploded, the searing sensation nearly driving her to madness. Blood seeped from her tightly clenched fists, wounds inflicted by her own nails piercing her flesh. However, under the influence of the medicinal liquid, those minor wounds healed rapidly, yet the pain showed no sign of abating. Though her entire body trembled from the agony, Xie Liuyin exhibited no inclination to flee. Thus, that night, she succumbed to a restless slumber amid the relentless torment. Chapter 67. A Marriage Proposal? When Xie Liuyin awoke the following day, remnants of the pain lingered within her. The slightest movement sent a series of sharp cracks echoing through her bones, while her skin flared with a tearing sensation. Nonetheless, she quickly suppressed the discomfort, hastily donning her garments and rising. As she opened the door, she collided with Jian, who stood vigil at the threshold. "How are you now? Feeling any better?" The sword spirit's voice carried a hint of awkwardness, suggesting that the words Xie Liuyin had spoken the previous night still lingered in his mind. Xie Liuyin replied, "I am quite well now. How did I return last night?" "You fainted from the pain, but since the medicinal bath was not yet complete, the ordeal continued until late into the night. After absorbing the full potency of the medicine, a Lu returned to you, even changing your attire." The sword spirit, obediently replied. After a brief pause, the spirit continued, "I have contemplated the words you spoke yesterday. Xie Liuyin attempted to explain, but the sword spirit interrupted her. "I was wrong, and I apologize. I should not have hindered your friendships in my eagerness to hasten your ascension and to take me into the celestial realm to confront that old man. You are correct. If a cultivator's mind is solely occupied with cultivation, they will surely fail to achieve any meaningful result." Previously, he regarded Xie Liuyin merely as a means to enter the celestial realm. But only after her serious discourse the night before did the sword spirit truly realize he was no longer the sword of that old man. He was Xie Liuyin's sword, destined to become her other half. He should not have been so eager to force growth, as, given Xie Liuyin's age, her current level of cultivation is already remarkably exceptional. Just as Xie Liuyin stated, a cultivator whose heart is filled only with the sword cannot attain the great path. Listening to the sword spirit's apology, Xie Liuyin was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions. She could sense that, compared to her, the sword spirit was more concerned about his former master. However, Xie Liuyin thought little of it. Firstly, the ancient master was indeed formidable, and after so many years of companionship, it was only natural for the sword spirit to miss the other. Secondly, their bond had only recently been formalized, and matters of the heart are not easily cultivated. Thus, Xie Liuyin felt no jealousy, for the founding master had long ascended. The subsequent centuries, even millennia, would be spent alongside the MOK sword, providing ample time to cultivate their bond. Little did Xie Liuyin anticipate that a mere phrase uttered yesterday would prompt the MOK sword to swiftly recognize the issue and seek her out to apologize. Listening to the sword spirit's heartfelt words of regret, Xie Liuyin exhaled slowly. From the day we formally enter into our contract, we are destined partners. I hope that you will truly regard me as a companion with whom to face the trials of life. The MOK sword silently leaned closer, willingly nestling into the palm of Xie Liuyin, as if in response. Xie Liuyin tightened her grip on the hilt, understanding that from this moment forth, they had become true companions. In the long and arduous journey of cultivation ahead, they would accompany each other through it all. Within Yuxing City, lanterns adorned the streets, creating a vibrant atmosphere. A seemingly modest jade carriage traversed the bustling alleys, turning several corners before finally entering the heavily guarded residence of the city lord. Princess Luo rubbed her sore waist and cheerfully hurried towards her mother's courtyard. Her voice rang out, causing discomfort to Lord Luo's ears from a distance. Upon seeing his daughter return, Lord Luo cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "So you do know how to come back. I thought you were truly settling down in Silverflower Town." Hearing her mother's half-hearted complaints, Princess Luo unceremoniously dashed forward and embraced her mother's arm, exclaiming, "What do you mean, mother? This is my home. Of course, I know to return. I merely encountered a few dear friends in Yinhua Town and truly wish to spend a few more days in their company." When you mention a dear friend, are you referring to Xie Liuyin from the Qishao sect? Lord Luo seems quite aware of his daughter's affairs. When her mother inquired about the matter, Princess Luo did not conceal anything, promptly recounting how she and Alan had been captured, how they were subsequently rescued by Xie Liuyin, and how they managed to earn a considerable amount of spirit stones through her abilities. In the end, Princess Luo produced a wooden box that she had been holding close to her heart, from which she took out a beautiful purple spirit jade hairpin to show her mother. "This is a gift that I bought for you with the spirit stones I earned myself. Do you like it?" Princess Luo's eyes sparkled as she urged her mother to wear the hairpin. At last, Lord Luo revealed a hint of a smile, and she complied with her daughter's wishes, donning the hairpin. Although it was the most inexpensive piece among her jewelry, Lord Luo bore no disdain whatsoever. Indeed, she nodded in satisfaction as she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Soon after, she remarked, "It seems that you have been getting along quite well with Xie Liuyin." "Yes, Sister Liuyin takes great care of me." Princess Luo nodded vigorously, still oblivious to the implications in her mother's words. Lord Luo nodded in response. "That is good." Princess Luo, not having heard her mother's words clearly, casually asked, "By the way, mother, why did you hastily summon me back?" "There are indeed two pressing matters." Lord Luo replied. "The first is that a unique secret realm has been discovered in the Julan mountain range, which is perfectly suited for young individuals like you to explore. In these recent days, you should remain at home and diligently cultivate your skills, for in a few months, we shall officially embark on our journey to the mystic realm." Princess Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a delightful opportunity. Will Sister Liuyin be a part of it? Lord Luo couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Of course, your Sister Liuyin is the most capable disciple of this generation in the Qishao sect. If she were to be excluded, then that old fool from Kunshan should no longer claim the title of sect leader." Only then did Princess Luo feel a sense of relief. And what of the second matter? A few days ago, a delegation from the Suwa clan expressed their desire to form a marital alliance with us. What are your thoughts on this? Lord Luo's brief statement left Princess Luo utterly astonished. The smile that adorned her face vanished in an instant, and she hastily tugged at her mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "What do you mean by a marital alliance? I am opposed to it. Is this not the frail scion of the Suha clan, Suha Jiming? How can one speak so lightly? The young master of the Suha clan has already received spiritual medicine and has made a full recovery. The Suha clan holds significant power, and I have encountered Suha Jiming. He is a clever lad and could be deemed a suitable match for you." Before Lord Luo could finish her sentence, Princess Luo's expression fell dramatically. "Regardless of his health, I refuse to enter into any engagement with him. I too have aspirations of succeeding in Yuxing City. Mother, if you consent to this matter without due consideration, I shall leave home once more." In that moment, the harmonious atmosphere that had existed between them dissipated entirely. As Princess Luo stormed away from her mother's courtyard, her anger palpable. Lord Luo watched her daughter's retreating figure, sighing in resignation. She understood well that, given her daughter's temperament, she would likely be unwilling to acquiesce. As the time for transformation draws ever closer, Xiaoluo remains. The conditions presented by the Suha clan are simply impossible for Lord Luo to reject. Now, she can only hope that Xiaoluo can complete her transformation before reaching adulthood. Otherwise, Lord Luo will have no choice but to take risks. Chapter 68. The greed of humanity. What Princess Luo does not know is that she is not the only one opposed to this marriage. At this very moment in the Suha family, Suha Jiming wears a frown, his face a mask of resistance as he listens to his father's proposal. The head of the Suha clan does not miss his son's expression, yet he maintains a stern demeanor, decisively stating, "Do not be too quick to refuse. You are well aware of your current condition. Even though your health has improved and you can now cultivate normally, you are inherently frail. Compared to others, your cultivation progress is significantly hampered. Jiming, do you realize that your elder cousin has already reached the mid-foundation stage in his cultivation?" Hearing these words, Suha Jiming presses his lips together tightly, his complexion paling. Born weak, merely surviving has been a formidable challenge for him, and naturally, no one dares to push him into cultivation. Yet, while Suha Jiming endures bitter medicine to strengthen his body, his cousin has ascended to the status of a prodigy, his cultivation continually advancing. Even though Suha Jiming's health has improved, he has fallen behind his cousin for so many years, with even several younger cousins surpassing him in cultivation. Moreover, Suha Jiming's talent for cultivation is not particularly remarkable. No matter how hard he tries to catch up to his cousin, it seems an insurmountable challenge. Aware of this reality, Suha Jiming still feels a sense of unwillingness in his heart. But father, what does this have to do with my marriage to Princess Luo? He had encountered Princess Luo atop the Sunlight Peak. Princess Luo was not unattractive. One might even say she possessed a certain beauty. However, her temperament was quite willful, suggesting she would not be an easy companion. Su He and Ji Ming were not fond of such a disposition. He preferred a gentler nature, one that would be obedient to his whims. Speaking of which, the female cultivator he had seen beneath the Sunlight Peak bore a visage that truly resonated with his desires. Had she not been somewhat eccentric, and had their meeting not been ill-timed, perhaps Su He and Ji Ming might have found some leisure and elegance in engaging with one another. His thoughts flitted by in an instant when the voice of the Su family head resounded once more. "We shall select a wife for you who will undoubtedly aid your cultivation endeavors." The women of the Luo clan inherit the ancient power of the feathered tribe. Forming a bond with them accelerates one's cultivation speed by several folds compared to the ordinary single spiritual route. Su He Ji Ming's eyelashes quivered slightly. Despite his lack of fondness for Princess Luo, he could not help but feel a stir of interest upon hearing this. "Father, is what you say truly the case? But if the women of the Luo clan possess such abilities, why are they not coveted by other cultivators?" Su He Ji Ming felt a surge of excitement. Yet a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. The head of the Su family replied, "This is precisely the cleverness of the Luo women. Their ancestors initially concealed this secret and subsequently constructed Featherstar City, transforming it into a sanctuary for the women of the Luo clan. It remains uncertain how the first city lord managed to build such fortifications, but as long as a Luo woman resides within the city, no one can harm them. However, there were instances when some Luo women, in a bid to win the affection of their beloved, inadvertently revealed this secret. She thus gained the affection of her beloved, yet inadvertently brought calamity upon all the women of the Luo clan." As Su He recounted the tale, Su He Ji Ming seemed to glimpse a tragic era crystallized from the blood and tears of the Luo women a millennium ago. Those who ventured forth were caught off guard by the exposure of their greatest secret. They barely had time to return to Yuxing City to seek refuge before being captured by various forces. The Luo women, formidable in their own right, ultimately found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of cultivators besieging them, succumbing to their adversaries. Nevertheless, as descendants of the Yu clan, they were born with an indomitable spirit and an innate yearning for freedom. Thus, the captured Luo women did not submit to the torment of their captors. Instead, they chose to end their own lives at the earliest opportunity after their capture. As the Luo women continued to take their own lives, the attacking cultivators were compelled to alter their tactics, either attempting gentle persuasion or employing other means to incapacitate the Luo women. The former approach failed, leading to yet another group of Luo women taking their own lives. The latter, though successful, yielded results far inferior to the rumors. Moreover, the Lord of Yuxing City swiftly received word of the events. She sealed the city gates and armed herself with a sword, venturing forth to rescue her kin. The traitorous Luo woman who had leaked the secret was the first to be found by the Lord. Even in her pregnant state, she pleaded for mercy. Yet the Lord showed her no compassion, slaying the traitor on the spot. The remaining Luo women were subsequently located one by one through the Lord's special methods. And every cultivator who had captured or imprisoned them met their demise at the hands of the Lord's sword. The captured women of the Luo family either resorted to suicide or sustained injuries too grave to survive. That month was a harrowing and bloody period for the entire cultivation world. No one could have anticipated that a woman could ascend to such formidable heights, not only annihilating several prominent clans but also claiming nearly 1,000 lives within a mere few weeks. Among the deceased were many powerful figures. And even when multiple factions united to eradicate the city lord, they failed to inflict any harm upon her and instead met their own demise. The atmosphere of that month was tainted with the sin of blood throughout the cultivation realm. The head of the Suha clan lamented that had those cultivation families not foolishly provoked the Luo women, their own clan would still be oppressed and unable to flourish as they have now. This massacre was dubbed the calamity of greed, with all attributing it to the tribulations born of avarice. Luo Duanjing thus established the formidable reputation of Yuxing City, ensuring that no one dared to lay a hand on the Luo women thereafter. However, the already scarce Luo women suffered significant losses during this calamity, becoming even more rare in the present day, were it not for the crucial items in their possession needed by Luo Pinga. The head of the Suha clan would not even dare to entertain thoughts against the Luo women. He mused that such an opportune moment was fortuitously bequeathed to his son, Suha Jiming. Otherwise, how could it have fallen into the hands of this young man? Yet, he feigned reluctance, which greatly irked the head of the Suha clan. Consider this carefully. What holds greater importance, your father's position and your future path in cultivation, or your personal preferences? With that, the head of the Suha clan patted his son on the shoulder and turned to leave. The expressions on Su and Ji Ming's faces fluctuated continuously, revealing the profound struggle within their hearts, entirely oblivious to the fact that this marriage was beyond their control. Far away at Xie Sect, Xie Liuyin remained unaware that her recently parted companion seemed to be veering toward the path of their previous lives. Grasping the moke sword, she stepped into the sword formation, and the entrance behind her instantaneously sealed shut, as if to prevent her from fleeing. Xie Liuyin exhaled heavily and addressed the sword spirit. Let us proceed and engage in a few matches with our esteemed ancestor. The moke sword emitted a resonant hum, as if it had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Time flowed like a swift stream, and several months hastily elapsed. The sword energy emanating from the formation grew increasingly fierce, with one layer after another being surmounted by Xie Liuyin and the moke sword. The speed at which they dismantled the formation left even a Lu, who stood guard outside, in awe. Amidst this urgent training, the Zhulan secret realm was finally set to officially open. Chapter 69, Departure. As the Zhulan secret realm approached its opening, various sects and other cultivation factions began preparations to send their disciples to the Zhulan mountain range. Xie Liuyin emerged from the sword formation the day before Qingshao Sect's expedition. By this time, she had navigated through 10 layers of the sword formation, and her aura had stabilized at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Upon realizing this, even the well-informed Xianyue could not suppress his astonishment. It is worth noting that his master's sword formation consisted of merely 60 layers, and Xie Liuyin had not even been practicing for a full year, lacking foundational cultivation. Yet, under such circumstances, she had breached 10 layers of the formation, something even Xianyue had been unable to accomplish in the past. At that time, he was lauded by his master as the most deserving young man in the entirety of the Bishu realm to ascend. Reflecting on these memories, Xianyue's eyes glimmered slightly, and her satisfaction with this disciple deepened. Indeed, Xianyue nodded at Xie Liuyin and inquired, "To what level have you mastered the unfeeling sword technique?" Xie Liuyin replied, "I have already learned the 2nd level." Xianyue's eyes brightened once more. "In that case, I trust that you will be able to secure the treasures within the Zhulan secret realm this time. Rest assured, master, I will certainly bring back what you desire." Xie Liuyin responded with a tone of utmost calmness, as though discussing an ordinary matter. Xianyue felt an urge to smile but recognized that her disciple was not one to boast. The very fact that she dared to make such a statement indicated her confidence. Very well. Xianyue then handed a jade talisman, emerald in hue, to Xie Liuyin. "This is the entry token for the Zhulan secret realm. Go forth and retrieve the treasures for your master." "Yes, I shall not disappoint you," Xie Liuyin declared solemnly as she accepted the token. On the following day, above the plaza of Qingshao Peak, a colossal cloud ship floated serenely in the air, emblazoned with the characters Qingxiao and adorned with the sect's emblematic flag, which flapped vigorously in the wind, stirring a profound sense of ambition in the hearts of the young disciples below. This time, the Qingxiao sect dispatched only 50 disciples, including Xie Liuyin, to the Zhulan secret realm. Due to the stringent restrictions imposed by the Azure Blue secret realm on disciples' cultivation levels, any individual exceeding the initial stage of foundation establishment is barred from entry. Thus, the Qingxiao sect meticulously selected these 50 individuals from a multitude of qualified disciples. However, as Xie Liuyin observed the sweetly smiling Xie Mingzhu beside her, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. To her astonishment, Xie Mingzhu's cultivation had ascended to the 6th layer of qi refinement in just a few months. Could it be that she had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, resulting in such rapid advancement? Xie Liuyin pondered, recalling Xie Mingzhu's remarkable luck in her previous life. In the vast realm of cultivation, there were countless treasures that Xie Mingzhu either overlooked or failed to encounter. Yet, any other valuable items that she desired would ultimately find their way to her, regardless of the initial lack of connection. At times, Xie Liuyin even questioned whether her sister was truly a reincarnation of a divine maiden, so favored was she by fortune. What could her sister be contemplating? To so blatantly disregard her? Noticing that Xie Liuyin had merely cast a fleeting glance her way before averting her gaze, Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of displeasure. The sight of her sister ignoring her, especially when it was evident that Xie Liuyin was faring better, was unbearable. After all, she was the one who had been reborn as the unparalleled prodigy. Why should Xie Liuyin, who had once oppressed her to an untimely demise, now bask in greater glory? Suppressing her inner turmoil, Xie Mingzhu deliberately leaned closer to Xie Liuyin, proclaiming, "Sister, look, my cultivation level is now on par with yours. And I achieved this in merely 3 months." Her face bore an expression of pride, while a hint of disdain lingered in her eyes. What if others were more skilled? She believed that with a mere flick of her will, she could easily surpass Xie Liuyin. However, upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's almost provocative remarks, Xie Liuyin felt no trace of anger. "Congratulations to you. I hope you can continue to cultivate at such a rapid pace. I was worried that my swift advancement would leave you unable to catch a glimpse of my hem." Xie Mingzhu's expression stiffened, for she alone understood the means by which she had obtained her current level of cultivation. "You need not concern yourself with that, dear sister. I've heard that the Zhulan secret realm harbors some extraordinary treasures. Sister, can you guess who will be fortunate enough to claim them?" A renewed smile graced Xie Mingzhu's face, her eyes gleaming with determination for the coveted treasures, possessing the memories of a past life. Xie Liuyin comprehended the implications behind Xie Mingzhu's words. She smiled softly and replied, "I cannot ascertain whether others will succeed, but I am certain that you will not." Xie Mingzhu's demeanor shifted, her displeasure evident. "What do you mean by that, sister? Are you cursing me?" "I would never dare to curse you. I am merely expressing my judgment. Would you care to place a wager on whether you can obtain that treasure?" Xie Liuyin maintained her icy composure, yet her eyes sparkled with a sharp intensity that seemed to pierce through. At the sight of her gaze, Xie Mingzhu felt a fleeting sense of trepidation. However, she quickly dismissed the feeling, steadying herself as she confidently replied, "What do I have to fear? I only ask what you wish to wager. Let us wager a request. Whoever loses must concede to the other a promise that is undeniably feasible." Upon noticing her engagement, Xie Liuyin hastily continued. Xie Mingzhu contemplated for a moment, certain that her mind still retained memories of the awakening blue secret realm. She was confident that she would undoubtedly acquire treasures. Thus she cast aside her reservations and readily acquiesced. "Sister, you must prepare well. My request is not trivial." Xie Mingzhu playfully winked at Xie Liuyin, ultimately falling into line at the call of the leading elder. As she watched her sister's figure recede into the distance, Xie Liuyin softly murmured, "That suits me well. My request will not be easily fulfilled either." In the distance, a voice called out to Xie Liuyin, prompting her to turn and join the line that had been prearranged by the sect's elders. Given the uncertainty surrounding the conditions within the awakening blue secret realm, this group of disciples was ostensibly on a treasure hunt, yet their primary task was to explore the secret realm. To ensure the safety of the younger disciples, the sect had deliberately organized them into small teams of 5. Perhaps due to prior arrangements, Xie Liuyin found herself among several acquaintances, not to mention the waving Xianyue. But even Xie Liuyin, with whom she had previously clashed, was present in the squad. The team was led by a senior brother in the foundation establishment stage, accompanied by a senior sister who had recently entered this stage as his assistant. Both were well aware of Xie Liuyin's renown and greeted her with "Thank you, little martial aunt." After a brief exchange of introductions and mutual understanding of each other's backgrounds, the celestial vessel above finally began to embark its passengers. 50 disciples, along with 3 leaders, barely filled the great cloud vessel. As the enormous vessel finally set sail, the resonant and powerful voice of the Lord of Kunshan echoed from afar, "I wish for the safety of all disciples." Chapter 70. The opening of the secret realm. The cloud vessel traveled at remarkable speed, swiftly departing from the Qishao sect, and in no time, Xie Liuyin could no longer see the shadow of the sect, observing her leaning against the railing of the deck, gazing into the distant white clouds. Xianyue mistakenly thought her junior master was troubled and specifically brought Xie Liuyin to offer her concern. Upon hearing Xianyue's words filled with care, Xie Liuyin shook her head and smiled, saying, "I am not worried about the Zhulan secret realm. If it truly harbored life-threatening dangers, the sect would not have sent us there. Furthermore, according to Xie Liuyin's recollections, during her previous journey to the Julan secret realm, no disciples had perished. They merely encountered some unforeseen events, one of which was the emergence of Xie Mingzhu, her blue-eyed confidant from the demonic sect at that time. Recalling how the latter had targeted her several times after befriending Xie Mingzhu, nearly costing her life, a chill flickered in Xie Liuyin's eyes. I am simply concerned that some demonic cultivators might take an interest in the Julan secret realm and secretly infiltrate it, she continued, her thoughts trailing off. Xianyue waved her hand dismissively in response. That seems unlikely. The perimeter of the secret realm is surrounded by our righteous cloud vessels. With so many elders and powerful beings guarding the outside, the demonic cultivators should not have such audacity. I was merely expressing a casual thought. There is some unease in my heart, that's all. Hearing that the 4 elders leading the team possessed exceptional skills in talisman crafting, I resolved to request a pair of demon-subduing talismans from him. Would you care to join me? As Xie Liuyin spoke, she abruptly shifted the topic. Though Hua Lingxue and Su Wuyin were puzzled by their junior disciple's sudden concern, they naturally followed her lead upon her mention of it, setting aside other considerations. The opportunity to obtain a talisman from the 4 elders was indeed a source of joy for them. Elder Wu Xiu had always treated young disciples with kindness. And upon hearing Xie Liuyin's request, he did not perceive their apprehensions as unwarranted. After all, those who practiced demonic arts were hardly benevolent, as their very name suggested. It was commendable that these young individuals harbored the spirit to confront the malevolent forces at such a tender age, and Wu Xiu was more than willing to support them. He promptly retrieved his talisman brush and paper, focusing intently as he crafted the demon-subduing talismans, generously providing several additional ones, as if fearing they might not have enough. Do not hesitate. Should you require more demon-subduing talismans in the future, feel free to come and request them from your uncle, Wu Xiu proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. Solidifying his promise, the disciples expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the elder. Xie Liuyin responded with a beaming smile. Contemplating that it would not be long before she found herself at odds with the demon sect, and she would undoubtedly need the talismans then. She hoped that by that time, Elder Wu Xiu would not regret his words spoken today. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Wu Xiu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine for reasons he could not fathom. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin and her companions joyfully returned to their respective quarters, conveniently located nearby due to their camaraderie, making it easier to gather at the destination after disembarking. After a few individuals had departed, a strikingly handsome youth entered. Master, who were you entertaining just now? I saw 3 figures leave your presence. This youth was none other than Xiaoqi, a disciple of Wu Xiu and one of the chosen cultivators to enter the Julan secret realm. That was your junior martial uncle, Xie Liuyin, along with Ling Shui and Wu Yin. They expressed concern about encountering demonic cultivators and specifically requested a few talismans from me, Wu Xiu explained casually. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi scoffed dismissively. How could Master assist someone like Xie Liuyin? I've heard tales of her arrogance and tyranny, oppressing her own sister and showing disrespect to her parents. Such a person is unworthy of being accepted as a direct disciple by our esteemed senior martial uncle and having so many young disciples refer to her as martial aunt. Wu Xiu's expression, which had been relatively composed, abruptly shifted upon hearing his disciple's words. Where did you hear such baseless rumors? Disciple dares to speak such words only because there is evidence, Xiaoqi replied defiantly. Master, do not be deceived by Xie Liuyin. With her temperament, she is unlikely to thrive in the realm of cultivation. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Xiaoqi found himself unable to utter another word. Stunned by the sudden slap from his master. Master, why did you strike me? Xiaoqi exclaimed, a mixture of sorrow and anger in his eyes as he gazed at Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu, however, remained cold and unyielding. You ought to reflect on where you have erred. How can you claim to understand what kind of person Xie Liuyin is when you have not even exchanged a single word with her? Why should you, an outsider, meddle in the affairs of the sister's family? Do you truly believe that your actions are marked by exceptional fairness and greatness? Observing the bewildered expression on his disciple's face, Elder Wu Xiu's ire only intensified. The intricacies between Xie Liuyin and the Xie family are none of your concern. Furthermore, you have not taken the time to ascertain the facts, and your baseless conjectures represent your first error. In terms of sect hierarchy, Xie Liuyin is a senior to both you and Xie Mingzhu. Her cultivation level currently surpasses yours, and you ought to show her the respect she deserves rather than address her by name indiscriminately, which constitutes your second error. In the gradually shifting gaze of Xiaoji, Elder Wu Xiu's voice bore no warmth. Considering that we are on the verge of reaching the Julan mountain range, this matter shall be temporarily set aside. Upon our return to the sect, you are to transcribe the sect regulations 500 times and present it to me, without the use of spiritual power. Xiaoji pressed his lips together, silently bowing his head in acknowledgement. Yet, within his heart, he remained unconvinced, particularly resentful of his master for siding with Xie Liuyin. His master's assertions were flawed. It was precisely because he understood the reality of Xie Liuyin and the Xie family that he harbored disdain for her. Were it not for his fortuitous encounter with Mingzhu and his subsequent acquaintance with her parents, who revealed the truth about Xie Liuyin's actions over the years, he too might have fallen victim to her deception. However, he had awakened to the truth, while his master remained oblivious. Nevertheless, Xiaoji was determined to seize the opportunity to expose Xie Liuyin's true nature, proving to his master that he was indeed correct. The thoughts and feelings of the disciple remained elusive to Elder Wu Xiu, who, at present, simply wished to avoid witnessing his apprentice being toyed with by others. Thus, he unceremoniously expelled the young man from the room, compelling him to engage in solitary cultivation. Departing amidst his master's stern admonitions, Xiaoqi was consumed by a tumult of resentment and unwillingness, yet this ire was primarily directed towards Xie Liuyin. Unbeknownst to her, in a place where they had never exchanged a single word, a deep-seated animosity had taken root within him, viewing her as a formidable adversary. The 5 days aboard the cloud vessel swiftly passed in fervent practice, and it was only when commotion arose outside that Xie Liuyin realized they had arrived at the Julan mountain range. She promptly exited her quarters and made her way to the deck, whereupon she beheld dozens of cloud vessels, both large and small, anchored above a grand and magnificent waterfall, creating a darkened expanse that seemed to obscure even the sunlight. Below the cloud vessels, resplendent rays of brilliance emanated from the waterfall, accompanied by ethereal melodies. In that moment, all present recognized the source of this extraordinary phenomenon. The Julan secret realm had officially been unveiled. Chapter 71. Indeed, Mingzhu is correct. A surge of potent spiritual energy mingled with mist enveloped them, as vibrant light cascaded behind the expansive waterfall. This spectacle rendered many young cultivators momentarily spellbound. It was their first encounter with the entrance to a secret realm. The mere sight of such an enigmatic threshold ignited their imaginations, leading them to believe that the depths of the secret realm harbored countless treasures. Contemplating this, many cultivators could hardly contain their excitement, their gazes shifting eagerly toward their respective guiding elders, awaiting the command to plunge into the secret realm in search of these purported riches. Under the eager and longing gazes of their disciples, the elders wasted no time. With a sweeping gesture, they instructed the disciples to form ranks in preparation for entering the secret realm. The order of entry had already been predetermined by the elders of each sect. Fortunately for Xie Liuyin and her companions, they found themselves placed in the third group. Their team leader, a senior brother named Jiangshan, was accompanied by a senior sister with a melodious name, Liu. Before their departure, the two summoned Xie Liuyin and her friends. Though it was their first venture into the secret realm as well, they felt a sense of responsibility to care for their juniors due to their relatively higher cultivation and earlier initiation into the sect. However, the Blue Realm was indeed enigmatic. Unlike the Southern Mountain secret realm, which at least had maps circulating, this one left one utterly in the dark. Junior uncle and fellow junior sisters and brothers, it is imperative that we act together within the secret realm. Should we encounter any spiritual herbs or celestial fruits, we shall gather them first and discuss distribution only after we have safely exited. If we happen to become separated, our admission tokens bear a tracking symbol inscribed by the sect, allowing us to locate one another. We shall first find the person nearest to us, regroup with them, and then search for the others. Jiangshan meticulously recounted the precautions he had gleaned from his senior brother, ensuring that everyone had committed them to memory. Satisfied, he then led their 5-member team into the throng of sect members. Following this tide of people, the 5 plunged into the blue vortex behind the waterfall. Xie Liuyin felt a sudden dizziness, and soon the scenery before her transformed entirely. The spiritual energy surrounding her had intensified several folds compared to what she had previously sensed. With each breath, an unceasing flow of golden spiritual essence was drawn into her body. Xie Liuyin exhaled a breath of turbid air, then swiftly glanced around in search of her companions. Fortunately, the admission token continued to function effectively, and the other members of her team were transported not far from her side. Noticing that Hua Lingxue and Su Wuyin were also regaining their senses rapidly, the group quickly gathered before Jiangshan, awaiting his further instructions. According to the accounts of senior brothers and sisters who had ventured into secret realms before, as long as the environment remained relatively safe upon entry, they could begin exploring their surroundings. Jiangshan retrieved a scroll that he had prepared earlier from his storage bag and handed it to Liu. He then stated, "I shall take charge of vigilance and protection, while the task of mapping will be entrusted to you, junior sister Liu. Let us first investigate a few nearby locations rich in spiritual energy." The group had no objections to Jiangshan's arrangement, although Xie Liuyin harbored her own thoughts, which she deemed inappropriate to voice at that moment. She was aware that the treasures of the secret realm had fallen into Xie Mingzhu's hands in her past life. And in this reincarnation, she was determined to be the first to seek out those treasures, ensuring that such a splendid opportunity would not be seized by another. Having never visited the Zhulan secret realm in her previous life, Xie Liuyin undoubtedly possessed less knowledge about this place than Xie Mingzhu. Therefore, she did not entertain the notion of aimlessly wandering about. Instead, she planned to locate Xie Mingzhu first, and then follow her team discreetly, much like a cunning sparrow. Since Xie Mingzhu often feigned closeness to her in a rather irksome manner, this time, she would play along and stage an intimate sisterly act with her. Determined, Xie Liuyin trailed behind Jiangshan, her fingers subtly forming a spell intended for locating bloodkin. In the entire secret realm, Xie Liuyin possessed but one blood relative, and thus the spell promptly yielded a response. Quite coincidentally, the individual was nearby. A sly smile curled upon her lips as she hastened to join the group, directing her steps towards the distant woods thick with spiritual energy. Meanwhile, concurrently entering the Zhulan secret realm was a contingent led by Xie Mingzhu. By chance, this party included not only Xie Mingzhu but also Xiao Ji, who regarded Xie Liuyin with open disdain. The group was led by a young senior sister named Xianyue, a gentle soul with a single water spiritual root. Upon confirming that everyone had safely entered the secret realm, she promptly gathered them to discuss their forthcoming actions. Considering that none were well acquainted with the nuances of the Zhulan secret realm, senior sister Xianyue suggested they first seek a place to rest, as they were to remain within the realm for a full 3 months. In light of the uncertainty surrounding the safety of the secret realm, her proposal was undoubtedly prudent. However, Xie Mingzhu was preoccupied with her coveted treasure yet to be claimed, a truly magnificent item. The wooden bracelet still eluded her grasp, and the Moonfox Prince, whom she had endeavored to win over for so long, had remained silent since his departure. Fully aware of the unreliability of her current prospects, Xie Mingzhu's resolve to seize the treasures within the secret realm intensified. Thus, when Xianyue suggested searching for a cave in the west to establish camp, Xie Mingzhu immediately interjected, "Senior sister, as cultivators, we ought to brave the heavens in our quest for survival. I believe it is best not to be overly timid. Although no one has ever ventured into the azure blue secret realm, does that not merely signify the abundance of cultivation resources that remain undiscovered? One can only imagine how individuals from other sects would rush here in search of treasures. Would it not be a lamentable loss if we were to miss out on such riches simply because we were preoccupied with setting up camp?" Xie Mingzhu's words halted the actions of those who were poised to proceed, particularly Xiao Qi, who had already begun to regard her with affection. He quickly echoed her sentiment. "Mingzhu is absolutely correct. As cultivators, we ought to be bolder. Let us first explore our surroundings. Perhaps we might uncover some precious spiritual herbs or other treasures." Xianyue, who had been labeled timid, appeared somewhat troubled. Yet she was not one to engage in disputes. Despite her discontent at Xie Mingzhu's remarks, she merely pursed her lips and said, "Then let us heed junior sister Xie's suggestion." Xie Mingzhu immediately responded with a smile towards Xiao Qi. "As a gesture of gratitude, let us head over there. I sense that the spiritual energy in that direction seems particularly rich." She pointed towards a distant hill, proposing the idea. The others, lacking a clear direction, nodded in agreement upon hearing her suggestion, and the 5 of them soon set off. Seeing their compliance, Xie Mingzhu felt a weight lift from her heart, alleviating some of the frustration she had harbored in recent days. The thought of the treasures hidden within the mountains ignited an eager anticipation within her. Although these treasures might not compare to the valuables she had previously acquired, they certainly represented worthwhile cultivation resources. Fortuitously for this group, they were fortunate enough to be assigned to her, benefiting from her guidance, as they awaited the arrival of good fortune for themselves. She could only hope that they would not turn ungrateful and squander her kindness. With such hopes in her heart, Xie Mingzhu unconsciously quickened her pace. Little did she realize that her own elder sister was rushing towards the same destination, intent on using her like a treasure-seeking rodent. Chapter 72, Not Yet Afraid of Death. Here it is. Gazing at the familiar cave before her, Xie Mingzhu struggled to contain her excitement. Noticing that the few individuals behind her were still cautiously assessing the situation, hesitant to enter, she urged, "The rich aura of spiritual energy emanates from within. There must surely be treasures inside. Let us hasten and enter before others seize this opportunity." It was known that in her previous life, it was merely a moment's delay that allowed that wretched Princess Luo to snatch the advantage. This time, she would not allow anyone to claim any fortune. With that thought, Xie Mingzhu prepared to plunge into the cave. However, just as she took a step forward, she was halted by Qianyu's voice. "Junior sister Xie, please wait a moment. This cave appears quite deep. We do not know what dangers may lie within. It would be prudent for us to discuss this further." Qianyu's intentions were purely kind-hearted. But unexpectedly, as soon as she finished her warning, she witnessed Xie Mingzhu's eyes well up with tears. "I apologize, senior sister Qiao. I only wish for everyone to seize a good opportunity. I did not mean to upset you. If you are dissatisfied with my suggestion, we can certainly follow your lead. Xie Mingzhu timidly replied. Upon hearing this, Xianyue furrowed her brows. She was about to offer an explanation when someone spoke before her. Mingzhu, do not weep. This situation is not your fault. You have been solely concerned for our fortune, unlike some who, out of cowardice, wish to push you forward as a shield. The speaker was Xiaozhi, who had consistently stood by Xie Mingzhu's side. Initially, he held a favorable impression of this gentle-voiced senior sister. But after witnessing her repeated antagonism toward Mingzhu, a sense of displeasure began to brew within him. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the remaining members of the group hastily intervened, fearing that their small team would disband before even entering the secret realm. Xiaozhi refrained from speaking so recklessly. Senior Sister Qiu is also considering our safety. Do not misinterpret her intentions. Su Yu quietly urged his companion to silence, seeking to quell the discord. Tong Wenkong, the senior brother and second in command, added, We are all fellow disciples. There is no need to let minor disagreements disrupt our camaraderie. Xiao Yu pressed her lips together, striving to suppress her frustration as she inquired of the two, What do you propose? Shall we remain here or venture into the cave? Xiu and his companion exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. Their reticence made it clear to Xiaoyu that they had already been entranced by the alluring prospects that Xie Mingzhu had mentioned. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu declared, Very well, since you all wish to delve into the cave in search of treasure, I shall not hinder you. However, should we encounter peril within, I hope you will not lay the blame at my feet. Even though Xiaoyu remained gentle and conflict-averse, she could no longer tolerate the bullying she had endured. After all, she was not made of dough, pliable to their whims. With a resolute heart, she declared her intent to withdraw from the group. The situation delighted Xie Mingzhu. Yet her expression feigned innocence and pity. Sister Qiu, please do not be angry. This is entirely my fault. I shall refrain from making reckless suggestions in the future. As tears welled in her eyes, Xiaozhi quickly interjected, Mingzhu, do not cry. This is not your fault. The spiritual energy emanating from the cave was thick and potent. Surely a treasure awaited within. We must hasten inside before others seize the opportunity. After being soothed by the three male cultivators, Xie Mingzhu finally managed to smile. And the group ventured into the cave, laughter echoing behind them. Left behind, Xiaoyu gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, a sense of unease lingering in her heart. After some contemplation, she activated a defensive talisman and discreetly placed it against her chest before entering. The cave proved to be quite spacious. The five of them navigated through the darkness for an indeterminate time until, at last, a glimmer of light pierced through the end of the tunnel. They hurried towards the source, discovering a vast chamber within the mountain. A beam of white light streamed through the entrance, illuminating the expansive, desolate cave. At one side, a towering stone Buddha, headless and silent, sat in stillness, its body adorned with clusters of moss, which accentuated the profound desolation and solitude of this once majestic figure. The sunlight that cascaded from above fell directly upon the stone Buddha, revealing the intricate fissures that marred its surface. This scene is truly breathtaking. Yet before Xiaoyu and the others could extricate themselves from the grandeur before them, they were startled by Xie Mingzhu's exclamation. Oh, you must see what that is. Awakened by her voice, they all turned in the direction she indicated, and indeed, at the foot of the stone Buddha, they discovered a cluster of exquisite white flowers. These blossoms, devoid of leaves, were supported by vibrant green stems that reached skyward. Ordinarily, such unassuming flowers would scarcely warrant a glance from cultivators. However, upon discerning the flower's true nature, their eyes widened in astonishment. It's the corpse bone orchid. Xiu could not contain his excitement. Tong Wenkong, too, dashed towards the cluster of flowers, appearing exceedingly eager. His enthusiasm was completely understandable. For the corpse bone orchid is among the most challenging spiritual herbs to cultivate in the realm of cultivation, a crucial ingredient for concocting the severed limb pill. It is rumored that the market value of the corpse bone orchid has soared to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones per plant. With such a bounty before them, even a modest division could yield a significant profit. Realizing this, Xiaozhi cast a sidelong glance at the equally elated Xiaoyu, allowing his mischievous nature to resurface. Some people were reluctant to enter the cave earlier, claiming concerns for our safety, yet it was merely cowardice. If it weren't for Mingzhu's resolute insistence to lead us here, this opportunity might have been seized by someone else. The implication was unmistakable, and Xiaoyu's expression darkened instantaneously, the earlier joy fading into oblivion. The remaining two mediators have now fallen silent. Compared to their previous subtle support for Xie Mingzhu, their stance this time is decidedly biased against her. At this moment, Xie Mingzhu speaks up again. Aji, please refrain from saying such things. Senior sister did not act out of malice, Besides, my cultivation is indeed inferior to hers, and I joined the sect later. It is only natural for her to doubt my judgment. Xianyue opened her mouth, eager to clarify that she did not distrust Xie Mingzhu's judgment nor sought to impose her seniority, but rather genuinely believed there was danger in this cave. Xianyue has always possessed keen perception, which is why her master chose her as a direct disciple despite her possessing 3 spiritual roots. However, Xiaozhi offered Xianyue no opportunity to explain, cutting her off once more. Mingzhu, do not defend her. We have all witnessed her envy and jealousy today. Once we exit this secret realm, we shall inform the elders, and they will adjudicate this matter. With that, Xiaozhi cast a fierce glare at Xianyue. The two disregarded Xianyue entirely and proceeded towards the cluster of decayed bone orchids. Just as they neared, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, enveloping the 4 gathered around the orchids. In that instant, Xianyue's fear reached its zenith. Chapter 73. Do not be eaten by the demon beast. A massive, pitch-black demon beast appeared suddenly, akin to a specter, and lunged fiercely at Tong Wukong, who was digging up the orchids. By the time they realized the imminent danger, it was too late. Tong Wukong instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but his entire left arm was bitten off in an instant, leaving him drenched in blood. Fortunately, Xianyue demonstrated a semblance of camaraderie and swiftly lent a hand, thus allowing Tong Wukong to salvage his life. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzhu and Xiaozhi, upon witnessing Tong Wukong's injury, hastily fled towards the cave's entrance, entirely disregarding the peril faced by their fellow disciple. Upon catching sight of the monstrous beast, Xianyue's complexion drained of color. It was a creature comparable to those at the late Foundation establishment stage, far beyond her capabilities as an early Foundation establishment practitioner, along with those few disciples at the Qi refinement stage. At present, with both Tong Wukong and Xianyue cornered by the beast, escape seemed impossible. Casting a glance at the self-preserving Xie Mingzhu and Xiaozhi, Xianyue gritted her teeth and clutched her sword, charging forward. Though not a proficient swordswoman, in that instant, her spiritual sword became her sole instrument for survival. As the beast opened its maw to strike at Tong Wukong and Xianyue once more, Xianyue intervened just in time, piercing the beast's eye with her blade. The creature howled in agony, providing Tong Wukong, who had narrowly avoided having his throat severed, a fleeting chance to escape yet again. Without pausing to consider anything else, Xianyue urgently called out to them, "Run! Discard those corrupted bonestone orchids and flee the cave at once." At the sound of her commanding voice, Tong Wukong's mind finally cleared. He followed Xianyue's supportive grasp and hastened towards the cave's exit. The passageway within the cave was exceedingly narrow, rendering it impossible for the beast to pursue them. Now enraged, the creature was likely to pursue them relentlessly, with one injured and the other at a lower cultivation level. Remaining behind would not only hinder Xianyue but also exacerbate their predicament. Thus, they resolved to escape swiftly, granting Xianyue the freedom to seek an avenue of escape. However, Tong Wukong was not so shameless as to solely focus on his own escape. Trembling, he retrieved a magical artifact from his storage bag and tossed it to Xianyue behind him. After she struggled to catch the item, he shouted, "That is a defensive spirit armor capable of withstanding a strike from a golden core stage beast. I am deeply grateful for your assistance today." With that brief declaration, the two swiftly vanished into the long corridor, leaving Xianyue far behind. Xianyue, not one to be polite, immediately activated the artifact, and in the next moment, her body was enveloped in a delicate and lightweight armor. With this protection, she felt a modicum of security for her life. Yet, in the following instant, she was violently slammed to the ground by the furious beast's tail. Despite the armor's shield, she tasted blood in her throat and coughed up a mouthful. Nevertheless, Xianyue dared not linger. She understood that no one would return to rescue her if she did not devise a means to save herself. Her demise here would be inevitable. On the other hand, Xie Mingzhu, the first to enter the corridor, did not dare to pause even for a moment. She barely caught a glimpse of the beast's form, yet she was already intimidated by the malevolent aura emanating from it. Reflecting on the perilous moment they had just escaped, resentment welled up within her. If it were not for the incompetence of her companions, who could not even contend with a foundational stage beast, she would not have been forced to flee in such disarray, relinquishing so many precious corpse bone stone orchids in the process. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, she managed to snatch a stone orchid and stow it in her storage bag, ensuring that this venture was not entirely in vain. Just as she and Xianyue were about to exit the cave, they unexpectedly collided with another group of individuals. Leading the way, Jiang Shan approached the cave with several junior disciples. Before he could take any further action, familiar figures suddenly burst forth from within. Jiang Shan immediately recognized them as disciples of their Qishao sect. Just as he was about to inquire about their alarming predicament, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Shortly thereafter, Tong Wukong and Xianyue hurriedly emerged behind Xie Mingzhu. Unlike the others, Upon seeing Jiangshan and his companions, Xie urgently implored, Jiangshi Xiang, please help us. There is a late-stage foundation-building beast hidden in this cave. Senior sister Xianyue stayed behind to rescue us. We beseech you to save her. All three of you, quickly escort the injured away. Liu, accompany me into the cave to rescue her. Without hesitation, Jiangshan commanded upon noticing Tong Wenkong's injured arm. Xie Liuyin cast a glance at Xie Mingzhu, who was hiding behind Shaoqi, and couldn't help but notice the fleeting look of guilt on her younger sister's face. She immediately realized that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Xie Mingzhu. However, since Jiangshan had issued such a command, she feared that her rash intervention might complicate matters for everyone, so she decided to follow Jiangshan's lead for the time being. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, she would adapt accordingly. With this in mind, Xie Liuyin promptly retrieved the medicinal pills she carried and administered them to Tong Wenkong to staunch his bleeding. This place is still perilous. Let us first find a safe location to regroup, suggested Xue, noticing the unsettling state of Su Yu and the others. Xie Liuyin nodded gently, instructing, you all take Brother Tong and the others away first. I shall await Brother Jiangshan here. Rest assured, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will contact you immediately. Xue was acutely aware of her little martial uncle's prowess and recognized that she was perhaps the only one among them qualified to stay behind and assist Jiangshan. With a resigned nod to Xie Liuyin, she beckoned Su Wuyin and Su Yu to hasten their departure with Tong Wenkong. Before leaving, Xie Mingzhu could not resist the urge to provoke Xie Liuyin, deliberately approaching her to feign concern. Oh dear sister, the beast inside is quite ferocious. You must be cautious while guarding here. Do be careful not to be devoured by the monster. Her tone grew heavier with the final words. Xie Liuyin turned her head to regard her. Rest assured, with you as my sister, I shall surely remain safe and sound. Their gazes briefly locked before swiftly averting. While Xue and the others quickly distanced themselves from the small mountain, Xie Liuyin remained, sensing an escalating turbulence of spiritual energy within the cave. A ferocious roar of the beast echoed through the elongated passage, rushing towards her. Even from the sound alone, she could envision the terror of that creature. However, the plight of Jiangshan and his companions was far more dire than Xie Liuyin had anticipated. For it was only at this moment that they realized this was no ordinary beast of the late Foundation establishment stage. The creature had taken refuge in the cave, guarding the cluster of decayed bone orchids due to its injuries. One wing had been torn in a fierce struggle with other beasts, causing its cultivation to plummet. However, prior to that moment, it was merely a beast that had just ascended to the Golden Core stage. At this instant, surrounded by 3 assailants, it finally comprehended that it lacked the strength to vanquish these intruders. The beast's ferocious gaze swept over the trio, and then it turned its head to gnaw on several stalks of withered bone orchid. As the medicinal energy coursed through its veins, its previously tattered wings began to mend. Bit by bit. Chapter 74. Slaying this creature is quite simple. A fearsome roar reverberated through the cavern, as the now rejuvenated wings stirred a tempest, forcing Jiangshan and his companions to squint against the onslaught of wind, struggling to maintain their footing. Its power was swiftly returning. Xianyue was the first to cry out. The other two instantly recognized the peril. After all, the beast's wing wounds had nearly healed, and its aura was climbing towards the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The previously injured beast had already posed a considerable challenge. If it were allowed to regain its strength, the trio would undoubtedly perish within the cavern. Realizing this, the 3 ceased holding back. The ever-cunning Liu steeled his resolve, hurling an explosion talisman at the cluster of withered bone orchids that the beast had yet to consume. The talisman detonated instantaneously under the influence of spiritual energy, obliterating the already fragile orchids. However, before the trio could revel in their success, this act only served to further infuriate the beast. It violently whipped its long tail, a robust appendage that struck the 3 with tremendous force, sending them crashing to the ground before they could even react. Jiangshan and Liu were unable to withstand the crushing blow, feeling as though their very bones had been shattered, and they spat large mouthfuls of blood. Xianyue was also in excruciating pain, but fortunately, her soft armor provided protection, sparing her vital organs from harm. As the enraged beast seemed poised to strike at Liu, Xianyue, with no other recourse, gripped her sword and charged forward once more. She seized the opportunity and thrust her sword forcefully toward the creature's eye, yet the beast instinctively closed its eyelids, its thick protective skin rendering her attack ineffective. Xianyue lamented her choice of sword. Though sufficient for practice with her peers, it was woefully inadequate against the formidable beast. In her heart, she regretted not having chosen the sword that cost 1,000 spiritual stones. After being attacked twice by this ant-like entity, the beast grew increasingly irritable. It suddenly raised a paw and struck at Xianyue with tremendous force. With a sharp crack, her sword shattered into 2 pieces. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over Jiangshan's face. He clenched his teeth and turned to Liu. saying, "You must leave. Xianyue and I will hold off this beast. You must escape at once. You are the only foundation-building practitioner left in our group. If you fail to return, our junior disciples will have no hope of surviving in the secret realm. Go now." With those final words, Jiangshan swiftly removed his storage bag from his waist and tossed it to Liu. He then summoned his spiritual energy, not allowing Liu a chance to refuse, and propelled her out of the cave. Having done so, he retrieved his sword and charged fiercely at the beast. The demonic beast seemed to realize that the female cultivator who had destroyed the corrupted bonestone intended to flee, and thus sought to shake off the two ants clinging to it, determined to kill her first. However, Jiangshan could not allow it the opportunity to pursue Liu. He immediately brandished his sword and positioned himself in front of the beast, declaring, "Do not run, for I am your true adversary." His sword was meticulously forged, sharper and more resilient than the spiritual sword casually acquired by Xianyue. The blade emitted a dazzling shower of sparks upon striking the beast's tough hide, a testament to the formidable strength of its scales. Yet, Jiangshan refused to relent. With a fierce shout, he exerted all his strength, driving the blade deeper into the beast's body. The creature howled in pain, instinctively lashing its agile tail towards Jiangshan. However, Xianyue, well prepared, intervened just in time, restraining the beast's tail, unwilling to let such a promising situation slip away. Relying on the protection of her soft armor, she clung desperately to the tail, not forgetting to shout to Jiangshan, "Hurry, continue. Kill it." Jiangshan gritted his teeth, his sword already embedded in the beast's neck, with just a bit more force. He could sever its head. Yet, as he prepared to act, the beast thrashed violently, shaking off the two relentless ants with overwhelming strength. Without affording Jiangshan a moment to react, the beast lunged at him the instant he crashed to the ground, its sharp fangs poised to strike. It was acutely aware that this was the very individual who had inflicted such grievous wounds upon it. A vast shadow enveloped Jiangshan entirely, the stench of the beast's breath filling his nostrils. In that moment, the ominous toll of death seemed to echo in Jiangshan's ears, leaving him engulfed in a paralyzing fear as he instinctively shut his eyes. The cries of Xianyue intertwined with the ferocious roars of the demon beast, and Jiangshan believed he was destined to perish here. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds. Time trickled by, and the anticipated pain failed to manifest. Instead, something warm began to drip onto his face. Jiangshan abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met with an unforgettable sight. A massive beast's head loomed above him, its razor-sharp teeth seemingly a hair's breadth away from severing his skull. In this perilous moment, a sword pierced the creature's nostrils, successfully thwarting its assault. It was at that instant that Jiangshan realized the warm substance that had landed on his face was indeed the blood of the very demon beast threatening him. "Senior brother, hurry up. I can barely hold on." Above him, Xie Liuyin gritted her teeth, desperately wielding her sword to fend off the beast's movements. The creature, taken aback by the unexpected resilience of these seemingly insignificant foes, hesitated for a moment before erupting into a renewed frenzy. Fortunately, Jiangshan had been forewarned by Xie Liuyin. He rolled and crawled away just before the demon beast launched its next attack. The moment he regained his footing, Xie Liuyin withdrew the MOK sword, while the beast bit down, tearing away a large chunk of earth. Had Jiangshan and Xie Liuyin not reacted swiftly, they too would have been devoured, crushed like the very mud beneath them. "What are you doing here? Were you not instructed to leave first?" Having narrowly escaped death, Jiangshan now found himself with the leisure to concern himself with Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin responded succinctly, "I instructed Walling Sui and the others to depart first, remaining at the cave's entrance to await your arrival. It was mere coincidence that I encountered Sister Liu, who had managed to escape. Upon learning of the peril you faced, I made a special trip to rescue you." As Xie Liuyin spoke, she brandished her sword and leaped onto the back of the demon beast, plunging her blade fiercely into its spine. Jiangshan, moved by her unwavering spirit even amidst battle, found himself both impressed and terrified at her audacity. "What are you doing here, a mere Qi refinement practitioner? Aren't you afraid of perishing in this place? If even we, at the foundation establishment stage, cannot handle it, how can you claim you'll save us? Are you jesting?" With a calm tone and astonishing speed, Xie Liuyin replied, "Fear not, it is merely a foundation establishment demon beast. I have slain one before. These creatures are quite manageable." Had it not been for the earlier encounter that nearly cost him his life, he might have truly believed her. Yet soon, Xie Liuyin would demonstrate through her actions that she was not jesting. In Chapter 75, "It is not my intent to contradict my sister." The sword in Xie Liuyin's hand seemed to meld with her very being, agile and obedient. In mere moments, the demon beast bore several punctures. She deftly noted the sword Jiangshan had previously lodged in the creature's neck. After blinding it, Xie Liuyin effortlessly extracted Jiangshan's sword and drove her own blade into the same wound. Then, gripping the hilt with both hands, She sprang into the air with great force. The longsword, propelled by the weight of Xie Liuyin herself, sliced through the flesh of the beast, completing a substantial arc. Jiangshan and Xianyue watched in astonishment as the blade severed half of the creature's head, eliciting a pained howl from the beast that echoed through the air. Yet, in the next moment, Xie Liuyin swung her sword once more. This time, a golden blade of energy swept across the cavern, descending directly down the creature's neck. A resounding thud followed by a thunderous crash marked the sound of the beast's head and body collapsing to the ground. It was only at this juncture that Xianyue and Jiangshan seemed to regain their senses entirely, with wide eyes filled with disbelief. They approached the warm corpse of the creature to touch its lifeless form. Jiangshan, who had nearly met his demise at the hands of this beast, turned to scrutinize Xie Liuyin from head to toe, his voice slightly unsteady. How did you accomplish this? This beast had put them in such dire straits that 3 Foundation establishment cultivators came dangerously close to falling to its might. Yet, upon Xie Liuyin's arrival, it was as if the beast had encountered its ancestral foe. She dominated the confrontation, eliminating the creature's head with the ease of chopping vegetables. A 6-layer Qi refinement cultivator had slain a late-stage Foundation establishment beast. Had they not witnessed the entire battle, they would have questioned the reality of it all. No, truly. How did you manage this? Jiangshan repeated, leaning closer to examine Xie Liuyin with renewed curiosity. Be honest with your elder brother. Have you concealed your cultivation level? Jiangshan even entertained the notion that perhaps Master Xianyue had imparted some secret technique to Xie Liuyin, enabling her to enhance her prowess at a crucial moment. Otherwise, how could she possess such formidable strength? To this, Xie Liuyin remained composed. It is not that I am exceptionally powerful. It is primarily due to the prowess of my sword. Though your cultivation is profound, the spiritual sword is utterly ineffective against that demonic beast, rendering you powerless. Upon noticing Xie Liuyin shaking her sword, Jiangshan and the others suddenly recalled that she had previously entered the sword-washing pool, from which it is said her fated sword was obtained. Although Xie Liuyin had never divulged the name or origin of this blade, it is reasonable to assume that any sword worthy of being housed in the sword-washing pool is indeed extraordinary. This explanation was met with a mixture of skepticism and acceptance by the two. Observing their distress, Xie Liuyin tossed them several vials of medicinal pills, advising them to rest for the time being. She then approached the demonic beast's carcass, meticulously severing any parts that could be sold for profit. Meanwhile, the sword spirit within her mind threw a tantrum. If you wish for me to slay the demonic beast, that is one thing. But if you dare use me to cut into those repulsive remains, I will sever my own blade. This threat genuinely frightened Xie Liuyin, prompting her to soothe the irate sword spirit. She then retrieved the spiritual sword from her storage ring, gradually working to peel away the beast's tough hide. Fortunately, the beast was already riddled with holes from the inked spear she had previously used, allowing her to easily pry open the skin, making the subsequent tasks considerably easier. Meanwhile, Xianyue and Jiangshan, seated nearby and recovering, quickly consumed several spiritual pills. Once they felt the medicinal effects taking hold, they finally relaxed. However, Xianyue, seemingly recalling something, leaned in to whisper to Jiangshan, "What is going on? Isn't that our junior master? Why is she calling you senior brother?" Jiangshan replied, During our earlier discussion about titles, our junior master suggested that we each address one another independently. She calls me senior brother, while I call her junior master." Jiangshan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained that once Xie Liuyin extracted the beast core from the demon beast, both he and Xianyue were finally able to rest. Let us hasten to find Ling Shui and the others. There are numerous dangers hidden within the Zhulan's secret realm. After all, any entity capable of injuring a late-stage Foundation establishment demon beast is likely not a mere trivial character. Upon recalling this, Xianyue's expression soured. She had initially believed that with so many fellow disciples accompanying them, their journey through the secret realm would be relatively smooth. However, she could never have anticipated that within just a day of entering, they would face a life-or-death battle. Xie Liuyin nodded. While dealing with the demon beast's corpse, I received a message from Ling Shui, so I am aware of their location. We can head there now. Hearing that she had already contacted the main group, Jiangshan and Xianyue's expressions softened slightly. Utilizing the formation on their admission token, coupled with Hua Lingshue's previous description, the trio successfully rejoined the main party in less than a quarter of an hour. Upon witnessing their safe return, despite having already learned from Xie Liuyin that they were unharmed, the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Particularly, Hua Lingshue immediately rushed into Xie Liyuin's embrace. Her eyes reddened as she exclaimed, "Just now, senior sister Liu returned and said you went in to rescue people. I was nearly frightened to death. Thank goodness you were safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." "It's all right. We have returned safely," Xie Liuyin reassured her. Before revealing the beast core from the demon beast and placing it in Hua Lingshue's palm, This formidable beast, having once ascended to the golden core stage, has consequently crystallized a beast core within itself. Contrary to its fearsome and terrifying exterior, this core shines with a translucent brilliance, resembling an exquisite gem, albeit somewhat larger in size. How beautiful! This must be the beast core. Before embarking on their journey, the new disciples had been thoroughly educated by their elders about the secrets of the realm, and naturally, Xianyue had heard of such treasures as the beast core. Upon noticing her fascination, Xie Liuyin casually remarked, "Do you like it? I shall gift it to you." Xianyue was overjoyed at the words, ready to express her gratitude. When a voice began to chatter in her ear, "Sister, this beast core was not obtained by you. It hardly seems appropriate for you to dispose of it at will. Does it? Have you not considered consulting senior sister Xianyue and senior brother Jiangshan before making such a unilateral decision? Is that not rather inconsiderate?" Xie Liuyin turned to see Xie Mingzhu, who appeared startled by her gaze, and promptly lowered her head. "I apologize, sister. I did not mean to contradict you. It's just that I believe it is no small feat for our seniors to defeat the beast, and it would be better not to casually bestow the fruits of their perilous endeavor." Xie Liuyin, listening to these words, gradually furrowed her brow, observing her expression. Shaoqi assumed Xie Liuyin was about to chastise her sister and quickly stepped forward to act as her protector. "What is the meaning of that expression? Mingzhu has not spoken incorrectly. That beast was formidable. Senior brother Jiangshan and senior sister Xianyue worked tirelessly to vanquish it. Why should such a significant treasure fall into your hands?" Shaoqi voiced his discontent. "This beast core holds substantial value. It could easily fetch several thousand spirit stones. When did I ever claim that the beast was defeated by me and Jiangshan?" Xianyue coolly responded amidst Shaoqi's persistent inquiries. Chapter 76. Lacking courage like you. As Xianyue spoke, the expressions on Shaoqi and Xie Mingzhu's faces froze. Xie Mingzhu, having concealed herself behind Shaoqi, had her reactions obscured by him. Conversely, the momentary astonishment on Shaoqi's face nearly brought a smile to Xie Liuyin. "Sister Xianyue, what do you mean? Even if Xie Liuyin has taken Master Xianyue as her mentor, there is no need for you to fabricate such a falsehood to flatter her." Yet, the surprise was but fleeting. Shaoqi quickly concocted an excuse for himself. He could not believe that Xie Liuyin could slay such a formidable beast, despite having caught only a fleeting glimpse that had sent him fleeing in terror. Nevertheless, he had clearly discerned that the beast was at least in the late Foundation establishment stage, while Xie Liuyin had previously slain beasts of the Foundation establishment early stage. The chasm between the early and late stages comprised several small realms, rendering any comparison absurd. The more Shaoqi pondered, the more convinced he became of his reasoning. And he turned to Jiangshan, asking, "Brother Jiangshan, you wouldn't also lack the courage like sister Xianyue, would you, by insisting on attributing your accomplishments to others?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, inciting ire in both Xianyue and Jiangshan. Jiangshan scoffed, "How amusing. If we speak the truth, we are deemed lacking in courage. Yet when you too encounter danger, you ask no questions and abandon your comrades to flee. How does that reflect bravery?" On their way back, Jiangshan had already clarified how Xianyue had provoked that beast. Upon discovering that Xianyue initially sensed impending danger and was reluctant to venture into the cave, she was nevertheless coerced by the two individuals. As soon as they encountered peril, they promptly vanished without a trace. Jiangshan, already irked by Shaoqi and Xie Mingzhu, had not yet had the opportunity to reprimand them when, unexpectedly, they turned their ire towards Xie Liuyin. Thus, Jiangshan seized the moment to speak. Offering no courtesy, "Xie Mingzhu, allow me to inquire, was it not you who insisted on entering that cave, despite Xianyue's repeated objections? Only to mock her for her timidity?" "It's not what you think, senior brother Jiang," Xie Mingzhu replied, her voice trembling. "I did not mean it that way. Senior sister Xianyue has reproached me for my lack of eloquence, which has caused you distress. I apologize, but you cannot slander me like this." Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls scattered from a broken string, evoking deep sympathy. Almost unable to bear the sight, Shaoqi interjected, "Do not pressure Mingzhu. It was my insistence to enter the cave. If there are grievances, direct them at me. Senior sister Xianyue, I know you have always harbored disdain for Mingzhu, but I never anticipated you would fabricate lies before senior brother Jiang. The cave harbors demon beasts, and Mingzhu is unaware. She merely sought to assist us in seeking fortune. Moreover, Mingzhu did not err, for treasures like corrupt bonestone orchids indeed lie within. Had it not been for your incompetence in failing to slay the demon beast promptly, those corrupt bonestone orchids would have been ours." As he spoke, Shaoqi shifted the entire blame onto Xianyue. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin couldn't help but applaud him, exclaiming, "To be able to distort right and wrong to such an extent, your audacity is truly remarkable. What do the affairs of our team have to do with you? Don't think I am unaware. You have always bullied Mingzhu since childhood. This sudden slander against her by senior sister Xianyue must undoubtedly be connected to you." Shaoqi, indignant, displayed a demeanor as if he were prepared to confront the entire world for Xie Mingzhu's sake, which only amused Xie Liuyin further. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "You may think whatever you wish. After all, there are countless eyes observing your abandonment of your fellow disciples. Once we return to King Xiozong, I shall certainly help to publicize your actions." Xie Liuyin was not one to be angered by Xiaoxi's words. After all, it was they who had erred, not herself. "You." Xiaoxi, in a fit of rage, clenched his fists, as if he longed to strike Xie Liuyin. Xie Liuyin, gripping the hilt of her sword, was poised to retaliate, ready to sever his tendons just as she had once done to the flower guardian Xianyue. However, at that crucial moment, Xie Mingzhu intervened, softly pleading, "Please, don't do this. She is, after all, my sister. Do not harm her." Xie Liuyin rolled her eyes at this, thinking that if a fight were to ensue, it would be uncertain who would spare whom. "Humph." Xiaoxi, with a scornful expression, declared, "For Mingzhu's sake, I shall let you off today. But should you dare to target her again in the future, I will not show you mercy. Do not assume that your connection to the elder will shield you from the consequences of your actions." After exchanging harsh words, Xiaoqi turned to Qiuyu and said, "Since the demon beast has been slain, let us depart from this place promptly. Associating with morally corrupt individuals may adversely affect our fortunes. Who says we are leaving?" Qiuyu replied with a frown. Xiaoqi, upon hearing this, expressed his discontent. What else is there to do? The withered bones of the stone orchid in that cave have already been destroyed by those in that group. Remaining here will yield nothing of value. Without even glancing at Xiaoqi, Qiuyu asserted, "Tong Wakong is gravely injured and requires rest. As the day wanes, we must seek a secure campsite to recuperate. Wandering in the secret realm at this hour is perilous. Tong Wakong has lost an arm, bled profusely, and is now unconscious." Furthermore, Qiuyu's eyelashes fluttered. After this ordeal, she genuinely felt apprehensive about leaving with her fellow disciples, fearing that they might lead her to ruin. Xiaoqi was dissatisfied with this response. Perceiving everyone as aligned with Xie Liuyin, he worried that if they lingered here, Xie Liuyin's hostility towards Mingzhu would intensify. Just as Xiaoqi was about to speak, Xie Mingzhu tugged at his sleeve and gently suggested, "Let us heed senior sister Qiuyu's advice. Besides, the secret realm is indeed unsafe after dark." Sighing, Xiaoqi conceded, "Ah, Mingzhu, you are always so understanding. Very well, we shall heed your counsel and remain for the time being. However, rest assured, once Tong Shixiang has recuperated, we will swiftly part ways with Xie Liuyin and her group." Xiaoqi assured her earnestly. Xie Mingzhu smiled tenderly at him, radiating an aura of unwavering trust. Seeing this sight stirred Xiaoqi's heart even more, compelling him to wish to present the very best before Xie Mingzhu. Observing that they had no intention of departing, Xie Liuyin lost interest in the two and turned to assist Jiang Shan and the others in arranging the formation. The group of foundation-building cultivators had begun to familiarize themselves with array formations and had learned several relatively simple defensive formations. Moreover, for the sake of safety, their master had provided them with a few array plates, which functioned similarly to talismans, requiring only spiritual energy to activate, allowing the formation to naturally take shape. Previously, with the safety of Xie Liuyin and her companions uncertain, the only active individual present, Liu, had been too preoccupied to engage in the arrangement. Now that everyone had returned safely, they proceeded to set up the camp. Once the formation was established, an imperceptible barrier swiftly rose around them, safeguarding the 10 individuals within. As the night enveloped the surroundings, the cultivators each found a place to sit quietly and rest. The 3 injured members, Qiuyu and his companions, seized the opportunity to restore their spiritual energy, lest they find themselves unable to defend against any danger that might arise the following day. After being warmly settled by Xiaoqi, Xie Mingzhu discreetly surveyed the group, realizing that no one was paying her any mind. She then quietly inscribed something on her sound token and swiftly sent it out. In a valley some distance away, the sound token of a young man clad in black trembled slightly. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, the young man's visage was strikingly handsome, imbued with a hint of sharpness. Noticing the vibration of the sound token, he pressed his lips together, a trace of amusement flickering across his face. This smile elicited strange looks from those around him. For despite having accompanied the young master for so long, they had never witnessed such an expression from him before. The young man in black remained oblivious to the subtle tensions among his subordinates. He stepped into a corner and activated his device. Whereupon he beheld a message from the girl he had long been preoccupied with. "I finally saw my sister in the secret realm. But it seems she is not very eager to see me. Ayu, do you think I should not have cultivated so swiftly, nor obtained this opportunity in the secret realm?" Despite not witnessing the girl's expression, the young man, known as Xiyu, could vividly imagine her troubled countenance from her words. He recalled the sister, who occupied the girl's heart and yearned for closeness, yet continually caused her distress, and a flicker of coldness passed through Xiyu's eyes. He had met Xie Mingzhu in Silver Flower Town a month prior, where he was tasked by his father to assassinate a traitor of the demon sect. To his surprise, the guards of Silver Flower Town were remarkably astute. As soon as Xie succeeded in his endeavor, the guards swiftly pursued him. The leader of these guards was particularly formidable, and upon their first encounter, Xie found himself wounded. Realizing he was likely no match for his opponent, he fled, only to accidentally collide with Xie Mingzhu, who intervened to save him. Had it not been for Mingzhu's kindness in offering refuge, Xie might have perished in Silver Flower Town. Thus, he genuinely regarded her as a lifesaver, and during his convalescence, forged a profound bond with Xie Mingzhu, even entrusting her with the esoteric cultivation techniques of the demon sect, which significantly accelerated her advancement in strength. During the time spent in the company of Xie Mingzhu, Xie came to understand her background, particularly the presence of an elder sister who regarded her as a thorn in the flesh. At that time, Xie harbored considerable resentment towards Xie Liuyin, and upon learning that she was responsible for the punishment of Xie Mingzhu's master, he contemplated several times infiltrating the Qinxiao sect to teach Xie Liuyin a lesson. However, due to Xie Mingzhu's lingering affection for her sister, she dissuaded him from such actions. Moreover, it must be noted that Xie did not possess the skill to stealthily enter the Qinxiao sect. Otherwise, he would not have been discovered by the guards of Yinhua town from the outset. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for while he could not locate Xie Liuyin then, she now found herself in the same secret realm as he, accompanied by several Foundation establishment guards. This time, Xie was determined to make Xie Liuyin regret her past transgressions against Mingzhu. "Young master, where shall we go next?" one of his more spirited and playful subordinates inquired, noticing that their master had retracted the sound device. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xie pointed in a direction and replied, "We shall proceed that way." The compass in his hand was guiding him towards Mingzhu's location. Xie Liuyin was roused from her slumber by a sudden sneeze, and though she could not discern if it was merely her imagination, she felt as though someone was whispering about her from behind. However, this sensation was fleeting and soon discarded from her mind. Having rested sufficiently, she resolved to rise and greet the first rays of sunlight with her sword practice. As the others either concluded their meditations or awakened from their slumber, they beheld Xie Liuyin, bathed in the morning light, diligently practicing her sword techniques without the slightest use of spiritual power. Witnessing her industriousness, Jiangshan and Xianyue could not help but express their admiration. Hua Lingshue's gaze remained fixed upon Xie Liuyin, delighting in the sight of her little junior's increasingly refined swordsmanship. Only Xiaozhi rolled his eyes in silent disdain, muttering irritably, "What are you pretending for? We're already in the secret realm. What is the point of practicing swordplay now? Do not be so harsh on your sister. Perhaps she is merely revisiting her sword techniques after encountering the perils of the secret realm yesterday." Xie Mingzhu gently interjected in her defense. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi scoffed. "If one lacks the ability, why venture into the secret realm at all? If you are so fearful, you should have refrained from entering in the first place. Now you wish to grasp at straws. How utterly laughable." Xiaozhi's words were not uttered in a hushed tone, and many present overheard his remarks. Xianyue frowned, poised to reprimand him, when Xie Liuyin struck with remarkable swiftness, driving a spirit sword directly into the ground beside Xiaozhi's foot. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have suffered a grievous injury. Startled by Xie Liuyin's sudden aggression, Xiaozhi regained his composure only to glare at her, exclaiming in anger, "Have you lost your mind? Attacking a fellow disciple? What? Is it permissible for you to insult me, your elder, while I am not allowed to teach you a lesson in return?" Xie Liuyin approached slowly, her demeanor unyielding. "Do not attempt to impose the rules of your sect upon me. As a junior, you have dared to offend a senior like myself. I merely intend to teach you a lesson. You should be grateful for my magnanimity." She cast a cold glance at him and unsheathed the sword that was embedded in the ground. At her movement, Xiaozhi recoiled in fright, retreating repeatedly as if he feared she might strike him again. Such cowardice, and yet he dares to pursue cultivation? Pathetic. The words slipped from Xie Liuyin's lips with an air of indifference, yet they ignited a flush of embarrassment on Xiaoqi's face, not from shyness, but pure indignation. The steps he had taken back only served to weaken his position, and in that moment, he was consumed by a mix of shame and anger. Acutely aware of the mocking glances directed at him from those around, he longed to escape the situation. But he understood all too well that without Xianyue and the other three accompanying him and Mingzhu, his own cultivation level would not suffice to protect her. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoqi could only endure this humiliation for now, vowing that he would one day exact revenge on Xie Liuyin for this affront. "Sister, please, do not act in this manner. The granduncle took you in not to allow you to wield his status to oppress the other disciples," Xie Mingzhu interjected suddenly. As she spoke, the tension in the air, which had slightly subsided, seemed on the verge of erupting once more. All eyes turned to Xie Liuyin, pondering whether this tempestuous junior would extend her wrath even to her own sister. However, Xie Liuyin appeared not to have heard Xie Mingzhu's words. She simply turned away to dismantle the formation, gathering the arrayed disc. "Let us depart. It is time to explore other areas," Xie Liuyin remarked, her tone resolute. Upon her reminder, the crowd promptly dismissed their previous concerns and shifted their focus to the forthcoming itinerary. Among the numerous attendees, only Xiaoqi seemed to harbor any interest in Xie Mingzhu, while the rest scarcely acknowledged her presence. Overwhelmed by neglect, Xie Mingzhu lowered her head, concealing a fleeting expression of malevolence in the shadows. She was oblivious to Xiaoqi's gentle reassurances, consumed instead by a heart full of resentment. "Xie Liuyin, you hold me in such contempt, but I shall make you realize in this Zhulan secret realm who the true destined woman is." Chapter 78. Escaping. My specialty, the Zhulan secret realm, is vast, and the path they traversed yesterday has been meticulously recorded by Liu, resulting in a detailed map. Today, the group intends to seek out areas rich in spiritual energy, hoping to unearth treasures in the process. This decision also reflects a consideration for Tong Wenkong, who, despite the efficacy of the elixirs in the cultivation realm, still requires time to fully recover from the loss of an arm. Xie Mingzhu was well aware of several locations that harbored treasures, yet she felt hesitant to speak up. After their previous ordeal in the cave, she had come to a stark realization: her companions lacked the strength necessary for reckless pursuits within the secret realm. It was then that she recalled that in her past life, Princess Luo had entered the realm accompanied by a contingent of over a dozen foundational stage guards. Furthermore, having been humiliated by Xie Liuyin and others, she was reluctant to allow them any advantage. Those opportunities, she resolved, would be awaited until Xie sought her out, at which point she would guide him in the search. At that moment, Xie Mingzhu could still claim that her fortune was extraordinary, thereby garnering greater attention from Xiyu. As her thoughts swirled in her mind, Xie Mingzhu displayed no hint of her inner musings on her face, continuing to follow the main group forward. Fortunately, the luck of Xie Liuyin and the others had not diminished to that extent. They had entered a valley and successfully discovered several stalks of jade dew grass. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Shan suggested that the group should proceed together, refraining from separation within the secret realm for the time being. This proposal received unanimous approval from Qiuyu and Suyu, as their team's morale had been fractured, and Tong Wenkong was still gravely injured. If they were to part ways with Jiang Shan and his companions, the unknown trials they might face would be daunting, for the sake of their own survival. They could not afford to diverge from Jiang Shan's team. Xiaoqi, however, expressed considerable discontent, but at that moment, his protest went largely unheard by the others. Only Xie Mingzhu listened to his incessant complaints, growing increasingly agitated within. Since they had resolved to act as one henceforth, it was imperative to establish this rule. Should they encounter anything valuable, they must seize it first and negotiate the distribution only after exiting the secret realm. Jiang Shan patiently reiterated their previous plans, to which the rest nodded in agreement, while the opinions of Xiaoqi and Xie Mingzhu were largely disregarded. Once this matter was settled, the few stalks of jade dew grass, which were not particularly rare, were temporarily collected by Qiuyu. After spending considerable time in the Zhulan secret realm, they finally had some gains, and the spirits of the group were notably uplifted as they promptly set forth toward their next destination, guided by the flow of spiritual energy. They traversed the valley, guided by ethereal energies, until they discovered a frigid spring emanating an eerie chill. The water exhibited a profound ice blue hue, and a delicate mist enveloped the entirety of the spring. Surrounding the banks were vibrant ice crystals, appearing both exquisite and perilous. Xie Liuyin immediately spotted a striking crimson lotus blooming at the center of the spring. That vivid red was undeniably conspicuous against the icy blue backdrop. "Ah, the rootless ice spring, the crimson fire lotus," Jiang Shan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Such an extraordinary discovery was certainly comparable to the revered corpse bone stone orchid. The fire lotus served as the primary ingredient for the spirit cleansing pill, a remedy specifically designed for cultivators with multiple spiritual roots. It was said that consuming a single spirit cleansing pill could potentially purge the impurities from one's mixed spiritual roots. There were tales of fortunate cultivators who, after obtaining a spirit cleansing pill, transformed from triple spiritual roots to a singular one. Conversely, there were also accounts of individuals who eradicated all their spiritual roots, ultimately relegating themselves to the status of ordinary mortals. Regardless of the external rumors, the fire lotus was regarded as an exceptionally valuable herb in the eyes of alchemists. Upon glimpsing the fire lotus, Xie Mingzhu's eyes gleamed with barely contained greed and excitement. She recalled that in her past life, the fire lotus had been acquired by Yin Xiujuan of the sword-holding sect, who later gifted it to her after they became acquainted, enabling Xie Mingzhu to purge one of her spiritual roots and emerge as a dual spiritual root prodigy. Reflecting on these memories, Xie Mingzhu instinctively cast her gaze around. Yet she could not discern that familiar figure. Could it be that Yin Shojuan had yet to arrive at this place in this lifetime? Xie Mingzhu furrowed her brows, a flicker of worry crossing her mind. If the fire lotus were to fall into someone else's hands, would she still have the opportunity to cleanse a spiritual root? Her thoughts remained concealed from those around her, who were currently deliberating on how to acquire this coveted fire lotus. Previously, the vicinity of the corrupted bone orchid had been guarded by various beasts, and it was likely that plucking the fire lotus would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Xianyue frowned, expressing her concerns. In secret realms, it is common knowledge that any precious treasure is invariably protected by lurking beasts. Recalling the terrifying monsters from earlier in the cave, the group still felt a shiver of trepidation. Yet, the allure of the fire lotus was undeniable, and none among Xie Liuyin and her companions were inclined to abandon their pursuit. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Liuyin proposed, "Why not let me act as bait to test the waters for the fire lotus? If there truly are beasts lurking beneath the ice spring, the instant they reveal themselves, we shall all strike together to divert their attention. Once I have secured the fire lotus, we shall retreat immediately, resolved not to linger in battle." No. Jiangshan was the first to voice his objections. How can we allow our junior master to undertake such a perilous risk? Xie Liuyin articulated her reasoning with clarity and conviction. You are all well aware of my capabilities. If a beast were to ambush us and even I could not evade it, then none of you would stand a chance either. Her words rang true and struck sharply. The embarrassment was palpable as Qiuyu and Jiangshan exchanged glances, both acknowledging the uncomfortable truth that their junior master had once rescued them despite her lesser cultivation. Moreover, Xie Liuyin continued, I have mastered agile techniques and footwork. When it comes to fleeing, none of you could match my prowess. Her decision was not made lightly, but rather with deep consideration and resolve. Qiuyu was not the type to take risks, and thus, Xie Liuyin felt uneasy about her serving as bait. Moreover, Jiangshan lacked agility and speed, qualities that Xie Liuyin had already discerned during their previous encounter in the cave. Given the gravity of the situation, neither Qiuyu nor Jiangshan could find a plausible excuse to decline, especially since they genuinely desired the fire lotus. However, just before Xie Liuyin took action, Qiuyu called her back and handed her the soft armor that Wen Kong had lent her earlier. Be careful, junior martial ant, Qiuyu cautioned. Xie Liuyin nodded in acknowledgement, donned the soft armor, and drew her moke sword. With a flick of her wrist, she executed a lightness technique and soared toward the crimson lotus at the center of the icy spring. The spring was not vast. In mere moments, Xie Liuyin found herself hovering above the fire lotus. Just as she was about to reach out and pluck the flower, an overwhelming aura of malice surged from beneath her. At that instant, alarms blared in her mind, and she had no time to consider the lotus. The technique's ghostly shadows and windless trace activated simultaneously, allowing her to swiftly alter her position. In the next heartbeat, several ice pillars shot past her toes. Simultaneously, the previously tranquil icy spring erupted into chaos as a cerulean beast emerged, slowly revealing its head. Chapter 79. Not easy to deal with, and neither am I. The beast's head was round, its body clad in shimmering cerulean scales, while two long, powerful tentacles whipped around its lips, poised to strike at Xie Liuyin. The moment it became evident that a beast lay concealed beneath the icy depths, the onlookers on the shore instantly heightened their vigilance. Jiangshan and Qiuyu swiftly launched an assault, endeavoring to divert the beast's attention toward themselves. A barrage of spiritual energy attacks descended upon the creature, which, despite not being significantly more powerful than Jiangshan and his companion, immediately felt the sting of their strikes. In a sudden frenzy, it dove into the icy spring, rolling about twice before emerging with its head raised, unleashing a volley of ice arrows aimed at the individuals on the shore. Fortunately, having just endured a fierce battle within the cave, both Qiuyu and Jiangshan remained acutely vigilant, deftly evading the onslaught. Liu, acting promptly, deployed his defensive artifact, shielding several of his junior disciples behind him. Observing this, Xie Liuyin swiftly altered her stance, reaching out toward the fire lotus. However, the beast proved to be far more cunning than she had anticipated. The plump, carp-like creature wildly thrashed its tail, splashing a torrent of spring water in her direction. Xie Liuyin reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly avoiding the assault, yet the hem of her garment inadvertently dipped into the icy water, which instantaneously froze and shattered into a fine powder. Witnessing this scene, Xie Liuyin's sense of caution heightened to its utmost. It appeared that the perils she faced were not solely from the beast, but also from the treacherous icy spring beneath her. This was untenable. The beast was exceedingly astute, and if this continued, her junior uncle would surely struggle to endure much longer. Jiangshan gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. Qiuyu concurred, asserting, "We must devise a strategy to subdue that beast, otherwise, our junior uncle will have no opportunity to strike." The creature and the icy spring were indeed a formidable combination, proving to be even more challenging than the beast they had encountered in the cave. Protected by Liu, Xie Liuyin pondered for a moment before speaking. I have a method to temporarily conceal junior uncle from that demon beast. The crowd turned their attention to him, and Hualing Shui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. My technique allows me to shroud a person in mist, but it lasts only a brief moment, merely 15 minutes, Xie Liuyin elucidated. His voice resonated clearly, and on the other side, Xie Liuyin heard him distinctly. She promptly declared, 15 minutes is sufficient. We shall employ this strategy. With Xie Liuyin's decisive affirmation, Xianyue and Jiangshan, lacking alternative options, nodded in agreement. Thus, Xie Liuyin refrained from engaging the fire lotus this time and, seizing the moment while Jiangshan and others attacked the aquatic beast, swiftly maneuvered towards the edge of the icy spring. This action naturally drew the attention of the demon beast. Yet the corpulent carp merely assumed that these bipedal creatures were intimidated and had abandoned their intent on the fire lotus, thus refraining from striking and allowing Xie Liuyin to depart unscathed. Once positioned at an advantageous angle, the prepared Xie Liuyin directed a palm strike towards Xie Liuyin. A wave of his unique spiritual energy enveloped in a veil of grayish-white mist surged towards Xie Liuyin, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Xianyue and the others instinctively attempted to sense Xie Liuyin's condition through their spiritual awareness, only to be astonished to find her presence completely undetectable. Goodness! Your technique is truly formidable, Xianyue exclaimed, giving Xie Liuyin a thumbs up. How could it be that, despite sharing the same surname, the disparity in their abilities was so vast? Xie Liuyin weakly smiled back at him, concealing the fact that this technique had drained the majority of his spiritual energy in a mere quarter of an hour. As the mist above the water approached the fire lotus once more, the plump-headed carp exhibited no reaction, fully aware that his cultivation method was indeed effective. Xie Liuyin, relieved, sought a tranquil spot to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, enveloped by the mist, Xie Liuyin experienced a remarkably unique sensation. Although she was uncertain how she appeared from the outside, she could distinctly observe the world beyond, her vision unobstructed. She attempted to draw closer to the fire lotus, but the demonic beast refrained from attacking her as it had previously, leading Xie Liuyin to realize the efficacy of this technique. Witnessing Jiangshan and his companion on the shore being relentlessly besieged by the demonic beast, their struggle evident, Xie Liuyin dared not delay. With agility akin to a bird in flight, she swiftly skimmed across the water's surface, just as her fingers brushed against the fire lotus. A fierce eagle's screech pierced the air, accompanied by a volley of hidden weapons aimed at her. One projectile sped directly toward the fire lotus, narrowly missing her hand. Fortunately, the assailants had not discerned Xie Liuyin's precise location, attacking the mist instead. With remarkable agility, she evaded all incoming threats and promptly plucked the fire lotus from its perch. In that fleeting moment, Xie Liuyin quickly stowed the precious lotus within her spatial artifact, fully cognizant that ordinary spatial tools could diminish the medicinal potency of spiritual herbs. After accomplishing this, she lifted her gaze toward the direction from which the hidden projectiles had originated, only to behold a group of individuals clad in dark green disciple robes, accompanied by a throng of spiritual beasts, hastening toward the icy spring. The youth at the forefront, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, was mounted upon the back of a winged white tiger. Above him, a golden feathered eagle circled majestically. Xie Liuyin cast a swift glance at the concealed weapon pouch clutched in his hand, before rejoining Jiangshan and the others on the shore. Meanwhile, the beast in the icy spring had sensed the vanishing presence of Honglian. It immediately abandoned its skirmish with Xianyue and the others, plunging into the icy depths in search of Honglian's trace. This creature was remarkably astute. After swimming 2 laps around the spring, it seemed to realize that Honglian had been taken by someone else. Enraged, it violently lashed its tail, creating towering waves in the spring that surged toward the 2 groups on the shore. We have what we came for. Let us depart, Xie Liuyin, still shrouded in mist, hastily called out, tugging Hualing Shui and Liu along as they fled toward the valley's exit. Xianyue and his companions had already recognized the peril of the icy spring, and upon hearing that the fire lotus had been secured, they were disinclined to further engage with the beast. They swiftly matched Xie Liuyin's pace, retreating with urgency. Observing this, another group that had hurried over managed to fend off the beast briefly before pursuing Xie Liuyin and the others. Once both groups reached a safe zone, the practitioners clad in dark green disciple robes wasted no time in launching an assault on Xie Liuyin's party. Each of them sounded a bone whistle affixed to their chests, and in an instant, the previously quiet spirit beasts that had lingered at their feet revealed their fierce visages, turning to claw and bite at Xie Liuyin and her companions. The youth at the forefront remained motionless, yet the black eagle above him seemed to have fixated on Xie Liuyin, diving straight towards the misty mass with claws that glinted with a sharp, metallic sheen. This eagle was formidable. In his mind, the voice of the sword's spirit echoed once more. Xie Liuyin replied calmly, I am aware, But this adversary is not the only one. I am equally formidable. With that, Xie Liuyin drew his sword. Chapter 80. I, Xie Liuyin, await you. The black eagle let out a piercing cry, plunging downwards at breakneck speed, stirring a whirlwind of dust and sand. This scene filled Jiangshan and others, who were entangled with other spirit beasts, with dread. Little martial uncle, Huang Xianyue, upon realizing the eagle's target, desperately attempted to rush to the rescue, only to be thwarted by a spirit serpent. Tong Wukong also wished to assist. But still recuperating from his injuries, he required Su Yu's help to contend with a three-tailed spirit fox and was thus unable to extend his hand to aid others. As for Xie Mingzhu and Xiao Ji, they were even less inclined to help. They were more inclined to take advantage of Xie Liuyin's misfortune. Had they not been occupied with two troublesome spirit beasts themselves, Xie Mingzhu would have relished watching Xie Liuyin suffer, seeing their companions ensnared by their own spirit beasts. The attackers wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Humph. Now you know the consequences of seizing our young sublord's fire lotus. One male cultivator, following closely behind the leading youth, taunted gleefully, oblivious to the identity of the individual concealed within the mist. However, it mattered little. The young sublord's flying chariot would surely drag the individual out soon enough. As for whether one would be alive or deceased by that time, they were rather uncertain. This statement elicited a chorus of triumphant laughter from the crowd, with the leading youth exhibiting a smug smile, eagerly awaiting his obedient spirit beast to return the fiery lotus that rightfully belonged to him. Under their anticipatory gazes, the black eagle charged directly into the mist, just as they believed the black eagle was about to tear the individuals within the fog to shreds. The sound of clashing weapons erupted, drowning out the eagle's piercing cry. In the next moment, a golden light cleaved through the white fog, soaring skyward, while crimson blood instantly splattered forth, nearly staining the mist a deep red. Amidst the astonished stares of the onlookers, a slender and graceful figure wielding a long sword gradually emerged from the parted mist. Her exquisite face was splattered with droplets of blood, and beneath her feet lay a black eagle with a severed wing. How dare you? Upon witnessing the black eagle's disheveled state, the youth's eyes widened in shock, and he clenched his teeth, cursing angrily. He raised his hand and patted the white tiger beside him, prompting the beast to pounce upon Xie Liuyin, as if intent on devouring her whole. Undaunted, Xie Liuyin had long wished to settle scores with this individual, who had attacked her multiple times. In an instant, the white tiger's claws were upon her, and Xie Liuyin swung her sword, severing one of its deadly paws. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the white tiger lost its initial momentum and collapsed onto the ground, taking the youth riding on its back down with it. Witnessing the grievous injury inflicted upon his cherished spirit beast, the youth's eyes turned red with fury. Tread lightly. The youth hastily retrieved a pill and forced it into the mouth of the white tiger. However, the elixir could merely staunch the bleeding, and the severed forepaw could never be restored. Who are you to dare to harm my spirit beast? The boy's gaze, rife with hatred, fell upon Xie Liuyin, as if he wished to rend her to pieces. Yet, Xie Liuyin displayed not an ounce of fear, coldly scoffing. If your skills are lacking, you must accept your fate. Why is it that you are permitted to scheme against me, yet I cannot strike back? You. The boy seethed with rage. Unfazed, Xie Liuyin continued, moreover, before inquiring about other names, shouldn't you, as a defeated foe, first reveal your own identity? I am Dan Qihu, the young master of the Beast King Sect. You have harmed two of my spirit beasts today, and I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. The boy named Dan Qihu declared with venomous intensity. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. So, it was the young master of the Beast King Sect, the very same who had met his demise in the Julan secret realm in a previous life. It was rumored that this sect specialized in taming spirit beasts for their own gain, claiming a territory within the Baisu realm. Their current young master was heralded as a prodigy, having formed a contract with a highly promising white tiger by the tender age of 2. It was said that should this white tiger thrive, it could potentially evolve into a 12th-tier Beast King. It was no wonder Xie Liuyin had failed to recognize the disciples' attire of the Beast King sect at first glance. Nevertheless, with the situation escalating to this point, she exhibited no trepidation towards Dan Qihu. Just as she was about to proclaim her name, ensuring he would remember it for future retribution, another voice interjected, seizing her opportunity to speak. Sister, those two spirit beasts are so pitiable. Your actions have been exceedingly harsh. The voice of Xie Mingzhu, filled with compassion, resonated from behind. Upon turning around, Xie Liuyin realized that while she was locked in confrontation with Dan Qihu, Jiangshan and the others had already dealt with the remaining spirit beasts. Meeting the gazes of Dan Qihu and Xie Liuyin, Xie Mingzhu's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke incessantly. Sister, your actions have jeopardized our Qi Xiao sect's future interactions with the Beast King sect. She then turned to Dan Qihu, esteemed friend, please do not take offense. I am aware that your spirit beast has been injured, resulting in a significant loss for you. I am willing to assist my sister in compensating you. I am Xie Mingzhu, a disciple of Qishao Sect, and it is my sister Xie Liuyin who has caused you harm. Rest assured, I shall ensure that this debt is repaid. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin shot a sharp glance at Xie Mingzhu. Truly, what an admirable sister she is. So eager to reveal her identity, as if fearing that Dan Qihu would be unable to seek vengeance in the future. Mingzhu, Shaoqi hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Xie Mingzhu aside. Why are you stepping in for the trouble you have caused? She is more than capable of resolving this on her own. Xie Mingzhu shook her head sorrowfully. No, she is my sister. If she is in trouble, I must assist her. Mingzhu, you remain so kind-hearted. How can I be at ease with you alone? TSK, perhaps I shall set up a stage for you. Unable to endure any longer, Xie Liuyin interjected. Shaoqi glared at her. What nonsense are you spouting now? The normal disputes among cultivators are being misconstrued as trouble by you all. Very well. From now on, disciples of the Qishao sect shall venture forth without their magical artifacts. After all, if they are to be beaten without the ability to retaliate, they might as well stretch their necks and await their demise. Xie Liuyin's words were indeed incisive, and even Shaoqi, who was nearly rendered senseless by Xie Mingzhu's coaxing, began to subtly awaken to the reality of the situation. Sensing his wavering resolve, Xie Mingzhu quickly resumed her weeping. But sister, your actions are truly too ruthless. You bear not a single injury, while these spirit beasts have lost their wings and one of their legs. Oh, am I at fault for being strong, while he is justified for being weak? If he fears for the well-being of his spirit beasts, then perhaps he should abandon his aspirations of ascension and return home to be coddled to sleep by his father. Xie Liuyin cast a disdainful glance at Dan Qihu. Initially, Dan Qihu had developed a modicum of fondness for her due to Xie Mingzhu's intercession, yet after being chided by Xie Liuyin, he could not deny the validity of her words, no matter how much he disliked the female cultivator before him. Conversely, this individual named Xie Mingzhu hardly resembled a serious practitioner of the way. He raised his gaze to meet Xie Liuyin's, speaking each word deliberately. Today, I admit my inferiority in skill, but mark my words, I shall cultivate formidable spirit beasts that will ultimately defeat you. Very well, Xie Liuyin shall await your challenge. She replied with a nod. Chapter 81. The pity of inexpensiveness. Regardless of the harsh words exchanged, the outcome was evident. One spirit beast had lost its wings, and another its claws. Fortunately, the contracted spirit beasts of the other Beast King's sect disciples were merely trapped, not slain on the spot. Otherwise, their expedition into this secret realm would have been a complete waste. Yet, even though Dan Qihu and his companions' ambush ended in failure, Xie Liuyin showed no inclination to let them off easily. Having cultivated a sense of confidence, Xie Liuyin was undeterred by Dan Qihu's repeated attempts to harm her. The injuries sustained by her spirit beasts were insufficient to quell her rage. Accompanied by Hualing Shui and Su Wuyin, she seized all the spirit stones from the disciples of the Beast King sect. Those who were reluctant to part with their spirit stones soon succumbed to the blades of Jiangshan and Xianyue, surrendering their storage bags without further protest. The Beast King sect was indeed affluent, and Xie Liuyin managed to unearth several tens of thousands of spirit stones from their possessions. Not one to be stingy, she immediately distributed the spirit stones among her companions, with the exception of Shaoqi and Xie Mingzhu, who received nothing. This led Shaoqi to glare fiercely at Xie Liuyin, while Xie Mingzhu, with tears brimming in her eyes, was on the verge of weeping. Xie Liuyin, however, toyed with a spirit stone and remarked, Sister, are you truly sympathetic towards these disciples of the Beast King sect? How can you bear to claim their spirit stones? If your heart is so tender, why not share some of your own spirit stones to alleviate their losses? Xie Mingzhu's expression stiffened as she replied, Sister, what are you saying? My few spirit stones would be of little consequence. It would be better for you to return the stones to them, as they truly appear pitiable. TSK, 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 after all this, is that all you can do, sister, merely express sympathy with words? Xie Liuyin shook her head and sighed. Sister, you are indeed kind-hearted. Next time you encounter someone in distress, remember to call out pity a few more times. Perhaps then their suffering will dissipate. As she beheld the mocking smile gracing Xie Liuyin's face, Xie Mingzhu silently clenched her fists, the nails piercing into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. After delivering a lesson to the Beast King sect, Xie Liuyin and her companions sought alternative, safer routes, continuing their exploration deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Beast King sect, left heartlessly behind, seethed with resentment. Among them, a sycophant who habitually flattered the young master hurried to Dan Qihu, still mourning the loss of his spirit beast, and venomously suggested, Young master, that female cultivator has humiliated us so. Once we exit the secret realm, you must certainly discuss this matter with the sect leader. We must go to Qishao sect to seek her master and demand an explanation. Silence. What? The disciple, who had a plethora of grievances still left unvoiced, was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt command. It was well known that the young master typically relished his words every time he spoke. He could easily amuse this young lord. Therefore, how could the young master possibly wish for him to be silent? Surely he must have misheard. I said, be silent. This time, Dan Shihu's cold gaze fell upon the disciple. Though that female cultivator was formidable, she had uttered a truth. In the realm of cultivation, lacking skill was the gravest sin. He inexplicably recalled the words of his father before his departure. Shihu, you possess talent and diligence, but your pride is excessive. Remember, the Bishu realm is vast, and beyond it lies an even broader world, teeming with individuals more gifted than you. Without the shelter of parental protection, one will inevitably find oneself oppressed and beaten. Therefore, when venturing into the world, one must refrain from impulsive actions. Losses must be accepted. At that moment, Dan Shihu felt that his biological father looked down upon him, deliberately suppressing him. After all, he was already the most distinguished disciple among the younger generation of the Beast King sect, shining brighter than anyone else. In hindsight, it is evident that he had overestimated his own worth. Dan Shihu quietly collected the claws of the white tiger and the wings of the black eagle that lay on the ground, carefully placing them in a jade box that was meant to store spiritual herbs. Subsequently, he reached out to stroke the white tiger, who had finally ceased its painful howling after consuming the elixir, and gently patted the black eagle's head, softly assuring them that he would help reattach their claws and wings upon returning to the sect. He resolved to diligently cultivate, striving for the day when he could seek vengeance on Xie Liuyin with honor. At that moment, Xie Liuyin remained oblivious to Dan Shihu's thoughts, and even if she were aware, she would not dwell on them. After all, while Dan Shihu would grow stronger, so too would she. Currently, she surpassed him, and in the future, she would continue to do so throughout her life. The notion that the young man could ever surpass her was nothing short of a fantasy. Setting aside these matters, Xie Liuyin and her companion sought a pristine water source, intending to rest there for a while. Although Jiang Shan and the others had not sustained injuries in the recent battle, they had expended a significant portion of their spiritual energy. If they did not pause to recuperate, any future encounters with danger could prove catastrophic. Xie Liuyin, on the other hand, was faring quite well. Ever since she commenced her cultivation, she had been diligently soaking in medicinal baths every evening. Even though she had been absent from the sword formation for a few months, the benefits of her previous baths were remarkably evident. The most striking change was that her meridians had been significantly expanded. And due to her practice of a top-tier cultivation technique, the amount of spiritual energy her dantian could store was over double that of her peers. Xie Liuyin speculated that if she continued this regimen, by the time she established her foundation or formed her elixir, the spiritual energy she could harbor would surpass that of others by 2 or even 3 times. However, she had no intention of divulging this information. She planned to keep it as her trump card, hidden away for the time being. As the others settled into their meditative positions, Xie Liuyin followed suit, seeking a secure spot to cross her legs and breathe deeply. At that moment, a furious shout shattered the tranquility of the area. Accompanying the distant sound of hurried footsteps was a menacing declaration. I advise you to hand over your belongings promptly. Otherwise, today we shall demand your lives here. Hearing this, Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow, gradually halting her cultivation and raising her consciousness to probe the source of the voice. In the distance, among the trees, a group of male cultivators clad in robes bearing the insignia of Baizhu City was pursuing a group of female cultivators, hastening towards Xie Liuyin's location. The threatening words had been uttered by the leader among the men, and based on their dialogue, it appeared that a dispute over a certain treasure was at the heart of the matter. Xie Liuyin had initially intended to mind her own business. Yet upon regaining her senses, she caught sight of a young girl firmly shielded by several female cultivators. In an instant, she recognized her. It was none other than Princess Luo, whom she had not seen for several months. This revelation rendered Xie Liuyin utterly restless. Chapter 82. I am your great aunt. May. Do not overstep your bounds. That phoenix grass was first discovered by me, and I was the one who secured it. Are you not aware of the unwritten rules of precedence in the cultivation world? Princess Luo was nearly driven to exasperation. Upon her return to Yuxing City, she had dutifully adhered to her mother's arrangements, diligently preparing for the Julan secret realm. To ensure her safety within the realm, Lord Luo had specifically assigned over a dozen foundational female cultivators to protect her. Fortuitously, on the very second day of entering the secret realm, Princess Luo stumbled upon the exceedingly rare spiritual herb, phoenix grass. This herb possessed the remarkable ability to heal the soul injuries of cultivators and was thus incredibly precious. However, this very herb became the source of her troubles. While harvesting the spiritual herb, many witnesses observed her, and a portion of them, noticing the formidable guards surrounding her, wisely retracted their ambitions. Yet, The group currently pursuing her exhibited audacity, having clandestinely conspired with another faction to seize the phoenix grass from Princess Luo, intending to split the spoils equally. Consequently, Princess Luo found herself besieged by two opposing forces, while the guards, originally tasked with her protection, valiantly intercepted the assailants, urging her to swiftly retreat with the remaining guards. Unbeknownst to her, the cunning individual named Mei had skillfully circumvented his own allies, pursuing Princess Luo and cornering her into her present predicament. Observing the overwhelming numbers of her adversaries, each equally formidable as her own guards, Princess Luo realized that her chances of survival were slim. However, she was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Instead, she directed her ire towards the fierce-looking young man before her, exclaiming, "You dare to target me despite knowing my identity? Are you not fearful that upon emerging from this secret realm, I shall inform my mother and ensure that your city of Bio faces dire consequences? Huh? Am I to fear you, Yuxing City? It's quite amusing, in fact. Our two cities share a peculiar connection," the young man, Mei Liangxin, retorted with a brazen smirk. "Our forebears were once united through marriage. Your ancestral lord was a lady of the Luo clan. Had it not been for your first lord insisting on taking the bride away, you might still be calling me cousin today. Bah, despicable and revolting." Princess Luo's eyes brimmed with disdain. While she was unaware of many details, she was indeed familiar with the calamity of greed that had transpired. She also knew that the former lord of Baizhou was among those who had persecuted the women of the Luo clan, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his own great-grandmother, thus paving the way for Mei Liangxin's grandfather to ascend. Yet, the Mei family, in their vile nature, surpassed even the previous lord. Over the years, they had sought to reconcile with Yuxing City, but the successive lords of Luo had consistently refused. It was utterly infuriating that this kid now sought to exploit such matters to torment her. Princess Luo, filled with revulsion, felt an overwhelming urge to charge at Mei Liangxin and confront him with all her might. At the critical moment, she was halted by her own guard. "Young master, do not act impulsively. We are outnumbered. Our priority must be to escape. Moreover, it is not just Mei Liangxin who has come to attack us, but also that pack of beasts from Minhuiqing." The other guards, tasked with holding back the forces of both sides, remain unaware of the situation. "We must leave before the Minhuiqing reinforcements arrive." Seeing their intention to flee, Mei Liangxin sprang into action. The remaining members from Baizhou City swiftly encircled Princess Luo and her companions, leaving them no chance to escape. Mei Liangxin advanced, his smugness becoming increasingly evident. "So, will you surrender the phoenix grass now? Perhaps I might spare your lives." Though he had struck a deal with Minhuiqing, he desired to possess the phoenix grass entirely for himself. Such a valuable item was far more useful when taken in its entirety. However, Princess Luo resolutely declared, "In your dreams, even if I were to destroy the phoenix grass, I would never relinquish it to a scoundrel like you." Hearing such insults, Mei Liangxin furrowed his brow, deeply displeased. "You refuse my kindness. Then I shall make you witness how your devoted guards meet their demise before your very eyes." With that menacing remark, Mei Liangxin signaled to his subordinates with a nod, and the cultivators promptly understood his intent, advancing decisively toward Princess Luo and her companions. Armed with high-grade magical artifacts and outnumbering Princess Luo's party nearly 2-1, the outcome was all but inevitable. As the situation grew increasingly dire, with several of her guard sisters on the verge of defeat, Princess Luo, her eyes ablaze with fervor, tightened her grip on the whip and lunged towards Mei Liangxin. However, she had overestimated her own prowess, for Mei Liangxin was also a foundational cultivator. The strike not only failed to injure him, but provided him with the perfect opportunity to seize the whip. Realizing the precariousness of her situation as her weapon was captured, Princess Luo instinctively attempted to relinquish her hold. Unfortunately, her reaction was a moment too slow. In the blink of an eye, she was yanked forward, whip and all, into Mei Liangxin's grasp. Seeing his other hand reach out, poised to clasp her throat, she shut her eyes. Resolute in her decision to activate the supreme explosive talisman bestowed upon her by her mother, determined to perish alongside this adversary. Yet, swifter than Mei Liangxin's hand was a familiar blade. A blinding flash of sword light sliced through the air before Princess Luo's eyes, startling her into opening them, only to witness Mei Liangxin's outstretched hand severed at the root. Warm blood sprayed forth, some droplets landing upon Princess Luo's face, inducing a wave of nausea within her. The excruciating pain compelled Mei Liangxin to instinctively release his grip on the whip, allowing her to reclaim her weapon and hastily retreat behind her guard sisters. Who dares to harm me?" Mei Liangxin, on the brink of unconsciousness from the severity of his injury, scanned his surroundings with piercing eyes, seeking the identity of the one audacious enough to sever his hand. However, in the next moment, several assaults surged towards the cultivators of Baizhou City from all directions, sending many unprepared practitioners flying. The ones besieging Princess Luo suffered the most severe injuries, collapsing to the ground in a state of unconsciousness. Recognizing the dire situation, Mei Liangxin, despite his reluctance, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat, quickly retreat." His forces had already sustained losses, and if it were merely a confrontation with Princess Luo, there might have been a chance to fight back. However, with unknown adversaries lurking in the shadows, should they coordinate with Princess Luo and her companions, their own safety would be jeopardized. Realizing this, Mei Liangxin hastily withdrew, but before he could take more than a few steps, a dark longsword suddenly shot towards his face. Startled, Mei Liangxin quickly raised his hand to defend himself. The ancestral technique of the Mei family, the purple orchid fist, allowed his hands to become as resilient as black iron, successfully blocking the blade. Who dares to strike at Bio City? Show yourself if you possess the courage. Unable to seize the mysterious dark sword, Mei Liangxin furiously called out to his surroundings. As his words echoed, a female cultivator emerged from the dense forest, brandishing a longsword. "Very well, allow me to show you what your great aunt looks like." Chapter 83, the soul lamp of the second young master extinguished. Almost the instant Xie Liuyin appeared, Princess Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She exclaimed, "Sister Liuyin." The voice was unmistakable to Mei Liangxin, whose piercing gaze swept across Princess Luo's face as he spoke in a chilling tone. "So you are acquainted with that little girl. No wonder you dare to step forward and offer assistance." From a distance, Xie Liuyin nodded reassuringly at Princess Luo, signaling her to remain calm. Comforted, Princess Luo let out a sigh of relief. She had feared that after driving away a tiger, she would soon encounter a pack of wolves. However, all was well now. So long as Sister Liuyin was present, her safety was assured. Seeing that Xie Liuyin only interacted with Princess Luo, refusing even to cast him a glance, Mei Liangxin felt a surge of anger. Yet, he had long since shed his initial fear, for he recognized that Xie Liuyin was merely a small cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, posing no real threat. As for the severed hand he had suffered earlier, he rationalized that it was due to a sneak attack from her, and his own delayed reaction had led to his injury. Having convinced himself of his justifications, Mei Liangxin raised his hand slightly, signaling his subordinates to cease their retreat. "They are nothing but a rabble. Counterattack and capture that little girl from the Luo family." However, one subordinate sensed the gravity of the situation and hesitated to speak up. Yet, Mei Liangxin would not entertain any objections. "There are no buts. If you fail to capture Princess Luo, prepare to face the consequences upon your return." In that moment, Mei Liangxin was cornered, fully aware that if he did not eliminate Princess Luo today, she would leave the Julan secret realm alive, and Lord Luo would undoubtedly take vengeance on anyone who dared harm his daughter. Given his grandfather's cold-heartedness and his father's cowardice, Mei Liangxin knew he would be cast aside like a pawn, handed over to Lord Luo without hesitation. In any case, defeat now equates to death, and leaving would also lead to demise. Thus, he might as well take the plunge. Having come to this realization, Mei Liangxin was unwilling to flee any longer, yet did not forget to signal his subordinates, guiding his other allies in their convenient coalition to converge. After completing these actions, Mei Liangxin immediately activated his cultivation technique, enveloping his remaining fist with spiritual energy that shimmered with a metallic sheen, charging towards Xie Liuyin. If it weren't for this insufferable girl, his plan would have succeeded moments ago. His fist, infused with immense power, struck down forcefully. Xie Liuyin promptly raised her moke sword to shield herself. Yet the force still pushed her back several steps, nearly destabilizing her stance. Observing this, Mei Liangxin's confidence surged. A mere 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator dares to show off before me. Today, I shall demonstrate exactly how many eyes the king of horses possesses. With that, Mei Liangxin raised his fist once more, aiming a blow at Xie Liuyin's head. In a swift motion, Xie Liuyin evaded, her form akin to a ghostly specter. Despite Mei Liangxin's superior cultivation, he could not perceive her movements due to the elevated level of her technique. His punch missed entirely, and in the next moment, a distinct force surged from behind him, propelling him far away. "I may not have seen how many eyes the king of horses has, but I certainly witnessed your fall," which resembled a dog rolling in filth, Xie Liuyin coldly taunted. The impact from Mei Liangxin's fall caused his already injured hand to bleed profusely. He hastily retrieved a few medicinal pills, consuming them until the severed limb rapidly healed and ceased bleeding, before gritting his teeth and re-engaging Xie Liuyin in combat. Mei Liangxin is a solitary cultivator who has mastered his family's Xie fist to a commendable degree. Even in the early stages of foundation establishment, he could barely withstand the attacks of the moke sword. Initially, he felt a sense of pride in being able to suppress Xie Liuyin, despite the fact that he could not inflict any harm upon her. Though his body bore numerous bloodstains from the moke sword, Mei Liangxin paid them no mind, fixated solely on the desire to eliminate this bothersome female cultivator. With determination, he endeavored to extract more spiritual energy from his dantian, channeling it into his fists as he prepared for an extended engagement with Xie Liuyin. However, she had lost all interest in continuing their duel. After once again parrying his attack with her sword, Xie Liuyin, with a hint of boredom, inquired, "Is this truly all you are capable of? Do you possess any other skills worth revealing?" "What did you say?" Mei Liangxin failed to comprehend her words. "It is you who cannot endure any longer, isn't it? If you cannot withstand it, then kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Perhaps I might spare your life." Before Mei Liangxin could finish his threatening proclamation, Xie Liuyin, already growing weary of his bravado, retracted her sword. Just as he began to believe that she was indeed on the verge of capitulation, she swiftly twisted her wrist, and the long sword danced through the air with a grace akin to the delicate fingers of the female cultivator herself. In a flash, Mei Liangxin felt an excruciating pain in his other hand, and upon looking down, he was horrified to discover that it too was severed. Following this, a chilling sensation enveloped his neck, and in a daze, he attempted to utter something, only to futilely expel a frothy stream of blood. Until Mei Liangxin collapsed to the ground, his eyes finally closing, he could not fathom how he had been bested by a female cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Ultimately, he would never find the answer. Even as he breathed his last, all he beheld was the blood-stained black longsword. Simultaneously, in a bustling city 1,000 miles away from the Zhulan secret realm, within a chamber housing the soul lamps of the Mei clan's direct descendants, the attendant on duty dared not rest for even a moment, his gaze fixed intently on dozens of soul lamps. At that precise moment, one of the soul lamps, positioned near the center, suddenly extinguished. The attendant was instantly drenched in cold sweat, hastily tumbling out of the room. "The second young master's soul lamp has gone out." This brief proclamation sent ripples of alarm throughout the entire city lord's mansion. The impact of Mei Liangxin's demise stirred significant commotion in Baiou City. Yet far away in the Zhulan secret realm, Xie Liuyin was blissfully unaware. Princess Luo, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle from a distance, hurried closer and, upon seeing that Mei Liangxin had been slain by Xie Liuyin, could not contain her delight and kicked him twice. "Humph, this is what you get for your previous insolence. Now you lie dead." Unable to suppress her disdain, Princess Luo hurled a few more curses. Only after Xie Liuyin allowed her to vent her ire did she inquire about the situation of Princess Luo's entourage. It was only then that Princess Luo, reminded by Xie Liuyin's question, widened her eyes in realization. She had completely forgotten about the group of guards who had remained behind to fend off their pursuers, and their fates were still unknown. She promptly relayed the events to Xie Liuyin, pleading for assistance in rescuing her remaining subordinates. Upon hearing that a considerable number of pursuers were after Princess Luo, Xie Liyuin's brow furrowed in concern. Meanwhile, Xianyue and others had already subdued the remaining subordinates of Mei Liangxin. Xie Liuyin hurriedly informed them of her intention to assist, and then, accompanied by Princess Luo and several other guards, she retraced her steps to rescue the captured. By the time they arrived in haste, only 5 of the guards assigned by the Lord of Luo City to protect his daughter remained alive. Observing that the last few were on the verge of collapse, Xie Liuyin intercepted Princess Luo, who was about to rush forward, and entrusted her sword sheath to her. "Hold this for me. It will be over soon." After uttering these words, Xie Liuyin, amidst the perplexed gaze of Princess Luo, raised the inked sword high. It was time to showcase the second tier of the heartless sword technique, which she had mastered after 3 months of rigorous training within the sword formation. Chapter 84. One sword to command thousands of enemies. With the inked sword in hand, Xie Liuyin gradually closed her eyes, feeling her spiritual energy surge rapidly, coursing through her meridians. Standing beside her, Princess Luo, who was holding the sword sheath, sensed a powerful current in the air, compelling her to step back several paces. She felt that if she remained close to Xie Liuyin any longer, she would inevitably be overwhelmed and struggle to breathe. Concentrating on her dantian, she focused her spirit as memories of the mundane world surfaced in her mind. The mystical gateway gathered energy into Qi as it flowed through her meridians, connecting to her divine spirit. The incantations of the heartless sword technique echoed in Xie Liyuin's heart, and simultaneously, the brilliance of the sword in her hand intensified. Xie Liuyin and her companions inevitably attracted the attention of the group of cultivators ahead, particularly that of the young master Wu Rini from Minhui City. He had spotted Princess Luo returning in haste earlier. To his astonishment, after successfully escaping, she had returned in a moment of folly. Initially, he thought he would be deprived of the phoenix grass, yet fortune favored him unexpectedly. It seemed the phoenix grass was destined to be his. Just as his pride began to swell, Wu Rini prepared to strike down the guard obstructing his path when a blinding light suddenly surged forth, illuminating the sky. The inhabitants of Yuxing City and Minhui City would forever remember this day. A tall and elegant young female cultivator unleashed a powerful sword strike, and the fierce sword wind swept across the area, shattering the blades that were meant to strike the female guards. In the instant the sword light extinguished, the severely injured guards of Yuxing City opened their eyes to witness the assailants who had encircled them now sprawled several meters away, in a pitiful state, teetering between life and death. The female guards turned to inquire who had saved their lives at such a critical moment. Upon turning, they beheld the slender yet striking figure. With a single sword of qi, she commanded countless foes. At that moment, everyone present clearly recognized a singular truth. Following this event, Xie Liuyin's name would undoubtedly echo throughout the realm of cultivation. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away on a distant mountain, Xianyue, who had just slain a road-blocking beast, was suddenly greeted by the resounding echoes of sword strikes in the air. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to witness a fleeting glimmer of sword light suddenly materializing above the dense forest, only to vanish just as quickly. Even though he could not behold the sword up close, he remained uncertain of its formidable prowess. Yet, an inexplicable thrill surged within Xianyue's heart. He sensed that the wielder of that sword would undoubtedly become his most formidable adversary in the future. Coincidentally, a handsome Buddhist practitioner, washing his hands in a nearby pond, seemed to sense a peculiar aura, abruptly raising his head to gaze at the sky. However, the distance was too great for him to see anything more than a faint golden glow. Wudu could not help but exclaim, "What an impressive sword! I wonder what the person capable of manifesting such pure sword intent truly looks like." In contrast to Wudu's innocent curiosity, a youth clad in a semi-transparent pink gauze garment gazed intently at the direction of the sword light, a charming smile gracing his lips. "I found you," he declared, squinting his enchanting fox-like eyes, disregarding his companions as he dashed towards the source of the sword light. "Alas, Yuyin, where are you going?" called out a youth marked with the emblem of the Huan sect on his forehead, hastily seeking to intervene. Yet, the gauzy-clad young man paid him no mind, single-mindedly pursuing his destination. One onlooker discerned the intentions of the youth named Yuyin and scoffed. "Can't you see?" he asked, naturally aiming for a higher branch. After all, he is the most favored disciple of the sect master, who has surely already identified a suitable target for him, unlike us, who must tread carefully to seek our own. The disciples of the Huan sect have been trained from a young age in the orthodox practices of their sect, growing stronger by finding an exceptionally gifted and rapidly progressing practitioner to engage in dual cultivation. As long as one practices this technique during dual cultivation, not only will their own cultivation level rapidly advance, but their partner will also reap significant benefits. Moreover, disciples of the Huan sect, regardless of gender, possess strikingly attractive appearances and amiable temperaments. Consequently, the cultivators they take a liking to, apart from the staunch followers of Buddhism, rarely refuse their advances. However, finding a suitable dual cultivation partner proves to be quite a challenge. Those who have already achieved a significant level of cultivation often look down upon the meager benefits these young disciples can offer. Conversely, those of similar cultivation levels are uncertain about their future prospects. What if they appear promising now but later find themselves ensnared in a minor tribulation from which they cannot escape? It is not easy for them to seek out new partners, as they must first dissolve their existing contracts. Nonetheless, these are merely the concerns of ordinary disciples. As for Mei Yuyin, being the disciple of the sect leader, it is certain that he has been chosen for his exceptional potential. Upon reflecting on this, someone could not help but express a tinge of envy, suggesting that they should follow him to see whom Mei Yuyin chooses and perhaps seize that female cultivator for themselves. Upon hearing this, many disciples felt a stir of excitement. However, someone quickly scoffed, saying, "Compete with Mei Yuyin? Just look at his face and then at yours. Do you truly believe you stand a chance?" This remark struck a nerve, leaving the one mocked blushing yet unable to retort. For Mei Yuyin was indeed someone who had caught the sect leader's eye and been accepted as a disciple on the spot. He truly is among the most handsome of their cohort, and even among several preceding batches of disciples. What an astonishing being must the exceptionally gifted Mei Yuyin be, that even she is so eager to ascend to such heights. At this moment, Xie Liuyin remains oblivious to the fact that her recent sword strike has not only summoned a formidable rival but also a troublesome entanglement. Currently, she is occupied with senior sister Xianyue and others, tending to the wounds of the few surviving guards, while also assisting Princess Luo in the solemn task of gathering the remains of those who have tragically perished, intending to return to Yuxing City for a proper burial. They must ensure that the fallen may return to their roots. After completing these somber duties, Princess Luo buried her head in Xie Liuyin's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. I should not have sought the phoenix grass. Had I not taken it, Xiao and the others would still be alive." Xie Liuyin sighed, gently stroking the princess's head. "I understand your sorrow, but how can you bear the blame for this? If Mei Liangxin and the others had not deliberately targeted you and pursued you relentlessly, you would not have encountered such misfortune. If you must assign blame, Let it be on Mei Liangxin and Wu Rini. You must strive to grow, to cultivate diligently, and become a formidable practitioner like your mother, so that none dare covet what you possess or offend those under your protection." Princess Luo bit her lip resolutely, stifling her sobs. Yet her tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. She nodded fiercely, silently resolving to train hard and never again be a burden to others. At this moment, Xie Liuyin remained unaware that these words of solace had etched themselves deeply in Princess Luo's heart. Until Princess Luo ascended as the new lord of Yuxing City and single-handedly elevated it to the pinnacle among the 8 major cities, she never once forgot. Chapter 85. The Pearl has been abducted. Having already established enmity with Baizhou City, Xie Liuyin was unperturbed by the potential fallout with Minhui City, especially with her formidable master backing her. Resolute in her thoughts, Xie Liuyin felt no fear. Seizing the moment while the group of cultivators lay incapacitated, she decisively struck each of them, shattering their dantian. As the leader, Wu Rini, she severed the meridians in his limbs. In her previous life, she had heard that this young master of Minhui City relished tormenting others with such tactics. Today, Xie Liuyin would allow him a taste of what it meant to be rendered powerless. Upon completing her task, Princess Luo glanced at Xie Liuyin with concern, saying, "Sister Liuyin, will there be repercussions for helping me in this manner? What is there to fear? They dared to join forces against you. It would be disgraceful not to retaliate." Xie Liuyin replied with conviction. "Besides, who among them possesses evidence of my involvement? With no witnesses and no tangible proof, as long as she did not confess, their mere words held no weight. Moreover, entering the secret realm was inherently a matter of life and death. If they were dissatisfied, they could first inquire of the innocent cultivators who perished at their hands if they were willing to pay with their lives." Xie Liuyin declared coldly. Princess Luo nodded repeatedly upon hearing these words. Having been saved by Xie Liuyin several times, she had come to place her unwavering trust in her. Whatever Xie Liuyin asserted, Princess Luo believed without question. In addition, Xie Liuyin did not forget to take the spirit stones from these individuals. However, this time she left none behind, bestowing them all upon Princess Luo. "Consider these spirit stones as a tribute for your fallen guards. Of course, this meager sum is insufficient. Once we return, we shall request supplies from Baizhou City and Minhui City to replenish your resources." Princess Luo bit her lip, striving to suppress her tears, nodding vigorously. She vowed that this would be her final moment of weeping over her own frailty. After resolving the situation with Wu Rini and the others, Xie Liuyin and Princess Luo hurried back to check on the injured guards. Senior Sister Liu, who was tending to them, explained, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. They were not injured critically. With a few more healing elixirs and proper care, they will recover well." Upon hearing this, Princess Luo let out a deep sigh of relief and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Xianyue and the others. Had they not accompanied Xie Liuyin to rescue them, her party might have truly perished within the Julan secret realm. After a moment's contemplation, she finally took out the treasured phoenix grass. "Sister Liuyin, thank you for saving so many of us. I have nothing else to offer, but this phoenix grass was obtained through my own efforts. I hope you will accept it." Naturally, Xie Liuyin was reluctant to accept. "As your friend, it is only natural for us to assist one another. This phoenix grass is of great value. You should keep it for yourself. Sister Liuyin, no matter how precious the phoenix grass may be, it cannot compare to the lives of us individuals. This precious herb is not solely for you, but also for Senior Sister Xianyue and the others. Even if it is for them, I implore you not to refuse." Princess Luo shook her head, resolutely thrusting the jade box containing the phoenix herb into Xie Liuyin's embrace, her expression exceedingly earnest. Her last statement struck a chord deep within Xie Liuyin. Their close relationship warranted such selfless acts. However, Senior Sister Xianyue and Brother Jiangshan were mere acquaintances of Princess Luo, and if she were to decline, it would feel akin to rejecting their good fortune as well. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Liuyin accepted the phoenix herb. Yet she resolved to prepare a gift for Princess Luo when she obtained something valuable in the secret realm. Lu Yu and the others, having overheard their conversation, could not feign indifference upon witnessing Xie Liuyin accept the phoenix herb, while they willingly assisted their junior sister by saving lives. The fact that she was grateful and reciprocated with such a magnificent gift brought them joy. With the return gift of the phoenix herb, when Princess Luo later expressed her desire to accompany their group, none of Qiuyu's party objected, even though Princess Luo was accompanied by several injured individuals. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators among them surpassed their own. With the addition of Princess Luo and her entourage, their party felt increasingly secure. On the way back to the camp, Suyu quietly remarked to Tong Wenkong, "I told you that following our junior sister Xie would yield benefits. Look at how junior sister Mingzhu and brother Xiao refused to join. They have missed out on such an opportunity." Recently, the individuals who came to assist have already reached a consensus regarding the matter at hand. The task was executed by them, while Xiaoqi and Xie Mingzhu contributed nothing. Thus this time, the phoenix grass shall not be attributed to their share. Though one arm was lost, Tong Wakong, who silently nodded, managed to save a life. Following the ordeal in the cave yesterday, he has gained clarity. Accompanying that esteemed junior sister Mingzhu may not necessarily yield benefits. Yet aligning with their revered uncle Xie will undoubtedly prove advantageous. For no other reason than to navigate these 3 months in the secret realm with tranquility. He is resolutely determined to remain closely tethered to junior uncle Xie, ensuring he does not lag behind. This little scheme of Tong Wenkong's remained concealed from everyone. Upon their return to the camp, they were met with the sight of Xiaoqi emerging in disarray. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at them. "Where have you been? Do you realize that it is because of your reckless attempt to save others that Mingzhu has been abducted?" His words left the group in stunned silence. Xie Liuyin was the first to regain her composure, urgently inquiring, "What transpired? Please clarify. Who has taken Mingzhu? What do they look like? Is there any identifying mark?" Her inquiry was not born from concern for her sister, but rather from the understanding that the individual who abducted Xie Mingzhu must be formidable. Likely one of her many male acquaintances. The torment she endured at the hands of those individuals in her previous life remains vividly etched in her memory. As she lamented her lack of connections to locate them, she realized that if she could use Xie Mingzhu as a means to find them this time, she would ensure they faced dire consequences. Listening to Xie Liuyin's anxious inquiries, Xiaoji coldly snorted, "There's no need for your feigned concern. Mingzhu has ended up like this because of you. If it weren't for your misguided kindness and insisting on rescuing unrelated individuals alongside your senior brothers, how could Mingzhu have been abducted?" These words struck a discordant note in the ears of Jiang Shan and the others. Princess Luo, along with the junior master and Hua Shimi, were friends. It was only natural for them to lend a helping hand when a friend was in distress. Moreover, they had explicitly stated that Xiaoji and Xie Mingzhu could accompany them to observe without engaging. It was the two of them who insisted on remaining behind, claiming they would safeguard themselves. Despite the efforts of Lu Yu and the others to persuade them otherwise, they left behind defensive talismans for the two. Now, having been captured due to their own inadequacies, they turned around and placed the blame on others? Su Yu ground his teeth, increasingly finding Xiao Ji to be insufferable. Xie Liuyin further mocked, "It's your own lack of strength that failed to protect your Mingzhu, and now you come to blame us? Perhaps next time we should tether you two to our belts wherever we go, lest you fall into a pit and then accuse us of not assisting you in using the restroom." Chapter 86. Do you think I am as foolish as you? You. Why must your words be so harsh? Xiaoji's face shifted between shades of green and red, and it was evident he was infuriated. Yet, even as he seethed, Xie Liuyin showed no signs of relenting. "You claimed you could protect Xie Mingzhu, yet it is you who has allowed her to be taken. We are so close in proximity. If danger truly approached, did you not have a signal flare at hand? Why did you not use it? Is it possible that he wishes to display heroism before Xie Mingzhu, which has led him to refrain from using the signal flare, resulting in her abduction?" Xiaoxi's face turned pale in an instant, his mouth moving without uttering any coherent words. Observing this, Xie Liuyin let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Xie Mingzhu has been taken, yet you remain unscathed. If you truly care for her, why do you not pursue those who have taken her? Perhaps you lack the courage to confront them, and thus you choose to place the blame upon us." This statement caused the previously guilt-ridden Lu Yu and the others to reconsider their thoughts. Indeed, they were not the ones who had abducted Xie Mingzhu. Why was Xiaoji not directing his ire at the villains responsible for her capture, but instead chastising them? At this point, Xiaoji fell silent, refusing to meet the eyes of Qiuyu and the others, turning to flee into the woods, exclaiming, "I will rescue Mingzhu. I will save her. Is that sufficient?" Xie Liuyin rolled her eyes and seized his collar, halting his escape. "Now, when things have gone awry, you are suddenly aware of your own shame. You raise such a clamor now, yet where was your sense of responsibility when the crisis unfolded?" Xie Liuyin was not inclined to indulge his faults. She held on to Xiaoji firmly and pressed on. "Who are the captors of Xie Mingzhu? How many are there? What distinguishing features do they possess? This is my final inquiry." Noticing Xie Liuyin's growing impatience, Xiaoji felt as if the grip on his shoulder was almost shattering him. He clenched his teeth and recounted everything he had witnessed in detail. "I truly do not know the origins of that group. I was merely conversing with Mingzhu when a cadre of individuals clad in black suddenly appeared, seizing Mingzhu and attempting to abduct her. I tried to intervene, but they were exceptionally formidable, and I was no match for them. I was swiftly overpowered and knocked to the ground, and then Mingzhu was taken away." As he reached the conclusion of his account, Xiaoqi lowered his head, unable to meet the gazes of the others, for his performance had been utterly inadequate. However, Xie Liuyin paid no heed to this. Her brow furrowed as she pressed on with her inquiry. What were their distinguishing features? In the heat of the moment, I could not discern much. However, it seemed that the leader was a youth, his voice sounding quite young. Oh, and their garments bore an embroidered pattern resembling a crescent moon. Xiaoqi strained to recall. As for how many there were, I was so anxious at the time that I couldn't keep count, but it appeared to be around 5 or 6 individuals. Furthermore, I was uncertain if they had left anyone behind in other locations. At this juncture, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xie Liuyin's eyes. The crescent moon pattern was, indeed, the emblem of the demon sect. As she had anticipated, the one responsible for abducting Xie Mingzhu was indeed her blue-eyed confidant. It seemed likely that they were none other than the demon sect's young master, Xie. Xie Liuyin recalled that in her previous life, when she had resolutely refused to selflessly offer her hard-won cultivation resources to Xie Mingzhu, the latter had sought solace from her blue-eyed companions, weeping. In their attempts to please the beauty, those men had seized every opportunity to teach Xie Liuyin a lesson. Was exceedingly direct. He commanded his subordinates to encircle Xie Liuyin, forcibly seizing her storage bag and administering a severe reprimand. On that occasion, Xie Liuyin's right hand was nearly ruined by their brutality. Closing her eyes, she expertly suppressed the resentment bubbling within her, pondering whether the destruction of the young master of the demon sect's hand would jeopardize his position. Liuyin, do you have any solutions? Xianyue inquired proactively. After enduring several days of peril, although Xianyue and the others still bore the titles of senior sisters and brothers, they had silently begun to heed Xie Liuyin's directives. Xie Liuyin reassured, "Sister need not worry. I possess a method to locate Xie Mingzhu." Upon hearing this, Xiaoji expressed skepticism. "Do not think to use the access token for locating her. Mingzhu's token has likely been tampered with by those individuals, rendering my token incapable of revealing her whereabouts. Do you suppose I am as foolish as you?" Xie Liuyin retorted sharply, "Some things can be altered, but one aspect remains immutable." "What do you refer to?" Xiyu inquired with curiosity. Xie Liuyin responded, "Bloodline. Xie Mingzhu and I share the same bloodline. Tracking by bloodline is the simplest and most infallible method within the techniques of the cultivation world, especially when the blood relationship is close. This approach proves exceedingly effective." They had been so preoccupied with searching for individuals and had nearly forgotten, due to the strained relationship between Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu, that they were indeed meant to be the closest of sisters. With Xie Liuyin's willingness to offer a drop of blood, the bloodline tracing technique swiftly yielded results. A crimson thread, symbolizing kinship, extended from Xie Liuyin's body, stretching towards the east. However, this thread was visible only to Xie Liuyin. Others could perceive nothing amiss. From my understanding, the crescent moon pattern may signify the mark of the demon sect's practitioners. As we remain uncertain about the number of adversaries, I believe it would be prudent not to act impulsively at this juncture, but rather to observe the situation before devising our next steps, Xie Liuyin suggested. This notion garnered unanimous agreement from the group, as they were well aware of the ruthlessness of the demon sect's practitioners, each one a formidable character capable of merciless slaughter. The terror instilled by these practitioners far surpassed that of the cultivators in Minhui City. Should we rashly engage, we might find ourselves ensnared by the very foes we seek to confront. Furthermore, our large number would inevitably attract attention, making us vulnerable to discovery. Additionally, several companions have yet to recover from their injuries, rendering them ill-suited for the impending peril. It would be wise to divide our group into 2 factions. One shall remain here to await news and recuperate, while the other ventures forth, should misfortune befall the latter. The remaining members can still survive and relay any news from within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, swiftly organizing themselves into 2 distinct parties. As the sole individual capable of perceiving the bloodline thread, Xie Liuyin naturally opted to accompany the expedition. Among the disciples of Qishao Sect, Xiyu and Hualing Xue were among those left behind, while Tong Wakong, who had lost an arm, was also unable to join the endeavor. In Yuxing City, Princess Luo, lacking sufficient cultivation, was naturally not permitted to accompany them. Subsequently, Xie Liuyin requested 2 female guards at the foundation establishment stage to join them, thus augmenting their numbers. The arrangement was settled, and to prevent any unforeseen changes, the group swiftly adorned themselves with concealment talismans, following in Xie Liuyin's footsteps as they departed from the encampment. Meanwhile, in a nearby grove, under the warm hospitality of Xie Mingzhu was savoring the spirit chicken roasted by him with great care. Chapter 87. My sister will no longer bully me. Xie watched with immense satisfaction as his beloved chewed on the spirit chicken he had prepared. Noticing Xie Mingzhu's delight, he tended to the fire pit while preparing to roast the freshly caught spirit fish, intending to provide her with more delectable offerings. Xie Mingzhu greatly appreciated Xie's attentive gestures. Reclining comfortably on the exquisite chair he had brought for her, draped in soft fish-scale silk, she felt more at ease than she ever did at Qingshao Sect. For a fleeting moment, she even entertained the thought of not returning to Qingshao Sect and instead following Xie to the demon sect to become his lady. However, this notion was quickly dismissed. She knew she must remain at Xie Sect. Only by ensuring her identity as a righteous disciple could she more smoothly attain the title of goddess and successfully obtain Xie Liuyin's golden core. Furthermore, with Yuchaoan still present in Xie Sect, despite not being able to protect her as he had in a previous life, Xie Mingzhu still remembered how he had once personally extracted Xie Liuyin's golden core for her. After Yuchaoan was cast out by that lunatic Xianyue, she persevered under immense pressure to bring her back. Such a person, who protects her at every turn yet so easily forsakes even her most cherished disciple, is someone Xie Mingzhu cannot bear to let go of. With her mind swirling in contemplation, Xie Mingzhu merely sighed softly on the surface. After finishing the spiritual chicken in her hand, she smiled gently at Xiyu, saying, "Brother Xiyu, thank you for coming to find me so swiftly upon receiving my message. Without you, I would have remained in that suffocating environment for an indeterminate time." As she spoke, Xie Mingzhu let out a pitiful lament, her sorrow evident on her face. Upon hearing this, Xiyu furrowed his brow tightly. "You were marginalized and mistreated within that group. This should have been communicated to me much sooner. Had I known earlier, I would have rallied my companions to rescue you as soon as you entered the secret realm." Indeed, this abduction was not a mere whim of Xiyu's. It was the result of a mutual agreement with Xie Mingzhu. After suffering indignities from her peers, she sought out Xiyu to express her grievances, leading him to propose that he would take her away from that repugnant group. Xie Mingzhu, wishing to uphold her image as a righteous disciple, was reluctant to follow Xiyu so readily. If she were seen mingling with the young master of the demon sect, it would severely tarnish her reputation. Thus, after shedding tears and dropping hints through a series of emotional exchanges, Xiyu finally grasped his beloved's concerns and took the initiative to pretend to be the villain in order to abduct her. Thus, Xie Mingzhu not only managed to separate herself from Xie Liuyin and the others, but also ensured that Xie Liuyin would suffer an unforeseen setback. After all, it was her own reckless decision to save Princess Luo that left her unprotected and at the mercy of the demonic cultivators. As long as she could conceal herself well within Xiyu's domain, and with Shaoqi unable to locate her, it was likely that his resentment towards Xie Liuyin and her companions would only deepen. When the expedition to the secret realm concluded, he would undoubtedly approach the leading elder forth to lodge a complaint against them. Consequently, even if Xie Liuyin were not punished, her reputation within the Qinshao sect would never regain its former glory. Xie Mingzhu had even concocted a plan for her return to the sect, where she would weave a tale of a young girl abducted and, through her cunning, narrowly escaping while acquiring countless treasures from the secret realm. It was noteworthy that in her previous life, her sister had been the most infamous cultivator within the Qinshao sect, whereas this time, due to her formidable strength, she had garnered considerable admiration from many young disciples. This had long caused Xie Mingzhu to harbor a deep-seated resentment. This time, she was determined to cast Xie Liuyin back into the isolated and helpless predicament she had faced in her past life, even wishing for her to endure a fate more dire than before, to alleviate the grievances she had suffered since her rebirth. While she secretly plotted the scheme, Xie Mingzhu feigned humility, saying, "Do not speak so harshly. It is indeed my fault for being overly eager to assist everyone in seeking opportunities, which inadvertently led us to encounter such a formidable beast. Had it not been for my sister's timely intervention, who knows what might have befallen senior sister Xianyue and the others." However, Xiyu had already formed a firm opinion of Xie Liuyin based on Xie Mingzhu's account, deeming her an exceedingly hypocritical and malicious individual. The other disciples from the Qinshao sect who entered the secret realm with her were all perceived as incompetent and selfish. He let out a cold snort and remarked, "This is clearly your kind-hearted intention. Moreover, did you not also lead them to discover that precious corpse bone orchid? If it were not for their incompetence, how could such a trivial beast pose a threat?" Xiyu spoke with an air of righteousness. Those who practiced demonic cultivation harnessed demonic energy for their training, often along the path of slaughter. The more lives they claimed, the quicker their cultivation advanced. Even without facing the tribulation of thunder, it can be said that demonic cultivators are among the fastest ascending practitioners in the realm of cultivation. However, this method of training is deemed unnatural. Although the pace of advancement is rapid, most ultimately perish in the tribulation of ascension. Thus, the path of demonic cultivation is not regarded as a legitimate tradition within the realm of cultivation and is often viewed as heretical. Xie Mingzhu did not intend to engage in further discussion on this matter. She lowered her head and sighed softly. "Ultimately, it is my own weakness. If only I could cultivate as swiftly as my sister." Xiyu was inclined to offer his assistance, for the fact that Xie Mingzhu had attained the 6th level of qi refinement was largely due to his support. However, the secret methods of the demon sect, when employed over a short period, would not yield significant effects. If used excessively, and if her cultivation level increased too greatly, she would no longer be able to cultivate using spiritual energy, and would have to shift to the path of demonic cultivation. Yet, Xianyue understood that the young woman before him was reluctant to embrace this path. Otherwise, when he had initially prepared to leave and expressed a desire to take her along, Xie Mingzhu would not have so decisively rebuffed him. With this thought in mind, Xianyue pressed his lips together, genuinely at a loss for how to comfort Xie Mingzhu. Xie Mingzhu, perceiving his reluctance to fall into her trap, furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction and continued, "It matters not. Even if I cannot catch up to my sister, I shall treat her well. I firmly believe that, in time, she will be moved by my sincerity, cease her antagonism, and refrain from using her superior cultivation to bully me." The more she spoke, the more conflicted Xianyue felt within. After much contemplation, he resolved to adopt a different approach to assist the one he cherished. If that particular technique was unsuitable for Xie Mingzhu, he would employ the method of flower transference, channeling his own cultivation into her. Thus, no one would perceive any anomaly in Xie Mingzhu, and she would be spared the cruelty of the malevolent Xie Liuyin. With this determination, Xianyue planned to share this promising news with Mingzhu once they departed from the Zhulan's secret realm. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Mingzhu felt that this charming confidant was increasingly inept at handling matters. What she could not foresee was that Xie Liuyin and her companions had already traced their path, guided by the crimson thread of blood, to their encampment. Chapter 88. She has acquainted herself with a demon cultivator? The crimson thread of blood extended deep into the dense forest. To avoid alarming their quarry, Xie Liuyin and her group proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of revealing even the slightest hint of their presence. After an indeterminate time navigating through the woodland, Xie Liuyin finally discerned human voices. She promptly halted, gesturing for the others to remain still and await her return while she ventured forth to assess the situation. Xianyue, though deeply concerned for Xie Liuyin, could only watch silently as her little master departed. Circumventing a protruding mountainside, Xie Liuyin, guided by the crimson thread, soon caught sight of a gathering of figures clad in black garments. The most conspicuous figures were undoubtedly the man and woman sitting by the campfire, their postures intimate, bearing little resemblance to mere acquaintances. Rather, they exuded an air of familiarity as if they had known each other for an eternity. The young woman was none other than Xie Liuyin's cherished sister, Xie Mingzhu, while the man was none other than the anticipated young master of the demon sect, Xianyue. Indeed, they had mingled together. Xie Liuyin's gaze lingered on the pair for a brief moment before swiftly shifting to a few disciples of the demon sect in the distance. She counted them and noted that there were 4 individuals accompanying Xianyue into the secret realm. It seemed that due to the limited quota for entering the Zhulan secret realm, which was already scarce among the righteous sects, the demon sect had only managed to secure these few spots. Including Xianyue, they numbered a mere 5. Yet, Xie Liuyin dared not confront them directly, as the demon cultivators were significantly more formidable than ordinary practitioners. Moreover, their methods of combat were ruthlessly brutal, driven by their path of slaughter. Although Xianyue and the others were also foundation-building practitioners, they had only recently entered this stage and lacked experience in actual combat. Having not yet been assigned to undertake any trials, Xie Liuyin feared that they might not even be able to fully manifest the true prowess of foundation-building cultivators, thus making any encounter with demon cultivators exceedingly perilous. After some contemplation, Xie Liuyin soon devised an alternative plan. She cautiously retrieved a recording artifact from her storage bag, an item she had discovered in the treasure vault of the Ryo Peak, specifically brought to the secret realm to capture crucial moments and guard against slander. It was now perfectly suited for use concerning Xie Mingzhu. Xie Liuyin adjusted the angle of the magical instrument, capturing every moment of Xie Mingzhu's close interaction with Xianyue, along with the watchful presence of several demon cultivators nearby. Even though the artifact from Ryo Peak was merely stored in the treasury, its quality was assured, and the recorded images were remarkably clear. One could discern the intricate patterns on the faces of those individuals despite the distance. Naturally, the crescent moon insignia adorning the demon cultivators did not escape her scrutiny. After completing her recording, Xie Liuyin deftly employed her footwork and departed without a sound. Left in a safe zone, Xianyue and the others anxiously awaited her return for half an hour. Just as Xianyue was growing increasingly worried and contemplating searching for her little martial uncle, Xie Liuyin finally reappeared. The group rushed to greet her upon her safe return. Xianyue, indifferent to the fate of Xie Mingzhu, scrutinized Xie Liuyin from head to toe, only exhaling a sigh of relief once she confirmed her safety. "Why did you take so long? We were all quite worried," Xianyue lamented before suddenly recalling Xie Mingzhu. "By the way, how's Xie Shimi? Is she still alive?" Upon hearing this, even Jiang Shan silently exclaimed. Indeed, Xianyue harbors disdain for Xie Mingzhu. When inquiring about her little martial uncle, the concern was about injuries. Yet when it came to Xie Mingzhu, the question was merely about her survival. Jiang Shan even suspected that if Xie Mingzhu were not their fellow disciple and if their little martial uncle had not personally intervened, Xianyue would likely have shown no regard for her fate. Xie Liuyin, however, discerned the double standards in Xianyue's words but remained unfazed. Xie Mingzhu had nearly brought harm to Xianyue, and now that she was willing to come to her aid, Xie Mingzhu ought to express her gratitude with utmost humility. After a brief pause, she affected a demeanor of hesitance and remarked, "Alas, I scarcely know how to articulate my feelings. In any case, you may judge for yourselves." With that, Xie Liuyin handed the recording artifact to Xianyue and withdrew to a corner, seemingly sulking. Her behavior left the others momentarily stunned. Xianyue accepted the artifact and swiftly infused it with spiritual energy, activating it. A luminous screen abruptly illuminated before them, soon revealing the footage previously captured by Xie Liuyin. They beheld a delicate young girl clad in a soft yellow dress, seated beside a dark-clad youth by the fire, both engaged in light-hearted conversation while savoring roasted spiritual fish, exuding an air of tranquility and contentment. Not far from them, cultivators bearing the insignia of the demon sect were vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. The onlookers discerned the unmistakable dark marks on their faces, signifying their allegiance to the demonic path. At this revelation, the assembled company was struck with understanding. Their long-held concerns for their junior sister, Xie, had been unfounded, as she had not only evaded the clutches of malevolent individuals, but had also forged friendships. Logically, they should have rejoiced at the safety of their fellow disciple, yet the realization that the others were disciples of the demon sect extinguished any sense of joy. Among them, only Liu, who had remained untouched by Xie Mingzhu's distasteful antics, kindly ventured an explanation. Could it be that Sister Xie has been deceived by this group of demonic cultivators? Perhaps she is unaware of their true nature? As Liu spoke, her voice dwindled. For even she found little credence in her own reasoning, even if Xie Mingzhu fails to recognize the crescent moon pattern. Is it conceivable that she cannot perceive the demonic markings etched upon the faces of those around her? It is well known that in the current cultivation world, what the righteous practitioners most fear are, firstly, the omnipresent and numerous beasts, and secondly, the group of demonic cultivators occupying the far southern lands. The terror of these demonic practitioners lies in the potential loss of their hard-won disciples, and thus, any disciple below the golden core stage is invariably cautioned by their mentors to steer clear of individuals bearing black demonic markings. Even if Xie Mingzhu's master did not impart this knowledge to her, the handbook distributed to every new disciple at Qingshao Sect explicitly outlines the characteristics of demonic cultivators on the very first page. Surely, Xie Mingzhu cannot have overlooked this? TSK. Could it be that Xie Mingzhu has long been acquainted with that young man in black? Jiang Shan furrowed his brow, his tone laced with peculiar intrigue. From the images brought back by Xie Liuyin, Jiang Shan discerned that the young man likely held a significant position within the demonic sect. The individuals patrolling nearby are all at the foundation establishment stage, and they exhibit a subtle deference to the young man, suggesting that his status is not trivial. Xie Mingzhu is no fool. It would be illogical for her to suddenly forge a friendship with the one who had abducted her. Sitting together in a congenial manner while enjoying grilled fish, Liu pursed her lips in silence, unwilling to harbor malice towards her fellow disciple. Yet the facts lay bare before her, leaving her at a loss for words. It was then that a female cultivator from Yuxing City, borrowed by Xie Liuyin, suddenly remarked, "What if the Xie Mingzhu you speak of has long been acquainted with that young man? If she and he orchestrated this abduction act, would that not render everything comprehensible?" Chapter 89. The Yellow Sparrow Team. A single phrase from the female cultivator of Yuxing City awakened those lost in dreams. And in an instant, Xianyue grasped the situation. It made no sense. Why would those demonic cultivators target Xie Mingzhu, abducting her while sparing Xiaoqi? It became clear. Xianyue gritted her teeth in frustration. They truly believed that Xie Mingzhu had fallen victim to an unprovoked disaster, enduring countless dangers to pursue her, only to realize that this was, in fact, a premeditated scheme between Xie Mingzhu and the demonic cultivators. However, Liu, feeling conflicted, continued to inquire. Why would junior sister Xie do this? Isn't it better to be with us than with those demonic cultivators? The answer came once more from the same female cultivator of Yuxing City who had spoken earlier. Perhaps she has compelling reasons to leave. If she were to voice her intentions, you would surely prevent her departure. Jiang Shan paused momentarily, considering. That is true. After all, junior sister Xie is our fellow disciple. This secret realm is fraught with peril, and should she wish to leave alone, we would undoubtedly not permit it. As their conversation progressed, Jiang Shan became increasingly perplexed. What reason could a Qi refining cultivator possibly have to depart? Suddenly, a thought flickered in Xianyue's mind, and her eyes sparkled with realization. Jiang Shan, do you remember the time I nearly perished in that cave? Of course, it was I and junior uncle who rescued you. He replied. What does this have to do with junior sister Xie? Jiang Shan was bewildered. Xianyue lowered her eyelashes slightly, articulating her thoughts. This matter is undoubtedly related to Xie Mingzhu, for it was she who led us to that cave. expressing her desire to help us seek opportunities. Indeed, she has truly uncovered a place rich with great potential. Jiangshan suddenly stiffened, gazing at Xianyue with eyes wide in astonishment. Xie Liuyin, who had been silently lurking in the background since their return, was equally taken aback by Xianyue's keen insight. She had not anticipated that this senior sister, who had been rather unremarkable in her previous life, possessed such profound inner qualities. Xie Liuyin silently committed this to memory, resolved to engage more with senior sister Xianyue in the future. A practitioner with such perceptive thoughts is destined for notable achievements. Jiangshan's expression was unmistakable, and Xianyue certainly noticed. She nodded slightly in affirmation of Jiangshan's conjecture, which only served to render Jiangshan's countenance even more peculiar. Liu, however, failed to comprehend the unspoken exchange between the senior sister and brother and inquired curiously, "Senior sister, what are you two discussing? Since you've uncovered the truth, do enlighten us." Even the junior uncle is curious. The others turned to look at Xie Liuyin, who, suddenly mentioned, could only feign curiosity with a helpless expression. Xianyue then took the initiative to clarify, "I suspect that Xie Mingzhu possesses the ability to sense opportunities. The fortune we encountered in the cave was something she sensed and proactively guided us towards. Thus, her desire to depart is not for any other reason but to seek opportunities for herself, or perhaps to avoid allowing us to bask in her fortune." Xianyue pondered that initially, Xie Mingzhu probably intended to share the benefits with them, but due to the unforeseen incident in the cave, she had come to regard their group with disdain. Consequently, she altered her intentions, seeking to rid herself of those she deemed burdensome. With this thought, Xianyue let out a cold laugh. It was worth noting that Xie Mingzhu's departure was also linked to her. This remark left the others momentarily speechless. Instinctively, they felt that no one could truly sense such so-called opportunities, not even the treasure-seeking mice. Yet, upon reflection, this explanation seemed quite plausible. The two female cultivators from Yuxing City exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Liu quickly accepted Xianyue's assertion, nodding in agreement. "So that's how it is. How could junior sister Xie be such a person? It was precisely because of her reckless guidance that you encountered the beast. It was wrong of her to abandon senior sister Xianyue to save herself, and now she blames us? Humph. If she won't let us share in her gains, we have no need for her abilities. After all, she has already aligned herself with the demonic cultivators. Let us simply disregard her and depart." As Liu spoke with increasing indignation, she felt an urge to turn and leave immediately. The others shared her sentiment, believing that Xie Mingzhu had colluded with the demonic cultivators to deceive them. This had already violated the regulations of Qinshao Sect, and upon their return to the sect, they would present the evidence they had gathered to the sect leader. However, they paused to consider, if they left just like that, wouldn't it be too lenient on those demonic cultivators? Just as they were deliberating on returning to the camp, the previously silent Xie Liuyin spoke up once more. As all eyes turned towards her, Xie Liuyin remarked, "Currently, those accompanying Xie Mingzhu are all demonic cultivators, with her formidable treasure-hunting abilities. If she leads those demonic cultivators to uncover the valuable items within the Julan secret realm, it would be akin to delivering opportunities directly to the demon sect." Upon mentioning this, disapproval was instantaneously etched across the faces of the crowd. They had nothing further to add. It was imperative that the demon sect reaped no benefits. Jiangshan inquired, "So, what do you suggest, junior martial uncle? Perhaps we could employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with them at the forefront searching for treasures, simultaneously eliminating any dangers for us. In the end, we can simply reap the rewards ourselves. What do you think?" Xie Liuyin tentatively proposed. The eyes of several individuals widened in astonishment, and Liu clapped his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "Excellent. This plan is splendid. I adore playing the role of the yellow bird. Indeed, why should we allow the demonic cultivators to benefit from the treasures within the secret realm?" Jiangshan asserted, "Xie Mingzhu is one of our own from Qinshao Sect. The demon sect has abducted our disciples, and we are merely pursuing them, inadvertently seizing their belongings. What wrongdoing is there in that?" With a shift in perspective, Jiangshan spoke with conviction. A female cultivator from Yuxing City chimed in, "Exactly. Demonic cultivators are treacherous and vile. They deserve to be eradicated. I maintain that this is not theft, but rather an act of righteousness on behalf of heaven." Their enthusiasm grew with each passing moment, and without any further prompting from Xie Liuyin, they meticulously devised the subsequent course of action. Initially concerned that these individuals might refuse, Xie Liuyin reflected, "What was I so worried about? Who says that disciples of righteous sects cannot employ cunning tactics?" A few individuals quickly conferred and unanimously resolved to ensure that the group of demonic cultivators would suffer a significant setback. Xie Liuyin and the others promptly relayed the situation to Hualing Xue and her companions, elucidating the circumstances in detail, while earnestly advising her to keep this matter from Shaoxi. This lad was nothing more than a loyal dog raised by Xie Mingzhu. If he were to become aware of this situation, he would undoubtedly refuse to believe in the innocence of his dear Mingzhu and would suspect her of orchestrating such a scheme against them. He might even seek out Xie Mingzhu to inquire about the truth, thereby jeopardizing their meticulously crafted plan to prevent any leaks of information. Those who needed to recuperate were kept in the dark, while the remaining few active female cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage were borrowed by Xie Liuyin to serve as their hidden agents. Meanwhile, Xianyue and her group trailed behind, tending to the injured and distracting Xiaoxi. Should the need arise, they would not hesitate to render him unconscious and carry him away. Thus, the Yellow Sparrow team of the Zhulan secret realm was officially established. Chapter 90. The first heist. Upon learning of Xie Liuyin's comprehensive plan, Princess Luo was the first to express her approval. She even offered all the concealment talismans she had brought into the secret realm, fearing that the lack of means to obscure their movements might compel Xie Liuyin and her companions to abandon their scheme. As for Xie and her group, upon discovering that Xie Mingzhu had an old acquaintance among the demonic cultivators who had abducted her, and that this entire affair was merely a ruse concocted by the two, they were immediately incensed. Su Wuyin and the others, who had previously harbored a modicum of goodwill towards Xie Mingzhu, now found themselves utterly loathing this junior sister. The remaining 4 female cultivators from Yuxing City, under Princess Luo's command, quickly located Xie Liuyin, equipped with the talismans and several defensive artifacts she had provided. Clearly optimistic about the Huangke plan. As for Xiaoqi, he incessantly messaged Xie Liuyin through her communication device, persistently inquiring if she had found Xie Mingzhu. Xie Liuyin, however, paid him no mind, as she was preoccupied with tracking the group of demonic cultivators. Meanwhile, Princess Luo's instructed allies endeavored to divert Xiaoqi's attention, attempting to prevent him from discovering the truth, repeatedly obstructing him from rushing to Xie Liuyin's side to create chaos. Concurrently, the injured female cultivators from Yuxing City worked diligently to recover from their wounds, ensuring they would be able to protect themselves in the event of further danger. The arrival of 4 additional allies brought Xie Liuyin great joy. Yet, despite their numerical superiority over the demonic cultivators, overpowering them and securing a safe retreat after seizing their possessions proved insufficient. Fortunately, in her efforts to prevent her novice from perishing within the secret realm, Xianyue had bestowed upon her numerous valuable items, one of which was a binding formation disc. This disc concealed a binding array. When activated and directed towards a target, it would ensnare them in the array's influence, rendering them immobile for at least the duration of an incense stick. However, this disc had significant drawbacks. It consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, making it impractical for foundation-building cultivators to use more than twice within a single day. Furthermore, the array could only restrain a limited number of individuals, with a maximum capacity of 10, rendering it ineffective against larger groups. This formation plate was meant to protect Xie Liuyin at a crucial moment, yet he could hardly have anticipated that, in the end, it would be employed by his disciple as a tool for robbery. Furthermore, we must engage in a form of disguise. We cannot allow that group of demonic cultivators and Xie Mingzhu to discern our true identities. Otherwise, once we exit the secret realm, it is likely that the demonic faction will target us. Xie Liuyin concluded. She was not particularly afraid of the demon sect. After all, she had already slain the young master of Baizhou City, and defending another demon sect was hardly a concern. Xie Liuyin was simply worried about implicating others. The movements of demonic cultivators are notoriously elusive, and many possess remarkable skills in assassination. Xie Liuyin could assure herself that she would not fall victim to a demonic ambush. But the same could not be said for the others. This proposal received unanimous approval from the group, and they all began rummaging through their storage bags, ultimately donning black robes in unison. Coincidentally, within the storage bag that Xie Liuyin had confiscated from Mei Liangxin, there were several peculiar masks that functioned as magical artifacts. These items offered both defensive and concealment properties, making them perfect for obscuring their identities. After some contemplation, Xie Liuyin surmised that Mei Liangxin had likely intended to hide his identity while engaging in nefarious deeds, which was why he had brought the masks along. Little did he know that he would not have the opportunity to use them himself. Reflecting on this, Xie Liuyin expressed her admiration for Mei Liangxin's prowess, and she distributed the masks among her companions. She kept for herself a mask resembling a bloodied, wide-mouthed white-haired raccoon, which appeared exceptionally gruesome. Due to the conspicuous nature of the moke sword, Xie Liuyin could only apologize to the sword spirit in her mind and borrowed a blade from the female cultivator Yu of Yuxing City for her use. As the sword spirit found itself cast into the spatial artifact, it immediately exclaimed in Xie Liuyin's mind, "Did you not proclaim that I would be your sole companion on the path of cultivation? What is this then?" Xie Liuyin, touching her nose in embarrassment, replied, "This is merely an unforeseen circumstance. Traitorous woman, you are fickle and capricious. Has it truly only been a short while And you have already forsaken the old sword for a new blade? The sword spirit's voice grew increasingly indignant, causing Xie Liuyin's head to throb in response. The emotional pitch of the sword spirit's lamentation was nearly tearful, prompting Xie Liuyin to hastily offer words of solace. Please do not be angry. It is only because your brilliance is too striking that I cannot risk revealing my identity by wielding you. However, rest assured, I shall only use this blade for a brief moment, and once this matter is resolved, I promise to return it to you at once. The sword spirit was not easily appeased, and it took considerable persuasion from Xie Liuyin, who promised to find a beautiful tassel for Mok's sword. Before the spirit reluctantly acquiesced to the arrangement. With everything in place, Xie Liuyin's group fortuitously stumbled upon an opportunity at the same time. This opportunity, as it turned out, had also been uncovered by Xie Mingzhu, and it was located within a stone cave beneath a pond, appearing quite elusive. Moreover, a water-type beast lurked within the cave. Clearly a formidable adversary. After several demonic cultivators bravely vanquished the beast and retrieved a piece of water star stone from the submerged cavern, Xianyue and her companions stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Their amazement was not solely due to the water star stone being an exceptional material for crafting water attribute artifacts, which held immense value, but also because this moment thoroughly validated Xianyue's conjecture, although many had previously placed their faith in her conjectures. The absence of concrete evidence left them somewhat uncertain about the prospect of discovering valuable treasures alongside these cultivators of dark arts. However, upon witnessing firsthand their successful acquisition of a prized possession under Xie Mingzhu's guidance, their doubts swiftly dissipated. In an instant, the initial wariness and trepidation in their gazes towards the dark cultivators transformed into a fervent excitement akin to that of a predator observing its prey. As the coveted treasure materialized, Xie Liuyin and her companions silently donned their masks. Are we ready? Let us act now. At Xie Liuyin's command, Liu hurled an explosive talisman towards the dark cultivators. With a resounding boom, amidst the rising smoke, the group surged forward, each targeting a specific dark cultivator. Xie Liuyin quickly fixated on Xianyue, well aware that Xie Mingzhu was merely a facade, rarely engaging in the fray. Thus, she disregarded Xie Mingzhu's frantic cries and focused her assault on Xianyue. Deprived of her Mok sword, Xie Liuyin's offensive capabilities had naturally diminished. Her blade struggled to penetrate the soft armor worn beneath Xianyue's robes. Nevertheless, her formidable strength and agile movements allowed her to hold her own against Xianyue. Despite his superior cultivation, the other dark cultivators, initially caught off guard by the sudden attack, soon regained their composure and began to counterattack. Realizing their side was gradually being overwhelmed, Xie Liuyin sounded the whistle as per their agreement, prompting her group to retreat immediately. A few dark cultivators instinctively pursued, but Xie Liuyin had already activated the formation disc and cast it forth. The immobilizing formation swiftly enveloped Xianyue and his companions, rendering them utterly powerless as they prepared to apprehend the assailants. Xianyue's body stiffened in response, and he found himself devoid of any means to resist. Chapter 91. Success. Thus, Xianyue and his companions stood frozen in place, unable to so much as move or even blink. Upon realizing that this predicament was the handiwork of the assailants, Xianyue's expression turned grim. He desperately channeled his magical energy, disregarding the potential backlash from the formation in a fervent attempt to break free from its constraints. However, the quality of the items provided by Xianyue was assuredly beyond his capabilities as a mere foundation establishment novice to unravel. Having already distanced themselves, Xie Liuyin and her companions, witnessing their immobilization, swiftly approached and seized Xianyue's storage ring. Xianyue's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze fixated on Xie Liuyin. If looks could kill, she would have perished 100 times over by now. Regrettably, the formation continued to function, leaving him powerless to act. Forced to watch helplessly as his companion's magical storage artifacts were taken from him. As if reveling in his misfortune, Xie Liuyin, concealed by a mask, mocked him in a completely unfamiliar tone. Is this truly the young master of the demon sect? It seems the sect is on the brink of decline, where even the most insignificant beings are deemed worthy of such a title. With that biting remark, her gaze lingered momentarily on Xianyue's wrists and ankles. After a moment's contemplation, she decided that the blue secret realm still held many treasures. Sparing his limbs would allow her to seize more opportunities in the future. For now, she would let him be. Subsequently, Xie Liuyin turned and seized Xie Mingzhu's storage bag, fleeing swiftly with the others under the bewildered and furious gaze of her opponent. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, the effects of the formation abruptly dissipated. Enraged, Xie was unwilling to let go of those who dared to ambush him, particularly given Xie Liyuin's earlier mockery, which had pierced his heart and ignited boundless resentment towards this unfamiliar cultivator. After all, he was not the sole offspring of his father. Had it not been for the intense competition for succession, where Xie had flawlessly executed his father's directives. The position of the young sect master would not have been his to claim. The more one lacks something, the more one values it. Xie's acute awareness of his precarious hold on the young sect master title made him particularly sensitive to Xie Liuyin's words. Moreover, she had pilfered his storage ring, which contained numerous valuable items, including a list of the dark agents embedded within other sects by the demon sect. Should this information be exposed, Xie would not only lose his title but might even jeopardize his very life. A group of demon cultivators immediately pursued them, moving so swiftly that Xie Mingzhu struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, Xie genuinely cherished her, and even in such a crucial moment, he did not forget to care for his beloved. Noticing that Xie Mingzhu was falling further behind, he hastily lifted her onto his back and sprinted in the direction the masked cultivators had fled. However, Xie Liuyin had anticipated this development. Thus, midway through their escape, she led Xianyue and the others to a secluded pond to hide. The pond effectively concealed their presence, and given that Xianyue and the others had been trapped for so long, they soon lost track of them after only a brief distance. Furious, Xianyue ground his teeth, wishing fervently that Xie Mingzhu and her companions were right before him so that he could sever their necks with a single bite. However, lamenting over such thoughts was futile now, as they had vanished without a trace, leaving him powerless to pursue them. Observing the darkening expression on Xiyu's face, Xie Mingzhu hesitated to speak. Yet, she too felt a pang of sorrow, for her storage pouch contained treasures she had painstakingly gathered from various charming confidants since her rebirth. The loss was immeasurable, and it was easy to imagine the depth of her heartbreak. Young master, what shall we do now? In the group of demonic cultivators, the usually lively Yixing could no longer muster a smile. Xie took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the others. Fortunately, we still possess our magical artifacts, and they did not seize them. Given the advantage they have gained, they will likely flee far away, and it is doubtful we can catch up with them. Let us set aside today's events for now. Once we leave this secret realm, I will dispatch someone to investigate the origins of those masked individuals. When we find them, I will ensure they pay for their transgressions. With a fierce declaration, Xiyu clenched his fist until it creaked. The others present understood his fury and dared not provoke him further. After exhaling a heavy breath, Xiyu reluctantly led the group to seek a safer encampment. This time, devoid of their storage pouches and other defensive measures, they could only seize a cave belonging to a fierce beast as a temporary shelter. Fortunately, the creature was of a considerable rank and possessed great ferocity. The cavern, imbued with its distinctive aura, was largely untouched by other beasts, allowing Xiyu and his companions a rare moment of respite. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin and her group, having narrowly escaped peril, did not rush to decipher the storage bags. Instead, they resolved to seek a secure location to erase the marks and explore their contents. For convenience, Xie Liuyin casually stowed Xiyu's storage ring and Xie Mingzhu's storage bag into her spatial artifact, letting the MOK sword entertain itself with the items. It was their first time playing the role of the hidden bird, and the outcome was splendid. Elated, they animatedly recounted the ghastly expressions of the several demon cultivators once ensnared by the formation. Xie Liuyin shared in their joy. Yet she understood that their success in seizing the treasures was predominantly due to the formation provided by Xianyue. Without that formation, or if Xiyu and his companions discovered the means to counteract it, their endeavors would face significant constraints. Thus, Xie Liuyin pondered and gathered Qiuyu, Jiangshan, and the others to discuss new strategies. There was a certain finesse to playing the hidden bird. Their previous tactic could only be employed once more, after which their adversaries would surely become adept, thwarting their attempts to seize treasures effortlessly. We must be prudent, Xie Liuyin remarked. The others concurred, nodding in agreement. However, Liu interjected, "It is commendable that we managed to seize treasures twice. I noticed that the items Xie Mingzhu found were indeed valuable. Even if this is the only time we succeed, our journey to the secret realm has not been in vain." Jiangshan nodded in agreement but added, "That may be true, yet the more times we can seize treasures, the better. Little master uncle, if you have a plan, please share it. We will undoubtedly follow your lead." The remaining individuals nodded fervently in agreement with Jiangshan's words, their heads bobbing like garlic being crushed. Xie Liuyin desired precisely this attitude from them. Upon hearing their responses, she beckoned them closer with a subtle motion of her fingers, signaling them to attentively listen to her plan. A day later, after a prolonged period of rest that had allowed Xiyu to regain some vitality, he, under Xie Mingzhu's prompting, led a few subordinates to seek treasures in a new location. Along the way, Xiyu marveled, "Mingzhu, I am immensely grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the losses we would have incurred during this expedition into the secret realm." Flushed with praise, Xie Mingzhu smiled shyly, choosing not to respond. Nevertheless, An unmistakable air of intimacy lingered between the two, prompting the several demon cultivators accompanying them to exchange knowing glances. However, the light-hearted and joyful atmosphere was short-lived. After yet another treasure was discovered, a familiar formation enveloped them once more. Chapter 92. A seizing again and again the instant Xianyue's hand brushed against the precious resilient bone vine they had painstakingly harvested from the steep cliff. A familiar rigidity coursed through his entire being. The smile on his face froze at the corners. As realization dawned upon him, this formation was identical to the one they had encountered when they were ambushed previously. A flame of anger ignited in Xianyue's eyes, and as the menacing raccoon mask drew near, he found himself filled with a profound resentment for his current inability to speak. Were he able, he would unleash the most venomous curses upon these individuals. Yet, it seemed that the masked figure was acutely aware of his sentiments, deliberately flaunting its presence before him, as though determined to provoke him further. "Ah, we meet again, young master." Xie Liuyin circled around Xianyue with an air of irreverence, then extended her hand, tightly wrapped in black cloth, to deftly snap each of Xianyue's fingers one by one. With remarkable composure, she seized the invaluable Sugua vine from him. The Sugua vine is indeed a precious item, serving as the most crucial material for crafting the Sugua pill. Although Xie Liuyin was unaware of the current market price for the vine, she recalled tales from her past life, where an auction house had once sold a single Sugua vine for a staggering 5 million spirit stones. The vine in question had merely surpassed a millennium in age, whereas the one in her possession had aged over 10,000 years. It was easy to imagine the immense fortune they could reap if this treasure were sold. Just the thought of it made Xie Liuyin's smile widen. She was profoundly grateful to Xie Mingzhu and Xianyue for their benevolent actions. Today, they would graciously accept the Sugua vine. With a slight bow, she addressed them, a smile gracing her lips. "Farewell." As soon as the words left her mouth, they dashed away with even greater speed than before, fleeing further into the distance, to evade Xianyue and his companions. They even concealed their tracks and slipped into a nearby deep ravine. By the time the formation dissipated and an infuriated Xianyue emerged in pursuit, they had vanished without a trace. Even his attempts to utilize the residual aura from his severed fingers to perform a tracking spell proved futile. This was because Xie Liuyin had, prior to their encounter, grasped a handful of foul herbs from the roadside and rubbed them onto the black cloth. Consequently, the tracking spell led Xianyue and his companions to a patch of foul herbs, yet they found no sign of Xie Liuyin and her group. Upon discovering that he had been deceived, Xianyue felt as if his chest might explode with rage. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Even during the fierce competition for the position of the young master among his siblings, their exchanges had only consisted of harmless barbs. Who could have anticipated that Xianyue would unexpectedly encounter such a group of shameless individuals in the secret realm? Previously, it had always been the demonic cultivators who plotted against others. This was the first instance in which they had been outmaneuvered by other cultivators. No, he could not let this grudge go unavenged. He could not swallow this indignity. Xianyue raised his hand and destroyed the foul grass, furiously declaring his intent. However, he had not anticipated that, while the noxious grass would continue to grow undisturbed, once destroyed, the stench hidden within its juices would erupt like an explosion. A shower of grass clippings rained down upon the heads of the others, the overpowering odor instantly assaulting their nostrils. Forgetting his threats, Xianyue joined Xie Mingzhu and several subordinates in hastily covering their noses and fleeing in a panic. Yet, the potency of the foul grass did not end there. Once its liquid contaminated someone, the stench would linger for days on end. Xie Liuyin had dared to toy with Xianyue precisely because she understood this characteristic of the foul grass. Consequently, they remained foul-smelling for several days, with Xie Mingzhu breaking into tears numerous times. It is worth noting that even during her most challenging times in her previous life, she had never experienced such a sense of humiliation. Fortunately, her repugnant appearance had not been witnessed by any of her male confidants. Otherwise, Xie Mingzhu genuinely feared that her bond with them would be severed after just one encounter. With no other option, Xianyue and his companions retreated to the cave they had previously occupied, where they rested for several days until the unpleasant odor from their bodies dissipated. Only then did they dare to venture out. However, they were intercepted by Xie Liuyin on 2 occasions. This time, Xianyue resolutely declared that they must first capture her before proceeding with their plans. He had surmised that the group of masked cultivators was likely scheming to have them toil in the search for treasures while they quietly reaped the rewards from behind. It was evident that these individuals had set their sights on them. Having already gained advantages twice, they would not easily let them go. Thus, Xianyue proposed that they turn the tables and use this to ensnare their adversaries. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xie Mingzhu promptly inquired, have you devised a plan? Please share it with us." She was not one to forgive easily. After being played with multiple times, She longed to capture that group of masked cultivators and make them pay for their transgressions. Xie replied, "We shall feign our continued treasure hunting to lure them out, and then set a trap to capture them all at once." Xing furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns, "But, young sect master, we possess nothing but our life-bound artifacts, and we are utterly helpless against their peculiar formation. We do not need to unravel their formation, we merely need to tamper with the fabricated treasure." Xie elaborated on his scheme, intending to first seek an item imbued with rich spiritual energy, upon which he would inscribe a small, timed confinement array. When the group of masked monks rushed out once more to seize the object engraved with the trapping formation, it would not be long before the formation activated, ensnaring them all within. They would merely await the dissolution of the formation, then pursue the scent of the object to capture their prey. Thus, not only would the grudge from this farce be avenged, but they would also recover the storage artifacts they had previously lost. This stratagem seemed remarkably ingenious to the onlookers, for Xie Yu's talent and formations had always been commendable, earning him praise from the sect master. Given his current cultivation, it would be no arduous task for him to condense a spiritual pen and inscribe a trapping formation capable of detaining several foundation establishment cultivators for a brief period. As for what to use for inscribing the formation, it would likely require assistance from Mingzhu. Xie Yu turned to Xie Mingzhu for aid. Upon hearing his intent, Xie Mingzhu immediately nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I will seek out the finest spiritual materials available to aid you in executing this plan." Fortunately, their luck had not entirely soured. Xie Mingzhu rummaged through her memories from a previous life and recalled that not far from their location, there lay a valley concealing a spirit crystal. This object could indeed be classified as a second-tier spiritual item, and it was likely that the masked monks would find it appealing. The reason Xie Mingzhu remembered the spirit crystal so vividly was due to the individual who discovered it returning to the sect to inform their elders. Later, when the new disciples of their sect re-entered the secret realm, they unearthed a low-grade spiritual vein at the site where the spirit crystal was hidden. Upon hearing this news, Xie Mingzhu felt a twinge of regret that it had not been her who found the vein. However, this time, that spiritual vein would undoubtedly belong to her. Chapter 93. The plan fails with the guidance of Xie Mingzhu. The deeply buried spirit crystal was swiftly unearthed. This was a non-attribute spirit crystal, regarded as one of the finest among its kind. Xie Yu endeavored twice and successfully inscribed the timed confinement array upon the crystal. He set the array to trigger after the passage of 1 hour and subsequently led his subordinates and Xie Mingzhu to channel the spiritual energy within the crystal. They sought out a cavern where demonic beasts were concealed, feigning a treasure hunt within. Their act was convincing. They portrayed an arduous battle against the beasts and then, filled with excitement, Xie Yu unearthed the crystal, causing an immediate expression of joy among the onlookers as if they had discovered a rare treasure. Once they confirmed that the spiritual energy of the crystal was unceremoniously dissipating, Xie Yu and his companions tensed in anticipation, ready for the masked cultivators to descend upon them for the coveted prize. However, a second passed, then 2, and soon, over a dozen breaths elapsed, leaving the cavern in eerie silence, as if nothing had transpired. Xie Yu found this peculiar, yet wary of Xie Liuyin lurking nearby. He raised the spirit crystal high and exclaimed, "What a magnificent 5-element spirit crystal! To have found such a pure specimen is nothing short of a tremendous fortune." Upon uttering these words, Xie Yu discreetly signaled to several of his subordinates. The demon cultivators, not lacking in wit, immediately grasped the implication of their young master's intent and began to extol the crystal's uniqueness and marvel. Even Xie Mingzhu, seizing the moment, interjected with praise, eagerly hoping to attract Xie Liuyin and their cohort, intent on seizing the spirit crystal for themselves. However, regardless of how loud their voices were or how exaggerated their expressions of surprise became, no one ever approached the cave, nor did any binding formations fall upon them. After a prolonged wait, Xie Yu finally succumbed to disappointment. He surmised that the group of masked cultivators likely dared not return, and in a fit of frustration, he cast the spirit crystal aside. "Young master, it appears that those individuals will not make an appearance today," Xing remarked, glancing at Xie Yu's countenance. He then ventured to ask, "Shall we continue our performance?" "Perform what? With no audience present, who are we performing for?" Xie Yu retorted irritably. He had initially believed his plan to be foolproof, yet he never anticipated that this group would simply choose not to show up. The vastness of the Zhulan secret realm rendered it impossible for him to ascertain the identities or appearances of his adversaries, and once they departed the realm, tracking them down would become an even greater challenge. The thought of this caused a swell of agitation within him. "What shall we do next, young master?" inquired another demonic cultivator, Bianzhua. Observing Xie Yu's despondent demeanor, Xie Mingzhu, though equally discontented with the failure of the plan, stepped forward to assume the role of a soothing presence. "It matters not that the plan has faltered. Their absence is perhaps a blessing in disguise. This way, we can freely search for treasures within the secret realm, claiming all the valuable items for ourselves. The few inconspicuous resources obtained by those masked thieves are but trivial. We shall seek out greater riches, and our prior losses will swiftly be compensated. Xie Mingzhu possesses an extraordinary talent for uttering sweet words. Under her gentle coaxing, Xiyu's initially ashen complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. He lifted his gaze, filled with affection as he looked at Xie Mingzhu, and softly remarked, "I am truly grateful for your presence, Mingzhu. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for what to do." Xie Mingzhu playfully wrinkled her nose at Xiyu, her adorable demeanor eliciting a knowing smile from him. Having regained some spirit, Xiyu no longer appeared despondent. "Mingzhu, are you able to sense any treasures in the vicinity?" he inquired. "I recall you mentioning the 5-element spirit crystals. I happen to know of a place that indeed harbors a fire spirit crystal." Xie Mingzhu's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a thought had struck her. The fire spirit crystal is distinct from the attribute-less spirit crystals, which merely coalesce in spirit stone mines and are only marginally superior to the finest spirit stones. In contrast, the former is nurtured from an entire vein of fire-attributed or embodying immense spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, pure attribute spirit stone mines are already scarce, and such spirit crystals can only emerge from high-quality, pure attribute veins. This rarity renders the 5-element spirit crystals exceptionally coveted treasures sought after by all in the cultivation world. The fire spirit crystal that Xie Mingzhu mentioned lies beneath a lava spring at the western edge of a secret realm. Originally, it concealed a high-grade spirit stone vein, which over time gradually birthed the remarkably high-quality fire spirit crystal, draining the spiritual energy from the entire vein. Once the fire spirit crystal came into existence, the area slowly transformed into the lava spring we see today. However, such a perilous locale poses little threat to foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, considering the quality of the robe worn by Xiyu, even without the protection of spiritual energy, he could leap directly into the molten spring without sustaining any harm. Xie Mingzhu was fully aware of this, which is why she took the initiative to mention the fire spirit crystal, as anticipated upon hearing her words. The eyes of Xiyu and his companions lit up, clearly indicating their newfound interest in the exceedingly rare fire spirit crystal. After confirming that the molten spring was not too far from their current location, the group immediately set off towards their new objective. However, before departing, Yixing inquired whether Xiyu wanted to take along the spirit crystal inscribed with a confinement array. Yet, upon seeing the crystal, Xiyu was reminded of his foolishness in preparing for so long, only to be met with disappointment. A surge of frustration welled up within him, prompting him to dismiss the crystal with disdain. He had an abundance of spirit crystals in his treasury. "Leave it behind," Xiyu scoffed. With that remark, the group exited the cave without further ado. Approximately 15 minutes after their departure, once it was confirmed that this group would not be making a sudden return, the figures of Xie Liuyin and her companions finally appeared near the cave. Xie Liuyin had long set her sights on the spirit crystal held by Xiyu. Although the distance was considerable, preventing her from discerning its nature, the MOK sword concealed within her spatial treasure was no fool. This sword spirit, having once accompanied their mountain-opening ancestor, had encountered numerous valuable items. It could easily recognize whether the crystal in Xiyu's grasp was a 5-element spirit crystal. Coupled with the overly deliberate behavior of Xiyu's group, Xie Liuyin, already on guard, was certainly not one to be easily deceived. However, she also concealed herself in the shadows, witnessing the moment when Xiyu discarded the spirit crystal. Curiosity piqued, Xie Liuyin hurried to retrieve the discarded item. Upon closer inspection, she immediately discerned the time-based trapping formation inscribed upon the crystal. One must concede, Xiyu indeed possessed considerable skill. His array craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Grasping this unique spirit crystal, a myriad of ideas began to swirl in Xie Liuyin's mind. Let us hasten to catch up with them. I surmise that this time, Xie Mingzhu, in an effort to bolster morale, will undoubtedly lead them to excavate a great treasure. Silently tucking the spirit crystal away, Xie Liuyin turned and led her companions in pursuit of Xiyu. Chapter 94. Uninvited guest. Just as Xie Mingzhu had predicted, the location of the lava spring was indeed not far. Within merely an hour, Xiyu and his companions arrived at their destination. The lava spring was situated in a valley, suffused with the essence of fire. The rising heat from the spring rendered the surrounding area unbearably scorching. Even clad in protective robes, they found the intense warmth inescapable, relentlessly assailing them. The surrounding cliffs glowed a fiery red, and the stones were gradually melting, suggesting that as long as the lava spring persisted, this place would inevitably transform into a pool of molten lava. Truly, It was a place capable of yielding fire spirit crystals. The intensity of the fire essence here was overwhelmingly rich, even to the point of inducing a sense of suffocation. Xie pondered. Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of excitement. In her previous life, the fire spirit crystal had not been acquired by her, but had instead fallen into the hands of a Buddhist cultivator endowed with a fire spirit root. Later, upon learning from Wuxin that the Zhulan's secret realm harbored the 5-element spirit crystals, she secretly lamented for quite a while, her heart persistently yearning to acquire the crystals. Regrettably, that Buddhist cultivator was not like Wuxin. He was exceedingly aloof towards her. Reflecting on past events, Xie Mingzhu felt a surge of discontent. It was rumored that the Buddhist cultivator had once contended with Wuxin for the position of the Bodhisattva at the Golden Scripture Pavilion. Perhaps she could devise a way to keep him perpetually confined within the Zhulan secret realm. Xie Mingzhu silently schemed, her thoughts concealed from all. On the other hand, Xie was brimming with excitement. Once he confirmed the distinct aura of spiritual energy emanating from below, the group immediately felt invigorated. If they could procure this fire spirit crystal, the storage bags they had previously lost would pale in comparison. Young master, allow me to descend and investigate. Yixing was the first to speak. Xiyu, having great trust in his loquacious subordinate, readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Granted permission, Yixing first enveloped himself in demonic energy before leaping into the lava spring, attempting to probe for the spirit crystal within. However, the lava spring was exceedingly deep. After nearly a quarter of an hour of searching, he finally grasped something. Yet, before he could revel in his find, the object suddenly moved, and an attack surged towards him, shattering his protective demonic energy. Yixing was startled, but fortunately, the defensive capabilities of his robe prevented him from sustaining burns from the lava. Nevertheless, he quickly realized that a ferocious beast was likely lurking within the depths of the lava spring. Eyeing the situation with trepidation, he dared not confront it head-on and instead retreated to the shore, intending to relay the circumstances to the young master and deliberate on how to proceed. Upon hearing that a beast lurked within the molten spring, Xiyu instinctively furrowed his brow. According to Ying's description, the creature was evidently not large and would be difficult to locate within the lava. The group had exerted tremendous effort to obtain the fire spirit crystal, even managing to hunt a fire attribute beast, ingeniously employing fishing techniques to lure out the elusive fire mud loach concealed within the molten spring. Once the beast was dealt with, Xiyu took matters into his own hands, plunging into the molten spring to seek the treasure himself. Fortunately, his luck proved fortuitous. With the beast no longer a disturbance, Xiyu swiftly submerged into the searing lava and discovered a stunning crimson crystal. Tentatively, he reached out to grasp it, and upon realizing he was unharmed, he excitedly secured the fire spirit crystal and hastily ascended to the shore. Almost instantaneously, as the crystal was removed from the molten spring, the once intensely heated lava began to cool gradually from the bottom. By the time Xiyu fully emerged, the molten spring exhibited signs of solidification. He opened his palm, presenting the fire spirit crystal to the onlookers. Truly a quintessence of elemental power, this diminutive gem harbored astonishing might. Xie Mingzhu gazed at the exquisite crystal, her eyes brimming with avarice. She attempted to reach out, but as her fingers neared the fire spirit crystal, she suddenly froze. Realizing she was unable to move, Xie Mingzhu struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Yet, the immobilized Xiyu suddenly furrowed his brows, overwhelmed by a moment of frustration. If he were able to move, he would likely have bitten his gums to shreds. Those masked thieves. Once this thought crossed his mind, a hand, deftly wrapped in cloth, snatched the dazzling fire spirit crystal from his palm. Thank you, dear friend, for your arduous assistance in acquiring this crystal. Honestly, had it not been for your guidance, we would have been oblivious to such treasures hidden within the secret realm, said Xie Liuyin, grinning as she approached Xiyu and lavished him with compliments. After expressing her gratitude, she seemed unsatisfied and deliberately waved the fire spirit crystal in front of Xiyu and Xie Mingzhu for a few moments. I believe you covet this item, don't you? What a pity, this fire spirit crystal now belongs to us. With that, Xie Liuyin swiftly secured the precious gem, fearful of losing such an invaluable treasure. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she retrieved another crystal from her bosom and gently placed it back into Xiyu's hand. Oh, right. This is a treasure we found in the cave where you once resided. You see, such significant items should not be carelessly discarded. Thankfully, we are kind-hearted individuals, and we took the liberty of returning it to you. There is no need for excessive gratitude. After all, you have bestowed upon us a crystal, and it is only fitting that we reciprocate. With a cheerful wave, Xie Liuyin bid them farewell, saying goodbye. This time, it is truly farewell. We shall no longer intrude upon your lives. With that, the group of masked cultivators harnessed their spiritual energy and swiftly soared away, vanishing in mere blinks of an eye. In the depths of Xiyu's heart, a profound loathing brewed for the masked figures. He vowed, resolutely, that he would not be deceived again. Regardless of the upheaval it might cause within the entire Zhulan secret realm, he was determined to unearth those audacious tricksters. As time languidly flowed by, the potency of the formation gradually waned, allowing Xie and his companions to regain control over their bodies. Instinctively, he prepared to command his subordinates to pursue the masked thieves. However, before he could utter a word, the spirit crystal in his hand flickered with a brilliant white light. By the time they grasped what was happening, the crystal's trapping formation had activated once more, ensnaring them again. In that moment, Xie was engulfed by regret for having carelessly discarded the formation-engraved spirit crystal out of anger. He had never anticipated that those shameless thieves would turn the very formation he devised against them back upon him. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. The formation had been triggered, and they remained unaware of how long they would be trapped this time. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin had indeed not deceived Xie and the others this time. She understood well that after being toyed with so many times, Xie would undoubtedly be thoroughly incensed and would spare no effort to track them down. To prevent her own people from being inadvertently captured, she resolved to return to the camp with Xianyue and the others, intending to raid Xie Mingzhu and her cohorts after a fortnight. However, Xie Liuyin did not anticipate that an unexpected guest, arriving for her, awaited in the camp she had long forsaken. Chapter 95. Where is Mingzhu? The little master uncle is truly remarkable. The mere thought of the astonishment in the eyes of those demonic cultivators upon seeing us brings a smile to my face. On the journey back, Liu remained cheerful, unable to fathom how they had managed to toy with those seemingly ferocious demonic cultivators. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, "But, my little master, will we have another opportunity to seize treasures from that young master of the demonic sect? We have certainly offended them gravely this time, and I fear those demonic cultivators might pursue us relentlessly like rabid dogs." Liu felt a tinge of apprehension. Should their identities be uncovered by the demonic cultivators, it could spell significant trouble for them. "You need not worry about that," Xie Liuyin reassured him. "Their intrusion into the secret realm is likely motivated by the fabled treasure. Presently, they have acquired nothing and even lost their storage bags. As long as they do not wish to return empty-handed, they will undoubtedly resort to Xie Mingzhu's abilities to continue their quest for the treasure." Xianyue, with a hint of concern, asked, "But, my little master, what if Xie Mingzhu realizes that following the demonic cultivators yields no benefits and seeks a way to disengage?" Previously, if Xie Mingzhu had desired to leave, it is likely that Xie would have allowed it. However, the situation has changed dramatically. Xie Liuyin smiled slightly, her eyes brimming with certainty. Though Xie may speak sweetly and appear fond of Xie Mingzhu, his foremost priority remains his position as the young master of the sect. Having caused such a significant uproar in the Zhulan secret realm, he must find a way to remedy the situation, otherwise his hold on the young master title upon their return will be precarious. In the current circumstances, the only viable means to swiftly rectify this matter is to acquire more and more precious treasures through Xie Mingzhu. As long as the item ultimately presented by Xie is sufficiently precious to quell his father's wrath, he will have successfully passed this trial. Given the significance of such matters concerning his future, Xie is acutely aware of Xie Mingzhu's unique abilities. Until she leads him to the treasures of the secret realm, he will certainly not permit her to depart. However, Xie Mingzhu is no fool. Having acquired a treasure in her past life, she is determined to lay claim to the treasures of the secret realm in this one as well. Even if her close confidant were to attempt to seize something from her, Xie Mingzhu would regard them as an adversary. Thus, Xie Liuyin felt entirely at ease as she led her companions away, harboring no concerns that Xie Mingzhu would preemptively seek the treasures of the secret realm. After all, they had thoroughly outmaneuvered Xie and his associates this time, and it was likely that her prior statement had not garnered their trust. Xie Liuyin resolved to grant Xie a few days of reprieve, intending to act once their guard was completely lowered, thereby seizing their newly acquired treasures in one decisive stroke. At that moment, Xie's expression would surely be quite delightful. They changed out of their black attire and masks, securely concealing their belongings from prying eyes. Only after ensuring that nothing incriminating was visible did they make their way toward the camp. During the past few days, they had accompanied Xie on various excursions, and fortunately, the camp was not too far away. Otherwise, Xie Liuyin would not have led them back. At this very moment in the camp, Princess Luo and Xianyue were tending to the injured guards, quietly observing the young man who stubbornly refused to leave. This boy had been here for 2 days, insisting that he would not depart until he had met Xie Liuyin. Princess Luo and Xianyue contemplated driving him away. Yet their adversary neither took action nor departed. Although they harbored disdain for strangers, this individual, hailing from a righteous lineage, belonged to the esteemed Hehuan sect. They found it difficult to justify an unprovoked assault against him, thus reluctantly permitting the young man named Mei Yuyin to remain in their presence. Setting aside other considerations, Despite his somewhat obstinate demeanor, he was undeniably handsome. Princess Luo, having been raised amidst the elegance of her mother, had encountered many a striking gentleman. Yet even the praises sung throughout the Lord's mansion paled in comparison to Mei Yuin's beauty. It was evident that he had yet to fully blossom. One could only imagine the extent of his allure once he matured completely. Curiosity piqued. Princess Luo wondered why this individual was so intent on meeting Sister Liuyin. Could it be that they were old acquaintances? Her inquisitiveness was in stark contrast to Hualing Xue's palpable hostility directed at the young man. With a dismissive huff, she retorted, "Impossible. Since entering the sect, my little master uncle has rarely ventured beyond its confines. There is no way he could possibly know someone like Mei Yuyin. Moreover, if he were truly a friend of my master uncle, would he not be able to contact him instead of lingering here aimlessly?" Princess Luo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her words, but added, "Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you harbor an evident dislike for him." Hualing Xue remained silent, though her expression spoke volumes about her sentiments. After all, Mei Yuyin was a disciple of the Hahuan sect. His fervent desire to meet her little master uncle could not be attributed to anything other than an ulterior motive, possibly seeking to engage in mutual cultivation with him. Although Mei Yuyin is undeniably attractive, Hualing Xue cannot help but feel that this individual is utterly unworthy of her beloved junior master. The thought of this young man soon approaching her junior master to curry favor sends a wave of disbelief through her. It seems that fear indeed begets misfortune. As not long after, Xie Liuyin and her companions returned, Hualing Xue and Princess Luo immediately rushed over, meticulously examining each of them to ensure they had suffered no injuries before finally allowing themselves to relax. Just as Princess Luo was about to inquire about their recent exploits, given the inherent dangers of seizing items from demon cultivators, someone unexpectedly pushed her aside and approached Xie Liuyin, demanding, "Where is Mingzhu? Did you find her? Wasn't it said that your bloodline tracing technique would surely locate her? Why have only you returned?" Xiaoji glanced behind the group. Yet he did not spot the figure he so dearly missed, prompting him to question Xie Liuyin. She responded dismissively, "Her location has been constantly shifting. We have been searching diligently. After a few days of rest, we shall continue our search. There is no need for you to be so anxious. You, who have no affection for Mingzhu, can afford to remain calm," Xiaoji retorted. "Xie Liuyin, tell me truthfully, have you truly been searching for Mingzhu? Or has she been taken by the demon cultivators, and you fear confronting them, hence neglecting her rescue?" After waiting for so many days, the absence of good news had finally pushed Xiaoji to his breaking point. As Xie Liyuin's gaze gradually grew colder, her eyes wandered back and forth across Xiaoji's neck, already contemplating the possibility of incapacitating him and confining him. At that moment, however, someone interjected before anyone else could speak, defending Xie Liuyin. "What are you saying, my friend? Miss Xie possesses a demeanor of integrity and righteousness. She is not one to engage in such vile acts." Drawn by this voice, Xie Liuyin instinctively turned her gaze. A striking young man clad in pink attire met her eyes, offering a gentle and charming smile. "Isn't that right, Miss Xie?" Xie Liuyin found herself partially agreeing with Xiaoxi, pondering, "Her? A paragon of virtue?" Chapter 96. What does Miss Xie think? Xie Liyuin's attention lingered on the young man for a moment longer. In just a fleeting glance, she was subtly captivated by his appearance. He was undeniably handsome, possessing an androgynous beauty that rendered him unforgettable. Yet, Xie Liuyin had encountered an even more stunning visage before. After all, he was none other than Mei Yuyin, the future sect leader of the Hahuan sect, who had bewitched many female cultivators in her past life. Moreover, during her previous existence, when Xie Mingzhu was revealed to be the reincarnation of a divine maiden, Mei Yuyin had attempted to draw near her. Unfortunately, at that time, Xie Mingzhu was surrounded by numerous confidants, and the striking visage of Mei Yuyin was simply too alluring. In an effort to prevent Xie Mingzhu from developing feelings for him, Xiyu and several others had united to ensure that Mei Yuyin had no opportunity to interact with Xie Mingzhu. Mei Yuyin was perceptive enough to recognize the formidable male cultivators surrounding Xie Mingzhu. Aware of his own limitations, he graciously took his leave, refraining from further entanglements. Before the incident concerning Xie Liuyin, the Hahuan sect had just conferred the position of future sect leader upon Mei Yuyin. However, whether he had truly assumed this role remained unclear to her. Her thoughts were a whirlwind, yet outwardly. Xie Liyuin's gaze lingered on Mei Yuyin for a few moments before silently diverting away. Observing this, Mei Yuyin couldn't help but frown slightly. Xie Liyuin's reaction was not as he had anticipated. Nonetheless, this enigmatic demeanor only piqued his curiosity further, igniting a desire to draw closer. Who is this individual? And what brings them to our camp? Sister Xianyue immediately grew alert upon spotting an unfamiliar face. Having undergone the recent trials of the secret realm, Xianyue had shed her initial gentle disposition, now viewing everyone with suspicion. Hualing Xue quickly stepped forward to clarify, "This is Mei Yuyin, a friend from the Hahuan sect." He seeks to find our little master uncle. Seeking me? Yet I am not well acquainted with this friend. So I am at a loss as to the purpose of your visit, Xie Liuyin remarked, genuinely perplexed, for she had never interacted with Mei Yuyin in her previous life. At this, Mei Yuyin offered Xie Liuyin a gentle smile, inadvertently infused with a hint of charm. Miss Xie may not know me, but I have long been aware of your esteemed reputation. My master is the leader of the Hahuan Sect, and he previously mentioned a young sword cultivator of remarkable talent from the Qishao Sect, said to be an exceptional individual. From the moment I heard of Miss Xie, I have been filled with admiration and a desire to befriend her. However, I was previously engrossed in my cultivation and thus lacked the opportunity to visit the Qishao Sect. Now that I have finally chanced upon the opportunity to enter the Julan secret realm alongside Miss Xie, it is only natural that I seize this moment to become acquainted with her. With a hint of embarrassment, Mei Yuyin added, not long ago, I noticed a formidable sword aura emanating from this direction and speculated that it might be Miss Xie. Hence, I ventured here on my own. I hope you do not take offense. Should you be displeased, I shall depart immediately. Hualing Xue's eyes brightened at these words, and she was about to suggest that he leave at once. However, Mei Yuyin abruptly changed his tone. Yet, in my quest to find you, I parted ways with my companions. Now, I am unaware of their whereabouts, and if I leave, I may not be able to reunite with them. His words were imbued with a sense of plight, prompting even Princess Luo, who held no malice towards him, to interject, it is of no consequence. We are all fellow cultivators. Your continued presence here poses no issue. Besides, given your solitary state and the uncertainty of your companion's location, what if you encounter danger upon leaving? They spoke with earnestness, and despite Mei Yuyin's feigned reluctance to stay, he ultimately turned to Xie Liuyin with hopeful anticipation, asking, So, Miss Xie, do you believe I should remain? Xie Liuyin found his demeanor amusing, as this was the first time she encountered someone so deliberately seeking her company. She waved her hand nonchalantly and replied, It is entirely up to you. This matter does not concern me. Regardless, she and Xianyue are merely transient visitors at the camp, and it will not be long before they continue their pursuit of Xie Mingzhu. Even if Mei Yuyin wishes to stay, their time for interaction is limited. This response does not align with Mei Yuyin's desires, yet he feels little disappointment, as it is merely their first encounter. The more Xie Liuyin dismisses his advances, the more it implies that once she truly develops feelings for him, she will not easily forsake him. Thus, Mei Yuyin adopts a carefree attitude and smiles, saying, Then I shall remain, especially since Miss Xie is here. His demeanor is quite evident, prompting Xianyue to exchange knowing glances with Su Wuyin. Su Wuyin, with a resigned shake of his head, believes that Mei Yuyin is likely wasting his efforts. Not to mention, their junior master's indifferent demeanor clearly indicates a lack of interest in him. It would be best for them to refrain from inciting unnecessary commotion. With Mei Yuyin's interruption, Xiao Zhi's interrogation could not proceed. However, after the crowd dispersed, he sought out Jiang Shan to inquire about Xie Mingzhu. In Xiao Zhi's view, the others either bore grudges against Xie Mingzhu or were completely unreliable female cultivators. Jiang Shan, as a male cultivator, appeared to be more trustworthy. Having already been briefed on matters concerning Xie Mingzhu, Jiang Shan responded promptly, We have yet to locate her. So please be patient. Perhaps we will soon return with your Mingzhu. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhi frowned. Brother Jiang Shan, I had thought you to be a decent person, one who would not deceive me like Xie Liuyin and the others. I did not anticipate you would also resort to such evasive remarks. Enough, sighed Xiaoqi, feeling deflated. I shall seek out Mingzhu myself. You are all unreliable individuals, lacking genuine intentions to assist me in finding her. With that, he grasped his magical artifact, preparing to depart the encampment. Xie Liuyin, who had been observing from a distance, could not permit Xiaoqi to disrupt their plans. Without hesitation, she cast a slumbering talisman upon him, while Qiuyu and Liu promptly approached to bind him. The others, witnessing this, made no effort to intervene. Even Suyu and Tong Wukong pretended not to notice, readily offering ropes to Jiang Shan as he secured Xiaoqi unbeknownst to Xiaoqi. They were fully aware of the situation. Their junior martial uncle had led their senior brothers and sisters to seize numerous treasures from the demonic cultivators, which would be converted into spirit stones for their share upon exiting the secret realm. If Xiaoqi were to thwart such a fortunate endeavor, it would certainly not please anyone. After ensuring Xiaoqi's confinement, Princess Luo, still feeling uneasy, handed over a vial of mesmerizing elixir and a vial of fasting pills to Suyu and his companion, who were tasked with watching over him. This is for you. 2 pills a day will surely ensure he sleeps soundly until the secret realm closes. Suyu, gripping the potion bottles, felt a chill run down his spine. His resolve to heed the junior martial uncle's advice strengthening. Otherwise, Xiaoqi's fate today would become his own tomorrow. Chapter 97. The Mysterious Palace as anticipated by Xie Liuyin. Xiaoqi was first immobilized by her formation and subsequently hindered by his own confinement array. By the time the effects of the formations dissipated, they had already surrendered to night. Fortunately, Xie and his companions were fortunate enough to avoid encountering formidable beasts or malevolent cultivators. Otherwise, their lives would have been in grave danger. Freed from the constraints of the formation, Xie Mingzhu collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Xie and the other demonic cultivators fared little better, with Xie suffering greatly from the turmoil within, his heart aching from the excess of anger. "Young master, shall we pursue those masked thieves now?" Yixing inquired. Xie's expression darkened considerably, akin to the bottom of a pot, and after a moment of intense contemplation, he replied, "There is no rush. We must first devise a strategy to counter the peculiar immobilization formation wielded by those cultivators before considering our next steps." Having been deceived by Xie Liuyin on several occasions, he harbored no trust in the words she uttered before her departure. He was convinced that the band of masked thieves was still lurking in some hidden corner, attempting to seize treasures from them effortlessly once more. Yet, Xie vowed never to exhibit such foolishness as before. His comprehension of formations was quite profound, given sufficient time. He was confident he could devise a counter-formation to withstand Xie Liuyin's bizarre array. However, Xie's determination to oppose Xie Liuyin left Xie Mingzhu feeling somewhat disgruntled. She had gone to great lengths to enter the secret realm in pursuit of treasures, yet now found herself with nothing to show for her efforts. Having squandered so much time, it was worth noting that at this juncture in her previous life, Xie Mingzhu had already acquired over 10 treasures and had established connections with the young talents of the cultivation world. As the closing date of the Zhulan secret realm approached, she was left with naught but disappointment. At this moment, Xie Mingzhu deeply regretted her initial decision to follow Xie, suspecting that his identity as a demonic cultivator had attracted enemies, thus implicating her in their troubles. After some contemplation, she resolved to part ways with their group. Possessing memories from her previous life, she was uniquely aware of the location of the treasures within the secret realm. It could be said that as long as she found a suitable ally, Xie Mingzhu had no fear of missing out on benefits. After much deliberation, she concluded that she should seek out Yan Xiujuan. He was the most talented disciple of the sword-holding sect in recent centuries, and his combat prowess ranked among the best in the current Zhulan secret realm. Once Xie Mingzhu met with him, it was merely a matter of time before this swordsman would fall once again under her enchanting influence. Furthermore, in her past life, Yan Xiujuan had showered her with affection, willing to grant her every desire. Nostalgia washed over her as she reminisced about the days when she was the center of admiration. Alas, never mind, she would do it all over again. Those men would ultimately remain within her grasp. Xie Mingzhu's intention to leave was evident. She had never been particularly skilled at feigning emotions, and given that Xie had once adored her deeply, her demeanor around him was inevitably rather unrestrained. However, she overlooked the fact that the Xie of her memories had endured numerous trials with her and had ultimately fallen deeply in love. The current Xie, however, only held a fondness for Xie Mingzhu, not yet reaching the depths of true love. Moreover, Xi's situation was precarious. He desperately needed Xie Mingzhu's abilities to salvage his own plight, and thus would be reluctant to let this treasure-seeking mouse slip away. Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's gentle expression of her desire to return to her former sect, Xi's demeanor shifted immediately. "Mingzhu, why do you wish to leave? Was it not you who once claimed that you were constantly bullied in that group and wished to distance yourself from them? How is it that your sentiments have altered so swiftly?" Xie Mingzhu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at his accusatory tone, yet maintained a facade of gentleness. "You, please do not misunderstand. I simply feel that I have been absent for quite some time, and I worry that my senior brothers and sisters may be concerned for my well-being. Moreover, you are well aware of my sister's temperament. She has a propensity for conflict. If, during my absence, they happen to provoke a formidable adversary and find themselves in trouble, and I, as her sister, am unable to assist, I would be burdened with sorrow for a lifetime." Her words were imbued with sincerity, yet to Xie, they seemed to convey an entirely different meaning. At that moment, Xie's mind, previously clouded, suddenly cleared, and the warmth and affection in his gaze towards Xie Mingzhu dissipated, replaced by scrutiny and contemplation. He shook his head and said, "They have bullied you so severely, Mingzhu. I truly cannot bear to see you return to such torment. How about this? You remain with us for a while longer. And when there are only 2 weeks left until the secret realm closes, I shall escort you back. At that time, I will also assist you in teaching Xie Liuyin a lesson, shall we?" Xie Mingzhu's expression momentarily contorted. She wished to object. However, an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped her heart, prompting her to keenly sense that the situation was turning dire. She no longer resolutely expressed her intention to depart. Instead, she obediently nodded in agreement to remain. Yet, in a corner unseen by others, Xie Mingzhu's expression contorted for a fleeting moment, and her feelings for Xie dissipated considerably. She must leave this place. She could no longer afford to be burdened by Xiyu. In that instant, Xie Mingzhu vividly recognized this truth. Xiyu was no longer dependable. However, at that moment, she could not devise a plan for escape, so she could only linger here, seeking an opportunity to depart. As for Xiyu, he too understood that Xie Mingzhu likely still yearned to leave, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, she was right under his nose. And as long as he did not consent, she would not be able to escape. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin and the others were also preparing to leave the encampment. Having rested in the camp for several days, the injured cultivators were mostly healed. Tong Wakong had yet to regrow his hand. But he had gradually adapted to wielding a sword with one hand, regaining much of his combat prowess. The group deliberated and decided to act together for greater safety within the secret realm. They resolved to venture deeper into the dense forest, drawn by the rich spiritual energy emanating from that direction. Without further ado, they hastily devised a plan, packed their belongings, and set forth toward their determined destination. They were unfamiliar with this dense forest and harbored concerns about the potential presence of formidable demonic beasts within. Additionally, the towering trees and overly lush foliage made the use of flying artifacts cumbersome, compelling them to proceed on foot. However, this was not entirely a misfortune. At the very least, they had stumbled upon several rare spiritual herbs hidden within the dense forest, which could be deemed an unexpected gain. Along their journey, they encountered several fierce demonic beasts known for their savage nature. Fortunately, their numbers allowed them to unite and vanquish the beasts without incurring any casualties. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the frequency of these encounters only increased, leading Xie Liuyin to suspect that something extraordinary lay hidden within the depths of the forest. After 2 full days of travel, a majestic white palace suddenly came into view, towering before them. Chapter 98. Unworthy of the Sword. The palace resembled a colossal beast lying in wait, exuding an undeniable presence that commanded attention. As Xie Liuyin and her companions caught sight of the palace's indistinct form from a distance, a surge of excitement coursed through their hearts. It was evident that such a location harbored great fortunes, and without further ado, they hastened towards the palace. Yet, their fortune seemed rather lacking. For upon arriving at the palace's entrance, they discovered that a considerable number of individuals had already gathered nearby. The expressions of the Qinshao sect members swiftly shifted from joy to wariness, as the lead among them retreated into the ranks, eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened caution. Xie Liuyin's gaze swiftly traversed the crowd. By their waist tokens and appearances, she recognized several disciples from Miaoying Valley, the sword-holding sect, and the Golden Scripture Pavilion, while the remainder appeared to be independent cultivators. Among them, a youth wielding a spiritual sword, with a demeanor both aloof and composed, particularly captured Xie Liuyin's attention. At the mere sight of his visage, she instantly recalled his identity, Yanxiuyun, the prodigious swordsman from the sword-holding sect. The individual indeed possesses remarkable talent in the art of swordsmanship, at least in her previous life. Xie Liuyin was regarded as the foremost swordsman among the younger generation before her untimely demise. However, with the emergence of Xie Liuyin, it seems that the title of the preeminent swordsman may soon be reassigned. Not only was Xie Liuyin subtly assessing Yanxiuyun, but he too was quietly scrutinizing her. Previously, he had witnessed Xie Liuyin's astonishing sword strike, and he could not help but concede that the force behind that blow was something he could not match, even at present. Nonetheless, he did not perceive himself as inferior to the female cultivator before him. His sword was not weaker than anyone else's. After a moment of internal comparison with Xie Liuyin, Yanxiuyun gradually averted his gaze. Xie Liuyin, naturally, noticed the scrutiny from Yanxiuyun. He had exhibited a degree of rationality amidst the madness of Xie Mingzhu's former admirers. Yet, despite this, he had deliberately damaged her sword during a duel among the disciples of the Xianyue list, and before an audience. He had declared, "Those with impure intentions are unworthy of wielding a sword." This brief statement was akin to trampling Xie Liuyin's dignity into the ground. Following that incident, her already tenuous social standing deteriorated further. At that time, Yanxiuyun was celebrated as a prodigy of swordsmanship, with no discernible blemish on his reputation. Thus, when he spoke, nearly everyone concluded that Xie Liuyin's character was in question. This perception indirectly contributed to the subsequent event when her golden core was seized, with no one coming forth to defend her, as the consensus was that Xie Liuyin was not virtuous. The act of extracting the golden core from one perceived as malicious to salvage the reincarnation of a goddess was seen as an exceptionally advantageous transaction. Xie Liuyin silently tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, and the ink-black blade whispered in her mind, "Do you loathe that swordsman?" "Indeed, I despise him," Xie Liuyin replied with resolute clarity. Yanxiuyun was acutely aware that, given his status, even a casual remark from him could have a profound impact on her. Yet, this man had merely listened to Xie Mingzhu's one-sided account, never bothering to ascertain the truth, and with a single sentence, he cast her into the abyss. Such self-righteous hypocrites. who delude themselves into believing they are far more repugnant to Xie Liuyin than the outright villains like Xianyue. Upon hearing her response, the sword spirit immediately echoed in her mind, then let us triumph over him, surpass him in every regard, and crush him beneath our feet. At this, Xie Liuyin gently curled her lips into a smile. Not only would she subdue Yin Xiujuan, but she would also become a lifelong nightmare for him. Those who had wronged her would not escape unscathed. Xie Liuyin quietly calmed her tumultuous emotions, while nearby, Xianyue and others huddled together, engaged in discussion. TSK, TSK, TSK. All the major sects are gathered here except for the Beast King sect. What sort of place is this that has drawn so many of us? Liu pointed at a young man carrying a zither and inquired, Senior sister, who is that? That individual is Pei Xianyue, the most outstanding disciple of Miaoyin Valley this generation. Remarkably, he has already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement at such a young age. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Jiao Shan responded. Before arriving, he had familiarized himself with the disciples likely to be sent from each sect, among whom Pei Xianyue was the one he regarded with the most trepidation. One must acknowledge that the individual in question is a master of music. Once he begins to play, it is likely that no one can withstand his prowess. Furthermore, there is that. Jiang Shan pointed to a bald young man and remarked that he is a Buddhist practitioner from the Golden Sutra Pavilion, known as Wudu. It is said that among his cohort entering the Golden Sutra Pavilion, there is also a person named Wu Xian, who is considered the prime candidate for the next Buddhist disciple. If all proceeds without incident, it is anticipated that the title of disciple will be chosen between the two of them. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin could not help but cast a curious glance at the Buddhist practitioner named Wudu in her previous life. She had never heard this name. She only knew that shortly after the conclusion of the Azure Blue Secret Realm expedition, the Golden Sutra Pavilion declared Wu Xian as the current disciple. However, there was no news regarding Wudu at all. Contemplating this, Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow in silence, reasoning that the contest for the disciple's title should not have concluded so quietly. Since Wudu could contend for the position against Wu Xian, he must be a formidable character. How could there be no subsequent news about him? Could it be that Wudu perished in the Azure Blue Secret Realm, prompting the Golden Sutra Pavilion to hastily announce a new disciple? The more she pondered, the more Xie Liuyin found her conjecture plausible. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Although she was unaware of the relationship between Wudu and Wu Xian, she was certain that Wu Xian, as one of Xie Mingzhu's closest confidants, would not wish for Wudu to ascend as disciple and bolster Xie Mingzhu's position. Thus, Xie Liuyin resolved to safeguard Wudu's life. And if she could assist him in becoming the disciple, that would be even more splendid. As Xie Liuyin immersed herself in her task, a soft voice pierced her concentration. Miss Xie, whom are you watching? Might I also have the privilege of a glance? It was a voice imbued with a youthful clarity, yet tinged with an unspoken jealousy that was oddly endearing. Xie Liuyin stepped back, raising a hand to gently rub her ear. I'm not watching anything of great importance. I merely find that particular Buddhist friend quite appealing, and I wish to make their acquaintance. The speaker, Meiyu, cast a sidelong glance at Wudu, pausing momentarily to appraise the young monk's visage. One could not deny that the little monk possessed a certain charm, while his features might not rival her own exquisite beauty. He emanated a unique aura that captivated the eye. Xie Liuyin's indifference to her own beauty raised a question. Did she perhaps harbor a fondness for the young monk? In that instant, Meiyu's suspicion reached its zenith. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved to create a disturbance, ensuring that Xie Liuyin and the young monk would not find a moment alone together. As they waited, the palace before them began to show signs of activity. Accompanied by a series of creaking sounds, the once tightly shut palace doors finally swung open. Chapter 99, Your Highness. It is time to rise. The palace doors were both thick and heavy, their opening accompanied by a resounding creak. Beyond the doors, the grand hall shimmered with opulence, a clear testament to the palace's luxuriousness. Yet, among the dozens present, not a single soul dared to step inside. They exchanged glances, each waiting for the other's move. Xie Liuyin was not one to shrink back in hesitation. Observing the few scattered cultivators in the front row wavering and unwilling to take a step forward, she impatiently circumvented them and strode directly toward the palace gates. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, as if she were not about to venture into a den of dragons and tigers, but rather embarking on a leisurely excursion. Junior sister, Hualing Xue called out, attempting to deter Xie Liuyin. The situation within the palace was uncertain. What if there were dangers lurking? It would be prudent to allow others to scout ahead first. Yet, Xie Liuyin neither halted nor glanced back, merely responding, do not worry. How could Princess Luo not be concerned? She watched Xie Liuyin's retreating figure with a look of anxiety, exclaiming in irritation, Sister Liuyin is so audacious. Does she not fear encountering peril within? Cultivators contend with mortality, and from the moment one embarks on the path of cultivation, danger becomes a constant companion. Xianyue suddenly spoke, her gaze fixed steadily on Xie Liuyin, before finally stepping forward to follow her. The previously hesitant Huang Xue and Princess Luo exchanged determined glances, recognizing the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Hand in hand, they dispelled any lingering fear and joined Xie Liuyin in her advance into the grand hall. Mei Yuyin, who had been trailing closely behind Xie Liuyin, observed the scene with a flicker of unusual excitement in her eyes. A smile played upon her lips, and she, too, boldly moved forward, seemingly unperturbed by the potential dangers. As several female cultivators entered first without incident, the remaining cultivators could no longer hold back, scrambling to follow suit. Fortunately, the group from Qinxiao Sect had already set off behind Princess Luo, managing to enter the palace ahead of the others. After a group of scattered cultivators had all entered, Yin Shoujuan and the other disciples from the major sects exchanged glances before following suit. The earliest entrant, Xie Liuyin, cautiously swept her spiritual sense around the entire palace, ensuring that no hidden dangers lurked within, before daring to venture deeper. The palace was quite expansive. The main hall was astonishingly large. This grand hall was supported by 12 stone pillars entwined with dragon sculptures, which appeared so lifelike that, were it not for the absence of eyes, Xie Liuyin might have mistaken them for living creatures. Furthermore, several walls of the hall were adorned with inscriptions in unfamiliar characters and some indistinct illustrations. After straining to decipher the imagery, Xie Liuyin gleaned that these patterns narrated the tale of the palace's master. In an era long distant from today, a princess from a certain kingdom fell in love with a monk, who seemed to possess a special status and harbored no romantic feelings for her. Consequently, when the princess confessed her affections, the monk declined her advances and returned to his monastery to engage in austere cultivation. Eventually, the princess murdered her own brother, ascended as the new ruler of the kingdom, and ultimately dispatched individuals to dismantle the monastery, forcibly bringing the monk to her. Just as Xie Liuyin was engrossed in the unfolding narrative, she realized that the tale abruptly ceased at this juncture. With a sigh of regret, her curiosity piqued about what might transpire between the princess and the monk thereafter. To whom does this sigh belong? Suddenly, a voice echoed beside her. Turning her head, Xie Liuyin found herself gazing into the strikingly handsome face of a monk. Had it not been for her awareness that this individual was the elusive Wudu, Xie Liuyin might have believed that the figure from the mural had come to life. It is indeed Wudu Daoist. I am Xie Liuyin from the Qinxiao Sect. Rather than hastily addressing his inquiry, Xie Liuyin opted to introduce herself first. Wudu responded with a gentle smile. I have long heard of Daoist as esteemed name. Yet I did not anticipate that Daoist Xie would recognize me as well. I am also familiar with Master Wudu of the Golden Scripture Pavilion. Xie Liuyin deflected the conversation, explaining that her earlier sigh was not for anyone in particular, but rather a consequence of being unable to discern the conclusion of the tale. She was unfamiliar with the two individuals depicted in the mural and lacked insight into the circumstances, thus could not conjure any sentiments. However, Wudu, intrigued, remarked, the princess in the mural devoted her heart in vain. The monk's resolve was shattered, and the prince fell victim to his own sister's hand. The temple was ravaged and dismantled. Each event warrants a lament. Why does Daoist Xie seem devoid of any insight? Xie Liuyin discerned that his curiosity was genuine and devoid of any didactic intent. Appreciating his unpretentious demeanor, she replied candidly, the mural is incomplete. To judge solely by these fragments would be misleading. Who can say that the monk never reciprocated the princess's affections or that he did not wish to be with her, yet was ensnared by the temple's constraints? Who can ascertain that the prince was destined to be a virtuous emperor, or that the princess killed her brother not for the sake of the realm? Lacking a full understanding, I refrain from commentary. When I observe the painting, I simply admire it, without any profound reflections. Upon hearing this, Wudu chuckled. Daoist Xie's response is quite intriguing. I have learned much. Miss Xie, what are you discussing? Why not share with me as well? Mei Yuyin surveyed the grand hall and finally spotted Xie Liuyin in a corner. Just as he was about to approach her, he noticed a stranger beside her. From the attire, he quickly recognized this individual as a monk from the Golden Sutra Pavilion. Earlier, outside the palace, Xie Liuyin had stolen glances at him, and now they appeared to be engaged in a lively conversation, which immediately aroused Mei Yuyin's suspicion. He hurriedly squeezed between them, forcefully pushing the monk aside. The monk, however, remained unfazed. He had already discerned Mei Yuyin's intentions outside. Xie Liuyin casually replied, it's nothing. Just glanced at the mural and chatted a bit. A mural? Only then did Mei Yuyin notice the intricate designs adorning the walls. He swiftly scanned them with his consciousness and then scoffed. This princess possesses rather mediocre skills. She ought to come to our joyous union sect for some lessons. Such forceful tactics will not win the affection of her beloved. As he spoke, Mei Yuyin cast a sidelong glance at Xie Liuyin, implying, if I were to harbor feelings for someone, I would present my heart's devotion before her, even if she does not reciprocate. As long as she allows me to remain by her side, watching over her and treating her well, I would be content. Feigning ignorance, Xie Liuyin turned to wander elsewhere. However, at that very moment, an unexpected event unfolded. A dense fog suddenly surged from all directions, engulfing the entire palace in mere breaths. The monk, regaining his composure, immediately unleashed his spiritual energy. However, rather than dispersing the dense fog, it surged forth with even greater ferocity. Instinctively, Xie Liuyin held her breath, intending to activate a protective talisman. Yet, before she could reach for it, her mind went blank, and she fainted. When she finally opened her eyes again, Xie Liuyin realized she was no longer within that palace. A gentle voice beckoned her. "Your Highness, it is time to rise." Upon hearing this voice, Xie Liuyin's previously foggy mind instantly cleared. She bolted upright, turning her head to behold the figure who had come to rouse her. The woman was adorned in a delicate pink palace gown, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost humility and reverence as she addressed her. Noticing Xie Liuyin's gaze, the woman promptly lowered her head and softly remarked, "Your Highness, it is time to awaken. Today marks your 12th birthday, and His Majesty and Her Highness await to celebrate with you." At these words, Xie Liuyin's eyelids twitched, and an ominous premonition stirred within her. She endeavored to remain calm and followed the lead of the clearly designated palace maid, descending from her bed to sit before the dressing mirror. Upon catching sight of the face reflected in the glass, one that bore no resemblance to her own, Xie Liuyin comprehended that she was ensnared within an illusion. Moreover, if her conjecture held any truth, this illusion was likely intricately tied to the several mural paintings. It seemed that the sudden emergence of the dense fog within the grand hall had been a harbinger of their entrapment in this phantasmagoria. Uncertain of the other circumstances, she pondered whether they were ensnared within the same illusion or scattered across various ones. Lacking any understanding of the illusion's intentions, Xie Liuyin resolved to remain passive for the time being, observing how the illusion would unfold. At the beckoning of a maid in a pink skirt, numerous attendants began to stream in, bearing water basins, garments, and ornaments. Xie Liuyin cast a glance at the items they held, inwardly lamenting the extravagant lifestyle befitting a princess. She discerned with clarity that the dress was adorned with numerous large and exquisite gemstones. The maids worked swiftly, and Xie Liuyin felt as though she were a mere doll, devoid of consciousness, allowing them to manipulate her at will. In no time, a resplendent princess, akin to a flourishing peony, materialized in the mirror. Xie Liuyin stole a few glances, finding the princess's beauty truly enchanting. However, her disguise was far from flawless. After all, Xie Liuyin had remained silent throughout, and logically, the maids attending to the little princess should have detected something amiss. Yet, they exhibited no reaction, as though their every movement had been meticulously preordained. As long as Xie Liuyin offered no resistance, the proceedings could continue unabated. Realizing this, Xie Liuyin surmised that the illusion was likely lacking in sophistication. For regardless of how unconvincingly one might portray the princess, it would not elicit any response from others ensnared in the illusion. With this understanding, she resolved to take decisive action when the time came to depart. She freed herself from the grasp of the palace maid, decisively yanking the hairpin from her head and shedding the cumbersome outer garment, before dashing off in a random direction. However, the moment Xie Liuyin burst through a door, a wave of dizziness enveloped her mind, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on the bed. "Your Highness, it is time to rise." A familiar feminine voice resonated in her ears. Startled, Xie Liuyin sat upright, pressing her tongue against her cheek, disregarding the maid, and leaped from the bed, racing toward the chamber's exit. This time, she ran even faster, continuously attempting to harness her spiritual energy. Regrettably, within this illusion, she could not sense her own power, forcing her to simply don an outer garment and wander aimlessly. Just as Xie Liuyin had barely escaped the chamber, her mind once again succumbed to a dizzy spell, returning her to the bed. After 2 attempts, Xie Liuyin vaguely discerned that the repetition of the illusion was not bound by time. As long as she deviated from the original path of the little princess, the illusion would reset after a quarter of an hour. After some contemplation, Xie Liuyin resolved to try once more. This time, instead of exiting through the door, she climbed onto the roof of the chamber, swiftly memorizing the layout of the palace complex for future reference. "Your Highness, it is time to rise." The maid's voice stirred Xie Liuyin from her slumber once more. Rubbing her head, she sat up. "After all these encounters, I still do not know your name," she remarked, glancing at the young maid. The maid's demeanor was notably composed, and she seemed adept at attending to the little princess, likely serving as the princess's steward. Finally, the maid responded, "Your Highness is jesting. Was it not you who personally bestowed my name? You remarked that the name Qinghe suits me well." Recalling this past event, a hint of amusement graced the normally solemn face of the palace maid. It seemed that her relationship with the young princess was rather amicable, suggesting a bond filled with warmth. Xie Liuyin continued to inquire about the schedule for today's birthday banquet and the guests expected to attend. Alas, how could the princess have forgotten again? "Allow me to elaborate, Your Highness. Today marks your birth celebration. and both His Majesty and Her Majesty have specially arranged a feast for you in the imperial garden. However, did you not mention your aversion to a multitude of strangers? Therefore, the guests invited by the Emperor and Empress are all familiar faces. The Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince will be present. And your maternal family has already arrived at the palace. Moreover, Her Majesty has specifically invited Master Jie Kong from Miofa Temple to bestow blessings upon you. Master Jie Kong is renowned for his profound Buddhist teachings and is esteemed as a highly enlightened monk. It is said that he has been traveling extensively and has only recently returned to Miofa Temple. Many have sought his audience upon hearing of his return. Yet none have succeeded. The palace maid named Qinghe beamed with pride. It is indeed remarkable that our empress has managed to invite such a master, surely, with his blessings. The princess will grow up safe and sound, with all her endeavors flourishing. Qinghe's words were laden with admiration for Master Jie Kong. Yet as Xie Liuyin recalled the tales depicted in the murals, a sense of caution began to stir within her, regardless of the artist behind those murals. The malevolent portrayal of the young princess as a fratricidal usurper and a tyrant who seizes innocent men was unmistakable. If Master Jie Kong truly possesses such remarkable abilities, then why has the life of the little princess been so fraught with misfortune following his blessings? It appears that either Jie Kong, for some unknown reason, failed to bless the princess, or his powers are illusory, rendering his blessings utterly ineffective. Contemplating this, Xie Liuyin found herself increasingly intrigued by the forthcoming banquet. Fortunately, Qinghe did not keep her waiting for long. Once she donned her intricate and cumbersome attire, she was escorted from her chamber by a throng of palace maids. Under their guidance, Xie Liuyin navigated through several floral archways and traversed a lengthy corridor, finally catching a glimpse of the royal garden. Before she could reach her destination, the distant sounds of merriment and laughter wafted towards her. Upon hearing the commotion, Qinghe remarked, "Your Highness, you have arrived rather late. Most of your guests have already gathered." Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow slightly, allowing herself to be supported into the banquet. As soon as she stepped into the hall, the lively conversations that had filled the air abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards Xie Liuyin. Among the crowd, two figures captured her attention, an elderly monk clad in a robe and a young, handsome monk seated beside him. It appeared that this was indeed the monk who had captured the princess's heart at first sight. Chapter 101. A calamity has descended. The little princess's birthday banquet was not dissimilar to what Xie Liuyin had envisioned. However, the princess's parents displayed considerable affection for their only daughter. Although the gathering was modest in size, it was composed entirely of royal relatives, each of notable stature. Thus, the gifts bestowed upon the little princess were each of immense value, even for Xie Liuyin, who had grown accustomed to find treasures in the realm of cultivation, felt somewhat dazzled by their splendor. Xie Liuyin was oblivious to the nature of the little princess's interactions with her parents, remaining silent throughout, quietly observing the gathering from her place. Fortunately, the illusion was exceedingly forgiving towards her, showing no signs of collapse. As the banquet reached its zenith, the emperor finally spoke, requesting Master Jie Kong to bless his youngest daughter. Master Jie Kong was an elderly monk, his beard as white as snow, and his face was a tapestry of wrinkles, revealing his considerable age. He trembled as he was assisted by a young monk to stand before Xie Liuyin, extending his hand in an attempt to caress her head. Yet, inexplicably, upon catching a glimpse of Xie Liuyin, or rather the little princess, he became utterly transfixed. His hand quivered, and with wide eyes, he declared, "This girl must not be allowed to remain. If she does, she shall surely slay her brother and usurp the throne, bringing great peril to the kingdom of Zhao." The kingdom in which the little princess resided was indeed named Zhao, and the old monk's pronouncement effectively marked her as a criminal. The surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar upon hearing his words, and the emperor and empress's expressions shifted dramatically. The crown prince, who had been close to the little princess, instinctively stepped back, his demeanor transforming from familiarity to wariness. What nonsense is this master spouting? This is my daughter, the princess of Zhao. How could she ever harm the kingdom or her brother? The empress was the first to rebut, fiercely pulling her daughter into her embrace, as if to shield a young beast in her protective grasp. Master Jie Kong shook his head and remarked, "This woman is born under the influence of the greedy wolf star, a natural calamity. Your Majesty and the empress should dispose of her at once, otherwise our great Zhao shall be in peril." Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Jie Kong. The old monk's demeanor bore no resemblance to the saintly figure depicted in the rumors. "Silence!" the empress exclaimed with fury. "The old monk has lost his wits. He should be removed from the palace at once." She was unwilling to hear any more. This daughter had been a hard-won blessing, and she would not permit anyone to bring her harm. The emperor hesitated, casting a complex glance at the little princess, seemingly deliberating whether their innocent daughter might indeed transform into the calamity spoken of by Jie Kong. The crown prince stepped forward hesitantly, saying, "But mother, Master Jie Kong has an uncanny ability to read fortunes. He is seldom mistaken. Should we not hear his perspective further? Your Majesty, you must make a swift decision. Resolving this matter will secure your reign. The old monk, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, continued to urge the emperor. A flicker of reluctance crossed the emperor's eyes as he finally inquired of Jie Kong, "Is there no other way to alter my son's fate?" "Your Majesty." The empress called out sharply. She had not anticipated her husband would so readily accept Jie Kong's words. Did he not recognize their daughter's true nature? Yue, so innocent and endearing, had brought them immeasurable joy since her birth. How could she possibly be the so-called calamity? Yet the emperor turned away from his wife, fixing his gaze upon the old monk, awaiting his response. The old monk sighed deeply and said, "Very well, Your Majesty, your heart is benevolent, and I am unable to sway you. Thus, the only recourse is to confine the young princess in the northern lands, where the natural energies can suppress the malevolent aura surrounding her. From this moment forth, the young princess must not return to the capital, nor may she meet with you, the empress or the crown prince. Should such a meeting occur, the greedy wolf will seize the imperial essence to nourish itself. Your Majesty, you must ensure that the young princess does not experience undue fortune. Otherwise, once the calamity star is nourished, it shall awaken. At that time, our great Zhao shall find it difficult to escape disaster." The old monk spoke with grave sincerity, and his earnest demeanor only served to deepen the emperor's conviction. The empress, however, was unwilling to heed such counsel. She now regretted inviting this ominous monk into the palace. Had she foreseen the consequences, her beloved daughter would have been the happiest princess in the world, rather than a despised harbinger of misfortune. The emperor gradually wavered in his resolve, while the crown prince's fear grew with each word. He cast wary and apprehensive glances at his younger sister, seemingly terrified that his future throne might be usurped by her. Even though she stood before him as merely a 12-year-old girl, he could not help but feel a sense of resistance. Xie Liuyin observed the old monk's performance, ensuring to keep an eye on the young monk as well, whose expression remained unperturbed throughout, as if indifferent to the unfolding drama. The old monk's words resonated with such certainty that the emperor ultimately capitulated, summoning the palace attendants to prepare for the young princess's journey to the north. The northern borders of the Zhao kingdom were no safe haven. They were inhabited by various foreign tribes that, each winter when the snow fell, would invade the Zhao territory to plunder. With the passing of each winter, numerous villages in the northern realm have been ravaged, resulting in the tragic demise of thousands. The palace attendants are acutely aware of this grim reality, particularly understanding that a delicate and diminutive princess, should she be sent there, would surely endure a harsh existence and likely not survive for long. Yet, no one dares to voice a plea for mercy, as the verdict was rendered by Master Jie Kong, and the decree originates from the singular sovereign of Zhao. The empress continues her attempts to persuade the emperor to reconsider, while the princess's maid, Qing He, kneels in fervent supplication, beseeching the emperor to refrain from sending the young princess away, even if it means merely residing outside the imperial city, with her accompanying to care for her. The frigid climate of the north is merciless. Should the young princess venture there, her fate would be dire. The emperor's countenance reveals indecision, prompting Master Jie Kong to interject. Your Majesty must not exhibit further compassion that may lead to calamity. This is the most prudent solution I could conceive. You must understand. The closer the calamity star approaches the imperial city, the more it drains the royal vitality. Should the princess remain, it is likely that your entire family may face peril. The old monk's words grow increasingly ominous, causing the crown prince to blanch in fear. He immediately kneels, weeping. Father, even if you disregard my concerns, you must prioritize your own life and that of mother. Silence. How can you trust a stranger so readily while doubting your own sister? The empress rebuked sharply, tears cascading down her cheeks. The crown prince bows his head, unable to meet the gazes of his mother and sister, persistently declaring, "This is Master Jie Kong's decree." His insights have always proven accurate, and his words have never failed. He is indeed a living Buddha of our time. The words of Master Jie Kong resonate with an aura of prophecy, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind. He was the most formidable diviner in the Grand Court, and the emperor had attempted multiple times to appoint him as the national master, yet Master Jie Kong consistently declined. How could the words of such a powerful figure ever be erroneous? However, while they passionately debated this matter, Xie Liuyin had already discreetly stepped away from the crowd. She swiftly drew the long blade that hung at the waist of a nearby guard and, before their astonished gazes, cleaved through Jie Kong's neck. As warm blood spilled across the ground, the previously silent young princess finally spoke. The living Buddha of our time cannot even foresee his own demise? Chapter 102. Star of Calamity? Holy Monarch? Though Xie Liuyin was uncertain of the old monk's intentions, she discerned that he was not of noble character. What kind of living Buddha would call for the execution of a young girl without hesitation? In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such a practitioner of Buddhism. In her previous life, even when the heartless monk became infatuated with her sister, Xie Mingzhu, he did not exhibit the same savage behavior as other men. Ultimately, when the assembly discussed the dissection of Xie Liuyin's golden core, the heartless monk had even opposed the idea. Although his objections bore no fruit and sparked considerable jealousy in Xie Mingzhu, leading to numerous complications between them, it was evident that even a monk, driven to madness by affection, still possessed a semblance of compassion. The old monk's ruthless demeanor, where he could issue a death sentence without regard for the young princess's innocence, struck Xie Liuyin as more akin to a practitioner of dark arts than of Buddhism. However, whatever he repaired had no connection to Xie Liuyin. The scene before her was merely an illusion. What was destined to occur had long since transpired, and she could alter nothing. Yet, Xie Liuyin found a semblance of relief in her actions. With a swift stroke, she severed the head of the old monk, shaking the droplets of blood from her blade. It appears that this living Buddha of our time lacks sufficient prowess, she remarked. For how could he fail to perceive that before I slay my brother and seize the throne, I would first take his head? Her words jolted the others ensnared in the illusion. Upon witnessing the severed head that rolled upon the ground, the crown prince gasped, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The emperor's face turned ashen, his gaze towards Xie Liuyin bereft of the previous affection, now imbued with a palpable fear akin to that reserved for a monster. Only the empress maintained a semblance of composure, though she trembled visibly. Xie Liuyin paid no heed to these individuals, instead directing her attention to the young monk who had remained silent. His visage was stained with the blood of the old monk, yet his expression betrayed no sign of change. For reasons unknown, Xie Liuyin found him irksome, believing that killing someone whose name seemed ominous was warranted. She swiftly struck down the young monk. Yet, the instant her blade descended upon his neck, she awoke once more upon her bed. Your Highness, it is time to rise, Qinghe gently urged. Xie Liuyin understood all too well now that young monk was indeed suspicious. She donned an outer garment and rose, making her way towards the imperial garden. The path that Qinghe had previously escorted her along was firmly etched in her memory, and this time she proceeded directly to the garden, affording no one a moment to react. Once again, she drew the guard's longsword, aiming it at the young monk with fervor. As before, the scene before her shattered once again, and the voice of Qinghe emerged anew. Xie Liuyin was unperturbed. She had discerned that with each fracture of this illusion, the images woven became increasingly simplistic and indistinct. It appeared that the power sustaining the mirage had gradually been diminished by her efforts. With just a few more attempts, she was confident she could dismantle the illusion. She rose from her bed, donned her garments with practiced ease, stepped outside, seized her blade, dispatched her foes, and then skillfully awakened once more in her chamber to repeat the same sequence. It was impossible to ascertain how many times this cycle had transpired. The path leading to the imperial garden had become second nature to Xie Liuyin. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, when she raised her long knife to sever the neck of the youthful monk, her blade abruptly halted, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone appeared frozen in time, unable to move, save for Xie Liuyin, who remained unrestrained. She released her grip on the long knife, which still poised precariously against the monk's throat, mere moments away from delivering a fatal blow. Observing this, Xie Liuyin let out a regretful click of her tongue. Just a fraction more. Why couldn't she have struck first? You have drained my soul's power. A hauntingly soft female voice whispered in her ear, as if someone were confiding directly into it. Had this voice been heard by another, it would likely have instilled profound terror. Yet, Xie Liuyin felt no fear. Instead, she gazed toward the source of the voice, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. At that moment, the space around her shattered, and the once flourishing imperial garden, adorned with opulence for a grand birthday banquet, vanished entirely, leaving only a void of darkness before Xie Liuyin. She raised her gaze and beheld a translucent figure. The visage of the individual bore a striking resemblance to the little princess she often glimpsed in the mirror, albeit with more mature and dignified features. Even the innocent charm that had been nurtured in her brow was supplanted by a sharpness and solemnity. This princess exuded an aura of lethal intent. In that fleeting moment, Xie Liuyin recognized the truth. You are indeed the princess from the mural and the illusion, are you not? She inquired coldly. The woman before her, akin to a wisp of wind, responded with a gentle smile. Princess? That title has not graced my ears for over a decade. After my 12th birthday, my father sent me to the northern lands, entrusted to the care of a farming family. From the day I became a farmer's daughter, I ceased to be a princess of Dazhao. As for how she later managed to gain support from her mother, who had ascended to the role of Empress Dowager following the demise of Jie Kong, and ultimately seized military power to return and reclaim her rightful place. The details had grown hazy over the years. The only memory that lingered was of her royal brother slumped upon the dragon throne, gazing at the blade she aimed at him, his voice trembling as he uttered, Jie Kong was indeed correct. You are truly the calamity that slays brothers and usurps thrones. The final syllables of those words were caught in the gash of her brother's throat, and she, as foretold by Jie Kong, became the new emperor of Dazhao. It was also due to her father's apprehension that her infamous reputation as a calamity would tarnish his own image as emperor. After bidding her farewell, orders were given to suppress the news, and several palace attendants who had overheard the prophecy were dealt with, for had it not been so, her ascension would have been far from effortless. So why did you not comply with the emperor's command? You ought to have been dispatched to the northern lands to endure hardship for a decade, and then, following the demise of the emperor and Jie Kong, gradually amass power and military authority, returning to eliminate foes and claim the throne for yourself. Why did you disregard the emperor's wishes? Do you not realize that you should not have laid a hand on Jie Kong, and that you even contemplated the death of Yuan Qing? Who exactly is that young monk? As the spirit before her grew increasingly frenzied in its speech, Xie Liuyin hastily interjected. She had not come to entertain such nonsensical chatter. The spirit paused, the madness in its expression gradually fading, reverting to the earlier indifference and sorrow. He is Yuan Qing, a monk of the Miaofa temple, the one for whom I fell at first sight. He is the consort I forcibly seized upon my ascension, the one who vanquished me, this harbinger of calamity, to become the great and virtuous sovereign, the illustrious emperor who built his legacy upon my downfall. In concluding her thoughts, she let out a long sigh. Had it not been for my mother's ceaseless prayers for my well-being, my spirit would not have persisted. Nor would I have come to know that the so-called harbinger of calamity and the great virtuous sovereign are merely constructs of celestial beings, woven into our fates for the purpose of their own ascension. The words of the spirit echoed in Xie Liuyin's ears. Yet she found herself struggling to comprehend the meaning behind them. What do you mean by that? Xie Liuyin narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger flickering in her demeanor. The soul let out a few light chuckles, circling around Xie Liuyin. You are a cultivator, are you not? I have heard that the greatest aspiration of cultivators in this life is to break through the realms and ascend to the heavens in pursuit of immortality. But do you know what the celestial realm is like? Xie Liuyin, perplexed by the sudden inquiry, obediently replied, I have never seen it, so how could I possibly know? Could it be that you have insight into it? Indeed, I do, the soul asserted emphatically. Those deities reside high in the 9 heavens, never concerned with the welfare of mortals, yet they are wholly intent on oppressing them. They are driven by selfish desires, inherently lazy, unwilling to allow their own children to toil in cultivation. Instead, they fabricate merits for them through the means of descending to endure tribulations, thereby aiding them in ascending the ranks of immortality. The soul abruptly thrust its face close to Xie Liuyin's. Its beautiful eyes now brimming with hatred. There exists a pair of celestial beings who, in order to enable their only son to ascend from the lowest rank of human immortality to that of earth immortality, exploited every loophole. Ostensibly, they claimed to send him down for training in virtue and self-cultivation. In reality, they had secretly solicited the aid of the Star Lord of Fate to manipulate his destiny, allowing him to usurp the Emperor's star fate, fabricate false merits, and deceive the heavenly laws to elevate his status. Upon absorbing these revelations, Xie Liuyin's pupils quivered slightly. Although she had suspected that the young monk, Yuan Qing, likely harbored an extraordinary background, she had never anticipated that he would actually be a celestial being. This identity inevitably reminded her of her past life, wherein Xie Mingzhu was later referred to as the reincarnation of a goddess. Could there be a connection between the two? Xie Liuyin grew increasingly anxious and implored the spirit before her to recount every detail of the events that transpired. The spirit tilted her head, gazing at Xie Liuyin. After meeting her resolute gaze, she fell silent for a moment before slowly beginning to speak. The tale is rather lengthy, just as Xie Liuyin had witnessed in the illusion. The spirit before her was none other than Princess Yunxian of the Great Zhao. Until the age of 12, Yunxian lived a carefree life under the protection of her parents, adored as the most cherished princess in all of Great Zhao. However, she could never have anticipated that the renowned monk, Jie Kong, would, at her 12th birthday celebration, declare her a harbinger of misfortune and persuade her father to send her to the frigid northern wilderness, transforming her from a lofty princess into a mistreated peasant girl. For a decade, Yunxian endured a life marked by hunger and rags. In the first 3 years, she awaited her parents to rescind their decree and bring her back home for a reunion. In the subsequent 3 years, she began to doubt whether she truly was a disaster, believing she ought not to remain in the imperial city. In the final 4 years, Yunxian matured, and the peasant family sought to marry her off to a simpleton in exchange for a sum of silver. She went to the county magistrate to plead her case, asserting that she was not a peasant girl but a princess of the imperial family, hoping the magistrate would assist her in relaying her plight to the capital. By that time, Yunxian no longer yearned to return to the capital. She merely wished to avoid being sold away like cattle. Yet, no one believed her. The individual sent from the border to oversee Yunxian had long since absconded with the substantial sum of silver bestowed by the queen, leaving no one to validate her identity. Thus, she was left with no choice but to marry the simpleton. Yushuan was far from resigned to her fate. On the very day following her capture and return home, she took up a knife and severed her long hair. As the farmer slumbered, she stealthily slipped away from the village. Perhaps fortune favored me, for I chanced upon a recruitment notice. In recent years, foreign tribes frequently attacked the border, and the ranks of soldiers in the military had dwindled. I devised a plan to infiltrate the barracks, gradually ascending the ranks. Yushuan refrained from disclosing to Xie Liuyin the extent of her struggles, how she painstakingly concealed her identity while grappling with the terror of death as she stepped onto the battlefield. Ultimately, those around her fell one by one, yet Yushuan, through her tangible military achievements, rose to the position of general. Just then, the emperor passed away, and the new emperor ascended the throne. At last, Yushuan's mother, now a dowager empress, dared to send someone to the northern lands in search of her daughter. Recognizing her opportunity, Yushuan managed to establish contact with the dowager empress, feigning the demeanor of a dutiful daughter, which persuaded her elder brother, now the emperor, to grant her an audience with him. Seizing this chance, Yushuan marched her forces to the capital, subsequently assassinating the emperor and imprisoning the dowager empress. She held the families of all the court officials captive, compelling everyone to acknowledge her as the new sovereign. No one anticipated that Yushuan was no longer the powerless girl of yore. She had returned with her formidable troops, a veritable fiend bereft of reason. She sought out the Miaofa temple, only to discover that the venerable monk who had uttered the prophecy was long deceased. The current abbot of Miaofa temple was none other than the monk Yuanqing, who had once captivated Yushuan with a single glance. Years have passed, yet Yuanqing's visage remains unchanged. Upon seeing him again, Yunxian feels the same flutter in her heart as in the past. Without a moment's hesitation, she abducts Yuanqing to serve as her consort and subsequently dismantles Miaofa temple. As the reigning emperor, does she not hold the right to act as she pleases? After forcibly establishing Yuanqing as her consort, Yunxian devoted herself entirely to his happiness, presenting him with all the finest treasures the world has to offer. However, Yuanqing remained perpetually discontent, and uprisings erupted across the Great Zhao. Whispers circulated that Yunxian was a harbinger of disaster, unworthy of her imperial throne. Yet, she paid no heed to these rumors, focusing solely on Yuanqing and her mother while orchestrating military efforts to quell the insurrections. Little did she foresee that ultimately, her life would be extinguished at Yuanqing's hands. As he took my life, he questioned how a woman could ascend to the throne while a man should not. My spirit, as if forced to wear a grimace, uttered softly. After my demise, Yuanqing ascended effortlessly to the throne of Great Zhao, becoming the new emperor. To showcase his benevolence, he allowed my mother to retain her title as Empress Dowager, earning accolades for his kindness from all corners of the realm. Upon his coronation, the rebellion swiftly subsided, and it was proclaimed that he had vanquished the calamity, reclaiming the throne rightfully meant for a man, as destined by heaven. Initially, I believed I was in the wrong, convinced that the existence of a female emperor was an aberration. However, decades later, upon Yuanqing's death, Yunxian's gaze shifted, her teeth clenched in bitterness as she remarked. His spirit emerged from his body, radiating a blinding golden light. As I attempted to approach him, he seemed oblivious to my presence, soaring into the heavens. Driven by curiosity, I followed suit, and together we trespassed into a celestial palace. The celestial beings within greeted him warmly. One even inquired, "What is it like to possess the fortune of the empress?" Can you guess how he responded? Yunxian turned her gaze towards Xie Liuyin. Without waiting for an answer, she continued, he said, "The fortune of the empress is richer than that of the emperor. Truly worthy of being the reincarnation of the imperial star, unmatched by others, and that imperial star is me." Chapter 104. Will you accompany me? The Xie imperial star. Destined to be the emperor of heaven. Those endowed with such a fate are inherently destined to quell chaos and usher in an era of prosperity. By a stroke of fate, the individual embodying this imperial star is none other than a young princess of the Dazhao dynasty. This princess was meant to lead a life of happiness and ease, nurtured and guided by her parents to blossom into an exceptional woman. In the wake of her elder brother's untimely demise and the kingdom's precarious state, she would shoulder the burden and steer Dazhao towards a flourishing future. However, some celestial beings coveted her imperial fortune and deemed her, as a woman, unworthy of the throne. Thus, they effortlessly altered her destiny and usurped Yunxian's fortune. Yuanqing, the son of the autumn water immortal and the Linghua immortal, is a natural-born celestial being. Yet, as his celestial powers are not self-cultivated, he remains merely at the level of a human immortal. His parents dote upon this hard-won son and are naturally unwilling to see Yuanqing languish in a lowly human immortal rank for his entire life. Thus, they emulated other celestial beings, sending their son to the mortal realm for trials, and seized my destiny, becoming revered emperors. As she spoke, a crystalline tear fell from Yunchuan's spirit. Therefore, that Jie Kong. Indeed, Yunxian nodded at Xie Liuyin. Jie Kong had been elevated to the position of a holy monk by Yuanqing. Initially, he was merely an arrogant, and pedantic monk, who only took to the monastic life out of fear of starvation due to his lack of productive endeavors. The heavenly deities, recognizing his pliability, set their sights upon him. His so-called fortune-telling was merely derived from the insights he received regarding that individual's fate from Yuanqing, which enabled him to make accurate predictions each time. After Yuanqing elevated Jie Kong to the status of a master of divination, he subsequently targeted me, the future empress, during Yunxuan's 12th birthday banquet. Upon discovering Yuanqing's schemes alongside those celestial beings, I initially contemplated taking them down with me. However, I did not anticipate the formidable power of the celestial beings. The moment I encountered Yuanqing, a radiant golden light emanated from him, casting me back to the mortal realm. Yunxian gritted her teeth, her expression somewhat grim. I was unwilling to accept this. I had intended to soar back to the heavenly palace for revenge, only to be thwarted at a critical moment. Yunxian continued, explaining that it was an elderly man with a white beard wielding a sword who obstructed me. He discerned my plight at a glance and informed me that the reason my spirit lingered and did not dissipate immediately after death was due to my mother's relentless prayers for me, exchanging her future life for my peace after demise. Tears of blood flowed from Yunxian once more, after I took my brother's life. I believed that she had completely disowned me as her daughter. Little did I expect that my mother had sacrificed so much for me. Tragically, upon her return from the borders, she had long been blinded by hatred, failing to perceive my mother's anguish. It was not until she met her demise at the hands of Yuanqing that the two of them had never truly sat down to converse. That old man gifted me a tome of ghostly cultivation techniques, returning me to the imperial palace of the Great Zhao. He proclaimed that even if I were to fight to the death, I could not inflict any harm upon those celestial beings. Yet, if I failed to safeguard myself diligently, all that my mother had done for me would be rendered in vain. Thus, regardless of the resentment that dwelled within, Yunxian swallowed her grievances and returned to the palace where she once resided, commencing her silent cultivation. Perhaps a remnant of the imperial fortune still lingered within her. With the aid of this ghostly cultivation technique, Yunxian gradually attained some degree of prowess, and threw a thread of imperial aura within the royal city. She ascended to the realm of ghostly immortals. Throughout the years of her cultivation, the Great Zhao perished, and a new dynasty emerged upon this ancient land. The new regime, unwilling to establish its capital here, relocated to other territories. Consequently, this resplendent palace was left vacant, gradually becoming Yunxuan's abode. I transformed the palace into my own magical artifact and departed from that forsaken land, seeking opportunities within the realms of cultivation. My current strength is woefully inadequate. I ponder how many more years of cultivation it will require to exact my vengeance. To my surprise, shortly after my arrival in the cultivation realm, I encountered the emergence of a secret domain and was unexpectedly drawn into it. As Yunxian spoke, a look of helplessness appeared on her face. Unable to find a way to escape the secret realm, she was resigned to remain there indefinitely. She conjured an illusion of her dwelling and wandered the palace day after day. The walls of the palace were adorned with paintings left by Yuan Qiming, which initially filled Yunxian with indignation, prompting her to attempt the destruction of several pieces. However, as time passed, she grew indifferent, allowing these slanderous murals to remain as a constant reminder of her lingering hatred. You are the first group to enter my palace. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with you, preferring to wait until your exploration concluded before letting you depart. Yet, I overheard your conversation with that monk, as well as the braggadocio of that fellow from the Huan sect. My curiosity was piqued regarding the choices you would make if you were in my position, which is why I drew you all into this illusion, allowing you to indulge in a grand dream. Regrettably, Yunxian's mastery of illusion was lacking, failing to ensnare Xie Liuyin completely within the dreamscape. Nevertheless, Xie Liuyin's choices were unexpectedly remarkable. Yunxian had anticipated that this female cultivator, even if not as powerless as she had once been, would only seek to remain in the capital or, after being sent to the northern frontier, would simply extricate herself from the peasant household. To her astonishment, this individual decisively killed Jie Kong. Moreover, after resolving Jie Kong, she discerned Yuan Qing's underlying issues and repeatedly targeted him. Ironically, the crux of this illusion rested upon Yuan Qing, and Xie Liuyin's actions were akin to a tactician disrupting the formation by piercing directly through its heart with a single strike. Observing the slightly helpless expression on Yunxian's face, Xie Liuyin remained remarkably composed. So, it seems you harbor a grudge against the celestial realm? What are your intentions for the future? Do you plan to remain in the Julan secret realm? At the mention of the celestial realm, Yunxian's previously gentle demeanor instantly hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, "Naturally, I must leave. A vendetta must be avenged. Yuan Qing took my life, and I shall ensure he pays for it. Given that, would you consider accompanying me?" Xie Liuyin suddenly proposed, catching Yunxian off guard. In response to her astonished gaze, Xie Liuyin's demeanor was resolutely steadfast. If Yunxian's experiences were indeed genuine, then the so-called celestial realm was likely far from a bastion of benevolence. She would eventually ascend to immortality. And having a ghostly cultivator like Yunxian, who had traversed the celestial realm, by her side would render Xie Liuyin less vulnerable. Furthermore, Xie Liuyin had always sensed something amiss about Xie Mingzhu, not merely due to her excessively fortunate fate but also because of her reincarnated divine lineage. Recalling her sister, who had seemingly harbored malice towards her since birth, Xie Liuyin pondered, was this individual, cloaked in the guise of a mortal and named Xie Mingzhu, truly her sister? Chapter 105. He has subdued Yuan Qing. A wave of doubt washed over Xie Liuyin regarding Xie Mingzhu's identity. However, at present, she possessed no evidence and could not extricate Xie Mingzhu's soul from her body for examination. For now, she could only keep Yunxian close at hand, anticipating future utility. Xie Liyuin's thoughts were not meant for others' ears. She turned to Yunxian and inquired, "What is your decision? Will you accompany me as I leave?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, Yunxian hesitated momentarily. Stammering, she replied, I don't know if I can go with you. I have never attempted it before. I. After a brief silence, she pressed her lips together and earnestly declared to Xie Liuyin, "I want to leave with you." Having spent so many years within the confines of the secret realm, Yunxian harbored a lingering trepidation toward the outside world. Yet, she could not forget the tragic fate that had befallen her, nor could she ignore the one who had sacrificed their own future to protect her soul. The very individuals who had wronged her continued to revel in the celestial realm, basking in opulence and leisure. If her existence were to be eternally shackled within the secret realm, then Yunxian would rather take a risk alongside Xie Liuyin, regardless of the price to be paid. "Do you possess any means to tether yourself to something?" Xie Liuyin inquired. She had a spatial treasure, since the sword spirit could enter it. Perhaps Yunxian could as well. However, this was Xie Liuyin's safeguard, and she would not reveal it lightly, leaving it to Yunxian to discover alternatives. After some contemplation, Yunxian suggested, "I could attach myself to the soulwood. This substance allows me to remain undetected, and it might facilitate my smooth departure from the secret realm." Uncertain if following Xie Liuyin would cause her soul to be dispersed by the vortex at the entrance of the secret realm, she believed that the presence of the soulwood could offer a measure of safety. Xie Liuyin had heard of the soulwood before. It was reputed to be an excellent material for crafting puppets. Upon the mere contemplation of puppets, Xie Liuyin seemed to have suddenly recalled something, and she reached into her storage pouch. Back when she was still at Xie Sect, she once stumbled upon a Lu replacing her worn-out leg. At that moment, curiosity piqued. Xie Liuyin had asked a Lu for a glimpse of her wooden leg. In response, a Lu, seeing her interest, had removed a piece from the discarded limb and offered it to her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xie Liuyin had assured a Lu that should the opportunity arise, she would certainly assist her in sourcing more of that kind of wood, so that a Lu could craft several more legs for her. With these thoughts in mind, Xie Liuyin had now retrieved a piece of wood from her storage pouch that resembled a piece of ebony jade. This peculiar material, when attached to a Lu, had distinctly appeared flesh-colored, akin to ordinary human skin, yet once detached, it exhibited a lustrous black hue. Considering that soul wood was an excellent material for crafting puppets, could it be that what a Lu used was indeed soul wood? As soon as Yunxian caught sight of the object in Xie Liyuin's hand, she felt an inexplicable allure, compelling her to inch closer towards the wood. "Is this soul wood?" Xie Liuyin inquired. Yet, Yunxian, being unfamiliar with the true appearance of soul wood, could only rely on what she had gleaned from her studies in that ghostly cultivation manual. Having been in the realm of spirits for many years, she had yet to encounter the actual form of soul wood. Sensing the wood's magnetic pull, Yunxian swallowed hard and suggested, "I'm not certain if this is it. Perhaps I should delve into it to find out?" Xie Liuyin nodded and moved the wooden piece closer to her. Without hesitation, Yunxian plunged into it. Not long after, a voice emanated from the wood. "This is undoubtedly it. Let us gather our belongings and depart at once." Her tone had brightened considerably compared to before, suggesting that she had no intention of emerging from the soulwood. Xie Liuyin sighed, "Not to mention that I still have several months left until my training concludes. Are you truly going to abandon this palace here?" Upon hearing this, Yunxian reluctantly emerged from the soulwood. It was evident that she cherished this piece of soulwood, as the regret etched upon her face seemed genuine upon her departure. "Where are my other companions? How are they faring now?" Xie Liuyin inquired further. Yunxian closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, and then her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had glimpsed an intriguing scene. "The monk who accompanied you is indeed quite remarkable. He has taken to shaving his head and becoming a monk. He even usurped the position of the abbot from Jingkong, and that old man was thoroughly bested in their debate." She continued, "Several female cultivators have also performed admirably. After venturing to the northern lands, they encountered an invasion by foreign tribes and managed to slay several of them on the spot. They are now serving as generals." Yunxian recounted a few of the commendable performances to Xie Liuyin, while she held a less favorable view of the others. Particularly, She disapproved of those who were dispatched to the northern territories, who ultimately succumbed to the orders of a local farmer, marrying off to his dull-witted son. Xie glanced at them, noting that they were all male cultivators, yet they appeared to be unable to withstand the setbacks. At least she had managed to fight her way back to the capital from the border. It was astonishing that these individuals had resigned themselves to such fates. Even when the Empress Dowager later sent someone to retrieve them, they adamantly refused, insisting on staying behind to care for their husbands and raise their children. Xie could hardly bear to look. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront those male cultivators and inquire what was so endearing about a husband who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation and a child who knows only how to manipulate his mother. Was it truly so difficult to choose between returning to a life of royalty or remaining to toil like a beast of burden? The swordsman among them seemed somewhat better, for he had the sense to escape and had not foolishly wed that imbecile. Yet, he subsequently developed an infatuation with a foreign general who ravaged the borders, actively aiding the invaders against the realm of Dezhou. The most ludicrous of all was that male cultivator from the Hehuan sect, who had somehow ensnared Yuan Qing within a dreamscape and ultimately relinquished his throne in her favor. Yuan Qing, deeply moved by his gesture, had resolved to return to the celestial realm with him. After absorbing all this, Xie found herself at a loss for words. She clasped her hands and performed a spell to dispel the illusion. Once they awaken, you must coax them to leave. I shall reclaim the palace and join you thereafter. Wait, is there truly no hidden treasure in this place? Xie Liuyin asked, somewhat taken aback. She had come in search of fortune, and if she were to leave empty-handed, it would render her extensive efforts futile. Xie shook her head. I possess nothing of value. Perhaps I could transcribe a few copies of my ghostly cultivation techniques for you? That is unnecessary, Xie Liuyin replied with a sigh. Upon death, our souls merge with our spiritual energy, returning to the cosmos. No remnants of our souls remain, hence there is no need for ghostly cultivation techniques. It seemed she would have to pursue Xie Mingzhu directly in search of treasures next time, to avoid a fruitless expedition. Xie pondered for a moment before clapping her hands and exclaiming, having spent so many years within the secret realm, I have discovered numerous locations brimming with opportunities. Why not allow me to provide you with a treasure map? Xie Liuyin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly replied, First, tell me the locations of the treasures you know. Once I have made my selections, I shall share the remainder with the others. With that, she promptly produced a blank jade slip and, guided by Xie's descriptions, swiftly sketched a rudimentary map of the Julan secret realm. As she listened intently to Xie enumerate the locations of the treasures, Xie Liuyin was already contemplating the splendid items she would exchange with the sect leader upon their return. Chapter 106, Opportunities after selecting the treasures that particularly appealed to her. Xie Liuyin allowed Xie to freely map out the rest. Her mastery over ghostly energy was remarkably adept, and she soon crafted over a dozen scrolls of such maps. Upon completing this task, Xie tucked the simplified map into a few of her favorite illusions, deliberately ignoring the presence of the others. She felt a strong urge to confront those individuals, as their expectation for her to bestow gifts upon them was utterly delusional. Once the treasure maps were securely hidden, Xie swiftly retracted her ghostly energy, causing the illusion supported by it to collapse in an instant. Well, after we depart from this illusion, they will awaken within a quarter of an hour, Xie remarked. Xie Liuyin nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return with them for now. After they leave, you can accompany me as we depart with this palace. Xie obediently nodded and allowed Xie Liuyin to exit the enveloping darkness of the space. Suddenly, Xie Liuyin found herself enveloped in a blur of light, and when she reopened her eyes, she had returned to the exquisite palace she had been in before. Scattered across the floor were several cultivators, each frowning deeply, seemingly still ensnared in the previous illusion, their emotions profoundly affected. Xie Liuyin knew she must conceal the incident involving Xie, so she sought a position near Wallingswei, then reclined between Wallingswei and Princess Luo. A quarter of an hour passed quietly, and as individuals in the palace gradually began to awaken, Xie Liuyin also opened her eyes, feigning the demeanor of someone just regaining consciousness. Little martial uncle, I seem to have been trapped within another person's memories. Wallingswei instinctively recounted her prior experience upon seeing Xie Liuyin. Her mind was still clouded, retaining only fragmented recollections, which left her unable to articulate clearly. Xie Liuyin nodded in agreement. I am in the same predicament. We must have been ensnared in the illusion. How do you feel now? Wallingswei rubbed her head, indicating that she was all right. Princess Luo, with a furrowed brow, huffed in annoyance. I cannot fathom what transpired within that illusion. I am still so agitated that my chest aches. This was indeed Yunchuan's tactic. As she released these individuals, she had skillfully erased most of their memories concerning the illusion, thereby safeguarding her own secrets. One by one, the others continued to awaken, and as they compared the remnants of their memories, they were astonished to discover that everyone had entered the same illusion. Just as their curiosity piqued regarding the origin of this illusion, a scattered cultivator exclaimed in surprise, "How did I end up with an additional jade slip in my hand?" Upon her reminder, the others began to search around as well. Princess Luo and her companions were the first to notice the jade tablets beside them. Instinctively, they probed the tablets with their consciousness, immediately discerning the simplified treasure map within. The young ladies widened their eyes in astonishment, and Xie hurriedly approached Xie Liuyin. "Little master uncle, you have no idea what this jade tablet contains." Xie whispered excitedly into Xie Liuyin's ear. Xie Liuyin gently patted her head, reluctant to disclose that the treasure map in her possession was far more intricate and exquisite than the one they had found. "It's all right, I have one too. And I know about it," she said, shaking her own jade tablet to calm the emotions of the group and urging them to keep what they had seen to themselves. While everyone joyfully searched for their jade tablets, a few individuals expressed their confusion. "Why does everyone have a jade tablet, yet I do not?" Mei Yuyin, who had been lying aside, approached Xie Liuyin with a pitiful expression. "Miss Xie, I do not have a jade tablet either. May I have a look at yours?" "Of course not. That is my little master uncle's opportunity," Xie retorted sharply. "I believe it's because you did not perform well in the illusion, which is why you missed out on the opportunity." As Xie confronted Mei Yuyin, her intensity multiplied. Princess Luo echoed, "Exactly. If you lack the ability, why should you see my sister Liuyin's treasures?" Mei Yuyin was left speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment, as she silently retreated to a corner, casting a look of grievance at Xie Liuyin. "Oh, Taoist Yen, why is it that you also do not have a jade tablet?" Suddenly, someone curiously inquired. "Could it be that you, Taoist Yen, have also failed the trial? What exactly transpired in the illusion?" At this remark from the wandering cultivator, many instinctively turned their gazes toward the young man standing aloof with a sword, his expression cold. He stood out prominently among the crowd of cultivators, not only due to his striking appearance, but also because he was renowned as a prodigious sword cultivator in the current realm of cultivation. Just moments ago, it was evident that most who did not receive the jade slip were cultivators lacking in steadfastness. Conversely, even those female cultivators with lower cultivation levels had been rewarded with the jade slip. How could someone as formidable as Yin Shoujun stumble within the illusion? Curiosity swelled among the onlookers, wondering what the illusion had truly been like. Alas, no matter how hard they tried to recall, they could not fathom the details. Yin Shoujun's countenance was ashen. He was already disheartened by his failure to seize the opportunity. Especially dismaying was the fact that both his rivals, Xie Liuyin and Pei Xianyue of Miaoying Valley, had received rewards from the palace's master, while he had emerged empty-handed. It was hardly surprising that he felt a surge of discontent. Now, upon hearing the seemingly astonished yet mocking discussions around him, he turned and strode out of the palace, not casting a glance back at the gathering crowd. It seems this Taoist has a fragile temperament. He may easily fall prey to inner demons in the future. A sigh echoed beside Xie Liuyin, spoken by the handsome monk, "Would do." Xie Liuyin turned her head to look, and the gentle monk offered her a warm smile, saying, "Though we all struggle to recall the details of the previous illusion, I vaguely remember a princess and a monk within it. This seems to corroborate the murals surrounding the palace. But what of it? It is merely an illusion. Has not Wudu already received his reward? Why inquire so thoroughly?" Xie Liuyin interrupted the man's probing words. Wudu chuckled softly and replied, "You speak wisely, my friend. Since it is but a mirage, there is no need for exhaustive inquiry. Sometimes, a touch of confusion can be quite harmless." Xie Liuyin discerned that this handsome monk merely wished to ascertain whether she recalled the contents of the illusion. Yet, why should she divulge such information? Fortunately, the charming monk did not linger on this matter. After bowing in farewell to Xie Liuyin, he departed the palace, swiftly vanishing from sight. Sister Xianyue soon located Xie Liuyin and discreetly pulled her aside, whispering, "You have seen the contents of the jade slip, have you not? Shall we embark on a treasure hunt now? There's no need for haste, let us wait a while longer. I possess a more detailed version. Once the others have left, we shall set forth." Xie Liuyin conveyed through a mental message to Xianyue, suggesting she hold her position. Xianyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She recognized the prowess of her junior martial uncle. Among the multitude present, her junior's jade slip was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. She sealed her lips, waiting patiently for the others to depart before accompanying her junior to seek treasure. Chapter 107. Perhaps you should take a few more naps. Upon realizing that the jade slip in her possession was a treasure map of the secret realm, the disciples of the sect and the wandering cultivators present could not help but feel a surge of ambition. Observing that several individuals had already exited the palace, the remaining attendees found it increasingly difficult to contain their eagerness, hastily concocting excuses to take their leave. After stepping out of the palace, the several scattered cultivators who initially intended to travel together soon parted ways in an unspoken agreement. Xie Liuyin and her companions waited until there were no outsiders left in the palace before they embarked on their journey. During this time, Xiaoqi urged them several times. His performance in the illusion was abysmal, rendering him no different from the thoroughly deceived Xie Liuyin. Consequently, he did not even obtain a rudimentary treasure map and spent the entire time filled with jealousy as he observed Xie Liuyin and her group huddled together, murmuring over the jade slips in their hands. Xiaoqi also attempted to glean information from Jiangshan and his companions, who had acquired the most basic version of the treasure map, but such a precious opportunity was not something they were willing to divulge. Moreover, sharing with others was one thing, but revealing anything to the unreliable Xiaoqi was utterly out of the question. Under the vigilant guard of the others, Xiaoqi felt increasingly ostracized. He tentatively approached Suyu, who had initially been assigned to his group, and spoke of how Xie Liuyin seemed to favor Princess Luo's group, subtly inciting discord. However, Suyu, fully aware of his master's well-laid plans, paid no heed and merely stared at Xiaoqi as if he were a fool. Among their team of more than 10, only Xiaoqi remained oblivious to the remarkable feats they had accomplished. Xiaoqi, perhaps you should take a few more naps, Suyu earnestly suggested. Truth be told, had it not been for the sudden immersion of everyone into the illusion, preventing them from administering the mind-numbing pill to Xiaoqi in time, it was uncertain whether he would have awakened at all. Nevertheless, Suyu had resolved that upon their departure, he would simply render Xiaoqi unconscious once more and bind him. A fainted Xiaoqi is far easier to manage than a conscious one. Moreover, the group has concocted an explanation for his unconsciousness. They will assert that he was previously attacked by a demon beast, which possessed a peculiar toxin that induces fainting. Xiaoqi, having been inadvertently bitten, lacks the antidote in their possession, thereby necessitating his reliance on his own spiritual energy to dispel the demon poison. Consequently, this accounts for his intermittent awakenings and lapses into unconsciousness. Xiaoqi, however, is not so easily convinced. He is acutely aware of whether he has been assaulted by a demon beast. Yet, Suyu and the others are indifferent to his disbelief. When the time comes, they will simply administer the medicine to him. Suyu swiftly manages Xiaoqi, leaving the sole outsider, Liuyin, to be dealt with by Xie Liuyin. Given that the latter has not posed any threat, Xie Liuyin decides to administer a soul-dulling pill to Liuyin as well. Once they have rendered her unconscious, the group hastily departs, making their way toward the location indicated on the treasure map. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yunxian, who had concealed herself within the mural, gracefully emerges, collects the entire grand hall, and then sets off in pursuit of Xie Liuyin. As for Liuyin, who remains fainted in the hall, how she will confront the desolate expanse upon awakening is no concern of Yunxian's. Yunxian's speed in pursuit is remarkable, especially since she has attained the cultivation level of a ghostly immortal. With a mere flicker of illusionary magic, she obscures the vision of the others, seamlessly slipping into the soul-wood cradled in Xie Liuyin's embrace. Upon confirming Yunxian's safe arrival, Xie Liuyin exhales a sigh of relief and subsequently discusses with Xianyue and the others how to procure the treasure located nearby. Initially, there were some doubts among the crowd regarding the authenticity of the treasure map. Thus, Princess Luo and Hualing Xue discreetly retrieved their respective jade slips and compared the treasure maps contained within. They soon discovered that their maps were identical, yet considerably less intricate than the one presented by Xie Liuyin, which omitted numerous treasures. After some contemplation, the group decided to use Xie Liuyin's map as their reference and ventured to explore the nearest treasure location. Should the situation prove genuine, subsequent actions would be significantly easier. In truth, the treasure map was not fabricated. The information regarding the guardian beast was remarkably accurate, providing them with invaluable assistance. The treasure selected by Xie Liuyin was a rare resurrection herb, concealed beneath the windward cliff. This spiritual herb was an exceptionally rare millennium-old plant. The resurrection herb was already difficult to find, let alone one of such age. The elixirs crafted from this herb could mend the spiritual injuries of cultivators, making it highly sought after in the realm of cultivation. In an auction house, it would be regarded as a premier treasure. However, the presence of such a potent herb indicated the likelihood of formidable guardian beasts in the vicinity. The guardian of this herb was a late-stage Foundation establishment three-headed iron feather eagle, a beast renowned for its mastery of wind manipulation. Its control over the wind was nothing short of perfection, and its feathers were exceptionally tough, serving both as weapons and formidable defense. Under ordinary circumstances, a three-headed iron feather eagle would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, this was Windward Cliff, a location abundant in wind, making it a veritable paradise for the iron feather eagle. With the advantage of such terrain, its combat prowess rivaled that of golden core cultivators. As Yunxian caught up, Xie Liuyin and the others were deliberating whether to harvest the elusive soul-returning grass and how to do so. The soul-returning grass was already scarce, having missed this opportunity. It was uncertain when they might encounter it again. I believe we should give it a try. After all, it is the soul-returning grass, Jiangshan exclaimed. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Xie Liuyin shared a similar sentiment. Since entering the secret realm, she had only employed the ruthless sword technique once, leaving her yearning for further practice. If possible, Xie Liuyin truly wished to engage in a battle with the three-headed iron feather eagle, a creature comparable to a golden cord demon beast. In contrast, Xianyue maintained a more rational perspective. After some contemplation, she remarked, "The iron feather eagle is not easy to handle. If you can devise a way to lure it to the cliff, it might be worth a try." Xie Liuyin and Jiangshan exchanged glances, deeming this suggestion more feasible. The group swiftly agreed to proceed with their plan. And Princess Luo soon produced a golden glimmering fishing net artifact, stating, "This is the heavenly net my mother prepared for me, a masterpiece of a 9th-tier artifact master. However, due to the significant spiritual energy it consumes with each use, I have rarely employed it. Yet, if we act together, we might be able to capture the iron feather eagle with this net. Nonetheless, given our cultivation levels, we will likely only be able to sustain it for less than a quarter of an hour, so we must act swiftly." Xie Liuyin flashed her a reassuring smile. "Fear not. I have a powerful formation that remains untapped." They quickly organized their strategy, with Xie Liuyin and her companions taking the lead in confronting the demonic cultivators, while the others positioned themselves to support from the rear. Xiyu and Xie, along with a few others, provided assistance. Upon sensing an unfavorable situation, they swiftly deployed the explosive talismans provided by Liu to thwart the attacks of the iron feather eagle. Furthermore, they did not neglect to bind Xiaoqi with additional ropes, for should he suddenly awaken and attempt to cause chaos, it would pose considerable trouble. After meticulously arranging everything, the group commenced their actions. The three-headed iron feather eagle they had targeted was currently resting beneath the windward cliff, blissfully unaware of the cultivators plotting against it overhead. Chapter 108. The unexpected. Beneath the windward cliff, fierce winds howled chaotically, rendering the ground barren. Amidst this tumultuous tempest, a single blade of grass, radiating a golden glow, remained steadfastly rooted to the cliff face, seemingly unperturbed by the raging winds. The iron feather eagle slumbered soundly in such an environment, its three colossal heads resting leisurely upon a massive boulder, its immense body rising and falling with each breath. At that moment, unfamiliar oars encroached upon its territory, prompting one of its heads to awaken instinctively and gaze upward towards the cliff. A myriad of chaotic energies suddenly materialized above, drawing closer, which agitated the iron feather eagle significantly. Suddenly, a sword aura sliced downwards from the cliff above, thoroughly rousing the creature from its slumber. With a piercing cry, all three of its heads rose in unison, fiercely darting towards the direction of the descending sword aura. Its fully unfurled wings stirred up even more wind as it ascended towards the summit of the cliff. The iron feather eagle discerned the true nature of those daring to intrude upon its domain. As it prepared to unfurl its wings and launch an assault upon these unwelcome guests, it suddenly found itself ensnared by a massive net descending upon it. Instinctively, the eagle attempted to evade, but the net, as if endowed with a will of its own, thwarted its escape and ensnared it completely. The iron feather eagle emitted a fierce cry, its ferocity seemingly capable of shredding all before it. Although the net confined its body, the gaps were sufficiently large to allow its feathers to remain free. With a violent tremor, the eagle's sharp feathers bristled, ready to strike. Just as countless feathers were poised to pierce towards Jiangshan and his companions, Xie Liuyin produced her array plate. In an instant, the formation was activated, and the iron feather eagle was lifted by a tempestuous wind, rendered immobile. Seizing this opportunity, Princess Luo and her allies swiftly leapt from the precipice, heading towards the location of the resurrection grass. They aimed for a swift resolution, upon spotting the coveted herb. They wasted no time in extracting it and hastily ascending back to the cliff's edge. Their actions were executed with remarkable efficiency and in the blink of an eye. Princess Luo and her companions returned with the resurrection grass in hand. Radiantly, she waved to Xie Liuyin and the others, exclaiming, "Sister Liuyin, we have secured it. Let us hasten our departure." Observing this, Xie Liuyin nodded to the others controlling the net, signaling that they could withdraw. Jiangshan and his group promptly retracted the net and, together with Princess Luo, made their retreat. Generally speaking, the mystical beasts inhabiting the secret realms possess a strong sense of territoriality. Even when pursuing prey, they maintain a specific range. Thus, as long as one can flee with sufficient speed, an encounter with these creatures is not guaranteed, even if they are provoked. Observing that Princess Luo and her companions had distanced themselves adequately, Xie Liuyin gauged her spiritual energy and infused the formation with enough power to last approximately 15 minutes before hastily following the others. After a quarter of an hour, Xie Liuyin and her group, having traveled a considerable distance, could still faintly hear a somewhat mournful howl. The chilling sound sent a shiver down their spines, prompting them to quicken their pace. Furthermore, they had set their sights on a purifying tree, a precious entity renowned for its efficacy against miasma and demonic energy, serving as a formidable countermeasure against demonic cultivators and creatures alike. Upon discovering the existence of such a valuable item marked on their treasure map, which was not far from their location, they immediately became intrigued. Fortunately, the purifying tree was substantial in size and had existed long enough to develop a semblance of sentience. Thus, despite a black-hearted serpent coiling upon its branches, Xie Liuyin and her companions managed to procure numerous branches with relative ease, exchanging a fair amount of spirit stones for them. The purifying tree expressed its long-held desire to rid itself of these branches, which had been causing it discomfort. Consequently, when someone offered spirit stones for these seemingly useless items, it was more than pleased. As a result, the serpent atop the tree did not have the opportunity to showcase its menacing presence, as the purifying tree subdued it, willingly relinquishing the surplus branches. Xie Liuyin calculated that with so many branches, there would be more than enough for each member of the group to receive one. She selected a branch for herself and quietly planted it within her spatial treasure. Given the unique nature of spatial treasures, it is likely that before long, a complete barrier-removing tree will flourish within. However, nurturing this tree into a towering giant may require a considerable span of time. Over the subsequent fortnight, Xie Liuyin and her companions discovered several more remarkable treasures. Ultimately, with everyone's consensus, these valuable items were entrusted to Xie Liuyin. This decision was primarily due to her significant contributions in acquiring these rare materials, and also because she was the strongest cultivator present. If the treasures could be seized from her, the same fate would befall anyone else. Xie Liuyin did not refuse. She pretended to conceal the treasures within the storage ring bestowed by the sect leader, while in reality, she placed them into the spatial treasure. With the spatial treasure in her possession, no one could snatch these items from her grasp. The treasure map indicated numerous other valuable items. And with over 2 months remaining in the secret realm, the group was highly motivated to pursue the next treasure site. Their current target was the water-repelling pearl, hidden within a secluded cave and pool. The merfolk had vanished from the Baisu realm for centuries, making the pearl an exceedingly rare find. The treasure map did not clearly delineate any dangers near the pool, prompting Xie Liuyin to voice her concerns to Yunxian. Are there no beasts guarding the water-repelling pearl? Yunxian, comfortably cultivating within the soulwood, waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. The primary function of the pearl is to repel water, which is significant for your human race, but it holds little value to the beasts. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin felt somewhat reassured. At the very least, the water pool should not harbor the monstrous beasts competing with them for the coveted fish pearls. Thus, this journey ought to proceed with greater ease. The cave was indeed concealed, nestled beneath the depths of a tranquil lake. After a prolonged search, they finally discovered a narrow stone cave along the eastern bank of the lake. They conferred briefly, ultimately deciding that Xie Liuyin would wield her sword and lead the way, guiding the group slowly into the submerged cavern. The passage within the cave was lengthy, much of it submerged in water. Fortunately, the accompanying cultivators possessed spiritual energy, which ensured they would not succumb to drowning. Xie Liuyin moved swiftly, dispatching several low-tier aquatic beasts, and soon located a stone chamber above the water's surface. Once ashore, she hurriedly pulled each person out, thankfully preventing any dire consequences. The pool containing the fish pearls lay deeper within the cave. Armed with illumination artifacts, the group pressed onward, though the duration of their trek remained uncertain. At last, they stumbled upon the profound water pool. However, before they could celebrate, a fierce gust of wind bore down upon them. Without hesitation, Xie Liuyin raised her sword to block the impending attack, and the sound of clashing weapons echoed through the dark cavern as dazzling sparks erupted in the inky blackness. A tremendous force struck Xie Liuyin's sword with such ferocity that, had she not undergone extensive body refinement, the power would have easily overwhelmed an ordinary qi refining cultivator, causing the moke sword to slip from her grip. Realizing the assailant's malevolence, Xie Liuyin prepared to retaliate, yet her opponent's movements were swifter. With a sharp crack, the illumination artifacts held by Jiangshan and the others shattered, plunging the entire cave into darkness. Xie Liuyin's eyes had yet to adjust to the shifting light, rendering her unable to discern her surroundings. However, she promptly expanded her consciousness, swiftly detecting a foreign presence rapidly approaching. Realizing it was undoubtedly another impending attack, Xie Liuyin instinctively drew her sword. Blinding sparks erupted once more, and by the fleeting illumination, she finally discerned the figure before her. Cold, slit-like eyes glinted with malice, and raven-colored hair cascaded behind, presenting an ethereal, ghostly visage. A chill coursed down Xie Liuyin's spine, goosebumps erupting across her skin. She found it difficult to articulate her emotions, knowing only that if she did not act decisively, she might very well perish here. I'm okay. Xie Liuyin called out to her sword spirit in her mind. The spirit understood her intent. Golden elemental energy surged into the spirit sword, causing an explosive release of sword qi that resonated through the air. The sharp sword qi surged toward the indistinct figure cloaked in darkness, yet it inflicted no harm, nearly igniting another shower of sparks. Sister Xianyue, Brother Jiangshan, you must leave at once. As the adversary was momentarily repelled by her sword chi, Xie Liuyin urgently urged the others to flee. However, despite her repeated cries, there was no sign of movement from those behind her. At this juncture, Xie Liuyin could no longer deny the peculiarity of the situation. Ever since their illuminating artifact had been shattered, Xianyue and the others had fallen silent. It was likely they had encountered peril at that moment. Xie Liuyin's consciousness informed her that these individuals were still alive, though she could not ascertain whether they were injured or merely unconscious. With her sword strike, the enemy's advance finally ceased. The man seemed to have realized the formidable nature of Xie Liuyin's sword and dared not confront her directly any longer. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in darkness, Xie Liuyin's eyes gradually adjusted to the light within the cave. She vaguely discerned a tall figure lurking in the corner, watching her with evident trepidation. "My friend has truly acquired a remarkable sword, if only it were not directed at me," he remarked. His deep voice tinged with a slight rasp and an overly flippant tone that irked Xie Liuyin. Unable to discern the stranger's appearance, she steeled herself, bracing for another potential attack. "Who exactly are you, and why did you suddenly assault us?" "Your words are quite amusing," the man chuckled. "Had your party not intruded so abruptly, I would not have acted so recklessly. I wonder who sent you to eliminate me?" Xie Liuyin grew increasingly perplexed by his insinuations. "Surely you must be mistaken. We came upon a treasure map and ventured here to seek our fortune." "Treasure?" The man laughed upon hearing this. Setting aside the fact that this location is exceedingly obscure and nearly impossible to locate, what treasures could possibly exist in a cave devoid of any spiritual energy? It appeared he was skeptical of her claims. Yet, as Xie Liuyin considered his wariness, she recognized its validity. She explained, "Though this place is hidden, our treasure map is quite explicit. Beneath the deep pool lies a water-repelling pearl. We have come solely for the pearl. If you doubt my words, I can dive into the pool and retrieve the pearl." Fearing that the individual might doubt her credibility, Xie Liuyin hastily added a remark. The person paused for a moment upon hearing her words, then appeared to make some sort of gesture. In the next instant, Xie Liuyin witnessed a streak of luminous brilliance dart before her eyes as a resplendent pearl emerged from the pond and settled in the person's hand. It turned out that the companion's party sought this very object. "It seems I have indeed misjudged your intentions. Having acquired the pearl," the individual's tone became significantly more buoyant. Xie Liuyin breathed a silent sigh of relief and cautiously remarked, "Although this misunderstanding has arisen, it is also a testament to our inadequacy for failing to notice you resting here. I extend my sincerest apologies. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I kindly request your permission to depart with my companions and friends." "Are you truly intent on leaving just like that? Will you not claim this pearl?" the person queried, shaking the pearl before Xie Liuyin. In the surrounding darkness, the brilliance of the pearl shone with piercing intensity. Xie Liuyin replied, "I have no desire for it. I merely wish for your assurance of our safe departure." Suddenly, the individual erupted into a series of low, manic laughs. "That decision is not yours to make." Xie Liuyin's expression darkened instantaneously. Did this person intend to obstruct their escape? Sensing the abrupt shift in her demeanor, the individual hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Do not be alarmed, my friend. I merely wish to propose a transaction. Your swordsmanship is truly exceptional, and I would like to enlist your assistance with a small task. Upon its completion, this pearl shall be yours." Xie Liuyin was decidedly reluctant to acquiesce. It was evident that this individual possessed a cultivation level surpassing her own, and he had previously restrained his power. Were it not for the protection of the ink-deficient sword in her grasp, she might not have been able to withstand even the initial assault upon their first encounter. What could Xie Liuyin, a mere chi refinement practitioner, possibly do against troubles that even he could not resolve? "I am but a small figure with little strength, merely a cultivator of chi refinement. I fear I cannot be of assistance to you, esteemed sir. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable," she uttered, attempting to manage the situation while simultaneously trying to communicate with Yunxian through thought. However, despite calling out Yunxian's name numerous times, she received no reply. This only deepened her concern. If even Yunxian, a ghostly celestial being, could be harmed by this individual, then his power was indeed formidable. The rejected man chuckled softly. "There is no need for modesty, my friend. Those who can withstand 2 of my strikes are not considered weaklings within this secret realm." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a lamp materialized seemingly from thin air. Light radiated from him, illuminating the cave's interior, allowing Xie Liuyin to finally discern her surroundings. Scattered about were numerous individuals lying motionless on the ground. She hurriedly assisted the fallen Xianyue, only to notice the purplish hue of her lips. "You poisoned her," Xie Liuyin exclaimed, her gaze snapping to the man in the corner. At that moment, his figure became strikingly clear. He was tall and clad in wet black garments, droplets cascading down his form. Yet, what astonished Xie Liuyin most was the unmistakable serpent tail that formed the lower half of his body. "He is a creature of the demon clan," she realized. The man's long, thick tail slithered across the ground, adorned with a rather savage-looking scar. The scales, seemingly impervious, were evident marks of scratches, and Xie Liuyin surmised that one of those scratches was her own doing. This poison has been cultivated over many days, and only I possess the antidote within this world. The man, having been identified, showed no concern for their fate, which now rested entirely upon the whims of his companion. Chapter 110. Am I not at a disadvantage? The man was clearly threatening her. Xie Liuyin realized this with clarity, and she was acutely aware that she currently lacked the ability to refuse. Upon realizing that Xianyue had been poisoned, Xie Liuyin administered an antidote immediately. However, as time passed, Xianyue had not awakened, and the purplish hue on her lips showed no sign of fading. Instead, dark veins were spreading ominously. This was evidently a sign that the toxin was progressively infiltrating her body, and if an antidote were not procured soon, they might truly face death. Understanding this, Xie Liuyin closed her eyes. Since you have stated it so, to refuse further would be ungrateful. However, I implore you to recognize that I am merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Should you propose any excessively demanding requests, even at the cost of my life, I would be incapable of fulfilling them. Furthermore, I require your assistance in alleviating the poison afflicting these individuals before I can assist you without reservations. No. The man replied succinctly, displaying an air of finality that left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin sat down on the ground, exasperated, and said, Then forget it. Who knows how perilous your request may be? What if I go and do not return? If you refuse to provide the antidote for my companions and they perish, would I not be suffering a great loss? Regardless, agreeing leads to death, and refusing leads to death, so let us perish together here. The man, concealed beneath his black hood, slightly furrowed his brow at this revelation. He fell silent for a moment before changing his tone. I can alleviate half of the poison, allowing them to awaken first. Once you have completed the task for me, I shall then relieve the remaining half of the poison. What kind of extraordinary poison allows for such a peculiar remedy, half at a time? Xie Liuyin was evidently skeptical. The man, now noticeably impatient, responded, The poison of others is ineffective. Mine, however, can be mitigated in such a manner. Enough of this trivial chatter. Will you proceed with the transaction or not? He seemed to sense something, tilting his head to glance towards a specific part of the cave. Xie Liuyin instinctively followed his gaze but found nothing amiss. She vaguely surmised that this creature was likely hiding from something. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Liuyin produced a contract. You shall first enter into an agreement with me. Once the contract is established, I will assist you. The contract was of considerable significance. Even this formidable demon would be bound by its terms, rendering any attempt to breach it futile. This was one of the life-saving artifacts prepared by Xianyue for her disciple before departing. The man did not deliberate for long before consenting. Xie Liuyin first pricked her finger to let a drop of blood fall upon the contract, then tossed it to him. The demon wasted no time, swiftly cutting his finger to leave his own blood upon the document. The contract shimmered briefly before dissolving into myriad twinkling lights, thereby solidifying their agreement. Having completed this, the serpent demon willingly approached Xie Liuyin, using his elongated tail to assist in detoxifying those he had poisoned. His method of antidote was rather unique, as he fed them his own blood. Observing the scene, Xie Liuyin furrowed her brow. Were it not for the noticeable improvement in Xianyue and the others' complexions after being fed blood, along with the faint signs of awakening, she might have suspected that the demon was deceiving her. After feeding everyone, Xianyue, who was the first to consume the snake's blood, finally opened her eyes in a daze. Little master uncle, what has happened to us? She queried, her body aching all over, with her head throbbing painfully. The events that transpired were somewhat hazy. She could barely recall that they had just discovered the water pool and had not yet descended to seek the dragon pearls when they were ambushed. Following that, something heavy struck her, causing a gash, and she fainted, losing consciousness thereafter. It's nothing. We encountered an attack, but we are safe now. Please check on the others. Once everyone awakens, we shall depart from here, Xie Liuyin replied, opting not to reveal the truth just yet. The confined space provided little room for action. Moreover, the pervasive darkness posed a threat should the serpent demon choose to strike again, making resistance difficult. She intended to clarify matters once they were outside, allowing Xianyue and the others to act more freely. One by one, the others began to awaken. Upon recognizing the form of the serpent demon, Princess Luo's suspicions were piqued. She approached Xie Liuyin and inquired, Sister Liuyin, do you require assistance? No need. Let us discuss everything once we are outside. Xie Liuyin understood her intentions but suppressed the urge to engage in combat. Exiting the cave proved to be far less arduous than entering it. The serpent spirit was aware of a more favorable path that circumvented the lake's depths. As the group followed its lead towards the exit, the serpent spirit subtly conveyed to her, My blood can only counteract poison with poison, temporarily alleviating a portion of the toxins within them. However, if the remaining poison is not neutralized within 10 days, they shall still perish. Furthermore, the residual toxins cannot be resolved with blood. What do you mean by this? My lord, are you worried I might reconsider? Xie Liuyin communicated back. The serpent spirit did not speak plainly, yet remarked, your companions harbor malevolence towards me. Several even contemplate taking action against me. I suggest you counsel them wisely, lest their momentary folly cost them their lives. The serpent spirit proved remarkably perceptive, discerning her fleeting notion of uniting with others to subdue it and procure blood for antidotes. However, it had misjudged Xie Liuyin. That thought had barely grazed her mind before she promptly dismissed it. The serpent's strength was evidently superior to theirs. Should conflict arise, many lives would undoubtedly be lost. With their fates resting in its hands, and having established a pact with it, Xie Liuyin had no intention of breaching their agreement. The consequences of violating such a pact were not something she wished to endure. My lord, do not misconstrue my intentions. Since we are bound by a contract, I shall certainly uphold my promise to you, she assured swiftly, hoping to quell any unwarranted suspicions. The serpent spirit scoffed lightly. It is best that way. Not long after, they emerged onto the surface. As the sunlight finally broke through above them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. The preceding darkness had profoundly affected their spirits, imposing considerable pressure upon them. Upon reaching solid ground, the serpent demon addressed Xie Liuyin directly, urging her to voice any final instructions, for they needed to depart swiftly. Having spoken, he instinctively distanced himself, allowing Xie Liuyin the necessary time to confer with her companions. Understanding the serpent demon's urgency, Xie Liuyin refrained from unnecessary elaboration, succinctly conveying the nature of her pact with the creature. You need not worry. I have established a contract with him, and he shall not harm me. However, I may need to leave temporarily. You may continue your search for the treasure according to the map, or choose to rest here and await my return, as you see fit. Rest assured, I shall return unscathed. Chapter 111. A reward awaits. Xie Liuyin was poised to follow a serpent demon, one they barely knew, and who had previously inflicted poison upon them. None among Xianyue and the others felt at ease. Had they not still been under the influence of lingering toxins, they might have sought to eliminate the very demon that had assaulted them. Yet, Xie Liuyin swiftly clarified the situation and provided assurances before turning to seek out the serpent demon. Princess Luo and Xianyue wished to intervene, but their speed ultimately paled in comparison to Xie Liuyin's determination. Moreover, Xianyue and others restrained them. Xianyue, perplexed, inquired, Senior Sister Qiu, why do you prevent us? That serpent demon clearly harbors ill intentions. If our junior aunt follows him, who knows what dangers she may encounter? How could we allow them to depart so easily? Xianyue shook her head, asserting that the junior master had her own plans. She was not the type to act recklessly without considering the consequences. Having made this decision, the junior master must have been well prepared. Conversely, if you were to disrupt her plans hastily, it might only create trouble for her. The serpent demon was evidently formidable. The fact that it poisoned them all the moment they met indicated that even if they united, they likely stood no chance against it. The serpent demon's ability to forge a pact with the junior master might well be a testament to her astute negotiations. Presently, there was nothing they could do to assist the junior master. Their only option was to refrain from complicating matters for her. Xie Liuyin recognized Qianyue's intelligence and was confident she would soothe Xianyue and the others. Therefore, she approached the serpent demon decisively and posed a direct question. Speak. What do you truly wish for me to do? Take me to the moonfall pool. Upon uttering this, the serpent demon instantly transformed into its true form, subsequently shrinking in size and slithering up the hem of Xie Liuyin's dress until it reached her wrist. The cold, serpentine touch sent a wave of discomfort through Xie Liuyin, compounded by a prior encounter with a particularly repulsive snake in her past life, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. The serpent demon seemed to sense her aversion. It further diminished its size and altered its hue, curling delicately around her wrist. At a glance, no one would suspect that a serpent was concealed there. It appeared more like a jade bracelet adorning Xie Liuyin's arm. The bracelet, a striking shade of emerald green, accentuated Xie Liuyin's fair complexion beautifully. Where is the falling moon pool? I am unfamiliar with this area, she mused, noticing how securely he wound the bracelet around her wrist, seemingly reluctant to let go. She averted her gaze, choosing not to look. Soon, a voice echoed in her mind. Do you not possess a treasure map? Surely it contains details about the falling moon pool? Prompted by his inquiry, Xie Liuyin retrieved the map and scrutinized it closely, indeed discovering the location of the falling moon pool. It was approximately a 2-day journey from their current position, and within its waters resided a unique species of fish-like demon beast. The scales and whiskers of this creature were valuable materials for crafting high-grade magical artifacts. With this knowledge, Xie Liuyin resolved to catch a few of these fish upon their arrival. However, she pondered, Why did he not wish to venture there himself? Something felt amiss. The serpent demon, unwilling to provide further explanations, urged her to hasten her steps as dusk was approaching. Sensing the demon's reticence, Xie Liuyin realized that further inquiries would yield no answers at this moment. Obediently, she led the serpent demon towards the falling moon pool, while Xianyue and the others sought refuge in a nearby cave. After clearing it out, they decided to rest there, waiting for Xie Liuyin's return. Although the poison in their bodies had subsided partially, they felt a sense of weakness, and their spiritual energy flowed less smoothly than before. Aware of the myriad dangers lurking within the secret realm, they refrained from wandering aimlessly, instead opting to await their junior master and the serpent demon's return to alleviate their afflictions. On her journey to the falling moon pond, Xie Liuyin encountered no significant perils. As evening approached, she sought a safe haven to rest, yet the serpent demon coiled around her wrist incessantly urged her to hasten her pace. With a heart full of curiosity, Xie Liuyin feigned fatigue, insisting that she required a brief respite. After a moment of silence, the serpent demon surprisingly infused her with a considerable amount of spiritual energy. This should suffice. Please proceed swiftly. The sooner you arrive at the falling moon pond, the greater the reward I shall bestow upon you, it insisted. Xie Liuyin raised an eyebrow, her intrigue regarding the serpent demon's intentions deepening. What exactly was the falling moon pond that could incite such fervent concern from the demon? Driven by this curiosity, she reluctantly abandoned her plans for rest and continued onward. Traveling at night, however, posed its own challenges, as numerous magical beasts preferred to emerge under the cover of darkness to hunt. Fortunately, these creatures were primarily at the Qi refinement stage, and Xie Liuyin was capable of handling them herself. During her journey, she attempted to communicate with Yunxian, but the latter seemed to have vanished without a trace, offering no response whatsoever. After several fruitless attempts, Xie Liuyin decided to dismiss any thoughts of the unexpectedly encountered ghostly immortal. Throughout the night, Xie Liuyin scarcely rested, her attempts to stop thwarted by the spiritual energy bestowed upon her by the serpent demon. By the following day, she had traversed half of her intended distance. Upon scaling a mountain peak, she encountered a young man clad in a white Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon noticing Xie Liuyin, he inquired, "Have you, my fellow Taoist, encountered a large black serpent?" A jolt of recognition surged through Xie Liuyin as her mind immediately conjured the image of the serpent demon wrapped around her wrist. Although it remains uncertain whether the serpent sought by the youth before me is indeed the one, its true form undeniably possesses a shade of black. This thought merely flickered in my mind when a sudden pain shot through my wrist, ensnared by the serpent demon, which was constricting my flesh with its sinuous body. The secret realm was teeming with serpentine beasts, and for a moment, I found myself at a loss. Xie Liuyin tilted her head, offering no definitive answer. The young man persisted with his inquiry. "That is a serpent demon that has cultivated for a millennium, quite formidable and venomous. Should you encounter it, exercise utmost caution. If you could convey this information to me, it would be greatly appreciated." "Very well, let us exchange sound tokens," Xie Liuyin suggested, taking out her own sound token and exchanging a spiritual imprint with the young man. He showed no signs of dismissiveness towards her, and after a brief communion, they parted ways. Once the youth had retreated to a distance where even his aura was undetectable, the serpent demon finally spoke. "Why did you choose to leave a sound token with him? You could have simply claimed not to have seen anything and sent him on his way." Xie Liuyin chuckled softly. "This is where you failed to comprehend. If I were to respond casually and hastily depart, it would raise suspicions in his eyes. After all, a venomous serpent prowling through the secret realm would naturally cause concern for anyone. By initiating a cordial exchange, I demonstrate that I harbor no suspicious intentions. Otherwise, escaping his notice would not have been so easily accomplished." The serpent demon fell silent, now merely awaiting Xie Liuyin to lead him to the moonlit pond, fully aware that he dared not dispute with his soul ally. Chapter 112. The Falling Moon Pond. Xie Liuyin arrived at the Falling Moon Pond a day later, accompanied by the serpent demon. By then, it was already deep into the night. Having just dispatched a canine beast, Xie Liuyin turned to see a beam of moonlight cascading down into the forest beyond. The area illuminated by the moonlight shimmered like a field of jewels. Approaching the site, Xie Liuyin realized she had reached the Falling Moon Pond. With a dismissive flick of her wrist, she urged the serpent demon, "We have arrived. You may descend on your own." At her prompting, the serpent demon, which had been slumbering on her wrist for a full day, finally stirred. It slowly slithered down to the ground, its body gradually expanding until it reached the girth of a grown man's waist, snapping several shrubs as it plunged into the pond. Xie Liuyin observed intently. Shortly after the serpent submerged, the moonlight shimmering on the water's surface was wholly absorbed into the depths. It was evident who had consumed it. Only then did Xie Liuyin begin to grasp why the serpent demon had been so insistent on hastening their journey. Not only was it to evade the relentless pursuit of the white-robed Taoist, but also to ensure it submerged into the falling moon pond on this night of the full moon. Tentatively, Xie Liuyin extended her hand into the water, feeling a calm and gentle force slowly emanating from within. She attempted to absorb some of this energy, but quickly realized its benefits were negligible compared to a mere trace of spiritual essence. With a quiet sigh of regret, she withdrew her hand. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Instinctively, Xie Liuyin drew her ink-black sword, her senses heightened and alert. However, soon the languid voice of the sword spirit resonated within her mind. Do not be anxious. Tonight, the imperial flowing liquid will manifest here, and these creatures are drawn by its allure. Indeed, as the sword spirit's words faded, a flurry of animals suddenly emerged from the thicket. Some were as small as snakes and mice, while others were larger, resembling tigers and leopards. Xie Liuyin, possessing keen eyesight, also noticed several eagles perched on the surrounding trees, alongside various unnamed birds flitting about. A rabbit, no bigger than a palm, surprisingly approached her feet, hopping curiously before resting beside them. The glimmer in these creatures' eyes was distinctly different from that of the demonic beasts, indicating that they had long since awakened their intelligence, setting them apart from ordinary animals and demonic entities alike. Xie Liuyin, somewhat taken aback, inquired of the sword spirit, "Why are there so many lesser demons in this secret realm? Shouldn't this place be inhabited solely by demonic beasts?" The sword spirit replied, "Demonic beasts are not inherently so. They are often ordinary animals that have absorbed excessive malevolent energy during their growth, transforming them into demonic entities. Conversely, those that consume spiritual energy naturally evolve into demons. Yet, not all demons are benevolent. I have witnessed numerous cases where beings, initially gaining intelligence through spiritual energy, eventually succumbed to darker paths and pursued the malevolent arts." Perhaps due to the passage of time without a meaningful conversation with Xie Liuyin, MOK took the opportunity, with no one around, to share a wealth of knowledge he had accumulated. Xie Liuyin found his words engaging, relishing the newfound insights into the realms of cultivation that she had previously overlooked. For in her past life, she had been solely focused on her own training, remaining blissfully ignorant of much of the foundational wisdom within the cultivation world. With the inkless sword by her side offering guidance, Xie Liuyin truly expanded her horizons. Thus, the sword spirit engaged her in conversation for nearly an hour when, suddenly, it paused and declared solemnly, "It begins." Before Xie Liuyin could comprehend the meaning of these words, she noticed several beams of light illuminating the horizon. She looked up to see clusters of fiery imperial essence cascading down like a celestial shower towards the moonfall pool. The previously tranquil little demons surrounding her could no longer contain their excitement. Even a small rabbit, which had nearly dozed off at her feet, leaped up, extending its paws towards her. Noticing this, Xie Liuyin hesitated before asking, "Do you want me to hold you?" The little rabbit nodded vigorously, completely unafraid of her as a formidable practitioner. With a resigned smile, Xie Liuyin extended her hand and lifted the little rabbit high. The creature seemed quite pleased with its elevation, standing upright and wearing an unexpectedly serious expression on its fluffy face as it gazed towards the imperial essence. The essence fell in torrents, most landing in the moonfall pool before some scattered around the vicinity. A few little demons, initially daring to step closer to the pool, quickly retreated as the overwhelming presence of a powerful demon permeated the air, instilling fear that held them back. The rabbit in Xie Liyuin's hands was fortunate. She carefully guided it towards a beam of imperial essence, allowing it to collide with the radiant substance. In that instant, the little rabbit glowed brilliantly, as if cloaked in moonlight. Then, it froze in place, and Xie Liuyin surmised that the little demon was likely entering a state of meditation. She dared not move, fearing she might disrupt the rabbit's fortuitous opportunity. Even when several beams of the imperial flowing sap descended upon them, she voluntarily extended her hand outward, allowing them to fall entirely upon the little rabbit. The other small creatures, witnessing this act, swiftly abandoned their initial wariness towards this unfamiliar being and began to deliberately draw nearer to her. Among them, a snake initially intended to slither onto her, but seemingly sensing a dreadful aura, it hesitated and retreated, tucking its head back. However, a tiger approached, tapping its paw on Xie Liuyin, indicating a desire for her assistance in receiving some of the imperial flowing sap as well. After pondering for a moment, she kept one hand raised with the little rabbit, while channeling her spiritual energy with the other to lift the small creatures, guiding them toward the descending sap. The imperial flowing sap could not be influenced by human strength, yet she could indeed direct these small creatures to pursue the falling droplets. For the diminutive beings, a single beam of sap sufficed. But for a larger creature like the tiger, she ensured it endured 6 impacts before fully enveloping it in the sap. Once the majority of the small creatures had basked in the sap's glow, Xie Liuyin stood quietly, awaiting the dawn. The other little beings gradually awakened before sunrise, with those receiving the least sap stirring first, and the tiger rousing last, while the rabbit awakened in between and departed. An hour after the tiger's departure, The moonfall pool finally stirred with activity. The tranquil surface of the water suddenly rippled from the center, the ripples expanding until they transformed into waves that surged outward. At long last, a massive, pitch-black python emerged from the moonfall pool. As its head breached the surface, the entire serpent gradually morphed into human form. The inky black garments clung tightly to the serpent demon's form, drenched by the pool's waters, while droplets cascaded from his flowing hair, bestowing a damp, chilling allure. The serpent demon possessed a physique of exquisite perfection, so strikingly beautiful that Xie Liuyin couldn't resist stealing a few extra glances. However, when the creature finally emerged from the water, brushing aside the wet strands that obscured his face, revealing a pale and delicate visage, her gaze shifted from calmness to vigilance and hatred. This was not merely happenstance. She recognized him. He was none other than Xianyue, the serpentine fiend who had nearly cost her life on several occasions in her previous existence, all for the sake of Xie Mingzhu. Xianyue, a man-eating serpent, with a sinister and malevolent disposition. To this day, Xie Liuyin vividly recalled how she had been coerced into relinquishing her treasured artifacts, solely because Xie Mingzhu had expressed a desire for them. There was even a moment when Xie Liuyin and Xie Mingzhu inadvertently stumbled into a secluded wilderness, where they encountered a malevolent cultivator intent on murder and theft. In a bid to protect Xie Mingzhu, Xianyue had deliberately revealed their hiding place, forcing her to flee for her life, narrowly escaping the clutches of the malevolent cultivator who sought to drain her vitality. Xie Liuyin harbored suspicions that the beast tide she faced after losing her golden core might very well have been orchestrated by him, in collusion with several other men. Among the blue-blooded acquaintances of Xie Mingzhu, if there was one she loathed the most, it was Xianyue. Yet the one she feared above all was undeniably Xianyue. Had she known that the dark serpent was indeed him, she should have expelled Xianyue the moment she encountered that Taoist, using his life as leverage to ensure her own safety. Confident that he would not deny her the antidote. As for that contract, it holds no significance. At worst, Xie Liuyin may simply give birth to a heart demon, and there will always be a way to eliminate it later. However, there is no recourse for her regrets now. Xianyue is already healed from his injuries through the imperial flow essence from last night. Xie Liuyin had struggled against him before, and now she would find him even more formidable. With this thought, Xie Liuyin could only lower her eyelids, striving to suppress the resentment and murderous intent within her. She must not allow him to perceive her true feelings, otherwise, she could not guarantee her own survival. After all, the venomous nature of a serpent is not to be underestimated. You are still here. I thought after lying inside for a night, you would have left long ago. The serpent demon, Xianyue, remarked, glancing at Xie Liuyin with evident surprise. Xie Liuyin concealed her emotions. My fellow disciple's poison has yet to be resolved. How could I leave? Moreover, we are bound by a contract. Upon hearing this, Xianyue chuckled lightly. You truly are willing to do anything for your fellow disciples. I presumed they were merely a pretext, and once I released you, you would immediately flee for your own life. At that moment, Xie Liuyin comprehended Xianyue's implication. It seemed this fellow had never believed that she genuinely intended to save Xianyue and the others. He thought she had invoked her comrades merely to leverage some advantage, ensuring both parties held cards in this transaction. In Xianyue's mind, once he relinquished control over Xie Liuyin, she would be the first to abandon everyone and escape for her own survival. Xie Liuyin couldn't help but smile, remarking, You seem to be overthinking matters. I fear that I would take countless circles to comprehend your perspective. I believe my intentions are quite evident. How could you perceive my concern for my fellow disciples as merely an invented weakness? If she were indifferent to Xianyue and his companions, she would have turned and fled long ago during the standoff with Xianyue in the cave. Xianyue sighed softly, Your actions are indeed conspicuous, and I do not believe my thoughts are excessive. The world is filled with an array of peculiar individuals. I have encountered many who share my sentiments. It seems this serpent has endured considerable hardship at the hands of others. I wonder which esteemed figure managed to outwit this venomous creature. If Xie Liuyin could make the acquaintance of such an individual, she should surely learn from them, striving to eliminate this serpent demon at the earliest opportunity. That would truly disappoint you. I am not fleeing now. I wonder if you would still be willing to accompany me to rescue my fellow disciples and friends? Xie Liuyin, weary of engaging with the demon, merely hoped for the antidote to be provided swiftly. Her tone was sharp, yet Xianyue, perhaps feeling better after healing, seemed unperturbed by her demeanor. Since you have honored your promise, I, too, shall adhere to our agreement. Let us seek your companions. However, their current whereabouts must be determined by you. He replied with clarity, and Xie Liuyin, initially anxious that he might renege, felt a wave of relief. She quickly produced her access token and, to her satisfaction, was able to discern the locations of several others. What struck Xie Liuyin as particularly strange was the unexpected appearance of Xie Mingzhu's name on the access permit. Had she not deliberately tampered with her own permit after being taken away by Xianyue? wishing to remain undetected? How could her whereabouts suddenly be revealed? Was her method of concealing her tracks rendered ineffective? Upon observing Xie Mingzhu's current location, she realized it was precisely along the path she intended to take in search of senior sister Xianyue and the others. In an instant, a thought surged forth in her mind. Sir, may I request your assistance? Xie Liuyin suddenly spoke up. Su Shahuan, taken aback by her request for help, raised an eyebrow and inquired, do elaborate. Xie Liuyin replied, I have a sister who has been abducted by several demonic cultivators and has remained elusive until now. I have finally discovered her whereabouts, which lies directly along our route home. Might I implore you to aid me in rescuing her? Upon hearing this, Su Shahuan displayed a keen interest, questioning, what could a few demonic cultivators want with your sister? Is she a prodigious talent, or perhaps an unparalleled beauty? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps you could inquire about it should you encounter them, she responded. Sensing his lack of refusal, she interpreted his demeanor as an implicit agreement. With that, they turned to retrace their steps. However, after merely a few strides, a rustling sound emerged from the surroundings. She looked up to see several shadows swiftly navigating through the forest. Su Shahuan instantly assumed a defensive posture, his aura brimming with tension, and in the next moment, a barrage of objects hurtled toward them. Su Shahui initially mistook the little creatures for concealed weapons. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and crushed a spirit fruit, which emitted a piercing scream upon bursting. The figures in the surrounding woods scattered in an instant, as if they had encountered a specter. In contrast, Xie Liuyin recognized at once the origin of those figures. They were the little monsters she had fed with emperors dew the previous night. Furthermore, she discerned that the objects hurled at them were spirit fruits and herbs. Although their quality was modest and their value rather ordinary, they nonetheless represented the heartfelt intentions of the little creatures. Do not be alarmed, they are merely little monsters. They probably came to express their gratitude for my assistance yesterday, Xie Liuyin explained. She gathered the spirit fruits and herbs from the ground, carefully stowing them away. Strangely, memories of her youth surfaced, how she yearned for a spirit fruit from her parents, who, despite being her kin, never bestowed even one upon her. Now, having rendered a mere small service, these unfamiliar little monsters had gifted her enough spirit fruits to fill an entire storage bag. It became evident to her that not only do individuals differ from one another, but the relationship between humans and monsters is also profoundly distinct. Chapter 114. Xie Mingzhu's desire to escape. Xie Mingzhu truly wished to flee. She could no longer endure the current state of Xiyu. In her memories, he was a domineering, formidable, and deeply affectionate figure, yet now, he appeared both feeble and incapable. Ever since a group of masked cultivators had seized treasures from him on several occasions, he had undergone a complete transformation. He no longer wished to treat Xie Mingzhu with the tenderness he once had. His gaze towards her resembled that of a treasure seeker eyeing a mere rodent, rather than that of a beloved. Moreover, Xiyu had discerned Xie Mingzhu's desire to escape, which compelled him to watch her incessantly, nearly suffocating her with his scrutiny. In an effort to placate Xiyu, Xie Mingzhu found herself racking her memory for the locations of the hidden treasures from her past life, leading him on a treasure hunt. However, being inherently self-centered, she was unwilling to allow Xiyu to benefit given his blatant disrespect towards her. The places she guided him to yielded only low-value items, such as spiritual herbs and beasts. The more valuable treasures had been cleverly concealed by Xie Mingzhu, awaiting the opportune moment for her to flee, at which point those precious items would be solely hers. As this thought took root in her mind, she cautiously began to erase the concealments Xiyu had placed on her entry permit. Her sole hope rested on Xianyue and the others coming to rescue her. If they could extricate her from this predicament, that would be even better. Whether they possessed the capability to save her, or if their efforts might lead to further peril, was of no concern to Xie Mingzhu. Perhaps the heavens had heard her silent plea, for when her group found a sheltered spot to rest, a massive, pitch-black serpent suddenly descended from the sky. The moment she discerned the serpent's form, her heart raced uncontrollably. Unlike those who only recognized Su Sha as a black serpent, Xie Mingzhu was well acquainted with the true forms of her several blue-eyed confidants. She instantly identified the black serpent as Su Sha. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind Su Sha's presence in the Julan secret realm, it was evident that he had unexpectedly engaged in battle with Xiyu. However, Xie Mingzhu believed that Su Shahui had undoubtedly come to rescue her. To ascend to the position of the young master of the demon sect at such a tender age, Xiyu must possess considerable skill. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of Xie Liuyin, primarily due to her formidable formations and her unexpected assaults. Yet, faced with the suppressed power of Su Shahui, Xiyu still managed to resist to a degree. Nonetheless, as the serpent demon proved increasingly powerful, his efforts became more strenuous. Observing that the tide of battle was gradually turning against him, Xiyu was acutely aware that if the fight continued, casualties would inevitably ensue. Considering that several masked cultivators remained unaccounted for, he dared not allow any harm to befall his companions. Gritting his teeth, he could only command a retreat. Mingzhu, come with me. Xie desperately fended off the serpent demon and hurriedly extended his hand towards Xie Mingzhu, calling for her to follow. He had anticipated that she would grasp his hand and flee with him. However, to his astonishment, his beloved deliberately evaded his gaze, clearly indicating her unwillingness to leave. Mingzhu? Xie eyes widened in disbelief. Though he had suspected that Xie Mingzhu wished to part ways with him, he could never have imagined that, in such a perilous moment, she would prefer to align herself with a strange serpent demon rather than accompany him. Why had she initially lured him to seek her out? Why had she agreed to leave with him? The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt, attempting to reach for Xie Mingzhu. Yet, having finally seized the opportunity to free herself from Xianyue, she was unwilling to relinquish it, swiftly dodging aside and even retreating behind the enormous serpent. This maneuver left Xianyue astonished as well. His curiosity had initially compelled him to investigate why several demonic cultivators had abducted a female cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Curiosity piqued. One wishes to behold the visage of Xie Liuyin's sister, to discern whether she possesses the same wisdom and resilience as her elder sibling. Upon their first encounter, Xianyue, however, found himself somewhat disillusioned. Having been nurtured by the human race in his youth, he had witnessed the base treachery that often lay hidden beneath a veneer of loyalty. Thus, upon learning that Xie Liuyin had not deceived him and genuinely kept her promise to venture into danger for the sake of her fellow disciples, he felt an uncommon fondness for her. He had assumed that, being of the same blood, her sister would also exhibit commendable qualities, only to discover her to be equally self-serving. Recalling how she had hidden behind him to evade Xianyue, Xianyue silently added that she was rather foolish as well. While Xianyue's assessment of Xie Mingzhu remained unspoken, Xianyue, upon witnessing this scene, was consumed by rage, his eyes ablaze. He contemplated pursuing her further, yet a serpentine demon obstructed his path, while his subordinates urged him to retreat swiftly. Although Miss Mingzhu possessed some talent in treasure-seeking, certain artifacts also held similar capabilities. In her absence, they could seek alternatives. However, should they lose their lives, nothing would remain. Understanding this, Xianyue cast one last regretful glance at Xie Mingzhu before gritting his teeth and departing. Her actions today could only be deemed a betrayal, the very transgression that Xianyue despised most. When they meet again in the future, he would undoubtedly demand an explanation from her. The few demon cultivators fled swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With their departure, Xianyue no longer felt the need to be ostentatious and soon reverted to his human form. Upon encountering the familiar face, Xie Mingzhu felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. In her previous life, Xianyue was the most adept at charming others. Had it not been for her early acquaintance and deep affection for Yi Chaoyun, she might have ultimately chosen Xianyue as her lifelong companion. However, reflecting on the conduct of the men in this life, Xie Mingzhu contemplated the possibility of giving Xianyue further consideration, perhaps even selecting a different partner for her journey. Noticing Xianyue's gaze upon her, she tidied her dress slightly and spoke softly. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for rescuing me. I am Xie Mingzhu, a disciple of Qingshao Sect. May I know your name, so that I may remember it and repay your kindness in the future? Having resolved matters for you, why do you not come forth to take your sister away?" Xianyue replied nonchalantly. Xie Mingzhu was bewildered by his words. "What? Thank you, sir." Before she could finish, a familiar female voice resonated from behind her. Startled, Xie Mingzhu turned to see a figure emerging from the woods. Indeed, it was her sister, Xie Liuyin. It dawned on her that Xianyue had not been looking at her, but rather at Xie Liuyin. How could they be together, appearing so intimately acquainted? Xie Mingzhu bit her lip, sensing that something was slipping from her grasp. "Sister, what brings you here? And who is this esteemed senior? How do you know each other?" Xie Mingzhu endeavored to compose herself and offered a smile to Xie Liuyin. "It was merely a chance encounter. I struck a deal with this gentleman, and on my way back, I happened to run into you, thus requesting his assistance," Xie Liuyin replied with an even tone, showing no hint of the grave enmity they faced. Xie Liuyin continued, "By the way, I am unaware of this gentleman's identity. Perhaps you could inquire about it, dear sister?" Chapter 115, Robbery. Xie Liuyin's demeanor was so ordinary that Xie Mingzhu discerned nothing amiss. She suppressed the peculiar feelings within, turning to Xianyue and said, "In any case, I am sincerely grateful for your timely assistance. Might you be willing to share your name with us? This is my second inquiry, and surely you would not refuse." Xie Mingzhu's tone carried a hint of intimacy, a demeanor that elicited no resentment. Upon noticing the curiosity reflected in Xie Liuyin's eyes, Xianyue responded, "I am known as Xianyue, a serpent demon. I ventured into the Julan secret realm, drawn by the rumors of the rare imperial liquid essence that is said to manifest once every century. Alas, I encountered a group from the inspection division along the way. They had targeted me due to a family annihilation case from years past, pursuing me into the secret realm. Were it not for my adeptness at evasion, I might have already succumbed to the demon-slaying sword wielded by that robed figure. The inspection division has always been shrouded in mystery, with many cultivators unaware of the existence of such a force specifically aimed at demonkind. Given Xie Liuyin's prior demeanor, it was likely she too was unfamiliar with the inspection division. Thus, Xianyue harbored no concerns about Xie Liuyin divulging his information after their separation. After hearing his brief introduction, Xie Liuyin feigned seriousness as she noted it down. Xie Mingzhu, however, leaned in closer, speaking in an admiring tone. So, you are a magnificent demon. I have yet to encounter one as grand as you. Your original form is truly magnificent. Had it not been for your intervention, I would likely still be under the control of that group of demonic cultivators. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin felt it was time to speak. By the way, Mingzhu, how did you attract the attention of those demonic cultivators, and what brought you here? Previously, we had not seen any trace of you regarding the access token. What is the story behind that? Xie Mingzhu's expression momentarily faltered before she quickly found an excuse. I'm uncertain myself. Perhaps those demonic cultivators targeted me because I am a disciple of the Qingxiao sect. As for the access token, I was taken away just as they tampered with my token. During these days, I feigned compliance while deceiving the demonic cultivators, all the while searching for a way to unravel the enchantment on my token, hoping you would find me. Fortunately, divine providence smiled upon me, and sister, you finally arrived with brother Sasha to rescue me. As she uttered the last sentence, Xie Mingzhu cast a profoundly grateful glance at Sasha. Her beauty was striking, and her eyes sparkled with a particular vivacity. The way she gazed at someone with such longing was utterly captivating. Yichaoyan and Xie were both deeply moved by the allure of her eyes. Even Sasha, who had initially harbored little fondness for this unfamiliar female cultivator, found himself inexplicably stirred when meeting her gaze. Now that she has been rescued, it is time for us to depart. Following a brief moment of emotional stirrings, a sense of vigilance began to arise within him. Sasha was well aware of the malevolence that could lurk within human hearts and understood that it was illogical for him to suddenly develop feelings for a female cultivator. However, the emotions he had just experienced were genuine, nearly compromising his mental clarity. The allure of the young woman before him surpassed even that of the Fox clan's enchanting arts. It seemed this maiden was far from ordinary. Xianyue took a moment to scrutinize Xie Mingzhu, attempting to discern any discrepancies about her. Yet, she appeared to be merely an insubstantial female cultivator, her threat level barely half that of Xie Liuyin. Although he could not identify the peculiarities surrounding Xie Mingzhu, Xianyue nonetheless etched her presence into his memory, intending to test her further when the opportunity arose. It was time for them to return and seek out Xianyue and the others. Prompted by Xianyue's reminder, Xie Liuyin also prepared to depart. Xie Mingzhu, not fully comprehending the events that had transpired, cautiously inquired about everything that had occurred during her absence on the journey back. Xie Liuyin selectively shared what she could, detailing her acquaintance with Xianyue and clarifying their circumstances. Upon learning that their initial encounter had been far from pleasant, Xie Mingzhu sighed in relief. In her previous life, she had earned Xianyue's trust and favor the moment they met, having protected him during his vulnerable molting phase. This led him to perceive her as a kind and harmless individual, willing to sacrifice everything for her in return. Initially, Xie Mingzhu harbored concerns that Xie Liuyin might replace her as Xianyue's benefactor. However, it now appeared that their relationship was merely one of mutual exploitation. This was fortuitous, as it would facilitate her endeavor to conquer Xianyue and steer him into opposition against Xie Liuyin. As her thoughts began to crystallize, Xie Mingzhu's gaze subtly shifted toward her advantageous sister. If Xie Liuyin were aware that the serpent demon by her side had conspired against her in their previous life, would she still be able to traverse alongside him with such tranquility? Perhaps she ought to draw a little closer to him. That way, when Xie Liuyin is harmed by the serpent, she would feel a deeper sorrow in her heart. At this moment, Xie Liuyin remains oblivious to the fact that her own sister, born of the same mother, is plotting to exploit the serpent demon to trample upon her. Her singular focus is on hastening her journey to the encampment of Xianyue and the others, eager to alleviate the serpent's poison that afflicts them. She has discreetly relayed information regarding Xie Mingzhu back to her companions. Given the unpredictable nature of the secret realm, she does not intend for them to confront Xie Mingzhu directly just yet. Some spectacles are best saved for the return to the Qingxiao sect, where revealing the truth before everyone would be far more dramatic. If all cards were laid bare within the secret realm, who could predict what Xie Mingzhu might do to conceal her acquaintance with demonic cultivators? Should any misstep occur, and Xie Mingzhu managed to escape and spin a web of deceit, the situation could become irretrievably convoluted. After all, Xie Mingzhu has been extraordinarily fortunate whenever something adverse transpires. A new opportunity swiftly appears, allowing her to turn peril into safety. In her past life, Xie Liuyin experienced this phenomenon numerous times. Just when she believed she could finally unveil Xie Mingzhu's true nature and regain her freedom, she was instead met with deeper darkness. Thus, when the Xie family revealed that Xie Mingzhu was the reincarnation of a divine maiden, Xie Liuyin found herself almost persuaded, for the heavens had indeed favored her excessively. However, after hearing the tale of Yunxian, Xie Liuyin began to question whether such astonishing fortune was truly the will of heaven or merely the machinations of man. Beside you, could there truly be a fated one? The moment the thought of Yunxian crossed my mind, her excited voice resonated. Xie Liuyin's expression turned serious. Yet she quickly regained her composure, drawing no attention from the other two. Where have you been? I've been searching for you for quite some time. Also, what does fated one mean? Xie Liuyin inquired eagerly. Yunxian began to complain. How can you even ask? If it weren't for my soul body shielding you, you would have succumbed to the poison long ago. This poison is no trifling matter. I had to recuperate several times within the soul to completely eradicate it. Xie Liuyin expressed her surprise. No wonder everyone else was poisoned while I remained unscathed. It turns out you were my savior. Thank you, Yunxian. Humph. Now you recognize my worth. Remember to assist me in finding soul wood in the future. If you could help me create a body, that would be even better. Yunxian demanded unabashedly. Chapter 116. A significant disparity regarding the matter of soul wood. Xie Liuyin readily agreed. Even if she couldn't find it herself, she could always ask her master, Xianyue, for assistance. After all, as a master, it is their duty to resolve their disciples' troubles. Seeing Xie Liuyin agree so readily and with such sincerity filled Yunxian with immense satisfaction. She continued, the serpent demon before you is likely quite formidable. As a ghostly immortal, I have also practiced a form of qi observation. When I encountered this great demon for the first time, I discreetly observed him. His fortune is remarkably strong, and there is a trace of dragon blood within his lineage. If he continues to cultivate, he might very well transform into a true dragon. Xie Liuyin squinted her eyes, her mind beginning to devise a plan. Although her singular golden spiritual root allowed her to cultivate at a rapid pace, Xianyue's progress was equally impressive. He was inherently more advanced in cultivation than she was, and if this continued, Xie Liuyin would forever be unable to catch up to him. Was it not the case that she was destined to be unable to defeat Xianyue? Furthermore, according to Yunxian, this individual had the potential to transform into a dragon if he continued his cultivation. If that were to happen, she would truly be unable to vanquish him. A prospect that Xie Liuyin found deeply undesirable. No, she had to devise a strategy to eliminate him before Xianyue reached his full potential. Alternatively, she needed to find a way to obstruct his path to advancement. Yunxian, given that the serpent demon possesses such abilities, what are the odds that I could eliminate him within the secret realm? Xie Liuyin pondered, eager to hear Yunxian's perspective. However, Yunxian shattered her hopes with her response. Cease your musings. That serpent has suppressed its cultivation to enter. If you dare to act against him, the moment he unseals his power, he will be expelled from the secret realm. At that point, not only will you fail to kill him, but he may very well lie in wait outside, anticipating your return. Xie Liuyin recognized the truth in Yunxian's words. Yet she felt a pang of reluctance. Is there nothing within the secret realm that could seal one's meridians for decades, even centuries? Such a substance must exist within the realm of cultivation, yet it seemed absent in the Julan's secret realm. Perhaps you could contemplate alternative strategies? Moreover, I observe that this serpent demon harbors no ill intent towards you. Why must you pursue a path of mutual destruction? Yunxian, filled with curiosity, recalled the scene she had witnessed through her external consciousness while recovering from her poisoning, the interaction between Xie Liuyin and Xianyue. It was evident that Xianyue harbored no malice towards Xie Liuyin. Rather, there lingered a subtle appreciation on his part. Yet, Xie Liuyin, being embroiled in the situation, remained oblivious to this nuance. Yunxian found it perplexing that Xie Liuyin harbored such deep animosity towards Xianyue, even contemplating his demise within the secret realm. However, given the current circumstances, it was apparent that Xie Liuyin lacked the strength to carry out her intentions. Despite Yunxian's repeated attempts to douse her fervor with cold reality, Xie Liuyin's expression remained unchanged. I have a premonition that Xianyue and I are destined to become mortal enemies. If I do not act while he is still relatively weak, it may very well be I who faces death in the future. Her tone was light, yet she had unequivocally declared their fate. Yunxian wished to point out that Xie Liuyin had no formal training in divination, rendering such premonitions questionable. However, upon observing Xie Liuyin's demeanor, She realized that her conviction was steadfast. Choosing to refrain from further argument, Yunxian acknowledged their alliance. Since Xie Liuyin despised Su Shahui, she resolved to assist in eliminating him. After all, she too held no fondness for the young man, who exuded a rather toxic presence. Let us deliberate further. Your current cultivation level is too low, and acting recklessly would be ill-advised. Instead, continue honing your swordsmanship. Your skills are formidable, and sword cultivators are known for their ability to confront foes beyond their rank. Yunxian offered words of comfort at the opportune moment. Xie Liuyin remained silent, momentarily accepting Yunxian's perspective. On their journey back, it was noted that Su Shahui had healed and, with the assistance of the imperial flow, had even refined his bloodline. Throughout the journey, he did not restrain the aura of a formidable demon, causing any beast or lesser demon that sensed it to flee in terror, not daring to approach. Consequently, they encountered no obstacles and swiftly located the current hideout of Xianyue and his companions. Along the way, Xie Mingzhu expressed a desire to grow closer to Xu Shahuan, adopting an innocent and carefree demeanor, even addressing him as Brother Xu Sha instead of Senior. When Xu Shahuan first heard Xie Mingzhu address him in such a manner, he regarded her with a curious glance, discreetly observing the expression of Xie Liuyin. Upon discerning her usual indifference, Xu Shahuan seemed to tacitly accept Xie Mingzhu's familiarity, allowing her to continue in this manner. Xie Liuyin had anticipated the shift in their relationship and felt no particular concern. However, when they reunited with Qiu and Jiang Shan, the peculiar dynamic among the three startled them. No one expected Xie Mingzhu to be brought back. They had assumed she would remain with the group of demonic cultivators until their departure from the secret realm 2 months later. Moreover, Qiu and Hualingshui were not pleased with Xie Mingzhu's return. Facing a traitor of the righteous path, they could not muster any goodwill. It was only through Xie Liuyin's persuasion that the group begrudgingly suppressed their anger, pretending to accept Xie Mingzhu as if nothing were amiss. Oblivious to her already exposed position, Xie Mingzhu feigned a look of having been greatly frightened, seeking to share her grievances with the others. Regrettably, Shaoqi has been administered a medicinal pill, leaving her still in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Su Yu and several others seemed to avoid her presence, displaying an evident reluctance to engage in conversation. The rest have huddled closely around Xie Liuyin, expressing their concern for her, completely disregarding Xie Mingzhu. A wave of resentment surged within Xie Mingzhu, compelling her to lament to Xu Shahui. Brother Xu, is it true that I am significantly inferior to my sister, which is why everyone favors her over me? Indeed. When compared to your sister, the disparity is quite pronounced. Xu Shahui nodded in acknowledgement, unabashedly confirming her fears. Xie Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his response. What is happening? Shouldn't he be soothing her with gentle words and perhaps scolding Xie Liuyin on her behalf? Had she not been certain of her own lucidity and free from any illusions, she would have doubted her own hearing. On the other hand, Xie Liuyin succinctly recounted her recent experiences to the group, and after they meticulously ensured she bore no injuries, she urged them to promptly organize themselves to prepare for the detoxification process. Lord Xu, please rise and assist my fellow disciples and friends in detoxification. Xie Liuyin called out to Xu Shahui, who was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed in the distance. Xu Shahui lazily straightened up, responding with a casual coming right up, before ambling over to begin the detoxification for Hualingshui and the others. As for Xie Mingzhu, who was callously cast aside by him, her brow continued to furrow with increasing intensity. It was evident that the current situation had spiraled beyond her control. Chapter 117. Has he departed? Xu Shahui's detoxification proceeded swiftly. Before long, all traces of poison had been eradicated from their bodies. Yet, Xie Liuyin remained apprehensive that Su Shahu might resort to trickery, and discreetly conveyed her concerns to Hualingshui, inquiring about her current state. Hualingshui articulated her sensations one by one, revealing that when the residual poison lingered within her, the flow of her spiritual energy was beset by a palpable heaviness. However, now that sensation had entirely dissipated, and her entire being felt considerably lighter than before. Xie Liuyin then turned her inquiry towards Yunxian, and upon receiving her affirmative response, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. The poison had been purged, and the prior agreement was deemed fulfilled. Thus, Xie Liuyin intended to dismiss Su Shao. She spoke with clarity. My Lord Su, our transaction is now complete, and I believe it is time for us to part ways. We shall not escort you further. Please take your leave at your convenience. Although Xie Liuyin sought to dissolve their association, Su Shahu was reluctant to comply. His initial plan had been to acquire the imperial flow nectar within the secret realm and depart, but he had not anticipated encountering this intriguing pair of sisters along the way. Indeed, Su Shaohu found these two women fascinating, despite their mutual desire to eliminate one another. One presented an air of icy detachment, while the other endeavored to feign a semblance of camaraderie. Su Shaohu was genuinely curious as to how two sisters, born of the same mother, had arrived at such a relentless and adversarial impasse. For this reason, he was disinclined to depart prematurely. He wished to engage with the sisters for a longer duration to unravel the mystery of their entangled fates. After all, this venomous serpent thrived on the animosity of humankind. "Does my friend Xie truly wish for me to take my leave?" Su Shaohu remarked, half in complaint. Xie Liuyin candidly replied, "Indeed. Our humble abode cannot accommodate a revered figure such as yourself. You should hasten to depart and seek a more favorable location." Su Shaohui was taken aback, as he had expected Xie Liuyin to be somewhat more tactful. Instead, she showed him no regard whatsoever. However, it mattered little, for his own resilience was sufficient. "But I truly wish to stay," he countered. "Perhaps Xie Dao you might reconsider. I believe I possess certain skills that could prove beneficial to you." Indeed. Before Xie Liuyin could respond, Xie Mingzhu eagerly positioned herself beside Su Shaohui and exclaimed, "Sister, elder brother Su Sha is truly formidable. He drove away the demonic cultivator who had captured me with just a few strikes. If he remains with us, our safety would undoubtedly be enhanced. In a realm fraught with peril, the escaped demonic cultivators could reappear at any moment. What if they seize me again? Thus, we should certainly keep elder brother Su Sha with us," Xie Mingzhu implored softly, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward Su Shaohui. Her heart brimmed with vigilance. In her past life, she had been surrounded by numerous men who aided her, ensuring her every endeavor was met with success and rewards were easily attained. However, upon her rebirth, she had first rescued the Fox Clan prince, Fu Yuya, only for him to vanish without a trace. This misstep had led her to mistake the identity of another fox, incurring the wrath of her sect leader. Subsequently, Xianyue had proven to be a source of trouble, failing to assist her and instead dragging her down in the eyes of their leader. Su He and Ji Ming had betrayed her, abandoning her in a moment of dire need. As for Xiyu, he had proven to be ineffectual, despite his promises to protect her and provide her with the finest of everything. The outcome was such that even those few mask-wearing cultivators of lesser prowess could not resolve the matter. It fell upon her abilities to seek treasures as a means of compensating for their losses. Upon reflection, the only reliable ally remaining was the enigmatic Su Shaohui. Xie Mingzhu observed keenly, realizing that during her absence, she was utterly unaware of the machinations Xie Liuyin had engaged in, managing to subjugate Xianyue and others. Now, a multitude revered Xie Liuyin, effectively ostracizing her. Should even Su Shaohui depart, Xie Mingzhu would find herself utterly isolated and defenseless. She was unwilling to let him leave and harbored hopes of winning his heart as she had in her previous life. If Su Shaohui were to fall in love with her anew, then, even if Xianyue and others sided with Xie Liuyin, she would not be at a disadvantage. With these thoughts solidified in her mind, Xie Mingzhu fervently wished for Su Shaohui to remain. She was certain that with merely a few more days of interaction, he would inevitably come to cherish her. However, Xianyue, observing Xie Mingzhu's overly optimistic demeanor, felt increasingly vexed. "Junior sister Xie, your words are facile. This Shusha Daoist is of unknown origin and not one of our sect. Retaining him could lead to unforeseen consequences should he act upon a whim and harm us." Xie Mingzhu's expression faltered, swiftly transforming into one of pitiable sorrow, as she softly murmured, "Senior sister Chio, are you still upset about the previous incident in the cave? I am willing to apologize. However, I believe Brother Shusha is a good person, and I implore you not to misconstrue him due to your aversion towards me." As she concluded, Xie Mingzhu cast a glistening-eyed, woeful glance at Su Shaohui, embodying a spirit willing to endure her peers' reprimands for his sake. Su Shaohui felt an urge to scoff internally, mocking the absurdity of the other's antics. Yet, inexplicably, another thought emerged in his mind. This girl named Xie Mingzhu is truly innocent, pure, and endearing. As this notion took shape, a gentle smile involuntarily graced Su Shaohui's face. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the very moment that smile appeared, a chill ran down his spine. There was indeed something peculiar about this individual. "Xie Mingzhu, do not speak recklessly. I am not as unreasonable as you believe. Regardless, I refuse to allow this person to remain. If you insist on associating with this serpent demon, then you may both leave together," Xianyue stated bluntly. Having accompanied Xie Liuyin on several perilous escapades, she was no longer the soft and pliable person she once was. Now, when confronted with Xie Mingzhu, she spoke her mind directly, showing no restraint with her temper. Xie Liuyin watched from the sidelines and finally spoke up. "As you can see, our company is simply not suited for your presence. We kindly ask that you seek alternative arrangements." Such forthright words left Xianyue with no option but to concede. For even if he wished to stay, he lacked the audacity to impose himself on the current situation. After all, should he force his presence, he would likely find himself cast aside by the very girl before him. Alas, I had thought that after collaborating for so many days, we could at least consider each other friends. It truly saddens me to see how Xie Liuyin rejects me so vehemently. Xianyue lamented as he brushed off his garments and rose to his feet. He continued, as we part today, who knows if fate will allow us to meet again in the secret realm, if we are destined to cross paths once more. I hope you will spare me such heartache. Having spoken, Xianyue did not even glance at the tear-filled eyes of Xie Mingzhu, but instead turned and vanished into the woods. Xie Liuyin offered no response to his recent words, merely observing his departure in silence. Once his figure had disappeared from sight, Xie Liuyin inquired of Yunxian in her mind. Has he left? No, he is concealed in the thicket, hiding his presence and watching you intently, came Yunxuan's reply. Chapter 118. Ensure your safety TSK. Upon hearing Yunxuan's answer, Xie Liuyin flicked her tongue in annoyance. She had anticipated that scoundrel would not depart so easily. Indeed, he had left a contingency. What do you intend to do? Having discerned Xianyue's current location, Yunxian asked about Xie Liuyin's plans. Xie Liuyin responded straightforwardly. Let us leave this place for now. I will find someone to deal with him later. Her thoughts were simple, now that Xie Mingzhu had been located. Once the treasured artifact emerged, it was certain that Xie Mingzhu would seek it out herself. At that time, they could simply follow her, for she would be unable to escape their grasp. Currently, the treasure map provided by Yunxian contained numerous treasures that Xie Liuyin had yet to acquire. She calculated the days, allowing half a month for the final contest over the treasure, and planned to spend the remaining time, almost a month and a half, gathering the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the secret realm that she deemed valuable. Even if she could exchange them for some spirit stones to distribute among her companions, it would be worthwhile. However, they could not allow Xie Mingzhu to learn of their treasure hunting endeavors. Xie Liuyin glanced at the drowsy Xiaozhi, still under the effects of the elixir, and resolved to bring a smile to his face. On the other side, Xie Mingzhu remained entirely unaware of her younger sister's clandestine plans. With a singular focus on seeking out the enigmatic Xianyue, she concocted an excuse and swiftly slipped away in pursuit of the direction her sister had taken. Xianyue, perceiving Xie Mingzhu's intentions, found himself reluctant to engage further with the peculiar girl. Yet, his body seemed to act of its own accord, instinctively revealing his presence before her. Are you searching for me? Xianyue suddenly emerged, his voice a gentle inquiry directed at the girl before him. Xie Mingzhu's cheeks flushed as she immediately lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought you had truly departed, Xianyue. I was quite concerned for your well-being. Do not worry, I shall not leave. I will remain by your side to ensure your safety, Xianyue replied softly. In that moment, he felt as though he were torn asunder, one half consumed with affection for Xie Mingzhu, eager to present her with all that was splendid, while the other half remained cold and detached, harboring a profound wariness towards this seemingly fragile girl. Unbeknownst to Xie Mingzhu, she stood before her past lover, whose essence was on the brink of bifurcation. She interpreted Xianyue's avoidance of her sister, Xie Liuyin, as a sign of his newfound affection. Lifting her gaze to meet his, she questioned, but did you not express interest in my sister before? How has your sentiment shifted so swiftly? I have never changed. My thoughts have always been solely upon you. From the very first moment I beheld you, I was captivated, Xianyue murmured. His voice, naturally deep, took on an alluring quality as he spoke in a hushed tone, imbued with an inexplicable charm. Listening to the sweet nothings exchanged, Xie Mingzhu subtly curved her lips, revealing an unmistakable smile of triumph. She remarked, very well, I shall reluctantly place my trust in you. For the ensuing months within the secret realm, I shall rely on your protection. Xianyue nodded earnestly, assuring her, rest assured, I shall safeguard you without fail. After their conversation, Xie Mingzhu stealthily returned. Initially, she presumed that after her prolonged absence, she would certainly be subjected to inquiries. To her astonishment, her companions seemed utterly unconcerned, entirely oblivious to her departure. What surprised her even more was the revelation that Xiaozhi had sustained an injury during her brief absence. Hualing Shui and the others explained that a small demon beast had inadvertently intruded upon their camp, and in the chaos of their attempts to drive it away, the creature had accidentally fractured Xiaozhi's leg. Yet, perhaps this misfortune bore a silver lining, for it roused the young man from his stupor. Jiangshan added, lamenting, alas, the beast fled too swiftly for us to capture it. Xiaoyu interjected, given the urgency of our outing, none of us are equipped with bone-setting medicine. I wonder, Sister Xie, if you happen to have any? If not, it seems Xiaozhi will have to endure his injury until we exit the secret realm. Xie Mingzhu's expression stiffened. Her storage bag had been taken, and even if she possessed bone-setting medicine, it would be of no use to Xiaoji now. Noticing her reaction, Xiaoyu struggled to suppress a laugh. She exchanged a glance with Jiangshan, who then took the initiative to speak. Sister Xie, considering Xiaoji's current condition, it would be unwise for him to remain unattended. However, we, the individuals present, are either injured or burdened with the responsibility of safeguarding everyone, leaving us no opportunity to attend to Xiaoji. At this juncture, Jiangshan forced a smile towards Xie Mingzhu, saying, "Aren't you the closest to junior brother Xiaoji? Previously, when you were abducted by the demonic cultivator, junior brother Xiaoji incessantly expressed his desire to search for you. Perhaps you could take on the responsibility of looking after him?" Before Xie Mingzhu could respond, Xiaoyu turned to the lying Xiaoji and inquired, "Junior brother Xiao, what do you think?" Xie Mingzhu instinctively glanced over, only to meet Xiaoji's eager gaze. She was certainly reluctant to comply, for her purpose in entering the secret realm was to seek opportunities, not to serve as Xiaoji's attendant. Yet, given the current circumstances, Xie Mingzhu found it difficult to refuse. After all, Xiaoji had always protected her, and a flat rejection might lead to unforeseen consequences in his thoughts. Though she contemplated shifting this responsibility onto others, as Jiangshan had pointed out, the rest were preoccupied with their own affairs. Unfortunately, Xie Mingzhu's insufficient cultivation level prevented her from taking on anyone else's tasks. Thus, under Xiaoji's intense gaze, she reluctantly agreed. Upon witnessing her nod, Jiangshan secretly exhaled in relief, having finally fulfilled the request of his junior uncle. "Rest assured, Sister Xie, you need only watch over junior brother Xiaoji a little. We shall ensure your safety," Xiaoyu remarked, surprisingly gentle towards Xie Mingzhu. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a scheme devised by Xie Liuyin to impede her progress. It was truly unfortunate for Xiaoji, who had just awakened from his unconscious state only to be abruptly roused by pain. After soothing Xie Mingzhu, Xiaoyu and the others assisted in lifting Xiaoqi onto the leaf boat designated for the injured. Xie Mingzhu followed closely, taking charge of Xiaoqi's care. Observing that everything was proceeding smoothly and feeling tethered to Xiaoqi, Xie Liuyin finally nodded to Xiaoyu and the others. That night, unbeknownst to Xie Mingzhu, Xie Liuyin and several foundation-building cultivators stealthily ventured under the cover of darkness to the nearest treasure trove. Ostensibly, they were scouting the area, but in reality, they aimed to seize the treasure. However, none would reveal the truth to Xie Mingzhu, for they harbored intentions of amassing wealth right beneath her nose. Meanwhile, the message Xie Liuyin had sent to the young man in the Taoist robe finally caught his attention. Indeed, the serpent's scent I detected that day was not mistaken. He murmured softly. Subsequently, he raised his head to sense the surrounding aura, ultimately dashing toward the place where the demonic energy was most potent. Chapter 119, 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. A month later, in a certain valley within the Julan secret realm, Xie Liuyin's sword sliced through the air, emitting a chilling glimmer, and swiftly severed the head of the beast before her. The massive beast's head tumbled to the ground with a dull thud, and the blood pooled beneath, nearly forming a crimson lake. This gruesome sight did not perturb Xie Liuyin in the slightest. She deftly flicked the blood from her sword and, with a twist of her wrist, sheathed it. Observing that the beast had been vanquished, Xiaoyu, who had accompanied her in the treasure hunt, immediately soared toward a nearby tree and swiftly harvested a large chunk of spirit honey. The honey presented itself in a translucent shade of purple, resembling flowing amethyst. Its sweet aroma swiftly penetrated Xiaoyu's senses, prompting her to swallow involuntarily. Truly, this was the honey of the violet lily, an utterly enticing flavor. Xiaoyu could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, Jiangshan, who was responsible for their extraction, urged, "Enough of this talk. We must hasten our departure from this place. The effect of the beast-repelling powder is waning, and if we linger any longer, those spirit bees will surely return." Without delay, Xiaoyu adeptly stored the honey in a jade vial, and the group swiftly evacuated the valley. Shortly after their departure, the beast-repelling powder indeed lost its potency, and a distant buzzing of wings filled the air. A swarm of spirit bees approached ominously, their numbers dense and intimidating. Upon returning to their hive, they quickly discovered that nearly half of the honey they had painstakingly produced was missing. Enraged, the queen bee commenced a search for the culprit. It was then that they spotted the lifeless form of the black bear lying on the ground, utterly deceased. The bees recognized this creature well. It had perpetually invaded their territory to pilfer their precious nectar, stealing a significant portion of their hard-earned bounty over the years. Moreover, this beast had ruthlessly claimed the lives of many spirit bees. Though the queen possessed a measure of intelligence, it was not particularly astute, merely capable of thought. Observing the black bear's stillness nearby, she surmised it must have been the thief of her honey and immediately commanded the other spirit bees to shred the bear into fragments. exacting vengeance for their grievances accumulated over the years. Once the once mighty beast's remains lay in tatters, tranquility returned to the valley, and the spirit beasts joyfully returned to their hive. The true culprit had long since fled with the spiritual honey, now that they had acquired it. Did you have any other desires? After resting for a day, let us promptly secure the treasures. Exiting the valley for several miles, Xie Liuyin sought refuge in a sheltered cave where the group could momentarily rest. When questioned, the others merely shook their heads. For the past month, Xie Liuyin had led them on a frenzied treasure hunt, collecting all the precious items they had set their sights on. With less than a month remaining before the secret realm would close, they had explored nearly half of the Zhulan secret realm, leaving only the northern snowfields uncharted. Today's Xianyue honey was a treasure coveted by Xianyue, a primary ingredient for alchemists and crafting beauty elixirs. Not only could it heal scars, but it also possessed skin lightening and beautifying properties, making it highly sought after among female cultivators, and it commanded a steep price. After much searching, Xianyue finally settled on the Xianyue honey, intending to take some home for infusion. Naturally, Xie Liuyin would not deny her disciple's request and readily accompanied her to procure the honey. Fortune smiled upon them, as one of the female cultivators from Yuxing City happened to carry a pouch of beast-repelling powder, which proved invaluable in driving away the spirit bees, allowing them to successfully obtain the honey. Little Master Uncle, we actually have ample time and need not rush so hastily in our search for treasures, Jiangshan interjected. He had truly been worn out over the past month. Each morning he either found himself urged by Xie Liuyin to hasten their journey or dragged into combat with ferocious beasts. Were it not for his status as a foundational stage cultivator, he might have already been unable to endure. Whenever Jiangshan felt utterly exhausted, he would see Xie Liuyin energetically leading the way ahead of them. This piqued Jiangshan's curiosity. How could she, a mere refinement stage cultivator, possess greater endurance than he, who had attained the foundation establishment stage? However, this fatigue was not without its merits. At least Jiangshan's cultivation level had begun to loosen. And had it not been for the perilous nature of the secret realm, he believed he could have advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage by now. Xianyue was in a similar predicament. Her comprehension surpassed that of Jiangshan, yet she stubbornly suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, she would have been expelled from the secret realm long ago. Listening to Jiangshan's half-hearted complaints, Xie Liuyin maintained her composure, stating, "Time is ample for you, but I find it far too scant." Jiangshan and Xianyue could only perceive the surface, while Xie Liuyin understood that the extraordinary treasure, which had greatly aided Xie Mingzhu in her previous life, was soon to manifest. Once this treasure descended, the currently tranquil Zhulan secret realm would erupt into genuine chaos. At that juncture, they would not be able to leisurely search for treasures as they currently did. They would likely struggle to even secure a proper night's rest. Those zealots vying for the treasure would indiscriminately attack anyone within the secret realm. This urgency was why Xie Liuyin pressed everyone to gather their desired items in advance, lest they find themselves too preoccupied to care later. Xianyue and Jiangshan had heard their little master aunt's explanation numerous times. They both harbored curiosity about what exactly troubled her, yet she remained resolutely silent. Had the circumstances been different at the outset of their entry into the secret realm, the two individuals likely would not have placed any faith in Xie Liuyin's words, perhaps even mocking her pretentiousness behind her back. However, after being guided by Xie Liuyin to acquire numerous treasures and evade several perilous situations, they have come to regard her as a genuine leader, completely trusting in her abilities. Thus, although their junior martial aunt is reluctant to divulge the reasons behind her actions, they understand that she must have her own unspoken reasons for withholding the truth, and they do not press her further. By the way, has our junior martial aunt's cultivation reached the 8th level of Qi refinement? Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Jiangshan swiftly shifted the topic. His reminder prompted the several foundation establishment practitioners to glance towards Xie Liuyin. Her aura emanated a profound steadiness, akin to a massive stone, solid and powerful, were it not for their own eyes witnessing her feats. Who would dare believe that a cultivator could simultaneously acquire treasures and ascend in rank within a secret realm? In just over a month, she had directly advanced 2 minor realms. In Jiangshan's view, the so-called geniuses boasted by other sects pale in comparison to their junior martial aunt. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin nodded, affirming that practical experience is indeed the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. My cultivation has significantly improved, and I have gained a measure of self-protection within the secret realm. This statement caused the foundation establishment practitioners to flush with embarrassment, for their junior martial aunt, relying solely on her 6th level of Qi refinement, had already overwhelmed them with her prowess. Should she one day attain the golden core or nascent soul stages, they could scarcely fathom the magnitude of her growth and power. However, before Xie Liuyin could fully ascend to become a formidable force, They must first confront the upheaval within the realm of awakening. Chapter 120. The beasts have gone mad. The first to sense the disturbance were the beasts residing in the secret realm. Merely 2 days after Xie Liuyin and her companions obtained the purple lotus honey. On the very morning they were poised to embark towards the snowfield, they awakened from meditation to a gruesome sight of carcasses strewn across the ground. This was not the most shocking revelation. They soon discovered that not far from their campsite, 2 beasts nearing the golden core stage were engaged in a fierce battle. Gazing upon the horrific spectacle of lifeless bodies, the group turned pale with dread. Had it not been for their precautionary measure of erecting a defensive barrier before resting, they would likely have found themselves under siege. The female guard from Yuxing City, Yuhi, wore a pale countenance, her voice tinged with trepidation. Fortunately, we heeded Miss Xie's advice and arranged the formation in advance. Indeed, they had grown complacent after days of untroubled passage, even neglecting the crucial task of night watch. Had it not been for their junior uncle's insistence on setting up the defensive formation and raising the barriers to conceal their presence, they too might have fallen victim to the claws of those 2 foundational beasts. The thought sent shivers down their spines, leaving them profoundly grateful. What could have caused such an upheaval, that within a single night, these beasts turned upon one another with such madness? Witnessing the frenzied tearing and clawing from afar, Xianyue's heart was gripped with terror. Though they had spent considerable time in the secret realm, they had never before witnessed 2 beasts so consumed by rivalry over territory or prey. Yet never have I witnessed such a ferocious struggle, as if the combatants were intent on devouring one another. Furthermore, the ground nearby was strewn with the mangled corpses of numerous beasts, indicating that a chaotic battle had transpired here. While the others were bewildered by the unfolding events, Xie Liuyin understood all too well. However, she chose not to explain immediately, urging her companions to hasten their preparations. Circumstances have changed. We shall not proceed to the snow plains, but return to ascertain the situation with Xianyue and the others. Naturally, her companions complied, for they were among the most formidable members of their team. Should the beasts of the entire secret realm erupt in rebellion, their absence could spell disaster for Princess Luo and the others. They swiftly gathered their belongings. Within moments, they were ready. Although they temporarily dismantled their defensive array, they took precautions to avoid detection by the nearby beasts, adorning themselves with concealment talismans. They then chose a more discreet path, deftly evading the beasts as they slipped away. As the vanguard of their group, the 6 of them ventured forth, simultaneously seeking treasure while scouting a route for the main contingent that followed. Should danger arise, they would be poised to address it early on. The larger group had been resting during this period, and their initial vigilance had dulled over the month of leisurely days. Had it not been for Xie Liuyin's continual reminders to remain vigilant at night, and the influence of Lingxue and Princess Luo, who were inclined to heed her counsel, they might have neglected the nightly watches and patrols. However, just last night, as everyone was in the midst of slumber, the sentry suddenly erupted into shouts, rousing all within the camp. The female guards of Yuxing City, renowned for their vigilance, swiftly grasped their weapons and dashed from their tents. What they encountered was an inexplicable throng of demonic beasts surrounding their encampment. The sudden onslaught startled everyone awake. Yet, fortunately, despite being well protected, they had not lost their abilities. Additionally, as most of the encroaching beasts were of only Qi refinement stage, they posed little threat. Moreover, Su Shahui clandestinely aided them by swiftly eliminating the most formidable beast on the periphery. With the leading creature vanquished, the remaining beasts ceased their relentless assault on the camp, allowing Princess Luo and her entourage to swiftly navigate through this crisis. By the time Xie Liuyin and the others hurried back, the group was already engaged in clearing the battlefield. Throughout their journey, Xie Liuyin and her companions were consumed with worry, only to feel a measure of relief upon seeing that the camp had sustained no damage. Xianyue immediately inquired of Lingxue, "What transpired? Were you attacked?" Lingxue nodded, recounting the events of the night when they were besieged by demonic beasts. Fortunately, the assault did not persist for long. They had slain the majority of the beasts, and the remainder, sensing danger, had dispersed. Lingxue explained. Upon hearing this, Jiangshan furrowed his brow, pondering, what exactly is going on? Did not the beasts in the secret realm shy away from us previously? Why would they inexplicably emerge to attack the camp? As he posed this question, he instinctively glanced towards Xie Liuyin. The other party has now become their cornerstone. Jiangshan believes that the junior apprentice should be privy to some of the underlying truths. Let us first clean this place thoroughly. We must not leave any trace of blood, he instructed. I will elaborate further in due time. Xie Liuyin rolled up her sleeves, urging everyone to take action promptly. Xie Mingzhu and the nearly recovered Xiaoqi remained well protected at the back of the crowd, observing the busy figure of Xie Liuyin in the distance. A wave of curiosity washed over her about what her dear sister had been occupied with during these days. Although it was said she was leading others to scout ahead, Xie Mingzhu had scarcely seen her over the past month. Moreover, she could not shake the feeling that there was something these individuals were concealing from her. Previously, she had attempted to inquire with Su Shahui, but he mentioned that once Xie Liuyin and the others ventured out, they would stray far away. He feared that if he wandered too far, he would be unable to protect Xie Mingzhu, which compelled him to abandon the pursuit. Xie Mingzhu was touched by Su Shahui's sincerity towards her, yet her curiosity about the whereabouts of Xie Liuyin and her companions remained insatiable. Unfortunately, her progress was hindered by Xiaoqi, and she had yet to uncover any information. Thinking of Su Shahui, Xie Mingzhu glanced towards the nearby woods. And in that moment, she spotted a black butterfly fluttering by. Her eyes sparkled with realization. This was the sign she and Su Shahui had agreed upon. Whenever a black butterfly emerged from the woods, it indicated his desire to meet her. Instantly captivated, she casually remarked to the person beside her, "I shall also assist in clearing the battlefield. Your leg has not completely healed. It would be best for you to rest." Hearing this, Xiaoqi obediently complied. His leg was severely injured, yet due to the absence of anyone to procure the healing ointment, he had no choice but to rely on his own recovery. Fortunately, the constitution of cultivators is considerably superior to that of ordinary mortals. While a common person might require several months to heal, he could manage to walk again in merely a month, albeit with some inconvenience. During this period, Xie Mingzhu had been diligently caring for him, and Xiaoji had long since developed deep feelings for this junior sister. He intended to report the situation to his master upon returning to the sect, seeking his assistance in forging a bond with Sister Xie. Lost in such thoughts, a sweet smile inadvertently graced his face. At that moment, he was completely unaware that his beloved had already retreated into the woods to confide in the great demon. Chapter 121. The treasure emerges. Chaos in the secret realm. The lair of Su Shahui was somewhat distant from the camp. Xie Mingzhu had followed the butterfly for a considerable while before finally encountering a person. However, before she could express her joy, the great demon immediately spoke. "I must leave this place." At this declaration, Xie Mingzhu's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily inquired, "What is happening? Where are you going?" The smile on Su Shahui's face remained gentle, yet his tone was resolute. "I'm sorry, Mingzhu, but a member of the inspection division has already set their sights on me. I have narrowly evaded detection on several occasions. Last night, to assist you in defeating a late-stage foundation-building beast, I was compelled to expend an excessive amount of energy. The adversary will likely trace my scent to this location. If I do not depart soon, I fear I may be in danger." Naturally, Xie Mingzhu was aware of this special force known as the Inspection Division. This is an organization dedicated to handling various cases involving both humans and demons. In a previous life, the inspection department relentlessly pursued Su Shahui, alleging his involvement in a significant case, insisting on bringing him back. However, by that time, Su Shahui had become immensely powerful whenever the inspectors approached. They met with certain death. Consequently, due to the numerous inspectors he had slain, a deep-seated enmity arose between him and this force. Subsequently, the inspection department issued a bounty throughout the entire realm of cultivation, determined to claim Su Shahui's head. Xie Mingzhu's decision to abandon Su Shahui in favor of Yi Chaoyun was partly due to her awareness that being with Su Shahui would undoubtedly make her a target for the righteous cultivators of the realm. She was reluctant to live a life fraught with uncertainty. Thus, her companionship with Yi Chaoyun offered a greater sense of security. "Take care, and be cautious not to fall into the hands of the inspectors," Xie Mingzhu advised, her mind racing yet her words were measured. "I cannot be away for too long. I must return now." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she took the initiative to bid farewell. Su Shahui nodded in acknowledgement, saying little as he allowed her to depart, though a profound contemplation lingered in his gaze. Indeed, she possessed knowledge of many matters concerning him. Over the past days, Su Shahui had come to recognize a peculiar force within Xie Mingzhu that compelled him to develop feelings for her, prompting actions contrary to his own inclinations. In an effort to evade her influence, Su Shahui attempted to utter sweet nothings, attributing his behaviors to the affection he felt for Xie Mingzhu. As a result, the sensation of being a marionette, manipulated by unseen strings, began to dissipate. The more he interacted with Xie Mingzhu, the more Su Shahui discovered that this individual, despite their brief acquaintance, possessed an uncanny understanding of him. Today, he deliberately mentioned the inspection division to probe further, for the inspection division was shrouded in mystery, constituting a clandestine alliance between the human and demon races. It was unlikely that even some elders of the Qinshao sect were aware of its existence, let alone an ordinary disciple like Xie Mingzhu. Yet, she appeared to possess profound knowledge of the inspection division, displaying an unsettling nonchalance regarding his pursuit by them. Observing her retreating figure, his curiosity intensified. Upon leaving the Zhulan secret realm, he resolved to uncover the origins of Xie Mingzhu, while simultaneously comprehending why he was so easily swayed by such an ordinary female cultivator. Once he discovered a means to liberate himself from her influence, he would extract her memories and soul, unraveling her secrets in their entirety. Should Xie Mingzhu glance back at that moment, she would surely perceive the sinister depths concealed within the eyes of her lover, filled with serpentine foreboding. With a collective effort, Xie Liuyin and her companions swiftly dealt with the corpses of the surrounding beasts. However, the lingering stench of blood proved difficult to eradicate. Prompting Xie Liuyin to urge her companions to pack their belongings, they needed to relocate promptly. As they journeyed to their new encampment, Xie Liuyin gathered her most trusted individuals and communicated with them telepathically. Be mindful of your expressions, do not reveal any hints, she cautioned. Once she observed that the expressions of several individuals remained utterly unchanged, she continued, surely, prior to entering this secret realm, you have heard from your elders about the legends surrounding the arrival of a treasured artifact within the Zhulan secret realm. Xie Liuyin spoke with unwavering certainty, and the others nodded in agreement, affirming that they had indeed encountered such rumors. I must inform you that this is not merely hearsay. The recent upheaval among the beasts within the secret realm is a direct consequence of the imminent emergence of this treasure. Without hesitation, Xie Liuyin divulged all that she knew. This treasure is no ordinary object. My master has conveyed to me that many core disciples from various sects are drawn here in pursuit of this artifact. The fluctuations of the treasure's aura have captured the attention of the beasts within the realm, each eager to claim it for themselves. Consequently, they engage in fierce battles to eliminate all perceived threats. Regrettably, we, as cultivators, are numerous and possess considerable strength. Thus the beasts have set their sights upon us first. Once we, the outsiders, are vanquished, they will turn upon one another, vying to determine which among them is the most formidable and worthy of the treasure. Upon hearing Xie Liuyin's explanation, the expressions of the group darkened considerably. Previously, within the secret realm, their primary concern had been to contend with the beasts guarding the coveted treasures. At times, due to the abundance of valuable items in their possession, they could even leave without engaging in combat. However, the current predicament made it abundantly clear that should they refuse to relinquish their quest for the secret realm's treasure, they would have to confront not only the entirety of the beasts within the realm, but also every other cultivator present. What shall we do now? Should we withdraw from the secret realm and advance? Liu, timid by nature, instinctively recoiled at the mere mention of such matters. Previously, when she had toyed with those demonic cultivators, she had taken solace in the fact that her side was numerous and supported by array formations. However, the thought of contending with the myriad of beasts within the secret realm sent shivers down her spine. Xie Liuyin quickly reassured her, stating, do not worry. As long as we conceal our auras, the beasts will remain oblivious to our presence and will not launch any attacks against us. Just as in this instance, the creatures you encountered were of low strength, likely driven here by more formidable beasts. So long as we refrain from attempting to seize the treasures of the secret realm, the beasts will hardly pay us any mind. There are not many intelligent beasts in this realm, even if a portion perceives us as a threat. After a few failed attempts to attack, they will naturally withdraw. Xie Liuyin's current intention was to find a safe and secluded location for them to remain. Whether for cultivation or rest, as long as they set up their formation, they could engage in their activities without concern. With some time remaining before the treasures would emerge, Xie Liuyin planned to conserve her energy and prepare herself. When the opportune moment arrived, Xie Mingzhu would undoubtedly be the first to act, and Xie Liuyin intended to follow closely behind, relishing the experience of watching someone else struggle for something hard-earned, only to have it easily snatched away. Chapter 122. Preparations for departure. While seeking a suitable new campsite, the group was reluctantly compelled to witness several brutal confrontations between the beasts. On numerous occasions, as they traversed the terrain, they found themselves inexplicably drawn into the fray. Su Youhe and Su Wuyin narrowly escaped injury from two ferocious beasts. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Xie Liuyin intervened, driving them back with her sword aura. Thus, they traversed the treacherous path unscathed until Xie Liuyin set her sights on the lair of a black bear demon. The black bear, sensing their unfamiliar presence, lunged at them with lethal intent. Unfazed, Xie Liuyin led Xianyue and Jiangshan in a swift and decisive attack, slaying the creature with remarkable efficiency. The black bear sustained only a single fatal wound, resulting in minimal bloodshed, making the aftermath easy to manage. With the demise of the bear, the once spacious cave it inhabited was soon claimed by Xie Liuyin and her companions. They worked with commendable speed to tidy the cave and set up multiple concealment formations outside. The primary reason for selecting this location was the presence of a small sulfur spring within, which would help obscure their presence. Aware that they would likely remain in the cave for an entire month if all went according to plan, the group approached the construction of their camp with utmost seriousness, striving to avoid any oversight. Fortunately, those who had been injured were recovering rapidly, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy within the secret realm. While some internal injuries still required herbal remedies, they posed little hindrance as long as there were no conflicts. Working collaboratively, the wood elemental practitioners summoned vines to seal the cave's entrance while also crafting several vine tables and chairs. Meanwhile, the earth elemental practitioners partitioned the spacious cave with earthen walls, creating multiple compartments for everyone to inhabit, thereby providing each individual with a measure of privacy. In a secluded cave, Xie Liuyin excavated a small pond, a tranquil spot where anyone in need of water could go. The others chose their preferred compartments to reside in and meticulously adorned their temporary abodes, creating a semblance of home. Xie Liuyin paid little heed to this, instead gathering Xianyue, Xianyue, and the others, casting a soundproofing spell before speaking. You are all aware of the current situation in the secret realm. What are your thoughts regarding the imminent emergence of the treasured artifact? What thoughts could we possibly have? Jiang Shan scratched his head in confusion, suggesting that they let the beasts and cultivators vie for it, as their cave provided a sense of security. Xianyue nudged him with her elbow. Did you not grasp the implication? Junior Master wishes to contend for that treasure, having known Xie Liuyin the longest. Xianyue understood her intentions well. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, if Junior Master truly desires it, we shall support you wholeheartedly. However, do you know where this treasure is located and how to acquire it? You need not worry about that. I have made preparations well in advance. I will venture forth alone when the time comes. All you need to do is guard the cave. Xie Liuyin reassured them with a wave of her hand, indicating that there was no need for concern. She had no intention of relinquishing the treasure to the sect, opting instead to embark on the perilous quest alone, without bringing anyone along. However, upon hearing these words, Xianyue and the others felt rather disheartened. What did the young master mean by this? Did it imply that they could only share in prosperity but not in adversity? Jiangshan interjected, the young master has previously guided us to acquire so many valuable treasures. If we were to abandon him now, what would that make us? Xie Liuyin quickly clarified, that is not my intention. This treasure is something I desire for myself, and I do not wish for the sect to be informed. It is more appropriate for me to handle it alone. Moreover, we cannot predict whether other formidable beasts may arrive here in the future. If you all leave with me, who will protect them? It would be wise for us to keep a few key individuals here. Understanding the implied request in Xie Liuyin's words for their assistance in concealing the treasure, the others readily agreed without hesitation. Although they were unaware of what this so-called secret realm treasure truly was, they were well aware of the young master as character. Rather than allow that mysterious treasure to fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, it was preferable for the young master to possess it, which put them at ease. Convinced, the group ceased their discussions and instead assisted others in further arranging the cave. They scattered a considerable amount of beast-repelling powder at the entrance to ensure that no beasts would dare approach the area. Even the tasks meant for Xie Liuyin were taken over by Princess Luo and Xie, ensuring that these trivial matters would not disturb her. Sister Liuyin, just focus on your cultivation. Rest assured, with us here, everyone will be safe. Princess Luo waved her hand at her and then joined Xie in attending to other matters. Xie Liuyin discerned their intentions. They were proactively allowing themselves ample time for cultivation to prepare for the forthcoming arduous treasure-seeking battle. Naturally, she was reluctant to refuse the goodwill of Xie and the others. Complying, she returned to the small abode she had chosen and deployed a barrier array to ensure her solitude. Once assured that no one would intrude, Xie Liuyin retreated into her spatial artifact to engage in her cultivation with the MOK sword. During that half-month period, Xie Liuyin felt as though she had returned to her days atop the daylight peak, practicing her swordsmanship diligently each day. She began with the most fundamental sword techniques before progressing to the indifference sword technique. Although the space lacked the distinction of day and night, MOK was acutely aware of the passage of time in the outside world. She instructed MOK to keep a vigilant watch over Xie Mingzhu, ready to alert her should any unusual activity arise. Subsequently, Xie Liuyin immersed herself entirely in her sword practice, taking brief respites every 2 hours, while her hands remained perpetually engaged with the sword. Time and again, she depleted her internal spiritual energy, solely honing her sword techniques until the spiritual energy replenished her dantian. This process repeated countless times until Xie Liuyin reached the threshold of the 9th level of Qi refinement, on the verge of a breakthrough when Xie Mingzhu finally stirred. She was seeking an opportunity to escape. Just as Xie Liuyin completed her sword training and prepared to rest, the sword spirit abruptly interjected with an enigmatic remark. However, Xie Liuyin immediately grasped its implication. Xie Mingzhu intended to leave the cave. The sword spirit affirmed, indeed. She had been searching for a means to escape the cave for several days, but due to the others' concerns about nocturnal beast attacks, they had been patrolling diligently. Yesterday, Xie Mingzhu sought out the patrol team to express her desire to join, and Xianyue, the person in charge of this matter, consented to her request. She would accompany 2 others on patrol that very night. If my intuition serves me right, she is likely to seize the opportunity to escape under the cover of darkness. The sword spirit has proven to be an exceptionally cooperative companion. Upon Xie Liuyin's instruction to keep a watchful eye on Xie Mingzhu, it remained vigilant, missing not a single detail. Consequently, the sword spirit overheard Xie Mingzhu's plan to flee that night. Armed with this intelligence, Xie Liuyin took a deep gulp of water. Very well, we shall follow her tonight. Chapter 123. Another affectionate friend. Xie Mingzhu's scheme was rather simplistic. She intended to blend into the patrol team. And once she successfully departed from the cave, she would seek an opportunity to slip away from the others. However, she did not consider whether her absence might endanger the others, prompting them to search for her. Nor did she reflect on how long her current abilities would allow her to survive in the perilous realms without the protection of others. The ease with which she navigated her previous life had dulled her sense of danger. Her prior experiences in acquiring treasures from the mystical realms had caused her to forget that the world of cultivation is steeped in violent strife. Had it been anyone else who harbored affections for Xie Mingzhu, they would have undoubtedly offered her some kind-hearted admonition at this juncture. Yet, it is Xie Liuyin, who is all too aware of her intentions to court disaster, and is someone who has suffered a fatal betrayal at her hands. Xie Liuyin is merely curious to see if this individual can bring about her own demise. She decisively concluded her retreat and quietly sought out Xianyue to inform her of her intention to leave the cave in search of the treasure's traces. Xianyue had anticipated this, and upon hearing that Xie Liuyin intended to depart alone, she did not express anger. Instead, she solemnly inquired, "Have you made all the necessary preparations, dear junior master?" "Rest assured, I have meticulously planned everything, and as I mentioned before, I will return safely," Xie Liuyin assured her. Xianyue bit her lip, casting a reluctant glance at Xie Liuyin. "You are quite stubborn, dear junior master. I know I cannot dissuade you. I only hope that you can return unscathed. Returning unscathed may prove challenging, but I promise to return whole in body and limb." Xie Liuyin comforted her with a gentle smile before briskly departing under Xianyue's watchful gaze. As the sky outside gradually darkened, Xie Mingzhu, who had been restless for days, finally commenced her actions. During the day, she had arranged with others to patrol together that night, and the female cultivator who was originally scheduled to patrol had graciously relinquished her position to her. As dusk fell, the patrol team was ready to set out. Xie Mingzhu had prepared her belongings in advance and followed the group out of the cave. At that moment, after a fortnight, Xie Mingzhu finally beheld the world beyond. A pervasive stench of blood filled the air, and not far away lay the corpses of several demon beasts, seemingly having perished not long ago. The odor was overwhelming, causing Xie Mingzhu to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. At this time in her previous life, she had already become acquainted with Yan Xiujuan and others, who cared for her deeply, willing to forego their own fortunes to ensure she obtained that coveted treasure. Thus, from the very beginning, Xie Mingzhu was safeguarded by several individuals. Not only did she evade danger, but she scarcely encountered any demonic beasts, as they had long been dealt with by others. Under such meticulous protection, Xie Mingzhu never grazed the periphery of peril and effortlessly acquired what she desired, feeling no sense of threat whatsoever. Even in this incarnation, she was predominantly sheltered. And during the subsequent onslaught of demonic beasts, she remained at the rear of the crowd, entirely avoiding direct confrontation with the attacks. Consequently, Xie Mingzhu's misjudgment of the dangers within the secret realm is thus explicable. Having affixed a concealment talisman to herself, Xie Liuyin followed closely behind Xie Mingzhu, observing as she unwittingly plunged into the chaos of several demonic beasts. With the intention of preserving her life, Xie Liuyin initially planned to intervene. However, before she could draw her sword, someone else had already rescued Xie Mingzhu. The newcomer swiftly wielded his long sword, leaving a blinding glimmer in the night. Unlike the invincible might of Xie Liuyin's swordplay, this individual's blade exuded a more piercing and frigid aura, seemingly accompanied by a gust of wind and snow. "Miss, are you unharmed?" After repelling the demonic beasts, the swordsman sheathed his weapon and turned to face Xie Mingzhu. Xie Liuyin, who had already stepped forward, immediately retreated into the shadows, as she recognized that the one who aided Xie Mingzhu was none other than Yan Xiujuan, whom she had encountered not long ago. It must be said, Xie Mingzhu shared an extraordinary connection with her blue-eyed confidants, as they seemed destined to meet consecutively within such an expansive secret realm. In contrast to Xie Liuyin's sentiments, Xie Mingzhu, upon recognizing the figure before her, was filled with elation. She had believed that during her time in the secret realm, she would likely not encounter Yin Xiujuan. Yet, unexpectedly, their paths crossed in such a scenario. Recalling Yin Xiujuan's earlier inquiry, Xie Mingzhu hastily replied, "I am quite well. Thank you, esteemed friend. May I inquire about your name? I am a disciple of the sword-holding sect. And may I ask which sect you belong to, my lady? It is perilous to wander alone in the secret realm at this time." Yin Xiujuan expressed concern. Xie Mingzhu bore no insignia to identify her sect, leading Yin Xiujuan to surmise that she was perhaps an exceptionally fortunate rogue cultivator who had acquired a pass. However, as Xie Mingzhu absent-mindedly brushed her disheveled hair, she quickly responded, "I am a disciple of the Morning Cloud, true monarch of the Qingxiao sect. The reason I find myself wandering alone in the secret realm is rather lengthy to explain." Xie Mingzhu, with her delicate features and gentle voice, presented a stark contrast to the sword-wielding sisters Yin Xiujuan had previously encountered at the sword-holding sect. Unaccountably, a softening sensation enveloped Yin Xiujuan's heart. "Have you encountered some trouble, esteemed friend? Perhaps you might share it with me," he cautiously inquired, choosing his words with care. Xie Mingzhu forced a smile, her expression tinged with sorrow. "It is nothing serious. It is merely that I entered the same sect as my sister. As I have been frail since childhood, my parents have bestowed upon me a bit more affection, which has made her somewhat displeased." "Did she cast you out from the ranks of the Qingxiao sect?" Upon hearing Xie Mingzhu's explanation, Yin Xiujuan immediately recalled his previous encounter with the Qingxiao sect's team while he was in that palace. At that time, he had not seen Xie Mingzhu among them, suggesting that she must have parted ways with the Qingxiao sect members long before. Xie Mingzhu, upon hearing this, appeared to be caught off guard, turning her head away. "Please don't say that. My sister merely harbors some misunderstandings about me. My cultivation is not high, and remaining within the group would only cause them trouble. It was only right for me to leave. They have gone too far. Since we are all of the same sect, shouldn't we support one another? Who is your sister? Do tell me, for if I encounter her in the future, I shall certainly seek justice on your behalf." Yin Xiujuan declared with a reassuring pat on his chest. In the distance, Xie Liuyin, overhearing their conversation, nearly burst into laughter. How had she never realized before that Xie Mingzhu was so eloquent, so adept at sidestepping the crux of the matter? Strictly speaking, Xie Mingzhu's words were not entirely erroneous. At that moment, Xie Liuyin began to understand why those men had so relentlessly targeted her in her past life. Anyone would likely seek to teach a lesson to someone who treated their beloved in such a manner. Their dialogue continued, and stirred by Xie Mingzhu's tender sentiments, Yin Xiujuan, without a moment's hesitation, pledged to protect her. Xie Mingzhu feigned surprise, then naturally guided him towards the northern snowfields. Xie Liuyin knew that was where the treasures of the secret realm lay hidden. Chapter 124. The snowfields were situated at the northernmost edge of the secret realm, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, rendering it frightfully cold. Even the most resilient of beasts seldom ventured into such a frigid domain. Moreover, the snow-covered plains were beset by fierce winds and blizzards, so much so that even skilled sword cultivators flying on their swords could be swept away. Fortunately, Yin Xiujuan had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and was incapable of sword flight, thus sparing Xie Mingzhu from enduring such a trial. Xie Liuyin followed closely behind her sister, navigating without a single detour, and they soon arrived at the snowy expanse. Having long been aware of the frigid conditions, the group had adequately prepared themselves, casting several warming spells and donning layers of enchanted garments designed for insulation. Therefore, faced with the vast, white wilderness, they merely struggled to keep their eyes open against the biting wind, otherwise faring reasonably well. With a clear objective in mind, Xie Mingzhu seized Yin Xiujuan's hand and urged him to ascend the highest snow-capped mountain in sight. Intrigued, Yin Xiujuan inquired, "Miss Xie, have you received an instruction from the Qingxiao sect regarding that mountain?" The snow-capped peak she indicated loomed tall and perilous. Yin Xiujuan prided himself on his prowess against demonic beasts, yet he felt ill-equipped to confront the formidable forces of nature, unwilling to reveal her true intentions. Xie Mingzhu concocted a pretext. "My master encountered an issue during his training and requires a particular spirit herb that grows in the snowfield for healing. My purpose in entering this secret realm is to gather the necessary medicinal ingredients for him." She pressed her lips together and, with great understanding, added, "It's quite all right. I can manage on my own. If you have other matters to attend to, Brother Yin, you need not concern yourself with me." Upon the utterance of Brother Yin, Yin Xiujuan felt a flush creep across his cheeks. He cleared his throat to suppress the flutter of embarrassment within him. "I have little to occupy myself with anyway. Since I cannot depart for over half a month, might as well accompany you." Xie Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with joy as she replied, "Thank you, Brother Yin. You truly are the finest person I have ever encountered, though my master is an exception." Momentarily captivated by her playful grin, Yin Xiujuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. With Yin Shoyun's assistance, and given the frigid nature of the snowy expanse, only a handful of beasts nearing the golden core stage dared to approach, leaving the smaller creatures disinclined to venture near. Thus, their progress was significantly hastened, encountering little in the way of obstacles. Xie Liuyin, trailing behind, benefited from their efforts, exerting not an ounce of energy, yet nearing the mountain's summit with remarkable swiftness. It was at this juncture that a potent scent of blood, mingled with the biting winds and snow, assailed Xie Liuyin's nostrils. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the mountain's peak. Even Xie Liuyin, positioned further back, sensed something amiss, prompting Xie Mingzhu and Yin Shoyun to heighten their vigilance. Aware of his own capabilities, Yin Shoyun refrained from recklessness. He guided Xie Mingzhu to seek refuge on a sheltered slope. As the aroma of blood intensified, accompanied by snowflakes stained with crimson being swept down, an undeniable fear gripped Yin Shoyun. He pondered aloud, "Mingzhu, are you certain the medicinal herbs you seek lie atop this mountain? Is it only here that they can be found? Or might there be others scattered across the snowy expanse?" Even Xie Mingzhu, though not the sharpest, recognized the gravity of the situation at hand. She lowered her head, obscuring her expression from Yin Shoyun. "The information I found only indicates that there might be something here. I know nothing of other places. I'm truly sorry, Brother Yin. It's all my fault. Perhaps you should leave. I can manage the search on my own." Yin Shoyun quickly replied, "I do not intend to abandon you. It's just that the mountaintop appears quite perilous. If we are to proceed, we must make additional preparations." Xie Mingzhu was profoundly touched, as if she had not anticipated Yin Shoyun's willingness to invest so much for her sake. She certainly perceived the underlying message in his words, urging her to forsake the mountain in favor of seeking medicine elsewhere. However, what Xie Mingzhu sought was not merely medicine, but the hidden treasures of the secret realm located at the mountain summit. Such wonders could only be found within this mountain. How could she possibly relinquish such a grand opportunity? Since the enchanting maiden was resolute in her intentions, Yin Shoyun had no choice but to devise an alternative plan. After careful contemplation, he decided to conceal their auras and lead Xie Mingzhu to the mountaintop for a closer inspection. Xie Mingzhu, focused solely on ascending the mountain, had no objections to Yin Shoyun's decision. Yet, at that moment, she found herself reminiscing about her past life, when she was sheltered by so many. If only Su Shahui had not departed due to the elusive patrol officer, she would not be enduring such hardships here. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, concealed at a distance, cautiously extended a wisp of her consciousness towards Xie Mingzhu. At that moment, she felt a sense of gratitude, realizing they were sisters by blood. Their similar auras meant that even if her consciousness was intertwined with Xie Mingzhu, the latter would remain unaware of any anomaly. Based on Xie Liuyin's assessment of the perilous nature of this secret realm, it was evident that the mountaintop was currently teeming with formidable demonic beasts engaged in fierce combat. These creatures exhibited extreme aggression, and any unwary intruder would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Lacking the audacity of her companions, Xie Liuyin resolved to allow them to scout ahead and gauge the situation. To avoid becoming prey herself, she swiftly sought a concealed spot and then entered her spatial artifact. The spirit of the Moksword, perceptive as ever, ventured outside to keep watch for her, assuring that no living soul would elude its vigilance. Trusting in this assurance, Xie Liuyin closed her eyes, directing her entire focus onto Xie Mingzhu, eager to witness their forthcoming ordeal. If Xie Liuyin were to express her thoughts, she would indeed acknowledge the boldness of the duo. They undertook only minimal preparations, affixing a few talismans onto themselves, and boldly ascended towards the mountaintop. As they approached the summit, the pristine white snow beneath their feet transformed into a delicate pink, which in turn gave way to a deep crimson hue. When the thunderous roars of the demonic beasts clearly reached their ears, even Xie Mingzhu hesitated to advance further. They discovered an inconspicuously large rock near the mountaintop and stealthily concealed themselves behind it, peering out cautiously. It was at this moment that Xie Liuyin beheld the current scene atop the mountain, a chaotic frenzy of over a dozen demonic beasts. Either in the early stages of their golden core realm or at the peak of foundation establishment, tearing into one another with wild abandon. The world around them was drenched in blood and scattered flesh. The gruesome spectacle elicited a frown from Xie Liuyin, not to mention the sheer horror it instilled in Xie Mingzhu and her companion. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled down the mountain. At that very moment, the massive stone they had taken as a refuge suddenly stirred. The thin layer of snow upon the dark gray surface was unceremoniously shaken off, and when the entire boulder fully unfurled, the two realized that it was not a stone at all, but rather a concealed beast of extraordinary power, lying in wait. Almost instantaneously, as this revelation dawned upon him, Yin Shoyun seized Xie Mingzhu and they swiftly fled down the mountain. However, they were a moment too slow. The beast's tail lashed out with tremendous force, sending both of them hurtling through the air. Chapter 125. Abandon. The force of the creature's strike was overwhelming. Not only did Xie Mingzhu and Xie Liuyin suffer the consequences, but even Xie Liuyin's consciousness was dislodged, fearing that remaining might also lead to her own misfortune. Xie Liuyin hastily withdrew her awareness. The sword spirit, vigilant in observing the external situation, quickly informed her upon her return, someone ascended the mountain, or rather, it seems not to be a human, but a creature resembling a serpent, being a natural spirit. The sword spirit possessed keen eyesight and could clearly discern that the entity heading towards the summit was unmistakably a serpent demon. Without delay, the sword spirit recounted everything it had witnessed to Xie Liuyin. Upon hearing about the serpent demon, Xie Liuyin suspected it was the elusive Xianyue. After inquiring about the individual's appearance in detail, she confirmed that it was indeed the long-missing Xianyue. Previously, when Xie Liuyin had ventured out with others in search of treasure, she had anticipated that he would follow closely behind. To her relief, it turned out he had been guarding Xie Mingzhu all along. While waiting for Xie Liuyin to rendezvous with the main group in search of a new campsite, she learned from Yunxian that Xianyue had quietly departed, although she was unaware of Xianyue's whereabouts. His absence in recent days led Xie Liuyin to believe he had fled the secret realm to evade the pursuit of the inspection department. Please keep an eye on him and observe his next moves, Xie Liuyin instructed the sword spirit. The sword spirit, naturally, could not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, it mimicked Xie Liuyin's previous actions and stealthily attached itself to Xianyue. At present, the battle at the mountain summit was fierce, with Xie Mingzhu and Xie Liuyin encountering a ferocious beast, making survival against its claws exceedingly difficult. Just as fortune would have it, Xianyue arrived, and Xie Liuyin was curious to see if he would lend assistance, having spent little time with Xie Mingzhu. Should he intervene, with Xianyue's strength, he would undoubtedly provoke the beast's wariness, prompting them to unite and eliminate this outsider first. In the ensuing chaos, she would seize the opportune moment to strive for the coveted treasures. With this in mind, Xie Liuyin focused her thoughts, continuing to chant the sword techniques and accumulate her strength. Xianyue, already swift, felt an inexplicable compulsion urging him to ascend the mountain more quickly. This mysterious force propelled him forward, and soon he found himself in the vicinity of the summit. The familiar call from above instantly captured his attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved, appearing before Xie Mingzhu as if conjured from thin air. Xie Mingzhu never anticipated such misfortune. She had merely intended to assess the situation. Yet fate led her to hide behind a formidable beast, inadvertently provoking its wrath. The creature, in its sudden fury, summoned several other foundation-building beasts that had been lurking nearby. Xie Mingzhu yearned to flee, but the initial strike from the beast had already injured her leg, a wound more severe than she had ever endured. In her current state of terror and confusion, she trembled uncontrollably. Escape was beyond her. She could scarcely muster the strength to stand. Fortunately, Xie Liuyin did not abandon her. Instead, he stood resolutely in front of her, wielding his sword to protect her with unwavering determination. However, rather than feeling grateful, Xie Mingzhu harbored resentment towards Xie Liuyin. If it were not for him, she would not have provoked the beast. Were it not for his incompetence, she would not find herself in such a dire predicament. Xie Mingzhu could only hope for the arrival of Xianyue to rescue her. It would be even better if Xie could join as well. She felt no joy in her rebirth, as the torment she had endured in just over half a year surpassed that of her previous century-long existence. Perhaps heaven heard Xie Mingzhu's silent pleas. Just as the beast prepared to strike her, it swatted Xie Liuyin aside, and a figure emerged to shield her. Xia. Upon recognizing the person before her, Xie Mingzhu could not contain her excitement and called out. Xie Liuyin, having been cast aside by the beast, heard her voice and struggled to lift his head from the snow, only to meet the disdainful gaze of Xianyue. Xie Liuyin understood the implications of that look. It was a clear mockery of his failure to protect Xie Mingzhu. He gritted his teeth fiercely and moved towards the two. However, with a new ally by her side, Xie Mingzhu seemed to have forgotten Xie Liuyin's existence, anxiously tugging at Xianyue's sleeve, pleading, "Brother Xia, please take me away. There are so many demonic beasts here. We must leave at once." Xianyue hesitated to comply, replying, "But Mingzhu, your companion lies over there. Shall we not rescue him? He is incredibly capable. Surely he can escape on his own. But I am so fragile. If we do not leave soon, I will truly perish. Brother Xia, take me away first. Once I am in a safe place, you can return for him just the same." At that moment, Xie Mingzhu had entirely forgotten to play the role of a kind-hearted and innocent maiden. Her sole desire was to escape the mountaintop. She bitterly regretted not heeding the dangers that lurked above. Had she known it would be so perilous, She would have waited for the chaos to subside before seizing the opportunity to benefit from the aftermath. Yet, regret was futile now. All she longed for was to depart swiftly and find a secure location to recuperate. After all, the strike of a demonic beast's tail had left her body racked with pain. Not far away, Xie Liuyin, still struggling to crawl towards them, could scarcely believe his ears. Were it not for the persistent pain reminding him of his reality, he might have thought he was ensnared in a dream. How could Miss Mingzhu abandon him so readily? With great effort, he crawled a few more paces and opened his mouth to call out Xie Mingzhu's name. Yet the biting wind and snow carried the frosty voice of Xie Mingzhu. Brother Su Sha, let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. We should hasten our departure. Upon hearing this, Su Sha Hui revealed a smile that could only be described as gentle, responding affirmatively to Xie Mingzhu as he swiftly embraced her and soared down the snowy mountain. The demonic beasts pursued for a few steps, but upon realizing that the two outsiders were indeed intent on leaving and had no intention of contending with them, they silently retreated to the mountaintop to resume their previous skirmishes. As for Xie Liuyin, abandoned by the two, he lay weakened, his severed leg bleeding profusely, and an increasing chill enveloped him. The scenes before his eyes gradually blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. The figures of Xie Mingzhu and Su Sha had receded to a point where they were no longer discernible. Ultimately, Xie Liuyin closed his eyes, his entire essence striving to protect his heart's pulse in his final moments. Unbeknownst to him, half of the spiritual energy within his injured left leg had ceased to flow. All of this was observed by the sword spirit, which relayed the events to the still meditating Xie Liuyin. Upon hearing of Xie Liuyin's dire plight, she sighed softly. What a pity it is that I could not capture such a riveting scene. Chapter 126. It is my own incompetence though Su Sha Hui and Xie Mingzhu had fled. Xie Liuyin remained determined to ascend the mountain in search of treasure. However, she did not intend to embark on this quest immediately, as it would likely take several days for the true treasure to manifest. Should she attempt to seize it now, it would be akin to entering a gladiatorial arena. If fortune favors her and she triumphs over the other demonic beasts, she will soon face an incessant tide of creatures rushing towards her, as well as other cultivators who harbor aspirations for the coveted treasure. Xie Liuyin is not foolish. She certainly does not wish to become a living target. After all, her primary objective in entering the secret realm is to diminish Xie Mingzhu's power and seize her trump cards. Until she is adequately empowered, Xie Liuyin is unperturbed by employing cunning tactics. After all, all's fair in love and war. She continues to lie in wait within the confines of space, patiently anticipating a turn of events at the mountain's peak. The demonic beasts are undoubtedly the most perceptive beings within the entire secret realm, irresistibly drawn by the unique aura emanating from the summit, leading them to engage in frenzied battles. The unusual movements of these beasts naturally capture the attention of the cultivators. Many who were privy to the inner workings of the Julan secret realm, having received treasure-seeking missions from their masters or sect leaders, quickly deduced that the changes must be linked to the treasure. Following the tracks of the other demonic beasts, they gradually converge upon the snow-capped mountain. Xie Mingzhu, resting at the base of the mountain, initially felt trepidation towards the snow peak and dared not approach. However, upon witnessing the multitude arriving to claim what is rightfully hers, she becomes anxious. She urgently urges Su Shahua to ascend the mountain and intercept the other cultivators. Yet, Su Shahua firmly declines her request. I'm sorry, Mingzhu, but I cannot comply. Not only am I suppressing my cultivation to enter the secret realm, but considering the multitude of cultivators, many of whom are at the foundation establishment stage, even if my cultivation slightly surpasses theirs, a concerted effort from so many could easily overwhelm me. Xie Mingzhu, upon hearing his refusal, was immediately filled with indignation. What do you mean? Did you not profess your affection for me? How can you not assist me with such a trivial matter? I did not intend it that way, Mingzhu. I merely wished to discuss the situation. Let us wait a while longer. Once those cultivators and the demonic beasts have mutually exhausted each other, it would be far more advantageous for us to act. Akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, Su Sha Hui patiently advised. Realizing that his reluctance stemmed not from a lack of willingness to help, Xie Mingzhu's expression softened somewhat. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall wait and observe the developments. Though she acquiesced, her tone was less than enthusiastic. The two reached a simple accord and, like Xie Liuyin, found a secure spot to conceal themselves, waiting for the outcome of the fierce battle atop the mountain. The demonic beasts fought with ferocity, and the cultivators were equally ruthless. Within a mere half-day, the scent of blood, which had previously only been detectable halfway up the mountain, had now wafted down to the foot of the hill. Filled with anxiety over the possibility of her prized possession falling into the hands of others, Xie Mingzhu took note of this development and could not resist urging Su Shahui, Brother Su, should we not ascend to the summit and take a look? Perhaps it is no longer dangerous. At present, the treasured item has yet to fully manifest, and its aura is dispersing in all directions. It is likely to attract many individuals. What has emerged thus far is merely a small appetizer. I anticipate even more competitors will arrive. We ought to wait a while longer, Xianyue replied once more, declining her plea. With this second refusal, Xie Mingzhu's resentment deepened. In her previous life, she had remained oblivious to the true location of the treasure, having pursued a horde of demonic beasts under the protection of several men in the snowy mountains. As the closing of the mystical realm drew near, the fierce battle between cultivators and beasts was nearing its conclusion by the time they arrived. The surviving beasts had lost any hope of engaging the cultivators, and the spiritual energy of the remaining cultivators was nearly depleted. Consequently, Xie Mingzhu and her companions seized a remarkable opportunity, effortlessly obtaining the treasured artifact. The men, fiercely protective of Xie Mingzhu, not only refrained from contesting her claim to the treasure but also assisted in concealing the matter. Once they departed from the mystical realm, no one was privy to the true bearer of the treasure. However, in this lifetime, due to Xie Mingzhu's rebirth, many events diverged from her previous memories. Upon entering the realm, she first encountered discord with several fellow disciples of Qingxiao Sect, and later had a falling out with Xiyu. The series of unforeseen changes stirred a sense of anxiety within Xie Mingzhu, as she feared that her fortunes might be snatched away by others. This urgency compelled her to implore Yan Xiujuan to accompany her to the snowy mountains. Yet, with Xiyu absent and Yan Xiujuan in trouble, only the formidable Xianyue remained to guard her, though his strength was insufficient to contend with the beast and cultivators. Xie Mingzhu felt as though her heart was being scorched over an open flame, her agitation intensifying. When Xianyue repeatedly denied her requests, her frustration grew even more acute. Just wait a little longer. Each time she made a plea, he told her to bide her time. Yet what if someone else sees the treasures atop the mountain in the meantime? Unable to restrain herself, Xie Mingzhu vented her anger at Xianyue. Upon hearing those final words, the depths of Xianyue's eyes glimmered with a shadowy light. Mingzhu, please do not be upset. It is all my fault. I have been utterly inept. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what it is that you truly desire, and I shall ascend the mount alone to retrieve it for you. Xie Mingzhu parted her lips, intending to disclose the matter of the treasured artifact to Xianyue. However, clarity struck her momentarily, and she swiftly closed her mouth. No. This matter is too delicate to articulate. It is far more prudent for me to procure it myself. She averted her gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with Xianyue. Even though Xie Mingzhu regarded Xianyue as a devoted admirer, she firmly believed that he would, as in her previous life, protect her with his very life. Nonetheless, the significance of such a treasure compelled her to withhold it from anyone, even Xianyue. It was well known that in her past life, she had managed to match the extraordinary cultivation pace of Xie Liuyin, who possessed an unparalleled single spiritual root, solely due to that precious item. It was an essential element for her ascension to a higher realm, and it must not fall into the hands of another. Xianyue, faced with Xie Mingzhu's resolute refusal, exhibited no signs of sorrow upon his countenance, but rather expressed his regret. If that is the case, I find myself at a loss. The mountains are perilously treacherous. I can endure my own injuries, but I fear I may be unable to protect you, Mingzhu. His words served as a reminder, causing Xie Mingzhu to recall the harrowing encounter with the ferocious beast. A shiver coursed through her, and the courage she had mustered dissipated entirely. Very well. Let us bide our time a little longer. However, you must keep a vigilant watch on the summit. Once those individuals have sufficiently exhausted themselves in battle, ensure that you take me up without delay. In the end, Xie Mingzhu resigned herself to fate. Xianyue offered a slight smile and nodded earnestly. Rest assured. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise atop the mountain, I will inform you immediately and escort you there. With Xianyue's assurance, Xie Mingzhu momentarily set aside her concerns. Chapter 127. Who rescued him? Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin, who was attentively monitoring the situation of Xie Mingzhu and her companion, felt a profound sense of disappointment upon realizing they did not join the others in ascending the peak to partake in the chaotic skirmish. Nevertheless, she understood that while Xie Mingzhu was not in her right mind, Xianyue was no fool. He likely persuaded Xie Mingzhu to wait a while longer, just as she had intended. Simultaneously, the sword spirit relayed everything it had witnessed at the summit to Xie Liuyin. The young man wielding a sword, much like yourself, was fortunate enough to be rescued. Xie Liuyin raised her eyebrows in surprise. Who saved him? The sword spirit quickly responded. I do not know him well, but he is a young male cultivator holding a lute, and he appears quite presentable. Upon hearing this description, Xie Liuyin immediately deduced that it must be Pei Xianyue from the Miaoying Valley. However, the arrival of the lute player would prove futile. as the sword-wielding young man had severely injured his leg and had his meridians frozen by the frigid air of the snow-capped mountains, rendering him incapable of standing again. The sword spirit continued. Upon hearing this, Xie Liuyin's eyes widened in astonishment. She truly did not anticipate that Xianyue would meet such a dire fate. In his previous life, he was hailed as the most promising swordsmanship prodigy in the realm of cultivation, with rumors suggesting that the brilliance of Xianyue overshadowed all his peers in the sword-holding sect. However, in this lifetime, before his reputation could even spread, his leg was irreparably injured. One wonders if Xianyue will remain unwaveringly devoted to Xie Mingzhu after losing a limb, especially since it could be said that his leg was sacrificed for her sake. These thoughts flitted through Xie Liuyin's mind. But she soon immersed herself back into her cultivation, disregarding the affairs of others. Noticing that Xie Liuyin had closed her eyes in meditation, the sword spirit refrained from interrupting her, silently observing the situation atop the mountain. In his estimation, given the fervor with which these individuals pursued the treasured artifact, the chaotic skirmish was likely to persist for several more days. Xie Liuyin had no intention of joining this fray prematurely. She merely needed to wait until the final moments to seize the item from Xie Mingzhu. With this resolve, she delved deeply into her training, paying no heed to the outside world. The fluctuations within the Blue Dream secret realm were evident to all cultivators. Some were aware of the legendary treasure and were willing to take risks for it, while many others ventured into the secret realm merely in search of fortune, unwilling to sacrifice their lives for a mere trinket. Upon sensing the disturbance caused by the rampaging beasts within the realm, numerous individuals, like Xianyue, sought refuge in safe locations, biding their time until the turmoil subsided. Mei Yuyin was among them. Upon awakening that day, he discovered that Xie Liuyin and her companions had abandoned him, and even the palace where he had lost consciousness had vanished without a trace. Mei Yuyin was indeed intent on catching up with Xie Liuyin, for the more he interacted with this female cultivator, the clearer her worth became to him. Although Xie Liuyin had yet to reach the foundational cultivation stage, she had already secured a leading position among the foundational practitioners. A clever and capable young female sword cultivator with such exceptional spiritual roots was undoubtedly the most suitable dual cultivation partner. Even though Xie Liuyin currently harbored no particular feelings for him, Mei Yuyin was confident that with frequent contact and his striking appearance, he could win her over. Unfortunately, he had failed to obtain Xie Liyuin's contact information, and after they dispersed, he was unable to locate the group from King Xiozong. Thus, with no other choice, Mei Yuyin returned to the residence of Huanzong to avoid potential dangers within the secret realm. Naturally, his dejected expression upon return drew the attention of many fellow disciples. Those who had never particularly favored Mei Yuyin seized the opportunity to mock him, ridiculing him for being merely a pretty face who could not attract even a young female cultivator. Mei Yuyin engaged in a heated argument with them, ultimately managing to calm down under the mediation of the team leader. The disciples of Jianjian's sect, however, were divided into two factions. One group, whose cultivation had not yet reached the foundational stage, sought refuge in a safe location. The other group, seizing the opportunity presented by the frequent appearance of ferocious beasts, ventured forth in search of formidable creatures to practice their sword techniques. Though they sustained numerous injuries, such life-and-death encounters indeed led to significant progress. As for Xianyue, since the moment he entered the secret realm, he had separated from the main group, insisting on acting alone, despite the futile attempts of his fellow disciples to persuade him otherwise. In order to safeguard their fellow disciples, the leader of the sword-holding sect chose to disregard Xianyue, allowing him to venture into danger alone. Consequently, regardless of the hardships Xianyue faced, they remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Xie Liuyin engaged in tranquil cultivation, amassing strength, while Xie Mingzhu and another quietly lay in wait for the opportune moment. On the summit of the snow-capped mountains, Xianyue endured immense suffering, his sole desire being to escape the treacherous peaks. Unfortunately, having sustained grave injuries, one leg was severely damaged, and all his spiritual energy was devoted to protecting his heart vein. At this juncture, Xianyue found it arduous not only to combat the demonic beasts but even to move. The sole silver lining was the presence of Pei Xianyue beside him. Having received the sect master's command, Pei Xianyue commenced to search for treasures as soon as he entered the secret realm. Fortunately, the keen instincts of the demonic beasts led him swiftly to the snow-covered mountain, where he fortuitously discovered the barely conscious Xianyue. Despite the ongoing tensions between the sword-holding sect and the Miaoyin Valley, with their respective leaders often at odds, Pei Xianyue bore no past grievances against Xianyue, as they both belonged to the righteous path of cultivation. Naturally, he could not stand idly by in the face of such peril. However, as Pei Xianyue lacked healing expertise, he was uncertain of Xianyue's condition and could only provide him with medicinal pills for healing and restoring spiritual energy. With the aid of these pills, Xianyue gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Xianyue, he was intrigued by the latter's presence in such a remote location, while Xianyue marveled at how Xianyue had come to be in such a dire state. After all, given Xianyue's capabilities, it should not have been too difficult for him to flee, even if he could not best the demonic beasts of this region. The two individuals swiftly exchanged messages, and it was then that Xianyue realized that the so-called spiritual medicine on this snow-capped mountain was nothing but coveted treasures of a secret realm sought after by various sections. It was laughable that, despite being warned by his master and the sect leader, he had been diligently searching for traces of these treasures along the way, only to be so easily deceived by the lies of Xie Mingzhu. Xianyue did not articulate his thoughts too clearly. Yet Xianyue could discern that he had likely encountered a considerable setback. He intended to escort Xianyue down the mountain before contending for the treasures. However, when Xianyue arrived at the mountaintop, it became evident that leaving would not be so facile. The battle between cultivators and demon beasts was on the brink of eruption, and before Xianyue could take action, he found himself caught in the fray. He had no choice but to protect Xianyue while plucking the strings of his zither. The pure and profound spiritual power of his music quickly coalesced into a barrier, safeguarding the two within. It was only at this moment that Xianyue truly comprehended the horror of the slaughter atop the mountain. "You shouldn't have come so early," Xianyue remarked from behind him. Xianyue, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile. "Indeed, it's a pity that I have already arrived." Chapter 128. Xie joins the fray. Xie Liuyin's meditation lasted a full 10 days. When she finally exhaled a breath of turbid air and concluded her sitting, only 5 days remained until the secret realm would close. The sword spirit, noticing her awakening, hurriedly approached with excitement. "You have finally awakened. If you hadn't come to, I would have had to wake you myself." "What happened at the mountaintop?" Xie Liuyin inquired with curiosity. "In the realm of sword spirit, they are nearing the conclusion of their battle. I surmise it will not be long before your sister and her companions arrive to seize any opportunities that may arise. By the way, regarding the swordsman and the one with the chain that I mentioned earlier, they have become ensnared at the mountain's summit, relying solely on the chain player to safeguard their lives. However, I believe the chain player cannot endure much longer. Truth be told, I feel a tinge of regret for those two. Although the swordsman possesses a somewhat arrogant disposition and lacks discernment, his swordsmanship is commendable. With some trials, he might well become a master of the blade. As for the chain player, it is indeed a pity. He merely ascended the mountain to join in the revelry and lend assistance, yet he now finds his own life imperiled." Xie Liuyin remains largely indifferent to the fates of others. For the past few days, she has been deeply engrossed in comprehending the third layer of the heartless sword technique. Although it presents considerable challenges, she has managed to grasp a semblance of its essence. Should she continue her meditation, she might just manage to execute a partial third sword style. The first and second layers of the heartless sword technique are confined to cleaving mountains and splitting stones, while the subsequent third and fourth layers already encompass the ability to sever wind and cut through water. Should she master the third layer, even if she encounters Xie later, she would possess the strength to contend with him. Thus, despite knowing that the tumult at the mountain's peak is drawing to a close, Xie Liuyin has no intention of intervening just yet. It is regrettable that Xie has yet to arrive. Otherwise, Xie Mingzhu's close confidant could have joined them on the snow-capped mountain. It is uncertain whether Xie Liuyin possesses the gift of prophetic words, but no sooner had she contemplated this matter than several shadowy figures, braving the wind and snow, hastily approached this very place. Had Xie Liuyin been present at this moment, she would have instantly recognized that the individuals were the demon cultivators led by Xie. However, Xie Liuyin was currently immersed in her training within a spatial artifact halfway up the mountain, leaving Xie Mingzhu at the foot of the mountain to be the first to identify the newcomers. Upon catching sight of Xie Mingzhu briefly entertained the idea of approaching him to establish a rapport. Securing Xianyue's assistance would undoubtedly facilitate her acquisition of the treasured artifact. Yet, she was quickly reminded of the incredulous and malevolent gaze Xianyue had cast upon her when she had previously departed with Su Sha. A shiver ran down her spine, and she suddenly lost all desire to engage with Xianyue. Unbeknownst to Xianyue and his companions, the very person they had been seeking throughout the entire secret realm lay hidden at the foot of the mountain. After parting ways with Xie Mingzhu, Xianyue's circumstances had swiftly deteriorated. The storage bags of Xianyue and his companions had been seized by Xie Liuyin, resulting in the loss of their prepared elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and other provisions. When Xie Mingzhu had been present, they at least had relied on her to procure some spiritual herbs or other precious stones. With her departure, Xianyue and his companions had sustained minor injuries, and compounded by his abrupt abandonment by the one he cherished, his temperament had turned increasingly obstinate. He led his group ruthlessly into battles over treasures, clashing not only with numerous righteous cultivators but also engaging in skirmishes with formidable demonic beasts. Despite reaping certain benefits and seizing several storage bags from righteous cultivators, they had also suffered the loss of one of their own. The demon cultivators were acutely aware of their young master's unsettling state and sought to dissuade him. However, Xianyue had long succumbed to his demonic affliction, rendering him entirely devoid of rationality. This time, they have ventured to the snow-capped mountains, pursuing the trail of a treasured artifact. Xianyue is acutely aware of his poor performance within the secret realm and knows that should his father learn of this, he would undoubtedly reconsider the selection of the heir. Only by retrieving the treasure can he secure his position. Fortunately, having lost one subordinate, Xianyue has become more prudent than before. He has long sensed that something is amiss in the vicinity of the snow-capped mountains and has observed numerous cultivators and demonic beasts converging here. Xianyue has grown wiser, refraining from launching an immediate assault and instead waiting for the scent of blood from the mountaintop to dissipate somewhat before preparing to formally join the fray. Fortunately, reality has proven that Xianyue's choice was not misguided. By the time their group arrived, the mountaintop was strewn with the mangled corpses of demonic beasts and human cultivators alike. Despite the continuous snowfall above, the ground was soaked in crimson, painting the entire peak a ghastly red. As Xianyue stepped onto the blood-stained snow, he inadvertently splashed a spray of crimson droplets. The viscous, red snow clung to his feet, imparting an eerie sensation as if he were treading upon flesh and blood. After such a harrowing battle, only 2 early-stage golden core demonic beasts and 2 wretched human cultivators remained. It must be said that those 2 were fated to survive. The 2 demonic beasts, having dispatched their competitors, were poised to strike at the 2 humans. After all, in the eyes of their kin, outsiders were deemed more deserving of expulsion. However, just as the injured golden core demonic beasts were about to attack Pei Xianyue, who was desperately supporting Yu Qinqin, Xianyue fortuitously entered the battlefield. Previously mentioned, the beastly creatures possess minds less agile than those of the human and demon races, solely focused on eliminating the most significant threats first. Before the arrival of Xianyue and his companions, the greatest threat to them was Pei Xianyue and his companion, as they were outsiders. Now, with the sudden appearance of several individuals brimming with vitality, clearly formidable, the 2 beasts instantly heightened their alertness. Without a moment's contemplation, they abandoned their pursuit of Pei Xianyue and his companion, lunging towards Xianyue's group instead. Fortunately, Xianyue and his companions had adequately prepared before ascending the mountain, and they did not falter in the face of the beast's unexpected assault. Although Pei Xianyue and Yin Xiujuan had not participated in the fray recently, they were still constrained and unable to escape. Particularly for Pei Xianyue, in order to safeguard their lives, he could only incessantly channel his musical cultivation techniques, forming a barrier to protect them. Just when they believed their demise was imminent, a few demonic cultivators unexpectedly emerged to divert the beast's attention. As Pei Xianyue sighed in relief, he instinctively sought to flee with Yin Xiujuan. However, the frenzied Xianyue would not permit their escape. He immediately unleashed an attack to draw the attention of one of the beasts. Pei Xianyue's expression shifted, and his nearly deteriorating fingertips once again plucked the strings, allowing the melody to resonate atop the mountain. This melody continued for a full 4 days, until the final day of the secret realm's opening. The impatient Xie Mingzhu urged Su Shahui to take her up the mountain. This time, Su Shahui finally acquiesced, leading her towards the summit. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Xianyue sacrificed 2 of his subordinates, finally vanquishing the 2 golden core demon beasts. Bathed in blood, his cold and piercing gaze settled upon Pei Xianyue and his companion, for he recognized them as disciples of the righteous path. At this moment, his disdain for such disciples was palpable. With this thought, he directed his sword towards Pei Xianyue's barrier. With a single, swift stroke, the barrier that had withstood for half a month shattered with a resounding crack.